Chapter 1. Noah Carter didn't mean to break reality. It just sort of happened on a random, ordinary, dull day. The broke software developer had spent 3 years trying to create an algorithm. If this algorithm worked, his tiny startup might finally attract serious investors. More importantly, he could pay off his mountain of medical debt from his father's hospitalization. "Come on, you stubborn piece of garbage," Noah muttered, his fingers flying across the keyboard as he debugged his algorithm's latest version. The table he was coding on was by no means tidy, let alone professional. It was filled with energy cans and piles of ramen cups. Outside, rain lashed against the windows of his cluttered apartment/office, the kind of place real estate agents optimistically called cozy when they meant barely larger than a storage unit. Lightning cracked uncomfortably close, making his old power strip flicker ominously. No. He lunged for the backup switch, but it was too late. The lights blinked out. For one heart-stopping moment, darkness took over. Then his monitors flickered back on, displaying not his code but a single blue message. System anomaly detected. Noah squinted at the screen. What kind of virus is this? He reached for his keyboard, but his fingers froze as new text appeared. Analysis complete. Compatibility 98.7%. Bam. A strange pressure built inside Noah's head, like someone was gently inflating a balloon behind his eyes. It wasn't painful, just weird. Great, he mumbled. I'm having hallucinations from energy drinks and sleep deprivation. I should head to sleep. System integration complete. V1. Zuzro activated. None. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. None. Daily revenue. 0. Current assets. $1,356. Shop points. O. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 3. Intelligence. 6. Agility. 3. Skills. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Noah snorted at the last skill. At least my hallucination has a sense of humor. He cautiously poked the floating display. His finger passed through it like mist, sending ripples across the interface. Is this actually real? Host has accidentally created quantum entanglement between his algorithm and the universe's fabric. Congratulations on your accidental breakthrough. You have unlocked this mighty system. None. Noah leaned back in his chair, which protested against his weight with a creak. So I broke physics with buggy code and an electrical surge. Sounds real. The host's mental faculties are functioning normally. This is real. Would you like to see your commercial opportunities? Damn. Noah raised an eyebrow. Commercial opportunities. The Idle Tycoon system allows hosts to establish businesses across the universe, generating passive income streams that transfer to your origin reality, like having a franchise in every world. Now, right? Noah rubbed his temples. So I'm not just hallucinating. I'm hallucinating an interdimensional get-rich-quick scheme. But despite his disbelief, his curiosity was winning. If this was a mental breakdown, at least it was an entertaining one. Why not? Show me the shop, he said, spinning once in his chair. Shop type selection in progress. Analyzing host skills. Nem. The screen in front of him began to shimmer and ripple. Reality folded inward, creating what looked like a doorway. Through this impossible doorway, Noah could make out what appeared to be a small shop. Wait, this is actually real. He rubbed his eyes a few times. Still, it did not disappear but remained in front of him. After pinching himself and experimenting a few times, he finally realized that it was real. Chapter 2. First World. First target world classification. Medieval magic world. World level. 2. Host will be immortal within shop boundaries only. Death outside shop boundaries will result in immediate return to origin world with a 24-hour system lockout. Then, medieval magic world, Noah echoed, taking an involuntary step back, like knights and wizards and dragons. Yes, host. None. Can I pick somewhere else? The shop will relocate every 10 days unless the location is locked by the host. Each locked location requires 1,000 shop points. No. Noah swallowed hard, his throat somewhat dry. Can you explain the world level part? The world level is the ranking of the world. The medieval magic world is slightly more developed than Earth, but the civilization isn't that much ahead of level 1 worlds, like yours. Therefore, it's granted level 2. And what exactly am I supposed to sell in this medieval magic world? He asked, taking a cautious step toward the portal. Bread. Bread. Really? Yes, ma'am. I don't know how to bake bread, Noah pointed out. Host, you are worrying too much. You keep asking questions nonstop. Are you a pusillanimous? Ma'am. And if I sell this bread, what happens? Noah asked shamelessly, ignoring the system's jab. Upon the first successful transaction, the system will establish an idle income stream. The host will receive the exact equivalent of the transaction value every 24 hours without additional effort. Multiple sales of the same product will not stack, but will replace the previous value if higher. For example, If the host sells 1 loaf of bread for 1 gold coin, the host will receive 1 gold coin every 24 hours automatically. If host later sells 1 loaf for 2 gold coins, the daily reward increases to 2 gold coins. Then, additional products may be added to the shop inventory as the host progresses. Each unique product creates its own independent idle income stream. Then, Noah ran his fingers through his hair, his mind racing. If this was real, if it was essentially a cheat code for life. Sell 1 expensive loaf of bread, and he'd have a daily income forever. It sounded too good to be true. But then again, he had read about such things numerous times in his teenage days. What's the catch? He asked, narrowing his eyes at the floating screen. No catch, ma'am. So there is no mysterious entity inside you trying to control me and take over the world, or something along those lines? None at all. What do you take me for, host? A Chinese novel system. Then, so I could actually die out there? Correct. Death is possible but not permanent for the host. Host consciousness will return to origin world upon death, but with a temporary system lockout. Physical pain will be experienced at 300% the normal rate. Then, wait. What does 300% of the normal rate mean? It means that the pain you experience will be 300% more painful than normal. It's quite obvious. Host. Then, Noah rolled his eyes. Of course. He understood what it meant, but he didn't want to believe it. Chapter 3. Magical Bread. For the next few hours, Noah kept asking the system several questions. He tried everything he could to make sure that he wasn't insane, including a test he found in an online video. Fuck it. This world is boring anyways. Let's see what a magical medieval world has in store for me. He smiled as he stepped through the portal into a new world and a new life. The transition was instant. One moment, Noah was standing in his bedroom, the next, he was somewhere else entirely. What the? His first impression was how small the place was, barely larger than his apartment's room. The shop consisted of 4 stone walls, a wooden counter, and several empty wooden shelves. The only light came from old-fashioned oil lamps hanging from hooks on the ceiling, and there, on the single shelf that wasn't completely empty, sat 2 perfect loaves of bread. Noah approached it. The bread looked like something from an artisanal bakery ad. It had a golden brown crust, perfectly shaped, with a dusting of flour on top. It broke all benchmarks for what looked like a delicious loaf of bread. The smell was intoxicating, rich, and somehow filling. Shop established. Congratulations on your first product. Please proceed with the initial transaction to activate idle income stream. Nan, right? Noah muttered, looking around the empty shop. And who exactly am I supposed to sell to in this magical medieval place? Before the system could respond, the door to the shop swung open with a creak that could wake the dead. Noah spun around, nearly knocking over a rickety stool. A woman stood in the doorway, silhouetted against the golden sunlight filtering through the streets outside. And what a woman she was. She stepped into the light, and Noah's breath caught. Long red hair pulled back in a braid, piercing green eyes that scanned the shop with military precision. A face that would have graced magazine covers in his world, now marked with a thin scar across one cheek that somehow only enhanced her beauty. She wore what looked like leather armor reinforced with metal plates, multiple weapon holsters. The most immediate concern, however, was the very large, very sharp sword she was pointing directly at his throat. "Don't move," she said, her voice surprisingly melodic despite the threatening tone. "Who are you, and what are you doing in my guild's territory?" Noah raised his hands slowly. "Hi, I'm, new here. Just opened this shop. I come in peace." She narrowed her eyes, keeping the sword in his direction. "There was no shop here yesterday. I patrolled this entire place. Would you believe? Overnight construction." Noah attempted a winning smile. She wasn't buying it. "You're either crazy, stupid, or dangerous." She took a step closer, her sword pointing in his direction. "Probably all 3. I prefer entrepreneur," Noah quipped, then immediately regretted it when the sword edged closer to his Adam's apple. "Funny guy. Huh." She glanced around the empty shop. "What kind of shop has nothing to sell except 2 loaves of bread?" "Yes. System, is there anything good about this bread? At all?" "The bread increases the consumer's natural healing rate by 1/3. Now, after hearing the system's response, Noah was ecstatic. "Fun fact, this bread is not your average Joe in the oven. It's magical bread. It increases your natural healing rate by 1/3. Bull. Shit." She circled around him, keeping the sword ready. "Nobody makes health potions anymore. We are lacking supply. The demons have the whole kingdom surrounded." "I have my sources," Noah said vaguely. She sniffed the air, her expression shifting between suspicion and interest. "It smells completely normal. That's what makes it good." "Don't move," she ordered, backing toward the shelf while keeping her eyes on him. With her free hand, she poked the bread. Noah saw his chance. "Want to try it? First taste is on the house." "Why should I believe you? What if this is a conspiracy to take over my guild?" she asked bluntly. Though her eyes never left the loaf, Noah's mouth twitched at her imagination. "This woman is very creative. I don't know what to say to that. If you don't want it, then don't buy it. But if it makes you feel better, I can have a bite. She squinted her eyes. I'll prove it. Give me some. She picked up the loaf, examining it from all angles before breaking off a small piece and handed it to him. Eat it. He placed the small piece of bread in his mouth and his eyes widened immediately. This is good. +1 vitality. The bread actually increased my attributes, he thought with shock, as he looked at his new status. The woman's eyes raised at his reaction. Is he faking it? This is so delicious, he muttered, eyeing the bread in her hand. It was so good that he no longer wanted to sell it. So, if you don't want to buy it, no, you can give it to me. After seeing that he was unaffected for a few minutes, the guild leader finally decided to have some. He would have used an antidote if it had been poisoned by now. Besides, I can't sense any poison or anything of that sort, she thought. I'm buying it. How much do you want? 10 gold coins. A medieval world. They work on coins. Since she is a guild master, a few golden coins wouldn't hurt her. She stared at him blankly for a few seconds, her long eyelashes fluttering. Take your bread back, she said, placing the bread on the table and acting like she was about to leave. Noah did not expect the woman to overreact so quickly. At least bargain with me. Damn it, he thought grimly, before putting a smile on his face and following her with the bread. Calm down. Beautiful lady. I was just joking with you. 5 gold coins, and you can have it. No, I'm good, she refused, still walking out of the store. As she arrived at the door, Noah was sweating buckets. Fine. 1 gold coin. I'm not going lower than that. Take it or leave it. Just know that this bread is not normal, and this is a one-time offer. I just need 1 sale. I can't become greedy yet, he thought, trying to make himself feel better after giving the woman a 90% discount. The woman stopped in her tracks, turning to face him with a small grin on her face. I just got scammed. She would have probably bought it for higher if I didn't show my desperation. Okay, I will buy it off you this time. She took out the pouch from her side and opened it. She then placed a gold coin just like they had agreed on the wooden counter. She took her first bite, a small one. The transformation was instant. Her eyes widened, then closed in what could only be described as ecstasy. A small moan escaped her lips. Oh my God, she whispered, before ripping the bread and taking a larger bite. It's really warm and it's so delicious. Noah couldn't help grinning. Good, right? As she devoured another bite, something strange happened. A soft golden glow briefly pulsed beneath her skin, subtle enough that Noah almost thought he'd imagined it. The woman froze mid-chew, her free hand flying to her forearm, squeezing the muscle there with obvious surprise. Wait, you weren't lying. Of course. Not. The woman set the remainder of the loaf on the counter and touched her arm. I can feel it. My vitality. It's different. I feel better. A lot better. Chapter 4. First sale. Auto baker. Noah watched her with fascination, trying to keep his expression neutral while inwardly marveling at what his bread could do. A health potion in bread form. That was definitely going to sell in this place. It's a family recipe. He improvised, leaning casually against the counter. Good for recovery and energy. Valeria nodded. I've been feeling tired and fatigued recently from all the fighting and training, but this bread made me feel better. It's really worth the 1 golden coin. It's not worth a golden coin. I told you that it was a one-time special offer. Valeria ignored him before picking up the bread once more and continued eating. Bread accelerates natural recovery by 30%. After finishing the loaf, Valeria reached for her pouch again and pulled out another gold coin, placing it firmly beside the first. Give me another one. Actually, Noah said, straightening his posture. Considering the healing properties you've just discovered, I think 3 gold coins would be more appropriate. His heart hammered in his chest. Was he really haggling with a woman who had threatened him with a knife minutes ago? Valeria's eyes narrowed, but there was respect in them now. You drive a hard bargain for someone who appeared out of nowhere. But it's worth it. She placed 1 more golden coin on the counter with deliberate slowness. 2 gold coins. Take it or leave it. Noah's momentary confidence wavered. He wasn't just a shop owner. He was a foreigner in a world with different rules. System, what should I do? He thought. If I cave in now, it might make her continue this behavior. Host must balance immediate profit and long-term positioning. Reminder, you are immortal within shop boundaries. Nab. The immortality reminder gave Noah a spark of courage. He straightened his shoulders and met Valeria's gaze. You know, he said, keeping his voice casual. I'm not asking for a treasury. It's merely 3 golden coins. It's a bargain. And we both know it. He leaned forward slightly, finding courage he didn't know he had. I could sell this same loaf to anyone for way more. And just like I appeared here overnight, I could disappear just as quickly. I'm not losing anything you are. Noah locked eyes with her, amazed at his own boldness. Now decide. Do you want to pay the 3 gold coins or? Valeria's expression remained neutral, but Noah caught the flicker of hesitation in her eyes. She hadn't expected him to retaliate with a threat of his own. Come on, I know you can't let it go, Noah thought, holding his ground. The guild captain's jaw tightened. She reached into her pouch and slammed the third coin onto the counter with more force than necessary. Fine. Don't think I care whether you leave or not, she snapped. I'm merely doing this because you're new here, and we, the people of the Esta, are known to be good to our guests. Noah smiled, careful not to look too victorious. Of course. I came here because I know you are people of honor and generosity. He swept the coins into his palm, and I promise you won't regret it. Valeria narrowed her eyes. Just remember who controls this district. Baker, special bread or not. Everyone needs friends in Esta. I couldn't agree more, Noah replied smoothly. Something that might have been respect flickered across Valeria's face. Clever. I'll be back soon with others. Have more bread ready. I'll be here. Noah called after her. As the door swung shut, he collapsed against the counter, his heart pounding. He'd just faced down a medieval warrior and somehow won. The system's immortality protection was one thing, but outside these walls, he'd need Valeria's guild more than he cared to admit. Transaction complete. Nell. Ding. First sale complete. Nell. Reward. Autobaker level 1. Idle income. 3 gold coins, $300 established. Nell. Noah's eyes widened in excitement. System. Does that mean that I will be getting 300 every day? No. None. What? Host. You will be getting paid 3 gold coins every day. However, you can set that amount to be exchanged to the equivalent price, which is $300 in the case of the bread. Nan. Oh, okay. He nodded in understanding before pressing on the reward for his first sale. Level 1 Autobaker. Your shop produces 12 loaves of bread every day, which you can sell to earn extra income. Nan. Noah's eyes brightened. No way. This is amazing, even though it's quite slow. Actually, it makes sense. This isn't normal bread. No. He didn't complain too much because, first, he wasn't the one doing the baking. And second, the baker seemed upgradable. System. How do I upgrade the baker? Noah asked the empty shop. Host. The baker will upgrade to level 2 after you sell 60 loaves of bread. 60. Noah frowned. Why is it 0 when I sold 2? Host. You didn't have the baker when you sold that bread. Damn. I see. Chapter 5. First cash withdrawal. Visiting sick father. Realizing that he couldn't sell any bread for the next 2 hours, Noah decided to return to the real world. System. Exchange the gold coins for money. And make sure that my daily revenue is paid in dollars, not gold coins. Yes. Host. Nen. A second later, Noah's phone buzzed. He grabbed it, eyes widening at the notification. Your account ending in X00 has been credited $300. Now. Perfect. A smile spread across his face as he checked his updated stats. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. $300. Current assets. There's $1,600. 56. Shop points. 20. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 6. Agility. 3. Skills. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Looking around his messy apartment, Noah let out a disbelieving laugh. Energy drink cans and instant ramen cups cluttered every surface. His desk was buried under notes and empty coffee mugs. $300. Every single day. That's $9,000 a month. Life is finally going to be good. He flopped back onto his unmade bed, staring at the ceiling. Just like that, his income problems were solved. No more dodging calls from debt collectors. No more choosing between rent and his dad's medical bills. I can practically live a decent life without doing anything now. I don't need to go back to that world either. But that would be stupid. His phone buzzed again. Another debt collector. Noah picked it up with confidence. Hello? Mr. Carter. This is Amanda from Capital Recovery. I know. Noah sat up, suddenly feeling bold. I'll be making a payment. A pause on the other end. That's good to hear, Mr. Carter. Will you be paying the minimum or $500? He said, relishing the shocked silence that followed. Well, that's excellent news. We'll process that payment. And next week, another $500. Noah couldn't stop grinning. Great. The reason Noah was paying a larger amount per month was because of the interest rate. He wanted to get rid of it as soon as possible. I still have one more debt collector, and they are a bigger hassle. He sighed. After ending the call, Noah sprang to his feet, suddenly energized. He began gathering empty food containers, tossing them into a trash bag. If I'm going to be a multidimensional business tycoon, I can't live in a dump. He glanced at his laptop, where Prism's code still glowed on the screen. My precious laptop and precious algorithm that I spent coding for so long. He placed both in the bag and hid them under the bed. For memories. Noah continued his cleanup. If one loaf of bread could generate $300 daily, what would happen when he unlocked more products? or opened more shops. His phone rang again. This time it was his father. "Hey, Dad." "Hello, son. I was wondering if you are going to visit today." Noah smiled. "Of course, Dad. I will be there in 2 hours." "All right, son. I will see you then." "See you, Dad. Take care of yourself." After hanging up the call, Noah's eyes darkened slightly. Although everything appeared well, it wasn't. After his mom's passing, his dad's health slowly deteriorated, until it led to his hospitalization. Thinking about his dad's health and his bread, Noah's eyes brightened immediately. "System, can I take out the bread from my shop and feed it to my dad?" "No, host. You don't have such privileges." "No." Noah's shoulders slumped. Hearing no, but her next sentence gave him hope. "Does that mean that I can do it in the future?" "Of course, host. Your privileges increase when you unlock more products and more shops. So work hard for that. The more you sell, the more you upgrade your shops, and the more shops you own." "Great. How can I unlock more products?" "Host can unlock more products by buying them from the shop upgrade slot. It's currently unavailable to the host, as he has not reached the required sales threshold of 10. Once you sell 10 pieces of bread, you will be able to unlock the shop upgrade slot. Does that mean that I need to buy the products?" "No, host. You don't need to buy anything. It's your choice. But yes, to unlock new products, you need to buy them using money." "Man. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have paid my debts so quickly." He scratched the back of his head. He had already spent $500 of his current old worth of $1,600, leaving him with $100 in his bank. "Hopefully, I can have enough to buy something by the time I unlock the shop upgrade slot." After he finished cleaning, he went to take a shower and changed his clothes. He placed his old clothes in the laundry basket and took it down with him. He lived in a small apartment room, and the apartment building had paid washing machines that you could use. He placed his clothes in the washing machine and waited until it was done. Around 30 minutes later, the clothes were cleaned and dried. He took them back to his apartment room and left to meet his dad in the hospital. On the way to the hospital, he stopped by a supermarket and got his dad various fruits. He wasn't able to before because he didn't have the budget. But now that he did, he was going to spoil his dad. The hospital corridors reeked of disinfectant and false cheer. Noah hated this place, hated the beeping machines, the squeaking shoes. But today was different. Today he walked with his head high, a bag of premium fruits swinging from his hand. "Well, look who's got a spring in his step," called Nurse Martinez from the station. "Your lottery ticket hit." Noah grinned. "Something like that. Do you want some apples?" he said, moving the basket closer to her. "Sure. How did you know I was craving some?" She smiled as she took an apple from the basket. "Magic," he replied. She giggled and slapped his shoulder lightly. He leaned in closer, acting like he didn't want anyone to hear him. "Psst! Don't tell anyone I gave you that apple." "Okay." She nodded with a smile on her face, before whispering, "Okay. Now go before someone sees you with that fruit basket." He nodded hurriedly, as if he were really afraid. Noah had already become known in his dad's section. He knew the nurses, and they knew him. Sigh. Life really hit him hard after graduation. Although he is good-looking, charming and funny, he is still unable to provide for a wife. Otherwise, he found his father in the usual spot, room 412, by the window. Alan Carter looked small in the hospital bed, his once powerful body slowly withered by illness. Hearing footsteps, Alan turned around. "There he is," Alan said, his voice stronger than it had been in weeks. "And he brought— Wait, are those actual fresh fruits? Who are you? And what have you done with my son?" Noah laughed, setting the fruit basket on the bedside table. "Very funny. Can a guy bring his dad some decent food? Not when last week you couldn't afford to eat." Alan's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Noah, you didn't do anything stupid, did you? Loan sharks. Gambling. Dad, relax. My code finally paid off, sort of. Not exactly a lie. I've got some good income coming in now. Steady income." Alan studied his son's face. "Overnight. You always said opportunity doesn't knock, it sneaks up and jumps you when you're not looking." His father snorted. "I don't remember saying that. But that does sound like me." He reached for a strawberry, examining it like some exotic specimen. "Well, whatever it is, I hope it's legal. Totally legal. Interdimensional. But legal. Just focus on getting better. Okay? The bills are handled." "Noah, I mean it." "Dad, no more stress about money. Dr. Garcia says stress is making your recovery harder." Alan fell silent, eating the strawberry with slow, deliberate bites. "It's good," he finally said. "Really good." They spent the next hour talking about the hospital food, about the nurses, about anything except Noah's sudden financial turnaround. When visiting hours were ending, Noah checked his phone. "Gotta run. Dad, I'll be back tomorrow or the day after." Noah squeezed his father's shoulder. Alan nodded. "Take care. Son, take care. Dad, love you too." His dad smiled as he watched his son leave the room. Chapter 6. Coward. Arriving at his apartment building, Noah immediately ducked behind a car as he watched three men leaving, with their hands in their pockets. The tallest one, a bald guy with a neck tattoo, Noah recognized as Rex, slammed his fist against the building's brick wall. Waste of time. Carter's not home, Rex growled, flexing his knuckles. Maybe he's hiding inside, suggested the shorter one with a leather jacket. Should have kicked the door down. And have the neighbors call the cops? Use your brain. Mick. The third man, well-dressed with a trimmed beard, checked his gold watch. We'll catch him eventually. Interest keeps ticking up either way. Mick spat on the sidewalk. Boss ain't gonna be happy. Third time we've missed him. Boss should have let me break his fingers last time, Rex said, cracking his knuckles. Teach him what happens when you miss payments. He's got till Friday, Goldwatch reminded them. After that, we don't just collect money. Noah pressed himself against the car, heart hammering. The $500 payment he'd made earlier was civil because it was another loan shark, a legal one. Meanwhile, these ones weren't. Until Friday meant he had less than 24 hours before things got ugly. The three men piled into a black sedan parked across the street. When they were gone, he sprinted to his apartment, barely breathing until he was safely inside with the door locked and chained. System, he gasped, leaning against the door. I need to make money faster. A lot faster. Current daily revenue. $300. Additional revenue sources can be unlocked through shop expansions or simply selling the products. Man, I already know that. I meant like, you. No. Host. What do you want? Num. Noah sighed. You know, like, a loan. Num. Host. You want me to loan you money? To escape from loan sharks? Num. Noah nodded his head vigorously without any shame. Yes. No. Num. Why? Stop being lazy and go sell some bread. Num. Tisk. It was worth a try. Back in his shop, Noah paced frantically, running his hands through his hair. The clock was ticking. 24 hours, he muttered, calculating furiously. That's all I've got before those guys come back to break more than just my door. He snapped his fingers as the math clicked into place. 1 loaf every 2 hours. I already have 2 ready, which means by tomorrow his eyes lit up. 14 loaves total. If I sell just half of them, that's $200. Noah slapped the counter, a wild grin spreading across his face. Add my daily $300 income. $400 total. Not enough to clear the whole debt, but enough to keep those goons off my back for now. 7 loaves. That's all I need to sell. He nodded firmly, as if convincing himself. 7 magical healing bread loaves, and I might just keep my kneecaps. The simplicity of the plan was almost laughable. A few hours crawled by with no sign of Valeria. Noah checked his non-existent watch for the 5th time. Where is this guildmaster? Did she get eaten by a dragon or something? He drummed his fingers on the counter. Host. You are allowed to go look for customers. You don't need to wait for a customer to enter. Bang. Noah's eyes darted to the door. The mysterious outside world beckoned, full of potential customers. And who knew what else? Go outside. Me. He clutched his chest dramatically, into a world potentially filled with demons, dragons, and God knows what. None. That silence speaks volumes. System. Noah folded his arms. What if I step outside and a demon appears right in front of me? Who's paying for my emotional therapy then? Not you. That's for sure. The system remained silent. Ha! Speechless because I'm right. Host. I didn't respond. Not because you convinced me. I'm just stunned at your unprecedented levels of shamelessness. Man. Excuse me. Noah placed his hands on his hips. You are meant to say host. You are wise. Even though he complained, Noah still opened the door and peeked through, squinting at the medieval street scene. A chicken ran by. Chased by what looked like a very small goblin with a fork, Noah slowly backed away from the door. Yeah. I think I'll wait for Valeria. Customer service is about quality, not quantity. Coward. Nem. Strategic business planning. Chicken. Nem. That's poultry slander and I won't stand for it. Chapter 7. The Princess of Esta. After arguing with the system in a back and forth, Noah finally decided to peek once again. Come on, host. You are literally immortal in this world. Why are you so scared? No. Yeah. Immortal this. Immortal that. Do you know what 300% pain tolerance means? I would rather die than feel that pain. No. But fine. I'll look. I'm immortal in the shop, so I can just peek while keeping one foot inside. Noah cracked the door open and scanned the area. Great. My magical interdimensional shop spawned in some forgotten alleyway. No wonder only a desperate guildmaster found me. The alley was worse than he'd imagined, cramped, dim, with suspicious stains on the cobblestones. Definitely not prime real estate. He was about to retreat when a flash of red caught his eye. She's back. Noah's heart leapt as he swung the door wide, plastering on his best customer service smile. Welcome back to my humble stow. Valeria shoved past him with her armored shoulder. Move, bread boy. The princess is coming in. Noah nearly choked on his own tongue. Princess. Of course. Welcome, your highness, he stammered. eyes widening as the second figure stepped into his shop. This princess wore a long robe, dark green and fitted to her athletic frame. A simple silver circlet rested on honey blonde hair cut at the shoulders, maybe 25, with almond hazel eyes that missed nothing. So this is it. She raised an eyebrow, surveying the tiny space. The miracle bread shop. Valeria wouldn't shut up about. Her accent was crisp, and she was confident in her speech. Valeria coughed, making the princess smile. The princess circled Noah's pathetic shop like a hawk, fingertips trailing along the empty shelves. And you're the baker. She stopped directly in front of Noah, close enough that he could smell something like cinnamon and leather. Her eyes narrowed. You're not from around here. It wasn't a question. Noah's stomach dropped. He's not from Esta. Your Highness. Valeria cut in. Foreign baker. Very mysterious. The princess didn't look away from Noah's face. Much more foreign than that, I'd wager. A smile played at her lips. I'm Princess Alara of the Eastern Provinces, and you're something entirely new. Noah swallowed hard. Just a humble baker. Your Highness. Humble bakers don't appear overnight in abandoned alleyways with healing bread that glows when eaten. She tapped the counter. How much? 3 gold coins, Noah said automatically. Alara actually laughed. Valeria frowned. You are not giving the princess a discount. You are more shameless than I thought, she said, crossing her arms. Alara's smile only widened. I like him. She pulled a small coin pouch from her belt. 2 loaves. Now. Noah's heart raced as he carefully took the bread from the shelf. 2 more sales? As he worked, Alara leaned against his counter, studying him with unnerving intensity. Strange times we live in, she mused. Demon attacks increasing, random shops appearing from nowhere, and a baker who speaks with an accent I've never heard. She tilted her head. Where did you say you were from again? I didn't, Noah replied, handing her the bread. Their fingers brushed, and a jolt like warm electricity shot up Noah's arm. Alara's eyes widened slightly. Definitely not from this kingdom, she murmured. Noah froze. Alara smiled, dropping 6 gold coins on the counter with a musical clink. Relax. Baker, why do you look so tense? She tucked the bread into her leather satchel. She turned to leave, then stopped at the door. The Magic Academy would love to have you as one of its students. Would you like to join? Noah nearly choked. Magic Academy. Like some kind of discount Hogwarts where they'd make him wave wands and recite Latin while wearing a pointy hat. Or maybe one of those battle academies where students fought each other for rank in some Byzantine hierarchy. He'd read enough web novels to know exactly how that would go. Let me guess there'd be spirit beasts, and some tournament arc where I'd face the arrogant young master from a noble family, he thought sarcastically. Complete with a tsundere female lead who'd hate me before inevitably falling for my mysterious powers. It's okay. I'm fine here. Thank you for the offer. Princess. Alara blinked twice, clearly taken aback. That was surprisingly quick. Her amber eyes glinted. Think about it. The door closed behind her with a soft click, leaving Noah alone with his thoughts and 6 gold coins. System. I just turned down a fantasy magic school, just to be this store's manager. Can I not get a reward? Noah said, scooping up the coins. No, Nam. Maybe I should have accepted her invitation. Chapter 8. Shop upgrade slot. Kingdom of Durenhold. The capital. Esta. The royal castle of Esta stood proud against the evening sky, its limestone walls glowing amber in the setting sun. Banners of blue and gold snapped in the wind along the battlements. Inside the great hall, candles illuminated a feast spread across polished oak. The royal family dined together, their silverware clinking. Queen Linnea watched her husband with growing concern. King Aldrich barely touched his roast pheasant, instead pushing it around his plate with uncharacteristic distraction. The deep lines around his eyes had deepened this past week. You've hardly eaten, she said, placing her hand over his. Aldrich forced a smile. Just thinking. About matters you shouldn't bring to the dinner table, she countered gently. Prince Cassius, their eldest, set down his goblet. Father, if there's news we should know. It's nothing, Aldrich insisted, before raising his head from his plate. Eat up. Alara, seated across from her father, fixed him with her amber gaze. We're family. Whatever weighs on you weighs on all of us. The king's shoulders sagged. He set his fork down with deliberate care before he sighed. The demons breached the eastern wall again last night. 43 dead. He rubbed his temples. The supply routes from have been cut off completely. Grain stores will last another month at most. Silence fell across the table. People are already going hungry in the lower city, he continued. And with the potions shortage, Queen Linnea gripped her husband's hand tighter. Actually, Alara leaned forward. I may have found something that could help at least with the healing crisis. I'm not sure about the supply number, but something is better than nothing. The king raised an eyebrow. Oh, a new shop appeared in the city overnight. In that abandoned alleyway near the Silver Wolf Guild Hall. Appeared. Cassius frowned. Alara nodded. The guildmaster, Valeria, my friend, discovered it first. She purchased bread from the shop owner and experienced remarkable healing effects. Bread. The king's brow furrowed. With healing properties. It sounds impossible. I know. Elara reached into her satchel and unwrapped a small portion of the loaf, but I purchased some myself today. To try it out myself. The shopkeeper is unusual. Definitely not from Esta. Perhaps not from any kingdom I know. Aldrich stared at the ordinary-looking bread. You're claiming this enhances healing. See for yourself. She placed it before him. The king hesitated, then took a small bite. His eyes widened instantly. Oh, mighty God, he murmured, touching his shoulder where an old battle wound had troubled him for years. I can feel it working. My regeneration is already accelerating by around 30%. Elara's eyes widened. I also felt the same effect. Does that mean that the effects are not affected by the realm of strength? That's impossible. It seems like it, her dad muttered, absent-mindedly. He took another bite. This is remarkable and unprecedented. Who is this baker? Queen Linnea asked. Elara shrugged. He won't say. He appeared as mysteriously as his shop. And his ambition, Aldrich's eyes narrowed. Unknown, Elara admitted. I invited him to attend the Magic Academy, thinking we could learn more about him and his methods. He accepted. He refused. Elara's lips quirked, rather quickly. 2. The king's eyebrows shot up. Refused. Most would fall over themselves for such an opportunity. Precisely why I found it interesting. Elara drummed her fingers on the table. He doesn't seem to be looking for power. Aldrich studied the remaining bread, deep in thought. With the demons pressing closer and our supplies dwindling, we need every advantage. He straightened, the king's authority returning to his posture. Elara, revisit his shop. Learn what you can about him and his shop. And if he proves trustworthy, she asked. A small smile crossed the king's face. Then perhaps the crown might become his most valuable customer. Achoo! Noah rubbed his nose, glancing around his near-empty bakery. Someone must be speaking ill of me behind my back, he muttered, before pulling out his status, level 1 auto baker. Sell 60 loaves of bread to upgrade to level 2. None. Progress. 260. Shop upgrade slot. Sell 10 loaves of bread. None. Progress. 410. Noah leaned against the counter, satisfaction warming his chest. Not bad. I'm nearly halfway to unlocking new products. He expanded the main status window. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. $300. Current assets. 1650. 56. Shop points. 60. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 6. Agility. 3. Skills. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. The corner of his mouth lifted. 2 loaves for $600. Not too shabby. His fingertip traced the shop points figure. 10 points per sale adds up faster than I expected. System, he whispered, glancing toward the door to ensure no early customers would catch him talking to himself. What can I do with my shop points? The host can lock a location, upgrade the store, and unlock many more functions later on. Noah's brow furrowed. Upgrade the store. What does that do? Upgrading the store will increase its size, increase the chance of being placed in a crowded area, improve product quality, and much more. Chapter 9. New customers. Before he knew it, a single loaf appeared instantly on one of the shelves. Noah blinked, momentarily startled. The auto baker had just finished its work. One perfect loaf, golden-crusted, aromatic, and completely ordinary to anyone who didn't know what it could do. He approached the loaf, running a finger over its crisp exterior. The memory of his vitality boost from earlier that day lingered, that rush of energy, the sensation of his body becoming somehow more resilient, more alive. I wonder, system, would me eating the bread give me more attributes? Or is it just a one-time thing? Noah asked, eyeing the solitary loaf on his shelf like a child contemplating stealing a second cookie. The blue interface flickered into his vision. It's a one-time boost. Eating the bread will not give you a stat boost. However, it will provide the same benefit that others experience, accelerating your natural healing by 30%. Figured. I knew that was too good to be true, he muttered, rolling his eyes. Noah dragged himself back to his chair near the door, resuming his vigilant post. For the past hour, he'd kept the door ajar, scanning the street for potential customers. The empty sidewalk mocked his efforts. Not a single soul had wandered by, not even the goblin. He yawned, stretching his arms overhead until his spine popped satisfyingly. Forget it. That's enough for now. I need some sleep. I'm still immortal after all. Noah lifted the chair, preparing to close up shop, when movement in the periphery caught his attention. 2 figures had emerged from the alley across the street. One supported the other, who limped heavily, head hanging low. His heart leapt to his throat as moonlight revealed a gleam of metal armor on the injured figure. Blood stained the man's leg, leaving a dark trail behind him. Oh, hell no. Noah slammed the door shut, twisting the lock with trembling fingers. Whatever attacked that night could come for me next. No way. Not happening. He pressed his back against the door. But then his gaze fell on the lonely loaf of bread and his eyes widened. The bread heals. This is an opportunity. Noah unlocked the door, pulled it open once more. Their eyes met across the quiet street. Noah's wide with nervous calculation. The injured man's glazed with pain. "Hey," Noah called, pitching his voice low enough not to attract whatever had injured the man, just in case. "You look like you could use some help. Come in." The lightly injured man hesitated, supporting his friend's weight with visible strain. They exchanged hushed words before slowly crossing toward the bakery, suspicion evident in their cautious approach. "Your friend's hurt," Noah observed as they reached the door. "I might have something that can help." Under the shop's light, Noah realized his error. The man wasn't a knight at all, just an adventurer in leather armor with metal shoulder guards. Blood soaked through a makeshift bandage on his thigh, and his face had gone pale beneath a layer of dirt and sweat. "Thanks," the friend said, helping the wounded man to a chair. He was jumped by thieves near Blackwater Bridge. The wounded man Gil grimaced. Wasn't even worth it. Idiots got themselves injured too. Noah seized his chance. "I have something that can help." He retrieved the loaf from the shelf, presenting it with all the ceremony of a sacred relic. "This bread has healing properties. It can accelerate recovery by 30%. Gil's friend narrowed his eyes. "Healing bread. Is this some kind of joke?" "No joke," Noah assured them, channeling his best salesman voice. "Only 3 gold coins, and it'll have you back on your feet in no time." Gil snorted, wincing as the movement jostled his injured leg. 3 gold. For bread. "Thomas, let's go. This guy's a scammer." "Wait." Noah stepped forward, blocking their path to the door. "The princess herself bought from me just this morning." Gil and Tomas exchanged incredulous looks. "The princess," Thomas repeated flatly, "came to this tiny bakery? In this back alley part of the town?" "Yes. She came with one of her friends, a guildmaster named Valeria." Gil actually laughed despite his pain. "And I'm the king's personal guard. Come on, Thomas. Look, why don't you try it first? If it doesn't help, you don't pay a single coin. Don't judge a cover by its book." Host. "It's don't judge a book by its cover." "Damn. Same thing." As if on cue, Gil's stomach growled audibly. His eyes flicked to the bread, and Noah recognized the look. The bread did look appetizing, perfectly golden brown, with an aroma that filled the small shop. 1 gold at most," Gil muttered. "And that's if it's the best damn bread I've ever eaten." Thomas sighed. Seeing that Tomas might intervene to block his sale, Noah intervened. Noah said quickly, "Just try it." Gil's expression remained suspicious, but the pain in his leg and the emptiness in his stomach made the decision for him. He extended a hand. "Fine." Noah passed him the loaf, watching intently as Gil broke off a piece and popped it into his mouth. The change was immediate and impossible to miss. Gil's eyes widened, a low moan of appreciation escaping him. "Oh, great God," he breathed, taking another, larger bite. "This is—" He froze mid-sentence, attention shifting to his injured leg. The 3 men watched in stunned silence as the bloodstain on his bandage stopped spreading. Gil flexed his leg experimentally. His expression turned grim as the pain hasn't subsided. But it was still better than before. "The pain. It's fading," he whispered, looking from the bread to Noah with newfound respect. Thomas leaned forward, examining his friend's injury. The bleeding stopped. "Told you," Noah said, fighting to keep the smugness from his voice. "It's magical bread with healing properties." Gil devoured the rest of the loaf in 4 giant bites, color returning to his cheeks with each mouthful. When he finished, he stood up tentatively at first, then with growing confidence. "I can walk," he announced, testing his weight on the injured leg. "It still hurts, but it's like a day-old injury now, not a fresh wound." Thomas stared at Noah with undisguised awe. "How much did you say?" 3 gold coins, Noah replied smoothly. Gil reached into a hidden pocket in his boot, producing a small leather pouch. "I'm sorry. I didn't believe that your bread was good, so I thought that you deserved to be scammed for trying to scam me." The adventurer's face softened with genuine remorse as he emptied the contents onto the wooden counter. 2 gold coins clinked against the surface, surrounded by a scattering of smaller silver pieces. "This is all we have left. The thieves didn't find it." His fingers lingered over the coins. "I will come back another time to pay you the rest." Noah watched the meager pile of currency glinting under the lantern light. His gaze flicked to Gil's mending leg, then back to the man's earnest expression. "Customers for life or a quick profit? I suppose I could make an exception." He swept the money into his palm. Feeling their satisfying weight, Gil's shoulders slumped with relief. "Here, you can keep the silver." Noah pushed the smaller coins back across the counter. "In regard to the gold coin, don't worry about it. But I do have a favor to ask you." Gil nodded gratefully. "Thank you. Of course. I can't say no to my benefactor." "You flatter me." Noah's smile felt surprisingly genuine. "Can you just spread word about my shop? You know any injured friends around the area? Just let them know about my shop, and I will be grateful." The adventurer's eyebrows shot up. That's it. Of course. I will do that. Gil glanced around the bakery, his gaze lingering on the empty shelves. But, do you have any more? Fresh batch tomorrow, Noah promised, mentally calculating how many hours the autobaker would need. Thomas clapped a hand on Noah's shoulder. We'll tell everyone. The healing properties of that bread are incredibly potent, and it's much cheaper than those alchemists or healers who charge tens of gold coins. Just doing my part, he replied with a modest shrug. The adventurers departed with enthusiastic promises to return. Noah watched through the window as they made their way down the street. Gil's limp almost imperceptible now. Noah locked the door behind them. Word-of-mouth advertising from grateful customers. The oldest marketing trick in the book. Idle tycoon system. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shops: 1. Daily revenue: $300. Current assets: $1850. 56. Shop points: 70. Attributes: Strength: 4. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 6. Agility: 3. Skills: Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Chapter 10. Blind date. After closing his shop, Noah returned back to Earth. He had been working nonstop for the whole day. His bones ached, his eyes burned, and all he wanted was the sweet embrace of his mattress. Looking at the moon hanging in the night sky, Noah yawned before collapsing on his bed like a kid after a long day at the playground. He didn't even bother changing his clothes or brushing his teeth. The moment his head hit the pillow, he was out. The next morning arrived with the ringing of his phone rather than the morning sunshine. Hello, he muttered groggily after answering the phone, eyes still glued shut. Good morning. Are you still asleep? The familiar voice pierced through his mental fog. Aunt May, his self-appointed social director and Noah's biggest cheerleader whether he wanted one or not. No, thanks for waking me up, Auntie, he said, recognizing her voice as he hadn't even looked at the caller ID when answering. All right, you are still half asleep. Go freshen up and call me back. Her tone left no room for negotiation. Okay, talk to you soon. He hung up the phone before staying in bed for another minute, staring at the ceiling. Noah dragged himself out of bed and stumbled to the bathroom. Cold water shocked his system awake as he splashed his face. After brushing his teeth and changing into fresh clothes, he called his aunt as promised. Good morning, Auntie. Finally, I thought you'd fallen back asleep. Aunt May's voice crackled through the speaker. How are you? Your father said you visited yesterday with actual fresh fruit. Is it your startup? His aunt also knew about his startup. Noah sat on the edge of his bed. Something like that. Business is looking up. About time. Your startup was eating all your money for years, and it's finally paying its worth. I told your father. Noah is too smart to be poor forever. He smiled despite himself. Aunt May had never understood what his software company actually did, but she'd never stopped believing it would succeed eventually. How's Uncle Wei? Noah asked, changing the subject. Same as always. His back hurts, but he won't see the doctor. Men, she scoffed. He's out fishing with his friends today. And how about Lily? My daughter is thriving. Her company gave her another promotion. Speaking of thriving careers, her tone shifted, and Noah's stomach tightened. He knew what was coming. I've been thinking about you. Here we go again? That's dangerous, he joked weakly. I'm serious. Noah, you're 30 years old. 28, he corrected. Almost 30. And when was the last time you went on a proper date? Before your father got sick. I bet. Noah sighed, running a hand through his hair. Auntie, we've talked about this. With Dad's medical bills and the business, I haven't had time. Excuses. Your father called me yesterday. You know, he's worried about you. Noah froze. Dad called you? Yes. He said you seemed different, happier, more confident. I spoke to him about it, and he also thinks you're ready. Too. Ready for what? But he already knew. To meet someone. And as fate would have it, I know the perfect girl. Young Min's daughter. Auntie. Noah groaned. She's beautiful. Smart. Just finished her master's degree in finance. She could help with your business. I don't need. Your father agrees it's time. He doesn't want you alone if... She trailed off, the unspoken fear hanging between them. If he doesn't make it. Noah's protest died in his throat. His dad had been pushing this too. The man who'd raised him alone after Mom died. Who'd sacrificed everything to send him to college. He couldn't dismiss that so easily. Noah, remember what you said last time? You promised you'd try. Had he? Noah vaguely recalled making some non-committal statement to get her off the phone during a particularly stressful day. I don't remember. You said, and I quote, next time you find someone, I'll give it a try. Her voice took on that triumphant tone that meant she knew she had him cornered. I wrote it down. Of course she did. Noah closed his eyes. Between medieval fantasy worlds, loan sharks, and magical bread, a blind date should be the least of his worries. And with his new income stream, he could actually afford to take someone to dinner without checking his bank balance first. Fine. He sighed. What was that? Aunt May's voice perked up instantly. I said fine. I'll go. Her delighted squeal made him hold the phone away from his ear. Wonderful. Her name is Sophia. She's a financial analyst at Meridian Partners. Smart girl. Pretty too, takes after her mother. When is this happening? Noah asked, already regretting his decision. Today? Café Lune. 2 hours from now. Today? He jumped to his feet. Auntie, I can't just... 2 hours is plenty of time to shower and find a clean shirt. I already told her about you, and she's interested. Don't mess this up. Noah. But I have. A magical bread shop to run in another world. Things to do today. More important than your future happiness. Your father's peace of mind. She played the dad card again. Ruthlessly efficient. Noah checked the time. If he met Sophia at 11, he could check the shop's status every now and then from the cafe's toilet. Okay. He relented. What's the address? Aunt May rattled off details about the cafe while Noah scribbled notes. After extracting several more promises that he wouldn't bail, she finally hung up. Noah flopped back onto his bed, staring at the ceiling. System. Can I ask for dating advice? Or is that outside your parameters? Host query falls outside system functionality. Idle Tycoon system specializes in business development, not relationship management. No. Thanks for nothing, Noah muttered. He hauled himself to his feet and headed for the shower. Between selling magical bread and evading loan sharks, how hard could a blind date be? As hot water drummed against his back, Noah tried to remember the last time he'd been on a real date. Before his dad's diagnosis, certainly. At least 2 years ago. That graphic designer who'd ghosted him after the first date? What if this Sophia wants to know about my job? He couldn't exactly tell her he ran an interdimensional bread shop. Hi, nice to meet you. I sell magical healing loaves to medieval princesses didn't seem like a winning opener. Noah stepped out of the shower and wrapped a towel around his waist. His wardrobe didn't offer many options, mostly t-shirts with tech company logos and jeans worn thin at the knees. In the back, he found a button-down shirt that hadn't seen daylight since his last job interview. It would have to do for now. I will go buy some clothes later this week. Chapter 11. Blind Date 2. He checked the time on his phone. It was enough to check his shop first and make sure everything was in order. He stepped through. Inside the shop, 4 loaves were now stacked on the shelf during his absence. Perfect. Noah grinned, before checking if anyone was in the alleyway for some quick sales. After waiting for customers for around 5 minutes, during which no one was spotted, Noah decided it was time to make his way to the blind date. Back on Earth, Noah made his way to the bus stop. Although he had a decent amount of money on him now, it was still nothing compared to all the loans he had taken. One step at a time, everything will fall in place. His eyes landed on a bicycle shop near the bus stop. Looking at the timing of the bus, he had been unlucky to miss it, meaning he had to wait 13 minutes before the next one would come. I might as well rent a bicycle. It will take me to my destination faster, which means I can get back to my shop quicker without spending much money, he thought, making his way to the bicycle store. The bell jingled as Noah pushed open the glass door of Pedal Power. The smell of rubber and machine oil hit him immediately. Bicycles of every shape, size, and color crowded the small shop, hanging from ceiling racks, standing in neat rows, propped against walls. A price tag on a sleek carbon fiber road bike made him choke. $2, $4.99. I could buy a car for that. Help you with something. A bearded man in his 40s emerged from behind a counter, wiping grease from his hands with a rag. Noah glanced at his watch. Do you rent bikes? Just need one for a couple hours. The man Mike, according to his name tag, looked Noah up and down. Sure do. What are you looking for? Mountain. Road. Hybrid. Just something to get me across town. Nothing fancy. Mike nodded toward a row of practical-looking bikes. City cruisers. $16 for 2 hours, $50 for the day. Noah blinked. That's steep for a rental. Quality costs. These aren't Walmart specials. Mike crossed his arms. But they won't break down halfway to wherever you're going. Either. Noah checked the time again. The date with Sophia loomed closer, and Aunt May would never let him hear the end of it if he was late. Fine. 2 hours. Mike handed him a clipboard with a form. ID and credit card for the deposit. $300 hold. Comes off when you return it. Noah filled out the paperwork while Mike adjusted a blue hybrid bike to his height. The transaction was quick, almost painless, until Mike reminded him that late returns incurred hefty fees. It's 10:15 now, Mike said, handing over the lock and key. So I need to see this beauty back here by 12:15 sharp. Noah secured the helmet under his chin. Not a problem. 5 minutes later, he was pedaling through traffic, the cool breeze in his face. For the first time in years, he felt almost carefree. Arriving at the cafe, Noah parked his bicycle and secured it with Mike's rental locks. He positioned it directly in front of the cafe windows where he could keep an eye on it. Hundreds of dollars down the drain if this thing disappears. He double-checked the lock and glanced at his watch. 10:58. Just in time. At least I didn't screw that up. The cafe was filled with mid-morning energy espresso machines hissing, laptops clicking, weekend professionals pretending to work, whilst they just wanted to attract girls. Noah spotted her immediately. Sophia sat at a center table, straight-backed and poised, checking her phone. His aunt hadn't exaggerated. She was good-looking in a crisp white blouse and tailored blazer, her dark hair falling in a perfect curtain to her shoulders. 84 out of 100. Definitely. Noah smoothed his shirt and approached. Sophia. Hi, I'm Noah. Sorry if I kept you waiting. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she looked up. No problem. But it was a problem. He could see it in the slight tightening around her mouth. The quick assessment as her gaze swept over him. He'd already lost points. And they hadn't even ordered coffee. Not a great start. Did you order? Or should I order? He gestured toward the counter. I haven't ordered. Noah flagged down a barista, ordered an Americano for himself and a vanilla latte for Sophia. Awkward silence stretched between them as they waited. So, Sophia folded her hands on the table. Where did you study? State University. Computer science. Oh. Her eyebrow twitched. Not one of the prestigious schools. Clearly. And your GPA? 3.2. Another flicker of disappointment crossed her face. Why does this feel like a job interview? So, what do you work as? Sophia took a delicate sip of her latte when it arrived. Noah froze mid-sip. Here we go. I'm currently unemployed. I don't work at any company. Her perfectly shaped eyebrows furrowed. The temperature between them dropped 10 degrees. Are you applying for jobs? She gave the question an artificial lightness. No. I stopped applying for jobs a few years ago. But Sophia stood up, gathering her purse. The chair scraped against the floor, drawing glances from nearby tables. It was nice meeting you, Noah, but I don't think we can work. Bye. She turned and walked out, heels clicking decisively against the hardwood floor. She didn't even let me finish, or pay for her coffee. Noah sat alone, staring at the half-empty latte across from him. The barista approached, sympathy etched on his face. Rough one. Man, want the check? Yeah. Thanks. Plenty of fish in the sea, the barista offered, returning with the bill. Noah forced a smile. Outside, he unlocked his bicycle, mentally calculating how much of his magical bread money he'd just wasted on a 7-minute date. As he straightened up, he caught Sophia watching him from the sidewalk, her expression shifting from surprise to annoyance. She'd returned remembering she'd left without paying only to find him with a rental bicycle. You came on a bicycle. Her voice carried across the street, loud enough to turn heads on the road. God, I'm glad I left when I did. What a waste of my morning. Noah swung his leg over the seat, dignity intact despite the heat rising in his cheeks. He pedaled away, her indignant huff fading behind him. But as he cycled through traffic, Noah realized something. For the first time in years, rejection didn't sting as badly. He had a shop to run, magical bread to sell. Chapter 12. Checking out the medieval world. Noah returned the bicycle with 2 minutes to spare, collecting his deposit from Mike with a nod before heading home. The entire journey back, his mind bounced between worlds: the failed date, the medieval shop, the loan sharks. Each problem was distinct yet somehow connected through the strange turn his life had taken. His phone buzzed as he unlocked his apartment door. Aunt May, right on schedule. Of course she's calling. Probably had a celebration cake ready to order. He let it ring 3 times before answering. Hey, Auntie. Noah. So, how did it go? Her voice bubbled with anticipation. Did you like Sophia? Isn't she beautiful? I told you. Noah kicked off his shoes and collapsed onto his couch. It didn't work out. A beat of silence. What do you mean didn't work out? What happened? We just didn't click. He stared at the ceiling, unwilling to admit he'd been dismissed within minutes. But she's perfect. Good family. Good education. Good job. Maybe too perfect. Noah cut her off gently. Look, I appreciate you trying. But, did you say something stupid? You always talk about your computer things too much. Girls don't care about coding. Noah. He pinched the bridge of his nose. It wasn't like that. We just want different things. Aunt May's sigh crackled through the speaker. You're too picky. Your father wasn't picky when he met your mother. Dad got lucky. Noah's voice softened at the mention of his mother. No luck. Only opportunity and action. Her tone shifted to resigned disappointment. Fine. I'll find someone else. Someone less ambitious. Less judgmental would be nice. Don't worry about it. Auntie, I'm focusing on my new business right now anyway. She clearly didn't believe him. Well, call your father. He was asking about the date. I will. Love you, Auntie. After hanging up, Noah stood in the center of his apartment, suddenly restless. He glanced at his watch. Plenty of time to return to his shop. Sell more bread, maybe reach that crucial 10-loaf threshold for upgrades. Noah stepped toward the portal, leaving the disappointment of his date behind. In a world of demons and magic, at least nobody cared about his GPA. Appearing in his shop, Noah saw another bread piece had arrived on the shelf. It was 5 loaves of bread now. That's worth $1,500. Plus, with these 5 sold, I can finally check out the store upgrade slot and buy new products to help me unlock another daily income stream. Duh, he thought with a smile on his face as he sat on the chair and waited for a customer to walk in. An hour passed with Noah sitting idly, bored as even the system didn't want to talk to him. After gathering his courage and remembering the earlier embarrassment from the date, he decided to finally take matters into his own hands. I'm curious about this world anyways. Let's see what it has in store for me, he muttered, standing up from his chair and walking towards the door. He asked the system about what if he lost his way, but the system told him that it would lead him back using a map. He sighed in relief and took a deep breath. From the way the system responded, he could tell it just wanted him to leave the shop. Stepping out of the shop, he placed one foot out before the second followed suit. He was finally outside his shop, glancing at the alleyway more clearly and the position of his store. His mouth couldn't help but twitch at the bad marketing strategy. The door was very plain like everyone else's, but with a wooden board saying, "Idle Store." No wonder everyone thinks I'm shady, he thought with a wry smile before he decided to leave the abandoned alleyway. Noah stood at the mouth of the alleyway, his heart hammering against his ribs. The morning sun was blazing, making the cobblestone street before him heat up his shoes. Real, actual cobblestones, not the decorative kind in tourist districts back home, but worn, uneven stones that had seen centuries of feet. For the first time since discovering the portal, he was truly experiencing this medieval world. No shop boundaries, no safety net. System. If I die out here, I just wake up back home, right? Affirmative. With a 24-hour system lockout penalty. None. And the pain is multiplied by 300%. None. Noah winced. So basically, don't die. Correct. None. Taking a deep breath, Noah stepped onto the main street and immediately flattened himself against a wall as a horse-drawn cart rumbled past, inches from his toes. Watch it, fool, the driver shouted, not even slowing. What's wrong with this guy? Collecting himself, Noah began walking, trying to blend in with the flow of people. The cobblestone street widened as he moved away, into a sprawling marketplace that took his breath away. Esta was alive in ways he couldn't have imagined from his shop window. Market stalls lined both sides of the street, merchants crying their wares in musical cadences. The scents of fresh fruit, roasting meat, exotic spices, and less pleasantly, horse manure competed for dominance. People bustled everywhere, women in long dresses carrying baskets, children darting between legs, men in leather aprons hammering metal, and mixed among them, figures that made Noah blink in disbelief. A woman in flowing purple robes walked past, a staff in her hand topped with a crystal that glowed faintly blue. She muttered to herself, and small sparks danced around her fingertips. An actual mage, with actual magic. Behind her, a man strode confidently in gleaming armor, a massive sword strapped to his back. Not cosplay armor, but genuine steel, dented from real combat. His face bore a scar that cut from forehead to jaw, and people stepped aside to let him pass. Noah gaped. It was like walking into a fantasy novel, except the smells were more pungent, the sounds louder, and the danger far more real than any book could convey. System. Am I seeing thing, or was that actual magic? Host is witnessing authentic magical phenomena. Damn. A group of children ran past, chasing what looked like a floating ball of light that giggled as it darted through the air. This is insane. Noah continued through the market, trying not to stare too obviously. He passed stalls selling everything from vegetables to potions in glass vials that glowed with unnatural colors. One merchant had an array of crystals spread on a velvet cloth, each humming a different musical note when touched. As fascinating as the magical elements were, Noah found himself equally intrigued by the mundane. The way people bargained, the currency changing hands, those familiar gold coins, along with smaller silver and copper pieces. The social hierarchies evident in clothing and demeanor. He was so absorbed in watching a blacksmith bend metal with nothing but whispered words and gestures that he nearly collided with a group of armored figures, Valeria's silver wolves, recognizable by their emblem. Noah ducked his head and slipped behind a fruit stall. The marketplace opened into a large square dominated by a stone fountain. Beyond that, the buildings grew taller, more elaborate, and rising above them all, the royal castle perched on a distant hill, its white towers catching the midday sun. That's where Princess Alara lives, where she wants me to study magic. A commotion to his right drew Noah's attention. People were backing away from something or someone muttering and pointing. Curious, Noah edged closer. There, arguing with a stall owner, stood a figure unlike any Noah had seen before. At first glance, it appeared to be a man in a hood, but as the figure gestured angrily, Noah caught a glimpse of a furry, whiskered face. Not a man, a humanoid raccoon. The raccoon man stood upright on two legs, dressed in leather clothing with numerous pouches. His snout twitched as he argued, revealing sharp teeth. Despite his animal features, his expressions were unnervingly human, currently contorted in frustration. This is highway robbery, the raccoon snarled, his voice perfectly comprehensible despite the muzzle it came from. 10 silver for a basic whetstone. I could buy 3 in West Hollow for that price. The human merchant crossed his arms. Go to West Hollow then. Beastkin. Oh wait, You can't because the roads are demon-infested. 10 silver. Noah couldn't tear his eyes away. A walking, talking raccoon person, haggling over a whetstone. System, he whispered. What am I looking at? Demi-human. Common in this world's southern regions. Nam. Like an evolved animal. Negative. Demi-humans are distinct species, not evolved animals. Many possess natural magical affinities. Nam. The tanuki's ears flattened against his head as the argument heated up. His paw-like hand moved toward one of his pouches, but he seemed to think better of it. With a final snarl, he slammed 8 silver coins onto the counter. 8. Final offer. The merchant looked ready to refuse, but his eyes darted to the growing crowd. After a tense moment, he snatched the coins and tossed over a whetstone. Don't come back. Beastkin. The raccoon's nose twitched. Wouldn't dream of it. Baldy. As the demi-human turned to leave, he locked eyes with Noah, the only person who hadn't backed away from the confrontation. The tanuki's amber eyes narrowed. Taking in Noah's clothes, definitely not local fashion. His clean-shaven face when most men here had beards, and his wide-eyed fascination. Instead of moving on, the tanuki approached. Noah tensed. You new around here? The demi-human asked, voice low enough that only Noah could hear. You stick out worse than I do, and I've got a tail. Noah swallowed. That obvious? Might as well have not from Esta tattooed on your forehead. The tanuki's whiskers twitched in what might have been amusement. Word of advice. Stop staring at everything like you've never seen it before. Makes you a target. Thanks, Noah managed, still processing the fact that he was receiving life advice from a raccoon person. The tanuki studied him for another long moment. Interesting, he muttered, almost to himself. Before Noah could respond, a city bell began to toll. The crowd in the marketplace immediately shifted, people moving with purpose toward the edges of the square. What's happening? Noah asked. Royal procession, the tanuki replied. Princess is oassing by. Perfect opportunity for pickpockets in the crowd. Which means, he grinned, showing sharp teeth. Work to do. With a mock salute, the demi-human melted into the gathering crowd. Noah found himself being pushed toward the edge of the square as people lined up along the main avenue. Guards in blue and gold livery began clearing a path, their armor gleaming in the midday sun. Make way for Her Royal Highness, Princess Alara of House Durenhold. A herald called, Alara, the bread customer, the one who offered me a place at the Magic Academy. Duh. Noah craned his neck, suddenly eager to see the princess in her formal element, surrounded by the pomp of royalty rather than in his humble shop. The procession came into view, knights on horseback, banners snapping in the breeze, mages with staffs that crackled with arcane energy. And in the center, a carriage pulled by horses so white they seemed to glow. The carriage windows were open, and there she was, Princess Alara, dressed in formal regalia that made her shop visit attire look positively casual. A tiara nestled in her blonde hair. As the carriage rolled past, her amber eyes scanned the crowd and for the briefest moment met Noah's. A small smile flashed across her face, followed by something like amusement. She raised one eyebrow fractionally, the ghost of a smile touching her lips. Chapter 13. Trouble. As the carriage rolled past, her amber eyes scanned the crowd and for the briefest moment met Noah's. A smile flashed across her face, followed by something like amusement. She raised one eyebrow fractionally, the ghost of a smile touching her lips. Then the unthinkable happened. The princess stood up, one delicate hand raising in a gesture that might as well have been a thunderclap. The carriage stopped. Guards snapped to attention like puppets yanked by invisible strings. The crowd gasped in collective shock. Noah's stomach dropped faster than a cultivator with broken meridians. This can't be good. Armored men descended upon the crowd, clearing a path with ruthless efficiency. One particularly zealous guard shoved Noah so hard he nearly toppled into a fruit stand. Move. Meanwhile, the princess descended from her carriage with the grace of a predator. Her robes barely touched the marble steps as her amber eyes remained on Noah with laser-like intensity. Yeah, I'm not going to wait for her to come to me. I'll become a target for all the people who hate the crown. Noah pivoted, ducking between two merchants whose argument about proper fish pricing had survived even royal intervention. He slipped past a family, using their collective bulk as cover. 3 more steps to freedom. 2, 1. Noah, stop. Her voice cut through the crowd noise, sounding like they were best friends. The murmuring started immediately, rippling through the gathered masses like wind through summer wheat. Noah. Who's Noah? Heads started turning in the crowds, trying to spot the mysterious person the princess was calling for. Noah's shoulders slumped in defeat, his escape plan crumbling faster than cultivation foundation built on fake spirit stones. So much for avoiding cannon fodder status. He turned, plastering what he hoped was a respectful expression onto his face rather than abject terror. The princess stood mere feet away. Having somehow crossed the distance, Noah sighed, his shoulders slumping. As the princess had already spotted him, I should have known that it was an unescapable canon event. Her smile widened. I thought that was you. What brings you to the capital's busiest street on parade day? Just taking a stroll. Your Highness, Noah managed, acutely aware that 37 guards and several hundred civilians were hanging on every syllable. What a coincidence. Her eyes sparkled with mischief that spelt imminent disaster. I was just thinking of doing the same. The carriage gets so stuffy. She tilted her head. Perhaps I could join you? Like I can say no. Noah's gaze darted to the mountain-sized captain of her guard, whose hand rested not so subtly on his sword hilt. The man's eyes promised swift dismemberment should Noah's answer displease the princess. Behind him, 3 other guards appeared to be mentally measuring Noah for a coffin. His voice cracked embarrassingly. Of course. Your Highness, it would be my honor. Wonderful. She clapped her hands together, looking genuinely delighted. Captain, please inform Lord Chamberlain that I'll be delayed. I'm taking a stroll with my dear friend Noah. Dear friend. Noah squeaked, then coughed to cover it. Yes, friends. That's accurate. The captain's face went through an impressive sequence of emotions. Shock, suspicion, calculation, and finally resigned suffering. Your Highness, he growled. Protocol requires at least 4 guards for any public. 1 will suffice. Captain. Her smile remained pleasant, but something in her tone made the massive man step back. After all, my dear friend Noah will protect me. Won't you? All eyes turned to Noah's skinny frame and distinctly non-martial appearance. I'm going to die. I'm actually going to die. I would throw myself before any danger, he replied with perfect honesty, knowing full well his only combat skill was falling over dramatically. But I still think the gentleman is correct. The more guards, the merrier. Princess Alara's eyes narrowed fractionally. The temperature around them seemed to drop several degrees. Are you suggesting I cannot assess security needs properly? She asked. Her voice honeyed poison. Noah swallowed. Hard. Not at all. Your Highness, merely offering my humble perspective. Humble perspective. What am I even saying? The crowd had grown utterly silent. Collective breath held as they witnessed what might well become an execution. The guard captain's face remained stoic, but his eyes gleamed with something that might have been respect or pity. 4 guards, Alara announced suddenly, startling everyone. 2 ahead, 2 behind. At a distance of 10 paces, her smile returned, sharp as a dagger. Better. Noah. He nodded, not trusting his voice. Splendid. She linked her arm through his, ignoring how he'd gone rigid as marble. I do appreciate a man with opinions. They're so rare at court. The captain issued rapid hand signals. The guards immediately took positions. As Alara guided Noah away from the procession route, whispers erupted behind them, spreading like wildfire. Did you see that? He contradicted the princess, and the princess listened. Must be a powerful family, or a powerful mage, after all. The princess said that he could protect her. The princess leaned closer, her breath warm against his ear. You've made quite the impression. Half the crowd thinks you're my secret lover, and the other half believes you're a powerful mage in disguise. Noah stumbled over absolutely nothing. I'm neither. She patted his arm. That's what makes it interesting. He shot a desperate glance at the guards, finding zero sympathy in their impassive faces. The closest one actually smirked. So, Alara continued conversationally, what do commoners typically do on their strolls? Noah's mind went blank. He'd gone from selling magical bread to arm in arm with royalty in less than 24 hours. His brain could not compute an appropriate response. Look at things, he offered lamely. Alara laughed, a genuine sound of delight that made several passers-by stop and stare. Things? How fascinating. Show me these things. Noah. She steered him toward a market stall selling jewelry. The merchant, spotting the princess, nearly fainted. Your Highness, what an honor. Please, anything you desire. My friend and I are just browsing. Alara interrupted smoothly. Isn't that right? Noah. Right? After she was done browsing, Alara bought 2 rings. Can I have those? How much are you asking for? Nothing. Your Highness, consider them yours. Alara did not argue but turned towards the guard, who nodded, before taking out a large pouch of gold coins and giving them to the merchant. The merchant's eyes widened in shock before he kept thanking them, continuously. Noah, seeing this, felt somewhat envious of the man. He made at least 20 gold coins from that pouch, whilst I've been struggling to make a few in my shop. As they walked, the princess asked him a question he wasn't prepared to answer. Why did you refuse my invitation to the academy? He let out an unexpected sound before he tried searching for an answer. The truth. Please. She cut him off. The weight of her gaze was almost physical. Noah felt trapped between worlds, his familiar earth life crumbling under debt, and this magical realm where he was completely out of his depth, because I don't belong there, he finally said. I'm not a mage. I'm just trying to make a living. Not a mage. Perhaps. But there's magic in you. Noah. Wild. Untrained. But there, she touched his arm lightly. The academy isn't just for those born with power. It's for anyone with potential. Potential for what? For greatness. Her smile returned, secretive and knowing, for changing worlds. Before Noah could respond, a commotion erupted behind them. The guard dropped to one knee, relaying the information. Your Highness, attack at the eastern wall. Demons. Hundreds of them. Chapter 14. The Demons and Mages. The captain cursed under his breath. The 7th breach this month. Alara's playful personality vanished, immediately becoming cold. Casualties. Unknown. Just got word now. The captain stepped forward, his armor clanking. Princess, we need to escort you back to the castle, where you are safe. Instead of nodding like any sensible royal would, Alara's eyes lit up with the unmistakable gleam of someone about to make a terrible decision. She turned to Noah, grabbing his arm with strength that he couldn't struggle against. Come with me, she commanded, already dragging him in the opposite direction of safety. Noah's feet skidded on the cobblestones. Wait, what? To the eastern wall, she called to the guards, who exchanged looks of pure suffering. No, no, no. Noah tried to extract his arm from her grip. It was like trying to escape an elegant vice. Why are we going to the eastern wall? This girl is actively trying to kill me. She thinks I'm some mysterious hero who's pretending to be weak. I'm actually weak. He mentally screamed while his physical face cycled through at least 7 different expressions of panic. Don't worry, Alara said, her smile far too confident for someone heading toward a demon invasion. I won't make you fight them. I can already tell you're not a mage. Oh, thank G. I want to show you what a mage can do. Her smirk should have come with a warning label. The captain of the guard, a man who had clearly contemplated career changes multiple times that day, sighed. He knew arguing was pointless. He signaled to the other guards, who formed a protective diamond around the princess and her unwilling companion. Your Highness, the captain tried one last time. Protocol states. Protocol also states I have authority during emergencies. Alara didn't even slow down. Noah's brain struggled to process the words. Wait, is she taking me on a field trip to see demons? People scattered as their group rushed through the streets. Noah stumbled along, wondering how his life had turned from selling bread to witnessing demonic invasion in under an hour. System, he whispered desperately. What are my chances of survival if we actually reach the eastern wall? The system ignored him, making him curse under his breath. The sounds reached them before the sights, roars unlike anything from Earth, and the distinct crackle of what could only be spells. Almost there. Alara sounded practically giddy. That's what I'm afraid of, Noah muttered. They rounded a corner, and Noah's heart attempted to escape through his throat. The eastern wall stood about 50 feet high, massive stone. Parts of it were currently on fire. Other parts appeared to be melting and scaling the wall. Pouring through a breach near the base were things that defied description. The closest analogy Noah's terrified brain could conjure was if spiders were the size of bears and looked very, very angry, whilst also having a weird look to them. There were also many kinds of demons with different looks and different powers. Soldiers fought desperately at the breach point, but among the defenders stood figures in robes similar to those Noah had seen in the market. They hurled spells, actual magic that tore through the demons with varying effectiveness. There, Alara pointed, eyes gleaming. That's what you could learn at the academy. A mage near the front line raised her staff, and a wall of ice appeared, temporarily stopping the demon advance. Another conjured chains of iron that bound a creature long enough for soldiers to hack at it with enchanted weapons. This is supposed to convince me, Noah squeaked. Seeing people nearly die fighting these demons? The captain growled. Your Highness, we're too exposed here. As if to emphasize his point, one of the larger demons spotted their group. Its eyeless face seemed to focus directly on them, on Noah. Oh no. Chapter 15. 7 loaves sold. Unlocking the shop. It's looking at me, he whispered. Why is it looking at me? The creature abandoned its assault on the wall and charged directly toward them, moving with impossible speed. Retreat, the captain bellowed, shoving Noah and Alara behind him. The guards formed a wall of steel, but Noah was afraid that it wouldn't be enough. What if that thing tears through them like tissue paper? What do I do? Just accept death and the 300% pain tolerance. He looked at the princess next to him, who didn't seem bothered. This girl, it's her fault. Now I'm going to die in a medieval fantasy world because a princess wanted to give me a magical career pep talk. Damn it. I should have stayed in my shop. Then Alara stepped forward, pushing past her protesting guards. She raised one delicate hand, her expression changing from curious to deadly serious. The invisible particles around her fingers seemed to react to her touch. The princess spoke a single word in a language that Noah's ears had never heard before. Power surged around her. The charging demon hit an invisible barrier 10 feet from their position. It shrieked, a sound that made Noah's teeth vibrate. Alara made a twisting gesture with her hand. The barrier engulfed the demon and contracted, squeezing the creature until it burst. Silence fell over their little group. The princess lowered her hand, turned to Noah, and smiled sweetly. And that was just a basic containment spell. First-year material. It depends on your affinity. One of my affinities is wind, and this was a basic wind spell. Noah stared at her, then at the remains of the demon, then back at her. First year, he repeated weakly. She brushed an imaginary speck of dust from her royal robes, though my execution was rather elegant, if I do say so myself. The captain looked like he might cry, laugh, or possibly just resign on the spot. Now, Alara continued brightly, as if they weren't still in mortal danger, about the academy. A second demon, larger than the first, crashed through the defensive line at the wall, then a third, and a fourth. Your Highness, the captain said, his voice pleading. We need to leave. This time, Alara didn't argue. She allowed herself to be moved away from the battle, dragging Noah along. So, what do you think? Ready to enroll? A smirk was on her face as she expected Noah to nod his head. Noah, who was trying very hard not to throw up from pure adrenaline, managed to gasp. Do you always recruit students by nearly getting them killed? Only the special ones. She winked. I sell bread. Yes, it's magical, but it's still bread. This princess really thinks I'm a mysterious heir of some powerful entity or something. As they rushed through the streets back toward the castle, Noah found himself thinking of his quiet shop, his immortality protection within those walls, and the simple goal of selling enough bread to unlock upgrades. Life had been so much simpler 20 minutes ago. Fine, he heard himself say. I'll consider the academy. A triumphant smile emerged on Alara's face, and it was somehow more terrifying than the demons. Although he had said that, Noah still didn't see himself enrolling in the academy within the near future. The prospect of battling demonic spiders with magic wasn't exactly on his 5-year plan. I'm fine with being a shop owner for now. As they approached the plaza, Noah's money-grubbing instinct kicked in once again. A captive audience of royalty and guards. When would this opportunity come again? Before you go, Your Highness, he called, causing Alara to pause mid-stride. I actually have more bread back at my shop. Given the attack, your soldiers might need it. The princess raised an eyebrow. Are you trying to sell to me after witnessing a demon invasion? Noah straightened his shoulders. I prefer to call it providing essential services during a crisis. If they each buy one, my stock will be finished and I can earn enough to unlock my shop upgrade. New daily income stream. As you know, my bread accelerates healing by 30%. Noah pressed on. Imagine your wounded soldiers recovering in days instead of weeks. She will have to buy some now. Alara's eyes narrowed. She glanced toward the eastern wall, where smoke still rose. How many loaves do you have available? 6. Your Highness. The usual price? 3 gold coins each. A beat of silence passed. Then Alara burst out laughing. You really are interesting. She shook her head in amusement. Noah's smile didn't waver. You flatter me, Your Highness. All right. That's 21 golden coins. Correct. Noah nodded like a pecking chicken, his spine tingling with anticipation. 6 sales at once. The princess's generosity would unlock his future. It landed in his palms with a satisfying drop. Gold clinked against gold. James, ensure our baker returns safely to his shop, Alara commanded. The mountain of a man bowed. As you command. Your Highness. Alara gave Noah one final, penetrating stare. See you soon. Also, if you have something other than bread, don't hesitate to let James know. Of course. Of course. He nodded. She left, heading towards the castle, leaving Noah with her intimidating guard and 21 gold coins. Chapter 16. New item for sale. The journey back to his shop passed in a blur. The shop's humble wooden sign appeared ahead, swinging in the afternoon breeze. Never had the words idle store looked so beautiful. The captain halted at the alley entrance. We've arrived. His face remained as expressive as a wall. He was the living embodiment of a stoic monk, or possibly chronic constipation. Why is he so serious? Noah wondered, wisely keeping the thought to himself. After all, getting beaten up for sassing a royal guard wouldn't unlock any system upgrades. Inside the shop, Noah arranged the bread loaves on the counter with the care of a museum curator handling ancient fossils. 6 perfect golden loaves, each worth 3 gold coins or more accurately. His financial salvation. The captain collected them with care. Those bread loaves were worth 21 golden coins, so they must be something good. The transaction was officially complete as both received their goods. Shop upgrade slot. Sell 10 loaves of bread. Down. Progress. 10 completed. The notification flashed across Noah's vision like digital confetti. You are now able to buy a new item to sell. Nan. Noah's heart leapt. Finally, the moment he'd been grinding for, a chance to expand his small shop, one product at a time. Wait, he called as the captain turned to leave. The mountain of a man paused at the door, one eyebrow climbing his forehead. Yes, I have another product to sell, Noah announced, rubbing his hands together with all the subtlety of a cartoon villain. Remember the princess's words? The guard nodded once. Where is it? His eyes scanned the empty shelves. There is nothing here. Noah raised a finger. Bear with me for 1 second. He dropped below the counter, squatting on his heels to access the shop interface out of sight. This was it. His moment of triumph. The upgrade menu materialized before him, glowing with disappointment. Instead of the vast array of magical products he'd imagined, such as potions, enchanted weapons, perhaps a nice line of self-warming socks, a single lonely item stared back at him. Everything else was locked behind bars. System. You've got to be joking, right? Why would I joke with you? Host. This is the price. Nam. It's too expensive. Damn it! No one is forcing you to buy it, host. It's your choice. Nam. The longer Noah stared at his current wealth and the price tag, the more his soul withered. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. $300. Current assets. $3,900. 42. Shop points. 100. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 6. Agility. 3. Skills. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. My wealth is $3,900. After buying this tea, I'll be back to poverty. Plus, I still haven't paid off those loan sharks. The guard's voice cut through his internal crisis. Is everything all right down there? Noah had been crouched under the counter for nearly 5 minutes, apparently long enough to make even a stoic royal guard speak out. Yeah, 1 second. He called back, his voice cracking slightly. He stared at the purchase button. Logic screamed to wait, to save, to be prudent. But, no, it's fine. I might become poor again. Those loan sharks might break my legs, but I'll figure something out. After all, I could possibly double my daily income if I could sell this for 3 gold coins too, maybe even more. He clicked the purchase button. His heart bled digital tears as 500 evaporated from his assets, leaving him with a disappointing $400, 42 to his name. I guess I'm back to ramen dinners and avoiding debt collectors. Congratulations. Iced tea is now available for sale. Your first product batch is available in your inventory. Ma'am. System. Why don't I have an auto iced tea maker, like my auto bread maker? He asked internally. Noticing the lack of production notifications, host must sell the product first. Then he will be able to create an idle income stream. Auto iced tea will be available after the first sale. Ma'am. Of course, because nothing could ever be simple. Noah retrieved the iced tea from his inventory and stood up, knees popping from the extended squat. The captain was now looking at him with genuine concern, probably wondering if the princess's special friend was having some kind of episode. Found it, Noah announced with forced cheer, placing a glass bottle on the counter. The container itself was stunning. It was made of glass that reflected the light like a prism, filled with liquid that shifted between deep blue and purple depending on the angle you were looking from. Most importantly, it was iced. The captain leaned forward, curious about the drink. What is it? Iced tea, Noah proclaimed. Increases mana reserves and regeneration by 30% for 10 minutes. Perfect for mages and knights during battle. The captain's eyes narrowed. You're a brewer as well as a baker. I'm a collector of rare recipes. Noah hedged. This would be invaluable for the royal mages fighting at the wall. Worth at least 10 gold coins. There. The opening bid. High enough to be profitable. Low enough not to sound completely insane. The guard studied the bottle. Then Noah. Then the bottle again. His face suggested he was mentally composing his resignation letter. All right, he said finally. Noah blinked. You want 10 gold coins? Right. The guard placed the coins on the counter with a decisive clink. What? No haggling. No questions. He just paid full price. Damn it. I should have asked for more. I'm so stupid. Noah mentally kicked himself. With negotiation skills this bad, it was no wonder his startup had struggled. The princess didn't set a limit on the purchases. The guard explained unprompted. Noah stared at the coins like they might transform into butterflies and flutter away. First iced tea sold. Daily idle income added. Iced tea. 10. Gold coins, $1. As in USD. Auto iced tea maker unlocked. Produces 1 iced tea every 4 hours. $1,000. Noah nearly choked. Per day. Combined with his bread income, he'd be making $1, 300 daily. It was enough to pay off his loans in less than a week. Chapter 17. Poor businessman. The guard collected the bottle with surprising care. I'll ensure this reaches Her Highness first, if it works as claimed. Expect more orders. If it doesn't, the princess will decide the next step. He left the threat hanging, but Noah barely noticed. He was too busy calculating his new income projections. It'll work, he assured the guard, as he momentarily stepped out of his trance. Customer satisfaction guaranteed. After the captain departed, Noah executed a victory dance that would have horrified any professional choreographer. His movements resembled a drunken flamingo having a seizure, but at least his joy was genuine. System. I'm back in business. He pumped his fist toward the ceiling. Well done. Host. Nam. His current status was as follows. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 1. 300. Current assets. $1,400. 42. Shop points. 110. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 6. Agility. 3. Skills. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Noah collapsed onto his stool, giddy with relief. An opportunity like that one might not come again. It's good that I took advantage of it. Otherwise, I would be regretful till the day I die. He sighed. He had almost gotten greedy, wanting to keep more money on his possessions, but luckily, he chose to buy a new product. And soon he would have to answer Alara's request about the magical academy. Princess Alara would be waiting, probably ready to throw him into classes with teenagers who could already turn people into frogs or whatever. Not now. It's too early. And outside his shop's safety, demons prowled the city walls, demons that had looked at him with particular interest. I really should have charged 15 coins for that tea. He glanced around his tiny shop. The shelves were completely empty. He had sold everything in the shop. I'm such a good businessman. He smiled before deciding that it was time to return to the real world. He couldn't sell anything even if he wanted to. Outside the shop window, Esta's sun began to set. Back in the real world. The sun was still out. I should have counted the time difference, Noah thought, his stomach announcing its displeasure with an undignified growl. He walked to the fridge, scratching his belly under his shirt. The kitchen light flickered, reminding him that his apartment was one maintenance issue away from being condemned. Let's see what we have here. Noah swung open the refrigerator door and confronted his life choices in food form. A single, lonely egg stared back at him, accompanied by a packet of cheddar cheese so old it might qualify for the elderly care home. He looked above his fridge, where the ramen usually sat in rows. That too was empty. I need to buy some groceries, he muttered. I can't keep living like a brokey for the rest of my life. I'm a businessman now. The word felt strange on his tongue. Businessman. But wasn't he? In another world, at least. He was now pulling in $1.300 daily. That was more than most corporate executives. A businessman who can't afford chicken, Noah thought sarcastically. Noah grabbed his empty wallet and keys, glancing at his phone. He realized that he hadn't spoken to his dad today. Ring ring. His father picked up on the second ring. Noah. Everything okay? Hey, Dad. Just checking in. How's the hospital food tonight? A dry chuckle. Mystery meat with a side of regret. Sounds delicious. He chuckled. I'll visit tomorrow. Craving anything? Snacks. Magazines. Save your money. Son, you need it more than I do. Noah stepped outside, squinting in the evening light. Actually, business is looking up. Really up. Good. Good. His father's voice softened. You know, your mother would be proud. Noah swallowed past the sudden tightness in his throat. Yeah. Though she'd also say it's time you settled down. Can't marry your work, son. Dad. Just saying. Those good genes shouldn't go to waste. Noah laughed, turning the corner toward the supermarket. I had a date today, actually. Complete disaster. What happened? She walked out when she found out I was unemployed. But you just said, I'm self-employed. She didn't stick around for the distinction. His father's laugh turned into a cough, and Noah's chest tightened. Get better. Dad, I'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself. Noah. Love you. Love you too. Noah pocketed his phone, pushing through the automatic doors of Super Discount Mart. He grabbed a basket, headed for the ramen aisle out of pure muscle memory, then stopped short. I'm making almost $2,000 a day. I can afford some real food. Noah pivoted toward the produce section. Can I help you find something? Asked an employee who clearly hoped the answer was no. Just looking at vegetables, Noah replied. Realizing how sad that sounded only after the words left his mouth, the employee blinked slowly. I see. Thanks. Noah selected items at random. Broccoli. It's healthy looking. Into the basket. Bell peppers. Pretty colorful. Looked tasty enough. Definitely basket-worthy. Eggplant. Way too intimidating. Maybe next time. The meat section presented new challenges. Different cuts stared back at him through plastic wrap, judging his culinary incompetence. What do I even do with ribs? He settled on chicken breasts, the culinary equivalent of a beige sweater. It was safe and impossible to mess up, but it had one problem. Bland. Way too basic. His basket now contained vegetables, meat, bread, and yes, 2 packages of ramen. Ramen is the foundation. No matter how rich I am, I can never forget my good old friend. At checkout, Noah recognized the cashier, Melissa, who'd been ringing up his eggs and ramen for the past year. Her eyebrows shot up at the sight of actual food in his basket. Whoa, did you lose a bet? She scanned the broccoli with suspicion. Thought I'd try not dying of scurvy for a change. Melissa nodded at the ramen. I see you're keeping your options open. Though, baby steps. Noah grinned. Besides, ramen and I have history. Can't just ghost a faithful companion. She laughed, bagging his groceries. Well, look at you, adulting and everything. Next, you'll tell me you're doing your laundry regularly. Let's not get crazy. Her smile lingered as she handed him his receipt. Seriously, Though, good for you. Everyone deserves real food. Walking home, grocery bags swinging at his sides, Noah felt almost normal, before a familiar, scary voice called out to him, "Carter." The voice wasn't loud. In fact, it was quite calm. But it still sent shivers down Noah's spine. Shit. Chapter 18. Loan Sharks. Shit. Noah's grocery bags suddenly weighed 1,000 pounds each. He turned slowly, facing the inevitable. Rex stood beneath a flickering streetlight, one hand tucked into his leather jacket pocket, the universal sign for I might have a weapon. A thick gold chain stood against his neck, probably purchased with someone else's money. Rex. Hey, what a coincidence. Noah's voice came out an octave higher than intended. Rex didn't smile. His face remained expressionless as he closed the distance between them, stopping close enough that Noah could smell his breath. And it stank. A nauseating cocktail of cheap cigarettes and garlic bread. Don't gag. Do not gag. Follow me. Rex turned, not bothering to check if Noah complied. Because of course Noah would comply. Both men knew the script. 4 minutes later, they stood in an alley between a laundromat and a cell phone repair shop. Noah's groceries had gone from fresh purchases to hostages. You're a hard man to find lately. Carter. Rex examined his fingernails. Almost like you're avoiding me. Me. Avoiding you. Noah laughed. Why would I do that? I love our chats. Quality time. Rex's eyebrow twitched. Multiple visits to your apartment. Nobody home. Your phone goes straight to voicemail. Beginning to think you'd skipped town. Phone broke. It's still in the repair shop. Also, work has been crazy lately. Work. Rex smirked. Thought you were unemployed. Self-employed. Noah corrected automatically. Why am I arguing semantics with a debt collector? Rex leaned against the brick wall. Must be doing well. You are buying meat. He nodded at the bags. Instead of those ramen cups we always see in your trash, they go through my garbage. Just had a lucky break. Noah muttered. Lucky break. Rex repeated the words like testing their flavor. Lucky enough to start making payments. Noah swallowed. I was going to call you guys tomorrow, actually, because my mobile phone would be fixed by then. Sure you were. Rex's smile didn't reach his eyes. Just like you were going to call last week. And the week before. I really was this time. Then today's your lucky day. Rex straightened up. Your grace period's over. Weekly payments start now. Worst? Timing. Ever. Noah calculated quickly. How much? He asked, already knowing it would hurt. 1,000. Cash. Now. Noah's mouth went dry. I don't have that much on me. Rex shrugged. ATM's right around the corner. I'll wait. Of course he knows where the nearest ATM is. Probably has a mental map of all withdrawal points within 3 miles of my apartment. Fine. Noah set his groceries down carefully. The ATM transaction felt like organ donation. Each button press extracted another piece of his soul. The machine spat out 10 crisp $100 bills, reducing his account to a pitiful balance. It's okay. Tomorrow I'll have it back. Noah consoled himself. Noah returned to find Rex exactly where he'd left him, scrolling through his phone with an expression of boredom. The groceries remained untouched. Here. Noah handed over the stack of bills, trying not to let his hand shake. Rex counted them, licked his thumb for the last few bills like an old-timey banker, then tucked them into his jacket. Same time next week. Another 1,000. Next week. Noah's voice cracked. That wasn't the agreement. Agreement's been updated. Boss says weekly payments until you're square. But that's smart business. Rex finished the sentence with a smile. You understand business, right? Carter. Noah thought of his bread shop, his idle income. Yeah, I understand business. Good man. Rex clapped him on the shoulder with enough force to stagger him. See you next Friday. Don't make me hunt you down, because there will be a fine for that. He walked away, disappearing around the corner like a recurring nightmare that would return right on schedule. Noah collected his groceries, hands slightly numb. It's okay. I can manage this. Pay these goons their weekly 1,000. Pay the hospital bills. Still have plenty left over. But something dark and cold had settled in his stomach. And it wasn't just Rex's garlic breath. If his system stopped working, if the portal disappeared, if the princess decided to throw him in a dungeon tomorrow, Noah trudged home, groceries no longer feeling like a victory. His tiny, crappy apartment came into view. The promise of broccoli and chicken failing to lift his spirits, tomorrow couldn't come fast enough. He needed that daily income transfer, needed to sell more products and increase his daily revenue even further. Chapter 19. A small meal. Returning home, Noah closed the door behind him and placed the groceries on the kitchen counter. It was a small kitchen, with basic necessities to live in the modern day. He placed the stocks in the fridge whilst leaving the portion he wanted to cook. Noah spread his ingredients across the counter. Chicken breasts, garlic, onions, and the noodles, his loyal companions through the darkest times. Tonight, we feast like actual humans. He propped his phone against a water glass and pulled up an online tutorial. Perfect juicy chicken breast for complete beginners. Hey guys, Chef Marcus here. The unreasonably handsome man on screen announced, "Today we're making foolproof chicken that's crispy outside, juicy inside." Noah squinted at the screen. "Your smile is suspicious." "Marcus." He followed along, chopping garlic with the precision of someone who'd never properly held a knife before. Close enough. The chicken sizzled as it hit the pan, sending a plume of smoke toward the ceiling. "That's normal," Noah assured himself, even as Chef Marcus's chicken remained suspiciously smoke-free. Smoke means flavor. His phone pinged with a notification. An email from the hospital about his father's upcoming treatments. Noah glanced at it, momentarily distracted just long enough for the garlic to transform from golden brown to charcoal black. No. He yanked the pan off the burner, waving away smoke. Chef Marcus continued smiling from the screen, oblivious to the disaster unfolding in Noah's kitchen. "Now we'll add our perfectly caramelized garlic. Perfectly cremated is more like it," Noah muttered. Scraping the blackened bits into the trash, he started caramelizing the garlic once again. This time, he watched the pan like a hawk stalking prey. The chicken started to brown beautifully. Noah's face showed a small, victorious smile. Then he flipped it. The underside was black as midnight. "How?" he demanded of the universe. "I was watching you the entire time." Chef Marcus spoke once again, from the phone screen. "See how gorgeous that color is?" Noah threw a dish towel at his phone, knocking it face down on the counter. "Damn it. I can't cook to save my life." He took a deep breath. One last attempt. Noah lowered the heat, took out some fresh chicken. Whilst giving the chicken his full attention, the noodles boiled peacefully in a separate pot, the only cooperative element in this kitchen rebellion. 10 minutes later, something miraculous happened. The chicken looked edible, golden brown, not cremated. Noah poked it suspiciously with a fork. "Are you messing with me?" The chicken didn't answer, which he took as a good sign. He plated his masterpiece pan-seared chicken over noodles, with the vegetables he'd hastily steamed. The first bite nearly brought tears to his eyes. Food. Actual food. It wasn't Chef Marcus's quality. The chicken was slightly dry on the edges, and he'd definitely oversalted, but it was good. Noah ate at his small table, one eye on his phone, watching some online videos. By the time he finished eating, he felt like he had accomplished something great. "I cooked an edible meal." The thought almost brought tears to his eyes. Small victories were always emotional. Noah washed his dishes, laid out clothes for tomorrow, and set his alarm. Noah woke up the next day, rolled out of bed, and shuffled to the bathroom. With his morning routine complete, he gathered his laundry and headed downstairs to the building's coin-operated machines. While the old, crappy washer churned his clothes, Noah hunched on a plastic chair, scrolling through social media. Short videos flashed by, whether it was comedy videos, cooking fails, cat videos, or people far more successful than he, living their best lives. 30 minutes later, he returned to his apartment with clean clothes. Without wasting time, Noah stepped through the portal and appeared in his shop. His shelves were no longer empty. 10 loaves of bread lined one shelf, their golden crusts gleaming in the morning light. Alongside the loaves, 5 glass bottles of iced tea were also sitting there. This place looks like a real store now. A poor one, though. Noah approached the iced tea display, lifting one bottle to examine it. The glass felt cool against his palm. "I can get a boost in my attributes the first time I try a new product. Let's see what this one does." He unscrewed the cap, releasing a subtle, sweet scent that made his mouth water. Noah took a cautious sip, then froze as flavor exploded across his tongue. It was a peach flavor, but not like any peach he'd ever tasted. This was peach as it existed in dreams, in perfect summer ads. Sweet but not cloying, crisp yet somehow smooth, with complex notes that reminded him of honey, vanilla, and something utterly foreign, something that could only be described as the taste of magic itself. He swallowed, and a rush of coolness spread through his body, settling behind his eyes like a gentle wave. He let out a soft moan that escaped involuntarily. "You have gained +1 intelligence." Noah blinked. "Oh my God," he whispered, staring at the bottle. "Did I just get smarter from drinking tea?" System. What just happened? Host has gained +1 permanent intelligence attribute from the first consumption of a new product. Damn. So I'm smarter now, just like that. Yes and no. Whilst the intelligence stat increases your cognitive processing capacity, problem-solving skills, memory recall, and more, it's not by a large margin. It's very minute. This is because the intelligence stat is more focused on your affinity to mana. No. So it mostly increased mana-related skills, but also increased my intelligence, although subtly. Right? Yes, host. That's what I just said. None. Okay. Calm down. No need to be so sassy. I was just making sure. Noah rolled his eyes. Noah took another sip. Despite knowing that he wouldn't receive another boost, this drink is simply too good. If it enters the market on Earth, it will dominate. Without the stat boosts. Just the flavor. System. When can I unlock more products in the shop slot? Chapter 20. Level 2 shop. Shop level 2 required for additional product slots. Man. What do I need to upgrade my store to level 2? The host needs the following requirements. Then, 5,000 shop points. Damn, that's a long way ahead. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 1. 300. Current assets, $300. 10. Shop points, 110. Attributes, strength, 4. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 3. Skills, programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. His current shop points were nowhere near 5,000 shop points. Auto iced tea maker unlocked. Produces 1 iced tea every 4 hours. Max stock, 12. Progress 60. Level 1 auto baker. Sell 60 loaves of bread to upgrade to level 2. Max stock, 12. Progress, 1060. His auto baker was 16th into the upgrade, while his auto iced tea maker hadn't even started. It's fine. I've already gotten some loyal customers. The royal family will start buying the iced tea and the bread for their mages, while some other customers will pop in every now and then. The bell above the door jingled, drawing Noah's attention. Instead of one of his regulars, a stranger entered. An older man in modest clothing, perhaps late 40s with streaks of silver in his closely cropped hair. A noticeable limp affected his walk. The man's eyes landed on the shelves, widening at the sight of golden loaves and bottles. "Hello, young man," he called. "I've come on the recommendation of Gil. He told me you sell magical bread that increases regeneration." Noah straightened behind the counter. "Yes, indeed. The golden coin was worth leaving. He got me a new customer." The older man approached, placing 3 gold coins on the wooden surface. 3, right? Correct. Noah retrieved a loaf from the shelf, handling it with the respect it deserved. As Noah retrieved the bread, the man introduced himself. Woodrow Taylor, former knight of House Balfour. Noah Carter, a shopkeeper. Woodrow's gaze drifted to the crystal bottles. "And these, I've not seen their like before." "Iced tea," Noah explained, seizing the marketing opportunity. "Increases mana reserves and regeneration by 30% for 10 minutes. Essential for mages in combat situations." "The price?" Woodrow asked, examining the bottles with interest. 10 gold coins each. The man's eyebrows shot up, but he didn't comment further. He lifted the wrapped bread instead, studying it with the intensity of someone evaluating a weapon. "Might I?" Woodrow gestured to the space. "Would you mind if I tried it here? My journey home is long, and my leg troubles me." Noah glanced at his single stool. "Hardly better than a crate you would find in first-person shooting games. Please, sit." Gratitude flickered across Woodrow's weathered face. "Thank you." He unwrapped the bread with careful movements, broke off a piece, and placed it in his mouth. His eyes closed immediately, savoring the flavor. Then his expression changed to surprise. His free hand went to his right leg, the one he'd been favoring. "By the god," he whispered. Noah watched with fascination as color returned to Woodrow's face. "It actually works." The former knight's voice had dropped to an awed whisper. The bread's healing properties were working, targeting the injury the man had before, whether it was damaged muscle tissue or weakened bone that had never properly healed. But there were limits. 30% faster regeneration could ease pain, reduce inflammation, and begin repairing damage. It couldn't instantly heal years-old wounds. Woodrow stood, testing his weight on the injured leg. It wasn't healed, but the pain clearly wasn't as severe. "Another," he said, reaching for his coin pouch. "I'll take another immediately." System. The healing effects don't stack, right? Correct. Multiple consumptions will not stack. Noah hesitated. "Actually, sir, I should tell you the effects don't stack. Eating a second loaf won't increase healing beyond 30%. Noah explained. "It would be a waste of your money." Woodrow stared at him, his expression shifting from disappointment to surprise. "You're telling me not to buy more of your product?" "I'm telling you how to use it effectively," Noah corrected. "The effect lasts about 10 minutes. You'd be better off returning then, for another dose rather than consuming multiple loaves at once." The former knight's laugh filled the small shop. "An honest merchant. I thought your kind extinct?" Noah smiled. "I'd rather have customers who return because my products work as advertised." Woodrow nodded appreciatively. "Then I'll return in 10 minutes for another, and perhaps tomorrow as well." He tested his leg again, still smiling at the reduced pain. "May I ask how you came by such knowledge of healing magic?" "You're young for an alchemist." "Family recipe," Noah offered, his standard explanation. Woodrow accepted this with a nod. Woodrow limped toward the door, his movement noticeably smoother than when he'd entered. "I'll return, as promised. Don't close the shop and forget me." "I won't," Noah smiled. How could I say no to $300? As the door closed behind the former knight, Noah couldn't help but grin. Word was spreading. The shop was finally getting noticed. 10 minutes later, the man returned and bought another one. This time, Woodrow took the bread with him. Once the door closed behind him, Noah checked his status once more. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 1. 300. Current assets, $900. 10. Shop points, 130. Attributes, strength, 4. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 3. Skills, programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Chapter 21. Valeria. A lesson. After Woodrow left, the bell above the door chimed again 10 minutes later. Dingling. This time, a very familiar face appeared. Noah stood up from his crate. Valeria. The red-haired guild captain who'd scammed him into a discount for his first-ever sale. The woman who'd introduced him to this world's economy by threatening him with a knife. I'm not getting scammed again. He plastered on his best customer service smile. Valeria's mouth twitched, looking at his expression. What's with that smile? Baker, do you hate me or something? Hate you. Never. Just delighted to see my favorite customer. Valeria snorted, approaching the counter with the confidence of someone who owned the place. Her silver wolf emblem gleamed on her armor as she surveyed the shop. New product. She nodded toward the glass bottles of iced tea. Indeed, it's iced tea. It increases mana reserves and regeneration by 30% for 10 minutes. Her eyes narrowed with interest. How much for a loaf of bread and an iced tea? Just 13 gold coins. Valeria barked a laugh. 13. Your bread is 3. The tea is more complex, Noah replied, already retrieving both items from the shelf. Aren't you a knight? Why would you want it anyway? It's not for me. Valeria tapped her guild emblem. It's for my mages. If it works, we'll place regular orders. Another potential bulk customer. Business is booming. 13 coins total, Noah said brightly. Valeria leaned against the counter, her expression shifting into negotiation mode. 13. After I brought you the princess, a royal customer. You owe your success to me, Baker, and I'm eternally grateful, Noah countered smoothly. That's why I gave you a substantial discount on your first purchase. Her eyes narrowed. 5 gold for both. 13. 8. 14. Valeria drummed her fingers on the counter. Then her eyes lit up with a new strategy. Baker, why don't I teach you swordsmanship? Here we go. Another scam. I'm rather satisfied with my current skills, Noah replied immediately. 13 golden coins, he repeated. Indignation flashed across her face. Many would kill to learn under her. But this Baker wasn't. Baker, you are new to Esta. You haven't heard of me. She unsheathed her sword in one fluid motion. It was too fast for Noah to even flinch. I'm an adept swordswoman. Pride colored her voice and face. That's not something just anyone achieves. Noah raised an eyebrow. Adept. 4 ranks exist in Esta's martial traditions. Valeria ran her finger along the flat side of her blade. Novices stumble through basic forms, usually cutting themselves more than opponents. Apprentices survive their first real fights. Adepts. They master combat as an art. She twirled the sword in complex motions that left a faint trail of light. The display was impressive, even to Noah's untrained eye. And beyond adept, he asked, genuinely curious. Masters create new techniques. Grandmasters change how warfare itself functions. Her expression softened slightly. I've met 2 masters in my life, never a grandmaster. System. Is this worth considering? It depends on the host. If the host wants to go out more without worrying about the pain penalty of dying, then learning a skill like swordsmanship would be useful inside this world. Nan. Fine. Noah decided. I'll do it. But I'll only give you a gold coin discount. Valeria sheathed her sword. Make it 2. No. I'll give you 2 lessons. Noah weighed his options. Basic sword skills might actually be useful, especially with the demons attacking the city. Fine. Valeria's smile was pure victory. Smart choice. Baker. 11 coins for tea, bread, and 2 private lessons from an adept. You are winning. After giving her the bread and tea, Valeria took them and placed the 11 golden coins on the counter with a clink. Are you free for lessons now? Her eyes shone with mischief. Noah hesitated before nodding. All right, let's go. Valeria smirked, already heading for the door. Noah grabbed a loaf of bread from the shelf and tucked it into his jacket. You never know what could happen outside. Better prepared than sorry. He followed her out, closing the shop door behind him with a sense of foreboding. The Silver Wolf Guild Hall appeared in front of him, a sturdy stone building with a wolf's head carved above the entrance. Guards nodded respectfully as Valeria approached. Training yards in the back, she called over her shoulder. Noah hurried to keep pace. I thought maybe we'd start with some theory first. Maybe a lecture on proper sword etiquette. Valeria laughed at him. What's so funny? Theory gets you killed. We learn by doing. The training yard opened before them, a packed dirt rectangle surrounded by weapon racks, training dummies, and benches where off-duty guild members watched him with obvious interest. His clothes were things they hadn't seen before. Furthermore, he was following their leader. Everyone. This is Noah the Baker, Valeria announced. He's learning swordplay. Don't kill him. A chorus of chuckles greeted this announcement. Reassuring, Noah muttered. Valeria approached a weapons rack, selecting a battered iron shortsword. She tossed it toward Noah, who flinched aside, letting it clatter to the ground. First lesson failed. She sighed. Always catch your weapon. Noah eyed the sword with suspicion. Can't we start with something less lethal? A stick. Maybe. This isn't garden play. Valeria countered, hefting her own steel blade. Real enemies use real weapons, and real weapons cause real death, Noah pointed out, which I'm trying to avoid. Their staring contest lasted 10 seconds before Valeria relented with an eye roll. She replaced the iron sword and retrieved 2 wooden training blades from a nearby barrel. Fine. Wouldn't want to damage the princess's favorite baker. She tossed one to Noah, who managed to catch it this time. Happy. Ecstatic. Chapter 22. First swordsmanship lesson. The wooden sword felt awkward in his grip. Based on its looks, he had expected it to be easy to handle. But it was anything but easy. It's heavier than it looks. Looks really are deceiving. It was also difficult to balance, completely different from anything he'd handled before. Stand like this. Valeria demonstrated a stance, feet shoulder-width apart, knees slightly bent, sword held at a diagonal across her body. Noah tried to mimic her, feeling like a child playing pretend. No, no, no. She strode over, physically adjusting his posture with her hands. He blushed instantly as he felt her touch all over his body. Damn it. You can instruct me without touching. Wider stance. Bend your knees more. You're not a statue. I'm just a shopkeeper, he reminded her. Not today. She circled him, prodding his form with the tip of her wooden sword. Today? You're a swordsman. Or trying to be. For the next hour, Valeria drilled Noah through basic stances and strikes, each movement repeated dozens of times until his arms trembled with fatigue. Again, she commanded after his 50th diagonal cut. 50 more. Are you serious? Sweat dripped from Noah's forehead, stinging his eyes. The body learns through repetition. Or would you prefer fighting demons with that sloppy technique? Noah grumbled but resumed the exercise. High strike, middle strike, low strike, over and over and over. The guild members watching had lost interest after the first 20 minutes, wandering off to more exciting activities. Only one remained, a young man taking notes with scholarly attention. Who's that? Noah asked during a water break. Finn. He is a newbie. He has no talent in swordsmanship. But alas, he is always trying to defy his fate. Ignore him. Finn waved cheerfully. Noah returned the gesture before Valeria smacked his hand down. No fraternizing. Back to work. Now we attack the dummy. She pointed to a straw-filled figure wearing scraps of leather armor. That dummy has killed more new recruits than any demon, she said casually. His name is Harold. The dummy has a name and a personality. He's judging you right now. Noah approached Harold with appropriate caution. The straw figure stared back with button eyes that did indeed seem unnervingly judgmental. All right. The first combo you will be learning is, Valeria commanded. High, middle, low, then step back. Understood. Noah nodded, sweating his butt off. Understood. Good. I want 20 repetitions. His first attempts were awkward, his wooden blade bouncing ineffectively off Harold's stuffed body. You're tickling him. Strike through the target, not at it. Imagine your blade continuing past the point of contact. Noah tried again, focusing on the follow-through. His blade connected with a solid thwack. Better. Valeria sounded genuinely surprised. Again, by the 20th repetition, Noah's strikes had developed something resembling consistency. It wasn't graceful, and certainly not powerful, but at least it held the same trajectory. Last exercise. Valeria announced, this will be a defensive stance. She demonstrated a stance designed to ward off incoming attacks, the sword angled to protect vital areas, such as the chest, neck, and liver. Hold this for 5 minutes. Don't move. The first minute wasn't bad. It felt like a breeze. However, by minute 2, his muscles decided that it was time for him to stop, screaming in protest. At the 3rd minute, he was certain his arms would detach from his body. When Valeria finally called time, he collapsed onto the dirt. Congratulations, she said, looking down at his prone form. You survived lesson 1? Barely. Noah gasped. You did better than expected, she admitted, offering a hand up. Most first-timers quit after the initial strike series. I'm not a quitter. He accepted her help, rising on shaky legs. Just a masochist? Probably. You have learned the new skill, swordsmanship level 1. His exhaustion was instantly forgotten. Noah fought to keep his expression neutral. A real skill. With levels and everything. Valeria caught his poorly concealed excitement. Don't get too pleased with yourself. You're somewhere between danger to yourself and slightly less dangerous to yourself. Now, progress is progress. Noah countered. Next lesson tomorrow. They parted at the guild entrance. Noah heading back toward his shop with muscles screaming in protest at every step. But despite the pain, he felt oddly accomplished. I learned an actual swordsmanship skill. It was worth it. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 1. 300. Current assets. $1,400. 42. Shop points. 130. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 7. Agility. 3. Skills. Swordsmanship level 1. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Chapter 23. Little Thief. Walking back with the wooden sword. Noah remembered Valeria's parting words. Take this with you. Repeat the stances I taught you as many times as you can. Your technique is still sloppy. Once you reach a good foundation, I'll teach you the next stances. Noah rested the practice blade against his shoulder. Feeling simultaneously ridiculous and oddly competent, the pose might look cringeworthy, but the sword was heavy, and it was the only pose that made him feel somewhat comfortable. The setting sun painted Esta's cobblestone streets in amber and gold. Merchants closed up shop while taverns flared to life. I only sold 2 items today, 1 iced tea and a piece of bread. Not his most profitable day, but he'd gained something valuable, a life-saving skill that could be upgraded. Besides, his idle income would keep him comfortable for now. $1,300 a day was nothing to scoff at. Every muscle in his body protested as he turned a corner. I'm definitely going to be sore tomorrow. He grimaced at the thought, but he couldn't do anything about it. His hand brushed against his jacket, encountering a familiar shape. The bread loaf. His eyes widened. I can't believe I forgot about it. Valeria's constant nagging had driven everything else from his mind. Noah pulled the loaf from his jacket, unwrapping it carefully. A bite would do wonders for his aching body. As he raised it to his mouth, a blur of motion caught his peripheral vision. Then, the bread vanished from his grasp. Noah blinked at his empty hand, momentarily confused. Then his eyes found the culprit, a small figure darting down an alley, a dwarf with cat ears. The thief clutched Noah's healing bread, his little legs pumping furiously as he fled. What the? His mind failed to comprehend the scene for a split second before he realized what had happened. He'd been robbed by a child, a cat child. Hey, come back here, Noah shouted. Taking off after the diminutive thief, the chase wove through back alleys and narrow passages. The cat boy moved with the agility of a cat, obviously. The cat boy slipped through gaps and darted around corners, but Noah's longer stride gradually closed the distance. Stop running, you little... Noah gasped between breaths. He had just finished an intense training session with Valera that left his arms sore. The chase ended at a dead-end alley. The cat boy whirled around, clutching the bread to his chest. Black ears flattened against his head. His eyes, yellow and distinctly feline, darted desperately for escape routes. Noah approached cautiously, blocking the only exit. Got you, the boy hissed, revealing tiny fangs. Leave me alone. That's my bread you stole. I'm hungry, the boy snapped, though his eyes betrayed a different emotion. Fear. Then ask for food. Don't steal it. The boy's ears twitched defiantly, like humans would give food to a beastkin. Noah lunged forward, but the boy ducked under his arm, slipping past. The chase resumed through the twilight streets, Noah's muscles screaming in protest. This kid is going to kill me. Finally, another dead end. This time, Noah blocked the escape route more effectively, spreading his arms wide. End of the line. Kid. The boy looked up, eyeing the walls. Before Noah could react, the cat boy leapt up, scaling the brick with unnatural agility. He perched on the edge of the roof, grinning triumphantly. Nice try. Human. Despite Noah's inability to catch the cat at the edge of the room, the cat boy had no other place to go. They had reached a stalemate. Noah raised his wooden sword. That bread is special. I'm going to count to 3. And if you don't return it, I'm calling the royal guards. The bravado vanished instantly from the boy's face. His ears flattened completely. 1. The boy's eyes darted frantically, trying to find a place to run. But there was none. 2. Wait, he cried, scrambling back down the wall with surprising speed. Please don't call the guards. Why shouldn't I? The boy's lower lip trembled. They'll send us back. Back where? To Master Voron's estate. The words came out as barely a whisper. The slave pens. Noah's raised sword lowered slowly. Slave pens. The dam broke. Words poured from the small cat boy, accompanied by silent tears that matted his fur. Me and my sister escaped 3 days ago. The guards are looking for us. My sister got sick during our escape. She's hiding and can't move much. And I couldn't find food. And humans won't sell to beastkin without coin and... Slow down. Noah interrupted. Your sister. How old is she? The boy sniffled. 19 summers. I'm only 9. And she's sick. He nodded miserably. Feverish. Coughing. She won't wake up properly. Noah's anger evaporated. He crouched to the boy's level. What's your name? Kip. The boy clutched the bread tighter, as if expecting Noah to snatch it back. I'm Noah. He smiled gently. And that bread you stole? It's special. It has healing magic. Kip's ears perked up slightly. Healing magic. It might help your sister. Noah stood, brushing dirt from his knees. Take me to her. The hopeful light in Kip's eyes extinguished instantly. His pupils narrowed to slits. No. You want to capture us? He backed away. Turn us in for the bounty. Kip. I promise. Humans always lie. The fur along his arms bristled. You just want to make us slaves again. Noah raised his hands placatingly. I want to help your sister. My bread is magical. It helps people heal faster. Kip's tail lashed back and forth, conflict playing across his young face. If you really want to help, he countered. Give me the bread and let me take it to her. You don't need to come. Chapter 24. Little Thief 2. Noah considered it. The boy had a point. A strange human following him back to his hiding place would look like a trap. Okay, Noah nodded. Keep that loaf. It will help her. Relief washed over Kip's face, his ears rising hesitantly. Twitch, twitch. Really? Really? Noah nodded, giving the cat boy the loaf of bread. And if you need more, my shop is at... Before he could finish, Kip darted forward, his small arms wrapping around the loaf of bread. Then he was gone, vanishing down the alley with the bread clutched to his chest. Noah watched him disappear, mouth twitching with mixed emotions. Life is tough, whether you're on Earth or in a magical medieval world. He continued toward his shop, the sword once again perched on his shoulder. One bread loaf wouldn't change the fate of 2 runaway slaves, but it might buy them a fighting chance. The bread should be enough to help with fever and illness. Esta's twin moons rose over the city walls. The sight was so beautiful that Noah found himself momentarily stunned. Wow, what a beautiful view. Noah reached his shop door, muscles screaming from Valeria's relentless training. The wooden practice sword felt heavier with each step. Inside, he grabbed a fresh loaf from the shelf. The bread's familiar aroma filled his nostrils as he took a generous bite. Warmth spread through his body. The dull ache in his muscles loosened, tension melting away like ice cream in summer heat. 2 birds, 1 stone, food and healing in 1 package. His momentary satisfaction soured as he calculated the cost of his package. 3 golden coins, equivalent to $300. I just ate a $300 loaf of bread. Noah's mouth twitched at the absurdity. In what universe was bread worth more than premium steak? In this one, apparently. He consoled himself with a reasoning mind. The bread had accelerated his recovery, sparing him days of soreness. It was an investment in his physical well-being. Health is better than wealth. At least that's what people with health insurance say. Satisfied and healed, Noah stepped through the portal back to Earth. His apartment materialized around him, quiet and unchanged. He checked his phone, checking the time difference. Noah blinked at the screen. He'd spent roughly 5 hours in Esta training with Valeria, chasing Kip through alleyways, walking back to his shop. 5 hours there. 2.5 here. A 2-to-1 time ratio. He collapsed onto his couch. For every 10 minutes in the magical world, only 5 minutes passed on Earth. He closed his eyes, just a short nap. He woke up clearer, less fog, less strain in his limbs. He checked the time. Only 15 minutes. Not bad for a power nap. Or maybe the $300 bread finally kicked in. Either way, he got up, washed his face, changed into something casual, and headed outside. The air was refreshing, with the sun overhead improving the weather. I don't remember the last time I've headed out with such amazing weather. He wandered around his house. He had no plan, nor destination. Just walking for the first time in months or perhaps years without having to run an errand. He'd spent too long glued to a desk, buried in code, trying to make a startup work. Across the street, an ice cream truck was parked by the curb. He walked over. 1 vanilla cone, he said. Sure thing, the vendor replied. Already scooping, Noah reached for his wallet. Snirk, snirk. Something tugged at his pants. He looked down. A small girl stared up at him. Couldn't be older than 5. She had round cheeks, wide eyes, and the kind of innocence that made the world feel less complicated. Cuteness overload is a real thing. Her fingers were still clinging to his jeans. Uncle, can I have ice cream? She asked, her wide eyes blinking at him with absolute confidence that the universe would provide ice cream, if asked politely enough. Before he could answer, a woman rushed up. She had a black cap pulled low and sunglasses on. Her straight black hair flowed, reaching her lower back. I'm so sorry. I was getting my wallet. And she just ran off. Noah shook his head. It's fine. He looked at the girl again, her expression a perfect blend of hope and expectation. What flavor would you like? Little one. Vanilla, she said without hesitation. He handed her the cone he'd just ordered. She clutched it like it might disappear, her tiny hands barely able to wrap around it properly. Thank you, Uncle, she beamed, smiling at him with unfiltered joy. So cute. I'll get another for myself, and 1 for you. 2, he said to the mother. Oh, that's not necessary. It's fine. She hesitated, then gave a small nod. They waited in line again. Noah glanced at the little girl, now licking her cone like it was her life's work. What's your name? He asked. Celine, she said, voice muffled through the ice cream. The mother smiled. It means heavenly. It's from French. Noah nodded. Very fitting. He passed her the cone when it was ready. She took it. Thanking him once again, Noah gave Celine a small wave and walked off toward the park. He didn't really need to buy the little girl and her mother ice cream. Didn't need to say anything. But the little girl was cute. Chapter 25. Life is getting better. Noah wandered through the park, savoring his ice cream. A group of children played tag near the fountain, their shrieks filling the park. An old couple sat on a bench feeding pigeons, their hands intertwined together. Normal life. Continuing without him. Ring ring. The hospital. Hello? His heart skipped its customary beat of anxiety. Mr. Carter. This is Dr. Ramirez. I've been reviewing your father's case. Noah tensed. Has something changed? Actually, yes. His last blood work showed marked improvement. The infection markers we've been monitoring have decreased significantly. That's good, right? It's unexpected. The treatment hasn't changed, but his body seems to be responding more effectively. The doctor paused before asking again, has he been taking any supplements we're unaware of? Noah's ice cream was forgotten, dripping down his fingers. No, nothing new. The doctor nodded on the other side of the phone. Well, whatever it is, we're optimistic. His condition has stabilized enough that we're considering moving him to a standard room, perhaps even discussing discharge options in the coming weeks. Noah found the nearest bench and took a seat. Thank you, doctor. He ended the call, staring at the melting cone in his hand. The ice cream had surrendered to the heat, white droplets of its territory on the pavement. Noah barely noticed. His father's health was improving after months of steady decline. It was such a sudden turnaround. 20 minutes later, he slid into a cab, a bag of premium fruit resting on his lap. Mangoes, strawberries, green grapes. The cab pulled away from the curb. Noah watched the city blur past. The same bills that had crushed him for months now seemed like mere inconveniences. Merely some temporary obstacles on a path suddenly brightened with possibility. Alan Carter looked up from his crossword puzzle as Noah entered. His face, though still thin, had more color than yesterday. His eyes brighter. You've got that look, his father said by way of greeting. What look? Like when you were 10 and tried to convince me you hadn't eaten all the cookies. Noah laughed. Setting down the fruit, Alan eyed the bag. More fruit. You're going to turn me into a macaw. Doctor's orders. Vitamins. All of the healthy things. Speaking of doctors, mine was in earlier. Said my numbers are improving. Noah pulled a chair closer. That's what they told me. Any idea why? Clean living and your excellent parenting. Alan bit into the strawberry. Or maybe I'm just too stubborn to die. Dad. Sorry. He waved the half-eaten strawberry apologetically. Old man's humor. Noah unpacked the rest of the fruit, arranging it on the bedside tray. So, Alan said, accepting a mango slice. Your mysterious new business venture. Still not sharing details. It's complicated. Noah selected a grape. But it's working. Must be. His father gestured at the fruit spread. You haven't splurged like this since your college graduation. Things change. They do. Alan's voice softened. He reached for Noah's hand. Thank you, son. Noah squeezed back. Feeling the fragility of his dad's hands that were once strong enough to carry him, they talked for an hour. Mostly about everything except Noah's sudden financial turnaround. Some mysteries, it seemed, were better left unexplored. When visiting hours ended, Noah stood to leave. Noah bent down for a quick, awkward hug. Take care, Dad. I will see you soon. His dad nodded with a smile on his old face. You too, son. See you soon. The journey home passed in contemplative silence. Soon enough, his apartment welcomed him with its embrace. Noah kicked off his shoes and headed to the kitchen to make some food. Let's see if yesterday's lesson stuck. What was his name again? Right. It was Chef Marcus. He fired up the burner, the orange flame dancing beneath the pan. The chicken hit the hot surface with a satisfying sizzle. Unlike before, Noah did not panic this time, nor frantically check the instructions either. Maybe it's the intelligence boost from the tea, or just confidence from actually succeeding yesterday. The garlic went in at exactly the right moment, not too early to burn, not too late to miss flavor infusion. Ah, smells delicious. Noah let out a soft moan, smelling the food he was cooking. Chef Marcus would be proud. The vegetables followed. Vibrant bell peppers, sliced mushrooms wilting perfectly into the sauce. Each addition felt like a spell being cast. When he plated the finished dish, Noah stepped back, genuinely stunned by what he'd created. The chicken rested on a bed of vegetables, the sauce gleaming with richness that even restaurant meals sometimes lacked. I actually made this without watching a video tutorial at the same time. He had watched the video beforehand, but not whilst cooking it, which made him feel proud of himself. You have learned the new skill, cooking level 1. The notification appeared in his vision, confirmation that something fundamental had changed. Just like swordsmanship, cooking had become a quantifiable ability, a skill that could grow. Noah laughed. Alone in his kitchen with his perfect meal and new skill notification. Hopefully it tastes good. Noah brought the spoon to his mouth and took a cautious bite. Flavors exploded across his tongue. The meal was savory, slightly tangy with depths he hadn't expected. The chicken was perfectly cooked, tender and juicy. Not just edible, it's actually good. The second bite was even better than the first. Chapter 26. Exploring the city. He finished every bite, savoring each mouthful like a victory. The plate was practically shining when he was done. Wiped clean with the last piece of bread. 2 skills in a single day: swordsmanship and cooking. Noah didn't sleep until he saw the 13 golden coins deposited into his assets. The daily income had been received. The next day arrived, with Noah starting his shift once again inside his store. What can I do to attract more customers? He paced the narrow space, considering his options. Word of mouth had brought him his current clientele, but relying on chance encounters felt inefficient. He needed a proper marketing strategy. I only have 7 days left in this place before the shop gets transported somewhere else, and I'm still far away from reaching the 1,000 shop points requirement to lock the location. I can't exactly stand at the plaza shouting about magical healing bread. People will think I'm a fool. The alleyway location was both a blessing and a curse. Secluded enough to maintain mystery, but isolated enough to deter casual browsers. A sign. Something visible from the main street. Noah moved toward the door. Already planning his trip to find a carpenter, he needed a proper billboard. Something that screamed legitimate business rather than human trafficking. The bell chimed as the door swung open. Woodrow stood in the entrance, his face brightening at the sight of the door opening. The former night's gate was noticeably smoother than yesterday. Welcome. Welcome. Good morning. Woodrow stepped inside, his eyes automatically landing on the shelves and the expanded inventory. Your stock has grown. Business is picking up. Noah gestured toward the shelves. Another loaf for your recovery, if you please. Woodrow reached for his coin pouch. The effect wore off during the night, but the improvement lingers. I don't think I can survive a day without your bread. You flatter me. Noah retrieved a fresh loaf. 3 gold coins. The transaction was completed without any haggling. Woodrow pocketed the bread, then paused, studying Noah. He looked like he was about to make an important decision. If you develop any other products with similar properties, let me know. Price is not a problem. Of course. When I unlock a new product, you will be the first to know. But that's only if I have enough shop points to stay in this place. The older man turned to leave, then stopped. Where are you headed this morning? It seemed like you wanted to leave earlier. Actually, I was hoping to find a carpenter. Need a wooden board for advertising. Noah gestured vaguely toward the alley entrance. The location doesn't exactly help without one. Woodrow chuckled. Understandable. You can head to the main plaza. There are several carpenters with stalls near the fountain. Ask for Master Henrik. Tell him Woodrow sent you, and he'll give you fair prices. A referral. Even better. Yet, people still ask me why I love my customers. Host. Who asked you? Mem. System that's called... I don't know what it's called, but it's a saying. I see. None. Perfect. That was my destination anyway. Thank you for the referral. I will definitely inform you when a new product arrives. Woodrow beamed. Thank you. Good luck. They exited together. The men parted ways at the plaza's edge, Woodrow disappearing into the crowd while Noah looked around the market stalls. The central fountain dominated the space, its upward-flowing water creating a breathtaking scene. Several carpentry stalls flanked the eastern edge. Noah approached the largest stall, where a barrel-chested man with a sawdust-covered apron hammered designs into a cabinet door. He seems to fit the description of Woodrow, at least. Master Henrik, I presume. The carpenter looked up, his hands never pausing in their work. You need something built. A signboard. Advertising sign. Woodrow Taylor sent me. Henrik's expression shifted instantly from courtesy to genuine interest. Old Woodrow. Haven't seen him in months. How's that leg treating him? Better, actually. He's been buying my healing bread. Shameless advertisement. But who cares? The carpenter's eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline. His expression shifted from interest to suspicion faster than Noah could blink. Ah! Henrik picked up his hammer again, suddenly very focused on his cabinet work. One of those, listen, son. The carpenter's voice carried the weary tone of someone who'd heard every sales pitch imaginable. I'm sure your bread is special, but I've got real work to do. Try the tourist stalls by the east gate. Oh no. Host, you made the carpenter think you are a scammer. None. Thanks for that brilliant observation. System. Wait. Noah raised his hands. I'm not trying to sell you bread. I really do need a sign made. Henrik continued hammering, each strike a bit more aggressive than necessary. Sure you do. Woodrow Taylor really did send me. Ask him yourself. Woodrow's a good man. The hammer paused mid-swing, which is why I don't appreciate con artists using his name. This is going spectacularly. Noah dug into his pocket, producing several gold coins. Look, I have money. Real money. I just need a wooden sign. Henrik glanced at the coins, his expression softening slightly. Gold's real enough. The bread thing, I wasn't trying to sell you anything. I was just explaining how I know Woodrow. Uh-huh. The carpenter set down his hammer, studying Noah with renewed interest. And this magical healing bread of yours, what's it cost? Here we go again. 3 gold coins per loaf. Henrik snorted. 3 gold for bread. You are running a scam. It's not regular bread. Like I said, it has healing. Noah caught himself mid-sentence. Focus. Anyways, why are we talking about my bread? He gestured toward the carpenter's workshop. I'm here to buy from you. Henrik's hammer paused mid-swing. The suspicion in his eyes didn't fade, but confusion crept in alongside it. You don't have to believe me. Noah kept his voice level. Desperate salesmen never inspire confidence or make any sales. When you see Woodrow, you can ask him yourself. The carpenter studied Noah's face, searching for tells that might reveal deception. Years of dealing with customers had given Henrik a keen eye for liars and charlatans. What kind of sign? Henrik set down his hammer. Finally, simple wooden board, something that says magical store. Noah pulled out his gold coins. Nothing elaborate. The sight of real money worked magic that words couldn't. Size, big enough to read from the main street, maybe 3 feet wide. Henrik nodded slowly. Painted lettering or carved, whatever's cheaper but still looks legitimate. 10 silvers. Give me an hour. Henrik extended a sawdust-covered hand. Noah nodded, placing a golden coin on the workbench. I don't have silver coins. Can you give me change? Henrik nodded, counting out 90 silver coins before sliding them across the wood. The metal clinked softly as Noah pocketed the unfamiliar currency. With an hour to kill, Noah decided to explore the city properly. His last venture had been cut short by Princess Alara's dramatic carriage intervention. Time to see what Esta has to offer. The plaza opened before him like a living tapestry. Merchants hawked everything from glowing trinkets to exotic spices that made his nose water. Street performers juggled balls of light while children clapped in delight. I need to try some of the food. His stomach reinforced the decision with a subtle growl. Sure, he could eat his own magical bread, but $300 per meal seemed excessive. A food stall caught his attention, smoke rising from a grill where skewered meat sizzled over open flame. The vendor, a woman with flour-dusted aprons, smiled as he approached. Fresh grilled skewers, herb-crusted beef. Only 10 bronze coins. Noah handed over a silver coin, before shortly receiving the change. Enjoy. The vendor handed him the stick, accepting a wooden stick loaded with perfectly charred meat. The first bite exploded with flavor smoky, savory, with herbs he couldn't identify but definitely wanted more of. This is amazing, and it costs less than a cup of coffee back home. Chapter 27. The City of Esta. He wandered deeper into the market with the meat skewer in hand. Esta felt alive in ways earth markets never could. A bakery stall made him pause. The baker, an elderly man with kind eyes, displayed an array of normal bread. He had golden loaves, twisted rolls, and pastries that looked handcrafted with love. Morning. Young man, something catch your eye. Noah studied the selection. What's your most popular item? Honey wheat rolls. My grandmother's recipe. The baker's pride was evident. 3 for 1 silver. Reasonable price. I'll take 3. Noah bit into a roll, savoring the subtle sweetness and perfect texture. This guy knows his craft. A commotion near the fountain drew his attention. A crowd had gathered around something he couldn't see. Voices rising in excitement and concern. Probably street entertainment, or a fight. His curiosity won, making him approach it. He walked between spectators until he could see the center of attention. Excuse me. Sorry. Noah pushed through the crowd, expecting to find street performers or some kind of entertainment. Instead, his blood chilled at the sight before him. A fat man in rich purple velvet dominated the space. Baron Richard. Judging by the whispered conversations around Noah, the nobleman's obesity strained against his embroidered doublet. Gold chains draped across his chest. Rings glittered on every finger. Each probably worth more than most people in this place earned in a year. But Noah's attention was fixed on the small figure cowering at the Baron's feet. Kip. The catboy's black ears were flattened against his skull, his yellow-green eyes darting desperately for escape. His small hands were bound behind his back with coarse rope that had already rubbed his wrists raw. A tall, lean servant gripped his shoulder with his firm hands. Where is your sister? Beastkin. Baron Richard's lazy voice carried out. Kip's mouth remained stubbornly shut, defiance flickering in his young eyes despite the terror. I don't know. The crowd watched with interest. It wasn't every day that you saw a runaway slave being caught. Answer your master. The servant hissed, pulling out a short leather whip from his belt. Snap. The whip sound echoed across the plaza. Kip cried out. A red welt bloomed across the boy's shoulder, visible through his torn shirt. Enough. Noah forced his expression into becoming neutral, burying the rage that threatened to explode from his chest. Talking about human or animal rights wouldn't save Kip, in fact. It would be unwise, so he spoke in a language that everyone understood. Chapter 28. Kip and Alyssa. He pushed through the final layer of onlookers, approaching the Baron. Is he yours? Noah pointed at Kip, keeping his voice level. Kip's eyes widened with desperate hope. His mouth opened. Noah shot him a sharp glare. Don't. Not yet. The boy's expression shifted to understanding. Whatever fragile trust existed between them, Kip grasped the importance of playing along. Baron Richard's gaze traveled up and down Noah, taking in the foreign clothes with obvious disdain. Yes, he's mine, the Baron replied slowly. Though I've never seen you before. Strange clothes. I really need to buy some local clothing. But that's for another time. Irrelevant. Noah reached for his coin pouch. How much? The Baron's eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline. You want to buy him? Yes. And you mentioned a sister. I want her too. Interest sparked in Richard's beady eyes. He had the look of a merchant scenting profit. He stroked his multiple chins thoughtfully. I don't know where his sister is hiding. The little wretch escaped 3 days ago, but she remains my property. If you purchase her, you'll need to locate her yourself. No problem. Noah nodded curtly. 5 gold coins. That's expensive. Noah calculated quickly expensive, but manageable given his daily income. Despite not knowing Kip and the fact that the kid tried to steal from him, Noah still felt like he could help. He knew that he wouldn't abolish slavery in this place, or buy every single slave and free them. Still, he wanted to help Kip and his sister. Something about the kid fighting for himself and his sister resonated with Noah. He reminded him of himself when his dad was hospitalized. All right. The Baron's eyes raised, before his expression turned into a smirk. Shit. I made a mistake. Now he thinks I have money to burn. Noah did not haggle with the Baron over the price. For one of them, that is, Richard's smile turned predatory. For both slaves, it's 10 gold coins. Noah's eyes narrowed. The Baron was openly extorting him, banking on Noah's obvious desire to help. Bastard. Done. Noah pulled out his pouch, counting the required amount. Each coin clinked against the next. Baron Richard's fat fingers closed around the gold with obvious satisfaction. Pleasure doing business. The boy is yours. The servant released Kip's shoulder, shoving him toward Noah with unnecessary force. The catboy stumbled but didn't fall. Yellow eyes fixed on his unexpected savior. Noah grasped Kip's bound hands, feeling the rope cuts on small wrists. Come on, he said quietly, guiding the boy away from the crowd. Behind them, Baron Richard's laughter could be heard across the plaza. After all, he had made 10 times the profit from that sale. He had bought the siblings for a mere golden coin and sold them for 10 sai. The crowd dispersed as the entertainment ended, returning to their daily routines as if nothing significant had occurred. They reached his shop alleyway before Noah finally spoke. Are you hurt? His voice came out rougher than intended. Kip looked up, confusion and gratitude warring in his expression. You bought me. What do you want me to do now? The question hit Noah like a punch to the gut. Of course he thinks I want something. That's how his world works. Noah ruffled the catboy's head, feeling the soft fur between his ears. I didn't buy you. I paid for your freedom. I don't want anything from you. You can do what you want. Kip's yellow-green eyes widened to the size of dinner plates. Really? Noah nodded with a smile. Really? So, I can go now. There it is. Noah's mouth twitched. The little catboy's first instinct was always flight. Freedom meant running, apparently. Yes, you can leave. Boo. Whoosh! Before Noah could finish his sentence, Kip had already transformed into a black blur. His small feet pattered against the cobblestones in rapid-fire succession. Pat, 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 pat. Wait. I was going to say Noah called after the disappearing figure. Poof! Kip vanished around the corner like smoke. Sigh. Noah stood alone in the alleyway, one hand still raised mid-gesture. This little cat. Every single time. Give him healing bread. He runs. Give him freedom. He runs. I'm starting to see a pattern here. He shrugged it off and headed back to his shop. The encounter with Baron Richard had soured his mood for city exploration. 10 gold coins, while absolutely worth it, still stung his entrepreneur's soul. That's 3 days of bread sales. Gone in 30 seconds. Inside his shop, Noah settled onto his rickety stool and pulled up his status screen. Idle Tycoon System. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 1. 300. Current assets. $1,700. 42. Shop points. 140. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 7. Agility. 3. Skills. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Previously, he'd had $2,700. The income came from his recent sales and daily revenue accumulation. Now it was reduced to $1,700. $1,000 to free a catboy. The most expensive good deed of my life. But staring at the numbers, Noah found he didn't regret it. Money was renewable. His daily income would restore those funds within days. Kip's freedom, however, had been a one-time opportunity. Besides, knowing that little furball is running free instead of cowering in a slave pen, totally worth it. Even if the ungrateful little beast didn't stick around to say thank you. Meanwhile, in the depths of Esta's forgotten corners, Kip's small feet carried him through small passages and crumbling archways, past the places where even beggars feared to tread. His heart hammered against his ribs, not from exertion, but from pure, overwhelming joy. Free. We're actually free. The abandoned district appeared before him, a graveyard of broken dreams and rotting timber. Here, among the skeletal remains of abandoned people, his sister waited. He found her in their usual hiding spot, a narrow alley. forgotten by the world. The space was smaller than Noah's shop, darker than his own alleyway, and infinitely more desperate. Alyssa. Kip burst into their makeshift shelter, tears streaming down his furred cheeks. His sister looked up from where she sat propped against a moldy wall. At 16, Alyssa shared his cat-like features but carried herself like someone forced to grow up too fast. Her silver ears twitched at his approach, concern flooding her golden eyes. Kip. What happened? She struggled to sit straighter, still weak despite the magical bread's effects. The half-eaten loaf rested beside her, their most precious possession. Consumed in tiny portions to maximize its healing properties, and because they had no money to buy food. Every crumb represented hope. They carefully rationed it like liquid gold. We're free. The words exploded from Kip's mouth in a rush of excitement and disbelief. Sister, we're actually free. Alyssa's ears flattened. Free. That's impossible. We're slaves. What are you talking about? Kip collapsed beside her, his small hands gesturing wildly as words tumbled over each other. The man who gave us the bread? He found me. Baron Richard caught me at the plaza. But the man appeared and bought our freedom. Bought us? Alyssa's expression darkened. Someone purchased you as a slave? No. Kip shook his head frantically. He bought me from the Baron, but then he said I was free. Actually free. He didn't want anything from me. Alyssa stared at her brother, searching his face for deception or delusion, but Kip's eyes blazed with unmistakable truth. Someone freed us. Just like that. He spent 10 gold coins, Kip continued, his voice dropping to an awed whisper. 10 whole gold coins for both of us, even though he doesn't know where you are. Alyssa's breath caught. 10 gold coins represented more wealth than their family had seen in their entire lives. For a stranger to spend such a fortune on 2 runaway beastkin, it's impossible. People don't do that. Do you know where our benefactor lives? She asked quietly. Kip's ears drooped. I ran away right after. You what? Alyssa's voice sharpened. How did you not ask him for anything? How can we thank our benefactor? Is that what I taught you? The young catboy's head hung in shame. Sorry. I was just excited to let you know. Of course. He ran. Alyssa sighed, pulling her brother into a gentle embrace. He's still just a child, despite everything we've been through. All right. It's okay. Kip. She stroked his black ears, feeling him relax against her. I understand. Someone had freely given them something beyond price. Their lives. Such generosity demanded acknowledgement, gratitude, and proper respect. Mother always said debts of kindness were the most sacred. Do you know his name at least? His name is Noah. Kip perked up, relieved to have at least one useful detail. Noah. Alyssa committed the name to memory. Our savior is named Noah. She stared at the magical bread beside her, the first gift from this mysterious benefactor. Its healing properties had literally saved her life, and now he'd saved both their lives again. How do you repay someone who asks for nothing in return? Kip, she said softly. We need to find this benefactor Noah. We're going to thank him properly. Noah, Alyssa thought, testing the name on her lips before a soft smile broke out. Thank you. Slums in Modern Time. Chapter 29. Biggest transaction. Noah settled onto his rickety stool. I've been slacking. Between city exploration and impromptu slave liberations, he'd barely maintained regular business hours. What kind of entrepreneur abandoned his shop for adventures? What if customers come here and find the place closed? Who's going to reimburse me for those losses? He crossed his arms and leaned back against the stone wall, feeling the cool surface through his shirt. His shelves contained products that could change lives. Yet here they were, sitting there on his shelves. I really need to buy some kind of mattress, or at least a comfortable chair. The wooden stool felt like it was actively plotting against his spine. His eyelids grew heavy in the silent shop. Just a quick rest. Maybe 5 minutes. Sleep crept in like a familiar thief, stealing his consciousness one breath at a time. The bell's cheerful chime jolted him back up. Noah's eyes snapped open. Blinking away the fog of unplanned napping, he rubbed his eyes, trying to look professional rather than like someone who'd been drooling on his own counter. Princess Alara stood in the doorway, her amber eyes sparkling with obvious amusement. Good afternoon. Noah. Her voice barely contained her laughter. I hope I'm not interrupting anything important, like my impromptu coma. No, not at all. Noah straightened on his stool, acutely aware of how undignified he must look. Your Highness, welcome to my shop. She stepped inside, her gaze sweeping over the organized shelves before returning to his sleep-rumpled appearance. Comfortable furniture might be a wise investment, she observed, closing the door behind her. Great. Even royalty thinks my setup is pathetic. It's on my wish list, Noah replied, attempting to save his dignity while sitting on what amounted to a wooden torture device. The princess's smile widened, suggesting his efforts at composure were less successful than hoped. This is either going very well or very badly. With her, it's impossible to tell the difference. James brought me that iced tea, she said, nodding toward the glass bottles. It's quite tasty, I must say, and very effective too. Thank you, Your Highness. That's why I'm here to place a daily order. Huh. I want all your iced teas every single day. Noah's heart exploded into overdrive. God is rewarding me for freeing Kip. This is massive. Visions of gold coins danced in his head. Daily bulk orders from the crown. Financial security beyond his wildest dreams. He took a deep breath, forcing his excitement into check before responding. The answer shocked him and Alara. No. Huh. Princess Alara's face transformed into pure shock. Why? I just turned down tens of gold coins. Am I insane? Your Highness, my supply is limited. Noah kept his voice steady despite his racing pulse. If the crown buys all my stock, what am I supposed to sell to other customers? Air. For a moment, silence stretched between them. Then Alara's smile returned. You're right. She stroked her chin thoughtfully. A merchant who alienates his customer base won't last long. Okay. How much can you allocate to the crown from your daily stock? Noah raced through calculations. 6 iced teas are produced daily. If I sell 3 to the crown, I keep 3 for walk-in customers. Actually, iced tea is quite expensive. It's very difficult to sell. I'm better off selling more to the crown whilst keeping stock for some rich walk-ins. 4 iced teas per day, he announced. 40 gold coins. Deal. I'll send someone to collect the goods daily. Pleasure doing business with you. You too. Your Highness, the guard will start the delivery process from tomorrow. Then, Noah nodded. No problem. She paused, eyeing the current inventory. Also, can I take today's full stock? Or am I limited to 4? 12 glass bottles caught the afternoon light, each one worth a small fortune. You can take 10 out of 12 if you want. Deal. She beamed with genuine delight. She took out a heavy pouch from her robes, landing on his counter with the clink of gold. 100 gold coins. I'm rich. Actually rich. Noah stared at the pouch, trying to process the magnitude of what had just happened. Yesterday, he'd been worried about loan sharks. Now he had royal contracts and more gold than he'd ever seen. I just made $10 in one transaction. Chapter 30. Learning a new skill. Alara walked closer to collect her purchases when suddenly the glass bottles vanished in front of Noah. Noah's eyes widened in shock. One moment, 10 glass bottles sat on his counter. The next, it was empty air. Is that the rumored storage ring? I've never seen her use it before. Your Highness, was that a storage ring? She nodded with a mischievous grin. Do you want one? Noah's head bobbed like an overexcited chicken. How much? They're quite expensive. Her paws stretched dramatically. But I'll give it to you for free. Free. Why? Noah's business instincts screamed suspicion. You always buy my items. I've never given you anything for free. Her smile widened dangerously. Not everyone's a cheapskate. Besides, consider it a friendship gift. A simple black ring appeared in her palm. It had a matte finish and no decorative carvings. It was utterly unremarkable except for its magical function of storage. Noah slipped it onto his finger, waiting for some kind of mystical sensations or magical awareness. Nothing happened. He concentrated harder, trying to probe the ring's interior. Still nothing. Sigh. You can't access the ring without probing into it using your mana. How do I do that? Really? Genuine surprise colored her voice. Really? I just lost my mysterious shopkeeper aura. I should have acted nonchalant. Think of mana like breathing, she began, settling onto the counter's edge. You don't think about breathing normally, but you can control it consciously. Noah closed his eyes, trying to feel something beyond his normal senses. Mana flows around us constantly. Imagine it as invisible water, surrounding your body. Feel for the current. Minutes passed. Noah felt absolutely nothing except growing embarrassment. Try this. Imagine your breath has color. When you exhale, see it glowing softly around your hands. Glowing breath. Right. What color? Blue. Red. More time passed. Noah's concentration wavered between focus and frustration. Don't force it. Alara coached. Mana responds to gentle awareness, not brute effort. Like trying to remember a happy memory you can't quite recall. Something flickered. Not vision exactly, but a strange tingling sensation in his fingertips. Wait, was that? The feeling vanished immediately. I felt something. For like half a second. Excellent. Again. The process repeated. Noah kept having fleeting contact before losing and restarting again. But with each attempt, he lasted slightly longer than the last. 30 minutes. 45. An hour. Finally, Noah opened his eyes with a gasp. You have learned the new skill. Mana Control Elvil. 1. Finally. I can finally feel the mana around me. Soon I will be able to throw fireballs and perhaps fly. I've troubled you too much, Noah said, guilt replacing his feeling of achievement. Sorry about that. I enjoyed it. Alara shook her head. I'll come another time. Maybe we can continue then. That would be great. Thank you. As she moved toward the door, Noah called out. Wait. He hurried to the shelves, selecting a golden loaf. Here, you can have this. I know it's not much, but it's what I have. Alara's eyes immediately fixated on the more expensive section. I'm quite thirsty. She gazed longingly at the remaining iced tea bottles. This princess is as subtle in her request as a brick to the face. I'm feeling quite thirsty too. There's a water vendor over there. Noah's thick skin activated fully. Why don't we go have some together? The princess's mouth twitched dangerously before she burst into laughter. You're absolutely shameless. All right. Let's go get some water then. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. But you're buying? That's fair enough. Princess. Water's cheaper than 10 gold coin tea after all. As they headed toward the vendor, Noah couldn't help but grin. He'd gained a new skill. Idle Tycoon System. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 1. 300. Current assets. 12 dom. 700. 42. Shop points. 240. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 7. Agility. 3. Skills. Swordsmanship level 1. Mana control level 1. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Thank you for the lesson, Noah said finally after taking a sip of the water. Thank you for the entertainment. Tomorrow, my guard will collect the usual order. She departed with royal grace, leaving Noah alone with his thoughts. The afternoon sun slanted lower, creating shadows across the plaza. Since I'm already out, I should collect the billboard from Henrik's carpentry stall. He'd completely forgotten after the incident with Kip. Hope he actually finished it. Henrik looked up from his current project. Ah, it's you again. Sawdust coated the man's beard like snow. Your sign's ready. I had almost thought that you would not come back today. I was about to leave soon. Relief flooded through Noah. Oh, it's good that you didn't. Perfect timing. Henrik disappeared behind his workbench, emerging with a rectangular wooden board with some simple yet elegant black writing. It looks professional and legitimate. Exactly what I needed. Beautiful work. Noah examined the clean lines and precise lettering. This should draw more customers. About that. Henrik's expression grew curious. Had 3 people ask about healing bread today? Noah's pulse quickened. Word spreads fast in this city. Really? What did they ask about specifically? Just asking around. Following rumors. Henrik wiped sawdust from his hands. I told them I'd heard the same stories. And they wanted to know the price. Here we go. The moment of truth. What did you tell them? What I heard from you. 3 gold coins per loaf. Noah braced himself. And their reaction? Henrik's mouth twisted into something between sympathy and resignation. They said nothing. Just walked away quietly. Of course they did. Not everyone has 3 gold coins in this city. The carpenter continued, his tone matter-of-fact rather than judgmental. How many people can actually afford that price? Noah asked, though he suspected he knew the answer. Henrik shrugged. Nobles, merchants, adventurers, maybe a few dozen families in the entire city. Noah stared at the sign in his hands. He thanked Henrik and headed back to his shop. Chapter 31. Alyssa. Upon arriving near his shop's alleyway, familiar voices drifted through the air. Are you sure this was where he took you? Yes, big sister. Kip's voice carried wounded pride. I'm not lying. Alyssa pinched her nose softly. Kip, I never said you are lying, but you might be mistaken. I was just making sure. A soft sigh followed, escaping her mouth. Come on, let's go. He probably brought you here because it's an abandoned alleyway where no one would overhear your conversation. Kip's ears drooped audibly in the silence that followed. Disappointment radiated from the small cat boy as his sister dismissed their search. Noah quickened his pace, rounding the corner just as 2 figures began to exit the alleyway. He barreled straight into the taller figure, a young cat girl walking distracted. The impact sent both tumbling backward, landing on cobblestones. Thud, thud, ouch. Kip, trailing behind his sister, immediately bristled with protective jealousy as he saw her fall from the impact. Watch where you... His yellow eyes locked onto the fallen stranger. Sir Noah, when did I get promoted to nobility? Kip, and, as her brother muttered the name, understanding flooded her amber eyes. Alyssa. She introduced herself, her voice soft, clearly nervous. Noah found himself staring. Cute, where Kip possessed sharp, mischievous features. His sister carried an elegant beauty that transcended species. Black fur covered her arms and face, while silver ears, the same shade as moonlight, twitched every now and then. But what drew Noah's attention most was her tail. Its wagging so much. It was a back-and-forth motion that betrayed her excitement despite her appearing composed. The sight pulled an involuntary smile from Noah's lips as she spoke. We've been looking for you, Sir Noah. We needed to thank you properly for your kindness. Kip bounced on his toes. His ears perked with energy. I told you it was here. I wasn't wrong. You did? Alyssa's gaze never left Noah's face, searching for something. The wagging tail continued its gentle rhythm. Noah wondered if she realized she was doing it. She came looking for me, just to thank me. Despite being sick. You didn't need to find me, Noah said, standing and offering Alyssa a hand up. I told Kip he was free. That includes both of you. She accepted his help, rising with fluid grace. Freedom was your first gift. Proper thanks is our responsibility. First gift. What's the second? Her tail wagged faster now. betraying excitement that her composed expression couldn't quite hide. Noah's smile widened. Something told him this conversation was just beginning. Noah guided the cat siblings into his humble shop, immediately aware of how bare the space looked through their eyes. One rickety stool, empty shelves except his precious inventory. Sorry about the accommodations. There's no proper seating to offer you. Alyssa's hands fluttered frantically in the air, her silver ears twitching with embarrassment. It's okay. It's okay. We can stand perfectly fine. She's being polite, but those trembling legs tell a different story. Noah retrieved his lone stool, positioning it near the counter. If you get tired, please sit. No need to stand on ceremony. Alyssa's expression turns into gratitude as she nodded. Her tail gave a subtle wag of appreciation. She's still recovering, probably trying to look strong for her brother. Noah's gaze sharpened as he studied her posture. How are you feeling? The illness from before. Everything's fine now. Her response came too quickly. Too bright. Liar. His eyes narrowed slightly, catching the way she avoided direct eye contact. Her tail betrayed her again, wagging with nervous energy that contradicted her confident words. Noah shifted his attention to Kip, who watched his sister with obvious concern. How is she doing? Did she eat the bread I gave you? Kip's ears drooped. She only ate a quarter of healing bread. We barely have food, the young catboy continued, his voice small. So we're using the healing bread as regular food too, so we don't starve. She even forced me to eat some of her portion. Of course she did, sacrificing her own healing to feed her younger brother. Noah looked back at Alyssa, who had suddenly found the shop's floorboards fascinating. Her tail had stopped wagging entirely. Pride and love. A dangerous combination when you're starving. He sighed, moving toward the shelf. His fingers closed around a fresh golden loaf. Here. He pressed the bread into Alyssa's surprised hands. Eat this. All of it. I can't, she started to protest. You can and you will. Noah's tone suggested no argument. Consider it payment for finding my shop and bringing me such a heartwarming reunion. Kip's eyes brightened. Alyssa stared at the warm loaf, her composure finally cracking. Sir Noah. Just Noah. She shook her head, pushing his hand away with trembling fingers. I can't. I'm sorry. You've done so much for us already. Spent so much. Tears spilled over. Tracing down her dark fur, she turned her face away, her shoulders hunching with shame and weakness. Too much. His kindness is too much, she thought. Noah's gaze turned to Kip. The young catboy's eyes had gone wide with panic, the kind of desperate confusion that comes from seeing your pillar of strength crumble. He rarely sees his sister cry. Kip looked between them, helpless. His ears flattened against his skull as he searched Noah's face with desperate hope. Maybe Sir Noah can pull another miracle. I'm really bad in those times. I don't know what to say or do. Noah stepped closer to the trembling catgirl. His hand settled gently on her head, his fingers threading through the soft fur between her ears. She tensed at first, every instinct screaming against accepting comfort. But something in his touch was comforting. Slowly, her rigid posture melted. It's okay, Noah murmured, continuing the gentle stroking motion. It's just bread. It's not, though. Her voice cracked with her suppressed emotion. This bread must be expensive. I can't take it without doing anything in return. She needs to do something in return. Very dignified, Noah studied her tear-stained face, then glanced at Kip's anxious expression. An idea began forming, one that could solve multiple problems at once. Alyssa. He kept his voice soft, fingers still moving through her fur. What are you good at? The question seemed to calm her. Her breathing steadied under his gentle touch. What do you mean? She tilted her head, her amber eyes meeting his for the first time since breaking down. People have different talents. Noah's hand maintained its soothing rhythm. A baker bakes bread. A carpenter works wood. What are your skills? Understanding dawned in her expression. Hope replacing despair. I'm good at cleaning, cooking, household management. Her voice grew stronger with each word. Things like that. She glanced at her brother. Kip's excellent at cleaning too, though he hasn't learned cooking yet. Perfect. Chapter 32. Shopkeepers. After several minutes of negotiation and gentle persuasion, Noah and Alyssa reached an agreement that left both siblings staring at him with barely contained disbelief. 1 gold coin per day will be shared between the siblings as a salary for cleaning his modest shop and occasionally preparing meals when he felt too lazy to cook for himself. I'm essentially paying them a small fortune for basic housekeeping. Alyssa's tail hadn't stopped wagging since he'd made the offer. Her amber eyes shimmered with something between gratitude and determination. The look of someone who'd been drowning and suddenly found land. We won't disappoint you, I promise. Kip bounced on his toes beside her. Can we start tomorrow? I'm really good at organizing things. This kid's enthusiasm is infectious, Noah smiled, watching their transformation from desperate refugees to eager employees. The gold coin represented more than a payment to the two siblings. It was dignity, purpose, a chance to earn their place in the world, rather than simply existing on charity. Start whenever you're ready. He gestured around the sparse shop. Though I should warn you, there is a lot of dust around. Leave that to us. By the time we are done, this place will sparkle. Something tells me she's not exaggerating. Do you have any cleaning supplies? Noah glanced around his sparse shop, taking inventory of absolutely nothing useful for cleaning. Nope. Alyssa's ears drooped slightly. Can't clean without tools. Here. Noah counted out 50 silver coins, the metal clinking softly in her palm. Should cover whatever you need to get. Her eyes widened. This is more than enough. She disappeared with Kip in tow, returning within minutes carrying a modest bundle of cleaning rags, soap made from animal fat and ash, and a broom. Alyssa began with the shelves, careful around the precious bread loaves and glass bottles of iced tea. 10 minutes later, Noah stood slack-jawed. The floor gleamed. Dust had vanished from corners he hadn't even noticed were dirty. His humble shop looked clean. Well done. Pink bloomed beneath her dark fur. Thank you. She's actually blushing. That's adorable. They talked as the afternoon faded about Esta and various other things. Noah learned that Alyssa had managed a noble household before their enslavement. Unfortunately, that noble household had gone bankrupt and was forced to sell Alyssa and Kip. As evening approached, Noah pressed the remaining silver she had returned to him into her reluctant hands. Find shelter tonight. Get yourselves some proper beds. Sir, that's not a request. His tone brooked no argument. Come back tomorrow. Rested. I'd let them stay here. But it's not allowed. Alyssa bowed deeply. Thank you, Alyssa whispered. For everything. Seeing his sister, Kip immediately followed suit. Thank you. They left clutching their coins and cleaning supplies, disappearing into Esta's twilight. Noah locked his sparkling shop and stepped through the portal. He appeared back in his small apartment. The shower called to him, hot water cascading down his body. Clean and exhausted, Noah collapsed into bed. The next day arrived with familiar sunlight streaming through Noah's apartment windows. He rolled out of bed and immediately checked his status, the blue interface materializing in front of him. Idle Tycoon System. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shops: 1. Daily revenue: 1. 300. Current assets: 13,950. 42. Shop points: 240. Attributes: Strength: 4. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 7. Agility: 3. Skills: Swordsmanship level 1. Mana control level 1. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Nearly $30,000. A few days ago I was dodging debt collectors. The daily revenue had kicked in overnight, his royal contract paying dividends even while he slept. Noah allowed himself a moment to appreciate the absurdity of earning more in his sleep than most people made in months. After washing up, he stepped through the portal into his medieval shop. Morning light filtered through the small window, illuminating his freshly stocked shelves. 12 golden bread loaves gleamed in perfect rows. But the iced tea section remained empty, his automaker still working on the day's first batch. Princess Alara's guard should arrive soon for the daily pickup. Noah opened the shop door, letting fresh air circulate through the small space. Ah! The smell of Frito cats. 2 familiar figures sat outside like patient sentinels. What are you doing here? Alyssa looked up from where she'd been organizing their cleaning supplies. Her silver ears twitched with mild embarrassment. You didn't tell us when to come, she said. We've been here since sunrise. Kip nodded eagerly beside her. We didn't want to be late on our first official day. Sunrise. They've been sitting here for over an hour. Noah scratched the back of his head, guilt warming his cheeks. Sorry about that. I should have been more specific. It's fine. Alyssa's tail wagged as she stood. We brought breakfast. She produced a small cloth bundle that smelled delicious. These two are going to spoil me. Before Noah could respond, the sound of armored footsteps echoed through the alleyway. A royal guard rounded the corner, not the mountain-sized captain from before, but a younger man. Daily collection for Her Highness, he announced without preamble. Noah retrieved 4 glass bottles from his rapidly diminishing stock of iced teas. The transaction completed quickly. 40 gold coins exchanged hands while Kip and Alyssa watched with barely concealed awe. $4,000. Just like that. The guard departed with royal punctuality, leaving Noah with significantly heavier pockets and 2 very impressed employees. That was... Kip's voice trailed off as he stared at the gold coins. His assets had jumped to nearly $18,000. Not bad for a morning's work. Kip and Alyssa followed Noah into the shop, their eyes immediately scanning for work to be done. The floors still gleamed from yesterday's efforts, every surface free of dust. Alyssa's silver ears drooped as realization set in. Nothing to clean. Noah chuckled at her disappointed expression. Forget about cleaning for now. There's nothing dirty. Let's see what you brought to eat. Chapter 33. Shopkeepers too. Her ears perked up instantly, tail giving a subtle wag. She retrieved a cloth bundle from the shelf, unwrapping it with careful precision. Barley cakes with honey, she announced, arranging the golden brown rounds on a wooden tray, and dried apple slices. Simple but filling. The aroma filled the small shop warm grain, sweet honey, and the comforting scent of home cooking. Smells delicious. Noah grabbed the tray and placed it on the floor. Settling down cross-legged, Kip and Alyssa remained standing like dutiful servants, hands clasped behind their backs. He paused with a barley cake halfway to his mouth. "What are you both doing?" "Nothing." Kip's innocent expression fooled no one. "Sit down." They both dropped to the floor, their backs straight, as if soldiers awaiting inspection by their commander. "They look like cute little statues." Noah sighed. "Eat. Don't just sit there." Kip's hand twitched toward the food before Alyssa's gentle pinch stopped him cold. "Ouch." He rubbed his arm, looking aggrieved. "Sir, you should eat first. Once you're finished, we can eat whatever remains if you allow us." They think I'm some kind of tyrant who hoards breakfast. Noah's mouth twitched. "What are you saying?" "Let's eat together." "Do I look like such a big back to you?" Alyssa tilted her head, confusion evident. Big back. Heavy eater. Glutton. Noah waved his hand dismissively. "Anyway, eat with me. Otherwise, I'll be upset with you." The threat, hollow as it was, made Alyssa's ears flatten with worry. Her tail curled around her legs protectively. We can eat together." "Of course." Noah broke a barley cake in half, offering pieces to each sibling. "Shop rule 1. We share meals." Kip accepted his portion eagerly, but Alyssa still hesitated. Her amber eyes darted between Noah and the food like she was solving a complex puzzle. "She's overthinking this." "Alyssa." Noah's voice carried a gentle tone. "That's an order from your employer." Finally, her shoulders relaxed. If it were a command, she could accept it without guilt. They ate in comfortable silence. Honey sweetened the air while contented munching sounds filled the air between them. "This is nice. It's like having a family breakfast. I haven't shared a meal with someone in a very long time." As the three of them ate in silence, the door swung open with its familiar chime of the bell. Valeria stepped inside. Her eyes swept the scene, Noah sitting cross-legged on the floor, with two catkin sharing breakfast like some bizarre family portrait. "Oh, what do we have here?" Her eyebrow arched with interest. Alyssa's head dropped immediately, shame radiating from her hunched shoulders. "He was caught eating with us. His reputation is ruined now. Slaves were never allowed to eat on the same table as their owner. To be seen doing that by others might cause issues to that owner, as he is out of the ordinary. We have food here." "What else?" Noah rolled his eyes at Valeria's dramatics. "Do you want to join us?" The guild captain didn't need to be told twice. Her nose twitched as she caught the honey-sweet aroma, and she dropped onto the floor without ceremony, snatching a barley cake. 1 bite. 2. Her expression shifted to genuine surprise. "This is actually delicious." She turned toward the cat siblings, crumbs dusting her armor. "Did they make it?" Noah nodded, mouthful of an apple slice. "Did they also clean this place?" "It's no longer dusty." Another nod. "I see." Valeria's gaze fixed on Alyssa with new interest. "What's your name?" "Alyssa." The response came barely above a whisper. "Valeria Nightwind, captain of the Silver Wolves." She gestured toward Kip, who was trying to make himself invisible. "And the shy one?" "K. Kip," the boy stammered. His ears flattened against his skull. "Poor kid looks terrified." Valeria's expression softened. "Relax, little one. Anyone who can cook like this is welcome in my book." She turned back to Noah. "So, hired help or hired help?" Noah replied firmly. "Smart." Valeria grabbed another cake. "Good help is hard to find, especially help that comes with cooking skills." Alyssa's tail gave a tentative wag at the unexpected praise. Her ears perked up slightly, anxiety slowly draining from her posture. After finishing her food, Noah extended his hand toward Valeria. 1 gold coin. Her eyebrow shot up. "Huh. For the food. You think it's free?" "You." Valeria's mouth hung open. "I underestimated how shameless you can be." Noah's composure cracked. Laughter bubbled up from his chest. "I'm joking." "Got her." Valeria shook her head in disbelief. "I wouldn't be surprised if you weren't. Anyway, I want to buy a loaf of bread and another iced tea. For your guild again." "No." Her cheeks reddened slightly. "I took a sip last time to try it out. The taste was out of this world. This one's for me. Even guild captains have a sweet tooth." She placed 11 golden coins on the counter. Same deal as before. 11 coins in swordsmanship practice. Noah nodded, pocketing the payment. Despite the exhaustion, he'd genuinely enjoyed their training sessions. The burn in his muscles felt like progress. "System. Can I sign Alyssa or Kip so that I could leave them here to work while I'm out?" "No, the host cannot contract others for shop sales. However, the option does unlock at shop level 2 with randomized shop assistance." Random assistance. That sounds unpredictable. "All right, let's go." Noah retrieved the bread and tea from his shelves before handing them to her. Shop's usually quiet this time of day anyway. They stepped outside, leaving Kip and Alyssa standing like loyal sentries beside the shop door. Noah paused mid-stride. "What are you doing?" "Waiting for your return." Alyssa replied with perfect sincerity. "They're going to stand here like statues until I get back." Noah facepalmed. "If you don't have anything to do, come with us." Their eyes widened in unison. Permission to leave their posts seemed revolutionary. "We can do that." Kip's voice carried wonder. He turned towards Valeria and asked, "They can come with me, right?" Valeria nodded. "Yes, they can." Noah turned back to the siblings and said, "You heard her. Let's go." He gestured with his hand. Chapter 34. Level 2. Swordsmanship Skill. In the familiar training courtyard, Noah gripped his wooden sword with some confidence. The weapon felt lighter now, more natural in his hands than during his first clumsy attempts. "All right." Valeria crossed her arms, studying his stance. "Show me whether you've been practicing or just slacking around." Noah nodded, flowing through the basic forms she'd drilled into him. High strike, middle strike, low strike. His movements still lacked the grace of a swordsman, but they were much better. "At least I'm not embarrassing myself, although you haven't improved much." "You didn't get worse either." Valeria's assessment stung with its honesty. She's not wrong. "I haven't practiced at all since my last visit here. Let's pick up where we left off." From the sidelines, Finn sat with his usual notebook, quill scratching furiously across parchment. The young man's eyes burned with desperation. He was just a man trying to learn swordsmanship. Poor guy. Noah caught Finn's gaze briefly. Something about the young man's hunger for knowledge resonated deeper than expected. Meanwhile, Kip and Alyssa watched from their corner with undisguised fascination. Their eyes tracked every movement, studying Noah like he was performing miracles instead of stumbling through basic drills. "They think I'm awesome. If only they knew how often I nearly dropped this thing." 20 minutes into the session, sweat beaded on Noah's forehead despite the cool breeze. His muscles screamed once again as Valeria pushed him through different combinations. A glance toward his employees made guilt twist in his stomach. Alyssa stood watching him. She was very interested, her tail swinging around. "She's just recovered from illness. Standing here watching me flail around can't be interesting. Besides, I brought them here. I can't just leave them doing nothing." Noah lowered his sword, wiping forehead sweat with his sleeve. "Alyssa, do you want to join me?" She jumped slightly from the sudden call, before shaking her head immediately. I'm fine watching, Sir Noah. Are you still not feeling well?" Another shake. "You should train hard. I'm just a servant. I can't interrupt your practice. Besides, I've never touched a sword before. I'll just slow you down. Come join him." Valeria's unexpected interjection made Noah smile. "I'm bored watching him do the same strikes anyways. I'll teach you for a bit." Noah seized the opportunity. "You heard her. This is once in a lifetime. Valeria's an adept swordmaster. Very few reach that stage in all of Esta." Kip nudged his sister's shoulder. "Go try it." Alyssa, reluctant but somewhat excited, she finally nodded. Valeria retrieved a second practice sword from the weapon rack, testing its balance. Basic stance first, feet shoulder-width apart. Alyssa mimicked the position perfectly on her first attempt. "That to me a few tries to get right," Noah thought, glancing at her from the corner of his eyes as he continued with his training. "The grip on the sword should be firm but not rigid. Let the weapon become an extension of your arm." Alyssa nodded. Again, flawless execution. Her tail swayed with natural balance as she adjusted her posture. "Okay, that's actually impressive. Now, basic strike pattern. Watch me once." Valeria demonstrated a simple diagonal cut, her blade moving with grace. Alyssa observed intently. Her silver ears twitched in concentration. When she replicated the movement, something extraordinary happened. The wooden sword flowed through the air like it belonged there. Her form wasn't just correct. It was elegant, natural, as if she'd been born holding a blade. What the hell? How did she do it so quickly? I don't even think I can perform it that well. At my current level. Valeria's eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. Again, another perfect strike. Then another. Each repetition carried improving fluidity. Subtle refinements that spoke of intuitive understanding and natural talent. This is impossible. Noah had long since stopped training, and just looked at Alyssa blazing through the routine that took his hours. "Try the basic combination. High, middle, low." Alyssa nodded, her eyes focused with laser intensity. Her first attempt was clean. Her second was smooth. By her third, Noah's mouth was hung open. Just like Finn's, I spent hours reaching basic competency. She's getting there in minutes. Finn's quill had stopped moving entirely. His mouth hung open as he watched talent bloom before his eyes. Kip bounced on his toes, pride radiating from every whisker. "That's my sister." 10 minutes. That's all it took. 10 minutes for Alyssa to demonstrate sword work that surpassed Noah's current skill level skills he'd earned through repetition, sweat, and determination for close to 3 hours. Natural talent. Actual. Genuine. Terrifying natural talent. Valeria lowered her own blade, studying Alyssa with new eyes. "Have you ever handled weapons before? Any kind of combat training?" "Never." Alyssa's response carried confusion at her own success. "I was always assigned household duties." Of course she was. Waste of potential doesn't begin to cover it. "Well," Valeria's grin turned predatory. "That changes today." The training session suddenly felt less like practice and more like witnessing the birth of something dangerous. And I thought my learning curve was impressive. Inspired by the cat girl's supernatural progress, Noah gritted his teeth and threw himself back into training. If she can learn that fast, I can at least improve and hopefully increase my skills level to 2. The wooden sword became an extension of his determination. Each strike carried his competitive spirit. Sweat dripped steadily as the hour stretched on. His muscles screaming protests he chose to ignore. Alyssa continued her own practice nearby, her movements flowing like water. What should have been encouraging felt like salt in an open wound. She's making me look like a child playing with sticks. But stubbornness had always been Noah's strongest attribute. He pushed harder, refined his techniques, forced his body to remember every correction Valeria had beaten into him. The system's chime came as a needed intervention. Before his body gave out, "Your swordsmanship skill has leveled up to level 2. Nem. Relief flooded through him. Finally, the satisfaction lasted exactly 3 seconds until he glanced at Alyssa, executing a complex combination that hurt his hands. Just thinking about it, his mood soured like milk in summer heat. He was happy for the cat girl's success. Yes, but the competitive fire in his chest burned with wounded pride. System. Can I ever get better than her? Her talent is terrifying. Her talent is indeed exceptional. Regarding your question, yes, you can surpass her, but you would need products that enhance swordsmanship training, comprehension boosters, talent amplifiers, that sort of thing. Men. Noah's eyes lit up like a child discovering hidden candy. There are such things. Of course. Host. There are far better items available, but you need to work hard and upgrade the shop. None. More products. More possibilities. More power. The future suddenly seemed brighter. Valeria's voice shattered his system-induced trance. He looked up to find the guild captain studying Alyssa with undisguised interest. Alyssa, she continued, never taking her eyes off the cat girl's perfect form. Would you like to be my disciple? The words hung in the air like a blade threatening to fall. Time seemed to freeze. Finn's quill stopped scratching. Kip's excited bouncing ceased. Even the training dummy appeared to lean forward, waiting for the cat girl's response. A disciple. Of an adept swordmaster. Noah's heart hammered against his ribs. Valeria didn't make such offers lightly. He could tell from her personality. Disciples received personal training, advanced techniques, connections that could reshape their entire lives. Alyssa's amber eyes went wide, the practice sword trembling in her suddenly uncertain grip. The courtyard held its breath, waiting for an answer that would rewrite the future. Chapter 35. Decision. The moment of truth. Alyssa's gaze swept from Kip to Noah. The practice sword trembled in her grip as seconds stretched into eternity. Her next words hit the courtyard like a thunderclap. Sorry, I don't think I can... Wait, what did she just say? Silence stretched thin as a blade's edge. Even Finn's quill froze mid-stroke, ink pooling forgotten on the parchment. Before Valeria could respond, Noah's voice cut through the stunned quiet. Why? This is an incredible opportunity. Alyssa, you should take it. Passion colored his words. Working in his small shop, cleaning, and cooking couldn't compare to training under an adept swordmaster. The disparity was laughable. She's throwing away the chance of a lifetime. I know it's a good opportunity, but I chose to work for you, Sir Noah. I won't change my mind now. This girl. Speechlessness claimed Noah entirely. In a world where survival trumped sentiment, where pragmatism ruled over loyalty, she was choosing him. Choosing a modest shop over legendary training. Kip stood motionless, understanding flickering in his young eyes. His sister's decision wasn't impulsive. It was inevitable. Noah's kindness had purchased more than their freedom. It had earned something far more precious, unwavering loyalty. His sister was a very simple person. She traded good for good. Once somebody was good to her, she would only be good to them. Valeria released a long breath, studying the cat girl with some respect. She didn't push further, didn't argue or cajole. Some decisions carried a conviction that arguments couldn't budge. Instead, she turned to Noah. You better bring her to every session. Otherwise, you'll be killing a talent that emerges once in a century. Noah nodded. Words still caught somewhere between his throat and his racing thoughts. Every session. Without fail. The commitment settled like an oath. Alyssa had chosen him. The least he could do was help her grow into the swordsman she was clearly meant to become. My life just got more complicated. Again, back in their alleyway, the aroma of cooking meat filled the air. They had decided to cook in the alleyway so that the shop wasn't filled with cooking aroma. The alleyway was abandoned anyway, so it didn't matter whether they cooked there or not. They weren't going to disturb anyone. Alyssa worked at their newest acquisition, a peculiar stove that hummed with inner light. No wood, no coal, just a faint blue glow emanating from a crystal embedded in its base. Noah watched her deftly manipulate the controls, adjusting the heat. The device responded instantly, flames dancing higher or lower at her touch. How does it work? He asked, genuinely curious. Beast crystal. Alyssa pointed to the glowing core. The one right here is what you call a tier 0 beast crystal. It might sound weak, but it's sufficient for cooking. The crystal pulsed with contained energy, no larger than Noah's thumb, yet somehow powering the entire apparatus. Veins of light traced through the stove's metal framework like a circulatory system. Magic-powered appliances. That's kinda cool. I didn't expect them to have such things. The merchant said it'll last a month, Kip added, stirring the pot. 50 silver coins. Not cheap by local standard, but Noah had seen the longing in Alyssa's eyes when she'd spotted it at the market stall. This saves me time and hassle. When she isn't here, I can also use this to make myself some tea without worrying about the carbon dioxide emissions in my shop. The vendor had demonstrated the crystal's installation, a simple twist lock mechanism that secured the power source. Tearzil beast crystals, he'd explained, come from the weakest monsters. Slimes, mostly, barely dangerous, but their cores hold just enough energy for household use. Slimes. I really want to hunt some of those, but not now. Maybe when I get stronger? Steam rose from Alyssa's cooking, carrying scents that made Noah's mouth water. Whatever she was preparing smelled much better than anything he'd managed with his earth kitchen. The crystal gave energy continuously, reliably and clean. It produced no smoke, no ash, just pure energy converted to heat. Kip carefully arranged wooden bowls while his sister added final seasonings. Maybe this world isn't as backwards as I initially thought. The meal before him looked so delicious that his mouth watered slightly. Tender strips of meat glistened with herbs and spices, arranged artfully on wooden plates. Steam rose slowly, carrying an aroma that made his stomach clench with anticipation. What kind of meat is this? Noah asked, lifting his wooden spoon. Ironhide boar, Alyssa replied, settling beside him. The merchant said it strengthens the body naturally, makes you more resilient. The meat had cost them some silver coins, but if it actually enhanced physical capabilities, the investment seemed worthwhile. Noah brought the spoon toward his mouth, savoring the rich scent. Gurk! He froze mid-bite. What was that? The sound came again. It was an unmistakably inhuman noise from somewhere to his right. Noah's head snapped toward the alleyway entrance. His eyes widened in shock. It's that goblin. Without hesitation, he dropped his spoon and bolted toward the shop door. Run! The wooden spoon clattered against the floor as Noah scrambled inside. His heart hammered against his ribs like a trapped bird. It's that same goblin from before. Kip and Alyssa remained seated, confusion written across their faces. They glanced at each other, then toward the door where Noah had vanished. Sir Noah, Alyssa called softly. Gurk! The sound grew closer. Through the window, Noah watched in horror as a small green figure shuffled into view. The goblin was pathetic. It just had a fork in its hand. No armor, or anything that hinted it was dangerous. The goblin was dressed in tattered rags hanging from his skinny frame. Wait, is it crying? Kip approached the creature cautiously. Hey there, little guy. The goblin looked up with large, watery eyes. Tears tracked down its green cheeks. Gurk! Master gone. Grix is all alone now. It talks. Chapter 36. Apologize. Alyssa joined her brother, maternal instincts taking over. Your master died, Master Cornelius. Good to Grix. The goblin wiped its nose with a dirty sleeve. Give Grix food. A warm place to sleep. Now master is gone. And Grix has nowhere. Is that a domestic goblin? Of course. This world has domestic goblins. Noah cracked the door open slightly, still wary. How long have you been in this alleyway? 3 days. Grix sniffled, looking for a new home. But nobody wants Grix. I have no food, except for a chicken from 3 days ago. The creature's story unfolded in halting sentences. Cornelius had been an elderly alchemist who'd bought Grix from goblin raiders 20 years ago. Too old to fight, too small to be useful in traditional ways. Grix had become a laboratory assistant instead. 20 years of domestication. No wonder it seems harmless. Although it looked so scary trying to go after that chicken a few days ago. When master die. Other humans say Grix must go. Cannot stay in nice house. More tears. Grix try to find work. But everyone hate goblin. Alyssa's tail swished with sympathy. You've been living in this alley? Yes. Sometimes. Very cold at night. Very hungry. Grix's stomach chose that moment to rumble loudly. Smell good food. Make Grix remember master's cooking. The goblin's eyes fixed on their abandoned meal with desperate longing. Noah finally emerged from the shop. It's just a homeless creature looking for help. Are you dangerous in any way? He asked directly. He wasn't sure if that goblin was being sneaky to try get him out of the shop. But from the way he was talking and his body language, Grix really seemed like a chill goblin. Grix shook his head vigorously. No, I've never thought that one day I would meet a pacifist goblin. The creature looked so pitiful that Noah's resistance crumbled entirely. Noah glanced at Kip and Alyssa, reading the same sympathy in their expressions. They understood hunger, understood abandonment. We can't leave it here to starve. Grix, Noah said carefully. Want to join us? The goblin's entire body went rigid. His large, watery eyes blinked rapidly as if Noah's words were spoken in some forgotten language. Join. You. Grix's voice cracked. Grix can stay. The poor thing looks like I just offered him the crown jewels. For meals, at least. Noah gestured toward their cooling food. You help with cleaning alongside Alyssa and Kip. We make sure you eat. Grix's thin frame trembled. His rat-like tail twitched with barely contained hope. Grix is a very good cleaner. The words tumbled out in a desperate rush from the goblin's mouth. Know how to organize things. Sweep floors. Master always says Grix have gentle hands for delicate work. Alyssa's ears drooped with sudden insecurity. Sir Noah, am I not doing well in cleaning? The question hit Noah like a punch to the gut. Her amber eyes glistened with worry. Her tail curled defensively around her legs. She thinks I'm replacing her. What? No. Noah's response came too quickly, too loudly. Alyssa, you're perfect at cleaning. The shop has never looked better. Shit. I didn't think about how this would look to her. Grix's large eyes darted between them, confusion clouding his weathered features. The goblin's excitement dimmed as he sensed the tension. Listen. Noah ran fingers through his hair, his mind racing for the right words. Alyssa, you're not being replaced. You're irreplaceable. The catgirl's posture gradually relaxed. Her tail unfurled from its position. So, we're all working together. Exactly. Noah smiled, relief flooding through him. You handle the important stuff. Cooking. And main cleaning. Grix can help with cleaning the area outside the shop, and stuff like that. Grix perked up immediately. Grix is very good with small tasks. Never get in Miss Alyssa's way. The goblin's earnest promise drew a tiny smile from Alyssa. After enjoying the meal together, Grix busied himself cleaning the alleyway and their eating area. Noah retreated inside, expecting the usual afternoon customers. None came. Alyssa and Kip followed him in, settling into comfortable silence. When Grix finished his work, he joined them, sitting cross-legged on the floor with obvious contentment. An hour crawled by in peaceful monotony. The door chimed, breaking their moment of peace. Woodrow entered with a companion, a slightly older man of similar age. Their eyes swept the shop's occupants, a goblin, 2 catkin, and Noah surrounded by his unlikely collection of employees. Woodrow raised an eyebrow but said nothing. His friend had no such restraint. What do we have here? The stranger's voice carried casual amusement. A goblin and some stray kittens. Oh, hell no. Noah's expression darkened instantly. The temperature in the small shop seemed to drop several degrees. What did you say? Woodrow caught Noah's shift in mood, nudging his companion urgently. He had barely stepped into the store, and he had already made Noah angry. Stow. Damn this idiot. He still has that superiority complex. I shouldn't have brought him here. If I hadn't met him on the way here, I wouldn't have brought him. But alas, I can't change fate. I said a goblin and stray kittens. The man shrugged, oblivious to the mounting tension. What's the fuss? Noah's voice cut through the air like a blade. Apologize or get out of my store. The stranger's eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline. Calm down, young friend. I wasn't insulting you. It's just some demi-humans and an old goblin. Why are you so agitated? Just some demi-humans, just an old goblin. You are insulting me by insulting those around me. The casual dismissal made Noah's blood boil. I would have kicked his old butt out of my store had I been strong enough. Woodrow finally found his voice, embarrassment coloring his cheeks. You're embarrassing me. Apologize. The man looked between Noah's thunderous expression and Woodrow's mortified face. Something in their combined disapproval finally penetrated his thick skull. I apologize. Not to me. Noah pointed toward Alyssa, Kip, and Grix, who sat frozen with obvious discomfort. To them. Chapter 37. Embarrassment. The stranger's mouth opened and closed like a landed fish. 20 years of casual prejudice warred against Noah's pressure and his friend's glaring disappointment. I apologize. The words came out strained, directed toward the floor rather than his intended recipients. Noah wasn't satisfied. He turned toward his employees, voice gentling considerably. Do you forgive him? Alyssa nodded quietly, her natural grace preventing any scene. Grix bobbed his head eagerly, desperate to avoid conflict. Kip glared at the stranger until his sister's elbow found his side. He glared at him one more time before reluctantly nodding. Good enough. The shop's atmosphere remained thick with tension, but crisis had been averted. Noah's message was clear. His employees deserved respect, regardless of species. Anyone who can't handle that can shop elsewhere. Woodrow stepped forward, relieved that the situation had de-escalated. I'm really sorry about this, Noah. Had I known he was still stuck in his old ways, I wouldn't have brought him here. Noah shook his head. It's not your fault. Don't worry about it. Besides, he already apologized. Though it took some coercing, Woodrow nodded gratefully before requesting his usual order, a loaf of bread. Noah's gaze shifted to the other man, someone he hadn't bothered asking for a name. Do you want anything too? The stranger nodded eagerly, clearly desperate to make amends. Sorry about earlier again. It's just an old man's grumpy attitude didn't mean to offend. Could I get a loaf of bread like my friend here? At least he's trying. Noah retrieved both loaves from the shelf, placing them on the counter. Anything else? Both men shook their heads, paying together or separately. The unnamed stranger stepped forward, clearly wanting to improve the mood. He placed 6 golden coins on the counter. As he reached for the bread, Noah's hand shot out, stopping him mid-motion. The man's eyebrows climbed. Is something wrong? What's this? Noah gestured at the coins, then back at the customer. Confusion flickered across his face. That's the price for both loaves. He turned to Woodrow. Isn't it 3 gold coins per loaf? Woodrow nodded. Equally puzzled, Noah presented an innocent smile. 3 gold coins was the old price. The new price is 4 golden coins. What? Why? Inflation. Supply chain issues. You know how it is. Noah shrugged, knowing full well they understood none of those terms. If you don't want it, I can return them to the shelf. Let's see how badly you want that healing bread. To learn a lesson, you need to pay a price. You would be dreaming if you think I will let you go without extorting some extra cash. I want it. I want it. He sighed, taking out 2 additional coins. Excellent choice. 8 golden coins clinked onto the counter. This time, Noah made no move to stop the transaction. The bread moved to their hands while Woodrow shot Noah one final apologetic look before they departed. Your idle income has been updated. Nam. Daily revenue. 1. 400. 4 gold coins per loaf. Beautiful. Behind him, his employees watched with varying degrees of awe and amusement. Even Grix seemed impressed by the casual way Noah had made the man pay extra. The door closed with a satisfied chime, leaving Noah counting his unexpected windfall. After the door closed, Kip exploded like a dam bursting. Sir Noah, you're amazing for making that old hag pay more. He deserved it. The young catboy's tail bristled as his yellow-green eyes blazed with satisfaction. Alyssa's eyes narrowed with maternal disapproval. Kip, don't be rude. He deserved it. Kip's voice cracked with emotion. Did you hear what he called us? Stray kittens. His hairline is astray because I don't think anyone here saw it. Noah barely controlled his laugh that almost escaped without his consent. He masked it with a quick cough. Kid's got a good joke. I will give him that. Still, Alyssa reached over, stroking the fluff between his ears with her gentle fingers. You're better than that. That's not how you've been raised. The familiar gesture worked its magic. Kip's bristling fur gradually smoothed, though his scowl remained firmly in place. She's right, Noah agreed. But I appreciate your defensiveness. Nothing wrong with a little righteous anger on behalf of his sister? Noah reached into his coin pouch, producing 2 golden pieces. He placed one in Grix's startled hands, then offered the other to the siblings. What's this for? Alyssa's ears twitched with confusion. Your share from the old man's money. Noah's grin turned mischievous. Consider it a customer service bonus. Grix stared at the coin like it might vanish. For Grix. For all of you. Noah nodded. If that old man knew you guys took his money, he would have puked a mouthful of blood. The image hit them simultaneously. Kip's sullen expression cracked first, a snort escaping his attempts at dignity. Alyssa covered her mouth with her delicate fingers, shoulders shaking with suppressed laughter. Grix's wheeze turned into full-blown cackles. Old Master turned purple when angry. This man probably turned green. Like a sick goblin, Kip added, dissolving into giggles. Kip, Alyssa scolded, but her own laughter betrayed her. That's terrible. The tension from earlier melted away completely. Their small shop filled with the sound of genuine mirth. Noah watched his employees enjoy their unexpected windfall. A few hours passed by before the familiar chime announced their next customer. Do you miss me? Princess Alara swept through the doorway, her eyes sparkling with mischief. Her lips curved in a knowing smile. One eyebrow arched in inquiry as she awaited Noah's response. That expression screams trouble, Noah thought, staring at her. Oh. Her face flushed crimson as reality crashed down. Multiple pairs of eyes stared back at her. Not just Noah, but his entire collection of employees arranged throughout the small shop. Way to make an entrance. Your Highness, Noah grinned. But the embarrassment lasted exactly 1 second before her gaze locked onto Kip. So cute. The princess practically floated across the floor, stopping directly in front of the young catboy. Chapter 38. Second lesson. Her hands hovered mere inches from his ears, trembling with her barely restrained desire to pet. Can I caress his head? She turned to Alyssa with pleading eyes. Alyssa glanced at her brother, whose face had transformed into various shades of red. The poor boy stood frozen like a statue, yellow-green eyes wide with shock at the gorgeous princess's attention. Kid looks like he's about to faint. Kip. Alyssa's voice carried gentle encouragement. A tiny nod. Barely perceptible, but enough. Alyssa smiled warmly. Of course. Your Highness. Everyone in the city of Eston knew Princess Alara. Alara's squeal of delight sounded across the shop. Her fingers found the soft fur between Kip's ears, stroking with reverent care. So soft. Like silk. Kip's blush deepened to crimson. His tail betrayed him completely, wagging with uncontrollable happiness despite his embarrassment. Poor kid's overwhelmed by a beautiful princess's attention. After several seconds of enthusiastic petting, Alara finally turned to Noah. Her expression changed from playful to purposeful. Ready. For what? Our mana control lesson. Remember, she gestured toward his hand. You don't want to access that storage ring on your finger. Noah facepalmed. Right. The ring I completely forgot about. His eyes narrowed as they settled on Alyssa. You don't have legendary talent in magic too, right? Alyssa's cheeks reddened under his scrutiny. She scratched her face self-consciously. Something on my face. Noah shook his head quickly. Can she join the lesson? Sure. Ilara's enthusiasm bubbled over. The more the merrier. The lesson began with basic breathing exercises. Noah went through the same techniques that had taken him an hour to grasp the day before. Beside him, Alyssa followed along with determined concentration. She's keeping pace with me. That's actually impressive. Her progress wasn't the terrifying natural talent she'd displayed with swordsmanship, but it was far from ordinary. Most unawakened people require days to sense mana at all. At least she's not completely supernatural at everything. A small voice piped up from the corner. Can I join too? Kip stood there with hopeful eyes, hands clasped behind his back like a child asking for candy. Kip wasn't particularly interested in the magic or the spells, but Ilara's earlier affection made him want to get somewhat closer to her. She was a beautiful, kind princess who treated him well on their first meeting, which gave him a good first impression of her. Who wouldn't want to do the same as Kip? Ilara's face melted into pure affection. Of course. Little one. She ruffled his already messy hair. Why not? The whole gang's here anyway, Noah thought. Want to join? He asked Grix, who was just watching. Grix shook his hand and head immediately. Grix don't want... Noah nodded, letting the old goblin watch them train. Kip settled beside his sister, mimicking their breathing patterns with careful attention. His small face scrunched in concentration. 5 minutes passed. Noah was still struggling to maintain his mana sense for more than 30 seconds. Alyssa had managed to sustain hers for nearly a minute, remarkable progress for a beginner. Then Kip opened his eyes. The air around his small hands shimmered with visible energy. Not the faint heatwave distortion Noah had managed yesterday, but actual, honest-to-God glowing mana that danced between his fingers like captured starlight. You've got to be kidding me. The 9-year-old cat boy was manipulating raw magical energy like he'd been born to it. His first attempt had surpassed anything Noah could accomplish even now. These two siblings never failed to amaze me. Ilara's jaw had dropped so far it was practically on the floor. Even she seemed stunned by the display of natural talent. Kip, she whispered. How are you doing that? The boy tilted his head with innocent confusion. Doing what? It feels warm and tingly. I like it. Legendary magical talent. Just what kind of legendary cat birthed these two? The legendary Tom. Noah smiled helplessly. My employees are going to surpass me in every conceivable skill. Aren't they? But watching Kip's tail wag with pure joy as mana sparkled around his tiny fingers, Noah couldn't bring himself to feel anything but pride. My shop's turning into a training ground for legends. Ilara's head snapped toward Noah, excitement blazing in her eyes. Can I invite them to the academy? She glanced between the siblings, clearly trying to navigate the social dynamics she'd stumbled into. She couldn't ignore Noah's presence since he seemed close to the siblings. Noah shrugged. Ask them. It's their choice. Ilara turned to face Kip and Alyssa, her composure returning as she changed into recruitment mode. Would you like to join Esta's Magic Academy? You both have incredible potential. Her fingers ruffled Kip's hair once more, drawing a delighted purr from the boy, especially this little one. Alyssa's response came swiftly and decisively. I appreciate the offer, Your Highness, but I must decline. She turned to her brother with gentle eyes. Kip, would you like to join the academy? The young catboy's ears drooped like wilted flowers. His yellow-green eyes darted between his sister and the princess, internal conflict written across his small features. He wants to go, but not without her. Noah thought with a wry smile. The little catboy never failed to find a way to escape from him. Till now, the headshake came slowly and reluctantly. No, thank you. After several tries, Ilara's shoulders sagged with visible disappointment. A legendary talent, slipping through her fingers. Noah's smile carried knowing sympathy. Don't worry. Someone else tried recruiting them before you and got the same answer. Really? Who? Valeria. While Kip has incredible magical talent, Alyssa here possesses equally terrifying potential for swordsmanship. She rejected becoming Valeria's disciple. 2. Ilara's eyebrow, the same Valera we both know. The very same. These two siblings are magnets for legendary trainers. The lesson resumed with focus. Noah threw himself into the breathing exercises, his determination fueled by watching the catboy surpass him in real time. Come on. I need to level up fast. Please. Chapter 39. Leveling up. Minutes ticked by. His mana sense wavered, stabilized, then wavered again. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite the cool air. Alyssa maintained steady progress beside him, not Kip's overwhelming talent, but solid advancement that put most students to shame. Kip continued manipulating visible mana like it was child's play. An hour crawled past. Noah's concentration never wavered, even as his employees eclipsed his speed with embarrassing ease. Then it happened. Your mana control skill has leveled up to level 2. No. Relief flooded through Noah's chest like warm honey. The constant strain he had been feeling of maintaining mana awareness finally eased, replaced by a stable, consistent connection. Finally, No more worrying about losing the sensation every 30 seconds. Despite leveling up his mana control to level 2, Noah's control remained elusive, meaning he couldn't use it to create or do anything substantial. Progress is progress, no matter how small. Based on my current progress, another lesson or two should allow me to level up and finally have the ability to use the storage ring or perhaps create some kind of basic spell. Alara noticed his improved stability immediately. Excellent. You're ready for basic exercises now? Noah nodded, genuine gratitude warming his chest. It's thanks to your teaching. Alara glanced at something. A pocket watch, perhaps, and made a startled sound. Oh, I have to go. I got so caught up with this little genius and your improvement that I'm almost late for something important. We'll continue our lessons another time. You should really think about the academy offer, even part-time. Anything is better than nothing. Noah smiled and nodded. She is always recruiting, never gives up. After Alara departed, the shop settled into its familiar quiet. Another hour crawled by without customers. Noah yawned, exhaustion creeping into his bones. 8 hours spent. My daily goal has been completed, which meant 4 hours had passed in the real world. All right, everyone. Closing time. He distributed daily wages to Alyssa and Kip, watching their eyes light up at the golden coins. Grix did not receive the same daily wage. His daily wage was considered to be the daily meals with them. Sorry, Grix, maybe when my daily income hits 100 gold coins? The goblin seemed content. In fact, happy. Noah stepped through the portal, his apartment materializing around him like a familiar embrace. Home sweet. Bang! 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 Sharp knocks rattled his door. Noah, I know you're there. You can't escape the rent forever. Mrs. Henderson, I totally forgot about the rent with everything going on. The middle-aged landlord's voice was loud. I'll give you till sunset before I come back to collect my overdue rent. If I don't see payment, I'll throw all your belongings into the street. 2 months behind, plus this month's payment. Noah sighed. The rent was around $1.200 a month in Detroit, Michigan, for a small studio in a small neighborhood. With 2 months unpaid, Noah was looking at a payment of $2.400. Noah ignored it all, heading straight for the bathroom. Hot water called to him, a simple pleasure after hours of working in a medieval world without proper plumbing. Shower first. Landlord drama comes second. The knocking eventually stopped, replaced by muttered curses fading down the hallway. Steam began filling the small bathroom as Noah stripped away the day's adventures. It's amazing how money problems seem smaller. After his shower, Noah dried off, threw on some fresh clothes, and headed for the bank branch near his apartment. His status screen stood in front of him as he walked, its translucent blue against the mundane cityscape. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 1,400. Current assets, $15,600. 42. Shop points, 320. Attributes, strength, 4. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 3. Skills, swordsmanship level 2, mana control level 2, programming level 2, finance level 1, surviving on ramen level 3. Not bad. He smiled at the constantly growing numbers. Arriving inside the bank, Noah joined the queue. His turn arrived. The teller seemed young and enthusiastic, clearly new. Her smile was bright as she asked him, "How can I help you today?" Noah leaned forward, voice barely audible. 2,000. 2,000. She chirped loudly enough for half the bank to hear. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Noah's eye twitched as he nodded, resisting the urge to reach across the counter and cover her mouth. Every nearby customer suddenly found their shoes fascinating. Might as well have announced it over the intercom. The cash came in a discreet envelope that felt woefully inadequate for concealment. Noah tucked it into his inner jacket pocket, hand hovering protectively near the bulge. Paranoid. Maybe. The walk home became a masterclass in urban awareness. Every footstep behind him rang suspicious. Noah's eyes swept constantly. Almost there. Just 3 more blocks. 2 blocks from safety. His worst fears materialized. A figure emerged from an alley. The figure was of average height, dark clothing and his face obscured by a ski mask. Hand over that envelope. Now. Of course. Noah's frown deepened as he assessed the situation. The mugger seemed nervous and jittery. He had no visible weapon, but that could change quickly. Never thought I'd need combat skills in my own neighborhood. Look, buddy. I just came from the bank. Pretty sure they have cameras pointing this direction. The mugger moved nervously, glancing around him. You think this is a joke? Noah's eyes swept the area, landing on a discarded baseball bat leaning against a dumpster. He sidestepped toward it. What are you doing? Stop right there, the man shouted. Seeing him move, after taking hold of the baseball, Noah gained some more confidence. Move away before I turn your head into a baseball. The mugger's nervousness spiked. His hand disappeared into his jacket, emerging with a switchblade. Clink. Don't be smart. And don't you dare act like a hero. Just give me the money. He has a knife. That's not ideal. Noah's confidence wavered. System. Would my swordsmanship skills work here? Chapter 40. Ninja. System. Would my swordsmanship skills work here? Host's swordsmanship skill applies in this world to blade-based combat. Improvised weapons show reduced effectiveness, but retain basic principles. Ma'am. Better than nothing. Noah gripped the bat properly. His muscle memory from Valeria's training kicking in. The weight distribution was wrong, the balance quite different, but the fundamental stance remained sound. Level 2. Swordsmanship. Let's see what you're worth. The mugger lunged forward, his knife leading. Hand it over. Noah's body responded automatically. He did a quick sidestep, redirect, and counterstrike combo. The bat connected with the man's wrist in a sharp crack. Clink. The knife clattered to concrete. What the? The mugger stared at his empty hand in disbelief. Baseball. Noah deadpanned, twirling the bat with confidence. America's pastime. No way. That actually worked. The would-be thief clutched his wrist, his shock delaying the pain. This wasn't how muggings were supposed to go. You some kind of ninja. Before Noah could respond, the mugger made a quick decision, sprinting away into the gathering dusk. Noah watched him disappear, adrenaline singing through his veins. Noah dropped the bat with a dull thud and climbed the stairs to his apartment. The familiar scent of old carpet and broken dreams greeted him as he reached his floor. Sunset soon arrived, before Mrs. Henderson could execute her signature 3-knock combo, the one that rattled his door like artillery fire. Noah swung it open. The middle-aged landlord stumbled forward, her raised fist meeting empty air. She caught herself against the doorframe, her white hair askew from her near tumble. It's about time you opened the door. She straightened her floral housecoat. Her brown eyes blazed behind her wire-rimmed glasses. I've been hunting you down like a common criminal. Noah Carter. Mrs. Henderson. Noah's tone remained perfectly neutral, as if she'd dropped by for afternoon tea instead of eviction. Lovely evening, isn't it? Kill her with kindness. Don't you dare try that sweet talk on me. She waggled a finger inches from his nose. A month behind, plus this month's payment. That's $2,400. Young man, her eyes narrowed to suspicious slits. I've been really busy. You know how it is in the startup world. Start up my wrinkled behind. Mrs. Henderson's voice climbed toward outrage. I've seen more failed entrepreneurs than you've had hot dinners. They all say the same thing next week. Mrs. Henderson. Big deal coming through, Mrs. Henderson. She stepped closer, invading his personal space. Well, I'm done being patient. Sunset means eviction papers. Boy, hope your precious startup can provide you with a cardboard box. She is always quite dramatic. I'll give her that. Noah reached into his jacket pocket, his fingers closing around the envelope. The paper crinkled softly. Actually, he said, pulling out the cash. I think we can settle this right now. Mrs. Henderson's tirade died mid-syllable. Her eyes locked onto the envelope like a hawk spotting its prey. Money talks. Louder than you do. Is that? She blinked rapidly, as if the envelope might vanish if she looked away. $2,400. Hard cash. Seeing her expression, Noah thought, sometimes the best revenge is paying your bills. Mrs. Henderson's mouth opened and closed like a landed fish, her prepared eviction speech crumbling into nothing. Well, she managed finally, it's about damn time. The envelope passed between them. Since you paid, I will forgive you for your past deeds. But don't you dare give a late payment again. I won't be so polite next time. Noah nodded. Of course. After paying the rent dues, Noah returned to his apartment and collapsed onto his couch. His phone buzzed against the table, an unknown number flashing across the cracked screen. Noah considered ignoring it, but his curiosity won. Hello? Noah. Dude. It's Marcus from university. Marcus. Noah's mind scrolled through college memories. Marcus Thompson. The one and only. Man, I tracked you down through like 6 different social media platforms. You're harder to find than a decent parking spot. Well, that was intentional. What's up? Marcus. Class reunion. Baby. 2 weeks from now. The whole gang's getting together at the Marriott downtown. You remember Sarah? She's organizing the whole thing. Listen, I appreciate you calling, but come on, man. It'll be epic. Jessica's flying in from Seattle. Tom's bringing his new Porsche. And get this Kevin made partner at his law firm. And here comes the humble bragging. Noah rubbed his temples. That's great for everyone. But I'm not really interested. Not interested. Marcus's voice cracked with disbelief. Dude, it's been years. Don't you want to see how everyone turned out? I can imagine. Suits, luxury cars, and conversations about their quarterly earnings. I've got stuff to do that weekend. Stuff. What kind of stuff is more important than reconnecting with old friends? Running a shop in another world? Managing employees with legendary talents? Learning magic from a medieval princess? Work stuff. Big project. Still coding in that basement apartment. Man, you need to get out more. Sarah mentioned she's bringing her husband. He's a doctor. Super successful guy. And remember Lisa from sophomore year? She's in marketing now, making bank. Oh God. The success parade continues. Marcus. Look, I get it. Maybe things haven't gone exactly as planned for you. But that's what reunions are for. Fresh starts. New connections. Who knows? Maybe someone's looking for a programmer for their startup. I'm doing fine. Thanks. Define fine. Because Jessica mentioned she saw your linked out, and it still says seeking opportunities. No judgment. Man. But I'm hanging up now. Wait, Noah. Just think about it. Okay. 2 weeks. 1 night. Free dinner. Open bar. And I promise the stories will be worth it. Remember when Jess tried to ask Professor Williams on a date? Actually, that was pretty funny. Noah's resolve wavered for exactly 3 seconds before reality reasserted itself. A room full of college classmates comparing achievements. While he sat there sounded like torture. I've got stuff to do. Marcus, thanks for calling. But, click. Noah stared at his phone, imagining the scene he'd just avoided. The couch embraced him like an old friend as he settled deeper into its worn cushions. In 2 weeks, his classmates would gather to compare bank accounts and career trajectories. Meanwhile, he'd be in another world. Different kinds of success. I suppose his phone buzzed again. Another unknown number. This time, Noah didn't hesitate to decline the call. Some battles aren't worth fighting. Chapter 41. 5 days. 5 days had passed since the incident with the landlord. Inside his small shop, Noah stood with a deep frown etched across his face. The expression had become increasingly common, and Alyssa's worried glances followed him whenever he moved. Those 5 days had fallen into a routine. Wake up, head to the shop, sell bread and iced tea, train with his employees, return home. The routine had become a sanctuary, but the sanctuary was about to crumble. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 1,400. Current assets, 49,000. 23. Shop points, 720. Attributes, strength, 4. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 3. Skills, swordsmanship level 4. Mana control level 4. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Host, today is your final day in this location. Please prepare your farewell appropriately. Damn. There it is. The hammer is finally about to fall. In those 5 days, Noah had accumulated wealth beyond his wildest dreams. The princess's daily order of 4 iced teas brought him a steady daily income of 40 golden coins. Woodrow's consistent purchases, and Valeria's also added another 19 gold coins daily. 59 gold coins per day for 5 days meant 295 gold coins, which was 29,500 in additional income. Combined with his idle revenue of $1,400 daily over 5 days, his current wealth approached $50,000. From broke to wealthy in the span of days, his skills had flourished under his constant practice. Swordsmanship at level 4 meant he could hold his own against some competent fighters, but he was still not a novice swordsman. Mana control at level 4 brought him incredibly close to actual spellcasting. Alara insisted he was nearly ready for novice magic. Level 5 should be the threshold for a novice mage, but none of it mattered now. His shop point stood at 720, 280 short of the 1,000 needed to lock this location. The automakers remained stubbornly at level 1, their progress bars mocking his efforts. Auto Ice Tea Maker, progress 4060. Auto Baker, progress 2660. So close. Yet so far, today marked the end of everything he'd built here. In a few hours, the system would relocate him to some unknown world, leaving behind the relationships that had become more precious than gold. Alyssa's worried voice finally pierced his brooding. Sir Noah, is something wrong? How do I explain this? How do I tell them I'm disappearing? Noah's shoulders sagged. My shop will disappear from this place tomorrow. Don't come to work from now on. Today is your last day. His words were like a death sentence to the 3 employees in front of him. Disappear. Kip's voice cracked with confusion. What do you mean by disappear? I don't know how long it'll be before I come back. Each word felt like pulling teeth. The shop. Relocates. The color drained from Alyssa's face. Her ears flattened against her skull as she realized that they would no longer be together. You're leaving us. Damn it. The way she said it. It's like I'm abandoning them. Tears began forming in her amber eyes, droplets that threatened to shatter Noah's composure. Beside her, Kip's small body trembled with barely contained emotion. Even Grix seemed to deflate like a punctured balloon. His green skin took on a sickly pallor. Master Noah. Grix did something wrong. They think it's their fault. Of course they do. No. Noah's response came too quickly, shaking his head. None of you did anything wrong. This isn't about you, it's about the shop itself. Alyssa's composure finally cracked. Tears spilt down her furry cheeks as she pressed small hands to her face. The sight of her crying made a lump form in Noah's throat. I've never seen her break down, not even when she was sick and starving. Kip moved closer to his sister, his own eyes glistening as he wrapped thin arms around her shoulders. Their shared grief was a mirror. reflecting each other's pain in an endless loop of loss. We'll never see you again, Kip whispered. Noah walked to them before kneeling to their level, forcing a small smile into his expression. Hey, listen to me. This isn't goodbye forever. I want you to do something for me while I'm gone. He placed gentle hands on both their shoulders. Alyssa, take Valeria up on her offer. Become her disciple. It'll be good for you. Her head shook frantically. I don't want to train without you. I want to stay here and wait. No waiting. Noah's voice carried gentle firmness. You have incredible talent. Don't waste it pining for something uncertain. He turned to Kip, whose tears were flowing freely now. And you take Alara's offer. Join the academy. Your magical talent deserves proper development. But what if you come back and we're not here? Kip's logic was heartbreaking in its simplicity. Then I will come and find you, where you'll be stronger, better, ready for whatever comes next. Noah's throat constricted around the words. That's what I want for you to grow beyond what you think possible. Kip, you need to grow stronger for your sister. Okay. The demons are closing in on the kingdom, and you need to have enough strength. His gaze shifted to Grix, whose large eyes were fixed on the ceiling. As for you, Grix, Noah scratched the back of his head. What do I tell him? He hasn't shown talent in anything specific. Grix should go with Alyssa. See if you can help somewhere in Valeria's guild. I'm sure you are an amazing alchemist. Maybe he'll find his niche there. Maybe they all will. Grix nodded slowly, though his expression remained hollow. Grix understand. Will Master Noah remember us? Master Noah. Even now, he won't drop the title. Every day. The promise came without thought. Every single day. The shop fell silent except for quiet sniffling and the distant sounds of Esta's afternoon bustle. 4 beings bound by circumstance and genuine affection, facing separation neither wanted nor could prevent. Chapter 42. Final farewell. Alyssa lifted her head, tears still streaming, but determination flickering in her amber eyes. If you don't find us, we will find you. That fierce look, she means every word. The day crawled forward with agonizing slowness. Alara arrived first, her usual radiant smile faltering when she noticed the atmosphere. Why does everyone look like someone died? How to explain without explaining. My shop relocates tomorrow. I won't be here anymore. The princess went very still. Her amber eyes darted between Noah and his employees, processing implications with royal efficiency. Relocates where? Somewhere else. Alara's composure cracked slightly. For how long? Unknown. I see. In that case, I'll take all your remaining iced tea, every bottle. Of course. She would. The 12 bottles that lined his shelf disappeared instantly, granting him 120 golden coins and 120 shop points. Don't look at me like that. If this is goodbye, I'm not leaving anything behind. Can I also get the bread? Noah shook his head. There is a customer who always buys the bread for me. I think she will want it. I can't let you take everything. Princess. Sorry. Valeria's arrival an hour later triggered the same pattern. One look at the atmosphere, and one explanation about relocation. All the bread. Every loaf. The 12 loaves were sold for a total of 36 golden coins. He didn't sell it for 4 coins because Valeria was very good to him. Good. Her green eyes held fierce protectiveness. Can't let healing bread like this vanish into whatever void you're heading toward. After both sales, his shop points skyrocketed to 960 points, which made him frustrated. Had he made a bigger deal with the princess, he would have made the cut. With his stocks completely gone, Noah simply waited for the time to arrive. Unfortunately for him, he would be teleported before he could make enough to get 1,000 before she left. Valeria reiterated the same line as Alara. When you return, and you will return, we'll be waiting. Warning. Teleportation commences in 10 minutes. Please prepare for relocation. Damn. Noah's stomach twisted into knots. 10 minutes. That's all we have left. Alyssa sat beside Kip on the floor, both clinging to each other like shipwreck survivors. Grix organized cleaning supplies, desperate for some kind of distraction. They're all staying until the end, even knowing it'll hurt more. 5 minutes crawled by in agonizing silence. Every tick felt like a hammer blow against his chest. System warning. 5 minutes remaining. None. It's time. Noah's voice cracked despite his efforts. You need to go. Alyssa's ears drooped as she rose slowly. Her amber eyes glistened with unshed tears, but determination flickered beneath the grief. We'll find you, she whispered. Kip nodded frantically, small hands clenched into fists. Wherever you go, we'll follow. Even Grix straightened his hunched shoulders. Grix will remember Master Noah always. Don't cry. Don't you dare cry in front of them. They filed out slowly, each backwards glance feeling like a dagger between Noah's ribs. The door chimed one final time as Grix disappeared into the alleyway. Noah was alone. Teleportation in progress. None. The world dissolved. Outside the abandoned alleyway, 3 figures huddled together in shared misery. Valeria had arrived moments before the deadline. Nothing happened. She raised an eyebrow, checking her pocket watch. I thought his whole shop would vanish. Turns out he's pulling a prank on us. As she opened the door, the sign idle store above the door vanished. The door swung open. Nothing. Empty room. Completely empty with nothing inside. No counter. No shelves. No trace that Noah had ever existed in this space. Just bare stone walls and dust motes dancing in fading sunlight. He, actually, vanished. Her words hung in the air like smoke from an extinguished candle. Alyssa's composure finally shattered. Tears streamed down her furry cheeks as the reality struck home. Kip buried his face against his sister's shoulder, his small body shaking with silent sobs. Grix stared at the empty space, his weathered features creased with confusion and loss. He didn't care like the other two. He had also lost his master a few days prior, and now he once again lost another one. "Master Noah really gone," he whispered. Valeria's hand dropped from the doorframe. Even her composure cracked slightly at the sight of absolute emptiness, where warmth and friendship had flourished. He wasn't lying. Whatever he was, wherever he came from, it was real. The Silver Wolf captain cleared her throat roughly. "Come on, let's get you three settled somewhere safe. The least I can do is honor his last request." They walked away from the empty alley, leaving behind only memories. Noah's surroundings snapped back to awareness with suddenness. Please be a post-apocalyptic wasteland. Please be somewhere I can build a mansion and hoard gold in peace. His eyes opened to chaos through the window. Hundreds of creatures milled through what could only be described as a bustling plaza. But these weren't human shoppers. They were demons. Actual, honest-to-God demons with horns, tails, and skin ranging from deep red to midnight blue. This is not a wasteland. This is very much not a wasteland. A massive demon with ram's horns noticed his shop first. The creature's eyes widened to dinner plate proportions. "There is a shop here. I never knew that," he bellowed in a loud voice. The demon closed on his window, only to lock eyes with Noah. Before his eyes widened, human species alert. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Within seconds, Noah's humble bakery was surrounded by curious demons pressing their faces against his two windows. Dozens of eyes, some glowing, some multicolored, all intensely focused on him, created a kaleidoscope of supernatural attention. I wanted isolation. I got the exact opposite. A particularly enterprising demon began rattling his door handle. "Human. They know I'm human. In demon territory. This is fine. Everything is fine." More demons joined the crowd. Soon, his shop was surrounded by demons. Noah gulped before consoling himself. "Remember, Noah, you're immortal inside the shop. Immortal. They can't actually kill you here." Chapter 43. Prophet. A younger demon with bat wings stepped forward. They killed my cousin last month." But why would Noah caught himself before finishing the question? Why would Esta's intelligence be wrong? Unless somebody is profiting from this war. Alara and her upbringing didn't strike me as people who would throw their own kingdom into chaos. The pieces clicked together. Looking at the worried demon faces around him, Noah felt his carefully constructed enemy image crumble. They're not monsters. They're just people with horns and wings. "You really didn't know," Lola observed, watching his internal revelation play out. "Interesting." Her tail swished thoughtfully. The demons around them murmured among themselves, clearly debating Noah's true origins, but their expressions held curiosity rather than hostility. "They're more concerned about my weird ignorance than my potential threat level." "Look," Noah said finally, "I might have simplified my background a bit, but I'm not here to cause trouble, just trying to make an honest living." Noah's internal debate had reached its conclusion. These demons weren't his enemies. They were potential customers with legitimate grievances against actual terrorists. Time to stop being an idiot and start being a businessman. "Are you finally ready to tell us?" Lola smirked, her tail swishing behind her like a metronome counting down his resistance. Noah nodded. "I sell healing bread and mana enhancement tea." The words came out in a rush. "The bread accelerates natural recovery by 30%. The tea increases mana reserves and regeneration by 30% for 10 minutes. There it is. My cards are on the table. Bread costs 5 gold coins. Tea is 11. Slight markup for inflation and distance from Esta. Fair pricing." The plaza erupted. 5 gold coins for magical bread. 11 for tea. Okay, maybe that was too aggressive. Maybe I should have kept it the same, or decreased it a bit. But instead of outrage, Noah heard laughter. 5 gold coins. A ram-horned demon slapped his knee. "That's pocket change. He is practically giving it away. What a generous human." Another chimed in. "Wait, what?" Lola's expression shifted from amused to incredulous. "You're seriously charging 5 gold coins for magical healing bread? Did I underprice everything? In demon territory. That's too low." The crowd burst into fresh laughter. Demons began pulling out coin pouches that clinked with suspicious weight. One particularly enthusiastic customer dumped a small mountain of gold coins onto the ground. "I'll take 10 loaves. I want all the tea for me. Can I reserve next week's production?" Oh no. Noah's face went through several colors as he realized the economic state of this kingdom. In demon territory, gold coins were apparently as common as cobblestones. Inflation is a real pain in the ass. He facepalmed inwardly. I could have charged 50 gold coins, and they'd have thought it was reasonable. But pride and mild embarrassment prevented him from adjusting prices mid-announcement. Plus, these people seemed genuinely excited. I should stick with the quoted prices. I need to build some goodwill. Prices stand as stated, he declared, trying to sound businesslike rather than mortified. Fortunately, the system had refreshed his inventory upon teleportation. 12 golden loaves and 12 glass bottles stood on his shelves. At least I won't disappoint them with low stock immediately. The crowd pressed closer, gold coins appearing from every direction like magic tricks. Noah raised his hands for order, 1 per customer. First day, limited supply. He didn't want a single person to monopolize his entire stock, mainly because he wanted to retain those customers. Once his automakers were leveled up to level 2, he would have a bigger supply. The demons formed a surprisingly orderly queue, chit-chatting excitedly about magical human stock. This is what customer service should feel like. Lola pushed to the front of the line, a loaf of bread and 1 iced tea. Please, I want to experience this island magic firsthand. She placed 16 golden coins on his counter, which Noah pocketed. Daily income stream has been updated. None. Daily revenue. 1. 600. Enjoy, he said, giving her the loaf and tea. Thank you. Lola responded with a seductive smile that made him blink twice before blushing. This demoness is trying to hunt me. For sure. Lola uncorked the bottle slowly as if savoring the moment. Suddenly, a sweet, complex aroma filled the air. It had a hint of peach that transcended into notes of magic and moonlight dancing on invisible strings. Even the smell is impressive, Lola thought. She raised the bottle to her luscious lips and took a careful sip. The effect was immediate. Lola's eyes widened, then slowly drifted closed. A soft sound escaped her lips that made Noah's cheeks burn crimson. Was that a moan? The sound repeated, longer this time, carrying notes of pure pleasure. Oh God, she's making those sounds in public. Noah's face cycled through multiple shades of red as nearby demons leaned closer, curious about her obvious enjoyment. Lola seemed completely oblivious to her audience, lost in sensory experience. This is mortifying. And somehow also, nope, not going there. Professional thoughts only. This is incredible. Her eyes were still closed in apparent bliss. She took another sip, and yet again another soft moan escaped. She's going to get me killed by her jealous demon suitors. The flavor is extraordinary, she continued, finally opening her eyes, like liquid mana. And the energy, I can feel my mana reserves expanding. But more importantly, Lola stepped closer, her voice dropping to a lower tone. The sensation is quite stimulating. Kill me now. Noah's blush deepened to something approaching maroon. It's just tea. She's doing this on purpose. She has to be. The queue behind her shuffled impatiently, but Lola seemed content to savor both the tea and Noah's obvious discomfort. I'll definitely be a regular customer, she purred, taking another deliberately slow sip. This woman is going to be the death of me. Next customer, Noah called desperately. But as Lola stepped aside with that knowing smile, Noah realized his demon territory adventure had just acquired a very distracting complication. Chapter 44. Automaker Level 2. I've sold out everything. So, why? Why is she still here? The last demon customer had departed, clutching his precious healing bread like a sacred relic. Noah's shelves stood empty. Success tasted sweet until he realized the succubus showed no signs of leaving. Lola sat on his counter, her legs swinging like she owned the place, an iced tea bottle still in hand. Her tail swished lazily behind her as she took another deliberately slow sip. Everyone else left. Why is the succubus making herself comfortable? Congratulations on your first day, she purred, her red eyes sparkling with mischief. It was quite the enthusiastic reception. Thanks. I should probably close up shop now. Hint taken. Please say hint taken. Close up. Lola's laugh tinkled like bells. You're quite straightforward. Aren't you? Her eyes sparkled. I like that in a man. Oh no. Here we go. She slid off the counter, her bare feet touching the floor. Do you want me to close the windows too? She did not just. Noah's face blazed crimson as he understood what she meant. That's not what I meant. No. Lola's tail curled around her leg with seduction. Pity. I thought human shopkeepers who open shops in the demon kingdom were supposed to be adventurous. She's enjoying this way too much. I meant to close the shop. For business. Normal business closing. Normal business. She repeated the phrase like tasting wine. How disappointing. Why does everything she says sound like an invitation to sin? Lola stepped closer, head tilted with mock innocence. Though I suppose we could discuss opening hours instead. She's going to kill me. Death by innuendo. Or perhaps you'd prefer to show me your backroom inventory. Noah backed against his own wall, trapped between stone and succubus. There is no back room. Really? Her eyes widened with theatrical surprise. Just this small space. How? Intimate. Her small giggle sent a shiver down his spine like ice water mixed with liquid fire. That sound should come with a warning label. I gotta go. I hope you can leave. Noah's voice cracked worse than a teenage boy asking someone to prom. His face burned with embarrassment that probably glowed visible from space. Lola's amber eyes sparkled with predatory delight. What if I say, no? Of course. She'd say no. Why would anything be simple? Noah's brain flatlined. System. Can I kick this succubus out of the store? Yes. Host. As the shopkeeper, you have the privilege to remove unwanted individuals from your shop. Ma'am. Thank God. I almost thought I was done for. If you say no, I'll have to use force to kick you out. The words tumbled out before he could consider how they sounded. Force. I like that. Please do. No. Nope. Absolutely not. Noah's imagination immediately went places it had no business going. Images flashed through his mind, none of them appropriate for a professional business relationship. If I don't kick her out now, I'm definitely going to sin. System. Kick her out of the store. Acknowledged. Host. Then. Lola had been gliding toward him with one delicate finger trailing along his counter. One moment, she was inside his shop, her eyes promising all sorts of trouble. Next, she stood on the plaza cobblestones, blinking in confusion. Huh, what just happened? She touched the doorway of his shop, her fingertips meeting solid resistance. Her expression cycled through confusion, surprise, and finally, impressed admiration. He was able to do this to me, despite me being a master mage. A dangerous smile spread across her beautiful face. He really isn't simple. Her mind wandered down decidedly inappropriate paths. The mysterious shopkeeper had just casually overpowered her magical defenses without breaking a sweat. I wonder what other kinds of force he's capable of. Inside the shop, Noah watched her test the barrier with growing relief and terror. Scary woman. Without hesitation, he stepped through the portal back to Earth. His apartment wrapped around him like a safety blanket. Noah collapsed onto his couch, heart hammering against his ribs like a trapped bird. The encounter replayed in his mind. Every look she gave him, every sound she made, every move she made, all replaying in his mind like a tape that never wanted to end. She's going to be there tomorrow, waiting, probably with new ways to torment me. He buried his face in his hands before he slapped his cheeks. She got me acting like a damn kid. I can't be doing this. He immediately tried to distract himself from the succubus that made his life infinitely more troublesome by checking his system notifications. Focus on numbers. Idle Tycoon System. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 1. 600. Current assets. $82. 800. 23. Shop points. 1200. Attributes. Strength. 4. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 7. Agility. 3. Skills. Swordsmanship level 4. Mana control level 4. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. $82,000. Noah stared at the number, blinking rapidly as if it might change. A few weeks ago, he'd been dodging debt collectors and eating ramen for every meal. Now he was officially wealthy. Well, more like nouveau riche. I'm officially out of my poor status after paying off his remaining debts, roughly $20,000 in medical bills and loan shark interest. He'd still have over $60,000, enough for a car down payment, a decent apartment, and his father's ongoing treatment. The relief hit him like a physical wave. No more choosing between rent and groceries. No more watching his father worry about money while fighting for his life. After years of grinding, I've finally made it out. I'm blessed. His shop points had jumped to 1,200, enough to lock his current location for a period longer than 10 days. The Demon Kingdom, with its enthusiastic customers and terrifying succubi, could become his longtime base of operations. System. Can I go back to Esta with 1,000 points? Not that I want to leave yet. The profits here are too good to abandon. Negative. Host. Returning to a previous location requires 2,000 points. Damn. Twice as expensive to go back. Makes sense. Let me check the automakers. With the amount of sales I made, Auto Iced Tea should have leveled up to level 2. Chapter 45. Level 2 Auto Iced Tea. Auto Baker. Level 1. Production rate. 1 loaf every 2 hours. Max stock. 12. Progress. 56 tons. Auto Iced Tea. Level 2. Production rate. 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 100. It increased by that much. Noah's eyes widened. The Auto Iced Tea machine had leveled up during today's sales rush. Production rate had quadrupled from 1 every 4 hours to 1 every hour. The maximum stock had doubled from 12 to 24. 24 iced teas daily. That's 264 gold coins if I sell them all. In demon territory, where gold coins were common as dirt, that represented serious wealth, and his bread maker was close to leveling up too. The system scales with success. More sales, better production, higher profits, more shop points, and finally more products to increase my daily revenue, so I can officially become idle. He scrolled through the upgrade details. Noah leaned back into his couch, overwhelmed by the sheer scope of opportunity. The Demon Kingdom wasn't just profitable. It was potentially life-changing wealth. But even as excitement built in his chest, Noah couldn't shake thoughts of Esta. Alyssa and Kip were out there somewhere, probably training with Valeria and Princess Alara. Grix had found a new home. His friends had moved on without him. They promised to find me. But what if they can't? What if I stay here so long that they forget? Tomorrow would bring new customers, new challenges, and undoubtedly more encounters with a certain succubus who seemed determined to complicate his life. Speaking of which, Noah's cheeks reddened as memories of Lola's teasing returned. Ring ring. The shrill sound of his phone jolted him from his dangerous daydreaming. Cough. Regaining his composure, he cursed under his breath before answering. That damn succubus is going to be the end of me. I have to put an end to her teasing the next time I see her. He cleared his throat and picked up the call. Hello? Aunt May. Hello? Sweetheart. How have you been? Don't tell me you've been sulking after what happened with that girl. Aunt May. Why would I be sulking? She steamrolled ahead without waiting for a response, which made him sigh with a wry smile. Listen, even though you're approaching your 30s with no job, it's fine. I know you will succeed in life, if not with money, then with the purity of your heart that a woman will fall in love with. Noah's mouth twitched. I'm not a monk. Auntie, you have such a kind soul. Noah, any girl would be lucky to have you, even if you can't afford to take her anywhere fancy. Damn it, Auntie. Why are you constantly stabbing me with your words? You are absolutely ruthless. Thanks, Auntie. That girl didn't deserve you anyway. Shallow. Materialistic. You need someone who appreciates your inner qualities. Speaking of which, Aunt May continued, you haven't eaten a proper meal in so long. Have you? Are you still living on those terrible noodles? I heard from my friends in the group chat that they cause worms inside your stomach. I'm telling you. Noah, be careful. Of course, it's always the auntie's group chat that has the most diabolical news. I'm doing fine with food. Nonsense. Come over for lunch. I'm making your favorite dumplings. And maybe, her voice turned conspiratorial, I can introduce you to Mrs. Chen's niece. She's visiting from Vancouver. No, I mean, Auntie, about the dating thing. She's very sweet. A nurse. Very caring. Perfect for someone with your gentle nature. Plus, Aunt May's voice brightened. She loves cooking. Imagine home-cooked meals every day. I already have employees who cook for me. What do you say? 1 o'clock. He sighed before glancing at the time on his phone. All right. I'll come for lunch. Wonderful. See you soon. Noah stepped out of his apartment building after taking a quick shower, feeling the crisp fabric of clothes he'd bought months ago but never had occasion to wear. The dress shirt fit better than he remembered. The convenience store's fluorescent lights buzzed overhead as he selected a premium chocolate box. Belgium imported, gold foil wrapper and everything fancy. Aunt May deserves a good gift, even if her dating choices aren't particularly good. This time, he waited inside the store until his phone buzzed with the taxi notification. No more street corner encounters with loan sharks. Those days were officially behind him. The ride passed in comfortable silence, city blocks blurring past as Noah mentally prepared for his aunt's interrogation. 30 minutes had passed by. Thank you. Noah handed the driver cash and stepped onto the street's concrete. Aunt May's house stood exactly as he remembered. Tidy garden, painted fence, the faint aroma of home cooking drifting through windows. Knock, knock. Inside the Aunt May's house, Ethan opened the door. Your cousin Noah is here. Aunt May's voice carried from the kitchen, accompanied by the sizzle of something delicious. Ethan, who had been playing his game, took one headphone out with an expression of annoyance on his face. The game was his only escape recently, and his mom had just made him die with her shouting, "What?" He shouted back from his room. I said, open the door. All right. Ethan responded before pulling his headphones away from his head and leaving the room. His footsteps thumped down the stairs with obvious reluctance. The door swung open to reveal Ethan 16 now, all awkward and barely contained frustration. Gaming headphones hung around his neck like modern jewelry. What's up? Ethan. Noah smiled. Chocolate box extended like a peace offering. Yo. Ethan stepped aside with a look of indifference on his face. But something flickered behind his eyes. A thing that hadn't been there during Noah's last visit. Kid looks tired. More than normal teenager tired. Noah slipped off his shoes, studying his cousin. Not my place to pry. Not yet. Noah. Welcome. Welcome. Aunt May's head popped around the kitchen doorframe, flour dusting her cheek like war paint. Her smile blazed with genuine warmth. Go sit in the living room. 5 more minutes and lunch is ready. The house smelled like heaven on earth garlic. Ginger. That indefinable comfort of food made with love. Noah settled onto the couch. Chocolate box beside him. Ethan had already disappeared back upstairs, the soft click of a closing door marking his retreat. Noah stared at the stairs for a second before pulling out his phone. The kitchen sounds continued chopping, stirring, and sizzling. Noah leaned back into the sofa. Chapter 46. Dinner with Aunt May's family. Soon the food was ready. Seeing Noah sitting alone in the living room, Aunt May's expression darkened like storm clouds gathering. Ah, this boy. How could he be so rude? It's always those stupid games he's playing. Her voice carried up the stairs with a mother's fury. He didn't even bother entertaining you while the food was getting ready. Here comes the lecture. Poor Ethan. Ethan, get down here. The thunderous call could have woken the dead. Noah winced sympathetically. He remembered being on the receiving end of similar summons from his deceased mother. Heavy footsteps thumped down the stairs as Ethan appeared, resignation written across his face like a death sentence. You didn't even— Where's Uncle Smith? Noah interrupted smoothly, deflecting Aunt May's brewing storm. Has he not finished work yet? Sorry, Auntie, but I gotta save him from your fury. Aunt May paused mid-lecture. He should be arriving soon. The front door swung open with perfect timing. Honey, I'm home. Uncle Smith's voice sounded through the house. He stepped inside. Suit jacket draped over his arm like a conquering businessman. Middle-aged but still trim. Uncle Smith had somehow avoided the desk job belly that plagued most men his age. His smile lit up the entire house. Noah. His eyes widened with genuine delight. It's been far too long. How have you been, son? The older man crossed the room in 3 strides, pulling Noah into a bear hug, almost crushing him. Look at you. Smith held Noah at arm's length, studying him like a proud father. You're looking good? Really good. I heard about your startup. It must be treating you well. Haha. Sort of. Business picked up recently, Noah replied, sticking to his prepared script, finally seeing some returns. That's what I like to hear. Smith clapped his shoulder with enthusiasm. Persistence pays off. I always knew you had it in you. Ethan rolled his eyes from the corner, but even he seemed to relax slightly with his father's arrival. Uncle Smith had that effect. The natural charisma that could diffuse any situation. Wash up. Dear, Aunt May called from the kitchen. Lunch is being put on the table. Yes, ma'am. Smith winked at Noah conspiratorially. Never keep the chef waiting. First rule of married life. Some things never change. Thank God. The family dynamic shifted as Uncle Smith disappeared to wash his hands. Aunt May's anger evaporated, replaced by Rye's smile. Even Ethan seemed less defensive with his father home. Come on, everyone. Aunt May emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming platter. Food's ready. Noah followed them toward the dining room, chocolate box in hand, ready for whatever combination of interrogation and comfort awaited. The dining room filled with the comfortable chaos of family mealtime. Steam rose from dumplings arranged like small treasures on porcelain plates. The aroma of garlic and ginger created an atmosphere of pure comfort. Uncle Smith loosened his tie with relief. You wouldn't believe the day I've had. Here comes the office drama. Uncle Smith's stories are legendary. That new director, what's his name? Honey. Richardson. He glanced at Aunt May, who nodded while serving rice. Complete and utter jackass. Aunt May swatted his arm playfully. Language at the dinner table. Sorry, dear. Complete and utter. Anyways, Noah bit back a laugh as Smith continued, warming to his subject. This morning, Richardson calls an emergency meeting. Emergency. Like the building was on fire. He gestured dramatically with his fork. Turns out, he wants to discuss the optimal placement of office plants for feng shui energy flow. You've got to be kidding. 23 people. In a conference room. For 2 hours. About plants. He believes in those Chinese powers. Qi or whatever you call them. Ethan's lips twitched, despite his apparent determination to remain depressed. Uncle Smith noticed immediately, like a comedian sensing his audience. But wait. It gets better. Smith leaned forward conspiratorially. Richardson brings in this feng shui consultant, some guy in some cosplay clothing, the ones you find monks in movies wearing, who spent 40 minutes explaining why the ficus was blocking our prosperity channels. This can't be real. So what did you do? Noah asked. Genuinely curious, Smith's grin turned wicked. I suggested we fire the ficus and promote the rubber plant. It had better leadership qualities. The table erupted. Aunt May snorted into her soup. Even the sullen Ethan cracked a small smile. Uncle Smith strikes again. You didn't actually say that. Aunt May gasped between laughs. Oh, I absolutely did. In front of the entire team. Smith's eyes twinkled with mischief. Richardson's face turned 3 shades of purple. The man's fearless, or completely insane. Dad, Ethan spoke for the first time since sitting down. You're going to get fired. Probably. Smith agreed playfully. But at least I'll go down fighting the good fight against stupidity. The laughter continued as Smith regaled them with more tales of corporate absurdity. Richardson's attempts to implement synergistic mindfulness protocols, the mandatory meditation sessions in the supply closet, the team-building exercise involving interpretive dance. How does he survive in that environment? But watching Uncle Smith's storytelling, Noah understood. The man had found the secret to navigating corporate madness. It was by treat it like a comedy show rather than taking it seriously. Maybe there's a lesson there for me. Perhaps I should do that in my shop. I take things too seriously sometimes. Speaking of work, Smith turned his attention to Noah. How's your business venture going? Me mentioned you had some big developments. I knew this question was bound to be asked. Well, I guess it's time for my carefully crafted explanation. Noah nodded. preparing to navigate between truth and believability. Actually, things have been going really well lately. Found a new market that's been very receptive to my services. That's fantastic. Smith raised his water glass in salute. The conversation flowed naturally from their business philosophy, market strategies, the importance of treating customers well. Uncle Smith dispensed wisdom with the confidence of someone who'd survived decades in corporate trenches. The comfortable atmosphere shifted as Aunt May's attention turned to Ethan. "How are your exams going, sweetheart?" Ethan's chopsticks paused midair. "They're fine. Just fine." Mai pressed, her motherly concern creeping into her voice. "Your teacher said you've been—" I said they're fine. Ethan's voice sharpened like a blade. Uncle Smith cleared his throat. "Ethan, we should. What about that math test you were worried about?" Me continued, oblivious to the growing tension. "And your English project?" The teacher mentioned creak. Ethan's chair scraped against the floor as he stood abruptly. "Can everyone just stop?" His voice cracked with barely contained emotion. "I'm handling it." "Okay." There's the breaking point. The room fell silent. Ethan's hands trembled slightly as he stared at his plate, walls crashing down around whatever he'd been hiding. I need some time." He bolted from the room. Footsteps thundered up the stairs, followed by the sharp slam of a door. "The kid is drowning in something." Aunt May stared after him, confusion and hurt written across her features. Uncle Smith reached for her hand with comfort. Noah set down his chopsticks carefully. "Uncle Smith." "Aunt May. Mind if I go talk to him?" The couple exchanged glances before turning to Noah. Chapter 47. Gaming. Knock knock. Noah had already secured permission from Uncle Smith and Aunt May. The hallway felt gloomier up here, weighted with teenage angst and unspoken problems. No response. He knocked once more. Hearing no denial of entry, Noah opened the door slowly and walked in to find Ethan hunched over his desk, headphones on, playing what looked like a military shooter. The rapid-fire clicks of the controller filled the space between explosive sound effects that blasted out of his headphones. Kid's in his element. I better not interrupt mid-game. Noah waited patiently, watching Ethan kill his opponents in the battlefield with surprising skill. The concentration on his cousin's face was absolute. This wasn't just entertainment. It was a way of escaping. After several minutes, Ethan's character finally died. He pulled off his headphones with a frustrated sigh. "Can I play with you?" Noah asked quietly. Ethan looked at him for a second, surprise flickering across his face. Without a word, he handed over a second controller, scooting his chair to make room. "Gaming isn't my strong suit, but maybe the system will help." Noah settled beside his cousin, controller feeling foreign in his hands. The game loaded some tactical shooter with more buttons than seemed necessary. "Don't expect much," Noah warned. Ethan's lips twitched. Maybe I should have said that before the game started. The first 5 minutes were a massacre. Noah's character died repeatedly shot by enemies, falling off cliffs, accidentally grenading himself. His kill-to-death ratio resembled a tragedy. "This is embarrassing. I'm getting destroyed in front of my own cousin." But gradually, something changed. His reflexes sharpened. Movements became more fluid. The controller stopped feeling like an alien item. Then the notification flashed across his retina. "You have gained the skill. Gaming Level 1. Nice." The change was immediate. Noah's next life lasted significantly longer, his aim improving with each engagement. He actually managed to eliminate an enemy without immediately dying afterward. "Huh," Ethan said, glancing at Noah's screen. "You're getting better. I've been hiding my true skill. Watch me now." They played in comfortable silence, the tension from downstairs melting away in digital gunfire and respawn timers. For the first time since arriving, Ethan seemed genuinely relaxed. Whatever's eating at him, this helps. Sometimes the best conversations happen without talking. Noah's improved performance drew increasingly impressed looks from his cousin. Gaming Level 1 might not make him a professional, but it was enough to hold his own. Time to find out what's really wrong. Noah thought as their characters respawned for another round. The gaming session had worked its magic. Ethan's shoulders had relaxed. The tight lines around his eyes had softened. "Bro, what's wrong? Tell me." The brotherly tone felt natural, unforced. Noah had learned from watching Uncle Smith sometimes. Family needed directness wrapped in warmth. Ethan's fingers stilled on the controller. His jaw worked silently, wrestling with words that clearly wanted to stay buried. "It's nothing. Try again. We aren't that far apart in age, you know. Also, you don't have to worry about your parents finding out. I promise I won't tell them." The teenager's facade cracked. Pain leaked through like water through a dam. "Her name was Amy," he said finally. "We'd been together for 3 weeks. 3 weeks. And I thought..." His voice caught. Noah waited, understanding that some stories needed space to breathe. "There's this guy at school, Jason Mitchell. His dad is a rich man in the city." Ethan's knuckles whitened around the controller. "Guy drives a Merc to school. 16 years old with a fucking Merc. Rich kid syndrome. I remember those types. Jason's the school playboy. When he gets bored, he moves to the next girl. and leaves wreckage behind. Ethan's voice hardened with every word. Everyone knows his pattern. But girls still line up anyway. Money talks. Especially to teenagers. Last Friday, Amy texted saying she had some family dinner, and she couldn't hang out on our planned date. Ha ha! Ethan's laugh carried no humor. So I'm scrolling Outstagram that night, and there's Jason's story. Fancy restaurant downtown, and a girl. And the designer bag he'd bought her that afternoon was on the table. Naturally. You might think, how did I know it was Amy, if her face wasn't fully showing in the picture? Well, it was her hand. Her hand has a birthmark that I know well. $200 bag. That's all it took. She looked so happy. Ethan whispered, happier than she ever looked with me. That smile looked ecstatic. Noah felt his cousin's pain like a physical touch. That special kind of betrayal that came from discovering you'd been replaced by a price tag. The bag cost $200. I saw the receipt in his story. He was bragging about it. $200. And she threw away 3 weeks like it meant nothing. 3 weeks feels like forever at 16. Ethan's breathing grew ragged. She doesn't even know I found out. Still texts me like nothing happened. Like I'm just some backup option while she plays princess with Money Boy. The teenager's composure finally shattered. Tears fell freely now, carrying days of suppressed humiliation and rage. I'm such an idiot. How could I compete with that? I work weekends at the grocery store for minimum wage. He probably spends more on lunch than I make in a day. And there's the real wound. Not just betrayal, inadequacy. Noah's expression changed. The sympathetic cousin facade melted away, replaced by something more sneaky. A smirk played at the corners of his mouth. So what do you want to do? Nothing. Ethan wiped his eyes roughly. I can't do anything. He's rich. I'm broke. End of the story. No. I mean in your heart. What do you really want to do? Something flickered in Ethan's eyes. A spark of anger that had been smoldering beneath the hurt. I want to slap them both in the face, he said quietly. Then louder. I want to make her regret cheating on me. I want to make her come to me thinking that everything was fine before I dump her in front of the whole class. Damn. So much emotion. My cousin's a little edgelord. Huh. Noah's smirk intensified. All right. Do you have her on your social media still? Ethan nodded, gritting his teeth. I still haven't broken up with her officially. She doesn't know that I found out about her cheating from Jason's story. Perfect. Noah stood, energy crackling around him like hidden electricity. Now get ready. I want to take you somewhere. Chapter 48. Spoiling Ethan. Noah headed downstairs as his cousin got changed. He walked up to his auntie and Uncle Smith and asked, Can I go out with Ethan for a walk? Spend some time together. He wants some fresh air. His auntie nodded. Sure, sweetheart. Uncle Smith also nodded. Thank you, Noah. I appreciate it. Noah smiled warmly. Don't worry about it, Uncle. Ethan is my little brother. After Ethan got dressed, Noah took an Uber with him and headed to the mall. Noah watched his cousin's face crumble as they approached the Bitten Banana store. The flagship location gleamed with polished glass and chrome, displaying the latest smartphones like precious jewels. Noah's plan was simple. He wanted to buy himself and Ethan the newest phones that just dropped, and he wanted him to flex on his ex online. But fate had different plans. Through the store's massive windows, Ethan suddenly froze. His face went pale as marble, eyes fixed on something inside that made his breathing shallow. Is that her? Noah followed his cousin's gaze. A group of teenagers clustered around the display models. 6 girls. 1 boy. The boy was tall and confident. He had an expensive haircut, and he held court like a king among his subjects. And there, laughing at something he'd said, stood a petite brunette who kept glancing at him with obvious adoration. Yes, Ethan's voice came out strangled. Amy, and the infamous Jason. Noah studied the scene with predatory focus. The girl, Amy, maintained careful distance from Jason in front of the group, but her body language screamed attraction. The way she angled toward him, the secret smiles, the casual touches disguised as friendly gestures, playing innocent while cheating. Classic. All right. Perfect. Let's go in. Noah. I can't. Trust me. They pushed through the glass doors. The store's ambient lighting cast everything in a premium glow. Jason spotted them first. His smile was razor sharp, the expression of a predator who'd found new prey wandering into his territory. Yo, Ethan. What's up? He approached with confidence. Designer sneakers silent on polished floors. What a coincidence. I was hanging out with Amy and the others together. Coincidence, my ass. You are clearly looking for trouble, little brat. But don't worry. I read enough novels to handle third-rate villains like you. The group followed Jason like satellites orbiting their sun. Amy's eyes widened slightly when she saw Ethan after peeking across Jason's back, surprise flickering across her face before being replaced by manufactured innocence. Ethan. Hi. Her voice carried forced brightness. I didn't expect to see you here. I bet you didn't. Ethan stood frozen, clearly fighting between flight and confrontation. Amy stepped closer, playing the role of devoted girlfriend with Oscar-worthy performance. I was just telling everyone about that movie we watched last week. Ethan turned away from her mid-sentence, cutting her off. The dismissal was so complete, so unexpected, that Amy's mouth hung open in shock. Good man. Don't give her any attention. Noah had been observing from the side, but now stepped forward with perfect timing. His voice carried across the store with perfect projection. Young master, which color of the new Banana 16 Pro Max would you prefer? The effect was immediate and devastating. Ethan's eyes widened ever so slightly. Even he hadn't expected this plot twist. The girl group erupted in barely contained whispers. Did you hear that? Young master. Ethan is a young master. Is he rich? Hook, line, and sinker. Jason's confident smile wavered. His eyes darted between Noah and Ethan, recalculating social dynamics in real time. Amy stared at her supposed boyfriend like seeing him for the first time. The casual dismissal suddenly took on new meaning. What if Ethan had been the one with money all along? Noah continued his performance with professional-grade acting. The platinum finish arrived this morning. Shall I have them prepare the full package, including the new headphones? Young Master Ethan, one of the girls whispered, loud enough for everyone to hear, like actual young master. The question hung in the air like smoke from an explosion. Every eye in the group fixed on Ethan with laser intensity. Ethan's throat worked for a moment. Then, as if stepping into a role he'd always known, he straightened his shoulders. Yes, order the full package for me. Noah nodded with deference. Of course. Young master. The group's collective intake of breath was audible. Even Jason's confident mask slipped for a heartbeat. Noah raised his hand, and a sales assistant walked to them instantly, the kind of service that money-trained people to expect. How may I help you today? Sir, 2 Banana 16 Pro Max units. Top spec. And, Noah paused theatrically. The young master mentioned wanting the new AirPods Max as well. Go big or go home. I have enough money anyways. God blessed me, so I should bless the family around me. The assistant's eyes lit up like Christmas morning. Excellent choice. The platinum finish just arrived this morning. Amy pressed closer to the group, suddenly fascinated by every word. The other girls leaned in like spectators at a gladiator match. Let me calculate that for you. The assistant's fingers danced across his tablet. 3. Banana 16. Pro Max at $1, $1.99 each. That's 3. $5.97. The AirPods Max at $549. Your total comes to $146. There goes $4,000. That's 40 golden coins. Close to 4 iced teas sold. The number hit the group like a physical blow. One girl actually gasped. Another's phone slipped from suddenly nerveless fingers. Jason's face went through several colors. $4,000. He'd saved for 2 months just to buy his own phone. People thought he was rich because of his Merc. But they were all too young to understand that his car, despite looking new, was quite old, with a very high mileage on it. Hence why he got it for way cheaper than it was. It was also a relatively old model, but he added some screens to make it look new. Noah pulled out his credit card. The assistant accepted it with a nod. Thank you, sir. The card reader beeped once, twice. Transaction approved. Even Ethan's jaw dropped. His cousin had just casually spent more money than most families saw in a month just to make him feel better. The card disappeared back into Noah's wallet like it belonged there. It actually went through. Noah really has that kind of money now, Ethan thought, feeling guilty. Amy's face had gone completely white. Her eyes darted between Ethan and the receipt like she was watching her entire worldview crumble in real time. Holy, one of the girls breathed. Ethan, you're actually loaded. Jason's mouth opened and closed like a beached fish. His Merc suddenly seemed less impressive when facing someone who bought phones like groceries. The assistant returned with 3 pristine boxes and a shopping bag worth more than some people's rent. Thank you for your business, young master. Please don't hesitate to call if you need anything else. Ethan accepted the items with newfound confidence. Ethan, Amy's voice cracked slightly. I had no idea your family was so successful. There's a lot you don't know about me. Ethan's voice carried steel now. The group stared in stunned silence as the young master they'd never noticed prepared to leave. Noah's performance had transformed their social hierarchy in minutes. Sometimes the best revenge is success, especially when it's this expensive. Ethan, wait, Amy said. Chapter 49. Face slapping Amy. Ethan, wait. The group parted like the Red Sea as she rushed after him. Her designer shoes, probably another gift from Jason, clicked against the floor. Here comes the crocodile tears. Ethan paused at the store entrance. The exit stood there in front of him, like salvation. But something in Amy's voice made him hesitate. Don't turn around. Keep walking. Don't give her the chance. Ethan. But 16-year-old hearts rarely listen to logic. Amy caught up. Why are you being so cold to me? Her fingers found his free hand, intertwining with intimacy. Did I do something wrong? The touch. She knows exactly what that does to me. Ethan's resolve wavered like a candle in the wind. The warmth of her skin, the familiar scent of her perfume. The way she looked at him with those wide, innocent eyes. It all crashed over him in waves. Maybe I misunderstood. Maybe Jason really is just a friend. Maybe. I've been texting you all week, she continued, voice soft as silk. You barely responded. And now you're acting like I'm a stranger. Her thumb traced gentle circles across his knuckles. The same gesture that used to make his heart race during their 3 perfect weeks together. She's good. Really good. Ethan's mouth opened, an apology forming on his lips. The expensive shopping bag suddenly felt heavy with guilt rather than triumph. Amy. Noah's elbow found his ribs, a subtle nudge. Barely perceptible, but enough to shatter the spell that Amy had cast on him. Right? Remember why we're here? I've been busy, Ethan said finally, his voice steadier than he felt. Busy with what? Amy stepped closer, closing the distance between them. Your family business that you never told me about. Do you not take me seriously? There it is. The real question. How much money does he have? Noah thought, with a wry smile. The girl was a very good gold digger. Despite her young age, among other things, Ethan gently extracted his hand from hers. Important things. Amy's perfect mask slipped for just a moment. She's not asking because she missed me. She's asking because she smells money. Maybe we could talk. Just the 2 of us. Like we used to. The group watched from inside the store, faces pressed against the glass like spectators at a zoo. Jason's expression had shifted from smug confidence to genuine concern. His territory is being threatened. Ethan had somehow managed to steal her from him. This had never happened to him before. Once he stole a girl. She would stay with him until he dumped her. I don't think that's a good idea, Ethan said quietly. Why not? Amy's voice rose slightly. Ethan, we're good together. We've always been good together. Noah almost laughed at her absurdity. Since when did 3 weeks count as always? Have we? Though, Amy's eyes widened, sensing danger in waters that had seemed so safe moments before. What do you mean? She frowned slightly. Ethan looked at her. Really looked for the first time since discovering her betrayal. She's performing? I mean, maybe we want different things, he said finally. Different things. She laughed ironically between her words. Like what? Ethan hefted the shopping bags, feeling their weight like armor against every doubt he had about returning to her. Like loyalty. Bullseye. Amy's face went pale. The word hit her like a physical blow, carrying hidden meanings she couldn't deflect or deny. Loyalty. Her voice came out strangled. What are you talking about? She knows. She knows exactly what I'm talking about. Enjoy your dinner last Friday? Ethan said quietly. I heard the restaurant was expensive. Checkmate. The color drained from Amy's face completely. Her mouth opened and closed soundlessly, caught between denial and confession. Inside the store, whispers erupted like wildfire. Even from this distance, the group could sense blood in the water. Ethan, I can explain. No need. I hope you and Jason are very happy together. There. I said it. There is no going back now. Amy's carefully constructed world collapsed in real time. The secret she'd thought safely hidden lay exposed. It's not what you think. It's exactly what I think. Ethan turned toward the exit. Goodbye, Amy. As they left, Noah glanced from the corner of his eye and caught the aftermath through the store windows. Amy stood frozen for a heartbeat. Then desperation kicked in. She spun toward Jason, reaching for his arm with the same innocent gesture she'd used on Ethan moments before. Round 2. Let's see how the playboy handles damaged goods. Jason's reaction was immediate. He stepped back, shaking his head with visible disgust. His lips moved in words Noah couldn't hear, but the body language spoke volumes. Nobody likes a double-crosser. Even other cheaters have standards. Amy's face crumpled as Jason walked away, leaving her alone in the center of their friend group. The girls whispered among themselves, phones already out to document the social carnage. From queen to pariah in under 10 minutes. New record. Outside the mall, Ethan walked in silence before he finally broke it. Thank you, cousin. I appreciate this a lot. His voice carried gratitude mixed with something else. Relief. Maybe. Kids finally standing up straight. About time. They reached the taxi that Noah had ordered. Ethan paused beside the passenger door. So, when do we return these? He pointed at the bags awkwardly. I mean, the receipt's probably still good for exchanges, right? Return them. Oh, sweet summer child. Noah laughed. Rich. Genuine amusement that made several passing shoppers turn and stare. Return them. He wiped his eyes, still chuckling. Ethan, that phone is yours. The teenager's face cycled through confusion, disbelief, and finally shock. Mine. But that's so much money. Noah pulled out one of the phone boxes, pressing it into Ethan's trembling hands. Here, take it. That's a gift. You can't claim to have bought these, then show up to school without one, right? This is insane, Ethan whispered. You can't just buy me $1,000 phone. I just did. Noah's grin could have powered the entire mall. Ethan stared at the box like it might explode. But why? Because watching that was worth every penny. Because seeing you find your spine was priceless. Because that's what family does, Noah said simply. We show up when it matters. Ethan's grip tightened on the phone box. The young master has officially been born. Hello? Sorry to break your moment, but we are causing traffic. Can you get in already? The taxi driver peeked through the rolled window. Chapter 50. Ancient Prophecy. After dropping Ethan at his place, Noah visited his dad at the hospital before the visiting time ended. Back in his apartment, Noah looked around his modest kitchen after rolling his sleeves up. I gotta cook for myself. The good days of Alyssa cooking for me are finished now. The memory hit harder than expected. Alyssa's gentle hands preparing meals, Kip's eager chatter, even Grix's cleaning. Noah pulled ingredients from his well-stocked refrigerator. Actual food, not just ramen and energy drinks. His level 2 cooking skill had improved the way he prepared food. He was much better than before. At least I can feed myself properly now. The sizzle of meat hitting hot oil filled the silence. Steam carried the aroma of garlic and thyme through his small space, making it feel more like home than it had in months. His phone buzzed. A text from Ethan. "Thank you again. You changed my life today." He had exchanged numbers with his younger cousin. Ethan. Noah gave him a quick reply before he plated his meal. "This meal is so good." As Noah leisurely ate his food and watched his favorite show, something was happening in Sin City. The Ancient Prophecy. Lola's fingers traced the faded parchment, candlelight dancing across words written in blood and starlight centuries ago. Her beautiful, ruby eyes reflected the flickering flame as she whispered the ancient verse. "When the rain grows weak and torn, and exile's children cry forlorn, a merchant shall from distance come, where gold flows free as morning sun, in hands that never knew the crown. He'll bear the gifts to pull us down, or raise us high to rightful throne. The lost one's blood shall recognize the bearer's truth beneath disguise, and kingdoms 3 shall bend the knee. When prophecy sets bloodline free, when prophecy sets bloodline free." Lola repeated the words that burned like acid in her throat. 300 years of hiding, of pretending to be just another succubus in Sin City's sprawling plaza. 3 centuries of watching usurpers rule what should have been hers by birthright. And then he appears, a mysterious shopkeeper with impossible items that I've never seen or tasted before. Lola's tail curled around her bare ankle as she remembered yesterday's encounter. The way he'd deflected her charm. The way his bread had made her menacing. The way he'd somehow ejected her from his shop with magic she couldn't identify. A merchant from distance. Check. As for the other conditions, I still need some more time before I can be certain. The prophecy had seemed like wishful thinking for so long. A fairy tale to comfort the last of the Lillin's bloodline during endless nights of exile. But what if it's real? What if he's really the one? Thunder rumbled outside her modest room, shaking dust from ancient rafters. Sin City never slept, never rested, never acknowledged the royal blood that once ruled these very streets. Tomorrow I'll test him some more, see if the bearer truly stands before prophecy's gate. Her reflection caught in the window's dark glass. Beautiful, dangerous, and alone. The last princess of a fallen kingdom, reduced to curious observer of her own potential salvation, or damnation. The prophecy works both ways. The candle guttered in a sudden draft, plunging the room into darkness, but Lola's eyes glowed softly in the black, cat-like and predatory. Time to discover if that shopkeeper is my kingdom's savior, or its final destroyer. Outside, Sin City's red lights painted the night in blood-red promises. Somewhere in another world, a dimensional shopkeeper slept peacefully, unaware that he'd just become the centerpiece of a 300-year-old prophecy. The next day arrived. Noah started his day with a beautiful notification flashing across his retina, something that he was never going to get tired of. My daily revenue of 1,600 has been successfully added to your assets. Man. Getting his dose of dopamine from the notification, Noah got up from bed to start his day. Inside his store, Noah opened the doors without hesitation. Gone were the nervous glances and cautious preparations. He'd woken early for his dimensional 9-to-5 job, ready to conquer another day of shopkeeping. Time to make some money. Baby. Fresh inventory lined the shelves like golden treasures. 12 loaves of healing bread and 24 glass bottles of mana-enhancing iced tea. It's finally starting to look like a real business instead of a desperate startup. Noah's entrepreneurial instincts had been working overtime. After having done some research by browsing some forums and asking questions, Noah had made up his mind. He was going to increase the price of his good. The demons of Sin City had shown their hand yesterday. Gold coins meant nothing to them. His plan was simple. Yesterday's prices had been first-day prices, which meant they were a limited-time event. Today would reveal his true business model. Sorry, folks. The introductory sale just ended. System. Can you suggest me optimal pricing that maximizes profit while maintaining sales volume? High enough for serious margins. Reasonable enough to clear inventory. Shop points are equally as important, if not more important than money currently. Recommended pricing analysis complete. Done. Iced tea, 20 gold coins. Bread, 10 gold coins. This pricing ensures sustained high-volume sales while maximizing profit margins. Done. Double the bread. Nearly double the tea. Perfect. If I could make those sells, my daily revenue will practically double. 20 gold coins per tea meant 480 gold coins daily if he sold out. 10 per bread brought another 120 gold coins for today. before his autobaker leveled up, increasing his production and stock rate. 600 gold coins today and more tomorrow. But if I could sell today's stock, I would have made $60,000. I'm making 5 diffits per day. His old self would have fainted at those numbers. His new self began calculating monthly projections and expansion possibilities. The Sin City Plaza had begun to stir with life outside his windows. Early morning demons went about their daily routines, unaware that their favorite new shop had just doubled its prices overnight. Noah straightened his shoulders, adjusted his products, and prepared to test the true depths of demonic purchasing power. Chapter 51. Viscount Vex. Noah arranged his newly priced inventory on the shelf, each product positioned for maximum visual impact. The morning light streaming through his windows caught the glass bottles perfectly, casting rainbow patterns across the shop's stone walls. Let's see how the market responds to the new prices. The first customer arrived precisely as the plaza's morning bell chimed a figure that made Noah do a double take. Is that supposed to be intimidating? A demon swept through his doorway with menace, a black cape billowing behind him like something from a gothic romance novel. Dark horns curved elegantly from his temples, and his crimson skin held an aristocratic pallor. Definitely trying for the scary Lord of Darkness vibe. But I must say, he does look quite wealthy. But the effect was somewhat undermined by the delicate flower tucked behind one ear and the faint scent of jasmine that followed in his wake. Human. The demon's voice boomed with authority. I am Viscount Vex, Lord of the Eastern Gardens. Commander of... His dramatic proclamation cut off as his eyes landed on the new price tags. And there goes the scary act. 10 gold coins for bread. Vex's intimidating mask slipped entirely. I've heard that it was 5. Supply and demand. My dramatically inclined friend. Premium pricing for premium products. Noah replied smoothly. Market adjustment based on demonstrated value. Besides, the first day had special pricing. Now we are back on board. Vex's face scrunched into something resembling a pout. But I need the bread. Desperately. Desperately. For flower garden fertilizer. His clawed hands twisted together with obvious anxiety. My precious is dying, he whispered, the admission carrying a tone that made Noah's entrepreneurial instincts pause. Precious. Please tell me he's not talking about what I think he's talking about. You're precious. Vex glanced around the empty shop, then leaned forward conspiratorially. My Venus Demonicus. She's been my companion for 67 years. Venus Demonicus. That doesn't sound like any flower I know. Perhaps his wife. She usually eats raw meat, but she's been refusing food for weeks, getting weaker by the day. Vex's voice cracked with genuine emotion. The healers say there's nothing they can do. Noah studied the demon's face, recognizing the desperate love of someone watching a cherished companion fade away. The same expression he'd seen in mirrors during his father's worst days. 67 years. That's longer than most people live on Earth. How did you hear about my bread helping with that? Vex's cheeks darkened to deeper crimson. Word of mouth. The flower behind his ear trembled slightly as he shifted his body from one foot to the other. Noah studied the demon's expression, recognizing the particular look of desperation that came from watching something precious slip away, despite having wealth and status. He had seen many people in the hospital, despite having money, unable to save their loved ones. Whatever Precious is, she means everything to him. 1 loaf, Vex said finally. Noah nodded before retrieving a golden brown loaf from his shelf. Vex's relief was immediate and overwhelming. His shoulders sagged as if a crushing weight had suddenly lifted. What remained was simply a being terrified of losing something irreplaceable. The transaction was completed with care. Vex handled the wrapped bread like it contained liquid hope, his clawed fingers gentle despite their intimidating appearance. Thank you. You cannot imagine what this means. Actually, I think I can... Will this truly help her? I have no idea what her actually is, but the system hasn't failed me yet. The bread enhances natural healing processes and should provide significant improvement for most conditions. Technically true, even if I don't know what we're treating. Vex clutched the package like a sacred relic, then did something that made Noah's world tilt sideways. He reached up and gently plucked the delicate flower from behind his ear. Wait, what? Is he planning to propose to me or what? There, my darling precious. Vex cooed in a voice softer than silk. Papa has medicine for you. Papa. He's talking to the flower on his ear. This demon is crazy. Noah watched in stunned silence as Vex carefully broke off a small piece of healing bread. The flower, which Noah had assumed was mere decoration, suddenly revealed itself to be very much alive. Tiny, needle-sharp teeth gleamed around what Noah had mistaken for petals. The entire bloom twisted toward the bread with obvious hunger, small vines extending like grasping fingers. Oh my God, the flower is alive. Like actually alive. So this is the notorious Venus Demonicus. And here I was initially thinking it was his wife or something. That's it. Precious, Vex whispered as the carnivorous bloom latched onto the bread fragment. Eat up. Get strong for Papa. The flower's petals, which had been wilted and dull, began to flush with vibrant color. Deep purple bloomed across its surface like spilt wine, while its vines grew more energetic. It's actually working, on a plant. A tiny, terrifying plant. But more shocking than the healing was the flower's obvious personality. It nuzzled against Vex's fingers with something resembling affection, tiny teeth clicking in what might have been contentment. "She's responding." Vex's voice cracked with emotion as his precious pet perked up, her head turning to scan the small shop. Look at that alertness. That beautiful aggression. Beautiful aggression. Only in demon territory would that be a selling point to a flower. Watching Vex's joy felt universal. Love was love, even when it involved tiny plant monsters. "I need more," Vex declared, euphoric that his precious was getting better. "Whatever you have. She's improving so rapidly." And we're back to the upselling conversation. 1 per customer per day. Noah replied firmly. "House policy." "Well, my house policy. For now, at least. If business goes down, I can always write a new house police. Can't have people hoarding my inventory?" Vex's face cycled through shock and disappointment. "Perhaps a special accommodation. I could offer you one of my prized specimens. A nightshade lotus extremely rare. Beautiful purple blooms." Chapter 52. Viscount Vex 2. "I could offer you one of my prized specimens. A nightshade lotus extremely rare. It has beautiful purple blooms that—" "What would I do with it?" Noah interrupted, imagining his apartment overrun by the tiny plant monster. "Well, it's quite beautiful when it blooms." "Does it eat meat?" Vex paused mid-pitch. "Only small animals, rabbits, cats, the occasional small fingers if they're not careful." "No thanks." "Yeah, I'll pass on acquiring a pet that views me as a potential snack." "What would I possibly want it for? To eat me?" "No thanks." The Viscount's shoulders slumped in defeat. His grand bribery scheme had crumbled against Noah's complete lack of interest in acquiring a deadly flora. "Sorry, Vex. I prefer my plants to be decorative and non-carnivorous." But as Vex stood there, deflated, Noah's entrepreneurial instincts kicked in. The demon clearly had money and motivation to feed his little flower. He fit the classic premium customer profile. "Have you considered the tea?" Noah gestured toward the glass bottles. "It increases the mana regeneration and reserves for 10 minutes. And it also tastes amazing, according to all my customers. It will complement the bread's effects." Vex's eyes widened as if Noah had revealed the secrets of the universe. The Venus demonic perked up too, her tiny head swiveling toward the bottles with obvious interest. "Even this demonic plant wants the peach iced tea. It's wanted in all worlds." "Ha ha!" It was clear that peach iced tea was one of Noah's favorite drinks. Enhanced mana regeneration. 10 minutes per bottle, Noah explained, lifting one bottle to catch the light. Vex didn't hesitate. 20 gold coins were placed on his table. "That's why I love rich customers. They don't hesitate. They just buy." "Will this truly help her?" "Well, it depends. Like I said, the iced tea is soothing to the throat and heart. It has a very cool sensation, and it mainly increases your mana. Perhaps, combined with the bread's effects, it might provide some slight improvement." Vex accepted the glass bottle before popping it open. Clink. Then, Vex carefully tilted it toward his precious. Her petals flared wide, tiny teeth chattering with excitement. She practically vibrated with anticipation as the peach iced tea approached. The moment the tea touched her delicate mouth, Precious began to shake not with weakness, but with pure, unbridled joy. Her entire bloom quivered as mana coursed through her tiny system. The plant is having some kind of spasm. Color flooded back into her petals like sunrise breaking over mountains, and her tiny vines reached out to embrace Vex's finger with obvious affection. "Magnificent," Vex breathed, tears of joy streaming down his crimson cheeks. She hasn't been this excited in months. It turns out that watching a grown demon Viscount cry over his plant companion is unexpectedly quite touching. Precious finished the tea and immediately began exploring her renewed vitality. She snapped playfully at Vex's other hand, clearly playing with him. "She's trying to hunt again." Vex sobbed with happiness. "Look at that killing instinct. So beautiful. Only demons would find homicidal plants beautiful. But honestly, she does look kind of adorable." After Vex departed with his revitalized plant companion, Noah finally had a moment to process the morning's strange success. The system notification flashed across his retina. "Your idle income has been updated. Daily revenue. 3,000 daily. If I sat at home doing nothing but binge-watching my favorite show, I would still be making 90,000 a month." His bread had locked in at 10 gold coins, tea at 20. Combined, they granted him a total of 30 golden coins a day idly. Before he could fully appreciate his financial progress, a familiar silhouette appeared at his doorway. Noah's heart rate spiked immediately upon realizing who it was. The succubus, Lola. She stood just outside his threshold, her ruby eyes glinting with amusement. Her curves were accentuated by form-fitting clothing that seemed designed to short-circuit any man's rational thoughts. Her dark black hair was especially beautiful under the sun's rays, creating a halo effect that made her look like sin incarnate. Too beautiful. Dangerously beautiful. Noah immediately averted his gaze, studying his inventory with sudden fascination. Anything to avoid those hypnotic eyes and the trouble they promised. Don't look directly at the succubus. Basic survival instinct. I can't fall for her tricks again. Lola's soft laughter drifted through the open doorway like honey laced with poison. Trying to ignore me. Mysterious man. Mysterious man. She still doesn't know my name. What's your name? I feel rude. I should have asked for your name yesterday. When we were so close to each other. Her voice was naturally seductive without trying. And with trying, it made her double the trouble. The demons in the plaza turned around to take a closer look at the man who had caught the succubus's attention. Although Lola was a succubus, she had never done such things to a demon before, much less a human. Noah continued organizing his shelves, hyper-aware of her presence but refusing to engage. Keep busy. Don't make eye contact. Don't fall for whatever game she's playing. I tried to enter, but something's blocking me. What kind of magic did you use? I like it. It's quite aggressive. Her voice dropped to a sultry whisper that seemed to caress the air itself. Could you please? Let me in. Damn this woman. The last sentence carried enough seductive power to make grown demons weep. Even with his back turned, Noah felt the pull of her charisma like gravity made of temptation. No, I'm keeping you outside for longer. Consider it punishment for yesterday's performance, he thought. Despite that, he felt worried. The succubus couldn't enter his store. This might be a problem. System. Why can't she enter? Is the ban permanent? I can't lose a rich customer to petty revenge. That's $3,000 in potential sales. The succubus Lola is unable to enter because you expelled her from the store. The shop maintains a passive security feature preventing re-entry of ejected individuals. However, you retain authority to grant access privileges. 9. Chapter 53. Lola. Level 2 Auto. So I control the customer list. It's quite a useful feature for dealing with problem customers. Noah weighed his options. His business sense demanded him to allow profitable customers inside, but his personal survival instincts suggested keeping the dangerous succubi at safe distances. But watching Lola's expression through his peripheral vision, Noah found unexpected satisfaction in having leverage over her. For now, let her wait. A little humility never hurt anyone. The morning rush hit like a tidal wave. Demons flooded his shop with unprecedented enthusiasm. Word having spread through Sin City's gossip networks overnight, Viscount Vex's dramatic recovery testimonial had apparently gotten him some more customers than Noah anticipated. That Viscount is something else. Customer after customer streamed through his doors. Gold coins flowing like water from an endless spring. Aristocratic demons. Working-class demons with calloused hands. Even a few demons who looked like they'd stepped out of academic libraries. Noah's convenience store had become their attraction site, where they get their good groceries. Through it all, Lola remained stationed outside his shop like a beautiful, frustrated sentinel. Her ruby eyes tracked every transaction with growing irritation, watching as all the stock was being depleted at an alarming rate. Good. That's what you deserve. You are not the only one who can tease. Little succubus. The sales mounted. 20 gold coins per tea bottle, 10 per bread loaf. Each transaction adding to Noah's growing fortune while Lola's pout deepened. 1 iced tea. Please. 2 bread loaves for my family. The whole shelf money's not a problem. Sorry. 1 item per customer. Noah rejected. The final customer was an elderly demon with some cracked horns. He completed his purchase before leaving the store. 23 bottles of iced tea and 11 loaves of bread. Gone. Sold out before noon. 570 gold coins. In one morning, Noah's hands trembled as he counted the last payment. The numbers blurred together in his mind. Too large to process immediately. I made $57,000. In a single day. How much is that in a month? Too much to count. He collapsed onto his stool, overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of his success. The system notification blazed across his retina like digital fireworks. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 3,000. Current assets. 140. 220. 64. Shop points. 1. 560. Attributes. Strength. 4 vitality. 4 intelligence. 7 agility. 3. Skills. Swordsmanship level 4. Mana control level 4. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. $140,000. I have more money than some small companies. Outside, Lola's voice drifted through the open doorway. She'd overheard enough customer interactions to piece together his identity. Noah, let me in. I promise you won't regret it. Promise, right? Like I'd trust a succubus's promises. What if you eat me before I can have a chance to kick you out? Who is going to return my first-time cards? Huh. The way she said his name made him shudder. Each syllable dripped with seduction, designed to bypass his defenses. She is definitely staying out there. Noah focused on his system interface, using numbers and logic to shield himself against her seductive assault. Time to check the automakers. Auto iced tea. Level 2. Production rate. 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 2800. Auto baker. Level 2. Production rate. 2 loaves every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 2100. Both machines hit level 2. Finally, the iced tea maker had jumped to 28% completion toward level 3. At this rate, 4 more days would unlock the next tier of production capabilities. Better efficiency, higher output, more money. But the auto-baker's transformation impressed him more as it had leveled up. Level 2 had doubled his maximum stock while quadrupling production speed. It was the same rate of progression as the auto-iced tea. 2 loaves every hour meant 48 pieces daily instead of 12. But unfortunately, his max stock was only 24, which didn't help. But at least if he kept selling them, he wouldn't have to worry about max stock. Well, I suppose I can eat some myself now. It's better than going to waste. Combined output would reach 42 items daily once both machines hit full capacity. At his current prices, that represented 720 gold coins, at least $72,000 in daily sales potential. That's nearly $500,000 per week. From 2 products only. What if I can add more products when I level up the shop to level 2? I can't wait. The conditions to level up his store to level 2 were 5,000 shop points and leveling up his 2 automakers to level 2. He had already completed the second condition, which meant he had 1 condition left to complete. 5,000 shop points. I'm still quite far from it. I only have 560 currently. Noah, please, I want to taste that liquid again. It was so soothing, refreshing. I'm a loyal customer. I just want to buy your delicious tea again. Noah finally responded. No. But why? She pouted, her eyes glistening as if hurt, before continuing. I've been thinking about that tea all night. The way it made me feel. So warm. So energized. I need more. Everything she says sounds like innuendo. Just let me in. Noah, let me taste your magic again. Noah's cheeks burned despite his best efforts to remain professional. The woman could make ordering coffee sound like a sin. I won't let you in. There's nothing to sell anyway. Lola's pout deepened, transforming her beautiful features into something that could break hearts across 3 kingdoms. Fine, but at least for next time. The succubus remained stationed outside his threshold like a gorgeous, determined siege engine. Her tail swished with barely contained frustration, but her posture suggested she'd wait all day if necessary. She is very persistent. I'll give her that. Time passed, and Lola still waited outside. Okay, I kind of feel bad now. Chapter 54. Checking out the Demon Kingdom. Her performance was flawless, the perfect blend of seduction and innocence that probably worked on 99% of the male population. Noah weighed his options. Lola would definitely know Sin City better than him, and if he was going to build a shop here, local knowledge was invaluable. Plus, keeping her occupied means she can't cause trouble elsewhere. If you take me on a tour around the city, he said finally, I suppose I can let you in later. Lola's face erupted into pure radiance. Her smile could have toppled kingdoms. Luckily, only Noah saw it. That reaction seems excessive for a simple tour arrangement. Yes. She nodded with the enthusiasm of someone who'd just won the lottery. I'll make sure I take very good care of you. Her ruby eyes sparkled with mischief. Noah stepped through his shop's door, feeling the protective barrier release him into Sin City's chaotic embrace. Lola immediately linked her arm through his, immediately upon Noah's arrival. Noah didn't have the chance to stop her before she started guiding him through the city. Welcome to your first real glimpse of Sin City. I promise you'll see things no ordinary tourist ever experiences. That's what I'm afraid of. They emerged onto a broad boulevard lined with architectural marvels. Gothic buildings twisted skyward alongside glass domes that pulsed with inner light. Market stalls selling everything from enchanted weapons to beast cores. The demons aren't quite different from the people of Esta in terms of goods sold and such. That tower there. Lola pointed with her free hand toward a large building. Houses our temporal studies department. They've been trying to perfect time magic for 400 years. Time magic. Any success? Noah asked, genuinely curious despite his wariness. Lola's laugh tinkled like silver bells. Nope. They continued deeper into the city's heart, where the architecture grew more ambitious and the magical energy so thick Noah could taste it. His mana control level had reached 4, so he was able to sense mana around him much better than ever before. Demons of every description went about their daily business, some humanoid with elegant horns and tails, others more exotic with multiple arms. Like walking through someone's fever dream of paradise and perdition combined. Oh, look. Lola tugged his arm toward a massive structure dominating the eastern skyline, the Demon Academy. You simply must see this. Demon education. This should be interesting. The academy sprawled across several city blocks, its architecture a blend of imposing fortress and elegant university. What caught Noah's attention was the sheer scale this made Harvard look like a rural schoolhouse. They take education seriously here. What do they study? Noah asked, craning his neck to take in the impossibly tall central spire. Everything, Lola replied with obvious pride. Combat magic, and all kinds of demon inheritance, such as seduction and such. It really depends on what kind of demon you are, And your aspirations are? Seduction techniques. Of course. That's a formal curriculum. Students moved between buildings in organized groups, their ages ranging from what looked like teenagers to young adults. Some flew on leathery wings, while others walked. Flying students. That's cool. The entrance requirements are quite rigorous, Lola continued. Most applicants spend their holidays preparing, though I suspect someone with your unique talents might find admission quite easy. A group of student demons practicing combat magic in the academy's courtyard caught Noah's attention. Flames danced between their fingers as they sparred with elegant precision, their movements more like deadly ballet than violence. They are powerful enough to make fighting look like art. Impressive, isn't it? Lola stepped closer, making his heart beat a tad bit faster. Though I've always found private tutoring more effective than classroom instruction. Do they teach stuff other than magic? Noah deflected. Yes, they teach demons how to become adults. She winked. Okay, that just sounds wrong on so many levels. But I'm not going to give you the pleasure of me asking. He knew her tricks by now. She just wanted to seduce him into asking. And once he asked, she would tease him some more. And this, Lola announced as they approached a bridge spanning a river of red liquid, is the Crown Bridge. Notice how the architecture reflects our kingdom's true heritage. Is that blood? The bridge itself was a masterwork of demonic engineering, black stone inlaid with precious metals. But what caught Noah's attention were the statues lining both sides. Who are these statues for? He asked curiously, although he had a hunch. To have a statue meant you were either a hero or someone with high status. Royal. Bloodlines. And in a voice that Noah couldn't hear, she whispered, the true rulers of Sin City. One statue in particular drew Noah's gaze. A female figure with elegant horns and a tail that seemed to move despite being carved from stone. The resemblance it had to the succubus next to him was quite overwhelming. Coincidence. She's beautiful, he observed carefully. Lola's grip on his arm tightened almost imperceptibly. Yes, but I'm quite beautiful myself. No, she smiled. Noah ignored her question and continued walking through the demon kingdom. Enjoying the tour? Lola asked. More than I expected. Less than I probably should. It's quite nice around here. I've never seen something like it. Noah's honest response drew a satisfied smile from the succubus. Perfect. Lola's eyes lit up with a mischievous shine. Then you'll love where we're going next. That tone suggests trouble. Why do I keep following it? She led him away from the main thoroughfares, past districts that grew progressively quieter. We're leaving the city. Where are we going? Noah frowned, his survival instincts finally kicking in. Following a succubus into the wilderness sounds like trouble. Noah, you'll see. She took his hand without warning, her fingers warm and unsurprisingly gentle. The path wound upward through rolling hills dotted with strange, luminescent flowers. Everything felt peaceful in a way that surprised him. Unlike the human kingdom, there wasn't a large number of fortifications or guards, and there was certainly no signs of the constant warfare that plagued the human kingdoms. Where are all the defenses? Do the demons not attack this place? Chapter 55. Freedom. Why are there no extremist demons around here? Aren't they meant to be attacking both the humans and the demons alike? I heard that they attack the human kingdom constantly. So shouldn't there be some kind of attacks here? Lola raised an eyebrow. Why are you asking? Do you want them to attack us? No, I was just asking. Esta lives in constant fear. But this place feels safe. Lola's smile turned knowing. Well, regarding your question, the answer is quite simple. It's because they're too weak compared to us. Unlike human, demons understand their own weaknesses. The extremists resort to attacking defenseless villages or setting ambushes. They wouldn't dare approach Sin City directly. That makes sense. I guess I see. The path that Lola led him through crested a steep hill, leaving Noah slightly breathless from the climb. But when he reached the summit, his breathing stopped entirely. Not from exertion, but from wonder. Oh. Before them stretched the most beautiful natural vista he'd ever witnessed. A vast sea extended to the horizon. Its surface so crystal clear it reflected the sky like a mirror. The water seemed to glow with light, shifting between deep sapphire and ethereal silver. This place looks so gorgeous. Water doesn't look like that. Large trees framed the view, their branches reaching toward clouds that drifted lazily overhead. Wildflowers carpeted the hillside in a variety of colors, blues that had no name, purples that defied description. The air itself felt clean, purified, like breathing distilled starlight. Wow, so beautiful. Lola moved to stand beside him, her earlier playfulness no longer there, as a serious expression plastered her face. She gazed out over the sea with an expression Noah couldn't quite read, longing mixed with sorrow, hope tempered by loss. He wasn't sure, but he could tell that it was something serious. Do you know what this sea reminds me of? She smiled, although it felt forced this time. He shook his head. No, freedom. The word came out as barely a whisper, carried away by the gentle breeze that stirred her dark black hair. Freedom. From what? Lola's usual seductive acting had slipped. replaced by something that Noah didn't expect to see from her. Perhaps this place means something to her. Noah found himself studying her side profile, the elegant curve of her horns, the way afternoon light caught her face, the surprising vulnerability in her ruby eyes as she stared out over endless water. Who are you really? Lola. The sea stretched towards infinity. For a moment, Noah understood why someone might associate this view with freedom. The sea was magnificent and expansive, flowing freely with no restriction. His thoughts were interrupted by the birds in the distance that traced lazy circles against the clouds. This place is perfect. Thank you, he said quietly, for showing me this, and for dropping the seductive act. Lola turned toward him, her usual smile returning but softer now. Look out. The warning exploded from her lips as crimson light erupted around them. Noah didn't have the time to do anything, confusion freezing his limbs. His reflexes didn't help either, being too slow to process the danger hurtling toward his head. What? A massive fireball carved through the air where he'd been sitting milliseconds before. The projectile crashed against Lola's erected barrier, the red flames battling the crimson barrier in a shower of sparks that painted the hillside in hellish light. The protective shield held for 3 seconds before the fireball dissipated entirely. What is going on? Noah scrambled to his feet, his eyes darting across the landscape, looking for their attackers. Are we being attacked? Why? Lola's transformation was instantaneous and terrifying. The joking succubus no longer had a gentle smile on her face. Her ruby eyes blazed with fury, like she wanted to rip the attackers into pieces. Her tail lashed behind her as she scanned the tree line. We are being attacked by extremists. We're unlucky to encounter them, especially this powerful group. Noah's blood turned to ice water in his veins. His mind immediately reached for his escape route, the one advantage that made every danger survivable. The system. Immediately teleport me out of here. I want to go back to the real world. The demons can solve their issues among themselves. Sorry, host, but you are only allowed to do that inside the shop. Man, damn it, system. You should have told me such an important fact before. You never asked. Nam. He cursed inwardly before he focused on the danger at hand. He didn't bother trying to argue with the system, as he knew it well enough to know that it was futile. Powerful. Do you mean that you can't deal with them? 3 figures appeared from the tree line. Their crimson robes billowed in the wind that touched nothing else. Noah could feel the mana around them being extremely dense. Together, they seemed to rival the mana around Lola. Even at this distance, Noah could feel their power pressing against his consciousness. I can handle them. Whilst I'm a master mage, there are 3 adept mages. I can't hold back against them. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. Which means, Noah gulped, which means my magic will be explosive. I won't be able to protect you during the fight. Her words felt like the death penalty wrapping around his neck. Before Noah could think, the extremists began their advance. Power crackled between their fingers as they prepared spells that could level buildings, topple mountains, and kill him within seconds. Noah's mouth went as dry as desert sand. He didn't want to die because the penalty of dying in this world was overwhelming. It was the penalty of insane suffering. He would feel the pain of death nearly 3 times over. I'm sorry. Human, Lola whispered, her magical energy beginning to coalesce around her like a storm. Noah's eyebrows rose as he looked at the succubus next to him. The look on her face, the tone of her voice. She meant every word. Is this still the same succubus that is always trying to seduce me? Chapter 56. Weak. The vulnerability in her ruby eyes caught him completely off guard. Gone was the playful predator who'd tormented him with innuendo. In her place stood someone who feared for his safety. She actually cares. About me. A human she barely knows. Before he could process this revelation further, the lead extremist's voice boomed across the hillside. Look at this disgusting sight. The demon's crimson robes flapped dramatically as he gestured with his staff. A master-level succubus, consorting with human filth. Brother Kazric speaks truth. The second extremist spat into the grass. These damn humans think they can steal our women now. First our lands, now our females. Steal your women. I'm just here for a tour. Noah opened his mouth to protest his innocence, but the third extremist cut him off. A succubus at that. His voice cracked slightly. The shame brings dishonor to our entire race. Oh, come on. I literally just met her yesterday. Kill the human. Kazric raised his staff, mana gathering around the crystal tip. Show this traitor what happens when superior demon blood mingles with inferior species. Superior. Inferior. These guys have serious brain issues. Lola's magic erupted like a volcano, her crimson energy forming defensive barriers around them both. Stay behind me, Noah. The first spell, a lance of hot fire, screamed through the air toward Noah's head. Lola's barrier deflected it, but barely. The impact sent shockwaves through the ground. That would have turned my skull into charcoal. Pathetic human. The second extremist began chanting, preparing for another attack. You corrupt everything you touch. Another fireball. This one came from an angle Lola wasn't expecting. She twisted, throwing up a hasty shield, but it wouldn't be enough. Oh shit. Noah dove sideways, hitting the grass hard as superheated air singed his hair. The spell exploded against the hillside, leaving a crater where his torso had been. Noah. Lola's voice carried some panic. She spun toward him, momentarily leaving her flank exposed. The third extremist seized the opportunity, launching a barrage of ice shards. She's going to get hit because of me. But Lola twisted at the last second, deflecting the attack with a gesture that looked almost casual. Her power was terrifying. Each of her spells could have leveled buildings, yet she kept glancing back at him with worry. Coward, fight us properly. Traitor, I am fighting you, Lola replied sweetly, before unleashing a wave of crimson energy that forced all three extremists to retreat. I'm just being considerate of this beautiful place. I don't want it to be deformed because of vermins like you. Kazric and the others performed another coordinated spell attack. This time, they split their assault, two targeting Lola, while the third sent a lightning bolt straight at Noah. Lola noticed the attack meant for Noah a split second too late. Her eyes widened in horror as electricity arced toward him. I'm dead. This is it. Hello? 300% pain multiplier. Crimson light exploded around Noah as Lola appeared directly between him and the lightning. The bolt struck her barrier with enough force to crater the ground beneath her feet. Stay. Behind. Me. But as the fight continued, Noah noticed something troubling in Lola's expression. Each time she had to save him, each time he failed to dodge or defend himself, her frown deepened. Another spell came his way, a simple wind blade that any competent fighter should have been able to avoid. Noah stumbled backward, tripped over his own feet, and landed hard on his ass. Lola sighed as she casually deflected the attack. What kind of human are you? The lead extremist paused his assault, genuine confusion replacing his rage. You have no magic, no combat skills. You're just ordinary. Thanks for the confidence boost, asshole. Lola's ruby eyes found Noah's face, and he saw the exact moment realization struck her. He really is weak. Completely, utterly weak. Is he really the man in the prophecy? The succubus who'd spent hours waiting outside his shop, probing for hidden power. Trying to uncover his mysterious abilities, she was finally seeing the truth. Noah Carter wasn't a secret badass. He wasn't a hidden master or prophetic hero. He was just a guy with a magical shop who got very, very lucky with his business model. Well, this is awkward. Realizing that the human next to her was truly ordinary, Lola released a long, exasperated sigh. All this time, I thought he was powerful. Turns out he's just normal. Her crimson eyes shifted from disappointment to coldness as she raised her arm skyward. The playful succubus vanished entirely, replaced by something far more dangerous. Mana began converging on her palm like iron filings drawn to a magnet. The air itself grew heavy as power condensed into a swirling sphere of crimson energy. Within seconds, a basketball-sized orb of concentrated destruction hovered above her delicate fingers. Time to end this. The extremists' triumphant sneers faltered as they felt the sheer magnitude of power gathering above them. Even Noah, with his limited magical sensitivity, could taste the power in the air. That thing is scary. Wait, Kazric stammered, his earlier bravado crumbling like wet paper. You wouldn't dare. Lola's smile was pure silk wrapped around a blade. Watch me. She lowered her hand with casual elegance, as if directing an orchestra rather than unleashing a devastating attack. The crimson sphere launched forward at impossible speed, its passage warping the air with raw magical pressure. Halfway to its targets, the orb split. 3 perfectly controlled projectiles, each one tracking its designated extremist with surgical precision. Shields up. The second extremist screamed. All 3 demons threw their hands forward, pouring every ounce of their considerable power into defensive barriers. Protective walls of magic sprouted around them, layered with reinforcement spells and desperate prayers. This might actually. The crimson projectiles struck their barriers like meteors hitting tissue paper. Kazric's scream peaked somewhere between agony and disbelief as Lola's magic tore through his defenses like they were made of cardboard. Crimson energy engulfed him, and when the light faded, he stood frozen like a statue, completely charred from head to toe, smoke rising from his singed robes. Chapter 57. Reward. The second extremist's wail of despair echoed across the hillside as he examined his newly blackened features. His perfectly groomed beard had been reduced to crispy stubble, and his eyebrows had simply ceased to exist. He looks like burnt toast. The third extremist tried to speak, but only managed a weak wheeze. His vocal cords had apparently been temporarily paralyzed by the shock, leaving him opening and closing his mouth like a confused fish. One by one, they toppled over like dominoes, their charred bodies hitting the grass with satisfying thuds. Well, that was quick. Lola dusted off her hands with the satisfaction of someone who'd just finished a mildly irritating chore. The terrifying aura of power dissipated as quickly as it had appeared. She turned toward Noah, her usual playful smile returning, as if she hadn't just single-handedly defeated 3 adept-level mages. Don't be afraid, she said cheerfully, already moving toward the unconscious extremists. They aren't dead. Just well done. She's talking about people like their steaks. I'll hand them over to the demon authorities, Lola continued, producing rope from what appeared to be thin air. That's probably from a storage ring. I really need to try and level up my mana control skill. Should get some decent beast cores in return. Plus other benefits. Crime does pay, when you're the one stopping it. She began tying up the unconscious bodies of the extremists, humming a tune that sounded suspiciously cheerful for someone handling unconscious bodies. She's done this before. Definitely done this before. The bounty on extremist leaders is quite generous, she explained, looping rope around Kazrick's ankles. Adept-level captures earn premium rewards. Noah watched in fascination as she arranged all 3 bodies like bundled firewood, their charred faces peaceful in unconsciousness. They looked like they stuck their heads in a fireplace. With her prisoners secured, Lola straightened and turned toward him, her ruby eyes sparkling with satisfaction. Shall we go? She tilted her head, indicating the path back toward Sin City. I believe you promised to let me into your shop if I gave you a proper tour. Her smile was radiant, completely at odds with the scene of magical devastation surrounding them. From seductive succubus to a terrifying battle mage to cheerful bounty hunter, this woman has more layers than an onion. The towering gates of Sin City appeared before them. Noah had expected many things upon their return. What he hadn't expected was for Lola to casually dump 3 charred bodies at the feet of the gate guards like she was delivering groceries. Thud, thud, thud. The guards' expressions shifted. They had seen her moving those bodies towards the gate, but now that the bodies were up close, they understood why. 3 extremists? Lola announced with the same tone she might use to order tea. They are adept mages. The guards exchanged glances before one of them nodded. Yes, Lady Lola. I'll inform Captain Mordak immediately. The messenger guard sprinted into the city with impressive speed. Within a minute or two, he returned with a demon whose presence made Noah wary. He's strong. Captain Mordak was built like a fortress. He had broad shoulders, bulging arms, and a high chest. Yet when he spotted Lola, his expression immediately softened into something approaching reverence. Even the city guard captain treats her like a superior. Lady Lola. Mordak bowed slightly, a gesture that seemed genuine rather than obligatory. Thank you for your contribution to our city's safety. His polite smile and the way he spoke showed Noah that he was someone who'd dealt with Lola's contributions before. From a leather pouch at his belt, he took out a storage ring. The standard bounty for 3 adept-level extremists, plus the additional bonus for the condition of dead or alive, he explained, extending the ring toward her. The city council appreciates your restraint. She turned them into human charcoal. But well, I guess she restrained herself, considering that they might have turned to ashes. Lola accepted the ring with a smile. My pleasure, Captain. It's always a joy to catch this filth. As she slipped the ring onto her finger, Noah noticed the effect her presence had on the surrounding demons. Guards, merchants, and passers-by had begun to gather, drawn like moths to flame. They were all staring. Every male demon within a 50-foot radius had stopped whatever they were doing to watch Lola's every movement. Some tried to be subtle about it, pretending to examine their weapons or study the architecture. Others simply gaped openly, their expressions ranging from admiration to outright love-struck. Lola, one of the 4 most beautiful demonesses in Sin City. The whisper drifted through the crowd and into Noah's ears. The 4 most beautiful. There's a ranking system, and there are 3 that have the same level of beauty. Just what kind of kingdom is this? 1 is already enough to topple kingdoms, and they have 4. Even Captain Mordak seemed affected, his demeanor wavering as Lola's smile intensified. She tucked a strand of midnight hair behind her ear, and Noah swore he heard several demons gulp audibly. Shall we proceed to your shop? Lola turned toward Noah, apparently oblivious to the small crowd she'd accumulated. I believe I've earned my tea. Lead the way, Noah replied, suddenly very aware of the dozens of envious glares now focused on him. Great. Now, every demon in the city thinks I'm dating their fantasy woman. Let's hope that this doesn't come back to bite me in the back. As they walked through the gates, he could hear the whispered conversations behind them. Who's the human? Lucky bastard. How did he manage to catch Lady Lola's attention? Lola's soft laughter suggested she could hear the whispers. 2. Something amusing, Noah asked. No. She chuckled softly, her ruby eyes sparkling with secrets he couldn't begin to guess. That laugh means trouble. Arriving at his shop, Noah addressed the system mentally. System. Remove Lola from the banned list. Acknowledged. Lola may now enter the shop. Then, the invisible barrier that stopped Lola disappeared. Lola stepped across the threshold with obvious satisfaction, her tail swishing behind her. Chapter 58. Ambitions. She protected me today, showed me around the city. The least I can do is return the favor. Noah's gaze swept over his golden inventory, the fruits of a wildly successful morning. His assets had swollen to numbers that still made his head spin. 1 free drink wouldn't bankrupt him or hurt his wallet. Do you want a loaf? He asked without turning around. Yes, please. Noah retrieved both items from their shelves. He placed both on the counter. Here you go. Enjoy. Lola reached for her coin pouch, but Noah's gesture stopped her. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Her eyebrow arched in surprise. Free. How generous of you. Is she? Teasing me again. The succubus lifted the bottle to her lips. The first sip triggered the same response it had the first time she had tried it. Her eyes fluttered closed, and a soft sound escaped her throat. There she goes again. Noah's cheeks burned as the moan filled his small shop, even when she wasn't trying to seduce him. Everything she did sounded like an invitation to sin. You know, I wanted to ask you a question. Noah raised an eyebrow at the sudden change in mood. What is it? Her ruby eyes opened before landing on him. I don't sense any mana inside you, and you're quite weak physically, she said, setting the bottle down carefully. How were you able to remove me from the store? Is this shop a legendary magical artifact? That's a good question. Is the shop that the system has given me a magical artifact? Is the system itself a magical artifact? And if it is there something more powerful than the system, and who could possibly make it? To be honest, these questions had been on Noah's mind for a few days, and he never managed to find an answer. Whenever he asked the system ignored him completely. After a small moment of thinking, he replied, not really. Although he didn't have an answer to her question, that didn't mean he wasn't going to pull some bullshit out of his pants to give as a response. I just promised myself to never use my power outside this shop. That Loki sounded like something an edgelord would say. Lola's eyebrow remained raised, but she didn't press further. Her ruby eyes remained on him for a moment before they diverted back to the drink. She knows I'm lying, but she's letting it slide. For now. The succubus took another sip of her tea, this time without any moaning. Interesting, she murmured. After watching Lola finish her meal with excruciating slowness, Noah finally reached his limit. I'm closing the shop for the day. The words cut through her leisurely pace. Lola's ruby eyes widened with genuine surprise, the bottle pausing halfway to her lips. Already. But I was hoping we could spend more time. You know, maybe we could Blacklist. The single word dropped between them like a wall. Lola's protest died in her throat, her expression shifting from playful to cautious in an instant. You wouldn't dare, she whispered. But uncertainty flickered in her voice. Noah's smile carried no warmth. Try me. The succubus deflated like a punctured balloon. Her shoulders sagged as she realized he held all the cards in this particular game. With visible reluctance, she rose from her seat, her movements lacking their usual energy. Fine, she muttered, moving toward the door with obvious reluctance. But as she reached the threshold, she turned back with a pout that transformed her entire face. Her lower lip jutted out slightly, her ruby eyes wide with disappointment. Damn it. Why does she have to look so? The door closed with a soft click, cutting off his dangerous train of thought. Noah released a breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding. The shop felt larger somehow, less charged with the tension that seemed to follow Lola wherever she went. He stared at the door for several long seconds, half expecting her to materialize through it like smoke. She's gone, finally, but the relief was temporary. As silence settled over his small domain, other thoughts began to surface. I need to get stronger. Today's encounter with the extremists had stripped away any illusions about his capabilities. Immortality within his shop meant nothing if he was helpless the moment he stepped outside. I don't want to be looked down upon anymore. I had to be protected by a succubus. How shameful. His system had mentioned talent-enhancing items, products that could accelerate his growth beyond normal limits, but those remained locked behind shop upgrades he couldn't yet afford. For now, he had only one option. He had to exercise, practice, and get better the hard way. Noah moved to his shelf and retrieved the last remaining bottle of iced tea. The peach-colored liquid swirled as he settled onto the floor. His legs crossed in the meditation position Alara had taught him. Bottoms up. He popped the lid open and gulped down the whole drink at once. The tea flooded his system with its familiar, cold, soothing, and remarkable taste. His mana reserves and regeneration expanded. The sensation was intoxicating power flowing through channels he could sense but not control. Although I still can't use mana. Who knows? It might help me level up quicker. He closed his eyes and began the breathing exercises, mimicking Alara's patient instructions. Feel the mana and make it feel you. Don't try to grasp for it. Let it flow naturally through your consciousness. Minutes stretched into an hour. Sweat beaded on his forehead despite his idle position. Mental exhaustion crept through his skull like fog. But he persisted. Each breath brought him closer to something. A connection just beyond his reach. There we go. Come on. Almost. For a heartbeat. He touched it. He felt like mana was finally waiting for him to harvest it. But before he was able to, it slipped away, leaving only frustration and the ache of overexerting himself in training for the past hour or so. Noah opened his eyes, disappointment settling in his chest. Damn it. Level 5 is much harder to get to. It's harder than the earlier levels combined. His storage ring remained an inert piece of jewelry. His mana as inaccessible as ever. Enough for today. He stood up, his muscles protesting against the extended meditation. It's time to settle the debt. Beauty next door. The beautiful girl who lives in the area. and looks innocent. Chapter 59. Settling Debts. In his modest apartment, Noah pulled up his status screen. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shops: 1. Daily revenue: 3,000. Current assets: 140 to 20. 64. Shop points: 1560. Attributes: Strength: 4. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 7. Agility: 3. Skills: Swordsmanship level 4. Mana control level 4. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. $140,000. My debts are approximately $20,000, which would leave me with $120,000. The numbers still felt surreal, like looking at someone else's bank account, but as the reality settled in, a new problem appeared in his mind. One he didn't think of. Shit. How am I meant to explain where all this money is coming from? His stomach dropped as the probability of being accused of fraud crashed over him. He'd been so focused on earning the money that he'd completely ignored the logistics of actually using it without triggering every financial crime algorithm in existence. I didn't worry about it initially since I barely used anything. But now that I'm going to start spending, I have no explanations. Panic crept up his throat like rising bile. Images flashed through his mind. IRS investigations. Money laundering accusations. Federal agents asking very uncomfortable questions about his suddenly flush bank account. System, he thought desperately. Please tell me you have a solution. The monetary transfers have been processed through multiple legitimate financial institutions and investment vehicles. All funds appear as returns from diversified portfolio management. Tax obligations have been automatically handled. You need not concern yourself with regulatory scrutiny. No. The relief was so intense that it made his knees weak. Good, he breathed, collapsing onto his couch. Very good. I thought I would need to call Saul to save me. Checking the time on his phone, Noah realized he could still make it to the bank before closing. But this time, he wasn't walking anywhere, not with $20,000 at stake. But first, I need to order a safe taxi. I can't risk being robbed again. The ride passed in comfortable anonymity, the driver more interested in his podcast than his passenger's potentially lucrative destination. Noah used the time to craft his approach, remembering all too clearly how the previous withdrawal had nearly ended with him being robbed in an alley. The bank's familiar fluorescent lighting greeted him as he joined the queue, and there she was, the same enthusiastic teller whose voice had broadcast his financial status to every opportunistic criminal within earshot. Round 2. Let's see if we can avoid the attempted mugging this time. Before she could launch into her cheerful customer service routine, Noah slid a folded piece of paper across the marble counter. The young woman unfolded the note with curiosity that quickly morphed into mortification. You almost got me robbed last time because you spoke too loudly. Could you please process the withdrawal of $20,000 without any noise? Thank you. Jessica's face cycled through multiple shades of red as she read. Her eyes widened with horror, then narrowed with what looked suspiciously like self-recrimination. I'm so sorry, she whispered, her voice barely audible above the bank's ambient noise. I had no idea, I never thought. Noah waved off her apology with what he hoped was magnanimous understanding. At least she learned, but instead of processing the withdrawal, Jessica stood abruptly and stepped away from her terminal. She whispered something urgent to her colleague, an older woman with silver hair and the bearing of someone who'd seen every possible banking catastrophe. Uh-oh, this doesn't look like a normal routine. Jessica returned with an apologetic smile that somehow made Noah more nervous than her previous volume issues. Could you please follow me? She asked, gesturing toward a corridor lined with glass doors. She is leading me towards a private consultation. This is either very good or very bad. The office she led him to had a mahogany desk, leather chairs, and enough diplomas on the wall to stock a small university. A middle-aged man in an expensive suit rose as they entered, his smile professional but warm. Mr. Carter, I'm David Richardson, branch manager. His handshake was firm without being aggressive. Please, have a seat. Richardson. That name sounds familiar. Wasn't that Uncle Smith's feng shui-obsessed director? Jessica explained the situation. Richardson continued, settling behind his desk with a smile on his face. Large cash withdrawals require additional security protocols, particularly given your previous experience that we deeply apologize for. Previous experience. That's one way to describe almost getting mugged. We need to confirm a few things. Richardson's tone remained friendly but carried underlying seriousness. First, this withdrawal is entirely voluntary. No one is threatening or coercing you. They think I'm being extorted. That's actually pretty reasonable. Completely voluntary, Noah assured him. Just settling some old debts. Richardson nodded. You're comfortable carrying this amount in cash? Am I? $20,000 is a lot of money to walk around with. I have secure transportation arranged, Noah said, thinking of the driver currently listening to true crime podcasts in the parking lot. Very good. Richardson smiled genuinely for the first time. Jessica will process everything in our secure counting room. For your safety. We'll provide discreet packaging and escort you to your vehicle. They're actually trying to keep me from getting robbed. Thank you. Noah nodded. 20 minutes later, Noah emerged from the bank with a black leather briefcase that felt heavier than it should. A security guard built like a linebacker with a friendly demeanor walked beside him until he reached the waiting Uber. Professional. Discreet. And no one announced my financial status to the entire lobby. As the car pulled away from the bank, Noah let out a satisfied sigh. The briefcase sat innocuously beside him, containing enough cash to solve every debt problem that had plagued him for years. He didn't worry about the driver robbing him either, because he didn't drop off at the bank. But slightly before, time to have some very satisfying conversations with some very unpleasant people. Chapter 60. Settling Debts 2. The car's engine hummed to a stop outside Noah's apartment building. Home sweet home. Where the rent is cheap and the security deposits are just concepts in fantasy. Noah clutched the briefcase with the reverence of someone handling liquid salvation. $20,000 in cash, enough to rewrite his entire relationship with financial stress. Thanks for the ride, he told the driver. A middle-aged man whose playlist had cycled through 3 different true crime podcasts during their journey. The driver nodded with the indifference of someone who'd seen everything the city had to offer. Stay safe out there. Inside his apartment, Noah spread the bills across his table. $8,000 went into his bedroom. Safe, a small metal box he'd bought years ago and never had enough money to justify using. The remaining $12,000 found its way into a smaller, more portable case. $12,000 for Rex and his merry band of leg breakers. Should be enough to settle every penny, with interest, and hopefully buy me a lifetime of being left alone. The thought of Rex's face when presented with full payment in cash brought a smile to Noah's lips, the kind of smile that probably would have worried his enemies if they could see it. His phone buzzed with another Uber notification. Time for the second leg of his debt settlement tour. Noah provided the address with the confidence of someone who definitely wasn't carrying enough cash to buy a decent car. As they approached their destination, the urban landscape shifted from questionable to actively concerning. Buildings seemed to lean inward like broken teeth, their windows dark or boarded up entirely. Groups of young men clustered on street corners, their conversations dying as the Uber passed. This looks like the kind of place where people come to make bad decisions, or have bad decisions made for them. The driver's eyes found Noah's in the rearview mirror, concern creeping into his voice. You sure about this address? Son. Noah glanced out the window at a particularly intimidating group of hooligans who'd stopped their smoking session to stare directly at their vehicle. One of them, a mountain of a man with tattoos covering his neck, took a step toward the street. They look like they're deciding whether we're worth the effort of robbing. I'm sure, Noah replied, injecting more confidence into his voice than he actually felt. Just a quick business meeting. The driver's skepticism was palpable, but he pulled to a stop outside a building that looked like it had given up on renovations sometime in the previous century. Want me to wait? The driver asked, his tone suggesting he really hoped the answer was no. Noah considered it. Having an escape route ready seemed prudent, but keeping an innocent civilian in this neighborhood longer than necessary felt like tempting fate with a sledgehammer. I'll be fine, he said, stepping out with the briefcase. Thanks for the ride. The old man nodded, his expression mixing respect and concern in equal measure. You take care of yourself out there. And kid? He paused as Noah closed the door. Whatever business you got here, make it quick. The Uber pulled away with unseemly haste, leaving Noah alone on a street that felt like the opening scene of a very unfortunate movie. Well, here goes nothing. The briefcase felt heavier now, its weight less about money and more about the very real possibility that he was about to make either the smartest or stupidest decision of his life. The hooligans continued their surveillance, smoke drifting around them like incense at an altar of bad intentions. Time to find out if $12,000 can buy me peace of mind? Noah straightened his shoulders and walked toward the building, each step carrying him deeper into a conversation that would either end his debt problems forever or create entirely new ones. The briefcase swung at his side, containing enough money to change everything, or get him killed. Only one way to find out which. Noah had taken exactly 7 steps toward the building when a voice sounded from nearby. Yo, hold up. Here we go. I was really hoping they mind their damn business, but I guess that was wishful thinking. One of the hooligans detached himself from his smoking circle, approaching with the confidence of someone who owned these particular blocks of broken concrete. He was younger than Noah had expected, maybe early 20s. The kid looks like he's been through the grinder. Probably makes him more dangerous. Not less. You lost or something. The hooligan's tone wasn't hostile, merely curious. Like a zookeeper asking why a zebra had wandered into the lion exhibit, Noah adjusted his grip on the briefcase, keeping his voice steady. I'm here to see Rex. The young man's posture shifted from casual intimidation to something resembling respect. His eyes flicked to the briefcase with new understanding. Rex's name carries weight here. That's either very good or very bad for me. Rex. Huh. The hooligan nodded slowly, stepping aside with a gesture that was part invitation, part warning. Third floor. Door's got his name on it. Can't miss it. Can't miss it. Right. Because loan sharks are known for their subtle signage. Thanks, Noah replied, walking past the informal checkpoint. Behind him, he heard the young man return to his group, their conversation resuming in hushed tones. Great. Now I'm the entertainment. The building's interior matched its exterior's commitment to urban decay. Fluorescent lights flickered with epileptic enthusiasm. The stairwell smelled like a combination of cigarettes, desperation, and decisions people regretted making. Third floor. Here we go. Each step upward felt like climbing toward either salvation or catastrophe. The briefcase's weight remained constant, but its significance seemed to grow with every floor. $12,000. More money than Rex probably sees in legitimate transactions most months. The third-floor hallway stretched before him like a gauntlet of peeling wallpaper and questionable life choices. And there, at the far end, stood a door that needed no introduction. Rex, Financial Consulting. Financial Consulting. That's one way to describe breaking kneecaps for late payments. Chapter 61. Settling Debts 3. Noah paused outside the door, listening to muffled voices within. Rex's distinctive growl carried through the thin walls, though the words remained indistinct. Last chance to change my mind. Walk away. Keep the money. Move to another city. But the thought of actually stealing money from them, even if they were loan sharks, irked him. He was going to become the richest man in the world. He was going to travel various worlds later on. If I can't handle some small-time punks, how will I be able to survive in fantasy worlds? Time to end this properly. Noah knocked. Last chance to change my mind. Walk away. Keep the money. Move to another city. But the thought of actually stealing money from them, even if they were loan sharks, irked him. He was going to become the richest man in the world. He was going to travel various worlds later on. If I can't handle some small-time punks, how will I be able to survive in fantasy worlds? Somewhere between dodging extremist fireballs and watching Lola incinerate 3 adept-level mages, his perspective had changed. These loan sharks, Rex and his crew of neighborhood predators, they were practice rounds, training wheels for the kind of dangers that awaited him in realms where magic could rewrite reality and power determined who lived and who became cautionary tales. Time to end this properly. Noah knocked. The voices inside died instantly, replaced by the kind of loaded silence. Yeah. Rex's voice carried through the door like gravel mixed with barely contained aggression. Noah Carter. We need to talk. The door swung open to reveal Rex himself. The loan shark's expression cycled through surprise, suspicion, and finally interest as his gaze settled on the briefcase. Well. Rex's smile held all the warmth of winter concrete. Look who finally decided to stop playing hide-and-seek. His calculating stare dropped to the leather case, and Noah caught the exact moment recognition flared in those dead eyes. Money. Enough money to make this conversation very different from their previous encounters. Got something for me. Carter. Noah lifted the briefcase, letting its weight speak volumes. Everything I owe, plus interest. Plus the inconvenience fee you mentioned. Rex's eyebrows climbed toward his receding hairline with genuine shock. This wasn't the script he'd been expecting. Broken men didn't walk into his office carrying solutions in leather briefcases. Is that so? Rex stepped aside, his movements suddenly less predatory, more businesslike. The dynamics had shifted, and both men felt it. Well then, come on in. Let's talk business. The office interior looked like a discount furniture store had been detonated inside a tax preparation service. Mismatched chairs surrounded a desk that had seen better decades, while filing cabinets lined walls that desperately needed new paint. This is it. The moment everything changes. Noah settled into the offered chair, placing the briefcase carefully across his lap. The leather felt warm against his palms, a tangible reminder of just how dramatically his circumstances had shifted. All right. Mr. Rex, let's settle this properly. What's the exact amount I owe? Rex's predatory smile widened as he moved toward a battered laptop perched precariously on the edge of his desk. His fingers clicked across keys with surprising delicacy for someone whose primary business involved physical intimidation. No problem. Carter, let me pull up your file. Of course he keeps digital records. Even loan sharks have gone corporate. Papers rustled as Rex extracted several documents from a manila folder thick enough to suggest Noah's debt had generated substantial paperwork. Interest calculations, penalty fees, late payment charges, each sheet representing another layer of financial quicksand he'd been drowning in for months. Let's see here. Principal amount, accumulated interest, processing fees, collection costs. The numbers danced across the screen while Noah forced his expression to remain neutral. Inside, his heart hammered against his ribs with anticipation mixed with carefully controlled anxiety. Total comes to $11,450. Rex leaned back in his chair, studying Noah's face for any sign of panic or desperation. $11,450. That's everything. The way Noah responded made it sound like he was genuinely concerned his resources might fall short. Can't let them think I'm swimming in cash. The last thing I need is for them to decide that the price has just doubled because I can afford it. That's everything. Noah's voice carried just the right note of financial strain. You're sure that covers all fees and penalties? Rex nodded with the certainty of someone who'd performed this calculation countless times before. Every penny. Carter, pay that. And we're square. Time for the reveal. But carefully. Noah opened the briefcase, revealing neat stacks of bills that represented his escape from this particular nightmare. He counted out the exact amount, setting each stack on Rex's desk with the reverence of someone parting with their last resources. The remaining $5.50 stayed in the case. As he closed the briefcase, Noah let his voice drop to a whisper that carried just enough volume to ensure Rex caught every word. Damn it. I don't have money for rent. The words escaped as a whisper that wasn't meant to be heard by anyone. Rex's thick fingers moved through the bills, his lips moving silently as he verified the count. $11,450 exactly. After completing his audit, Rex stood with the satisfaction of someone whose evening had exceeded expectations. His smile carried genuine warmth for the first time in their acquaintance, the kind reserved for customers who paid in full, on time, without requiring creative persuasion techniques. Well, Carter. He extended a hand that Noah accepted with inward reluctance. God knows what he does with this hand. It was a pleasure doing business with you. You are officially on a clean slate. Fresh start. All that motivational bullshit. The handshake lasted exactly long enough to seal their transaction without implying friendship. If you ever need any more loans, do not hesitate to contact us again. Rex continued with a smile on his face. That's definitely not happening again. We appreciate customers who honor their commitments. Chapter 62. Shopping Spree 1. Noah gave a small smile to Rex before leaving his office. Noah maintained his careful pace down the stairs, and the building's exit appeared ahead like salvation disguised as urban decay. Only when the Main Street air hit his face did he allow himself to breathe properly. No one came after me. Thank God. Relief flooded through him like warm honey. His shoulders straightened as he realized that he was free. Genuinely. Completely free from the financial quicksand that had been dragging him under for too long. I don't have any weapons with me that I could use to defend myself. That was kind of stupid. I should have brought something with me, just in case things went south. The thought sobered him slightly. He was worrying whether Rex would send people after him, asking where he got the money from, or perhaps wanting to steal money from him. Luckily, none of that happened. His wealth meant nothing if he couldn't protect it. Couldn't protect himself. Noah stood on the sidewalk outside Rex's street, watching a taxi crawl through traffic like an arthritic turtle navigating molasses. I need to buy a car. This isn't ideal. I can't keep ordering taxis and waiting for them. That's wasting so much time. The realization struck him with the force of someone who'd suddenly remembered he wasn't poor anymore. Public transportation belonged to his old life, the one where every purchase needed careful consideration and budget calculations that carried over into the following month. Time to move on. But first, preparation. Noah had read enough web novels to recognize the classic scenario lurking ahead. Walking into a luxury dealership dressed like someone who survived on ramen and hope, only to face condescending salespeople who judged customers by their appearance rather than their bank accounts. First things first, buy some good clothes. I don't want to be mistaken for a poor person trying to waste the assistant's time, then have them force me into some face-slapping scene. He shook his head at the absurdity of it all. Real life wasn't a Chinese cultivation novel where arrogant young masters dismissed protagonists based on their shabby clothing, only to receive devastating comeuppances involving hidden identities and superior martial arts. Too cliché. Gotta be more creative than walking in looking homeless just to prove a point. No, he'd approach this intelligently. Dress the part, act the part, and make the entire transaction smooth and professional. Save the dramatic revelations for people who deserve them, like Rex and Amy. Speaking of that, the thought triggered another thought. His new wealth came with responsibilities beyond mere personal comfort. Aunt May and Uncle Smith had supported him through the darkest period of his life, offering emotional sustenance when his bank account couldn't even provide the nutritional kind. They had also helped him pay the rent many times before. Ethan had become more than a cousin. He'd become a younger brother who deserved nice things. He saw himself in the young man, and he wanted him to live a better life than he did before. And his father, who'd sacrificed everything for Noah's education and dreams, now lying in a hospital bed, worried about medical bills that Noah could finally actually afford. Time to return some favors. Noah pulled out his phone, scrolling to Ethan's contact with the satisfaction of someone about to make a teenager's day significantly better. Noah. Hey, want to go shopping? I'm buying you and your parents some gifts. The response came back with the speed that only teenagers could achieve when good news arrived via text message. Ethan. What? Are you serious? Noah. Dead serious. I'll pick you up in an hour. Also, find out your parents' clothing sizes. Discreetly. Ethan. This is insane. You don't have to. Noah. I want to. Family takes care of family. Right? Ethan. In his room. Took a long pause before he typed his next message. Ethan. Thank you. Seriously. I'll get the sizes. Noah pocketed his phone, already mentally thinking about the stops they'd need to make. Clothing stores for himself and the family, something special for his father. Maybe a comfortable robe or premium pajamas that didn't smell like hospital disinfectant. Then the car shopping. Maybe something reliable but not too flashy. His business in the other world was generating serious wealth, but wisdom suggested keeping that fact as quiet as possible. The taxi ride to his apartment gave him time to plan. First stop would be a mid-range clothing store, nothing too expensive, but quality pieces that projected competence and financial stability. Dark jeans, button-down shirts, maybe a decent jacket. For the family gifts, he'd aim higher. Aunt May deserved something elegant. Uncle Smith something practical but luxurious. Ethan had already received his phone upgrade, but Noah suspected the kid could use some quality clothes. Shopping with family. When's the last time I could afford to do that? The answer came with uncomfortable clarity. It was never, even before his financial troubles reached critical mass. Noah had always been the recipient of family generosity, never the provider. Birthday gifts came with apologies about their modest nature. Presents were thoughtful but clearly limited by budget constraints. Today, that changes. His phone buzzed with another message from Ethan. Ethan, got the sizes. Mom's going to wonder why I'm suddenly interested in her wardrobe choices. But mission accomplished. Noah. Perfect. See you soon. The apartment building appeared through the taxi window, its familiar shabbiness now seeming temporary rather than permanent. Soon he'd be able to afford better. Soon he'd be able to afford anything he wanted. Noah paid the taxi driver and headed inside his apartment complex. 30 minutes later, Noah emerged from his apartment wearing his best available outfit, which still looked like something assembled from clearance racks by someone who'd learned fashion from online tutorials. The contrast between his appearance and his bank balance remained comically stark. Last time I'll have to worry about that. The second taxi ride carried him toward Ethan's house. Chapter 63. Sick. Ethan stepped out of his house. He wore casual clothes, some dark jeans and an oversized hoodie. A black messenger bag hung across his shoulder. Noah gestured toward the waiting taxi. Sorry, I was late, Ethan said as he slid into the back seat, adjusting his bag. I had to get my medication organized. Medication. Noah didn't take it seriously. He guessed it was some kind of antibiotic or paracetamol. Nothing too serious. None of his guesses prepared him for Ethan's matter-of-fact response. I've been recently diagnosed with type 1 diabetes. Need to keep my insulin pens with me, coupled with fast and slow-acting glucose in case of hypo or hyperglycemia. Ethan spoke like someone discussing the weather, rather than a life-altering medical condition that would shadow every decision for the rest of his existence. Noah's eyes widened. Aunt May didn't tell me about this, but of course she hadn't. Aunt May specialized in cheerful updates about family achievements and gentle inquiries about Noah's romantic prospects. Medical diagnoses didn't fit her conversational template, especially ones involving her teenage son's new dependence on pharmaceutical intervention for basic survival. Type 1 diabetes. Noah had heard about it. He wasn't ignorant about the condition. An autoimmune condition where the body's immune system destroys insulin-producing beta cells in the pancreas, unlike type 2, which developed gradually through lifestyle factors. Type 1 struck without warning or obvious cause. The pancreas simply stopped working forever. Hyperglycemia meant blood sugar levels climbing toward dangerous heights, requiring insulin injection to prevent diabetic ketoacidosis, a potentially fatal condition. Hypoglycemia meant blood sugar crashing toward unconsciousness, requiring immediate glucose intake to prevent seizures or coma, a constant balancing act between too much and not enough, with death waiting on both sides. I see, Noah managed. The taxi driver glanced in the rearview mirror, sensing the change in the tone. He'd probably transported enough passengers to recognize when small talk had evolved into something more substantial. Ethan's expression remained carefully neutral, but Noah caught the flicker of vulnerability beneath his cousin's composure. How long has he been dealing with this? The small bag suddenly made perfect sense. It wasn't a fashion accessory, but a survival toolkit containing the medication required to keep Ethan's blood chemistry within acceptable parameters. Insulin pens for high blood sugar, glucose tablets for dangerous lows, testing strips to monitor the invisible war being fought inside his body. And I thought my loan shark problems were stressful. Realizing that his young cousin was terminally ill made him feel sad for the kid. His thoughts wandered back to his cousin's recent heartbreak. It was bad enough to be dumped for someone with more money. Infinitely worse when you're already dealing with the psychological burden of a lifelong medical condition that marked you as different, fragile, requiring special accommodation. No wonder he looked so defeated. It wasn't just about the girl. When? Noah asked gently. 3 weeks ago, Ethan replied, his tone maintaining that careful neutrality. Started feeling really thirsty, tired all the time. Mom thought it was stress from school. Then I lost like 15 pounds in a week and started throwing up. Hospital stay. Noah probed, already knowing the answer. About a week. DKA diabetic ketoacidosis. Basically, My blood turned into acid because my pancreas decided to quit without notice. Ethan's laugh carried no humor. Great timing, right? Amy was posting pictures with Jason while I was learning how to inject myself with insulin. Oh God. A 16-year-old kid processing a permanent medical diagnosis while simultaneously discovering his girlfriend's betrayal. No wonder Ethan had seemed so hollow when he met him. Does she know? Noah asked. Nope. Haven't told anyone at school yet. Still figuring out how to explain why I need to eat lunch at specific times and things like that. Ethan's attempt at humor fell flat, revealing the anxiety beneath his composed facade. Taking him on a shopping spree just became a lot more important. Noah's original plan to spoil his cousin with nice clothes and gadgets suddenly felt inadequate. This wasn't about teenage materialism anymore. It was about giving Ethan something positive to focus on while adjusting to a reality that would follow him forever. The insulin, Noah said carefully. Is it expensive? Oh, monumentally. Ethan replied with bitter cheerfulness. Like, mortgage payment expensive. Monthly. Forever. Insurance covers most of it. But the copays are still brutal. Dad's been stress-eating antacids since we got the first pharmacy bill. Another piece of the family puzzle clicked into place. Noah searched for appropriate words and found none. That's a lot. Yeah, it's basically a subscription service for staying alive. Premium membership in the Not Dying from Lack of Insulin Club. Ethan's dark humor made Noah worry. But hey, at least I lost those 15 pounds everyone keeps saying teenagers need to worry about. The taxi turned onto the main shopping district, its windows revealing stores that had previously been beyond Noah's financial reach. Time to make this kid's day significantly better. Ethan. Yes. You ready? Ethan nodded, shouldering his bag. Ready. The first store greeted them, and Noah approached the nearest associate, a woman in her 30s whose smile managed to be both professional and genuinely welcoming. Her quick assessment of their current attire resulted in exactly zero judgment, which immediately elevated her in Noah's estimation. Looking for anything specific today? She asked. Complete wardrobe upgrade for both of us. Noah replied with the casual confidence of someone who'd recently discovered the joy of not checking price tags. Business casual. Weekend wear. Whatever you'd recommend for someone of my age and his age. Listen to me. Talking like I understand fashion. The associate's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. It was rare to find such a heavy spender. Wonderful. I'm Sarah. Let's start with some basics and build from there. After some time of Sarah guiding them through the store and different choices, Ethan stood in front of a three-way mirror. Transformed by clothes that fit him good. The difference was remarkable not just in appearance, but in posture. His shoulders had straightened, his stance more confident. The kid looks like he belongs in a college catalog. How do you feel? Noah asked. I feel good. He smiled. Chapter 64. Shopping spree, 50 golden ticket bonus. Sarah returned with armloads of additional options, each piece clearly selected with purpose rather than randomly grabbed from nearby racks. Her expertise showed in the details: shirt cuts that flattered rather than merely fit. Color combinations that enhanced rather than competed. Try this combination, she suggested, handing Ethan an outfit that somehow managed to look effortlessly stylish while remaining completely age-appropriate. 20 minutes later, Noah faced a decision that would have been impossible just days earlier. The running total displayed on Sarah's tablet made his old self want to hyperventilate. His new self simply nodded and reached for his credit card. Everything fits well, Sarah confirmed. Perfectly, Ethan replied, still studying himself in the mirror with something approaching wonder. All right. Gentlemen, the price will be $2.549. She smiled through it all. She was definitely going to be commended for her job. Noah needed to take out his credit card to pay. Ding. The chime of the card reader sounded. The transaction had been processed without any issues. Thank you both, Sarah said, organizing their purchases into elegant shopping bags. Enjoy your new purchases, and you are welcome to come back anytime again. She definitely wants us to come back. That commission is decent. Outside the store, Ethan walked with the gait of someone afraid to wrinkle his new clothes. But instead of heading toward the parking area, Noah continued deeper into the mall. Ethan's confusion was immediate and obvious. There's more. Where are we going now? His voice carried genuine concern. I think that's enough. You've already spent a lot. Noah. What a good kid. Worried about my finances? Noah smiled before responding. We haven't hit the technology section yet. Want anything from there? I'm good. My PC works fine. Honestly? Ethan's headshake was perhaps a little too emphatic. The protest of someone trying to convince himself as much as his audience. That hesitation says everything I need to know. Ethan, tell me, are you sure about that? Noah's tone carried gentle pressure. This is a one-time offer. Don't miss it. And don't worry about the money. Noah had lied about the one-time offer to make the hesitant kid come out of his shell. The internal war played out across Ethan's features. His old PC, 8 years of faithful service, now struggled with modern games. Every gaming session reminded him of his PC's limitations that his competitive spirit couldn't overcome. Ethan hesitated. He was reluctant. His old PC had been bought about 8 years ago. and it was struggling to keep up with the new games. Whenever he lost due to a frame drop, he would become upset. His dream was to become a professional player, but his computer had shut that dream down. He was incredibly good despite his bad PC, and he had the feeling that he would be able to compete at the top levels. Had he been using good specs? Noah didn't waste time. Without another word, Noah gestured toward Technoworld's glowing displays. "Come on," he called over his shoulder. "Let's see what actual performance looks like." Ethan followed with the reluctant enthusiasm of someone being dragged toward their own birthday party. His steps quickened despite his protests. This is what having money should feel like. Not anxiety about spending it, but joy about what it can accomplish. Wall-mounted displays showcased the latest innovations that the tech world had come up with. A sales associate approached them with a smile on his face. He knew when a rich customer came in, and he could tell by looking at Noah and Ethan. "Good afternoon, kind gentlemen. Looking for anything specific today?" Noah returned the greeting with a smile. "We would like to buy 2 gaming setups. We want the top tier. Money's not a problem." The associate's eyes lit up with excitement. He was a tech geek, and rarely did anyone want to buy the top specs. Having the chance to do the honors himself made him happy. Furthermore, the commission made him extra excited. "Excellent. Let me show you our premium gaming setups." Ethan's protests evaporated as they approached displays that represented everything his competitive spirit had been yearning for. This wasn't just shopping anymore, it was his wish fulfillment day. Many of his wishes were being granted by his cousin, and he was appreciative of it, for competitive gaming without any money issues. I would suggest the best card currently available on the market. RTX 590 Intel i9 processor, 64GB DDR5 RAM. The specifications flowed like poetry to anyone who understood their significance. The waiter carried on about specification and their purposes. By the time the man finished, Ethan was dumbstruck. "Noah, this is insane. You can't. I can." Noah's interruption brooked no argument. "Consider it an investment in your future career." Ethan had told him about his ambitions of becoming a professional player, and he decided to help the little man out. Wireless headsets, extended mouse pads, cable management systems. The list continued as Marcus added accessories that transformed gaming from hobby into professional-grade activity. Noah watched the total climb with fascination mixed with horror, although he was paying for it, and he wasn't regretful. It was still incredibly expensive, but a look at his status made him smile. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 3,000. Current assets, 125. 850. Shop points, 1560. Attributes, strength, 4. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 3. Skills, swordsmanship level 4. Mana control level 4. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. Final total comes to... Marcus paused dramatically, clearly enjoying his moment. 17,250. The number hung in the air like a challenge. Ethan's face cycled through multiple expressions. Shock, disbelief, and finally a kind of numb acceptance that this was actually happening. $18,000. That's more than some people's cars. Computers are really expensive. Noah pulled out his credit card with no sign of strain on his face. Ding. The transaction was processed with satisfying smoothness. Excellent, Marcus replied. Seeing the transaction going through, would you like to collect everything today? Or shall we arrange delivery? Your purchase has definitely reached our free next-day delivery requirement. Let's go with the delivery. Thank you. Chapter 65. Heading to buy a sports car. Marcus handed over paperwork with the care of someone completing a sacred transaction. Great. Thank you. With the transaction complete, Noah and Ethan stepped out of Technoworld into the mall's bustling corridor. Nearly $18,000 later, and were walking away empty-handed. Tomorrow's going to be interesting. Noah turned toward his cousin with satisfaction radiating from his expression, then reached out to ruffle Ethan's carefully styled hair. I bought a PC alongside you. He grinned, ignoring Ethan's protests about his disrupted hairstyle. You better be good at games and carry me. Otherwise, the threat was more playful than serious, but Ethan still responded with confidence. Don't worry about that. Big brother Noah, I got you covered in that regard. I will sweat in your lobbies. But don't blame me if you are accused of being boosted. Ha ha ha! Good. The afternoon's shopping expedition was reaching its natural conclusion, but Noah's mental checklist remained incomplete. His phone displayed the time. I need to head to the car dealership. They aren't going to remain open forever. All right, let's go. Time for you to head home. You've got study work to do. And make sure you give those gifts to Auntie and Uncle. Ethan nodded. Thank you. Noah, I won't forget what you've done for me. Kid's getting emotional. Time to deflect before this becomes a full-blown Hallmark moment. So what are you eating for lunch? The taxi ride to Ethan's house passed in comfortable silence, both passengers processing the day's unexpected developments. When they pulled up to the familiar suburban driveway, Ethan gathered his shopping bags. See you soon. Big brother, he called as the taxi pulled away. See you. Noah waved softly from the window. Big brother. That's going to stick, isn't it? Car dealership. Please, Noah told the driver. Settling back for the next phase of his upgrade campaign, 5 minutes into the journey, his phone erupted with his ringtone. Aunt May is right on schedule. She had already investigated the kid. Kid must have walked through the door before being bombarded with questions. Noah sighed with wry resignation before accepting the inevitable conversation. Hello? Auntie. Noah. Aunt May's voice practically burst through the speaker with the force of maternal curiosity unleashed. Ethan just walked in looking like he stepped out of a magazine. And these shopping bags. What have you been doing? Just some shopping. Shopping. Just some shopping. These clothes have designer labels. And this receipt, Noah. This receipt has more numbers than my mortgage payment. Auntie, business has been really good lately. What business? Last month you were eating ramen for breakfast. Now you're buying clothes that cost more than my car payment. Noah, what is happening? Promise me that you aren't doing anything illegal. Noah sighed. Does selling items to demons count as illegal? I don't think so. Right. Auntie, I promise you that I'm not doing anything illegal. The interrogation was reaching critical intensity. Noah could practically hear her radar spinning at maximum velocity, detecting every inconsistency in his carefully constructed explanations. Time for the classical escape option. Auntie, I'm actually in the middle of another important meeting right now. Before she could ask what the meeting was, Noah answered before her. Business meeting. Very important. Gotta go. Love you. Click. Noah ended the call immediately. Then, immediately switched his phone to silent mode. Aunt May's going to call back. Unfortunately, my phone will remain on mute. Sorry, Auntie. The car dealership appeared ahead, its rows of gleaming vehicles making him excited. Some problems were more pleasant than others, but they were still problems. Noah walked inside the dealership with his heart beating faster every second. He was going to make one of his dreams true in this large, car-infested dealership. Most of the workers were busy, some on the phone to customers whilst others seated with clients. Noah didn't mind that and walked around the dealership. It's good that they are busy. It gives me more time to explore everything and find the beauty I'm looking for. As he explored the dealership, a large variety of cars were spotted by him, whether it was large luxurious SUVs or small hatchback cars. Even the new hybrid electric cars were there. Pretty cool stuff over here. After a few minutes of walking around, checking out different cars, he spotted what he came for. Beautiful, as always. There it was. The GTR sat like a predator among prey-sculpted lines that spoke of raw horsepower barely contained within elegant engineering. Twin-turbo V6, all-wheel drive system. An acceleration that could redefine reality in under 2.9 seconds. Noah had watched countless street racing videos featuring this exact model, memorizing every specification like scripture. The Japanese engineering perfection. The stuff of midnight Tokyo dreams. As he admired the beauty, reading through the information, a salesman approached with a smile on his face. Noah didn't seem to spot him until he spoke. Beautiful machine. Isn't it? He gestured toward the GTR with obvious pride. Noah nodded. Very beautiful. My name's Jack Greel. Nice to meet you. Mr. Noah. Mr. Noah. Are you interested in the GTR? If you would like, we can discuss its specifications, whether it would suit your needs and things like that. Noah nodded. I'm interested. Great. Would you like to follow me to my desk? Also, would you like some coffee? Tea. Noah accepted his gesture. Coffee, please. Thank you. Seated on the desk with Jack, they had gone through the whole process. I would like to buy it. Great. We can discuss financing options that make ownership surprisingly accessible. Actually, I'll be paying in cash. The salesman's expression froze mid-pitch. His brain visibly recalibrated, processing information that defied his usual routine. Rarely did anyone come to the dealership to buy a car at full price. In cash. Most come to finance them, especially the younger generation. Cash. Sir, the MSRP of this particular model is $103,540. Noah watched the shocked expression on the man's face as he pulled out the card, ready to pay. I know. Chapter 66. Buying the GTR. 20 minutes later, Noah signed papers that transferred ownership of his childhood car to a reality. The dealer handed the keys over to him. Congratulations, Mr. Carter. She's all yours. Thank you, Noah smiled. Taking the keys from the dealer's hand, stepping inside the car, Noah examined the interior once again. Leather seats, sharp outlining, modern screens. The car had everything he wanted, and it was fully his now, without worrying about any payments. But there was one thing that pained him. His face almost betrayed his thoughts. I'm poor again, he cried without tears, staring at his status screen. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 3,000. Current assets, 364. Shop points, 1560. Attributes, strength, 4. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 3. Skills, Swordsmanship level 4, mana control level 4, cooking level 2, programming level 2, finance level 1, surviving on ramen level 3, gaming level 1. His shop points remained the same, including his automaker's progress, staring at his assets, which were no longer in the 6 digits. He received more motivation to go back to the shop and sell some more bread and iced tea. Noah exited the dealership with a smile on his face. He didn't head home straight after buying the car. He wanted to break into it and experience the full feeling of the car. Hence, he decided to head to the motorway. He had a driver's license, and he also sorted out the insurance in the dealership. Everything was ready for him. The on-ramp stretched ahead like an invitation. Noah merged into traffic, initially maintaining normal speeds while familiarizing himself with controls that responded immediately. Unfortunately for Noah, the 65 mph speed limit wouldn't allow him to experience the full potential of the car. Nonetheless, he was a law-abiding citizen, and just because he had money didn't mean that he would act like a complete jerk and become a danger to himself and others around him. His foot pressed deeper into the accelerator. Vroom! The GTR transformed instantly. The twin-turbo V6 howled with fury as acceleration pressed Noah back into leather seats. Holy, this is actually happening. Vroom! Vroom! Wind rushed past the windows as the speedometer climbed with alarming enthusiasm. Other vehicles seemed frozen in comparison, their drivers probably wondering what had just blurred past their peripheral vision. The highway stretched endlessly ahead, asphalt disappearing beneath wheels that gripped pavement with supernatural tenacity. I could get used to this. 10 minutes of slowing down, then speeding up to stay within legal ranges passed in a blur of controlled restraint. The GTR wanted to run wild, but Noah forced discipline over desire. Reluctantly, Noah eased off the accelerator and settled slightly below the maximum speed limit. His next destination was the hospital. The car dealership had graciously held his earlier purchases while he test drove his new machine. Now the passenger seat overflowed with clothing he had bought with Ethan. The hospital's familiar parking structure welcomed him. Inside the hospital, room 412 appeared ahead, its number no longer triggering anxiety about the mounting medical costs. Noah knocked gently before entering. His father sat propped against pillows, reading a paperback novel whose pages had seen better days. Alan Carter looked up with a brightening expression. Noah, wasn't expecting you today. It was getting late. I had thought that you were busy today. Noah set the bags on the floor beside his dad's bed. Yeah, my bad. I was out shopping for both of us. I brought you something. Oh, by the way, what are you reading? I'm reading a web novel that has come out recently, and it's quite good. It's called Online Game, starting with SSS-ranked summons. You should check it out when you have time. Oh, really? I guess I will check it out later. Alan's eyebrows climbed with curiosity as Noah began extracting items: premium cotton pajamas in soft blues, a luxurious robe that felt like wearing clouds. Noah, these are beautiful. Really good quality. I must say. Noah nodded with a small grin on his face. Figured you needed some new clothes. Oh, by the way, everything's machine washable, soft against skin, and designed for comfort. Alan ran his fingers across the pajama material with obvious appreciation. The difference is remarkable. I can actually feel the quality. There's more. Noah pulled out a final item, a cashmere throw blanket in deep green. You know, when you want to go outside and get some fresh air, if it's cold, you can take this with you. It will keep you warm. His father's eyes glistened with emotion. Son, thank you. Noah settled into the visitor's chair with satisfaction radiating from his posture. You're welcome, Dad. Alan wrapped himself in the new robe, his expression transforming to comfort. It feels like I'm wearing a hug. Noah chuckled at his dad's joke. Yeah, it does feel like that. But the question is it a female's hug or a male's hug? His dad glared at his teasing but laughed himself. They spent the next hour talking and catching up. Alan did not ask his son about where he could afford so many clothes. He knew his son was responsible enough to know that money didn't grow on trees. After chatting with his dad, Noah returned back home and parked his car alongside the other cars on the street. He prayed that no idiots would scratch his car whilst he was in another world working, since it was brand new. He parked the car where a CCTV was positioned towards, just in case somebody does something stupid. After parking his car, he went back into his house. The sun had already set and he was tired from the day's events. The next day arrived with Sin City's blend of chaos and commerce. Noah stepped through his portal into the familiar confines of his shop. His shelves displayed his full stock of golden loaves and glass-iced teas. The automakers had worked through the night with diligence, ensuring his inventory. His first customer walked in. Oh, I'm glad you finally opened. Viscount Vex burst through the entrance with his drama, his flower crown slightly askew from what appeared to be anxious pacing. I came a few times in the past hours and didn't find you open. I had thought that you weren't going to open today. Chapter 67. Demonica Moonberg. Noah chuckled, adjusting his shopkeeper demeanor to accommodate Vex's energy. No, I don't open that early. What do you need? Bread and iced tea. The Viscount's head bobbed with enthusiasm that made his delicate flower companion sway precariously. Yes, yes, Precious is doing wonderfully. By the way, your products work miracles. His shoulders drooped before he could finish. Although there is the downside of limited supply, 30 golden coins. Noah extended his hands for the payment, but instead of reaching for his coin pouch, Vex's expression changed into a mischievous smile. His eyes shone with the satisfaction of someone about to deliver unexpected news. No, no, no. He waved dismissively at the mention of payment. I got you something more important than golden coins. I got you this beauty. Uh-oh. Demon gift exchange. This could go very badly. From seemingly nowhere, Vex produced a potted plant. The specimen resembled a miniature tree with pink leaves that made it very cute, like a sakura tree. I must say, you are a lucky one. Vex continued, his pride evident in the way he spoke and looked at the plant. Many people in this kingdom would kill to get this specimen. It's called Demonica Moonberg. Noah raised an eyebrow, his survival instincts immediately questioning the wisdom of accepting mysterious plants from an enthusiastic, demon-like Vex. It doesn't eat, right? Please tell me I'm not about to become plant food. Vex shook his head with reassuring vigor. It's very tame. It doesn't eat, but it does drink. Drinking. That sounds manageable. Water. Maybe some plant fertilizer. Noah's face froze as a sudden thought emerged. Wait, drink what exactly? You wouldn't manage to bring me an alcoholic plant, right? No. Vex's horrified expression suggested Noah had just accused him of a crime. It drinks water. Or other kinds of drinks. Other kinds of drinks. That's refreshingly vague and not at all concerning. Ah, all good. Noah studied the plant with growing curiosity, rather than outright suspicion. He didn't outright reject the plant. Perhaps it was useful. Money wasn't the only useful thing in this world. System. Is this plant worth anything? Host can inspect items directly. Simply focus and think, inspect. Convenient. Let's see what we're dealing with. Noah directed his attention toward the Demonica Moonberg, mentally commanding the inspection. Demonica Moonberg. Details. A rare cultivation plant that absorbs liquid nutrients and converts them into beneficial aura enhancement for nearby beings. Regular proximity increases physical conditioning, mental clarity, and mana sensitivity. The plant's effectiveness scales directly with the quality of liquids provided. Water maintains sub-basic function, while mana-enhanced beverages exponentially increase beneficial effects. Estimated value, 50 golden coins. 50 golden coins. That's significantly more than the 30 he owes me. Noah's poker face nearly cracked as the plant's true worth registered. This wasn't just a decorative gift. It was a living enhancement system that could accelerate his physical and magical development. It also looked quite beautiful, which made it a nice addition to the shop. And it gets better with mana drinks. Like my iced tea, Vex had essentially provided a plant that would thrive on the very products Noah's shop produced, creating a perfect synergy between the two. This is, Noah began, carefully modulating his response to avoid revealing the plant's true significance. Very thoughtful of you. Vex, the Viscount beamed with pride, clearly pleased by Noah's acceptance. Precious insisted you would appreciate quality flora. She has excellent judgment about these things. Noah accepted the pot with appropriate ceremony. Noah handed over the bread and iced tea, watching Vex cradle the items like they were his children. 30 golden coins worth of product for a 50-coin plant. Not the worst trade I've ever made. Daily income has been updated. None. Daily income stream. Fine. Owen. Since the plant has been accepted as payment for both products, the system has split the payment equally. Current income stream. Bread. 25 golden coins. Iced tea, 25 golden coins. Noah's eyebrows climbed up. He had almost forgotten that he could accept payments in forms other than golden coins. As long as their value was higher, it would boost his daily passive income from the previous number to the value of the item. System. Does that mean I can earn a Demonica Moonberg every day as payment instead of gold coins if I want? That is correct. Host. You can receive Demonica Moonberg as a daily payment. However, that means you will not be receiving golden coins. None. This is it. This is how I break through my current limitations. I will get a few of these plants and keep feeding them iced tea, which will give me thrice the result of having just one plant improving my vitals. Noah smiled. Great. Please proceed with that for the next 2 days. I want this plant as my payment for the next 2 payments. Request processed. You will receive Demonica Moonberg for the next 2 days, instead of a monetary equivalent 5,000 total value. None. Vex departed with his items, completely unaware that his generous gift had just revolutionized Noah's entire enhancement strategy. The rare specimen he'd presented as a unique offering would soon become a common plant inside the shop. Poor guy has no idea that his rare specimen will become as common as water. Noah gazed at the Demonica Moonberg with appreciation. The smile spreading across his face would have scared some customers away. 3 cultivation plants, each one enhancing his physical and magical development, all powered by products he created automatically. This is great. Let's see how good your benefits are. Noah muttered, his eyes fixed on the small tree perched innocuously on his counter. The Demonica Moonberg sat motionless, its delicate branches swaying slightly in air currents that didn't seem to affect anything else in the shop. If plants could look expectant, this one managed the feat. Time for the real test. Noah approached his shelves, picking a glass bottle. Pop! The cork released with a satisfying sound, immediately filling his shop with the intoxicating aroma. Chapter 68. Moon. Royal Parade. If this doesn't impress a cultivation plant, nothing will. He turned toward the Demonica Moonberg with a smile on his face. Come on, Moon. Noah addressed the plant with a joking tone. Let's see what you do when I feed you this. You must know I'm feeding you an expensive drink. This is worth 20 golden coins. Don't disappoint me. All right? 20 golden coins of liquid mana enhancement. If this doesn't trigger something spectacular, I'm returning you to Vex with a complaint. The plant maintained its silence, neither acknowledging his words nor showing obvious signs of anticipation. You are the strong, nonchalant type. Got it. Noah tilted the bottle carefully, watching the cold tea flow toward soil that had probably never experienced anything more exotic than Demon Realm groundwater. The iced tea disappeared into the dark soil. Within seconds, Moon was no longer silent. The sakura-like leaves began vibrating. What started as gentle trembling escalated into visible vibration, as if the plant's entire circulatory system had suddenly awakened from dormancy. Each leaf seemed to glow with internal light, and the air around the plant began glowing with energy that Noah could actually feel against his skin. It's working. Good job, Moon. With no immediate customers demanding attention, Noah settled into his meditation position beside the counter. The Demonica Moonberg's constant energy release created the perfect cultivation environment mana thick enough to taste, let alone feel. Time to see if expensive plant food translates to an actual magical breakthrough. He closed his eyes and began the familiar breathing exercises Alara had drilled into him. Feel the mana. Don't grasp for it. Let it flow through consciousness like water finding its level. The mana-rich atmosphere made everything easier. What once required intense concentration now felt as natural as breathing. Moon is definitely earning its keep. 30 minutes passed in meditative silence. No door chimes interrupted his focus. No customers demanded magical bread or iced tea. The unusual quiet should have been concerning, but Noah found himself grateful for uninterrupted practice time. Some peace to actually concentrate. His mana control had been approaching level 5 for days, and Noah's thoughts were simple. He needed to turn the theoretical knowledge into a real, practical one. He wanted to access his storage rings, perhaps conjure some basic spells, an actual magical competency, instead of fumbling around with invisible forces he could sense but not use. Come on, just a little further. Noah opened his eyes slowly, his eyelashes fluttering as his consciousness returned to the physical world. The sensation was unmistakable. He could feel power flowing through his pathways that had previously been somewhat blocked. It felt like energy was responding to his will, rather than remaining frustratingly elusive. I can feel it. I'm getting closer to finally becoming a novice mage. I just need an extra push to break through. He glanced at Moon, still glowing with energy beside him. The plant had created the perfect cultivation environment, accelerating his development beyond anything he'd experienced during Princess Alara's lessons. Maybe the expensive plant food was worth every golden coin. Noah reached out to stroke the pink leaves like some kind of mystical pet, earning a subtle vibration of approval from his plant companion. Good work, Moon. Keep this up and I'll feed you iced tea every day. Though technically, I already am. For the next 2 days at least. Although he was satisfied with his progress in reaching level 5 in mana control, a different concern emerged. Noah turned toward his shop entrance with growing confusion. Why is nobody coming into my store? 30 minutes had passed without a single customer. In Sin City's busiest plaza. That's unusual. A voice suddenly sounded beside him, nearly gave him a heart attack. It's because there's a royal parade outside. What the? Noah spun around so fast he nearly knocked over Moon's pot, his heart nearly attempting to escape through his throat. Lola lounged against his wall with elegance, her arms crossed, and ruby eyes sparkling with amusement at his obvious shock. Why are you so scared? How long has she been there? How did she get in without me noticing? Noah stammered, his voice cracking embarrassingly. When did you get here? Whilst you were practicing, I got here. Her smirk suggested she'd enjoyed watching his meditation session more than was probably appropriate. You looked so peaceful. Didn't want to disturb your concentration. She watched me meditate. For how long? System. Why didn't you notify me that someone entered my shop? What if she stole something or tried to hurt me? Host. She displayed no malicious intent. There was no need to interrupt your concentration. She simply observed your training. Done. Simply observed. Right? Because that's not creepy at all. Especially when I don't know. Acting like Edward Cullen. All that's left is for her to watch me sleep. Noah really couldn't argue with the system's logic, much as he wanted to. Lola's presence had been genuinely non-threatening. She'd just watched, like some kind of supernatural guardian angel with questionable boundaries. Royal Parade. Noah asked, latching onto the explanation for his missing customers, rather than dwelling on surveillance issues of the system. Annual celebration, Lola replied. The royal family stand on their castle balcony, displays themselves. Citizens pretend to be impressed, and everyone gets the day off work. Very traditional. Why aren't you there? Noah raised an eyebrow with genuine curiosity. Seems like the kind of event someone like you should attend. Considering you are at the top of the hierarchy here. Lola shrugged with nonchalance before a smirk slowly formed on her face. Parades are complicated for me. Besides, I would rather be alone. With you. There it is. The verbal trap I walked straight into. Noah didn't turn pink on her clear flirting this time, although it was still difficult to immunize himself from her sultry words. He was no longer easily swayed. Her looks don't help either. If she were an ugly demon, I wouldn't care. But her words really make all kinds of ideas pop inside your head. Chapter 69. A different perspective. Right, Noah replied with casualness, turning his attention back to Moon's glowing leaves. Well, since you're here, do you want to buy something? Or are you just here for the free entertainment? Two can play at this game. Lola's smirk widened at his deflection, clearly recognizing his improved resistance to her charm offensive. Instead of pushing harder, she seemed almost pleased by his development. Actually, she said, settling more comfortably against the wall, I am curious about your new companion. Her ruby eyes remained on the Demonica Moonberg with genuine interest rather than seductive mischief. I got it as payment for a loaf of bread and a glass of iced tea. Lola's eyebrow arched with genuine surprise. That's a good deal, I must say. Her voice carried a note Noah hadn't heard before, as if she was suspicious. This species of Demonica plants is quite rare. There's only one person in Sin City who could supply you with this. One person? That sounds ominous. Noah raised an eyebrow. He didn't know that Vex was the only one who could supply this plant. Viscount Vex gave it to me. It seems like that noble demon has quite the fame. The look of surprise on Lola's face melted into something approaching mild interest. That reaction suggests Vex isn't just some eccentric flower enthusiast. Vex, she repeated slowly. Her ruby eyes darted between Noah and the Demonica Moonberg with the intensity of someone reassessing an entire situation. And he just gave it to you, as payment. The way she's looking at me has changed, like I just revealed something significant without realizing it. Noah felt the familiar prickle of walking into information he didn't fully understand. The plant continued its gentle glowing beside him, oblivious to the sudden tension its origins had created. He seemed happy with the trade, Noah replied carefully, watching Lola's face for clues about whatever landmine he'd stepped on. He said his flower companion, Precious, insisted I'd appreciate quality flora. Lola chuckled softly, covering her mouth as if she'd found something genuinely amusing. Oh, this is fascinating. You really don't know. Do you know what? And why does everyone in this kingdom speak in riddles? Lola laughed at his expression. The look of a man lost in an information desert without a map. Vex owns an entire acre filled with rare Demonica plants, she explained, her amusement evident on her face. He treats most of them like his children. Powerful demons, wealthy merchants, even nobility come to him constantly, begging to trade for just one specimen. An entire acre, of course. The flower-obsessed Viscount has a whole farm filled with man-eating plants, but he refuses them all. Every single request, no matter how generous the offer. Those plants are his precious family. Noah's mouth opened slightly. I casually accepted something that powerful demons can't buy. For him to give you one of his rarest species, he must really like you. Lola decided to buy her usual order of a loaf and a drink. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Lola placed 30 golden coins on the counter, and Noah retrieved the bread and iced tea without changing his established pricing structure. Despite my daily income jumping to 50 golden coins, keeping loyal customers happy matters more than short-term profit maximization. The succubus had proven herself a reliable patron, and Noah's business philosophy favored relationship building over aggressive pricing strategies. Who knows? Perhaps this succubus might give me a valuable item. Just like Vex, Lola uncorked the iced tea with a satisfying pop sound, taking a small sip that triggered the expected soft sound of appreciation. But instead of her typical seductive performance, she seemed more focused on the conversation. So, she began, settling into a comfortable position on the floor while breaking off a piece of healing bread. I saw you practicing magic earlier. It seems like you're very close to becoming a novice mage. Right. Lola is a master mage. Perhaps she could help me break through faster. Noah nodded, stroking Moon's glowing leaves absently. I'm working on my mana control. I can sense everything, feel the power flowing through channels, but actually using it is still quite hard. He shrugged with mild frustration. Lola chewed thoughtfully, her ruby eyes studying his expression. The barrier between sensing and manipulating is always the most challenging threshold for new mages. Most people try to force their way through, she continued, taking another sip of the iced tea. They grasp at mana like trying to catch flowing water with their bare hands. But this always ends up in their failure to attain it. Noah's attention increased. This wasn't just a theoretical discussion. She was offering practical advice based on actual experience. What's the alternative? Lola smiled. Stop trying to control the mana. Start thinking about becoming part of its flow. Become part of the flow. That's actually a good way of thinking about it. I had thought of letting it move through my consciousness naturally, Noah replied. Curious about the distinction. That's correct, albeit it's only the foundation work. What you are talking about is the essential basics. The basics needed to feel mana around you. But breakthrough requires understanding that mana isn't separate from you. It's an extension of your will. Think of it like it's your life force, your very existence. She gestured toward Moon, whose leaves pulsed with absorbed magical energy. You see your plant there? Noah nodded, looking at Moon, glowing with energy around it. It doesn't control the mana it absorbs. It becomes one with it, integrates the power into its essential nature. Similarly, the storage ring on your finger, it responds to mana that feels like part of its owner, not mana being forced into compliance. Hence, the reason that only the owner is able to use the storage ring and access its content. Try this. Instead of reaching for mana during your next practice session, imagine your consciousness expanding to include the magical energy around you. Don't pull it towards yourself, grow into it, she suggested, finishing her bread with obvious satisfaction. Chapter 70. Interesting. The concept that Lola had just taught him felt both new and yet oddly intuitive. Noah found himself nodding. Expansion rather than extraction. Exactly. Lola nodded with approval. Mana responds to harmony, not force. Most novice mages never learn this distinction. Time passed by in a blur. Eventually, customers flowed through Noah's doors like a steady tide after they celebrated the royal parade, and each transaction added a smile to Noah's face. Within an hour, his shelves stood completely bare. Once again, complete sellout. Every single item moved. Noah surveyed his empty inventory with satisfaction. 25 loaves of healing bread, 25 bottles of mana-enhancing iced tea. They had all been sold and converted into 750 golden coins, $75,000. In a few hours, the numbers still felt surreal. His automakers had worked with efficiency throughout the sales rush. Auto iced tea. Level 2. Production rate. 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 53100. Auto baker. Level 2. Production rate. 2 loaves every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 2700. The progression is accelerating. Both machines are climbing toward level 3 with each sale. I should be able to level up my auto iced tea in 2 days. As for the baker, it will take 3. Noah's financial transformation continued at a breathtaking pace. From a struggling man to a wealthy merchant in mere days, the Demon Kingdom had embraced his shop with enthusiasm, and he was grateful. I might have to pay 1,000 shop points to stay here for a longer period. I don't think I can leave this place at the current earning rate. The thought carried tempting logic. Sin City offered high customer demand, enthusiastic purchasing power, and demons who valued his products beyond anything he'd experienced in human territories. But then Noah shook his head, recognizing the creeping influence of avarice. I'm becoming greedy. The realization made him take a step back from all his thoughts. Whilst money was flowing faster than he'd ever imagined possible, other responsibilities demanded attention beyond pure profit. I still need to inform Alara about the extremist sect of the demons problem. The fact that nobody in Durenhold can determine the real source is concerning. There must be somebody pulling strings and benefiting from the war between the two kingdoms. His encounter with the banished extremists had revealed crucial intelligence that Esta's leadership desperately needed. The demons weren't unified enemies. They were victims of the same radical faction terrorizing human settlements. Someone was profiting from perpetual conflict while both sides suffered casualties. Information like that could prevent unnecessary bloodshed and protect my friends. Maybe even reach some kind of understanding between kingdoms. I don't think there is any human who can speak the demon tongue. Perhaps I could facilitate that with my system translation. Noah's decision was made. He didn't want his friends, Grix, Alyssa, and Valeria, to be in the dark. He wanted to help. And the extremists would become an easy issue to solve once the demons and humans reached an agreement to eradicate or imprison the extremists. When the 10-day relocation period ended, he would return to the human kingdom temporarily. Not permanently, his demon customers had proven too valuable to abandon, but long enough to share what he'd learned about the true nature of their conflict. But for now, I want to level up my store to level 2, and the demon kingdom is the best place for that. The upgrade requirements flashed across his retina. Level 2 shop. Requirements. None. 5,000 shop points. All automakers at level 2. I'm getting incredibly close. The automakers have reached level 2, which means I only need shop points now. His current total stood at impressive heights, climbing steadily with each successful transaction. Every sale made brought him closer to unlocking an expanded product line. The Demon Kingdom understands value. They appreciate quality products and pay accordingly. Noah settled into his chair, watching Moon pulse with mana. The Demonica Moonberg's gentle glow provided a subtle enhancement that accelerated his development. Some decisions required balancing profit against principle. But first, he had a shop to upgrade and customers to serve. The Demon Kingdom's gold would fuel his ascension to the next level of his shop. Lola had already left quite some time ago, saying that she had a few things he needed to do. Noah didn't dwell on it. The succubus wasn't glued to him, and it was natural that she was bound to leave and do her own things. A master mage must have many things to do. Despite selling his full stock, Noah did not leave the world just yet. His work hours had still not finished. Maybe I can get a few more sales done. A few hours later, the time for him to close the shop has officially arrived. Not bad. I sold 2 extra glasses of iced tea and 4 loaves of bread. The last customer had just left with his final products. Noah closed the door and decided to return to Earth to complete some of the goals he had set for the day. Arriving back in his apartment, Noah took a quick shower. Noah's first stop was the curb outside his apartment. He needed to check whether his car had been damaged or scratched urgently. It was his dream car, and he had just gotten it the day before. Please don't break my heart, he thought as he approached his car with a grim look on his face. Thank God, Noah muttered. Sighing in relief after checking that the car was still brand new with no hiccups, Noah slid into the GTR, locking the key in the ignition, and he held himself back from revving it because he didn't want his neighbors to hate him. I can't act like an asshole just because I have some money now. As Noah pulled off from the curb, his mind wandered towards his current issue. I need to find a good spot for housing. It should also be close to the hospital, just in case things go wrong. Chapter 71. Heading to a dojo. Despite his wealth, Noah's destination wasn't a real estate office. His 5-figure balance, while impressive by his previous standards, wouldn't comfortably cover a quality house purchase in the city. He could manage the mortgage route, with a 20% down on a $500,000 property somewhere decent. But the thought of interest rates made his stomach clench with remembered anxiety. I've had enough with interest rates. I don't want to go down that path again, even if I could easily handle the payments now, without worrying about being broke again. He would rather pay in full when the time came. Cash purchase. No complications. No monthly reminders of financial obligations. A smile spread across his face as he considered his actual destination, 20 minutes from his apartment, in a part of the city that balanced accessibility with authenticity. Noah stood before a large training facility whose exterior radiated some kind of aura. The wooden sign above the entrance had been carved with care, each character precise and bold. Musashi's Dojo. The name alone gives the building respect, legacy built through generations of martial excellence. The dojo of the strongest swordsman in history, Miyamoto Musashi. Noah had decided to test his swordsmanship skills against real professionals, rather than continuing to train exclusively alone. He no longer had Valeria's guidance due to his shop moving. His level 4 proficiency meant he'd surpassed most modern practitioners. But most wasn't all. Time to see where I actually stand. The interior smelled surprisingly nice. It didn't have the smell of sweat from the intensity of serious physical training. Students moved through stances with concentrated expressions, while instructors observed with critical eyes that missed nothing. An older Japanese man approached Noah with the stride of someone whose every movement had been refined through decades of practice. His white hair was pulled back in a traditional style, and his dark eyes assessed Noah. Can I help you? I'm interested in training here. What are your rates? The master studied Noah's posture, the way he held himself. It was subtle indicators that spoke more than words. After all, body language accounted for 55% of communication. I need to see your skill first. Fair enough. No point discussing payment if I don't meet their standards. The master gestured toward a weapons rack lined with wooden practice swords. Noah selected one without worry. He had been practicing swordsmanship under Valeria's guidance with wooden swords. The weight distribution feels different from what I'm used to. I need to adjust to it. Show me basic forms, the master commanded. Noah settled into his stance, feeling the familiar flow of muscle memory guiding his movements. High strike, middle strike, low strike. The foundation sequences Valeria had drilled into him until they became involuntary responses. The dojo fell silent. Other students stopped their practice, attention drawn by something they couldn't immediately identify. Noah moved through the forms with ease. The way he moved told everybody in the dojo of the hours of dedicated training spent. The transition between forms was seamless and elegant. Something's changed. The way they're looking at me... Again, the master said quietly. I want you to do some complex combinations. Noah nodded before he started the advanced sequences, incorporating footwork and timing that pushed beyond basic competency with the sword into actual martial skill. His movements carried the confidence of someone who'd trained against opponents trying to kill him rather than merely score points. I must say, Alyssa's talent provided me excellent motivation for rapid improvement. The wooden sword cut through air with precise timing, each strike carrying enough force to disable without telegraphing intention. Defense flowed into attack. Retreat became counteroffensive positioning. Enough. The master's voice carried a note Noah hadn't expected. Respect mixed with genuine surprise. How long have you been training? A few weeks. The silence that followed was beyond a mere pause. Other students exchanged glances that spoke to shared disbelief, while the master's expression shifted through several stages of reassessment. A few weeks. He repeated slowly. Yes, sir. No point hiding my progression. Why would I? I don't want to act like a sheep when I'm becoming a lion. The master approached, circling Noah with the attention of someone examining a puzzle that defied conventional explanation. His eyes tracked minute details: stance stability, weapon control, the unconscious confidence that came from real combat experience. Your foundation is solid, he said finally. But your advancement? He shook his head with something approaching wonder. This represents years of intensive training, not weeks. I've had excellent instruction, Noah replied carefully. Show me your sparring capability. The master selected his own practice weapon from the racks. This will be light contact. It's a controlled demonstration. This should be interesting. They faced each other across the training mat, and Noah immediately recognized the skill of the old man. The master's stance spoke to decades of refinement, subtle positioning that maximized both offensive and defensive options. He's not just skilled, he's experienced. The engagement began with testing strikes, each combatant evaluating their opponent's responses and capabilities. Noah found himself pushed beyond his comfort zone, forced to adapt and respond to techniques his previous training hadn't covered. This is what real martial arts looks like. But his progression showed where technique failed. His instinct filled gaps. His body was getting better at performing the skills by the minute. The sparring match concluded with both fighters acknowledging mutual respect through traditional bows, free of charge. The master announced. The dojo erupted in whispered conversations as students processed what they'd witnessed. A complete beginner, demonstrating skills that challenged their understanding of normal learning progression. I don't accept payment from students who teach me something new, the master continued. Your development defies conventional wisdom, and I'm curious to see where it leads. Free training from a legitimate martial arts master. Some investments pay dividends in ways you never expect. Noah accepted the offer with appropriate gratitude, already anticipating how much he would improve and how many levels he would be able to gain before the dojo would no longer be a viable option of learning. Chapter 72. Musashi's Descendant. After exchanging several more combinations and discussing various techniques, the conversation naturally drifted toward the dojo's history. Noah found himself genuinely curious about the lineage behind such exceptional instruction. Your technique, Noah said, wiping sweat from his forehead. Where did you learn it? Is it really from the legendary swordsman Miyamoto Musashi? The master's expression carried pride mixed with reverence for tradition before he gave a soft nod. My family has preserved these methods for 16 generations. We are direct descendants of Miyamoto Musashi. Wait, what? Noah's practice sword nearly slipped from his fingers. The legendary swordsman who'd revolutionized Japanese martial arts, whose techniques had influenced combat philosophy for centuries. This man standing before him carried that bloodline. Miyamoto Musashi, the actual legend. His descendant is teaching martial arts in a dojo in the U.S. You're serious? Noah managed, his voice carrying disbelief that bordered on awe. Completely serious. My ancestors' teachings have been passed down through our family line and preserved. Most people don't believe such lineages exist outside Japan. I didn't think the Japanese legend would have a descendant who'd learned his techniques, much less in the USA. He wasn't just training with some skilled instructor. He was learning from someone whose fighting knowledge traced directly back to one of history's greatest martial artists. How did your family end up here? Noah asked, genuinely fascinated. My grandfather emigrated after World War II. He believed Musashi's teachings could benefit anyone dedicated enough to learn, regardless of nationality. The master gestured around the dojo with obvious affection. This place represents that philosophy-authentic tradition adapted for modern students. Other students had begun gathering around their conversation. The techniques you demonstrated show a remarkable natural affinity to the sword. With proper guidance, you could master concepts that take most students years to understand. Noah felt excitement building in his chest, not just for the training opportunity, but for the chance to learn from someone whose knowledge connected directly to historical greatness. When can I start regular training? He asked. Tomorrow, if you're available. But I warn you, if I find you slacking or coming late, I will not be responsible for teaching you again. I only like to put in the effort for those who put the effort themselves. I'll be here. Noah nodded with a serious expression on his face. After his training at the dojo, Noah left the place and made his way back to his house. The delivery personnel had sent him a message telling him that the delivery would be made in the next hour slot, at his apartment door. Noah found himself face to face with a delivery driver and 3 massive boxes that dominated the hallway. Need help getting these inside? The driver asked, already moving toward the first box. Noah nodded gratefully, helping maneuver the equipment through his doorway. The boxes took up a significant floor space in his modest living area. The delivery driver pulled out his phone with an embarrassed smile. Sorry, sir, but I've got to take a picture of the boxes inside for proof of delivery. Noah nodded. Of course. There had been many fraud scams of people claiming they did not receive their goods, and it was understandable. After taking the pictures as proof, the man turned towards Noah. After documenting the delivery, the man turned toward Noah with professional courtesy. "Sir, your purchase qualifies for a full professional setup. Would you like that service?" Noah scratched the back of his head with a wry smile. Whilst he wanted the man to set it up and everything, there was one small issue. "I'm planning to move houses in the next few days, and there's barely room here for all this equipment. I would love a professional setup, but I'm planning to relocate soon. Is it possible to schedule that for later?" The man responded immediately. "Absolutely. Sir, you have 3 months to schedule installation. Just call us with your preferred time and location." "Perfect. Thank you for the help." Noah smiled. After the delivery driver departed, Noah arranged the boxes in his apartment's corner, creating as much open space as possible. His phone buzzed with an incoming message after he was done. "It seems like Ethan has already completed his setup," he muttered, staring at the picture of the new setup. The setup looked like a professional streamer's setup. The kid kept sending him messages, and Noah smiled through all of them. "He's going to start streaming soon." "Huh." Noah gave him a quick reply with a thumbs up and good luck. "Make sure you send me your username on the streaming app. I will watch you when I'm free," he muttered as he typed out his message. Hitting send, Noah sat on his chair. He didn't have much to do. Everything seemed so boring. "I've already spoken to Dad. Hit the dojo. Done some grocery shopping and collected my parcel. There is nothing much I can do here." A thought appeared in his mind. Since he was bored on Earth, why not go back to the magical world of Esta? Maybe I should come out of my cocoon. Perhaps go slay some monsters and level up my strength. It's always fun to do that. Just like the old days in D&D, he knew for a fact that Ethan would, without a doubt, wish he had the opportunity to go to another world where monsters existed. Maybe some other time. Perhaps when I become strong enough, stepping into the portal. Noah returned back to the medieval world. Inside his shop, Noah's stock had once again replenished, although not fully. His shelves were still half empty. "Since I'm going out on an adventure, I suppose I need some supplies in case things go wrong. So, I'm going to take 2 loaves of bread in case I get injured, and 1 iced tea bottle," he muttered, whilst taking the supplies from his shelf and stuffing them inside his coat. His bread was wrapped, and his glass bottle was sealed, so he didn't worry about spillage. Chapter 73. Out on an adventure. Noah stepped out of his shop into Sin City's bustling plaza. The sounds of demons haggling and cartwheels on cobblestone filled the air. Time to explore beyond my comfort zone. Before he could take more than a few steps, a voice called out with a surprised tone. "Noah, I don't usually see you at this time. Is the shop open for sales?" Noah turned to find one of his regular customers, a middle-aged demon with small horns and the expression that suggested today hadn't gone according to his plan. Noah smiled wryly. "Yes, it's open. Would you like to buy something?" The man nodded with obvious relief. Yes. I was unable to come early today, so I thought I would have to wait until tomorrow. It seems like I was wrong. Lucky timing for both of us." Noah returned inside his shop, checking his current inventory. 2 glasses of iced tea and 4 loaves of bread sat on the shelves. He had enough time for one more transaction before his adventure began. "I would like a loaf and a glass of iced tea." Noah placed both items on the counter and accepted the 30 golden coins. "Thank you for your patronage." He smiled as the customer departed with his provisions. Now for the real question. Where exactly am I going? Noah's destination remained completely undefined. He had no map, no guide, no understanding of what lay beyond Sin City's borders. The place Lola had taken him before was definitely off limits. It was way too dangerous for someone whose combat experience consisted of a few sparring sessions and one terrifying encounter with extremists. If I encounter another powerful group of extremists, I'll most likely not make it out alive. Best case scenario is becoming a slave. The thought sent unpleasant chills down his spine. Noah approached a nearby demon merchant who was arranging colorful fabrics on his stall. "Excuse me, could you recommend somewhere safe for new adventurers to practice? Somewhere with monsters but not, certain death." The merchant looked up with amused understanding. First hunting expedition. You want the Crimson Mountain Range? About an hour north of the city. Open fields. Basic monsters. Plenty of other beginners around. It's a relatively safe territory. Extremists never venture there. Perfect. Monsters without the risk of encountering extremists. Any recommendations for weapons? Noah asked. The merchant pointed toward a building with smoke rising from its chimney. Corgan's Forge. 3 streets over. Best blacksmith in the district. Tell him Vexus sent you. Noah nodded with an appreciative smile before he focused his attention on the clothes that the man in front of him was selling. I need some local clothing. I completely forgot to buy some in Esta. I can't make the same mistake again. The man asked for a total of 5 golden coins for the clothes, which Noah accepted without any haggling. The price was reasonable in his opinion, and the man had helped him with his inquiries. The outfit was unlike anything he was used to. Instead of long trousers and sleeves, he now wore a sleeveless, draped tunic that slanted across one shoulder. secured with a minimal clasp near the collarbone. The hem dropped unevenly to the thigh, with one layered panel hanging longer on the right side. A wide sash, wrapped tightly around his waist, held the tunic in place. Beneath the tunic, loose-fitting shorts gathered just below the knees gave the outfit a grounded, practical look while preserving its flow. It was clearly designed for comfort in heat, airy and unrestrictive. A slim scarf was looped lightly over one shoulder. The forge announced itself through sound before sight. Clank, clank, clank. The sound of the hammers was clearly professional, carrying a rhythm of serious craftsmanship. It's like it's mirroring the beats of the heart. Noah pushed through heavy wooden doors into an environment that assaulted all his senses simultaneously. Heat from multiple furnaces erupted, and the scent of hot metal and coal smoke created an intense atmosphere that very few could handle for long hours. I can barely stay here for 5 minutes. Yet. He is here doing it for hours whilst working. Weapons lined every available wall surface. Whether it was swords, axes, spears, or crafts whose purposes Noah couldn't immediately identify. Behind the main anvil stood a demon whose physical presence could only be described as monumentally intimidating. Muscles that belonged on construction equipment and hands that looked capable of crushing stone. This guy could probably bench press my car. But when the blacksmith looked up from his work, his expression carried unexpected softness. A human. That's surprising. I've never seen one of your kind in the kingdom. Well, it doesn't matter. Welcome to my forge, young man. What can I create for you today? His voice was deep, just like his appearance suggested. But his tone held genuine friendliness that completely contradicted his appearance. Gentle giant. Got it. I'm looking for a sword, Noah said, glancing around the forgery. Something suitable for a beginner who's just starting to hunt monsters. The blacksmith, presumably Corgan, like the man had said earlier, set down his hammer and wiped his massive hands on a leather apron. First weapon purchase. Excellent. Do you know the classification system? Noah shook his head with a wry smile. I don't. Sorry for the trouble. Corgan rebuked him. It's fine. Young man, everybody learns new things. Nobody is born with knowledge. Let me explain our classification system so you understand what you're buying. He gestured toward a display case containing weapons of varying shapes and sizes. Weapons range from Tier 0 to Tier 9, then advance to uncommon classifications and beyond. Corgan's enthusiasm for his craft was immediately apparent by his smile. Tier 0 represents basic functionality. You know, sharp steel, some decent balance, but nothing fancy. Tier 9 incorporates significant enhancements in quality and durability. The weapon would have self-sharpening edges and perhaps elemental properties of the user. Chapter 74. Buying a sword. As for the weapons in between the two tiers, the quality just gets better. 9 tiers. That's interesting. For someone just beginning their hunting career, I recommend Tier 1 or Tier 2. Tier 0 works fine for practice, but actual monster combat requires something more substantial. Corgan moved toward a rack of weapons. These Tier 1 swords carry minor enchantments, like improved durability, slight sharpness enhancement, and so on. It's perfect for newbies. It facilitates learning without overwhelming a novice with complex properties. Noah examined the offered blade, holding it in his hand. Its balance was indeed remarkable. He could feel that it was crafted with care. The steel felt different from his wooden practice weapons. It was heavier, designed for actual combat rather than training exercises. What about Tier 2? Tier 2 includes better weapon enhancement, Corgan explained, retrieving a sword whose blade was incredibly sharp in Noah's eyes. It has better self-maintenance properties, improved cutting power, but at the cost of being more expensive. But it's significantly more effective against tougher opponents. The price difference probably matters less now than it would have a week ago. How much for Tier 2? 50 golden coins for a quality Tier 2 blade. The purchase includes a basic scabbard and maintenance instructions. 50 coins. That's actually reasonable considering its properties. Noah nodded toward the glowing weapon. I'll take it. Corgan's smile suggested that he approved of his choice. Excellent decision. This particular blade is very well made. It's at the top of its tier. It's what you call the pinnacle of Tier 2. The moment Noah's fingers wrapped around the handle, text flashed across his vision. Zealous Quickblade. Tier 2. Description. A sword made by the talented blacksmith. Corgan. Effect. +2 strength. +2 agility. Attribute bonuses. The sword actually makes me faster and stronger just by using it. Noah thanked Corgan and stepped out of the forge, the weapon's weight settling naturally against his hip. The scabbard's leather felt smooth and well-crafted, designed for someone who will need to draw quickly. Time to see what I'm actually carrying. Whether Corgan scammed me or not. Inspect. Zealous Quickblade. Estimated value. 50 golden coins. He really didn't rob me. I'll come back to him when I need more equipment. Interesting that a demon wouldn't try to overcharge a human. The blade itself demanded closer examination from him. Noah drew it partially from its sheath, revealing steel that shone in the afternoon sun. The weapon's design was extremely similar to those from the east, a single-edged curve that promised devastating cutting power. balanced for swift strikes rather than heavy chopping. The handle wrapped in midnight black leather provided a grip that felt molded to his hand. A subtle guard separated blade from hilt. The steel itself held a faint blue tint, adding to the weapon's elegance. It looks like a katana designed by someone who understood both form and function. Noah sheathed the blade. The zealous quick blade disappeared into its scabbard with barely a whisper of steel against leather. The attribute bonuses were already taking effect. Noah felt lighter on his feet, more coordinated in his movements. His grip strength had increased noticeably, not enough to dramatically make him a superhero, but sufficient to provide improvement. Level 4 swordsmanship with this sword. I might actually do well with whatever I encounter in those mountains. Other demons moved about their daily business, but several glances lingered on him. A human in demon clothing was surprisingly interesting. Noah, with his void black hair and eyes, was made incredibly handsome when he wore the clothes. A group of young demons clustered near a message board caught his attention. Their equipment suggested that they were novice adventurers. They had leather armor that looked new, weapons still shiny with lack of use, and expressions mixing excitement with nervousness. Perfect. Other beginners are heading toward the same destination. Perhaps I could join them? Noah approached with a smile on his face. Nobody hates a smiling man. Excuse me, fellow adventurers. Are you heading to the Crimson Mountains? A female demon with small horns and an oversized backpack turned toward him with surprising friendliness. Yes, it's our first monster hunting expedition. Are you going there too? That's the plan. Noah nodded. Mind if I join your group? Like they say, there is safety in numbers. The demons exchanged glances before nodding in agreement. Their leader, a young male with confidence that probably exceeded his actual experience, gestured toward the city gates. The more the merrier. I'm Draxth. These are my friends, Yira and Kellen. We were just discussing strategy. Upon hearing that the demon group were discussing strategy, he suddenly felt inadequately prepared. And here I was thinking of just going there with just a sword. This group was creating a whole strategy. Nice to meet you guys. My name is Noah, he replied. Falling into step with the group, what kind of monsters should we expect? Do you guys know? Slimes, grass beetles, maybe some fire wisps if we're unlucky, Yira explained, consulting notes written on a parchment. Nothing above Tier 1 threat level in the outer ranges. However, most of these monsters should be at Tier 0. Tier 0 was monsters that had not yet advanced to the novice rank, just like Noah. That sounds good. The city gates loomed ahead of the group, marking the boundary between civilization and whatever adventures awaited in the wilderness beyond. Noah's hand rested comfortably on the zealous Quickblade's hilt, feeling more prepared for actual combat than he'd ever expected. Time to discover what monster hunting actually feels like. The Crimson Mountain Range opened before them like a natural amphitheater designed for novice combat training. Rolling hills covered in grass stretched toward distant peaks, while scattered groves and trees provided shade and tactical cover. This actually looks like a good training ground. Other demon groups dotted the landscape in various stages of preparation and practice. Some sat in circles on the grass, discussing their recent hunt and their next plans. Others engaged in active combat against creatures that bounced and scuttled across the terrain with determined persistence. Chapter 75. First monster slain. Look at them go. Kellen pointed toward a trio of demons surrounding what appeared to be oversized beetles with stone-like carapaces. Makes it look easy. Draxth surveyed the area with tactical enthusiasm. We should start with something simple. Build confidence before tackling anything dangerous. A cluster of blue, gelatinous creatures caught Noah's attention. They moved with slow, bouncing motions across a patch of open ground, seemingly oblivious to the armed demons observing them from a distance. Slimes. The most classic beginner monsters in every game I've ever played. Those look harmless enough, Noah suggested. Nodding toward the blue blob, Yira consulted her notes again. Basic slimes. Tier 0 threat level. Perfect for first encounters. Tier 0. Even lower than my sword's rating. This should be straightforward. The group approached cautiously, their weapons drawn but their movements careful. Noah's hand found the zealous Quickblade's hilt with growing confidence, feeling the weapon's hilt naturally into his grip. But this isn't a game. Better safe than sorry. One slime bounced closer, its translucent blue surface rippling with each movement. Blop, blop. The creature showed no obvious aggression, but Noah had read enough fantasy literature to know that appearances could be devastatingly deceptive. I'll take the first one, Noah announced, drawing his blade in a smooth arc. The katana rested in his hand as he approached the nearest slime, which continued its bouncing pattern without apparent awareness of incoming danger. I need to be careful. Unknown creature. Unknown capabilities. Don't assume anything. Once he was within attacking range, Noah raised the zealous Quickblade and brought it down in a controlled diagonal strike that would have impressed Valeria with its execution, or so he thought. The blade sliced cleanly through the slime's gelatinous body, splitting it into two perfect halves that hit the ground with wet splashing sounds. Got it. That was easy. Both halves quivered for a moment, then began flowing back together with horrifying speed. Within seconds, the slime had reformed into its original shape, apparently unharmed by what should have been a killing blow. What the hell? Noah, you're recalled from a safe distance. You need to hit the core. Core, right? Of course. How could I forget? I was so focused on it. Sigh. Noah peered more carefully at the slime, noticing for the first time a small, darker sphere visible through its translucent interior. The core pulsed with faint energy, clearly the creature's vital center. Basic slime. Tier. Oh. Description. A normal slime that lives in the wilderness, usually not a threat to humanoids, but kills vegetation through acidic secretions. Wow, I didn't know that. I had always thought that slimes were harmless beings. It turns out they secrete acid that kills vegetation. Good to know. The slime resumed its bouncing pattern, still showing no hostility despite Noah's previous attack. Either it lacked the intelligence to recognize threats, or it simply didn't consider a single human dangerous enough to warrant an aggressive response. Noah leaned towards the former. Time for round 2. I need to aim for the core. Noah adjusted his stance, focusing on the small sphere bobbing within the slime's gelatinous mass. The target was mobile but predictable, following its usual rhythmic bouncing pattern. Timing is everything. He waited for the optimal moment. When the slime's bounce brought the core closest to ground level, then he struck with accuracy and power. The zealous quick blade pierced the slime's surface and found its target with the satisfying sound of hitting the core. The core cracked under the blade's impact, then shattered completely. The slime's entire body convulsed once before dissolving into a harmless puddle that soaked quickly into the red grass. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Basic slime. There we go. I had just killed a monster in this world, even if it was a mere slime. Nice work. Drax called out with a smile on his face. Clean kill once you figured out the mechanics. Noah wiped his blade clean and returned it to its sheath, feeling oddly satisfied by the simple encounter. The combat had been brief and relatively safe, but it represented his first successful monster kill in this world. Your turn, Noah said to his companions, gesturing toward the remaining slimes in the area. Yura approached the next creature with careful steps, her own weapon a simple iron spear held in a defensive position. Remember, aim for the core, she muttered, more to herself than to the group. Noah watched his new companions engage their first monsters while keeping alert for any threats beyond Tier 0 opposition. The Crimson Mountains might be considered safe for beginners, but safe was a relative term to the demons here, and he was a mere human. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Basic slime. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Basic slime. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Basic slime. The notifications continued accumulating as Noah eliminated slimes across the practice area. Each kill became easier. Strike the core. Watch the creature dissolve. Move to the next target. This is starting to feel like grinding in a video game. It's pretty addictive. After his 7th consecutive slime execution, Noah stepped back from the carnage with growing dissatisfaction. All right, I think that's enough slimes killed. They aren't benefiting me anymore. I need a more challenging opponent. Otherwise I won't grow. Noah's eyes moved toward the northern section of the practice grounds, where a different kind of activity was taking place. The grass beetles inhabited their own territory, separate from the slimes but still within the beginner safe zone. Time to test myself against something that's more threatening. I'm moving up to the beetles, Noah told his group, who were still engaged in their own slime hunting exercises. Drax looked up from his successful core strike. Beetles are more dangerous. You sure about that? Only one way to find out. Noah smiled before turning towards the grass beetle's hunting ground. The beetle hunting ground revealed itself as Noah approached. That section of grass looked much more intimidating with beetles that moved faster than the slime's harmless bouncing. Chapter 76. Fighting the beetles. These looked significantly more threatening. Other demon hunters were already engaged in combat. Providing Noah with valuable intelligence about his next opponents, he positioned himself behind a convenient boulder and observed the battles unfolding before him. The grass beetles defied his expectations of what insects should look like. Each creature stood roughly the size of a cat, their carapaces gleaming with emerald and gold coloration that would have been beautiful if not for the obvious malicious intent behind their movements. Although they look disgusting, their colors are gorgeous and probably deadly. 6 legs ended in razor-sharp points that dug into the soil. Their heads bore mandibles that opened and closed with audible clicking sounds. Click, click. They were designed for cutting through obstacles, or prey. But the wings drew Noah's primary attention. Gross membranes that caught sunlight like stained glass, capable of lifting the beetles several feet into the air for short-distance attacks that bypassed ground-based defenses. They can fly. That complicates things considerably. One beetle engaged with a young demon wielding a warhammer. The creature took to the air, diving toward its opponent with mandibles spread wide for a killing strike. The demon barely managed to roll aside as the beetle's aerial assault carved furrows in the ground where he'd been standing. Speed, flight capability, and natural weapons. These aren't practice dummies like the slimes. As Noah studied their movement patterns, he checked their information. Grass beetle. Tier. Oh. Description. A beetle that lives in the grass. They are a danger to their fellow neighbors. The slimes. They attack anybody within their territory with their sharp mandibles and have wings allowing them to levitate for short-distance leaps. The nearest beetle turned its attention toward Noah, its eyes reflecting his position with an unsettling stare. This is it. My first real fight against something that wants to kill me. Noah drew the zealous quickblade slowly, keeping his movements controlled and non-threatening while he assessed the situation. The beetle stood about 20 feet away from him. It was close enough to launch an aerial attack, but far enough to give him enough time to react. Don't rush it. I need to plan the engagement. Valeria always said strategy beats recklessness. That's what separates monsters from humans. The creature's wings buzzed annoyingly, testing their readiness for flight. Noah noticed how other beetles in the area had positioned themselves. Too, it seemed like they preferred open ground for their diving attacks, whilst avoiding areas with overhead cover. I need to limit its aerial position, he thought, looking around him for things to use. His eyes brightened as he thought about the boulder nearby. This should do. Noah sidestepped toward the large rock he'd been observing from, keeping his blade in a defensive position. The beetle tracked his movement with its eyes, its head rotating to maintain visual contact. It's patient, waiting for the right moment to strike. The standoff stretched between Noah and the grass beetle for several heartbeats. Noah used this time to study his opponent's position, looking for tells that might indicate when it would attack. The beetle's rear legs seemed to shift slightly each time it prepared to move. There, I think its rear legs adjust its launch angle. I need to keep an eye on that. The beetle's legs shifted. Noah dove sideways just as the creature launched itself through the air. Its mandibles spread wide for a decapitating strike. Screech. Wind from its passage ruffled his hair as he rolled behind the boulder, narrowly missing the attack of the beetle. That was way too close. The beetle landed heavily where Noah had been standing, its claws gouging deep furrows in the packed earth. Screech. It screeched once again, turning with surprising agility, already repositioning itself for another attack. It has quite a fast recovery time. I can't assume I have breathing room after dodging. Noah kept the boulder between himself and his opponent, using the cover to reassess. The creature's aerial attack was devastating but predictable after watching. It needed a moment to reposition between strikes. It seems like I will need to deploy my secret art. Hit and run. Strike when it lands. Retreat before it can counterattack. The beetle circled the boulder, seeking an angle that would allow another diving assault. Noah moved in the opposite direction, maintaining cover while looking for an opening. Patient. Stay patient. One mistake and it will injure me. When the beetle committed to another aerial attack, Noah was ready. Instead of dodging away, he stepped into the creature's landing zone with his blade held high. The zealous quickblade caught the beetle across its midsection as momentum carried it forward. Shing. The katana bit deep into the beetle's natural armor, drawing a spray of greenish fluid that steamed where it hit the ground. It has acidic blood. I can't stay too close, lest I get sprayed too. Things got more complicated. He frowned. The beetle shrieked and whirled to face Noah with obvious rage. One of its wings hung at an awkward angle, damaged by the sword strike. Looking at its wing, Noah's eyes brightened. Good. It's not able to fly as good as before. But the creature's ground-based attacks proved equally dangerous. It charged with surprising speed, its mandibles snapping at Noah's leg. He backpedaled immediately, using his agility to stay ahead of the clicking death. This thing doesn't give up. It just keeps coming like a wild dog. Noah circled back toward the boulder, looking for another opportunity to strike safely. The beetle's injured wing limited its mobility, but its rage seemed to compensate for the handicap. Need to end this quickly, before I make a mistake. The beetle lunged again, overextending itself in its eagerness to reach Noah. He sidestepped the attack and brought his blade down across the creature's neck with all the force he could muster. Come on, die. The zealous quickblade severed the beetle's head cleanly, sending it rolling across the grass while the body convulsed once before going still. Chapter 77. Dead. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. Noah stepped back from the carcass, breathing heavily from adrenaline rather than exertion. His hands trembled slightly as he wiped acidic blood from his blade. That was intense. Much more dangerous than slimes. A quick self-assessment revealed no injuries beyond some scratches on his jacket where the beetle's claws had come close. The enhanced agility from his weapon had made the difference between victory and serious harm. The sword's sharpness and attribute points probably saved my life just now. Other demons in the area had noticed his successful hunt. A few nodded approvingly, recognizing competent technique when they saw it. Not bad for a first beetle kill. Noah checked the remaining creatures in the hunting ground. Several more beetles roamed the area, each one representing another test of his developing combat skills. I just took one down, but I need to stay sharp. Getting overconfident is how people die in this world. Noah checked the remaining beetles scattered across the hunting ground, his grip on the zealous quickblade more confident than before. The first kill had taught him valuable lessons about timing, positioning, and the beetles' attack patterns. I can feel it. My swordsmanship is close to leveling up. 1 or 2 more fights should do it. The feeling of breaking through drove him forward, but caution tempered his enthusiasm. He couldn't be overly excited, lest he made mistakes. Each beetle represented both opportunity and risk. I need to stay focused. Learn from the last fight. Noah selected his next target with careful consideration, a beetle positioned near the edge of the hunting ground, isolated from its companions by a stretch of open grass. It has no backup nearby, plenty of room to maneuver without being cornered. This beetle appeared slightly larger than his previous opponent, its carapace showing the darker coloration. It looks more mature than the previous one. This one must be slightly stronger. The creature grazed peacefully on the grass, its mandibles clicking every so often. Click, click. Larger means stronger, but also means I will learn more if I can take it down. Noah approached it with slow steps, keeping his footwork light and his katana ready. The beetle noticed his presence when he reached the 15-foot mark, its eyes darting to track his movement. Here we go again, although his heart was beating just as fast. This time it felt different. Noah's stance held more confidence, his grip more firm. The lessons from his first beetle encounter had made him come to an understanding rather than mere survival instinct. I know how they move now. The telltale signs before they attack. The beetle's rear legs shifted slightly, the same movement Noah had observed before. Instead of waiting for the full attack, he preemptively moved to his left, positioning himself where the creature's aerial assault would be least effective. The beetle launched itself through the air exactly as predicted, but Noah was already 2 steps ahead of its trajectory. Swish! The blade cut through the air, meeting the beetle mid-flight. Noah's attack caught it across the thorax with a strike that combined good timing and accuracy, making it potentially fatal. Much cleaner than last time. The beetle crashed to the ground with greenish fluid streaming from the wound, but it wasn't finished. Shriek. Noah's face twisted at the loud screeching, but he had learned to expect resilience from these creatures. It's wounded but not dead. I need to press the advantage. Instead of backing away defensively, Noah advanced while the beetle was still disoriented from its failed attack. His blade work flowed more smoothly now, each movement building naturally from the previous one. High strike to keep it focused upward, then low cut toward the legs. The beetle's mandibles snapped at empty air where Noah had been a moment before. His footwork carried him around the creature's side, avoiding its primary weapons while repositioning for optimal striking angles. The zealous quickblade found its mark repeatedly. The strikes left cuts across its joints, and deeper wounds in the softer areas between the armor plates. Noah wasn't going for a single killing blow anymore. He was dismantling his opponent's combat effectiveness. Disable first. Kill second. It's more reliable than gambling on perfect strikes. The beetle's movements grew sluggish as blood loss and accumulated damage took their toll. Its attempts to take flight resulted in awkward hops that barely lifted it off the ground. Damaging its wings from the initial strike seems to help a tom. It's good to remember for future encounters. Noah's final attack came as a precise thrust to the creature's neck joint, sliding between armor plates to sever vitals. The beetle collapsed without the violent convulsions of his first kill. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. That felt cool, like I actually knew what I was doing. The improvement was undeniable. Where his first beetle fight had been a poor attempt, this encounter had demonstrated much better combat skill. His movements flowed naturally. His decisions came faster. His blade work carried more fluidity. Time for one more. I can feel the skill progression right at the edge. Noah selected a third target, another mature beetle. This one positioned near a cluster of rocks that would complicate aerial attacks. The terrain advantage would let him focus purely on technique rather than survival. Perfect practice conditions. The approach went smoothly. The beetle noticed him at the expected range and moved into its pre-attack stance. Noah's response was the same. He positioned himself to counter the creature's preferred tactics before they could be deployed. This time, Noah initiated the engagement. Instead of waiting for the beetle's attack, he closed distance aggressively, forcing the creature to react to his timing rather than its own. The beetle's wing-assisted charge met Noah's intercepting blade with perfect timing. His strike caught the creature's head at the optimal angle, redirecting its momentum into the rocky terrain while delivering maximum damage. Chapter 78. Level Up. The follow-up attacks came naturally, dismantling the beetle's defenses, each cut building toward inevitable victory. Noah's footwork kept him constantly in advantageous positions, while his blade work prevented any meaningful counterattack. The final stroke marked the beetle's death. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. Your swordsmanship skill has leveled up to level 5. There it is. The notification brought immediate satisfaction, mixed with tangible improvement. Noah could feel the difference. He suddenly felt that his previous attacks were nothing but childish swings. His sword awareness increased substantially, and he gained more intuitive understanding of combat timing and distance. Level 5 swordsmanship. That puts me in the competent territory. 3 dead beetles lay scattered across the hunting ground. Other newbie demons in the area had taken notice of his kills, several nodding with respect. They had seen the way he had improved. From his first beetle kill to his third kill. Not bad for someone who started with wooden practice swords a few weeks ago. I wonder how Alyssa and Kip are doing. Kip is probably casting large fireballs. And Alyssa, she has probably become an apprentice swordsman. Whilst I'm out here celebrating that I finally became a novice swordsman, the system's voice sounded in his mind, completely shattering his happiness. Sorry to break it to you, host, but you are not a novice swordsman. Whilst you have reached level 5, and indeed you do have the skill set of a novice swordsman, you do not have their combat power, simply because you cannot control your aura. Therefore, you are nowhere near as threatening as a novice swordsman. Then, Noah's smile stiffened upon hearing the system's words. Does that mean I can't kill Tier 1 monsters now? No, host. More like you can't survive against Tier 1 monsters, let alone kill. System, you know you can answer without being sassy, right? He thought, rolling his eyes. Host, I can hear you. Ahem. He coughed before continuing. So what do I do now? How can I control the so-called aura you are talking about? To control aura, you need to be able to have magic. Aura is an extension of magic made manifest with weapons. It's not a separate energy by itself. So, to answer your question, you would be able to control your aura by simply leveling up your mana control skill to level 5. Then, once you level it up, you will then have the ability to start controlling your aura. I see. Noah had a look of understanding on his face as he listened to the system's explanation. He had thought that he would need to start from the beginning once again to try and control his aura, but it seemed like he was close. As long as I level up my mana control skill, I will then be able to finally control magic and aura. That will make me a novice mage and a novice swordsman. Noah focused inward, feeling for the mana that supposedly flowed through his body. It was there, but he was unable to harness its powers. Level 4 mana control. Just one more level. Time to test my new power, he thought, a grin forming on his face. A lone beetle approached from the tree line. Tier 0, same as the others he'd been fighting. Noah approached the lone beetle with more confidence than before, his stance instinctively changing into good form. His feet found the optimal distance. His sword arm extended at the perfect angle. The beetle noticed his approach and immediately went into combat mode. Its mandibles clicked menacingly as it prepared to charge. Come on, then. The creature lunged forward with surprising speed, but Noah's eyes tracked its movement effortlessly. His sword swept upward in a perfect arc, meeting the beetle's trajectory at precisely the right moment. Swish! The attack cut through the air before making contact with the beetle. The blade sliced through chitin like butter, opening a devastating wound across the beetle's belly. Black ichor sprayed across the ground as the creature's momentum carried it past Noah's position. One clean strike. That would have taken me more attempts before. The beetle collapsed, its legs twitching briefly before going still. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. Noah stared at his sword, amazement flooding through him. The improvement was significant. He had gained a lot of power from the recent level up, that which made him feel incredibly excited. Noah stared at his sword, amazement flooding through him. Impressive, called a voice from nearby. Noah turned to see a demoness walking towards him with a smile on her face. You made that look easy, she continued, nodding toward the dead beetle. I'm still struggling with single targets. Thank you, look out. Noah moved instinctively, stepping between the demoness and two beetles that had emerged from the tall grass. Their close proximity didn't give him a chance to think. Two at once. The first beetle launched its aerial attack while the second flanked from ground level. Noah's blade found the airborne creature's neck, immediately killing it. But focusing on one opponent left him vulnerable to the other due to his lack of experience in fighting groups. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. Shit. I made a mistake. I should have positioned better. Pain ran through his left arm as the second beetle's mandibles found their target. Harp chitin pierced cloth and skin, drawing blood while the creature's grip tightened. Noah grunted, more from surprise than agony. Get off. He shook off the beetle and yanked it away from his arm, feeling fabric and skin tear in the process. The creature hit the ground hard, momentarily stunned by the violent separation. Noah's blade ended its confusion permanently. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. Oh no. I'm so sorry. The demoness rushed forward, guilt written across her face. I should have been paying attention. I'll pay for your treatment. It's fine, Noah interrupted, reaching into his jacket pocket. Really? Don't worry about it. He withdrew one of the wrapped loaves he'd brought as emergency supplies. Bread. She tilted her head, confusion replacing her concerned look. Chapter 79. I own an idol store. Noah unwrapped the healing bread and took a big bite. The sensation of healing spread through his body immediately. The effect of the bread accelerating his natural recovery processes. The demoness watched in stunned silence as the puncture wounds on Noah's arm began closing visibly. The blood loss stopped. Torn tissue regenerated. And within moments, only faint marks remained where the injury had been. What? What kind of bread is that? Noah smiled as he finished the healing loaf, already feeling the last traces of pain fade from his arm. The bread had worked exactly as intended. 30% accelerated healing that turned potentially serious wounds into a minor inconvenience. I own a shop, he explained, tucking the empty wrapper back into his jacket. This is one of my products. Healing bread that boosts natural recovery by 30%. You can never have enough customers, he thought with an inward smile. The demoness stared at his completely healed arm with amazement. Her eyes tracked the faint marks where deep puncture wounds had been moments before, her expression going through disbelief and growing excitement. That's better than most Tier 1 healing potions, she exhaled. The regeneration speed, the complete tissue repair. I've never seen anything like it. Better than Tier 1 potions? That's useful information for pricing strategies. How much does it cost? She asked with interest etched in her face. Noah considered his standard pricing structure versus what the demon market might bear for superior healing products. The bread had proven its worth in actual combat conditions. Surely that justified premium pricing. Not much, he replied in a casual tone. Just 10 golden coins. Her eyebrow rose. Instead, her expression suggested someone evaluating an unexpectedly reasonable offer. 10 coins for healing that effective. That's actually not expensive at all. Of course, it's not expensive to you guys. The demons really are rich. The demoness reached for her coin pouch with obvious enthusiasm, then paused as a new thought occurred to her. Do you still have more of that bread? Also, where is your shop located? Noah nodded. Yes, I do. And my shop is in the plaza. It's quite open. You should be able to see it. Idle shop. If you can't find it, just ask around. Most people know where it is by now. Word of mouth advertising. The gift that keeps giving. The plaza. Her interest sharpened further. I know that area well. I can't believe I haven't noticed your shop before. It's relatively new, Noah explained. Still building customer base. Relatively new, as in appeared from another kingdom a few days ago. But she doesn't need those details. Well, you've definitely got at least one new customer, she said, extending her hand in introduction. I'm Kellis, by the way. Freelance adventurer, amateur hunter, and apparently terrible at watching for flanking attacks. Noah, he replied, accepting the handshake. Just a shopkeeper. Kellis let out a genuine laugh, rather than one coming from polite courtesy. Just a shopkeeper. You handled that double attack better than some experienced fighters I've seen. Sure, you took a hit, but you adapted quickly. Experience teaches harsh lessons, Noah replied, thinking of his recent encounters with demon extremists. Better to learn from small mistakes than big ones. Smart philosophy. Kellis gestured toward the remaining beetles scattered across the hunting ground. Want to continue hunting together? Safety in numbers. And I promise to watch for flanking attacks this time. Noah considered the offer for a second. Sounds good. Just remember, my healing bread works best when I don't need to use it. She's already interested in my products. Cultivating customer relationships makes a business bloom. It's not like I will lose anything by hunting with her. Deal. Kellis grinned, holding her spear with confidence. Though knowing you have emergency healing might make me slightly more aggressive in my tactics, Noah's mouth twitched. I don't though. That was the last one I had with me. Oh, she responded, before a smirk broke out. Don't worry. I guess I will drop down the intensity. Just a little. They approached the next cluster of beetles together. Kellis positioned herself to cover Noah's flanks while he took point with his superior sword skills. The first beetle fell to their combined assault without landing a single attack. Noah's blade had cut its life short. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. Good job, Kellis observed. They continued their hunting partnership across the beetle territory, accumulating experience and building team coordination. As the afternoon passed, Noah found himself genuinely enjoying the partnership aspect of monster hunting. Solo combat had been educational but isolating. Having someone to share the experience with was nice. So, Kellis said during a brief rest between encounters, what other products does your shop carry? Just healing bread? Or do you have more things? Noah gave her a mysterious smile. Secret. You can find out when you come to my shop. Kellis's eyes sparked with interest rather than frustration at his evasiveness. Now I'm definitely interested. You've got my attention. The hunting session continued for another hour, their teamwork growing better with each encounter. Noah used that time as an opportunity to learn how to coordinate with others. It was a good skill to have. By the time his shadow started lengthening across the grass, Noah felt satisfied with his progress. Level 5 swordsmanship had transformed his entire approach to monster hunting, turning dangerous encounters into manageable ones. Time to call it a day. My arm's healed. I've tested my new skill level, learned how to coordinate better with others in a fight, and I've acquired a potential customer. I think that's enough for today, Noah announced, wiping beetle ichor from his blade before sheathing the zealous quick blade. Kellis nodded in agreement, her spear held by her side. It was a very good session. I learned a lot watching your technique. Are you heading back to your shop? She asked with obvious hope. Noah nodded. Yes. Chapter 80. New customer. Heading back. Can I come with you? I'd like to check out your products and buy some of that bread. Sure. The walk back to Sin City passed quickly. Kellis proved to be an engaging conversationalist. She didn't turn the conversations into awkward ones. Sin City's familiar mood welcomed them as they passed through the gates. There, Noah pointed toward his shop's modest storefront, the idol shop. Kellis studied the simple wooden sign with a curious gaze. Understated. I like that. Most shops around here try way too hard to grab attention by adding some figure of a beautiful succubus or things like that. Inside, Noah's shelves displayed their usual stock. Moon pulsed with gentle energy from its corner position, adding ambience that enhanced the atmosphere of the small shop. Wow! Kellis took a deep breath in. The air is so refreshing here. It feels really good. Noah smiled, his eyes landing on Moon. Kellis's eyes immediately drew to the iced tea. What are those? Iced tea, Noah replied, watching her reaction. Increases mana reserves and regeneration by 30% for 10 minutes. Her expression shifted from curiosity to genuine excitement. Mana enhancement. That's exactly what I need for longer hunting sessions. 20 golden coins, Noah said, noting how her enthusiasm didn't waver at the price point. And the bread. 10 golden coins per loaf. I won't change my price now. Kellis reached for her coin pouch without hesitation. One of each, please. Right away, he responded, making his way to the shelves. The transaction proceeded smoothly. Noah wrapped the bread carefully while Kellis examined the iced tea bottle with obvious appreciation. This is beautiful, she murmured, holding the glass bottle up to catch the light. The liquid actually glows, and it looks so beautiful. I can already tell that it's going to taste amazing, just by looking at it. Well, you are not wrong. My customers always praise this iced tea's taste. My products don't just have good effects, but they also have good taste. He smiled. Kellis activated her storage ring, depositing both purchases into whatever dimensional space the storage ring contained. Priceless treasures, she said with satisfaction. These are going straight into secure storage until I need them. Thank you for your business, Noah replied with genuine appreciation. Feel free to return anytime. I open up every day. There is a limit to buying, and it's one per person, and it usually runs out fast. So make sure you come either early or this late, like today. But coming late doesn't guarantee anything, as I might not be there. Oh, I will, Kellis assured him, already heading toward the door. This won't be my last visit. You will probably see me here tomorrow, and I will try to come early morning before my hunt. Noah's smile twitched. Well, don't come too early. Noah gave her his opening times, and Kellis nodded, making a mental note. As the door closed behind her, Noah checked his status. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 5,000. Current assets, 94,364. Shop points, 2162. Attributes, strength, 20. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 7. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 5. Mana control level 4. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. Auto iced tea, level 2. Production rate, 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock, 24. Progress, 527,100. Auto baker, level 2. Production rate, 2 loaves every hour. Max stock, 24. Progress, 33,100. Noah's eyes moved across the familiar numbers with growing satisfaction. My shop points are climbing steadily toward the 5,000 threshold. Daily revenue is maintaining solid growth, and my current assets are approaching 6 figures once again. Life is good. Then he reached the attributes section. His mouth fell open. What the hell? Strength, 20. Agility, 20. The numbers flashed across his retina. Just hours ago, both attributes had been sitting at pathetic single digits. Now they had reached 20, a number so high he was shocked by it. System. What the hell is going on? Why did I gain so many attributes out of nowhere? Host. Your swordsmanship skill has leveled up to level 5, which means you have crossed a milestone that allowed you to become a novice swordsman. Despite your inability to control aura, you still possess the physical strength and skill set of a novice swordsman. 9. The explanation suddenly made sense. Damn. I thought my strikes had gotten more powerful and faster purely because of my improved technique. Turns out, it's also thanks to the significant increase in my speed and strength. Level 5 wasn't just another incremental improvement. It was a threshold that transformed his physical capabilities by a large margin. So that's why the beetle fights felt so different. I wasn't just getting better technique. I was getting stronger. Literally stronger. Noah suddenly realized that he could have most likely dodged the attack from the second beetle while he had protected Kellis. He was so used to his low agility that he didn't bother moving when it was so close to him, and focused on defense. With my agility, I could have probably dodged that. His body felt more coordinated, more responsive, like someone had upgraded his entire operating system overnight. Wait, he said aloud, a thought emerging from the revelations of the system. Does that mean when I level up my mana control skill to level 5, my intelligence will also skyrocket to 20? That is indeed correct. Host. Once you level it up, Your mana capacity will also increase substantially, just like your strength and agility did. 20 intelligence points. That would be good. The storage ring would finally respond to his touch. Basic spells would become accessible. I'm one level away from becoming a novice mage. Noah stared at his reflection in the shop's window. The scrawny programmer who dodged debt collectors had evolved into something he would have never expected. And I'm not even close to finished growing. Looking at his incredibly high stats, another thought emerged once again. My strength is so high. Why do I still look the same? Shouldn't I get some bigger muscles? Toned abs and all that kind of stuff. No host. Whilst your strength has increased, it has nothing to do with your strength or agility. For the things you've mentioned, you need another attribute. Charisma. That attribute is currently locked for you. You can unlock it once you reach a higher store level. Chapter 81. Second Demonica Moonberg. Inside his apartment, Noah collapsed onto his couch. He was exhausted beyond usual. He had been pushing himself beyond his limits for the past hours. Every muscle ached with fatigue that came from genuine physical exertion rather than mere mental strain. I've been technically working for the whole day. Monster hunting. Customer service. When did my life become this complicated? Sigh. Even with the system, I still gotta work hard. The peaceful surroundings of his modest living space felt surreal after hours spent in magical realms fighting beetles and selling bread to demons. Noah's strength made standing it easier than it should have been. But fatigue ran deeper than physical exhaustion. I need to shower first, then sleep. Tomorrow I need to head to work. I also need to work out in the dojo once again. I'm really working hard. The thought carried wry amusement mixed with genuine concern. His old life had involved sitting at a computer for 12 hours straight, surviving on energy drinks and ramen cups. Some changes come with unexpected complications. Well, not that I'm complaining, he thought, reading his status. That made all the hard work worth it. Steam filled the small bathroom as hot water washed away the grime of his adventure. Beetle ichor, demon realm dust, and the particular exhaustion that came from constantly operating outside his comfort zone all disappeared down the drain. After his shower, he had realized that he was still wearing the clothes that he had bought from the demon. I left my clothes inside the shop. I will collect it tomorrow. Noah dried off and put on some comfortable clothes, his reflection showing someone who looked the same but moved differently. His agility and strength were noticeable. 20 strength, 20 agility. Still getting used to what that actually means. It seems like I need to head to the park to check out my strength and agility. His bed welcomed him with a comforting hug. Noah woke up the next day with a huge smile spreading across his face as familiar text blazed across his retina. Your daily income has been rewarded. Demonica Moonberg card. Your reward is in your inventory. You can use the card, and the reward will be summoned. Done. Another Demonica Moonberg. This is perfect. His eyes lit up with the enthusiasm of someone who'd just discovered their favorite restaurant was offering free dessert. Getting another cultivation plant meant accelerated development, enhanced mana sensitivity, and most importantly, faster progression toward the elusive level 5 mana control threshold. 2 plants feeding on iced tea should double the enhancement effects. Maybe even push me over the edge today. Excitement propelled him out of bed with energy that made his usual morning routine feel sluggish by comparison. The shower passed in a blur. Breakfast became an afterthought. And within minutes, he was stepping through the portal into his shop. Time to see what 2 Demonica Moonbergs can accomplish together. Inside the shop, Moon pulsed with gentle energy from its corner position, still glowing with the effects of yesterday's iced tea feeding. The sight filled Noah's heart with satisfaction. 1 plant had already proven its worth, and now he was about to double his cultivation advantages. Noah opened his inventory, a wide smile on his face. The interface materialized before him, displaying various accumulated items, including the new Demonica Moonberg card. Here we go. He selected the card with his hand. Use card, yes, no. Noah did not hesitate, pressing yes immediately. Not a second had passed after his click before the Demonica Moonberg appeared on his wooden table. Beautiful. Useful things are always beautiful. This specimen was identical to Moon in every respect. The same pink leaves, the same delicate branches that swayed without any breeze, and the same effect of producing the magical air. Twin cultivation plants. This is going to boost my training by a large margin. He smiled brightly. I will gift Valeria and the others some of them. It seems like I'm going to keep the Demonica in my daily income for a while. The new plant, Noah, immediately called it Star to distinguish it from Moon, which pulsed with the same gentle rhythm as its predecessor. Together, they created a harmonious energy pattern that filled the shop with mana thick enough to taste. The increase in mana density is somewhat noticeable, and I haven't even fed Star any iced tea yet. Noah retrieved a bottle from his shelf. If 1 plant feeding had accelerated his development significantly, 2 plants should show some good improvement. The bottle's cork released with its satisfying pop, immediately filling the shop with the intoxicating aroma of liquid mana with a hint of peach. Star's leaves began vibrating before the iced tea even reached its soil. It knows what's coming. The iced tea disappeared into the dark soil of Star. and transformation began immediately. Star's entire body erupted into brilliant luminescence, its leaves swaying through the spectrums of colors. Noah did not stop, feeding Moon a glass of iced tea. Together, Moon and Star created a light show that made Noah stare in amazement. This is incredible. The enhancement is nearly double what I felt yesterday. Noah's mana sensitivity spiked dramatically, making the energy flows around him visible rather than merely sensible. Level 5 mana control isn't just possible now. It's inevitable. Before he could settle into meditation position, the familiar chime of his door announced an unwelcome interruption. Noah's eyes immediately identified the visitor. Of course. She shows up right when I'm about to make a breakthrough. Lola swept through the entrance with grace, her ruby eyes sparkling with mischief, and her signature smile already deployed at maximum intensity. "Hi, Noah. I heard that you missed me, so I decided to come visit you." Here we go with the teasing routine. Noah's reaction was notably subdued compared to their previous encounters. Days of exposure to her charm offensive had built considerable immunity to her supernatural charisma. "You were gone," he shot back with indifference. "I didn't notice." Chapter 82. Being taught by Lola. Two can play at this game. Lola's expression changed dramatically. Such a drama queen. Her confident smile crumbled, turning into a wounded expression. Her hand flew to her chest as if his words had inflicted actual physical damage. "How cruel," she gasped, her voice taking on a note of genuine hurt. "I thought we had developed a special connection after that hot night we had together." "You mean that damn fireball when we were attacked?" How does she even think of that? Luckily, there isn't anybody in the store. Otherwise, my reputation would have been tarnished. Noah remained unmoved by her display of emotions, though he couldn't entirely suppress his amusement at her commitment to the performance. "We have a customer-merchant relationship," he replied diplomatically. Very professional. But Lola's attention suddenly moved as her gaze swept across his shop's interior. Her eyes landed on the twin cultivation plants, and her entire demeanor changed from playful seduction to genuine interest. "2 Demonica Moonbergs." The words escaped as barely a whisper. "How did you acquire a second specimen? Even Vex doesn't have 2 of them. They are so hard to find and cultivate." Mysterious shopkeeper time. "Keep her guessing." "Trade secrets," Noah replied with vagueness, stroking Star's glowing leaves slowly. Lola approached the plants. Her fingers hovered inches from their luminescent foliage, not quite daring to make contact. "These aren't just rare," she murmured. "Wait, how are they giving out so much mana?" Her ruby eyes widened as she sensed the energy flowing around both plants. The density of magic was clearly visible to someone with her level of expertise. Nobody knows that feeding them pure mana drinks amplifies their effects exponentially. "Enhanced care," Noah replied smoothly. "Quality nutrition produces quality results." Lola's gaze snapped back to his face. "You fed them your iced tea, didn't you?" "That would be expensive," Noah deflected. "And effective." Her smile returned. "Most people don't understand that Demonica Moonbergs respond to mana-rich liquids. They assume the plants are decorative." She knows more than she's letting on. Of course she does. "What else do you know about them?" Noah asked, genuinely curious about information that might help optimize his cultivation setup. Lola's tail swished with the satisfaction of someone who'd found leverage in an unexpected conversation, enough to recognize that you're sitting on a fortune in cultivation enhancement. 2 properly fed Demonica Moonbergs could accelerate magical development by a decent amount, although that's only in the beginning stages. It will probably help you until the middle stages of the novice rank. After that, the effects die down. Hypothetically, someone with your foundation could break through to the novice rank within hours instead of days. Hypothetically, of course. Speaking of which, Noah gestured toward his inventory. "Are you here to buy something? Or just to admire my interior decorating?" Lola's laugh carried genuine amusement. "Both, actually. I need supplies for an upcoming expedition. Something dangerous enough to require the best enhancement available." "The usual?" Noah asked. "Double order," she replied, already reaching for her coin pouch. Noah shook his head. "Sorry, only 1 product per person. I can't give you double. Rules exist for a reason. Start making exceptions. And everyone expects special treatment." He couldn't break the shop's rule, even if it was Lola, unless it was worth it. "Come on," she smiled seductively, walking towards him. Lola began circling him like a predator evaluating her prey, her movements carrying the hypnotic quality that made rational thought significantly more challenging. Her breath crawled against his skin as she moved closer, each exhale carrying warmth that seemed to bypass his nervous system entirely. Focus. Despite the temptation that made his pulse quicken, Noah held firm to his established pricing structure. Seeing that her usual tactics weren't producing the desired capitulation, Lola sighed with disappointment. "I will help you break through to novice rank," she offered, her tone shifting from seductive to businesslike. "But I want a double order. And don't worry, nobody has to know. Breakthrough assistance. That's actually valuable. Level 5 mana control has been frustratingly difficult." Noah considered the proposition for several moments, weighing immediate policy violation against long-term developmental advantages. The twin Demonica Moonbergs will accelerate his progress significantly. But Lola's guidance could provide the final push he needed. All right, he decided finally. But first, you need to help me. Then I can process your order. Lola's smile carried triumph mixed with genuine anticipation. Fair enough. Let's see what we're working with. She gestured toward the space around Moon and Star, where the enhanced mana density created optimal cultivation conditions. Sit there. The plants will amplify whatever breakthrough occurs. Noah settled into his meditation position, feeling the familiar flow of energy that surrounded both cultivation plants. Show me your current technique again. Noah nodded before he began his usual breathing exercises, feeling for the mana that flowed through channels he could sense but not yet manipulate. The energy responded to his attention, swirling closer to consciousness without quite crossing the threshold into actual control. Still stuck at the same barrier. Level 4 feels like looking at treasure through glass. Stop! Lola interrupted after several minutes of observation. You're still trying to grasp mana like a physical object. That's your fundamental mistake. She moved behind him, her hands hovering near his shoulders without quite making contact. Feel my mana flow. Don't try to copy it. Just observe how it moves. Power radiated from her body, washing over Noah in waves beyond anything he'd experienced before. Her mana didn't fight against the mana in the air. It flowed with them, becoming part of the ambient energy rather than trying to dominate it. Integration instead of domination, just like she taught me before. Now, Lola's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Imagine your consciousness expanding to include the space around you. Don't reach for mana. Become the space where mana exists. Noah adjusted his approach, changing from active grasping toward passive expansion instead of trying to capture flowing energy. He allowed his awareness to grow until it encompassed the area between both plants. Different. This feels completely different. Chapter 83. Level 5 Mana Control. The change in the way mana gathered around him was obvious. Mana that had previously remained tantalizingly beyond reach suddenly felt accessible, not as something separate but as an extension of his own existence. Good, Lola murmured, her approval carrying genuine satisfaction. Now maintain that expansion while guiding small amounts of energy. Don't force it. Invite it to move with your will. Noah attempted to follow her instruction, but the moment he tried to direct the mana, it slipped away like water through his fingers. Damn it. I lost it already. His expanded awareness contracted back to normal perception, leaving him frustrated and slightly dizzy from the sudden change. Again, Lola said patiently. You're still thinking like you need to control it. Stop trying to be the master. Become the medium. Become the medium. What does that even mean? Noah closed his eyes and attempted the expansion technique once more. This time, he managed to hold the state for nearly 30 seconds before his natural instincts kicked in once again, and he tried to grasp the flowing energy. The mana scattered instantly. Better. Much better, Lola observed. You held it longer that time. But you're still fighting your own conditioning. Months or perhaps years of thinking about magic as something external won't disappear that quickly. But you are showing very fast progress. This is harder than I expected. She made it look effortless. For the next 20 minutes, Noah cycled through the same steps. Expand his consciousness, feel the mana respond, and lose control when he attempted to direct it. Each attempt lasted slightly longer than the previous one, but progress felt awfully slow. I'm not getting anywhere, he muttered, wiping sweat from his forehead. You're progressing faster than most people, Lola replied calmly. Most people take days to achieve what you're doing in minutes. The plants are also accelerating your development significantly. Don't give up. Once you get that good connection, it doesn't go away. I'm being impatient. Try this, she continued, moving to stand next to him. Instead of thinking about controlling mana, imagine you're conducting an orchestra. You don't force the musicians to play. You guide them to create harmony. Orchestra conductor. That's actually a useful metaphor. Noah adjusted his mental approach once again. Instead of reaching for the mana with grasping intentions, he imagined himself as a conductor's baton, existing to facilitate rather than dominate. The change in perspective after the metaphone showed immediate results. There. That's the feeling I was missing. Excellent, Lola said softly. Now maintain that state while attempting small movements. Don't think about moving the mana. Think about suggesting directions it might want to flow. Noah held his conductor's mindset while gently encouraging a small stream of energy to move in a clockwise circle around his body. The mana responded with surprising willingness, creating a visible shimmer in the air. It's working. Actually working. But his excitement broke his concentration, and the effect collapsed immediately. Emotional stability, Lola noted with amusement. Another challenge for new practitioners. Success creates excitement. Excitement disrupts focus. Disrupted focus kills the technique. Damn it. That was stupid. I need to stay calm during breakthrough moments. The pattern repeated itself over the next 30 minutes. Noah would achieve a stable connection, attempt something slightly more complex, then lose control due to some sort of variable. Each cycle taught him more about the delicate balance required. Your problem isn't technique anymore, Lola observed after his latest attempt. It's mental discipline. You understand the mechanics. but your emotions keep interfering. She's right. Close your eyes, she instructed. This time, don't attempt any mana manipulation at all. Just expand your awareness and sit with the sensation. Get comfortable with the state before trying to do anything with it. Noah followed her guidance, allowing his consciousness to expand without any agenda beyond simple observation. The mana flowed around him, but he resisted the urge to interact with it. Just observe. Don't interfere. Minutes passed in peaceful meditation. The awareness became familiar rather than exciting, settling into his consciousness like a comfortable piece of clothing. His breathing steadied, his mind quieted, and the mana around him stabilized into harmony. Now, Lola whispered, without opening your eyes or changing anything else, guide a small amount of energy to flow from your left hand to your right. This time, Noah's approach carried no urgency or excitement. He simply suggested to the ambient mana that it might find flowing between his hands to be an interesting direction to explore. The energy responded with gentle cooperation, creating a visible stream that connected his palms. It's stable. Actually stable this time. Hold that for 60 seconds, Lola instructed. The minute passed without incident. Noah maintained the mana flow while keeping his emotions carefully neutral, treating the achievement as simply another step in a longer process. Now make it flow faster. The energy responded to his suggestion, accelerating its movement between his hands, now slower. Of course, these commands were mainly in his head and to himself. Mana wasn't actually listening to his verbal commands. Again, immediate compliance. Perfect, Lola said with genuine satisfaction. You're ready for the final step. You got this. Just break the dam. Noah's awareness suddenly encompassed flows he couldn't see before. Mana revealed itself with startling clarity, and his control over magical forces transformed from theoretical into reality. Your mana control skill has leveled up to level 5. The notification blazed across his retina as power flooded through channels that had been blocked since his arrival in this world. His intelligence attribute spiked from 7 to 20, bringing its enhancement with it. I've reached level 5. Finally. But the changes weren't finished. Mana flows that had been visible but untouchable suddenly became responsive streams he could guide with conscious intent. Mana pathways revealed themselves as highways rather than obstacles. Pathways for power instead of barriers to break through. The channels are open. Actually open. Congratulations, Lola said, her smile carrying genuine pride. Now you are a novice mage. Chapter 84. Discovering my element. But don't get too excited. Your journey as a mage has just officially started. Now you must discover which element you resonate with. Element affinity. I forgot about that. Noah turned to the succubus with genuine curiosity, replacing his earlier breakthrough excitement. How can I know what my affinity is? Instead of responding immediately, Lola smiled with the satisfaction of someone who knew they held valuable leverage. That wasn't part of our agreement. I only agreed to help you break through. As for your element, you'll need to figure that out yourself. She paused mid-sentence. Or maybe you can sell me triple the usual. Then I can help you. Triple order. She wants 3 loaves and 3 glasses of iced tea. The automakers will replenish everything within hours anyway. I suppose I can do that. Noah nodded without hesitation. Okay, no problem. 3 loaves and 3 glasses of iced tea. Some knowledge is worth bending policies for. But first, teach me. How can I learn which elements I resonate with? Elements. Lola's eyebrow arched with amusement. What makes you think it's more than one? Oh. Noah's assumption crumbled as reality reasserted itself. Right. 1 element. I'm not a magical prodigy like Kip, who probably has multiple affinities. Most people only have 1 basic element they resonate with, Lola explained, settling into teaching mode. Fire, earth, wind, wood, and water. These are the most common affinities you'll encounter. The 5 basic elements. That means there is elements higher in ranking, perhaps lightning or ice, to discover which one you resonate with. There are 3 ways. They all differ in effectiveness and convenience. 3 methods. That's quite the range of options. The first way would be through an academy or a rich family. We will focus on the academy example. The academy has orbs containing high concentrations of each element. This has the advantage of being the fastest method since you're having direct contact with pure elemental energy. Noah's mind immediately jumped to Princess Alera's repeated invitations. That sounds efficient. It's indeed efficient. However, Lola continued, there's a significant downside to this method. If your element isn't abundant and very few people possess it, you might not find an orb available for testing. This method mostly helps those with classical talents. Classical talents. So people with rare elements might not find their talent orbs. What's the second way? Noah asked. The second method involves traveling to areas with elemental abundance. This approach is problematic because you don't know your affinity beforehand. So you'd need to head to various locations to test every element until you find the one that resonates. Lola gestured toward the shop's window, indicating the world beyond. For example, heading to a river or sea for water element testing, forests for wood affinity, volcanic regions for fire, mountain caves for earth, high plateaus for wind. That sounds time-consuming. Noah nodded with understanding. Lots of travel involved. Exactly. Plus, some elemental regions are dangerous for novice mages. Volcanic areas don't discriminate between experienced fire mages and beginners who might accidentally immolate themselves. Third option. The third method is the hardest. Lola's expression grew serious. You'll need to try imagining every element you can think of and attempt to resonate with it through pure visualization. No physical contact, no environmental assistance, just imagination and willpower. Pure mental exercise. That sounds difficult. Has anyone actually succeeded with that method? A few, Lola admitted. Usually, people with exceptional mental discipline or those who already have strong intuitive connections to their element. Most give up after a few attempts. Which method do you recommend? Lola's smile returned, carrying mischief that suggested her answer wouldn't be straightforward. For someone in your unique situation, I'd suggest starting with the third method, the hardest one. Why? Because you have advantages most people lack. Furthermore, the areas with abundance of basic elements are outside the safe zone, so you might hurt yourself. She gestured toward Moon and Star, whose gentle pulsing continued to enhance the shop's mana density. Enhanced mana sensitivity from your cultivation plants, plus whatever other secrets you're hiding. She suspects there's more to my situation than normal development. Well, she's not wrong. If the visualization method fails, Lola continued, you can always visit the academy or travel to elemental regions, but attempting pure mental resonance first costs nothing except time. That's a logical progression. Start with free methods. Escalate to expensive or dangerous ones if necessary. How exactly does the visualization method work? Close your eyes, Lola instructed. Imagine fire in perfect detail, not just visual. Temperature, smell, the way it moves, the energy it contains. Then reach out with your mana and see if anything responds. Noah closed his eyes, picturing flames dancing in his mind. Campfires, candle flames, raging infernos. He extended his newly accessible mana toward the mental images. Nothing. Feel anything? No response. Try water next. Noah shifted his visualization to flowing streams, ocean waves, and falling rain. Again, he reached out with magical senses seeking connection. Still nothing. Earth, mountains, caves, fertile soil, solid stone. His mana probed for resonance with geological imagery. No reaction. Wind, gentle breezes, hurricane forces, air currents carrying birds. Noah's magical awareness searched for affinity with atmospheric elements. Empty. Wood, ancient forests, growing saplings, living trees swaying in summer winds. His mana sought connection with botanical life forces. Empty once again. Noah closed his eyes, concentrating intensely on wooden imagery. Living trees, growing branches, leaves rustling with life energy. His mana reached toward the visualization with careful attention. Despite his second attempt at connecting with wood, it didn't yield anything. Lola nodded her head with understanding rather than disappointment. Okay, so that means you don't have a particularly strong affinity to any of those elements. You just need to keep practicing. No immediate magical specialization. Of course, it wouldn't be that simple. I've already taught you what you need to do. For now, all you need is practice. Noah nodded with a sigh that carried more frustration than he'd intended to reveal. He'd been imagining himself creating small fireballs or wind spheres, but reality wasn't so simple. Chapter 85. A passerby. Apparently, breakthrough doesn't equal instant spellcasting ability. Practice it is, he replied, accepting that magical development followed the same route as everything else in his life. Gradual improvement through persistent effort. Noah headed to his shelf and retrieved the requested items. 3 loaves of healing bread. 3 bottles of iced tea. That will be 90 golden coins total. Lola nodded and took out the payment without hesitation, her coin pouch producing the required amount. I'll see you later today. Or maybe tomorrow. She smiled with genuine warmth. See you. The door closed behind her with its familiar chime, leaving Noah alone with his burning curiosity about possibilities that had been theoretical until moments ago. Finally, time to test what I've been wanting to try forever now. Noah raised his left hand, studying the storage ring that had remained frustratingly inert since Princess Alara had given it to him. The simple band looked identical to before, but his mana sensitivity could now detect the magic contained within its modest appearance. Level 5 mana control. 20 intelligence. Storage ring access should be possible now. He focused his will toward the ring, channeling mana through pathways that had been inaccessible until his recent breakthrough. The device responded immediately, flaring with activation energy. Connection established. Finally, the ring's dimensional space opened to his consciousness like a door unlocking after years of being sealed. Noah could sense the interior. A modest storage area roughly the size of a large closet, currently empty. It's a 2-meter cube. It's not as big as I had imagined, but it does the job. He selected a loaf of bread from his shelf, concentrating on transferring it into the ring's dimensional space. The bread vanished from his hand, disappearing into storage. Noah retrieved the bread with equal simplicity. watching it appear in his palm as if summoned from thin air. The process felt natural rather than forced, mana responding to his intentions without any complications. No more carrying supplies in jacket pockets. Princess Alara's gift had finally become functional rather than decorative. Noah experimented with storing and retrieving various items, each successful transfer building his confidence with dimensional magic. The ring's capacity seemed generous enough for significant supply storage while remaining completely discreet. Dingling. The familiar chime announced his first customer of the afternoon, filling Noah with the satisfaction of someone whose business had developed reliable customers. It seems like they're finally starting to flow in. Usually, when the first demon arrived, the rest would follow like a parade of enthusiasts. Noah's customer base had developed a herd mentality that worked entirely in his favor. The newcomer purchased the best-selling combo, bread and iced tea. Well, it wasn't like there was any other combo. But regardless, it was still best-selling, and that's what mattered. A few hours passed in steady activity. Regular customers flowed through his doors with satisfying bell chimes constantly ringing, each transaction adding to his growing wealth while depleting his carefully managed inventory. But there was one notable absence. Viscount Vex hadn't made his usual dramatic entrance, complete with flowering commentary and aristocratic flourishes. Where's the plant-obsessed nobleman? As if summoned by Noah's thoughts, the shop door burst open with energy. Vex swept inside with his usual cape-billowing entrance, Precious tucked behind his ear like the world's most dangerous hair accessory. Speak of the devil, or demon, in this case. Sigh, Vex announced to the universe, his voice carrying unhidden frustration. I hate meetings. I had to delay feeding my Precious. The carnivorous flower responded by extending tiny vine fingers to caress Vex's cheek with obvious affection, its needle-sharp teeth clicking in what might have been sympathy. His plant is so affectionate. It's consoling him. 2. Sadly, Star and Moon can't speak. Otherwise, it might have been fun to hang out with them, but scary at the same time. Vex's eyes landed on Star and Moon, and his entire demeanor changed from frustration to genuine shock. His jaw dropped so far it practically hit the floor. 2. He rushed over to the cultivation plants with the urgency of someone who'd discovered buried treasure, then whirled to face Noah with wide eyes. Where did you get the second one from? Noah smiled mysteriously, channeling his best enigmatic shopkeeper energy. I received it as a gift from a passerby. He saw the demonic Moonberg you gave me in the shop and decided to gift me another. Technically true. The system counts as a passerby, right? Really? Do you know who it was? Noah shook his head with innocence. He didn't say. Just bought something and left. What did he look like? Oh no. Here come the investigative questions. Noah cried without tears internally. He's asking so many questions. Thank God I said it was a stranger. Otherwise he would want to meet them too. Not sure. Noah replied with deliberately vague helplessness. Happened pretty quickly. Please stop asking questions I can't answer without sounding insane. After several more attempts to extract non-existent information, Vex finally surrendered his interrogation efforts. Can I have the usual order? He asked, then immediately launched into what sounded like a prepared business proposal. Also, when are you planning to expand your sales? Or is that not happening anytime soon? Perhaps you don't have enough workers. If you don't, I can send you some of my servants to help. Or if it's a resources issue, just let me know and I'll sort it out. His voice climbed with increasing desperation. I need more of your products. Precious only eats them now. His carnivorous flower has become a picky eater. Of course it has. Noah laughed at the absurdity of a demon viscount offering to solve his staffing problems because his pet plant had developed expensive tastes. It's none of those problems. It's just a constraint on the production procedure. Workers and resources don't matter. How do I explain that a system controls my inventory without sounding completely unhinged? Vex nodded, though his expression suggested someone trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. Production procedure, he repeated slowly, as if testing the words for hidden meaning. Very technical. He's not convinced. But at least he's stopped asking questions I can't answer. Chapter 86. Legendary Potential. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 5,000. Current assets, 175, 364. Shop points, 2,700. Attributes, strength, 20. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 5. Mana control level 5. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. $175,000. Not bad. This should be enough as a down payment for a good house. Noah's eyes tracked across his status with satisfaction. His attributes had transformed from pathetic to very powerful, while his skills reflected genuine competency rather than desperate fumbling. Intelligence finally caught up to strength and agility. 20 across the board for combat-relevant stats. Although my vitality is still quite low, I need to figure out a way to increase it. The breakthrough to level 5 mana control had completed his transformation from ordinary human to something approaching legitimate magical capability. The only problem he was facing was finding his affinity. He could currently access his storage ring, manipulate mana, and he had a foundation for whatever elemental affinity he'd eventually discover. Auto iced tea. Level 2. Production rate. 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 84100. Auto baker. Level 2. Production rate. 2 loaves every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 6100. Auto iced tea is almost ready for level 3. 16 more sales and production will increase significantly. The progression felt inevitable now rather than distant. His demon customers had proven enthusiastic about premium pricing, making the upgrade threshold more a matter of time than effort. My shop points are also at 2700, which means I'm more than halfway towards the 5000 goal needed for upgrading the shop to level 2 and unlocking new items with new effects, perhaps more powerful ones. Everything was climbing toward the next tier of capability. His production, expanded product lines, and whatever benefits came with officially upgrading his shop. Time to close up shop. Noah began his closing routine. The cultivated plants pulsed with gentle energy, already preparing for another day of enhancement. As he prepared to step through the portal back to Earth, a thought surfaced that made him pause. "Where's Kellis?" She said she'd return today. The adventurer who'd joined his beetle hunting expedition had seemed genuinely interested in his products. Her enthusiasm for both healing bread and iced tea suggested that she would become a regular customer. Maybe her expedition ran longer than expected, or she was busy. Who knows? Noah shrugged, not dwelling on the absence. Customer patterns varied, and expecting perfect predictability from adventurers who risked their lives fighting monsters was probably unrealistic. The portal welcomed him back to his apartment, where mundane concerns like shower schedules and meal planning awaited his attention. Tomorrow would bring new customers, continued progression toward shop upgrades, and hopefully some clarity about his elemental affinity. After taking a shower, Noah got into his GTR and drove off to the dojo. Unlike last time, he came prepared with proper planning and forethought. "I've brought some clothes with me so I can take a shower over there too." He glanced at the passenger seat where his gym bag lay, containing fresh clothes and everything needed for a complete training session without rushing home afterwards. The dojo's familiar wooden exterior came into view as Noah pulled into the parking lot. Students were already visible through the windows, going through their stances with varying degrees of skill and dedication. Time to see what level 5 swordsmanship feels like in practice. Students paired off for sparring matches while others worked through solo forms. Master Tanaka approached with his usual slow stride, his dark eyes immediately assessing Noah's posture and bearing. "You look different," he observed, his tone carrying curiosity rather than a casual greeting. "Your body mass seems more centered. You also look more confident." "I've been practicing." "Good. Your skill was remarkable. But consistency matters more than single displays of skill." The master gestured toward an open section of the training floor. "You're beyond group instruction now. Individual training will serve you better. Beyond group instruction." "That's actually flattering. Start with warm-ups," Master Tanaka instructed. 50 strikes each horizontal, vertical, diagonal. Follow that with footwork drills. "I want to see if your foundation has developed." Noah nodded and moved to the designated area. Drawing his practice sword with fluid motion that had become second nature, he settled into his stance, feeling his skill level coupled with his strength and agility align his body into optimal positioning without conscious effort. Every muscle knew its role. Every joint understood its function. The first horizontal strike cut through the air. Swish! The movement made several nearby students pause their own practice. The movement was clean, controlled, carrying power that was immediately visible to anyone with martial experience. "That felt effortless. Incredible," whispered one of the students, his own sword forgotten as he watched Noah's technique. The vertical strikes followed with perfection. Each cut traced identical paths through space, the blade moving with consistency. "How long has he been training?" another student asked, his voice carrying genuine awe. Master Tanaka's eyebrows climbed toward his hairline as he observed the demonstration. Although Noah's skill before was amazing and better than most people he'd ever seen, it wasn't as good as it was now. It was like he was a different person. Overnight. "This is impossible. No one improves this rapidly." Was he hiding his skill before? But why would he? The diagonal strikes showcased the full extent of Noah's development. Movements that typically required years of practice to execute with such fluidity flowed with natural grace. Each transition seamless. "He's not even breathing hard," someone noted with amazement. "Master," called one of the senior students, "is this normal progression for practitioners? Can we become like this one day?" Master Tanaka shook his head slowly, his expression cycling through disbelief and growing respect. "Nobody in this room has the potential to reach Noah's current stage of mastery. He has perfected the foundation. There isn't a single flaw in his foundation. This is something that very few can achieve in our current era." Chapter 87. A Legend in the Making. Noah moved into footwork drills, his high agility and swordsmanship skill making normal, foundational stances feel like simple art. Each step landed precisely. Each pivot carried perfect balance. Each advance or retreat demonstrated his understanding of the stance. The entire dojo had stopped their individual training to watch. Conversations died down as the students realized they were witnessing something beyond normal. "It's like watching a master demonstrate," breathed a young woman near the weapons rack. Master Tanaka approached as Noah completed his drills, his expression carrying respect typically reserved for fellow masters rather than enthusiastic beginners. "Your foundation," he said quietly. "It has become something extraordinary. I'm not sure what training you've been doing, but the results speak for themselves." "Dedicated practice," Noah replied, keeping his explanation deliberately simple. The master nodded, though his eyes suggested someone trying to solve a puzzle with missing pieces. "Basic instruction would be wasting your potential. Today I will spar with you. Let's learn from each other." Noah raised an eyebrow, concern creeping into him. While he didn't know the old man's exact capabilities, he was genuinely afraid of accidentally killing him with his strength. 20 points in strength and agility. That's pretty high territory. What if I seriously hurt him? "Master, are you sure? I don't want to injure an old man." Tanaka's laugh carried genuine amusement rather than offense. "Young man, you're not the only one with hidden depths." The master moved toward the weapons rack with grace that seemed to belie his age. His posture changed subtly, and Noah suddenly felt like he was watching a different person entirely. Something just changed. The way he carries himself. It's like he is no longer an old man, but a predator. Tanaka selected a practice sword. The weapon seemed to come alive in his hands, becoming an extension of his body rather than a separate tool. 40 years of training with the way of the sword, the master said quietly. It doesn't come from knowledge alone. Master Tanaka's gentle instructor demeanor melted away, replaced by an aura that radiated power. His stance made Noah's eyes widen slightly. "This isn't just some dojo instructor. Ready position," Tanaka commanded, his voice carrying authority that made every student in the building fall silent. Noah drew his practice sword, settling into the stance that had become second nature to him by now. But facing the master felt completely different from fighting beetles or training alone. This was facing someone whose very presence suggested mastery beyond anything he'd encountered. If he had the system, Tanaka would be at least level 7 in swordsmanship, maybe higher. His stance, "I can't find a flaw in it." They began with cautious probing strikes, each testing the other's capabilities without committing to full offensive engagement. Noah's speed allowed him to match Tanaka's initial attacks, but the master's technique was poetry in motion. "He's making me look clumsy by comparison. Your foundation is exceptional," Tanaka observed between exchanges. "But you're thinking too much. Let instinct guide your responses." Their blades met with sharp cracks that echoed through the dojo. Noah found himself pushed beyond his comfort zone immediately, forced to rely on enhanced reflexes rather than conscious technique. "He's fast. Actually fast. How is someone his age moving like this?" "Better." The master approved as Noah began flowing more naturally. "Now show me what you've really learned." The pace accelerated dramatically. Tanaka's attacks came in complex combinations that challenged every aspect of Noah's skill, each strike flowing seamlessly into the next. Swish. Clang. Their blades met in rapid succession, Noah's agility barely keeping him competitive. "This is what real mastery looks like." "Oh my God," whispered one student from the sidelines. "They're moving so fast I can barely follow." "Impressive strength," Tanaka commented after a particularly powerful exchange left both fighters breathing harder. "Very few people can match my physical power these days." Noah's surprise nearly cost him as Tanaka pressed his momentary distraction into an aggressive assault. The master's blade work became a flowing dance of death, each movement making Noah fight to defend against it. Whoosh! Crack. He's not holding back anymore. "Did you see that?" gasped a senior student. "Master Tanaka's moving like he did in the old tournament videos." "Focus," Tanaka said as Noah barely parried a strike that would have taken his head off in real combat. Strength without technique is just flailing. Clang. Swish. Every time Noah relied purely on his attributes to counter the old master's superior technique, Tanaka punished the mistake. But when Noah combined his capabilities with proper form, he began matching the master's attacks. Integration. "I can't just focus on raw power, but I should apply my power with skill." There. Tanaka's approval was immediate as Noah executed a perfect counterattack sequence, strength and technique working in harmony. Swish. Thwack. Did the new guy just match Master Tanaka's combo? Someone breathed in disbelief. "I've been training here for 3 years, and I've never seen anyone spar with him like this," another student murmured. Their sparring intensified as both fighters found their rhythm. Noah's capabilities allowed him to keep pace with decades of refined skill, while Tanaka's experience provided lessons that helped Noah get better. "He's actually making me better in real time." Clang, clang, swish. "Your power. It reminds me of my younger days, before age weakened what strength couldn't compensate for," Tanaka said between rapid exchanges. "How is he able to talk whilst we are fighting like this?" "He is just playing around with me." A complex combination nearly broke through Noah's defense, the master's blade stopping inches from his throat. Whoosh! The master's blades froze in perfect position, making Noah's eyes dilate and his breathing erratic. That's actually terrifying. He wasn't even trying like that. The students watching from the sidelines couldn't help but start clapping at the sparring session they had just witnessed. Everything went by so quickly, so flawlessly, that some couldn't believe their eyes. Well done, Master Tanaka smiled, lowering his wooden sword down. Chapter 88. Down payment. Noah returned his blade to a neutral position, sweat beading on his forehead from the sparring session. The master had pushed him harder than any training session he could remember. Yet every moment had felt like valuable education rather than simple combat. Your adaptation speed is remarkable, Tanaka continued, his breathing barely elevated despite the intensity of their exchange. Most students take months to integrate new concepts. You absorb them mid-combat. The watching students gradually resumed their own practice, though Noah caught several stealing glances at him. Word would definitely spread about this session. Master, called one of the senior students. I've never seen anyone match your combat tempo before. Tanaka nodded, a smile on his face. You could tell that he was satisfied as his expectations had been exceeded. Nor have I seen someone with such natural adaptation capability. Young Noah here possesses something quite special. Tomorrow we'll focus on advanced techniques, combinations that assume exceptional physical capability rather than baseline human limitations. Noah nodded gratefully. I appreciate the individual instruction. Don't thank me yet. Advanced training means advanced expectations. I'll push you harder than you've been pushed before. Tanaka smiled. I'm ready for whatever you can teach me. Good. The master nodded, placing his practice sword back on the rack. Your foundation is solid. Your fitness is exceptional. But your strategic understanding needs refinement. Strategic understanding. That sounds like exactly what I need for monster hunting. As Noah gathered his things and prepared to head to the shower, he couldn't shake the feeling that his martial development had just accelerated beyond anything he'd imagined possible. Training with someone who could challenge his capabilities and push his swordsmanship toward higher levels on Earth was something he didn't expect. After taking a shower and changing his clothes, Noah got into his car as he drove off from the dojo. His muscles felt pleasantly fatigued from the intense sparring session. Training with Master Tanaka is going to accelerate my combat abilities. It was a good decision to come to his dojo. I have 175,000 in assets. This should be enough as a down payment for a good house in the city. The realization still felt surreal. From dodging debt collectors to house hunting in a matter of days. Time to upgrade my living situation. I still haven't opened or installed my new setup either, due to the lack of space. Noah's destination was a real estate office he'd researched online. It was a mid-range agency with good reviews and listings that covered everything from modest to luxury homes. The office building appeared ahead, its glass facade reflecting the evening sun. Noah parked the GTR between two luxury car brands. He straightened his shirt, one of the quality pieces he'd purchased during his shopping expedition with Ethan, and approached the building's entrance. The office interior was very calm. Agents sat at desks reviewing contracts while potential buyers examined property listings displayed on wall-mounted screens. Spotting Noah entering, a man in his 30s approached with a smile full of enthusiasm. Good evening. I'm Noah Davidson, senior agent here. Noah Davidson. Definitely a coincidence worth mentioning. Noah Carter, he replied, accepting the offered handshake. Looking to buy a house? What a nice coincidence we share the same name. Noah Davidson laughed before continuing. Well, would you mind coming over to my desk? Let's find you something perfect. Davidson gestured toward a comfortable seating area where they could discuss details without interruption. What's your budget range? Davidson asked, pulling out a tablet loaded with property listings. I have 170,000 in cash. Noah replied directly. Important note, I don't want to pay interest on anything. Straight to the point. Davidson's eyebrows rose with obvious surprise. Cash buyers were uncommon, especially ones who specified avoiding interest entirely. 170,000 in cash, he repeated slowly, clearly recalculating the available options. Well, there isn't much you could buy outright for that amount in this market. However, Davidson continued, his tone brightening, I might have exactly what you need. Have you heard of rent-to-own arrangements? Noah shook his head, genuinely curious about alternative purchasing methods. Rent-to-own works like this, Davidson explained, settling into his sales presentation. You rent the property with an option to buy later. Part of your monthly rent goes toward the eventual purchase price. No interest charges. Just structured payments over time. The beauty is that you're building equity while living there, Davidson continued. And you're lucky I have one property where the owner specifically requires this arrangement. Why would an owner prefer that? Religious reasons. He doesn't believe in charging interest, considering it morally wrong. Very principled man, but it limits his buyer pool significantly. Noah found himself genuinely interested in the arrangement. Immediate housing upgrade without interest complications, plus the flexibility to complete the purchase when convenient. I'd like to see the house, he said, Davidson's smile widened with the satisfaction of someone who'd just matched a difficult client with an unusual property. Great. I can show it to you right now if you're available. It's only about 15 minutes from here. That's good. Let's get going. Stepping out of the office, Agent Davidson headed toward a modest sedan parked in the street. That's a nice GTR over there, he commented, gesturing toward Noah's car with obvious appreciation. Always wanted to drive one of those. Noah smiled but didn't respond, letting Davidson assume it belonged to someone else. They climbed into Davidson's company vehicle, its interior carrying the scent of air freshener mixed with coffee. The house we're going to see is in Riverside Heights, Davidson explained as they pulled into traffic. It's a quiet neighborhood. Good schools nearby. Very family-oriented area. The 15-minute drive passed through increasingly upscale neighborhoods, well-maintained lawns, tree-lined streets, and the kind of area where people took pride in their property values. Here we are, Davidson announced, pulling into a driveway that curved toward a house that made Noah's apartment look like a storage closet. This is significantly larger than I expected. Chapter 89. Contract signed. The house stood 2 stories tall with clean, modern lines that balanced sophistication with approachability. Large windows reflected the evening light, while the attached garage could easily accommodate 2 vehicles. Garage space for the GTR and maybe another car later on, perhaps for my dad or visitors. A covered porch stretched across the front entrance, supported by pillars that added architectural beauty without feeling pretentious. The yard was spacious without being overwhelming, offering privacy without isolation. The owner built this 5 years ago, Davidson said, leading Noah toward the front door. He had to relocate for work before he could properly enjoy it. The interior opened into a spacious living area with vaulted ceilings and hardwood floors, kitchen visible through an archway, staircase leading to the second floor, everything flowing together with thoughtful design. It looks pretty good. The owner really has good taste. 3 bedrooms upstairs. Davidson continued on his tour. Master suite with attached bathroom. 2 additional rooms perfect for offices or guest spaces. Office space for a gaming setup. Guest rooms for family visits. This could work. What's the purchase plan arrangement? Noah asked, already imagining his furniture arranged in the generous living space. Davidson pulled out his tablet, scrolling through financial details. For a rent-to-own structure on this property, we're looking at $2,800 monthly. 20% of each payment goes toward eventual ownership equity. $2,800 monthly. That's actually cheap. The owner's asking $485 as in total purchase price. Davidson continued. With the rent-to-own structure, you'd need a $15 as an initial payment to secure the agreement. You can also exercise the purchase option for the remaining balance whenever you'd like. Noah's mental calculator worked through the numbers. $15,000 up front, then monthly payments that built equity with his income stream. The financial commitment felt reasonable rather than overwhelming. I would be able to have enough money for purchase within a week or 2 at max, so it's a good deal for me. Is the house ready to be moved into? Noah asked. Davidson nodded enthusiastically. Absolutely. We can start getting it ready for you today, and tomorrow you can sign the contract with the owner. Great. Let's do that. Davidson's smile widened as he made notes on his tablet. Excellent choice. I'll contact the owner immediately and arrange the final details. Noah took one last look around the spacious living area, already mentally arranging his furniture and planning improvements. The GTR would look perfect in that garage, and his father would finally have a proper guest room during visits. Your daily income has been rewarded. DeMonica Moonberg card. Your reward is in your inventory. You can use the card, and the reward will be summoned. Nam. The next day arrived with the sun's rays landing on Noah's face. Today was an important day. Noah had arranged to meet the agent and property owner at 9 a.m. sharp, which meant delaying his shop opening for the first time since establishing his business in the world of Esta. It's better to sort out my housing situation as soon as possible, just in case my dad is discharged early. I can't let him live alone with his current health condition. Davidson waited outside the house with a middle-aged man whose confident bearing was backed by his successful real estate investments. The owner carried himself with the relaxed, humble demeanor of someone who'd already moved on to his next venture. Mr. Carter. Meet Mr. Fahad, the owner and designer of this beautiful house, Davidson called out as Noah approached. Mr. Fahad extended his hand with a genuine smile on his face rather than mere politeness. He is quite friendly, I must say. Noah had a good first impression of the man, and he hoped it remained that way. Pleasure to meet you. Davidson tells me you're serious about this property. Serious enough to pay in cash for the entire thing in a week or 2. It's exactly what I've been looking for. It's simply great. Mr. Fahad, Noah replied, accepting the handshake with appreciation for the owner's straightforward approach. The paperwork process unfolded with surprising smoothness. Documents that Noah had expected to be complex legal nightmares turned out to be surprisingly readable. Davidson guided them through signature requirements while explaining each section's purpose. Property transfer agreements, rent-to-own structure details, insurance requirements, utility transfer forms, each document bringing Noah closer to his first owned home. Initial payment of $15,000, plus 3 months deposit, brings us to $23,400 total, Davidson announced, a smile on his face. The commission is going to be nice on this one. He thought with a smile on his face. The property had been nearly impossible to sell. All his colleagues had given up on it, and so had he. That is, until Noah showed up. The property was amazing through and through. The location was great. Its history was good. It was newly built. And the design was fantastic. But one problem made it dormant. The condition of non-interest. Everyone wanted a mortgage, after all. Nobody wanted a rent to own. Those with money to buy houses were mostly old, rich people, and they didn't like to get involved in new things. They stuck to the basics. So once you mention rent to own, they were out. Old people liked stability. And new things contradicted that. Well, that was their opinion anyway. Noah pulled out his checkbook without hesitation. He had gotten one from the bank on his last visit. The amount that would have blown his mind weeks ago now felt like a reasonable expense. Mr. Fahad watched the payment process with obvious approval. The final signatures completed the transition. Noah's name now appeared on legal documents that granted him residential rights to a property worth nearly $500,000. Here are your keys. The house has been good to me. I hope it serves you equally well. Mr. Fahad said, producing a small keychain. The keys felt surreal in his hands. They didn't feel like mere keys, but symbols of stability and progress toward goals that had seemed impossible during his debt collection dodging days. Thank you, Mr. Fahad. It was a pleasure doing business with you. Mr. Fahad smiled warmly. Likewise. Mr. Noah, take care of yourself. Davidson gathered the completed paperwork while both men shook hands one final time. The transaction was complete. The property officially under Noah's control. As Noah walked toward his GTR, keys to his new house jingling softly. He felt happy and satisfied. Time to start moving in. Time to build something good. Chapter 90. Buying house. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shops. 1. Daily revenue. 5,000. Current assets. $152,000. 64. Shop points. 2,700. Attributes. Strength. 20. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 20. Agility. 20. Skills. Swordsmanship level 5. Mana control level 5. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. On his way back to his apartment, Noah had already contacted a moving company to handle the transition. The large vehicle was waiting outside when he arrived, its crew ready to relocate the remnants of his old life. From this cramped apartment to an actual house, some changes happened faster than expected. Be careful with those PC parts, Noah instructed as the movers began loading boxes. The crew nodded. Noah pulled out his phone and dialed the setup technician's number. Hello? This is Marcus from Technoworld. You called about installation? Yes. I need to schedule the gaming setup installation for tomorrow afternoon. New address. Perfect. What time works best for you? Footsteps echoed up the stairwell as Noah provided his new address details. Mrs. Henderson's familiar silhouette appeared on the landing, her expression changing from routine inspection to confusion. 2 p.m. should work perfectly. Noah continued into his phone. Mrs. Henderson's mouth opened as she surveyed the moving operation with growing bewilderment. Boxes, furniture, and professional movers. Excellent. We'll have everything operational by evening, Marcus confirmed. Looking forward to it. Noah ended the call and turned toward his landlord, who stood frozen in the doorway like someone witnessing an unexpected natural disaster. Noah, what's going on? What is all this fuss? Her voice was strained, and she was clearly dumbstruck from the major changes without any advance notice. Mrs. Henderson had been conducting her weekly property inspection when this moving operation ambushed her routine. Moving out, Noah replied casually. Moving out. Her eyebrows climbed toward her hairline. But your lease doesn't expire for another 2 months. You can't just... I'm buying a house. The words landed between them like a small explosion. Mrs. Henderson's expression cycled through disbelief, confusion, and something approaching panic. Buying a house. Noah, you couldn't afford your rent a month ago. You were behind on payments, remember? I had to threaten eviction. Things changed. Mrs. Henderson's gaze darted between the expensive moving crew and Noah's relaxed expression. Changed how? You don't have the kind of job that affords house purchases. You're a broke programmer who works from home because they can't find a job. I was a struggling programmer. Now I'm something else. I've won a letter recently, and I've opened a business. Everything has been good lately. Lottery. Business. Her voice cracked slightly. What business? You've been unemployed for months. Started my own company. Revenue streams developed faster than expected. Mrs. Henderson's face flushed. Her perpetually behind on rent tenant had somehow acquired enough wealth to purchase property without warning. This is very sudden. Noah. Very sudden. What about the lease agreement? There are penalties for early termination. Who said anything about early termination? Noah smiled. I'm giving you a month's notice right now. I'll pay next month's rent while not living here. Then we're done. By the book. No penalties. No violations. Just a tenant exercising his legal rights. Mrs. Henderson's mouth opened and closed without sound. She'd been expecting to extract penalty fees from her suddenly wealthy tenant, only to discover he'd outmaneuvered her completely. But you can't just, she stammered. Actually, I can check the lease agreement. 1 month's notice, which I'm providing right now. The movers continued their work around the conversation, loading Noah's possessions without paying the landlord any attention while she processed the reality of losing her cash cow. Mrs. Henderson stood speechless as her former problem tenant walked away from the apartment that had once represented the limit of his financial possibilities. Other revenge was simply success, achieved loudly enough for everyone to hear. Today had definitely delivered the latter. In his new house, Noah stood surrounded by boxes and furniture that represented the physical manifestation of his transformed life. He'd already chosen his gaming room, a second-floor space with excellent natural light and enough room for multiple monitor setups. The plan included his PC installation, maybe a console, a large TV for relaxation, and whatever other entertainment technology caught his interest. Finally have space for everything I've wanted. The house came furnished with modern pieces that spoke to the previous owner's excellent taste. Clean lines, neutral colors. Everything arranged with the kind of aesthetic sense that made interior design magazines possible. Noah wandered into the kitchen, opening the refrigerator to find exactly what he'd expected. Empty shelves and the faint hum of the fan waiting to preserve food that didn't exist yet. Grumble. His stomach grumbled at the thought of food. I need to go shopping for some groceries, but that can wait. First, I'll fill my stomach with some bread and iced tea. I need to open the shop too. Noah activated the portal. The familiar transition brought him into his shop, where Moon and Star pulsed with gentle energy from their corner positions. He had received another Demonica Moonberg, and it was joining the duo as the third twin. Noah used the card, and the Moonberg appeared on the desk, instead of 2, now 3 laid on his desk. I will call you, Star 2. He flipped the sign to open and settled behind his counter, already anticipating the steady flow of demon customers who'd made his new lifestyle possible. But before dealing with supernatural commerce, his immediate hunger demanded attention. Noah retrieved a loaf of healing bread and a bottle of iced tea from his shelves, before biting into the golden crust. The bread's warmth spread through his body immediately, providing nourishment that went beyond simple calories. Healing properties made every bite feel like a small celebration of his body's optimal function. This stuff really is magical no matter how many times I try it. The iced tea followed with its familiar rush of mana enhancement, increasing his magical reserves and sensitivity. Chapter 91. Bad news. Not that he needed the boost now, but the taste alone justified the expense. Peach-flavored iced tea is like liquid magic. Still the best product the system has given me by far. I can't wait for the next products in Level 2. The day had passed in bliss. His shelves stood nearly empty. Only 3 glasses of iced tea remained reserved for more important purposes than profit. Moon and Star need their daily doses. Noah smiled as he recalled Vex's expression when he spotted the third Demonica Moonberg in his shop. The Viscount's shock had been so complete that his flower companion Precious had actually stopped clicking her teeth in sympathy. Another gift from a passerby, Noah told him. The poor man looked like he was going to have an aneurysm. The excuse had been paper thin, but Vex couldn't call him out for his lies. Noah approached his Demonica plants. Moon and the 2 stars pulsed gently, making his shop feel like an enchanted garden. Time for their feeding. The first bottle's cork released. Pop. The aroma of the iced tea began filling the shop with its intoxicating peach scent. Moon's leaves began vibrating before the liquid even reached her soil, anticipation radiating through its branches. The iced tea disappeared into rich earth, and transformation began instantly. Moon erupted into brilliant luminescence, her silvery leaves cycling through spectrums of color that had no names in human language. Beautiful. Never gets old watching that. Star received its dose next, matching Moon's enthusiastic response with equal fervor. Its branches swayed in rhythms that seemed to harmonize with her companion's energy patterns. 3 Demonica Moonbergs working in perfect synchronization, their combined output creating mana density that people dreamed of having. The air itself feels alive. Noah settled into his meditation position between the glowing plants, feeling their enhanced emanations wash over him like warm sunlight. If elemental affinity was going to reveal itself anywhere, this would be the optimal environment. 1 hour. Give it everything I've got. He closed his eyes and began the visualization exercises Lola had taught him. Fire first. Dancing flames. Crackling wood. Heat that could melt steel. His mana reached toward the mental imagery with careful attention. Nothing. Water next. Flowing rivers. Crashing waves. Gentle rain feeding thirsty earth. The same careful extension of magical senses, seeking resonance with aquatic forces. Empty response. Earth. Solid stone. Fertile soil. Mountains that had stood for millennia. His enhanced mana sensitivity probed for connection with geological power. Still nothing. Minutes stretched into an hour of constant failure. Every element remained stubbornly unresponsive to his magical overtures, as if his mana existed in a different world entirely. Maybe I'm thinking too narrow. What if I'm super talented? What if my affinity is something like lightning, ice, light, darkness? The expanded search yielded identical results. Whatever his elemental affinity might be, it wasn't revealing itself through meditation alone. An hour wasted. Time for Plan B. Noah opened his eyes, sighing with frustration that made the glowing plants seem to pulse sympathetically. The enhanced mana environment had accelerated his magical development, but discovering his elemental nature remained frustratingly difficult. Lola said traveling to elemental regions was an option. Maybe direct exposure will trigger something meditation can't. He stood and gathered his equipment, checking that the zealous quickblade hung properly at his hip. Back to the Crimson Mountains. If I can't figure out my element, at least I can improve my combat skills. Time to see if beetle combat provides better results than meditation. Sin City's streets buzzed with afternoon activity as Noah made his way toward the city gates. Demons went about their daily business, while merchants hawked everything from weapons to questionable street food. The Crimson Mountains appeared ahead, their rust-colored peaks standing strong. Here he might have combat opportunities that might unlock whatever magical potential his meditation couldn't access. Beetles don't care what element I resonate with. They just care about being defeated quickly and efficiently. Other adventurers dotted the landscape in various stages of monster hunting preparation. Some sat in strategy circles while others engaged creatures in active combat. Noah drew the zealous quickblade as the beetles' shapes came into view. The hunt began with a purpose beyond simple monster slaying. After hunting for a while, Noah improved at a rapid rate. His body was finally syncing with his new attributes. What had started as awkward adjustments to his powerful capabilities became some good combat prowess. Getting used to 20 strength and agility finally feels somewhat natural instead of overwhelming. The training against the beetles was, of course, not the only factor in play, but the sparring with Master Tanaka and his training. He was able to face 5 beetles simultaneously after half an hour of intensive battles. The creatures' coordinated attacks became easy puzzles rather than threats. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. The notification marked the end of his latest group encounter. Noah wiped beetle ichor from his blade, already scanning the area for his next set of opponents. His attention was caught by familiar figures approaching across the crimson grass. That's Kellis's group. 3 demons he recognized from his beetle hunting partnership days earlier. But something was wrong with the way they were moving. Their posture and the way they moved toward him with a grim expression. I don't see her. Where's Kellis? Would they think I'm weird for asking about their friend? Wait, why are they all looking at me like that? Hello? The man at the front spoke first. Hi, how may I help you? Noah responded with a puzzled look. The man's expression didn't change, but his next words struck Noah so deeply that his eyes dilated. Our friend Kellis. She was killed yesterday in an attack by extremists while she was out with us. We saw her speaking with you a few days ago, and the 2 of you hunted together for a while, so we assumed you knew each other. Are we perhaps wrong? Chapter 92. Dead. What? The information hit Noah like a ball of ice water. Kellis, the adventurer who'd joined his beetle hunting, who'd been genuinely excited about his products, who'd promised to return to his shop, was dead. Wait, what? How? She was supposed to come back. She was interested in buying more supplies. She was at the front of our group when the extremists attacked. We were lucky to escape as an adept mage saved us before we were also killed. The man's voice carried survivor's guilt mixed with exhaustion. His companions stood silent, their expressions confirming details too painful to repeat. Extremists. The same bastards who attacked me and Lola. Why are you telling me this now? The question came out harsher than Noah intended, but shock was making coherent conversation difficult. Kellis had been alive, optimistic, and planning future hunting expeditions. Now she was gone. If you want to attend her funeral, it's today, in about 2 hours. Her family is hosting it at the Memorial Grove in the Eastern District. 2 hours. She's been dead for a day. And the funeral is in 2 hours. The group departed without further conversation, leaving Noah standing alone among beetle corpses with information that refused to process properly. She's dead. Actually dead. Someone he'd talked to, hunted with, sold products to gone. Not injured, not missing, but permanently erased from existence. I was expecting her to visit the shop again. Extremist attacks were escalating. The safe zones weren't as secure as advertised. Anyone venturing beyond the city walls risked the same fate that had claimed Kellis. 2 hours until the funeral. Do I even belong there? Noah stared at his bloodied sword, thinking about someone who'd never get the chance to upgrade her equipment again. Some lessons about mortality arrived without warning. This was definitely one of them. Noah stayed at the Crimson Mountains for an extra hour, pushing his combat capabilities to new heights. His newest personal record emerged from raw determination, fighting 7 beetles simultaneously without sustaining injury. 7 at once. Not bad. You have killed a Tier 0 monster. Grass beetle. The notification marked another milestone in his rapidly developing combat prowess. Each encounter refined his understanding of how superhuman capabilities translated into practical battlefield effectiveness. Another group of demons approached as he cleaned his blade. The same trio he'd encountered during his early first hunting day, when slimes had seemed challenging and beetles represented genuine danger. Impressive progress. Their leader called out, genuine admiration replacing the casual encouragement they'd offered 2 days ago. 7 beetles without taking damage. Most fighters struggle with that many. Your improvement rate is remarkable, added the female member, studying his technique with interest. What's your training regimen? Noah accepted their compliments with a smile. Just practice, he replied, keeping his explanation deliberately simple. Consistency matters more than talent. The group nodded with understanding. They departed with respectful farewells, leaving Noah alone with his thoughts. Time to pay respects to someone who deserved better. The Eastern District revealed itself as Sin City's most solemn quarter as Noah approached the memorial grove. The trees created natural cathedral spaces where demon families gathered to honor their departed. Soft lighting filtered through leaves that seemed to absorb sound, creating a quiet atmosphere. Kellis's funeral had drawn a larger crowd than Noah expected. Fellow adventurers mingled with family members were also adventurers just like Kellis. She had more friends than I realized. More people will miss her. A simple stone platform occupied the grove's center, surrounded by flowering shrubs that added color without overwhelming the space's natural dignity. Kellis lay upon the platform, her adventuring gear arranged beside her with obvious care. They dressed her in her hunting clothes. Noah positioned himself at the gathering's edge, uncertain about his place among people who'd known Kellis far longer than he did. But grief seemed to transcend social boundaries here. Everyone present shared the commonality of loss. The sun began its descent toward the horizon, painting everything in golden hues. An elderly demon with ceremonial robes stepped forward, his presence commanding immediate attention. We gather as the day surrenders to night, he began, his voice carrying across the grove without stopping, to honor Kellis Drakemere, daughter of adventure, seeker of challenge, friend to many. This is the demon's formal ceremony. Traditional words for an ancient ritual. In life, she walked the paths between safety and danger, choosing courage over comfort. Her spirit knew no boundaries. Her heart embraced both friendship and solitude. The officiant's words painted pictures of someone Noah had only briefly encountered, but whose character apparently touched many lives. Her friends nodded with recognition, while family members wiped away tears. She made an impression. Even in our short interaction, I could see her passion. Kellis chose the hunter's path, knowing its risks, embracing its rewards. Death found her as she lived, facing forward, protecting others, refusing to yield to fear. The ceremony continued with personal remembrances. Fellow hunters shared stories of successful expeditions, narrow escapes, moments of courage that defined Kellis's approach to life. Each tale added depth to Noah's understanding of someone he'd known only briefly. It would have been nice had I gotten the chance to know her better. As twilight deepened, the officiant raised his hands toward the darkening sky. We commit Kellis Drakemere to the earth that nurtured her strength, the air that carried her dreams, the fire that burned within her spirit. May her journey continue beyond the boundaries of this realm. May the gates of heaven welcome one who lived without compromise. May her courage inspire those who follow. May her memory remind us that some paths are worth walking despite their dangers. The gathering responded with unified voices. May she find peace in the eternal hunt. It's a cultural tradition. Everyone knows the response. Family members began covering Kellis with earth, while her hunting companions placed flowers around the burial site. This is how demons honor their dead, with acknowledgement of choice, celebration of courage, acceptance of consequence. Noah remained until the last few mourners departed, watching stars emerge overhead while contemplating mortality that could strike without warning. Noah walked to the store through the streets that felt different now, not just locations for business and adventure, but places where people lived finite lives that could end without notice. Chapter 93. Lola, arriving near his shop. Noah sighed loudly as the day's events pressed heavily on his shoulders. The funeral had left him contemplating mortality in ways he'd never expected in this world. Surprisingly, once the sun set, the weather became very cold. Sin City's nights carried a chill that seemed to penetrate bone, making Noah grateful for his shop's warmth. Clink! His shop door closed behind him with its familiar sound, sealing out the cold air and wrapping him in the gentle glow of moon and the twin stars. The Demonica Moonbergs pulsed with their usual bioluminescence, creating an atmosphere of comfort. It's to head back to Earth, check on the new house, maybe grab some groceries too. As he prepared to step through the portal, sharp knocking echoed through the shop. Knock, knock, knock. Noah's eyes turned toward the door with curiosity rather than fear. He was no longer the scared man that didn't dare step out of his store. After experiencing his power as a storekeeper against Lola, he knew that he was truly immortal in the store. Who would knock on my store at this time? Most demons know I close after sunset by now. He walked toward the entrance with confident steps, no longer the nervous shopkeeper who jumped at unexpected sounds. Whatever waited outside, He would handle it. The door opened to reveal a sight that made his blood freeze. Lola collapsed on his doorstep, completely bathed in blood. Shit. Her face was streaked with crimson that had dried into dark stains. Her arms bore wounds that looked like claw marks. Blood covered her entire body, which suggested that she was in combat with multiple enemies, rather than one. A master-level mage reduced to this? What the hell happened? But the blood had dried, creating a crusty coating that didn't drip or stain the floor outside his shop. Whatever had happened to her, it wasn't recent. She'd been bleeding for hours. Noah didn't hesitate. He immediately brought her inside without wasting a second, his strength making her unconscious body feel lighter than expected. I need to get her inside first. Questions can be asked later. The door closed behind them with urgency, sealing out whatever threats might still be pursuing her. Noah's mind raced through possibilities, none of them comforting. There aren't many beings who could reduce Lola to this state. Master-level succubi don't fall easily. Could it be the extremists? That was immediately rejected as spotted the item in her hand. In Lola's clenched hand was a black mask, its surface unmarked by the blood that covered everything else about her. The material looked expensive, crafted from fabric that seemed to absorb darkness itself. Did she take this off when she came near my shop so I could recognize her? Was she wearing it during whatever fight left her like this? Speculation ran wild through Noah's mind like a racing cart. The mask suggested that Lola was trying to conceal her identity. Activities that required hiding one's identity weren't many. Had Lola been conducting espionage? Assassination? Investigating something dangerous enough to nearly kill her? Or maybe she took it from whoever did this to her. Noah knelt beside her unconscious body, checking for signs of life beyond the obvious breathing. Her pulse was weak but steady, suggesting exhaustion rather than a critical injury. The dried blood made his damage assessment difficult, but she didn't appear to be actively dying. She came here instead of seeking medical attention elsewhere. That means something. Was it trust? Or maybe his shop represented the only safe haven she could reach before collapsing. Either way, Lola had chosen his shop as her sanctuary. This is way above my pay grade. Master-level mages have enemies I don't want to know about, Noah cried without tears. He knew that by taking Lola in, he was potentially getting himself into something that he couldn't handle. But leaving her unconscious and bloodied wasn't an option. Whatever had happened. Whoever had done this to her, Lola needed his immediate help. Noah retrieved one of his healing loaves from the shelf, handling it with attention. The golden bread would accelerate her natural recovery. But feeding unconscious people required caution. Small pieces. Don't want her choking on magical healing bread. He broke off tiny portions, placing them between her lips and watching for swallowing responses. Her body's survival instincts kicked in, accepting the healing nourishment without conscious cooperation. The bread's working. I can see some color returning to her face. The Demonica Moonbergs seemed to respond to the medical emergency, their pulsing intensifying as if trying to contribute additional healing energy. The enhanced mana environment would help, but major injuries required more than ambient magical enhancement. Who could do this to her? Extremists. Some rivals. Someone from her mysterious past. The black mask lay beside her like evidence from a crime scene. Whatever secrets it represented, they'd nearly cost Lola her life. And now those secrets are in my shop. The implications sent chills down his spine. Enemies capable of reducing master-level mages to unconsciousness represented threats far beyond his current capabilities. If they tracked her here, but conscious or not, Lola had trusted him with her vulnerable state. Whatever came next, abandoning her wasn't an option. Noah settled beside Lola's unconscious body, checking her pulse every few minutes to ensure the healing bread was working properly. Color had returned to her face, and her breathing had stabilized into a normal rhythm rather than the shallow gasps that had terrified him earlier. She's going to be fine. Just needs time to recover. The shop's atmosphere felt different with an unconscious master-level mage occupying his floor. The Demonica Moonbergs pulsed with gentle energy. Noah couldn't leave the store and head back to Earth. By doing that, he was signing off on Lola's death without a doubt. Once he left, the store would automatically remove Lola from the building, casting her to the street in her unconscious state. Minutes stretched into an hour. Chapter 94. Moral Dilemma. Noah found himself checking the door periodically, listening for sounds that might indicate pursuit or threat. Sin City's nighttime sounds filtered through the walls, distant conversations, cartwheels on cobblestone, the occasional roar of something that probably wasn't entirely domesticated. Should probably stay awake. Keep watch. But exhaustion from the day's events was catching up with him. The emotional weight of Killis's funeral, combined with intensive beetle hunting and now this medical emergency, had drained his energy reserves more thoroughly than he'd realized. Just rest my eyes for a moment. Won't actually fall asleep. Noah leaned against the shop wall, positioning himself where he could observe both Lola and the entrance. The surroundings provided comfort that made staying alert increasingly difficult. The plant's energy is relaxing. Too relaxing. 5 minutes. Just need 5 minutes to recharge. Noah's eyes drifted closed despite his intentions. The shop's warmth, combined with the Demonica Moonberg's soothing emanations, created an environment that reminded him of his university lectures. I'm just going to close my eyes for a few seconds. Nobody can enter my shop anyway. But his consciousness faded gradually, pulling him into sleep that felt more necessary than voluntary. A few hours passed in dreamless sleep. Noah's body relaxed against the wall while his subconscious mind continued monitoring Lola's breathing. Soft. Something soft. The awareness of his surroundings returned slowly, bringing with it the realization that his current position didn't match his memory of falling asleep against the wall. Something warm and comfortable supported his head instead of hard wooden surfaces. This isn't the wall. Noah's eyes fluttered open, adjusting to the shop's gentle illumination. Above him, ruby eyes stared down with an expression that carried amusement, mixed with something he couldn't immediately identify. Lola's thighs. I'm lying on Lola's thighs. The realization sent embarrassment flooding through his consciousness. Somehow during his sleep, he'd ended up using her legs as a pillow, a position that was both intimate and completely unplanned. How did this happen? I was against the wall. Good morning, sleepyhead. Lola's soft voice penetrated his ears, racing to his heartstrings. Noah tried to sit up immediately, but her hand on his shoulder prevented him with gentle pressure. Don't rush. You looked peaceful. I'm sorry, Noah began, his face burning with embarrassment. I didn't mean to. You saved my life, Lola interrupted, her ruby eyes holding his gaze with a stare that made looking away impossible. A little unconscious cuddling seems like fair payment. Unconscious cuddling. She's making this worse, but her expression carried gratitude rather than her typical amusement. Whatever had happened to her, Noah's intervention had been significant enough to earn genuine appreciation. How are you feeling? Noah asked, still acutely aware of their current positioning, but unsure how to extract himself without making the situation more awkward. Better. Much better. Lola's fingers traced through his hair casually. Your healing bread works faster than most Tier 2 medical potions. I owe you a considerable debt. What happened to you? You were covered in blood. Barely conscious, Noah asked, a worried expression on his face. Lola's expression darkened, her ruby eyes shifting from warmth to anger. The hand in his hair stilled as memories returned. That's complicated. Some things are better left unexplained. She's not going to tell me. Fair enough. Noah respected the boundary without pressing further. Whatever had injured her belonged to demon politics or personal conflicts he wasn't equipped to handle. He slowly extracted himself from her lap, the process more awkward than dignified. Noah moved to his shelves and retrieved another loaf of healing bread, placing it in her hand. Eat this, just in case you aren't healed yet. Lola reached for her coin pouch, but Noah's gesture stopped her movement. Don't worry about it. It's on the house. Lola's eyes locked with his for a moment before he broke the eye contact. Thank you, she whispered, before biting into the golden crust. Are you able to leave without any problems? Noah asked, genuinely concerned about her safety beyond his shop's protective boundaries. After finishing the mouthful of bread in her mouth, she mischievously grinned. Actually, I need to stay for a few more hours, if that's fine with you. The grin on her face made it clear she just wanted to stay to tease him. Nothing more. Noah nodded, accepting his fate. Back in his new house, Noah took a shower and thought about everything that had happened over the past few days. Things are becoming more dangerous. Kellis is dead. Lola was unconscious in my store. I can tell that things are going to become more hectic in the next few days. The hot water couldn't wash away the growing unease that had settled in his chest. Each incident felt like pieces of a larger puzzle he didn't understand. Extremist attacks, political tensions, mysterious injuries that left master-level succubi bleeding on his shop floor. I'm just a human shopkeeper. When did I become involved in demon politics? But the question that bothered him most lingered in the steam around him. If push came to shove, if Lola's life was truly in danger, would he step in to protect her? The honest answer unsettled him. Would I risk my current position to save her? I'm not sure, but she has helped me a lot, even if she gained something from it. 2. The uncertainty felt like a weakness. Heroes in stories always knew exactly where they stood when moral choices arrived. Real life was messier, complicated by self-preservation and the fear of losing everything he'd built. Maybe I'm not hero material after all. Noah shook off the troubling thoughts and checked his status screen, seeking comfort in the progress that couldn't be complicated by moral ambiguity. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shops: 1. Daily revenue: 5,000. Current assets: 230. 240. 21. Shop points: 32. Attributes: Strength: 20. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 20. Skills: Swordsmanship level 5. Mana control level 5. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. Chapter 95. New customers. Progress: $230,000. Over halfway to the shop upgrade. The numbers provided grounding that philosophical questions couldn't match. Whatever moral dilemmas awaited him, his business continued thriving beyond his wildest expectations. 3. 220 shop points. I still need 1. 780 more for the level 2 shop upgrade. Progress felt inevitable rather than uncertain in the current conditions of the market. His demon customers had been enthusiastic about his pricing and product, making the threshold more a matter of time than effort. 20 in all combat-relevant attributes. If I'm going to face dangerous situations, at least I'm not completely helpless. Although I still need to increase my vitality attributes, I'm not sure how. Still need to figure out my elemental affinity. Noah pulled up the automaker progress displays, expecting to see continued advancement toward the next tier of production capability. Auto iced tea. Level 2. Production rate. 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. Founder 100. Auto baker. Level 2. Production rate. 2 loaves every hour. Max stock. 24. Progress. 86100. Huh. Why isn't it upgrading to level 3? The auto iced tea maker had reached maximum progress but remained stubbornly at level 2. Noah frowned at the interface, expecting some kind of error or delayed processing. System. Why isn't my auto iced tea upgrading? It's at 100% progress. Host. You cannot upgrade automakers beyond level 2 until your shop reaches level 2. The current shop level restricts maximum automaker advancement. Once you achieve level 2 shop status, any automakers meeting progress requirements will automatically upgrade. Of course. Another limitation I didn't know about. The explanation made sense from a game design perspective, prevent individual components from outpacing overall development. But it still felt frustrating to see completed progress bars that couldn't advance. Need that shop upgrade more than I thought. It's not just about new products, it's about removing artificial caps on my existing systems. At current earning rates, maybe 4 days. Less if demon demand continues exceeding the supply. And I put in more time and effort into selling. The auto baker would hit the same wall once it completed its progress cycle. Both machines would remain capped at current production levels until his overall shop advanced. Noah closed the status displays and headed toward his new bedroom, mentally planning the timelines for various advancement goals. Shop upgrade, elemental affinity discovery, vitality enhancement, and dojo training progression. Too many priorities. Focus on what matters most. The shop upgrade would unlock multiple advancement paths simultaneously. That made it the logical priority. Your daily income has been rewarded. Demonica Moonberg card. Your reward is in your inventory. You can use the card, and the reward will be summoned. None. The next day arrived with Sin City's blend of chaos and opportunity. Noah stepped through his portal into the familiar confines of his shop, where moon and 3 stars pulsed with gentle energy that made the air itself feel alive. Another day of work. Let's see what the demon market brings today. His shelves displayed their usual tempting array. The automakers had worked through the night, ensuring his inventory remained stocked for anyone who wandered through his door. Upon staying in the demon kingdom for nearly 6 days, Noah had realized that the demons were actually quite cool. They were nice and straightforward despite the dangers. He had also realized that the demon kingdom didn't have any foreign visitors. Clearly, the demons were heavily misunderstood by their neighboring kingdoms. The language barrier. Their looks and the extremist bloodshed are creating a huge misunderstanding. 24 bottles. 24 loaves. Time to make some money and earn some shop points. The familiar chime announced his first customer before Noah had finished his morning breakfast. A middle-aged demon with scarred hands approached the counter. "I'll take the usual," he said, placing 30 golden coins on the counter. "I love regular customer. They're the backbone of any successful business." The transaction completed smoothly, and another satisfied customer departed with his provisions that would enhance his daily survival prospects. But Noah's attention was caught by voices outside his shop. A group of demons clustered near his entrance, engaged in a discussion. "Told you about this place? Best healing bread in the entire district. Mana enhancement that actually works. Not like those watered-down potions. It's cheap, too. It's worth every coin if you're serious about advancement." The group entered together, their expressions a blend of curiosity and cautiousness. They had clearly heard about his shop, but they were hesitant, wanting to verify the claims personally. "Welcome to the idol shop." Noah greeted them with a warm smile that put people at ease. "First time visiting." A young demoness with silver horns nodded enthusiastically. "Our friend Drax told us about your products. He said they were exceptional." Noah didn't know the names of all his customers, but he nodded as if he knew the demon regardless. "What would you recommend for someone just starting serious adventuring?" asked a hulking demon whose massive frame suggested strength-focused combat preferences. "Depends on your needs. Whether you are a tank that focuses on his vitality and needs it constantly replenished, or whether you are a mage that needs their mana to be high and constantly regenerated," Noah replied, gesturing toward his display. "The healing bread accelerates natural recovery by 30%. The iced tea provides mana enhancement by 30%. 2. They both last for 10 minutes. The group exchanged glances before the silver-horned demoness stepped forward. "I'll try the bread first." Noah wrapped a loaf with careful attention, watching as she unwrapped it and took an experimental bite. Her eyes widened as the healing effect flooded her body in soft, soothing waves. This is incredible. I can actually feel my body optimizing itself. And there's the hook. First-time customers always react like that. The enhancement is noticeable, Noah confirmed. Most people report improved energy levels and faster recovery from training fatigue. The hulking demon reached for his coin pouch without hesitation. One of each. If it's half as good as she makes it look. Noah provided the items and watched as the iced tea triggered an even more dramatic response. The demon's mana reserves visibly expanded, his aura brightening with his new enhanced magical capacity. Chapter 96. New customers. Gaming session. 30% increase. The customer breathed, his voice carrying genuine awe. Does the effect dial down the higher your rank is? He asked, still shocked by the effect he was feeling inside his body. Noah smiled before dropping the bomb. No, the effect remains constant across all ranks. Nothing reduces its potency, not rank advancement, age, or gender. His words made their jaws drop to the ground. It was a well-known fact that all kinds of potions, whether they were healing potions or mana potions, their effects reduced at the higher ranks, such as apprentice or adept. A tier 1 mana potion might help replenish a novice mage's mana reserves, but if an apprentice took it, they would have significantly lower results. The remaining group members needed no further convincing. Golden coins changed hands with the demons. Now fully convinced that the items in the shop were as advertised, "We'll be back," the silver-horned demoness promised as they departed. "Regularly. I will be waiting." He responded with the best customer service smile he could polster on his face. The morning continued similarly. Dracht's recommendations had created a small surge of first-time visitors, each one departing as a converted customer who would undoubtedly share their own experiences with friends and associates. By midday, Noah's shelves stood noticeably depleted. His shop points climbed steadily toward the 5,000 threshold, while his bank account swelled beyond anything his old life could have imagined, getting closer. Just 2 more days before I can finally upgrade my shop once again. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shops, 1. Daily revenue, 5,000. Current assets, 300 240. 21. Shop points, 3740. Attributes, strength, 20. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 5. Mana control level 5. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Finance level 1. Surviving on ramen level 3. Gaming level 1. Auto iced tea, level 2. Production rate, 1 iced tea every hour. Max stock, 24. Progress, 1,100. Auto baker, level 2. Production rate, 2 loaves every hour. Max stock, 24. Progress, 1,100. $300,000. The numbers still don't feel real. Noah's eyes tracked across the familiar display with satisfaction that transcended mere financial gain. His current assets had crossed into territory that represented genuine wealth rather than temporary prosperity. 520 shop points gained today. Word-of-mouth marketing is paying serious dividends. Both automakers had reached maximum progress, straining against the limitations set by the system, which only his shop upgrade could resolve. The capped production caused potential revenue to be constrained, as he could increase the cap from 1 per customer to 2 per customer, which would grant him more sales. Whilst he could do that with his current production, it would mean that many of his other customers would not be able to purchase his items, and he didn't want that. It wasn't only about profit. It was also about retaining those customers to constantly come back. 260 shop points to go. Maybe 2 or 3 more days if demon enthusiasm continues. His gaze drifted toward the door, noting an absence that had become increasingly apparent throughout the afternoon. No Lola today. That's unusual. She's been quite busy. It seems the succubus had become something approaching a regular customer. Her dramatic entrances and constant teasing had almost become a part of his daily routine. Her absence felt noticeable in ways that the other customer couldn't match, probably dealing with whatever injured her yesterday. Master-level demons have complicated lives. Noah shrugged off the concern. Lola could handle herself, and dwelling on absent customers was poor business practice. Seeing the sun's position, Noah decided to close the shop. After nearly 2 weeks of being in this world, he had learned how to calculate the time based on the shadows and the sun's position. I need to head back to Earth. I have an appointment with the man to complete the setup. The portal welcomed him into his new house, where afternoon light streamed through the windows and bathed the furniture. A van pulled into his driveway as Noah checked his appearance in the hallway mirror. Technoworld's logo decorated the vehicle's side panel. The man emerged from the driver's seat with an assistant who began unloading equipment cases. Professional setup crews moved with the punctuation that warranted their premium fees. "Mr. Carter." Marcus extended his hand. "Ready to build your gaming setup." The boxes from Noah's shopping spree waited in the spare bedroom, still containing thousands of dollars worth of the world's best hardware. "Absolutely. Everything's upstairs." They climbed to the designated room, where Marcus began unpacking components with reverent care. monitors that belonged in professional esports facilities. The best equipment was being unpackaged and placed. Custom loop cooling for both systems. Marcus explained while connecting the water cooler. These machines will handle anything you throw at them. For such a powerful PC, you need a strong cooling system. Otherwise, your hardware will be damaged. Noah nodded. Whilst he was a software engineer, he still knew about the hardware components of the computer. An hour later, the transformation was complete. What had been empty space now resembled a streamer's desk. Testing phase. Marcus powered up both systems simultaneously. The room was filled with the gentle hum of high-performance computing. Despite the powerful comments, the PC wasn't making any loud sounds. Performance benchmarks looked perfect. Marcus nodded with satisfaction. Everything was flowing smoothly with no unseen errors at play. You've got enough processing power to run all the games you need at the highest resolution possible. Noah accepted the brief tutorial on system management to ensure the longevity of the setup. Anything else you need? Marcus packed his tools and stood up. This covers everything. Thank you. The setup crew departed, leaving Noah alone with his new setup. With his new setup now ready for action, Noah took his phone out and sent Ethan a message. Are you up for a few games? I just completed my setup. Noah texted his cousin with a smirk on his face. Chapter 97. Enjoying the moment. Reloading. Noah called out, ducking behind cover as enemy bullets shredded the concrete wall beside him. I've got your back. Ethan's voice crackled through the headset, his sniper rifle finding targets with increasing accuracy. Second gaming session together. But this feels completely different. Warzone tactics had replaced their previous shooter choice, offering faster-paced combat that demanded better reflexes. Noah's enhanced attributes were making themselves known in unexpected ways. 20 agility translating to digital dexterity. Who knew? His crosshair tracking had improved dramatically since their last session. Targets that would have escaped his aim weeks ago now fell to precise shots that surprised even him. Nice headshot. Ethan's excitement was infectious. Your aim's gotten insane. Level 1. Gaming skill, plus superhuman reflexes. Unfair advantage much. Thanks. Your positioning's gotten better. 2. They moved through the map with coordination that belied their amateur status. Ethan's tactical calls complemented Noah's improving marksmanship, creating a duo that climbed the casual match rankings steadily. The engagement unfolded perfectly. Ethan's constant pressure on the opposite team allowed Noah to execute a flanking plan that eliminated 3 opponents in succession. Triple kill. The game announced. Dude, you are cracked. Your gaming skill has leveled up to level 2. Then, the notification appeared as they secured victory, adding another small improvement to Noah's growing collection of skills. Another round? Ethan asked, already queuing for the next match. Absolutely. After his gaming session with Ethan, Noah's stomach reminded him that he was still immortal, and his body needed attention. He slid into the GTR, its engine purring to life. The hospital wasn't far, but driving his dream car still felt surreal enough to warrant taking the scenic route. Might as well enjoy the ride. The corridors of the medical facility welcomed him with their usual scent of antiseptics and medicines. Nurse Martinez stood at the central station, reviewing charts with a focused expression that made her one of his father's favorite staff members. In his father's opinion, Nurse Martinez took her job very seriously, and it was praiseworthy. Noah. Her smile brightened the environment. Good to see you again. But her expression changed slightly as she took in his appearance. Designer clothes that cost more than most people's daily salary. Nurse Martinez's eyebrow rose with curiosity mixed with concern. But she didn't voice the obvious questions about how a previously struggling son had acquired such new clothes. They are probably fake clothes. I don't want to embarrass him by asking. Just let it be, she thought, her expression returning to her usual smile. How's my dad doing today? Conditions stable. Same as yesterday. Which is good news in our business. Her smile carried genuine care. Actually, I was wondering if I could take him out for dinner. Nothing too strenuous. Just a change of scenery. Nurse Martinez's expression shifted to thoughtful consideration. Let me check with Dr. Thompson. He's been encouraging more activity when possible, so he will most likely agree. She returned minutes later with approval. Doctor says it's fine, but bring him back before 9. He has evening medications that can't be delayed. 20 minutes later, Noah helped his father into the GTR's passenger seat, watching Alan's expression transform as luxury interior surrounded him. This is your car. His voice carried wonder mixed with parental concern about financial responsibility. Business has been good. Dad, really good. If only he knew how good. The restaurant Noah had chosen was elegant, decently priced and low-key. Mr. Carter. The hostess smiled with courtesy. Right this way. Their table overlooked the city lights, providing an ambience that made the mood much better. I can't remember the last time we did this, his father said, studying the menu with obvious appreciation. Neither can I. But we're doing it now. Order whatever looks good. Tonight's about celebrating your recovery progress. The evening unfolded with conversations flowing between father and son. The pair shared stories and laughter while gourmet food was served. This is what money should buy. Moments like these. After returning his father to the hospital, Noah headed back home. It was already evening time and there wasn't much to do. Thus, he decided to head back to the store. I will open the store, and I might get some extra sales in. It would help me reach level 2 shop. Noah flipped his sign and settled behind the counter, watching Sin City's evening crowd through his windows. The first customer arrived within minutes, a well-dressed demon wearing some expensive accessories. He departed with bread and iced tea after examining both products. What followed was an hour of steady business activity that surprised Noah with its intensity. His modest evening inventory, 5 glasses of iced tea and 10 loaves of bread, disappeared faster than he thought initially. I really underestimate the demon's purchasing power. Customer after customer arrived with specific requests and ready payment, treating his products like essential supplies. The reputation he'd built through word-of-mouth marketing was paying dividends beyond his expectations. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shops: 1. Daily revenue: 5,000. Current assets: 328, 240, 21. Shop points: 38.9. Attributes: Strength: 20. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 20. Skills: Swordsmanship level 5. Mana control level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 1. $328,000. The shop points total made his pulse quicken with anticipation. 110 points away from the upgrade threshold that would transform his entire shop. 2 more successful days. Maybe 3 if sales are below usual. And I should hit the milestone. 2 days passed by in a blur. And finally, Noah had hit what had been his goal for the past week or so. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shops: 1. Daily revenue: 5,000. Current assets: 468. 240. 21. Shop points: 5d10. Attributes: Strength: 20. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 20. Skills: Swordsmanship level 6. Mana control level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 1. Finally, the threshold I've been chasing. Chapter 98. Level 2 shop. Chapter 99. New item. 2 days left. Next item unlocked in shop slot. Nan. Item 2. Energy drink. Price: $300,000. Effect: increases agility attribute by 50% for 20 minutes. Permanently increases agility attribute by 10 upon first consumption. $300,000 for the energy drink. 2. They standardized the pricing for the same effect. Noah's mind calculated the implications. Both products offered identical permanent boosts to different attributes, suggesting a deliberate balance in the system's design. 10 permanent points in either strength or agility. That's massive development for someone at my level. The energy drink's effects would push his reflexes and speed. Combined with the protein bar's strength enhancement, he'd become much more powerful. 50% temporary boost plus permanent enhancement. I could probably dodge bullets with that kind of agility. System: what happens if I consume both products? I wouldn't burst, right? It has no bad effects, just like the others. Enhancement effects stack without interference. No negative effects will occur. Permanent attribute increases apply independently. Temporary boosts may be used simultaneously for maximum combat effectiveness. None. Combined enhancement. Superhuman strength and speed at the same time. The thought made Noah's pulse quicken with anticipation. His current assets couldn't cover both purchases, but the future looked increasingly powerful. Looking at the protein bar on his shelf, Noah suppressed the urge to consume it immediately and claim those 10 permanent strength points for himself. Just 1 bite. 10 permanent attribute points. I could become even stronger. System: what happens if I eat the protein bar? Would it restock at some point? Noah asked the questions that had been on his mind. No. Host: it will not restock automatically. You would need to purchase another for $300,000. Restocking only occurs after completing a sale, which unlocks the automaker for that product. Once the automaker is active, then it will automatically replenish. Man, every how long would it replenish? That's for you to figure out. Host: make your first sale from protein bars, and you will know. Man. Tisk. It was worth the try, Noah muttered under his breath. He had tried to outsmart the system by tricking it into telling him the duration before making the sale, but he failed miserably. Glancing back at the protein bar, Noah ground his teeth, fighting the overwhelming temptation to claim the enhancement for himself. My plan of waiting for automatic production just got destroyed. The system's mechanics had slipped his mind during the excitement of upgrading. He'd forgotten that selling the first unit was required before the production rate became available. It's been so long since I've gotten a new product that I completely forgot the sequence. The protein bar sat mockingly on his display shelf, its wrapper seeming to glow with power. 10 permanent strength points, locked behind the requirement to find a customer willing to pay whatever price he set. Well, I guess I'll show it to Lola and get her opinion on pricing. The next few hours brought a steady stream of customers whose reactions to his expanded shop provided entertainment beyond mere commercial satisfaction. Demon after demon entered, only to stop short at the dramatic transformation. What in the nine hells? Breathed a silver-horned merchant, his eyes sweeping across the doubled floor space. Did you expand overnight? Recent renovations. Noah replied diplomatically, a smile forming on his face. The merchant's gaze lingered on the elegant display cases, professional lighting, and spacious walkways that had replaced his cramped original setup. Impressive. Very impressive. I've never seen such a design before. Ever. It's truly remarkable and strange. Thank you for your kind words. I highly appreciate it. Customer after customer expressed similar amazement, their approval boosting Noah's confidence in his business trajectory. The professional presentation elevated his shop's perceived value, making even his standard products seem more premium. Ambiance matters. Even magical bread benefits from proper presentation. The familiar sound of a dramatic cape billowing in the air announced Viscount Vex's arrival before the door even opened fully. His entrance was always hilarious in Noah's eyes. Vex's expression shifted to genuine shock as his eyes devoured the transformed space. Noah. Vex's voice climbed several octaves. What sorcery is this? Your shop has evolved. Precious clicked her needle-sharp teeth with what might have been approval, her vine tendrils reaching toward the lighting as if drawn to its warmth. It's a business expansion, Noah explained, watching Vex circle the interior with obvious fascination. Expansion. This is metamorphosis. Vex gestured toward the spacious layout with sweeping arm movements. The elegance, the sophistication, the sheer grandeur. This is spectacular. He's really enjoying the aesthetic upgrade. Vex's attention shifted to the increased shelf space, his eyes widening as a thought emerged in his mind. Does this mean I can purchase more items? I see additional shelves and more storage capacity. Surely this indicates more purchasing opportunities. The hopeful eagerness in his voice made Noah smile with satisfaction. 2 items per person now. Double orders. Finally. 2. Vex practically shouted, causing Precious to click her teeth in startled sympathy. Blessed expansion. Precious will be absolutely delighted. But his celebration paused as his gaze landed on the protein bar's display case. The new product sat prominently on the shelf, alone. Here we go. Time to gauge reaction to premium pricing. Vex approached the display with the reverence typically reserved for sacred artifacts. His eyes scanned the product description with growing amazement. Protein enhancement bar. He read aloud, his voice dropping to awe. Increases strength attribute by 50% for 20 minutes. Permanently increases strength attribute by 10 upon first consumption. The silence stretched as Vex absorbed the words that challenged his understanding. Precious leaned forward from her perch behind his ear, apparently sensing her companion's excitement. Permanent enhancement. Vex breathed. Actual permanent enhancement. This is a treasure. Is this available for purchase? Vex's voice carried desperate hope, mixed with anticipation of disappointment. It's currently on display only, Noah replied carefully. Maybe tomorrow. Need to establish pricing before releasing something this powerful. Tomorrow. Vex's expression brightened with enthusiasm. Precious, and I will return first thing in the morning. Won't we? Darling. Chapter 100. Auction. The carnivorous flower clicked her teeth in what appeared to be eager agreement, her vine tendrils swaying with anticipation. Even his plant wants permanent strength enhancement. I must ask. Vex continued, his tone shifting to serious business discussion. What price range should I prepare for? This level of enhancement surely commands premium compensation. That's the million-dollar question. Or in this case, the several $100,000 question. Still finalizing details. Noah deflected. Check back tomorrow for availability and pricing. But definitely not early morning. You would just be wasting your time. I will most likely decide in the evening. Vex waved his hand dismissively. It's okay. I will come for my daily purchase anyway. You don't have to worry about it. Noah settled into his ergonomic chair, appreciating the upgrade from his previous uncomfortable stool. 4 loaves and 2 iced teas per hour. This is going to be good. An hour passed, and true to the system's promise, 4 golden loaves and 2 crystalline bottles appeared on his shelves. The sight of accelerated inventory generation filled him with satisfaction that transcended mere money success. Double production means double shop points. If demand stays consistent, I'll be looking at close to 1,000 shop points. This will help exponentially as the second upgrade isn't cheap. After checking the requirements upgrade for level 3, Noah decided to forget about it for the time being and focus on the tasks at hand. The familiar sound of confident footsteps approached his entrance, accompanied by an aura that made the air itself shy. Lola's back. Finally, the door opened to reveal the succubus in her usual glory, midnight hair cascading over shoulders, ruby eyes sparkling with mischievous energy, and that smile that suggested she had bad plans. Hello? My favorite mysterious shopkeep. Her greeting died mid-sentence as her gaze swept across the transformed interior. Her ruby eyes widened with genuine shock as she glanced all over the doubled floor space. elegant display cases, and professional lighting that had replaced his modest original setup. What in the seven circles happened here? Lola's voice carried disbelief mixed with obvious admiration. Did you expand overnight? Her reaction is even better than Vex's. They are all asking about expansion overnight. Heh. Business growth required operational expansion, Noah replied with a deliberately casual tone. Business growth. She circled the interior with feline grace, her tail swishing as she examined every detail. Lola's attention shifted from aesthetic appreciation to more pressing concerns. Speaking of progress, how's your elemental affinity discovery going? Any breakthrough since our last conversation? Noah's expression darkened slightly. Still nothing. Every element I've tried remains completely unresponsive. 2 days of intensive meditation with 0 results. Lola frowned with genuine concern rather than disappointment. That's unusual. Most people show at least marginal resonance with something by now. Thanks for the confidence boost. But her frown transformed into shock as her gaze landed on the protein bar's display case. The new product sat prominently on its shelf, its description visible through the protective glass. Permanent attribute enhancement, she whispered, approaching the display with reverence typically reserved for legendary artifacts. Actual permanent enhancement. This works across all ranks, right? Just like your other products. Lola's assumption was incredibly bold. Things that increased the attributes of master-level mages were far and few, but the shopkeeper in front of her had always surprised her. And it wasn't an impossibility. Considering that it was Noah. Noah nodded with a smile. Of course. Noah, do you understand what you're selling here? I know it increases strength permanently by 10 points. Noah replied carefully. 10 permanent points plus 50% temporary boost. Lola's voice carried awe that made her usual confidence seem subdued. This isn't just valuable. This is a treasure that brothers would wage wars to possess. Brothers would wage wars. This seems like it's as valuable as the crown. Royal brothers are always fighting for it. What would be a good price for something like this? Noah asked, genuinely curious about the market value for permanent enhancement. Price. Lola's laugh carried disbelief. Noah, you shouldn't ask for mere gold coins. You should ask for something rare and useful in return, beyond monetary compensation. That's a different level entirely. Set up an auction tomorrow, she continued, her business instincts overriding her initial shock. I'll help you announce it throughout Sin City. Every powerful demon will want to bid. Her expression shifted slightly, carrying what might have been disappointment, although I would have wanted to buy it myself. She genuinely wants it, but recognizes that an auction will help me more. Seeing her helpful attitude despite personal desire, Noah felt a wave of appreciation for her assistance over the past days. Training, instruction, business advice she'd contributed significantly to his development. Don't worry, he whispered, leaning closer with secrecy. I have a few more on the way. I'll give you one when they arrive. Really? Her ruby eyes brightened as she ran to hug him, but he stopped her, placing his palm on her head as she tried to comically go past it. But in return, he continued in the same whisper. I want you to help increase auction prices. What do you think? Lola's smile transformed into something approaching predatory satisfaction. Her ruby eyes sparkled with the kind of mischief that suggested she had excellent ideas about auction manipulation. A mutually beneficial arrangement, she purred, extending her hand with formality. I accept your proposal. Business partnership with a master-level succubus. This should be interesting. They shook hands, sealing an agreement that would probably revolutionize his product pricing while ensuring Lola received one too. I know exactly how to generate maximum bidding enthusiasm, Lola continued, her voice carrying the confidence of someone who had done it before. Scarcity, exclusivity, and just enough demonstration to prove authenticity. She's going to turn this into a spectacle. When should we schedule the auction? Noah asked. Tomorrow evening. Gives me time to spread word among the right people. Nobles, wealthy merchants, anyone with resources worth acquiring. Her tail swished with anticipation. This will be the most talked about event Sin City has seen in months. Chapter 101. Visiting sick father. Healing bread. From shopkeeper to auction house proprietor. Career progression continues to get stranger. For now, Lola said, returning to her usual customer role. I'll take my usual order. I need to maintain energy for tomorrow's promotional activities. Oh, by the way, the maximum limit has increased to 2 items per person if you would like to buy. Really? Then I guess that's my new order. Then, she smiled with obvious satisfaction. Back to business as usual. Though nothing about this feels usual anymore. Noah retrieved the double order from his inventory, watching Lola's expression brighten at the prospect of increasing the purchase limit. 60 golden coins changed hands, adding to his growing wealth while cementing another satisfied customer relationship. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 5,000. Current assets, 180, 240, 21. Shop points, 90. Attributes, strength, 20. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 6. Mana control level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 1. Auto iced tea maker. Level 3. Production rate. 2 iced teas every hour. Max stock. 48. Progress. 4200. Auto baker. Level 3. Production rate. 4 loaves every hour. Max stock. 48. Progress. 4200. Shop points are back to 90 after the upgrade, but the production improvements make it worthwhile. With 2 fresh loaves in his inventory, Noah made a decision that filled him with anticipation. Instead of selling them to customers, he carefully transferred both wrapped breads into his storage ring. Time to test the dimensional item transfer properly. The magical healing bread disappeared into his storage space with ease. For the first time since discovering his shop, he could bring supernatural benefits directly to the people who mattered most. Dad's going to get some good medicine that money can't buy. Well, in the earth at least. Noah placed his closed sign and stepped through the portal, feeling the familiar transition between the magical realm and the mundane reality. Time to visit Dad. The storage ring stood on his finger, its contents representing hope in a way that traditional medicine couldn't match. While healing bread wouldn't instantly cure everything, 30% enhanced natural recovery could make a significant difference for someone fighting a serious illness. It'll take more than 1 loaf since it increases the body's natural healing by 30%. And Dad's healing rate is low to begin with since he's a sick human, but it'll help nonetheless. The GTR's engine purred to life as Noah settled into the driver's seat. I'm about to become the only person on Earth with access to magical healing. Probably the only supernatural individual on the entire planet. The thought was outrageous. He wasn't just successful anymore. He was unique in ways that transcended normal human experience. The hospital's familiar corridors welcomed him. Room 412. Dad's waiting. Noah knocked gently before entering, finding his father propped against pillows with a book resting open on his lap. Alan's face brightened with the kind of joy that made all of Noah's hard work feel worthwhile. Noah, wasn't expecting you tonight. Brought you something special. Just before the visiting time ended, Noah replied, settling into the visitor's chair with excitement. Time to change everything. What's this? Alan asked, studying the carefully wrapped bread in Noah's hand with curiosity. Bread from a specialty bakery. Noah explained, keeping his explanation grounded in reality. Supposed to have exceptional nutritional properties. Not entirely false. It does have exceptional properties. Alan unwrapped the golden loaf with careful attention, immediately noting its unusual warmth and the subtle glow that seemed to emanate from within. This looks different from the usual bread, almost luminescent. High-quality ingredients. Noah deflected smoothly. Try a piece. I think you'll find it's unlike anything you've had before. His father broke off a section and took a cautious bite. This is so good, Alan breathed, his voice carrying strength that hadn't been there moments before. I feel energized, like my body just remembered how to function properly. The nutritional content is supposedly very advanced, Noah replied, watching his father's transformation with satisfaction that transcended mere filial duty. Alan continued eating with obvious appreciation, each bite bringing visible improvement to his overall condition. The magical enhancement worked through his system like gentle fire, revitalizing cellular processes that had been struggling against illness. I haven't felt this good in months, his father admitted, sitting up straighter than he had since his hospitalization began. Where did you find this bakery? Small specialty shop. It's far from here. My friend brought me some, and I wanted you to try it. I can ask him for more if you want. Alan nodded. That would be great. Thank him for me. They spent the next hour talking with energy that had been missing from their recent conversations. Alan's improved vitality made him more engaged, more present, more like the father Noah remembered from before illness had diminished his strength. I should probably save some for tomorrow, Alan said, carefully rewrapping the remaining bread. Actually, Noah smiled, producing the second loaf from a bag he had brought with him. I brought extra. His father's expression shifted to amazement mixed with concern about expense. Noah, this must have cost... Dad, Noah interrupted gently. Business has been very good. Let me worry about costs. You focus on getting better. As visiting hours drew to a close, his father looked better than he had in weeks, and the remaining bread would continue enhancing his recovery. The drive home passed in contented silence, Noah's thoughts already turning toward tomorrow's auction and the continuing expansion of his shop. Inside the city of Esta, 2 figures could be seen battling each other in a courtyard. Swish! Whoosh! The swords collided against each other in rapid, successive motions that made everyone watching shocked. Swish! Valeria's sword collided with Alyssa's, and the sheer power from the attack sent Alyssa skidding back a couple of steps. Huff! Puff! Alyssa was breathing heavily, sweat glistening on her face, whilst Valeria had a smirk with some labored breath, although not as much as Alyssa. Alyssa, you're scaring me. Do you miss him so much that you are improving so quickly? Valeria teased the cat girl, whose tail wagged at the mention of Noah. Despite her obvious embarrassment, she didn't admit anything and continued the attacks. She's already halfway through the apprentice swordsman rank. This girl is terrifying. She might reach adept in a couple of weeks and become the youngest to ever do so, Valeria thought, blocking Alyssa's attacks. Chapter 102. The Idle Room. The next day, Noah woke up with anticipation that made coffee unnecessary. Multiple objectives competed for his attention. He had to sell his stock, explore the new floor in the shop, and the looming auction that would raise his income to new heights. I've got a busy day ahead. Better start early. Upon arriving at his shop, Noah grabbed a golden loaf from his inventory. The familiar warmth spread through his body as he bit into the healing bread, providing both sustenance and enhancement. Breakfast of champions. Literally, Noah was no longer the cheapskate who didn't dare to eat the loaf that cost $1,000. With his morning meal in hand, Noah climbed the new staircase to explore the mysterious second floor that had emerged during his upgrade. The space opened into something resembling a well-appointed apartment, rather than simple employee quarters. This is like a small house. The main area featured comfortable furniture arranged with obvious thought, plush sofas, cushioned chairs, and a dining table that could accommodate multiple people. A bed occupied one corner, while a separate door led to what appeared to be a private bathroom. Better accommodations than my old apartment. Maybe I should move in here, but another door in the far corner caught his attention. Unlike the bathroom entrance, this one seemed somehow mysterious. What's behind this door? Noah approached with curiosity mixed with caution. The handle turned smoothly, revealing a space that defied his expectations entirely. Click. Idle room. The notification appeared as question marks filled Noah's consciousness. The room beyond looked ordinary. Empty walls, simple flooring, nothing that suggested special purpose or function. Idle room. That tells me exactly nothing. He stepped across the threshold, and another system prompt flashed across his retina. Welcome to the idle room, man. Here, you will be able to train any skill you want whilst being idle. Your avatar will train the skill you want to improve, whilst you can enjoy your time doing what you like. Now, an avatar that trains skills while I'm doing other things. This is incredible. Noah's excitement spiked as implications flooded his consciousness. Passive skill development while managing his shop, sleeping, or traveling between dimensions. The efficiency gains would be astronomical. Would you like to unlock your avatar? Yes, no. Obviously, yes. Why would anyone say no to automated skill training? Noah slammed the yes button with enthusiasm, already planning which skills to prioritize for passive development. Avatar unlock requires payment of $1,000. Proceed with transaction. Yes, no. $1 million. Noah's jaw dropped so far it practically hit the floor. His excitement evaporated like water in a desert, replaced by the bitter taste of system manipulation. They made it sound free. Would you like to unlock your avatar? Not would you like to pay a fortune to unlock your avatar? His current assets couldn't even cover 20% of the required payment. The idle room, which had seemed like a generous upgrade bonus, was actually a premium feature locked behind a paywall that made his protein bar prices look reasonable. This is robbery. Digital highway robbery. Although it's worth it. I can't lie. Noah's frustration built like pressure in a boiling kettle. The system had dangled amazing functionality in front of him, then demanded payment that exceeded his current wealth by 5 times. Played. I got completely played. He stormed out of the idle room, biting into his healing bread with aggressive intensity while muttering curses that would have made demons blush. Stupid system. Stupid $1 million avatar. Stupid false advertising. Make it sound free, then charge a fortune. This is worse than clickbait. This is feature bait. Host. I can hear you. Man. The system's voice carried amusement that made Noah's frustration spike even higher. Of course. You can hear me. Because apparently nothing is private in this shop. Noah stopped his verbal assault immediately, suddenly aware that insulting his primary source of supernatural power might not be strategically wise, right? Probably shouldn't antagonize the entity that controls my entire livelihood. He finished his healing bread in sullen silence, then descended to the main floor. $1 million? I need to make $1 million for an avatar. Noah flipped his shop sign to open with perhaps more force than necessary, the wooden panels swinging with violence that reflected his emotional state. I guess I will have to wait until I have enough money. Although it would have been nice if I was able to start the avatar training immediately. The morning light streaming through his upgraded windows illuminated the elegant display cases and spacious interior, but Noah's mood remained as dark as the idle room's locked potential. The familiar sound of footsteps approached his entrance, accompanied by an aura that made the air itself dance with mischievous energy. It was Lola wearing a smirk that suggested she'd accomplished something particularly satisfying. Good morning, my favorite shopkeep. Her ruby eyes sparkled with mischief. Good morning, Lola. Noah replied back with a soft smile. I spread word about your auction across the entire kingdom, she announced with pride. Every noble, wealthy merchant, and power-hungry demon now knows about your new powerful product. Noah's frustration with the system's prank evaporated instantly, replaced by appreciation for her promotional efforts. Word-of-mouth marketing from a master-level succubus would reach audiences he couldn't access independently. Thank you. That's exactly what I needed to hear. I'm almost shaking with excitement, Lola continued, settling into her usual position near the counter. Half the demon nobility is canceling evening plans to attend. Really? They want it that much? Of course. I made sure to make it seem as if it's a one-time event. When the supply is low, the demand increases. This will help us increase the price in the auction, just like we planned. She winked at him with a grin on her face. Speaking of supply, she said with playfulness, I believe my purchasing limit has increased to 2 items per person. You wouldn't happen to return back to the usual overnight, right? Absolutely. 2 of each product if you want. Perfect. Golden coins appeared in her palm. Chapter 103. Auction. I'll take the full order 2 loaves, 2 iced teas, 60 golden coins. Noah retrieved the items from his stock, watching Lola immediately unwrap 1 loaf and uncork a bottle. The familiar ritual of bread consumption followed by iced tea enhancement played out with her obvious satisfaction. She sighed with contentment. Your products never disappoint. They always make me feel some type of way. The remaining items disappeared into her storage space. Their transaction concluded just as the shop door opened again with a dramatic flourish that announced Viscount Vex's arrival before he became visible. His cape billowed with energy while Precious perched behind his ear like a hair accessory. Right on schedule. Morning routine never varies. Vex's eyes immediately found Lola, and he offered a courteous nod that spoke to proper demon etiquette among social equals. Lady Lola, always a pleasure. Viscount, she replied with equal courtesy, though her smirk suggested amusement at his formal mannerisms. Vex approached the counter, his gaze immediately seeking the protein bar display case. He began speaking with barely contained excitement. Noah, my friend, about yesterday's magnificent discovery. The protein enhancement treasure. When might it become available for purchase? Here we go. Time to direct him toward the auction. Actually, there's going to be an auction for it, Noah replied, noting how Precious's teeth clicked with anticipation. Vex's expression shifted from excitement to something approaching panic. Auction. But surely loyal customers deserve consideration before public bidding. The auction is in 2 hours. You are one of the only people who didn't hear about it, mainly because you are never part of the noble circle, Lola interrupted smoothly, her voice carrying enough authority to make Vex's protests die instantly. Central Plaza. Evening marketplace. Bidding starts at sunset. Vex's expression shifted from indignation to sheepish acceptance. His shoulders sagged slightly as the truth of her words settled over him like uncomfortable clothing. I suppose you are right. I never hang out with other nobles, nor am I in the inner circles. Well, thank you for the information about the auction. I really appreciate it. Even Demon Society has its outcasts. Vex's flower obsession probably doesn't win him many friends among the political elite. 2 hours, Vex repeated, his mind visibly calculating something entirely different from financial preparation. Yes, that provides adequate time for proper gathering of my demonicas. I will bring a few of my precious demonicas. Noah is a nice man, and he deserves them. His products are amazing too. He's planning to trade rare plants instead of gold. That might be good. If the plant is better than Moonberg, it might be worth the trade. I will see what the others will give too, I suppose. Precious clicked her teeth with what sounded like enthusiastic agreement, apparently approving of her master's generous strategy. Rare demonica plants as auction payment would be infinitely more valuable than mere golden coins. The benefits they could give would accelerate his development beyond anything monetary compensation could achieve. That's very generous of you, Vex, Noah replied with genuine appreciation. The carnivorous flower extended tiny vine tendrils in what might have been a wave. I'll require my order first, Vex said, returning to immediate concerns, plus additional supplies for auction preparation. 2 loaves, 2 bottles. Precious insists we maintain peak condition for competitive bidding. The golden coins exchanged hands, and Noah stored them in his storage ring. Vex broke off a piece of golden bread and held it toward Precious, who accepted the offering with delicate vine movements. The carnivorous flower's needle-sharp teeth worked through it with obvious appreciation. But the feeding ritual wasn't one-sided. Precious's tendrils curled around a smaller section of bread, offering it back to Vex with genuine affection between companions. The Viscount accepted the plant-delivered morsel with touching gratitude, his expression softening as he chewed the bread his flower had shared. They actually take care of each other. It's almost sweet. If you ignore the teeth the plant has, Vex uncorked 1 bottle of iced tea, taking a sip before tilting it toward Precious. The flower's vines wrapped around the glass container as it drank. Excellent preparation, Vex announced. Precious feels magnificent, and I'm operating at optimal capacity. The flower clicked her teeth in what sounded like satisfied agreement, her vine tendrils swaying with contentment. I must return home now, Vex continued, his voice carrying the urgency of someone with important preparations awaiting. Harvesting the proper demonica specimens requires careful consideration. Precious leaned forward from her perch, extending a single tendril toward Noah in what appeared to be a farewell gesture. The carnivorous flower's usual clicking sounds had softened into something approaching gratitude. "We'll return in 2 hours," Vex promised, already moving toward the exit, properly equipped for serious bidding. The door closed behind them with Vex's characteristic dramatic flair, leaving Noah alone with the succubus. An hour passed by in a blur. Lola remained by Noah's side during that time, positioning herself as both advisor and source of constant amusement. "You're so cute when you're trying to be a serious businessman," she teased, whispering in his ears as Noah explained auction procedures to yet another customer. "Acting all professional when you're practically vibrating with excitement." She's not wrong. "This is my first auction, and I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm maintaining appropriate decorum," Noah replied. "Sure you are." Lola's tail swished with amusement. "That's why you've checked the protein bar display 17 times in the past hour." "Has it really been 17 times? I thought I was being subtle." Throughout the hour, a steady stream of customers flowed through his expanded shop. Each transaction brought opportunities to spread the word about the evening's main event, protein enhancement bar auction tonight. Noah would announce after completing routine sales, Central Plaza, sunset bidding. The responses varied dramatically based on each customer's circumstances. "I'll be there," declared a well-dressed demon merchant. "Been looking for strength enhancement for years now." Others showed interest tempered by financial reality. "Can't afford to bid," admitted a young demon adventurer. "But I'll definitely watch. Never seen anything like the permanent attribute enhancement before." Chapter 104. Royalty attending auction. "Royalty will be attending," whispered a silver-horned demoness. Prince Malphus himself is supposedly interested. The demoness clearly enjoyed gossiping and didn't hesitate when the chance to do so revealed itself. "There is royalty coming to buy my products. This is going to be troublesome. Maybe nobody will dare to bid against them. Even Lola might not," he thought, subtly glancing at Lola. The rumor had circulated throughout Sin City with remarkable speed, transforming Noah's auction from a local curiosity into an event that attracted the kingdom's highest social tiers and lowest social tiers. Royalty were adored in the demon kingdom, hence why most demons participated in the royal parade. "How did word reach royal circles so quickly?" Noah asked Lola during a brief lull between customers. "I may have mentioned the auction to certain well-connected individuals," she replied with vagueness. "Word travels fast in noble circles, especially when it involves unprecedented magic items. She's been working her contacts. This auction's going to be bigger than I expected." "Prince Malphus," Noah repeated, testing the name. "Should I be concerned about his royal attention?" Lola's expression darkened subtly, her usual playful demeanor replaced by something approaching wariness. The change was slight but noticeable to someone who'd spent some time with her. "She definitely has issues with royalty. Just like I suspected. Don't worry," she replied with casualness. "The royals wouldn't do anything out of order in daylight. Too many witnesses. Too much public scrutiny. That would ruin their good image. That's something they don't want to do. But the auction is in the evening," Noah pointed out, watching her reaction carefully. Lola's confident response died mid-formation. Her mouth opened, then closed without sound. For a moment, the master-level succubus looked genuinely speechless. The silence stretched between them for a few seconds before Noah broke it. "It was a joke," Noah said finally. "But on a serious note, are you saying he might do something in the dark?" Lola shrugged with nonchalance. "Who knows? It depends on the outcome of the auction." That's not reassuring at all. Noah felt a chill that had nothing to do with the shop's temperature. The protein bar represented incredible value. But attracting royal attention might create complications beyond his pay grade. "You're not going to back off from our deal, right?" he asked, worry creeping into his voice. "The price? Arrangement. If Lola withdrew her support now, the auction could become a disaster rather than a triumph. Royal intimidation might suppress other bidders, leaving him with minimal competition and disappointing returns." Her smirk returned with intensity that reminded Noah exactly why succubi were considered dangerous. "The price game. No. Why would I? In fact, I might go harder now." "What do you mean by go harder?" Noah pressed. "Let's just say that royal presence creates opportunities." Her tail swished with anticipation. Princes are predictable creatures. Pride, ego, and public image all excellent pressure points. We will use that to increase the price. Although Prince Malphus is known for his humble attitude in the public eye, it's nothing but a facade. She's going to manipulate Prince Malphus during the auction. This should be interesting. The door chimed as another customer entered, cutting short their conversation. But Noah caught the gleam in Lola's eyes that suggested she was already formulating plans for the evening's entertainment. Royal manipulation by a master-level succubus. Either this auction becomes legendary, or I end up in a demon dungeon. "What if your manipulation backfires?" Noah asked quietly after the customer left. "What if the prince realizes that he is being played?" Lola's laugh carried enough confidence to reassure and terrify simultaneously. "Noah, I've been playing political games since before you were born. Trust me when I say I know exactly how to handle royalty." Another wave of customers entered, their excited conversations about the upcoming auction filling the shop with anticipation. Word continued spreading through Sin City's population like wildfire. each retelling adding embellishments that grew the event's reputation. Besides, Lola continued in a whisper, you have something every demon in the kingdom wants. Permanent attribute enhancement doesn't come along often. Prince or not, he'll have to compete like everyone else, assuming the auction remains a fair competition rather than a royal decree. The time for the auction had arrived, and the central plaza buzzed with energy. It's good that the auction is right next to my shop. Perfect location for maximum impact. Noah had invested 100 golden coins in hiring a professional auctioneer, a significant expense that Lola's connections had made surprisingly reasonable. Without her influence, organizing an event of this caliber would have cost many times over. Not cheap to organize something like this, but not prohibitively expensive either, at least with the right connections. It will be worth every coin if it drives up the final price. The protein bar remained safely secured within his shop's protective walls. Too many unknown variables made public display risky, especially with royal attendance confirmed. Better safe than sorry. The last thing I need is someone trying to steal it before bidding begins. Demons began gathering in the plaza as sunset approached, their numbers growing steadily as word continued spreading through Sin City's social networks. Did you hear? The item grants permanent strength enhancement. Impossible. Nothing provides permanent boosts without catastrophic side effects. I disagree. The human shopkeeper had kept his word for all of his products. They are all insanely powerful, and he wouldn't ruin his reputation for nothing. Besides, he wouldn't dare do it, especially when royalty is in question now. Near the merchant quarter, a well-dressed demoness adjusted her jewelry while speaking to her companion. Prince Malphus rarely attends public auctions. His presence suggests that the item really does have an extraordinary value. The auctioneer, a distinguished demon with silver horns and immaculate wear, tested his voice projection while assistants made final preparations. His presence commanded attention through sheer professional bearing. Ladies and gentlemen of Sin City, he announced to the growing crowd, tonight's auction represents an unprecedented opportunity to acquire permanent body enhancement. He knows how to work a crowd. Chapter 105. The auction begins. Murmurs rippled through the demons as newcomers arrived in steady streams. Wealthy merchants clustered together, their expensive accessories glinting under the platform's lights. Noble families occupied prime viewing positions, their retinues creating small islands of privilege. The turnout exceeds my wildest expectations. This is going to be massive. Viscount Vex arrived with his cape billowing despite the absence of any wind, Precious perched behind his ear, her needle-sharp teeth clicking with excitement. Behind him, servants carried ornate cases that presumably contained his promised Demonica specimens. He brought backup plants. A commotion near the plaza's eastern entrance announced more significant arrivals. Guards in royal livery cleared pathways through the crowd, their formation speaking to serious security protocols. Royal entourage. This is really happening. Prince Malphus emerged from the protective formation like a figure from legend. His presence took everyone's immediate attention. He was tall, imposing, with features that spoke to generations of selective breeding for power and intimidation. Every demon in the plaza seemed to unconsciously step back, creating space around his arrival. The prince's gaze swept across the assembled crowd with a soft smile. His expression suggested someone who viewed the evening's proceedings as entertainment rather than a serious challenge. Lola appeared beside Noah with her usual dramatic timing, appearing as if she'd stepped out of the shadows rather than simply walked through the crowd. Noah got jump-scared by her sudden appearance. "You scared me. Can you stop with this sudden appearance?" She giggled at his reaction. Her outfit for the evening was particularly stunning, elegant enough for royal company, provocative enough to distract male bidders. "Excellent turnout," she murmured, her ruby eyes tracking various arrivals with interest. "She's already analyzing the competition. This woman doesn't miss anything." More notable figures continued arriving. A group of demon merchants whose expensive carriages suggested that they had some serious purchasing power. Several mages whose robes displayed guild affiliations and academic credentials. Even a few adventuring parties who'd apparently pooled resources for tonight's opportunity. Diverse crowd. Multiple bidding strategies will emerge once the action starts. The auctioneer called for attention as the final stragglers found positions. His voice carried across the plaza with professional authority that silenced conversations and focused every eye on the central platform. "Distinguished guests of Sin City," he began, his tone building anticipation like a master storyteller. "Tonight, we auction an item of unprecedented magical properties. Permanent attribute enhancement, a treasure that kingdoms have waged wars to possess, building excitement through scarcity and exaggeration." "This guy knows his business." Excited murmurs rippled through the crowd. Permanent enhancement represented the holy grail of magical development benefits that would last lifetimes rather than temporary boosts. "Bidding will commence shortly," the auctioneer continued. "But first, allow me to explain the extraordinary properties of tonight's centerpiece." Noah felt his pulse quicken as hundreds of demon eyes fixed on the platform where his product would soon be displayed. He had initially wanted to keep his product inside the store, but Lola convinced him that she would protect it. Thus, he decided to place it there. If anything goes wrong, She will pay for it. Lola's hand briefly touched his shoulder, a gesture of support mixed with anticipation for the chaos she was about to unleash. Ready, she whispered. Noah nodded, watching Prince Malthus take his position near the platform's front. Ready as I'll ever be. Let's see what happens when royalty meets marketplace competition. The auction was about to begin. The plaza settled into place as the demons found their designated seating. Everyone's here. Time to see how this unfolds. The auctioneer stepped forward, his silver horns gleaming under the dramatic illumination. His voice carried across the assembled crowd with commanding presence. Once again, welcome, distinguished guests, to tonight's extraordinary auction. We begin this evening with exceptional items from Sin City's finest craftsmen and merchants. Smart to start with regular items. Build excitement before the main event. Our first lot comes from Master Corgan's renowned forge, a Tier 3 blade of exceptional quality. 2 assistants carried a display case onto the platform, revealing a sword. The weapon's dark steel held an almost liquid quality. It was easy to discern its amazing craftsmanship just by looking. That's definitely not standard craftsmanship. Corgan really is one of the best blacksmiths in Sin City. Behold the iron cutter blade, the auctioneer announced with theatrical flourish. Tier 3 enhancement, with magic affinity channeling, self-sharpening properties, and armor penetration capabilities. Master Corgan has declared this among his finest works. It's considered the best in its tier. Murmurs of appreciation rippled through the crowd as experienced warriors recognized superior weaponry. The blade's craftsmanship spoke of its maker's skills. Bidding opens at 50 golden coins. 50 coins for a Tier 3 weapon. That's actually a reasonable starting price given the quality. Hands rose immediately as serious collectors competed for Corgan's masterwork. The price climbed steadily. 20, 140, 160 coins, as determined bidders refused to yield. Sold to Lord Theron for 165 golden coins. The auctioneer declared as a demon noble claimed his prize with obvious satisfaction. Strong opening. Good sign for tonight's main event. Next, we present an enchanted shield from the workshop of Artificer Myrax. The subsequent item was a tower shield that seemed to shimmer with protective energy. The Aegis Ward, Tier 2 magical protection with damage absorption, elemental resistance, and automatic repair functions. Opening bid, 30 golden coins. The bidding proceeded with enthusiasm that suggested the evening's crowd had come prepared for serious spending. Adventurers competed against nobles, while merchant collectors drove prices toward their maximum thresholds, sold for 95 golden coins. Consistent, strong results. The crowd's definitely ready to spend. Additional items followed in rapid succession: a pair of boots that enhanced movement speed, a cloak that provided magical concealment, and a staff that amplified elemental spells. Each lot drew competitive bidding that pushed final prices well above opening amounts. This is a perfect warm-up. Everyone's getting comfortable with the bidding process. And now, the auctioneer's voice dropped to build dramatic tension. We present a collection of rare alchemical ingredients from the private vault of Master Chemist Valdris. Follow current novels on Free Web Novel. Come, Chapter Wonder 6. The auction begins too. 3 ornate bottles appeared on display pedestals, their contents glowing with colors that seemed to shift based on viewing angle. Even from his position, Noah could sense the magical potency contained within. Phoenix ash, dragon scale powder, and essence of temporal flow materials that most alchemists can only dream of acquiring. Combined opening bid, 100 golden coins. The crowd's spending limits are definitely in the right range for my product. The bidding war that erupted was fierce enough to draw impressed murmurs from spectators. Wealthy mages competed against noble collectors, driving prices toward levels that made Noah's pulse quicken with anticipation. Sold for 230 golden coins, 230 for alchemical supplies. These people have serious money to spend. Prince Malthus had remained silent throughout the preliminary auctions, his expression suggesting boredom with items beneath his interest level. But Noah caught him checking a timepiece, clearly waiting for the evening's main attraction. He's here for the protein bar specifically. This is going to get intense. Lola positioned herself strategically within the crowd, her ruby eyes tracking various bidders with predatory attention. She'd identified key players and was clearly preparing her manipulation tactics. She's ready to work her magic. Time to see what creative chaos she unleashes. Distinguished guests, the auctioneer announced, his voice silencing everyone else's. We now arrive at tonight's centerpiece, an item of unprecedented magical properties. The crowd's energy changed perceptibly as anticipation reached fever pitch. This was the moment everyone had gathered to witness. By special arrangement with a master human craftsman named Noah, we present the Protein Enhancement Bar, the first known item capable of permanent attribute enhancement at any rank. Here we go. Everything builds to this moment. This extraordinary creation provides a 50% temporary increase to strength attribute for 20 minutes, plus a permanent increase of 10 attribute points upon first consumption. Gasps echoed through the assembly, even though they've heard the effects before. Hearing it again didn't make it any less powerful. That's a good reaction. They are still hyped for the product. I'm going to be rich. Prince Malphus straightened in his seat, his bored expression changing to interest. Now I have his attention. Let's see how deep royal pockets actually go. Given the extraordinary nature of this item, bidding opens at 200 golden coins or equivalent trade value. The auctioneer's declaration sent ripples of excitement through the assembled crowd. 200 coins represented serious money, enough to fully equip a starting adventuring party. Double the opening price I expected. It seems Lola really done me good. Hands shot up immediately as wealthy bidders staked their claims. The competition began with enthusiasm that suggested the final price would climb far beyond the opening amount. 210. Called a demon merchant. 220. Countered a mage whose staff gleamed with high-tier enchantments. Strong opening pace. These people came prepared for serious spending. Prince Malphus remained seated, his expression suggesting mild interest rather than urgent concern. Royal bidding typically waited until competition thinned to more manageable levels. He's playing the long game. Smart strategy for someone with essentially unlimited resources. 230. 240. The increments climbed steadily as determined bidders refused to yield early ground. Adventuring parties pooled their resources, while individual collectors pushed toward their maximum limits. This is already exceeding my most optimistic projections. 260, announced Lord Theron, the same noble who'd claimed Corgan's Voidcutter blade earlier. 270, replied a demoness. The bidding continued its relentless climb as competitors drove prices toward levels that made casual observers wince. Nearly 300 coins already. At this rate, we might break 400. But as the price approached 300 coins, the pace began to slow. Bidders dropped out one by one as their financial limits approached, leaving only the most determined competitors. 290, called the merchant, his voice carrying less confidence than earlier. 300. Lord Theron's bid drew murmurs from spectators who recognized serious money in motion. 300 coins. That's already life-changing wealth. The merchant hesitated, clearly calculating whether he would be able to contend later on. After several long seconds, he shook his head and settled back in his seat. One down. How many serious bidders remain? 310. The jewelry-wearing demoness called, her voice steady despite the astronomical amounts involved. 320. But as the price climbed toward 350, even determined bidders began reaching their limits. The demoness hesitated longer between bids. While the mage's confident posture showed subtle cracks, they're approaching maximum sustainable spending. Time for royal intervention. Prince Malphus chose his moment. As the bidding stalled at 340 coins, he raised his hand casually. The gesture immediately caught the attention of everyone present. The prince was finally starting to bid. 400 golden coins, jumping 60 coins in a single bid. The effect was immediate and devastating. Remaining bidders exchanged glances that spoke to shared recognition of futility. Competing against royal resources was financial suicide for anyone without equivalent backing. The auctioneer paused, scanning the crowd for continued competition. 400 golden coins from His Royal Highness. Any additional bids? Silence stretched across the plaza as determined bidders accepted defeat. Going once at 400 golden coins. This is it. If Lola's going to act, it has to be now. Going 410. The voice cut through the evening air with timing so perfect it seemed planned. Every head turned toward Lola, who'd raised her hand with elegant confidence that challenged the prince. There she is. Let the games begin. Prince Malphus's expression remained the same, despite the unexpected competition that emerged at the last second. His eyes narrowed as he evaluated this new challenger who dared contest royal authority. 420, the prince replied. That's a modest increase. Coming from a prince. Lola's smile widened. 430. She's enjoying this. The crowd's energy transformed from resigned acceptance to anticipation. Royal bidding wars were a rare entertainment that most demons never witnessed personally. Chapter 107. The auction begins 510, Prince Malphus replied, his tone remaining steady despite the astronomical figure. His expression carried the same neutral composure he'd maintained throughout the evening, focused but not emotional. He's treating this like a business transaction, rather than a personal affront. Smarter than I expected. Lola's smile widened as she prepared her counterbid, clearly enjoying the elevated price. But before she could respond, an unexpected voice cut through the tension. 420 golden coins plus 3 rare Demonica specimens. Vex. Every head turned toward Viscount Vex, who stood beside his ornate plant cases. Precious clicked her teeth with excitement from her perch behind his ear, apparently approving of her master's bold strategy. Clearly, Vex defied the norms of the Demon Society. As an outcast who didn't really meddle with other nobles and royals, he didn't mind bidding against the royal prince. The auctioneer paused, clearly calculating the combined value of the monetary bid plus exotic Demonica specimens. Rare Demonica plants commanded decent prices among collectors and cultivators. The Honorable Viscount offers 420 coins plus Demonica trade goods, he announced. Estimated total value approaches 580 coins. 580 equivalent. Vex just jumped ahead of everyone through his bidding. Prince Malphus studied Vex with interest rather than irritation. The Viscount's unconventional approach represented legitimate competition rather than direct challenge to royal authority. 600 golden coins, the prince stated, maintaining his measured cadence. Straight monetary response. He's avoiding the complications of trade evaluation. Lola's ruby eyes sparkled with delight as the competition intensified beyond her most optimistic projections. 3 serious bidders meant sustained pressure that would drive prices toward ridiculous heights. She's orchestrated this perfectly. Royal bidding plus noble competition plus her own manipulation. 610, she called, keeping the increments manageable while maintaining pressure. Vex consulted with Precious in a whispered conversation, the flower apparently providing advice about bidding. Their partnership had always been unusually collaborative. 520 coins plus 3 Demonica specimens, Vex declared, expanding his offering. The Demonicas include a mature Shadow Bloom and juvenile Crystal Vine. The total price stands at 720 golden coins. The crowd murmured with appreciation as plant enthusiasts recognized the specimen's significance. Shadow Blooms required years to mature, while Crystal Vines provided ongoing benefits. The auctioneer paused, clearly calculating the combined value while considering precedent for mixed payment auctions. His expression suggested genuine uncertainty about proper valuation procedures. The Honorable Viscount's offer totals approximately 720 coins equivalent, he announced after brief consultation with his assistants. Prince Malphus studied Vex. The Viscount's approach represented creative problem-solving rather than simple wealth display. He wasn't merely entering with golden coins, he was entering with what he was known for. His Demonica plants. 730 golden coins, the prince responded, his tone remaining measured despite the astronomical amounts involved. Lola's ruby eyes sparkled with delight as the competition intensified beyond anyone's projections. 3 serious bidders created sustained pressure that would drive final prices toward ridiculous heights. 800 golden coins, Lola declared calmly, making the astronomical amount sound reasonable. Vex's shoulders sagged as the number registered. His face cycled through disappointment, acceptance, and finally admiration for the sheer scale of wealth being deployed. He began, then stopped. Precious clicked her teeth sympathetically from her perch behind his ear. He's out, I concede, Vex announced with as much dignity as he could muster. May the enhancement serve its new owner well. The crowd murmured appreciatively at his gracious withdrawal. Losing a bidding war to royal wealth and master-level succubi carried no shame. Down to 2. Prince versus succubus. This is what everyone came to see. Prince Malphus turned his attention fully to Lola, studying her with a calculating gaze. 900 golden coins, he stated, his tone carrying subtle weight beyond mere monetary increase. The prince's expression changed slightly. Lady Lola, perhaps we might discuss alternative arrangements. You will do me a great favor by letting me take this item. Every demon in the plaza leaned forward. Royal favors were currency more valuable than gold among the nobility. Lola's smile widened with satisfaction rather than concern, as if she were waiting for this moment. Your Highness, while your favors are something that can't be measured with monetary value, but I really need this item, as it might help me push past my current limits. In front of all the demons present, Lola politely rejected the prince. Her tone carried enough respect to avoid direct insult while making her position absolutely clear. Whatever favor the prince referenced wouldn't influence this competition. Prince Malphus nodded with what might have been approval. As you wish. 900 golden coins stand. 910, Lola called. The bidding resumed its relentless climb as both competitors demonstrated a serious commitment to acquiring permanent enhancement. 990. Prince Malphus replied with steady confidence. So close to 1,000 coins. This is it, the final threshold. But instead of continuing the monetary escalation, Lola's expression shifted to something approaching satisfaction. Her ruby eyes sparkled with mischief. I know that look. Chaos is incoming. She's about to do something crazy. It seems golden coins are no longer sufficient currency for such a treasure, she announced. Therefore, I offer a treasure as a payment. Lola reached into her storage space. Every demon in the plaza felt the change as another treasure entered the equation. What is that thing? The item appeared as a small white orb that seemed to contain swirling mana within its surface. This is the Eye of Apollo, the powerful artifact that discerns truth from falsehood, sees through all deception, and reveals the nature of any being upon whom its gaze falls. An artifact. She's bidding with an actual artifact. The crowd's collective gasp echoed across the plaza as the implications registered. These kinds of artifacts represented power beyond monetary valuation, items that even kingdoms treasured. Noah's enhanced perception focused on the mysterious orb, triggering his inspection ability almost involuntarily. Eye of Apollo. Description. A powerful artifact capable of detecting truth, piercing illusions, and revealing the fundamental nature of any target. Provides absolute truth detection within its area of influence. No deception can withstand its scrutiny. Tier 5. Estimated price. 100 golden coin. Chapter 108. Sold. Prince Malthus stared at the orb with an expression that cycled through surprise, calculation, and growing respect for Lola's boldness. The auctioneer stood frozen, clearly uncertain how to evaluate the artifact versus monetary bidding. His training hadn't covered such powerful item appraisals during active auctions. How do you price something that's technically priceless? The Eye of Apollo, the auctioneer repeated slowly. A bold gambit. Lady Lola, would you mind telling us how much it's worth? Lola nodded with a smirk that suggested she'd been waiting for exactly this question. 1,100 golden coins, if you can find it for sale. Since you can't, its actual price is considerably higher. 1,100 coins minimum. She just raised the stakes beyond anything we've seen tonight. The crowd murmured with appreciation for both the artifact's value and Lola's boldness. Prince Malthus studied the Eye of Apollo with the calculating gaze of someone who understood exactly what kind of power was being offered. His expression suggested serious consideration rather than automatic escalation. He's weighing his options. Since Lady Lola has decided to introduce Tier 5 items, the prince announced, I shall naturally respond in kind. The prince reached into his own storage space, withdrawing an orb that seemed to contain miniature storms within its silver surface. Wind currents swirled through its depths. Another powerful artifact. Of course, he has one sitting in his storage ring. The wind orb, Prince Malthus declared, holding the sphere aloft for the crowd's inspection. Containing concentrated essence of the sky realm's most powerful atmospheric forces. Noah's inspection ability triggered automatically as the orb's power washed over the plaza. Wind orb. Description. A legendary artifact containing pure wind essence harvested from celestial storms. Provides a deep understanding of atmospheric manipulation and serves as a catalyst for wind-based magical development. Contains enough elemental energy to awaken dormant affinities. Nem. Tier 5. Estimated price. 1. 300 golden coins. 1,300 coins are equivalent. He just outbid her legendary artifact with an even more valuable one. But instead of disappointment, Lola's expression carried satisfaction that seemed completely at odds with being outbid. Her ruby eyes found Noah's position in the crowd, delivering a tiny smile that only he could see from his angle. She's done. This is what she wanted all along. The realization struck Noah like lightning. Lola hadn't been trying to win the auction. She'd been manipulating Prince Malthus into offering exactly the kind of payment that would benefit Noah most. This succubus, she's incredible. She played everyone, including this prince. Going once for the wind orb. The auctioneer called, his voice concluding one of the kingdom's most expensive auctions. Going twice. 1,300 coins worth of elemental artifact. Some sales redefine entire economies. Sold to His Royal Highness Prince Malthus. The gavel's impact echoed across the plaza like thunder, finalizing a transaction that would be discussed in Demon Society for decades. You have sold your first protein bar. Nen. Daily income stream activated. Nam. Protein bar idle income. Wind orb or equivalent in gold. Reward. Auto protein bar level 1. Daily income stream of legendary artifacts. The system just transformed my entire business. Noah could barely contain his excitement as implications flooded his consciousness. The transaction was completed almost immediately. Prince Malthus claimed his enhancement with satisfaction that suggested money well spent, while Noah accepted the wind orb with reverence befitting legendary treasure. If I sold these orbs to the Academy in the human realm, I could make a decent profit. Or maybe I could trade one for a different elemental affinity. That might be more valuable in the long run. Then again, I could give one to Kip, he is a mage, and this would definitely boost his power. Noah's mind went through all the different possibilities that the wind orb offered him, and there were plenty. Prince Malthus departed with his retinue, the protein bar secured within royal storage for immediate consumption. His expression carried contentment that suggested successful acquisition of the desired enhancement. Lola melted back into the crowd subtly, avoiding any appearance of close connection to Noah's shop. Her performance had been flawless manipulation disguised as competition that achieved everyone's objectives. She couldn't be seen entering my shop right after that performance. It would have been too obvious. She would return later on, and even if anyone questioned it, they had no evidence. And if they chose to push harder, well, they could try. She was a master-tier mage, after all. The plaza gradually emptied as spectators discussed the evening's unprecedented events. Record-breaking prices. Legendary artifacts. Royal participation, enough material for months of speculation. Noah returned to his shop with the wind orb clutched carefully in both hands. He had already paid the auctioneer his due. For now he needed to check his reward. The artifact pulsed with contained wind power that made his senses tingle with anticipation. Time to see if this unlocks my elemental affinity. Inside his transformed shop, surrounded by glowing demonica plants, Noah settled into a meditation position with the silver orb resting in his palms. Lola had discreetly provided instructions before the auction's conclusion. Insert mana into the orb and feel the wind. Noah focused his level 5 mana control, channeling energy into the small orb. The response was immediate. Power flowed from his consciousness into swirling atmospheric essence contained within. Connection established. Now what? At first, Nothing happened beyond the orb's gentle warming against his skin. The wind essence remained foreign, unresponsive to his magical probing. Still nothing. Maybe this won't work after all. But gradually, something shifted. Noah's mana sensitivity began detecting patterns within the orb's chaotic energy. Atmospheric currents that had seemed random revealed underlying structure. There it is. I can feel it. Something's changing. Minutes passed as understanding slowly developed. The wind essence stopped feeling alien, becoming something he could almost touch with conscious intent. Getting closer. The barriers weakening. His mana merged deeper with the orb's contained storms, consciousness expanding to encompass atmospheric forces that defied normal comprehension. Almost there. Just a little more. Suddenly, connection blazed through his awareness like lightning. Wind essence flooded his magical channels, transforming theoretical understanding into visceral knowledge of atmospheric manipulation. You have learned the skill Wind Manipulation Level 1. Yes. Chapter 109. New Talent. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shop Level. 2. Current Assets. 315. 240. 21. Shop Points. 1010. Attributes. Strength. 20. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 20. Agility. 20. Skills. Swordsmanship Level 6. Mana Control Level 5. Surviving on Ramen Level 3. Cooking Level 2. Programming Level 2. Gaming Level 2. Finance Level 1. Wind Manipulation Level 1. Daily revenue jumped to $135,000. Noah stared at his status screen, still processing the transformation. His idle income now included a Tier 5 wind orb alongside Demonica Moonberg. Time to test what Wind Manipulation Level 1 actually accomplishes. Standing in his expanded shop, surrounded by the gentle glow of the sun and the star plants, Noah raised his hand and focused on the new skill. The wind essence within his mana channels responded with eager cooperation. A gentle breeze stirred around his fingers, lifting strands of hair softly. The sensation was intoxicating. The wind forces were now obeying his conscious will. It works. The basic control felt natural rather than forced, like flexing a muscle he'd always possessed but never knew how to use. Wind currents swirled around his palm, creating very tiny whirlwinds that dissipated at his command. Level 1 has basic capabilities, but at least it's something. Noah experimented with different applications, discovering the skill's current limitations through testing. He could generate breezes strong enough to cool his face or rustle papers, but nothing approaching combat effectiveness. Baby steps. Every master started somewhere, focusing more intently. He managed to create a small vortex at his fingertip. He could make wind currents spiral like a microscopic tornado. The effect lasted several seconds before his concentration wavered, and the pattern collapsed. I can make a small tornado. That's a promising start. The practice continued as Noah explored every aspect of his first elemental affinity. Wind responded to emotional states as much as conscious direction, swirling faster and other things. He discovered he could influence air temperature slightly, creating pockets of cooler atmosphere through accelerated circulation. Not enough for practical cooling, but it proved that there was massive potential waiting to be unlocked. An hour passed in experimentation as Noah pushed Level 1 wind manipulation toward its absolute limits. Each successful technique built confidence while revealing pathways for future applications. It's getting more responsive. The skill's developing faster than I expected. The breakthrough came during an attempt to maintain the multiple small vortexes simultaneously. Instead of controlling each one separately, Noah let his awareness expand to encompass all the air currents at once. Suddenly, the entire shop filled with coordinated atmospheric movement. Gentle breezes circulated in perfect harmony, creating an environment that felt alive with elemental energy. Your wind manipulation skill has leveled up to Level 2. Now, Level 2 already. That was fast. I expected it to take days to increase its level. At Level 2, Noah could generate stronger currents, maintain effects longer, and execute multiple techniques without mental strain. Noah's smile widened as he tested it. Wait, maybe I could improve it further by using the wind orb. It does have the wind element after all. Maybe I could learn a few things. The thought sent excitement coursing down his spine like lightning through copper wire. If his theory proved correct, he might skyrocket through skill levels faster than he had imagined possible. Time to find out if Tier 5 orbs make better teachers than meditation alone. Noah retrieved the wind orb from his storage ring, feeling its contained power pulse against his palms. The orb's surface seemed to respond to his elemental affinity, swirling wind moving faster as his mana touched its edges. Here goes everything. He channeled his wind manipulation directly into the artifact, feeling his consciousness merge with the concentrated elemental essence contained within. This is incredible, Noah thought. A huge smile plastered across his face. Knowledge flooded his brain like a dam bursting. It wasn't techniques or applications, but a fundamental understanding of wind itself, how air molecules danced through space, how temperature differences created pressure variations, how currents formed and dissipated according to natural laws. It's teaching me the physics of wind manipulation rather than just magical techniques. Noah's comprehension deepened as the orb shared secrets that most wind mages spent decades discovering through trial and error. He began understanding wind not as a force to be controlled, but as a living system to be harmonized with. Wind doesn't want to be commanded. It wants to be guided along paths it already prefers to travel. The revelation changed his entire approach. Instead of forcing air currents into unnatural patterns, Noah learned to read existing flows and redirect them with minimal energy expenditure. Maximum effect through minimum intervention. You have to work with the wind, not against it. His consciousness expanded to encompass the shop's entire atmospheric environment. Every breath from the demonica plants, every thermal current from the lighting, every draft through the doorway, all became visible as interconnected streams of moving air. It's like seeing a three-dimensional map of invisible rivers. Noah began conducting these aerial rivers with growing experience. Gentle nudges at key points created domino effects throughout the space, transforming chaotic air movement into proper circulation. One small change here creates larger changes there. The orb's teachings revealed how masters achieved seemingly impossible effects through understanding of leverage points. A tiny vortex in the right location could redirect massive air masses with elegant efficiency. It's not about power, it's about knowledge. Your wind manipulation skill has leveled up to level 3. No, level 3 already. Half an hour of orb-assisted training versus what would have probably taken days of conventional practice. The advancement brought enhanced sensitivity to air currents and expanded control range. Noah could now influence wind patterns throughout his entire shop, rather than just the immediate vicinity. Let's see how far this can go. He dove deeper into the orb's concentrated wisdom, his consciousness merging more completely with elemental essence. The orb revealed advanced concepts that challenged his understanding of physical reality. Daily revenue is always in toa, however, depending on Noah's choice. He could have the equivalents, such as the wind orb, or the demonica for the tea and bread price. So his current idle income is demonica Moonberg plus wind orb. Chapter 110. Level 4. Wind manipulation. Wind carries more than just air molecules. It carries its own signature of mana. It carries hidden information that only those with the wind talent can translate. Noah began sensing the subtle differences between various types of air movement. Breezes created by natural temperature gradients felt different from currents generated through talent usage. Each carried distinct signatures that revealed their origins. Every wind tells a story about where it's been and what created it. The orb taught him to read these aerial narratives, understanding the different patterns, magical disturbances, and even the emotional states of nearby beings through their unconscious influence on surrounding air currents. Beings breathe differently when they're excited versus nervous. The wind remembers everything. His skill development accelerated as theoretical knowledge transformed into instinctive understanding. Techniques that should have required months of practice became accessible within minutes of comprehension. This is what learning from concentrated elemental essence feels like. Pure knowledge transfer. Noah noticed the orb's internal energy diminishing as he absorbed its teachings. The swirling wind moved more slowly, its luminescence fading as concentrated wind essence flowed into his developing magical channels. It's sacrificing itself to teach me. The orb is literally giving up its power to enhance my understanding. No wonder why orbs are so rare. It's because the more you comprehend it, the less concentrated it becomes. But instead of concern, Noah felt excitement. His daily protein bar income included replacement wind orbs, meaning he had unlimited access to this kind of accelerated learning. 1 orb per day. Infinite advancement potential. What Noah failed to realize was just how shocking his casual use of legendary artifacts would appear to other mages. Tier 5 elemental orbs weren't just rare. They were kingdom-shaking treasures, the kind of items kings went to war over and mages dreamed of acquiring in their lifetimes. Even at the prestigious Academy of Sina in the Demon Kingdom, the most elite students, those who shattered records or ranked at the very top, were granted only a few fleeting minutes with such an orb, and even then, it was a tightly monitored privilege, used solely for rapid comprehension during breakthroughs. Yet here Noah was treating them like snacks in his shop. If word of this ever reached Sin City or Esta, there'd be riots. The masses wouldn't just be outraged. They'd want Noah skinned alive and hung up as a warning to anyone else who dared waste a Tier 5 orb like it was candy. But ignorance provided bliss, as Noah continued his intensive session. The orb's teachings revealed advanced applications that bordered on miraculous. It provided him with a few basic techniques that would help in combat, such as short levitation and quick speed bursts that would help him dodge dangerous attacks. The levitation technique made him think of something that made his body tremble in excitement. Once he reached a high level of attainment in wind manipulation skill, he would be able to use flight. The possibility sent shivers of anticipation through his body. Level 3 remained far from such advanced applications, but the foundation was being established through the usage of the concentrated orb. Every skill level unlocks new possibilities. This is just the beginning. The wind orb continued sacrificing its essence for Noah's education, each absorbed fragment bringing deeper understanding of elemental manipulation. Your wind manipulation skill has leveled up to level 4. Now, after reaching level 4, Noah decided to end his training session. He had learnt enough. Although there was still a decent amount of wind concentration inside the orb, he decided to stop. The process was mentally fatiguing. It was like sitting down to study for your exams for 6 to 7 hours in one go. It was tiring, but very enjoyable, which made it an enjoyable session. Checking his system status, Noah smiled. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 135,000. Current assets, $315, 240, 21. Shop points, 1010. Attributes, strength, 20. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 6. Mana control level 5. Wind manipulation level 4. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 1. His current assets did not include the wind orb's worth, which made Noah realize that his current assets would only count his monetary assets. He could convert the wind orb to golden coins and see the assets skyrocket, but that would be foolish. Furthermore, he realized that after using the wind orb, the value of the orb had decreased to 500 golden coins. It was clear that his theory of it depleting at some point was correct. Not bad. I'm what they call a wind mage. Now, he muttered, a huge smile breaking out on his face. Time to check on my automakers. Auto iced tea maker. Progress, 52200. Level, 3. Production rate, 2 iced teas every hour. Max stock, 48. Auto baker progress, 53200. Level, 3. Production rate, 4 loaves every hour. Max stock, 48. Auto protein bar progress, 100. Level, 1. Production rate, 1 bar every 2 hours. Max stock, 12. As he had expected, the progress of the protein bar was 0, just like the others. But what shocked him was the insane production rate of the protein bar. Damn, I can get 12 bars a day. It's the same starting point as the iced tea. Whilst he knew that having so many bars was going to increase his wealth significantly, he also knew that there was a downside. The astronomical price for the protein bar wasn't because of the 50% increase in strength, but it was because of the increase in the strength attribute by 10, regardless of rank. His fingers drummed against the counter. This isn't working. I need everyone to purchase this product. Otherwise, it will take me a millennium to increase the automaker to level 2, he muttered. He didn't want to sell to the elite few and have the rest of the market walk past his shop. He wanted lines out the door. He wanted everyone rich or poor, novice or veteran to bite. Then the idea hit him. Chapter 111. Price issue. Heading to the Crimson Mountain. Adept rank and higher, he said. First-time buyers. 1,000 gold. That's fair. They know how hard it is to raise attributes at their level. I need to keep the price in the same range as the auction. Otherwise, the prince might think I've scammed him. I don't want trouble knocking on my door. For those same buyers, any repeat purchases drop to 50 gold. They've already gained the permanent buff, so they're just coming back for the temporary strength boost. Keep 'em hooked. 50 golden coins is a reasonable price. It's double the price of my iced tea, and nearly has double the effect. He paused, then added another tier for the lower ranks apprentices. Novices, those still clawing their way toward adept, 100 gold for them. Still expensive, but they'll pay it. It's worth 10 times more in attribute growth. A satisfied smirk tugged at his lips. It was solid, balanced. Then the grin faded. His mind conjured a scene. Some clever novice strolling in, buys a bar for 50 gold, and flips it to an adept for 500. Or worse, some noble hiring a squad of rankless nobodies to bulk buy on their behalf. He sighed and rubbed his temples. No, not happening. After a few minutes of extra thinking, he came up with an extra security step. First purchase must be eaten in store. No exceptions. If they don't eat it here, they don't get it. But an issue remained. Those who needed the temporary strength increase couldn't eat the bar in the store. Otherwise, they would be wasting its effect. He decided to keep the product on hold for the time being. He'd plug the bigger holes later. Maybe Lola would have something clever to add. She always did. But for now, the pricing strategy was in place. For the first-timers, and the shop was open. Current assets, 315, 240, 21. Staring at his asset value, Noah realized he could afford the second item in the shop slot. The energy drink sat there temptingly, offering identical effects to the protein bar, except for agility enhancement instead of strength. Same $300 price tag. Same permanent attribute boost. After contemplating for several seconds, Noah decided against the purchase. There was no need to introduce another premium item when he hadn't even solved the protein bar's pricing complications. There's no rushing it. I can buy it another time. It's not like anyone can spend 300 gold coins in my shop right now anyway. Better to perfect one product line before expanding into others. He stepped out of his shop, placing the closed sign on his door with satisfaction. The evening's auction had been exhausting, but the results exceeded every projection. Time to test out my wind manipulation skill. The Crimson Mountains stood in the distance. Let's see what these new abilities can accomplish against real opponents. What Noah failed to account for was the attention his auction performance had attracted. Multiple interested parties had been watching his shop since the legendary artifact bidding concluded, and stepping out without protection after displaying that kind of wealth. It was an amateur's mistake. Target has moved out of his shop. It's time to move. One of the figures spoke to the others. 3 figures detached themselves from various shadowed positions around the plaza, their movements unseen. They'd been waiting for exactly this opportunity. The first was a lean demon with scarred arms. His equipment suggested mercenary work. He was clearly an experienced man in the field. The second figure moved with magical energy that made the air shimmer around his robes. A combat mage, probably apprentice level, whose presence suggested this wasn't simple robbery. They followed at careful distances as Noah made his way toward the city gates. Noah remained blissfully unaware of his tale as he approached the familiar crimson landscape. His thoughts focused on testing wind magic rather than potential threats lurking behind him. The mountain paths stretched ahead, offering both privacy for training and, unfortunately, perfect conditions for ambush scenarios. Once inside the Crimson Mountains proper, Noah spotted an unexpected figure lounging on the grass near a cluster of bouncing blue creatures. Blop, blop, blop. The slimes hopped around Lola with innocent enthusiasm while she reclined against a boulder, ruby eyes fixed on the evening sky with unusual tranquility. What's a master-level mage doing in beginner hunting grounds? Noah approached with genuine curiosity. What are you doing here? Lola turned her head, offering him that familiar seductive smile. I come here every now and then to lie down and watch the sky over the crimson peaks. It's a nice view. It's relaxation time for a succubus. I guess. Before Noah could respond, her expression shifted. Her head snapped toward the mountain entrance with sudden alertness, smile transforming into something far more dangerous. Oh, it seems like we have visitors. Her smirk carried lethal promise. Visitors. That doesn't sound good. Lola's body vanished like smoke dispersing in wind, leaving only the gentle blop sounds of confused slimes wondering where their observer had gone. She disappeared, completely gone. Noah spun toward the entrance, his eyes finally detecting what Lola's master-level senses had noticed immediately. 3 figures emerged from the mountain paths with weapons drawn and magic crackling around their forms. The slimes continued their innocent hopping, completely oblivious to the violence about to unfold in their peaceful territory. Blop, blop, blop. One moment, the 3 attackers were advancing with confidence. Next, they found themselves teleported directly in front of Noah, with Lola materializing beside them like death incarnate. Lola didn't have the ability to teleport, but her speed was so incredibly quick, it made it appear like she teleported. How did she? What just happened? The mercenary's sword arm froze mid-swing as he processed his sudden relocation. The mage's spell fizzled as concentration shattered. Why are you all following him? Lola's voice carried silky danger that made grown demons reconsider their life choices. Don't tell me you're planning on robbing our favorite shopkeeper. You wouldn't dare to hurt him, right? Our favorite shopkeeper. Chapter 112, Demonic Oath. The 3 scary-looking demons who'd seemed formidable while lurking in shadows now looked like children caught stealing cookies. Their intimidating presence evaporated under Lola's ruby gaze. They were just apprentice-level mages who got greedy. They didn't have any business battling a master-level mage. That would be courting death, like a certain young master once said. We were just walking, the scarred mercenary stammered, his voice carrying all the conviction of wet paper. Coincidence that we ended up here. Pure chance, the mage added, his hands trembling from Lola's pressure. Lola's smile disappeared like sunlight behind storm clouds. The temperature around them dropped several degrees as her aura changed from playful to wrathful. Do you take me for a fool? Her tone could have frozen fire. I was planning to let you go after an apology, but not anymore. Uh-oh. They just signed their death off. Lola reached into her pocket space and withdrew the Eye of Apollo. The legendary artifact pulsed with truth-detecting energy that made reality itself seem more transparent. The 3 demons' faces went pale as they realized they had truly messed up. They'd watched the auction. They knew exactly what that orb could accomplish. Please, we're sorry. We didn't mean any harm. The mercenary dropped his weapon and fell to his knees. Just wanted to see the famous shopkeeper, the mage added, joining his companion in desperation. Now they're groveling. Too little. Too late. Enough with your games. You clearly tried to rob him. You know what you've done is punishable by death, right? Lola's casual tone made the threat infinitely more terrifying, especially if I'm involved. Death penalty for attempted robbery. Demon justice is harsh. Therefore, I won't let you go scot-free, unless. Her smirk promised punishment that would make simple execution seem merciful. The demon's eyes widened in happiness. We have a chance to survive, they thought all together. Unless you swear on a demonic oath. The demons nodded frantically, clearly expecting promises to never attack Noah again. Standard criminal rehabilitation through oath binding. We will never attack him again. Before the demons could finish, Lola interrupted them. That's not the oath I have in mind. Lola purred. They think they're getting off easy. Poor bastards. Her slender hand settled on Noah's shoulder. I want you to swear an oath that you'll be his protectors from now on. And don't worry, I'm sure this man will not treat you badly. Huh, what's going on? Noah blinked in confusion as the situation escalated beyond his comprehension. 3 would-be robbers become his personal bodyguards through an oath contract law. This escalated quickly. The demons exchanged horrified glances as implications registered. Lifetime servitude versus immediate execution. They weren't exactly generous terms. The mercenary began. A fireball materialized in Lola's palm with menace. We agree, all 3 shouted simultaneously. Smart choice. That fireball looked dangerous, Noah thought. Excellent. Lola's smile returned with a satisfied nod. Proceed with the oath. The 3 demons raised their hands in resignation. We swear by the only true God that we will serve as protectors of Noah Carter, defending him from harm and serving his interests, as long as he does not treat us harshly or ask us to die. Demonic oaths. There's actually such a thing as magically enforced contracts. Golden light flared around the group as the oath took effect, binding the 3 former attackers to Noah's service through mechanisms that he didn't understand. Everything's happening so fast. I went from being robbed to acquiring 3 bodyguards in under 5 minutes. Noah stared at his new protectors with bewildered fascination. The scarred mercenary looked resigned to his fate. The mage seemed to be calculating whether this was better than whatever alternatives Lola might have provided. Wait, if demonic oaths can force people into service contracts, the idea hit him like lightning. Magically binding agreements that customers couldn't break. It was the perfect solution for his protein bar supply concerns. First-time buyers would eat inside the store. Second-time buyers would swear not to resell. The problem was solved through supernatural contract law, and the person behind it was once again Lola. Lola. Are demonic oaths commonly used for business transactions? Noah said slowly. Her grin widened with obvious delight. Oh. You're going to love learning about commerce law. This changes everything. The slimes continued their innocent hopping, completely oblivious to the life-altering arrangements being finalized around them. Blop, blop, blop. Demonic oaths can be used for anything, Lola explained, her ruby eyes sparkling. Business contracts, personal agreements, political alliances, any situation where absolute certainty is required. Anything. The applications are endless. Noah's mind raced through possibilities. The beauty lies in their absolute nature. Once sworn, the oath becomes part of the swearer's very existence. Breaking it triggers consequences that transcend simple penalties. She continued. Consequences. That sounds ominous. What kind of consequences? Noah asked, though part of him suspected the answer wouldn't be pleasant. Lola's expression grew serious, her playful demeanor once again evaporating. The oath doesn't simply punish, it destroys. First, the oathbreaker loses their hearing, cut off from the world's sounds, complete deafness. And that's just the beginning. Then their sight fails. Darkness becomes their permanent companion, isolating them further from reality. The 3 new bodyguards shifted uncomfortably, clearly remembering their recent binding with fresh appreciation for its seriousness. Next, their voice disappears entirely. No words, no cries for help, no communication with the outside world. Sensory deprivation leading to complete isolation. Finally, life itself abandons them. Death comes slowly, painfully, inevitably. Lola's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Progressive deterioration, ending in guaranteed death. That's absolutely terrifying. Noah stared at his 3 protectors with a new understanding of their resigned acceptance. They hadn't just agreed to service. They'd bound their very survival to keeping their word. Although at the 2 conditions of good treatment and non-death resulting commands, no wonder demonic oaths are taken seriously. Breaking them means slow, painful destruction. The process typically takes weeks. Plenty of time to contemplate the wisdom of oath-breaking while experiencing each stage of deterioration. Lola added. Weeks of progressive sensory loss before death. That's psychological torture on top of physical punishment. So when I use oaths for business, Noah began. Your customers will honor every agreement. Lola finished with satisfaction. Chapter 113. Training. The 3 demons straightened as formal introductions became necessary, their expressions carrying their resigned fate. I'm Ed, announced the scarred mercenary. Ed, added the combat mage, adjusting his robes nervously. And I'm Eddie, concluded the 3rd member. Ed, and Eddie. You've got to be kidding me. Noah stared at his new bodyguards with bewildered amazement. Are you all related? Brothers? Ed confirmed as a matter of fact. 3 brothers named Ed, and Eddie, who turned to crime together. This world has a sense of humor. Well, at least I'll remember your names easily, Noah said, suppressing his laughter at the absurd coincidence. The brothers positioned themselves at respectful distances as Noah prepared to resume his original purpose. Wind training required space and concentration, neither of which worked well with hovering bodyguards. Time to test my wind manipulation's combat applications. Let's see what level 4 can accomplish. Lola settled back onto the grass, her ruby eyes tracking Noah's movements with interest. Her posture suggested that she was just casually observing. So he has wind talent now. He must have used the orb. Wind began stirring around Noah's hands as he used his newly acquired wind manipulation skill. Gentle currents responded to his will with enthusiasm. Basic wind control. Not bad. For a newbie, Lola thought, watching the wind that Noah commanded. But as Noah progressed through increasingly harder techniques, Lola's interest transformed into genuine shock. The way he used his skill defied his recent awakening. Noah was demonstrating comprehension that should have required a longer training period. Wait, that's not beginner-level control. He's approaching novice level. Noah created multiple small vortexes simultaneously, maintaining control while directing their movement through specific patterns of his choice. The technique demanded skill and elemental sensitivity far beyond typical beginner capability. For someone who awakened their element hours ago, this is insane. Her eyes widened as she realized something. Noah's attainment level resembled practitioners who'd spent weeks or months refining their elemental understanding through dedicated practice. I don't think he has a strong affinity to the wind element. He would have awakened it without an orb had that been true. His current attainments are impossible. Unless he couldn't have used the orb for knowledge absorption at his level. Right? She whispered, her voice carrying growing horror. That would be the biggest waste imaginable. Wind orbs were Tier 5 artifacts precisely because they contained concentrated elemental essence that could accelerate development at any stage. But using them during initial awakening was universally considered a catastrophic resource mismanagement. You save orbs for breakthrough moments, when advancement stalls at higher levels, not for basic skill development. Advanced practitioners hoarded wind orbs for decades, waiting for the perfect moment when natural progression hit insurmountable barriers. Using such treasures for foundation building was like burning money for campfire fuel. No one in their right mind would waste Tier 5 artifacts on beginner training. Noah continued his demonstration, progressing to techniques that incorporated movement and combat applications, wind-enhanced footwork that increased his speed, directed gusts that could deflect projectiles, even preliminary levitation attempts that defied gravity for brief moments. This is months of development compressed into hours. He definitely used the orb. After watching for several more minutes, Lola's curiosity overcame her shock. She approached with the slow steps of someone confirming their worst suspicions. Noah, how exactly did you develop your wind manipulation so quickly? She called, her voice calm despite her growing horror. Please tell me you didn't do what I think you did. Used the wind orb for training. Absorbed its essence to accelerate my comprehension. Pretty efficient method, Noah replied casually. Noah had responded in a way that made his actions sound like the most obvious thing in the world. He actually did it. He used a Tier 5 elemental orb like a textbook. Lola's face went pale as his confirmation hit her like a truck. Noah, those orbs are incredibly rare. You should wait before using them. It's such a waste to consume them at low attainments. I can't believe I'm explaining basic resource management to someone who treats Tier 5 orbs like study guides. You're supposed to save them for breakthrough moments when natural advancement becomes impossible. Using them for foundation skills is insane, she continued, her voice rising with shock, like explaining fire safety to someone who uses phoenix feathers as kindling. But Noah simply shrugged with the indifference of someone whose daily income included the replacement of such orbs. It's fine. I've got access to more when needed. Access to more. He says that like wind orbs grow on trees. Lola stared at him with the expression of someone watching world laws being casually violated. Her understanding of scarcity-based magical development was crumbling in real time. He's treating priceless artifacts like consumable training materials. This defies everything I know about elemental cultivation. The Ed brothers exchanged glances that suggested they were beginning to understand exactly whose service they'd been bound to. Someone who used Tier 5 treasures for basic skill development operated on a completely different level of resource access. Our new boss is either completely insane or incredibly wealthy. Possibly both. After killing several beetles using his wind manipulation, Noah felt the satisfaction of successful monster hunting fade into boredom. The creatures that had once challenged his swordsmanship now fell to his blade work and elemental enhancement with ease. These beetles are no longer enough for me. His novice-level attributes, combined with level 4 wind manipulation, had pushed him beyond the challenge that basic grass beetles could provide. Each fight ended in the same way, their death without any hardship. His wind-assisted strikes overwhelmed their simple defensive power. Time to move up to more dangerous prey. Noah's gaze shifted toward the deeper sections of the Crimson Mountains, where more formidable creatures made their habitat. The fireflies inhabited territories beyond the beginner-safe zones, representing a significant escalation in risk. Fireflies are Tier 1 monsters. They are known to be in a completely different league from Tier 0 monsters like the grass beetles. Chapter 114. Tier 1 Opponent. Tier 1 classification meant that such creatures were comparable to novice-rank mages in terms of combat capability. They possessed magical abilities, some intelligence, and survival instincts that made them genuinely dangerous opponents rather than training dummies with claws. They're not weak by any standards. This would be a real test. Noah turned toward Lola, who had been observing his beetle massacres with obvious amusement. Her expression suggested she viewed it as entertainment rather than serious combat training. Do you think I can handle fireflies at my current strength level? Time to get an expert opinion on my actual capabilities. I don't want my new strength to get to my head. That's a good question. Lola's ruby eyes studied him for a few seconds, evaluating his experience, wind manipulation skills, and overall combat readiness. She's calculating my survival odds. That's either reassuring or terrifying. You can, but it will be difficult. You'll most likely get injured during the fights, she replied after carefully considering his question. After answering his question, Lola's expression turned to her usual teasing one. But don't worry. I'm here to protect you, darling. Lola winked. The wink she delivered made Noah roll his eyes at her constant flirtation attempts. Even discussing potential life-threatening combat, she finds ways to be seductive. The Ed brothers positioned themselves with alertness. They knew that their job as protectors was going to be tested soon enough. Noah felt excitement building despite the acknowledged risks. Fireflies represented a legitimate advancement opportunity. They were creatures that could push his developing abilities toward their current limits. Real combat against worthy opponents. This is how skills actually improve. Fireflies waited in their hunting zones, ready to test whether Noah's rapid development translated into genuine combat effectiveness. Time to find out if wind manipulation works against opponents who fight back with magical abilities. The hunting grounds for fireflies lay deeper in the Crimson Mountains, where the terrain was slightly more rocky. This is definitely more dangerous territory. The Ed brothers had arranged themselves in a protective formation around Noah, their weapons drawn. Bound by an oath, they took their new responsibilities seriously. Fireflies nest in the thermal vents. They use the natural heat sources to amplify their magical affinity, Ed explained. So my enemy has an environmental advantage. That makes it more difficult. Lola moved beside Noah, her expression relaxed and confident. As a master-level mage, her power far exceeded anything they might encounter. For her, this expedition was more of a stroll rather than genuine danger. She's enjoying this, probably curious to see how I handle the fireflies. The first sign of firefly presence came through sound rather than sight. The firefly had a distinctive buzzing that made it extremely annoying. Bzz, bzz. The sound made Noah's teeth ache with its piercing frequency. That noise is incredibly annoying. How do these things not drive themselves insane? There. Ed pointed toward a cluster of thermal vents where multiple fireflies moved with agitated energy. It's probably attracted by our approach. The fireflies emerged from their nesting area with hostile intent immediately apparent. Each creature was roughly the size of a large puppy, but their proportions were abnormal. They had oversized wings that generated the maddening buzzing sound, bodies that glowed with internal fire, and prominent pincers that clicked. They're bigger than I expected, and those pincers look sharp. Bzz, bzz, bzz. 3 fireflies rose into the air with aggression, their wings creating the maddening sound. Here we go. This is the first real test of wind manipulation in real, life-threatening combat. Noah drew the zealous quickblade and immediately began channeling wind magic around the blade's edge. The elemental enhancement created visible air currents that increased cutting power and provided ranged attack options. Unfortunately, the enhancement wasn't significant. As a Tier 2 weapon, the zealous quickblade didn't have the elemental channeling that stronger weapons offered. Nonetheless, it still did the job. Wind-enhanced swordsmanship. Let's see how this works. The first firefly dove toward him with alarming speed. Its pincers spread wide for a crushing attack. Noah attempted to dodge while launching a wind blade toward the creature. That attack was too slow. The firefly's natural agility exceeded his expectations. It twisted mid-flight, avoiding his elemental attack while raking pincers across his shoulder. The impact sent him stumbling backwards, blood seeping through torn fabric. They're fast, much faster than beetles. Bzz, bzz. The second firefly attacked from his blind spot, breathing a stream of concentrated flame. Before it could reach him, Lola raised her hand and did a casual swooshing gesture. The stream of fire was immediately extinguished. As for the second firefly, it was squashed to death by Lola's casual gesture. Seeing Noah's gaze land on her in astonishment, she smiled. Continue. Don't worry about any interruption. For now, just focus on one. You can worry about multiple targets later, she added. Noah nodded, a grateful look on his face. Okay. That second firefly had given me crucial information. They can use fire breath. Eddie stepped forward, about to give Noah some clues on how to tackle the firefly. You need to let him learn, Lola interrupted smoothly, her ruby eyes fixed on Noah. The first firefly circled Noah, clearly looking for an opening, its compound eyes tracking his movements while maintaining distance in the air. Bzz, bzz. The firefly launched a concentrated flame stream that forced Noah into desperate evasion. The magical fire scorched the stone where he'd been standing, leaving smoldering patches that radiated heat. Okay, I can sort of understand its attack pattern. It uses the fire stream as a ranged attack. plus those pincers for close combat, or maybe to defend itself up close. Noah attempted a windblade counterattack, but the creature's aerial mobility made targeting difficult. It twisted through the air with the flexibility and agility that only flies have in the air. Too slow. Again, my attacks can't keep up with its speed. The firefly dove suddenly. Pincers spread wide for a crushing strike. Noah raised his sword defensively, but the impact drove him backwards with bone-jarring force. Chapter 115. Tier 1 Firefly. Those pincers hit like hammers. I can't take many hits like that. Psst. Another flame breath forced him to roll sideways, his clothes smoking from the near miss. The creature was maintaining pressure, not giving him time to recover or plan. I'm losing. It's too fast, too aggressive. Blood seeped from the pincer wound on his shoulder, each movement sending fresh pain through his muscles. His wind manipulation felt clumsy against such a mobile opponent. This isn't working. I need a different approach. During his intense training sessions, both with Master Tanaka and absorbing the Wind Orb's knowledge, he'd encountered references to advanced techniques, aura manipulation, the practice of channeling mana directly into one's body for enhancement, mana to strengthen my body. Internal enhancement instead of external projection. I should focus on my strengths, and that was my swordsmanship skill. As the highest level skill he had, swordsmanship was Noah's strongest card to amplify. Noah began redirecting his magical energy inward, feeling mana flow through his muscles and bones like liquid fire. The sensation was refreshing but intoxicating, strength building beyond his attributes. The firefly sensed the change and launched another aggressive assault. But when its pincers connected with Noah's sword, they met resistance that wasn't there before. Possible. It barely pushed me. The mana is strengthening me. You have learned the skill Aura Level 5. New skill. Finally, the notification confirmed what Noah felt throughout his body. Aura wasn't just protection. It was amplification of every physical capability. Noah's counter-strike carried power that sent the firefly tumbling through the air. His mana-enhanced strength had multiplied the impact beyond normal novice limits. Now I can actually fight back effectively. Bzz, bzz. The creature recovered with angry buzzing, anger and wariness burning in its large eyes. It had felt the new shift in Noah's strength. Noah channeled aura through his sword arm while maintaining wind manipulation around the blade. The combination created cutting effects that carved through the air with visible force. Whoosh! Aura plus wind magic plus swordsmanship. That's a terrifying enhancement. The firefly attempted another flame breath, but Noah's reflexes allowed him to dodge while closing the distance. His aura-powered leap carried him within striking range. This is it. The perfect chance. His blade, now enhanced by both aura and wind magic, traveled the air in a graceful arc that sliced clean through the firefly's left wing. Swish. Thud. The firefly's wings dropped to the floor, unresponsive. The effects of the lost wing were immediate. The firefly's flight became erratic as asymmetrical lift sent it spiraling to the floor. Grounded. Now it's vulnerable. Bzzt crash. The firefly hit a stone with a powerful impact, and its remaining wing crumpled from the fall. But despite being wounded, it snapped at Noah with desperate fury. It's still dangerous. I need to finish this quickly. Noah's final strike combined every enhancement he could muster. Aura flowed through his muscles while wind magic concentrated around his blade. The zealous quick blade carved through chitin and magical fire with devastating power. Victory is mine. Silence settled over the thermal vents as the last buzzing faded. The firefly's internal glow dimmed to darkness as life departed in a shower of sparks. First Tier 1 monster defeated solo. That felt incredible. You have killed a Tier 1 monster. Firefly. Lola's applause echoed in the air with a genuine smile of appreciation on her face. You are good at adapting to your environment. You discovered aura manipulation mid-combat. Good job. Thanks. I was able to gain control over my aura. It boosted my strength to novice level immediately. Just like you told me last time. Noah confirmed, feeling the new skill's warm presence throughout his body. It's really a game changer for close combat. Body enhancement, plus wind magic, plus sword skills. I'm becoming a real combatant. The Ed brothers lowered their weapons with obvious relief. Their expressions carried respect for competence demonstrated under pressure. Lola approached him, her ruby eyes sparkling with approval. Ready for more challenging opponents. Single fireflies are merely introductory Tier 1 encounters. It's time to move beyond one opponent. Noah's eyes widened. She wants me to fight multiple fireflies. I just barely managed to defeat one. His initial instinct was pure rejection. Fighting a single firefly had pushed him to his limits, forcing him to discover aura manipulation mid-combat just to survive. Multiple opponents seemed like suicide. This is insane. I'm not ready for group combat. But as the shock faded, considerations emerged. Lola's protection didn't come often. She was a master-level mage whose attention was valuable beyond measure. With her guidance, he could perhaps push his development faster than safe progression allowed. When will I get another chance to train with a master watching my back? The Ed brothers provided security, but their response time couldn't match someone of Lola's caliber. If things went catastrophically wrong, she could intervene faster than anyone else. Risk versus opportunity. High stakes, but potentially massive advancement. Sure, but can you give me some tips? Noah decided, surprising himself with the acceptance. Of course. Let's go. Lola's smile widened with satisfaction. Here we go. Multiple firefly combat with a succubus instructor. They moved deeper into the thermal vent territory. The buzzing sounds grew louder as they approached more active nesting areas, more aggressive hunting grounds. There, perfect training opportunity. Lola pointed toward a cluster of 3 fireflies hovering near a particularly large thermal vent. 3 fireflies. This is going to be brutal. Bzz, bzz, bzz. The creatures moved together, their combined buzzing creating an almost overwhelming ear assault. Each was roughly the same size as Noah's previous opponent, puppy-sized bodies with oversized wings and those menacing pincers. Same individual threat level, but group attacks will be completely different. Watch carefully. Group combat requires different priorities than single encounters, Lola whispered, her voice carrying instructions on how he should approach his upcoming fight. Without warning, she gestured subtly toward the leftmost firefly. A nearly invisible force struck the creature, crushing it instantly without alerting its companions. She killed one so quickly. I barely saw it happen. 2 opponents instead of 3. This should be doable, she explained quietly. Chapter 116. Fighting 2 fireflies. Go, she commanded with a gentle tone. Time to see if I can handle multiple Tier 1 opponents. Noah approached the remaining fireflies with an aura already flowing through his physique. The mana enhancement felt more natural now, settling into his muscles like familiar clothing. The first firefly spotted him immediately, its eyes reflecting its hostile intent. But instead of attacking individually, it buzzed toward its companion with clear communication. They're communicating. This just got more difficult. Attacking a group of monsters was hard enough, but when the monsters could communicate, that made it even harder. Psst, psst. Both creatures rose simultaneously, positioning themselves to attack from different angles. Their movement suggested intelligence and communication between them. Focus on your positioning. Never let them surround you, Lola called from her observation point. Once they surround you, you will become a sitting duck waiting to be slaughtered. Okay. So the first rule of fighting multiple opponents is positioning. Noah moved toward the rocky cover that would limit their approach angles. Wind manipulations swirled around his blade while aura continued flowing through his combat-ready physique. If they have their own environmental advantages, then I will make my own environmental advantage too. Use terrain to limit their options. The fireflies adapted immediately, one diving high while the other approached low. Their assault was designed to overwhelm single-target defenses. Here they come. Prioritize. Choose your target and commit. Lola's instruction cut through the buzzing noise. Don't try to fight both simultaneously. Focus fire. Noah targeted the lower firefly with concentrated wind magic, launching compressed air balls while closing the distance. His aura-enhanced speed carried him forward faster than the creature expected. I will conduct an aggressive approach. Force them to react to my timing. The targeted firefly attempted defensive maneuvers, but Noah was able to track its movements. His blade, enhanced by both aura and wind magic, carved deep gashes across its natural armor. First blood. But the second one. Bzz. The second firefly's flame breath forced Noah into a desperate evasion, his jacket smoking from the near miss. But Lola's voice provided guidance even as he rolled for cover. Use the wounded one as a shield. Make them interfere with each other. That's smart. How did I not think of that? Noah maneuvered so the wounded firefly was between him and its companion. When the second creature attempted another flame attack, it had to adjust its aim to avoid friendly fire. Perfect. Their team play is limiting their options. The wounded firefly attempted a desperate pincer strike, but Noah's aura-enhanced reflexes allowed perfect timing. His counterattack removed one wing completely, grounding the creature permanently. 1 down, 1 to go. Bzz, bzz. The remaining firefly increased aggression, diving repeatedly while maintaining flame breath pressure. But fighting solo removed its tactical advantages. Back to single combat. I can handle this. You are not executing to finish. Your combinations should end their lives. Don't just wound. Eliminate the threats completely, Lola instructed. Noah's final assault combined everything he'd learned. Aura flowed through enhanced muscles while wind magic concentrated around his blade. The zealous quick blade carved through the firefly's defenses with devastating power. Noah had achieved victory. 2 fireflies were defeated through Lola's guidance. You killed a Tier 1 beast? Firefly. You killed a Tier 1 beast? Firefly. Silence settled over the thermal vents as the last buzzing faded. 2 more firefly corpses joined the battlefield's growing collection. Multiple opponent combat is significantly different from solo encounters. Clap, clap, clap. Noah turned to find Lola applauding him with genuine approval on her face. Excellent adaptation. You learned positioning, targeting priority, and tactical use of terrain. Thank you for your help, Noah said. Taking a few deep breaths, he was breathless from the fight. Her guidance made the difference. Group combat is about controlling chaos. Individual skill matters less than battlefield awareness, she continued. approaching him. Noah felt the difference in his understanding. Multiple opponents required completely different mental frameworks than single-target elimination. This kind of instruction is invaluable. After the successful 2-Firefly encounter, Noah felt satisfied. Although he was exhausted, he was still happy with the results. His aura manipulation had stabilized during the fight, becoming more intuitive. That's enough training for tonight. Time to celebrate progress with some magical food. I think that's sufficient for today. Want to join me for some bread and tea back at the shop? Noah announced, wiping sweat from his forehead. Lola's ruby eyes sparkled with obvious interest. I thought you'd never ask. The Ed brothers exchanged uncertain glances as the group prepared to depart. Their expressions showed their confusion, unsure of what they were meant to do next. They don't know if they're supposed to follow us or not. Lola noticed their hesitation immediately, turning toward them. What are you doing standing there like statues? You're his guards. You protect him from when he opens the shop until he's finished for the day. Her tone carried enough pressure to make them straighten. She's establishing their duties. Good. I wasn't sure how this arrangement worked. If he tells me you're not doing your job properly? Lola slowly muttered, glaring at them. The death glare she delivered made all three brothers visibly shiver. Despite being bound by a magical oath that would destroy them once broken, the additional threat made it worse. We will, they chorused immediately. The message was received. Either protect him at all times, or suffer her wrath. And the Ed brothers didn't want to suffer a master-level succubus's wrath. They could only blame themselves as they walked back to the shop alongside Noah and Lola. The walk back to Sin City passed in comfortable silence. Noah's thoughts processing the evening's developments while Lola moved beside him with a satisfied smile. The Ed brothers maintained their formation around them, clearly taking their duties seriously after Lola's clarification. From robbers to professional security. Some career transitions happened too quickly. Inside his shop, Noah settled into his ergonomic chair with relief that transcended mere physical comfort. He retrieved food for himself and Lola, then considered his new employees with genuine appreciation. Despite their criminal origins, they'd be his bodyguards from now on. And he wanted to treat them well. Chapter 117. Another protein bar. Here, enjoy these refreshments with us. Noah offered bread and tea to the Ed brothers. Treat employees well, and they perform better. It was a simple rule in life. Ed accepted the offerings with surprised gratitude. Thank you. We weren't expecting. Compensation includes meals when appropriate. Don't worry. I won't make you work like slaves, Noah replied, a smile on his face. Noah was setting an unprecedented behavior. As someone who has power over their life and death, he was extremely generous and merciful. The Ed brothers exchanged glances, clearly regretting the fact that they wanted to rob such a good person. As they settled into an impromptu meal, Lola's attention turned toward the display shelves as she spotted something that shouldn't be there. Her expression changed from casual contentment to something approaching shock. She spotted something interesting. You have another one already? Her voice carried disbelief mixed with excitement. Noah followed her gaze to the protein bar display, where a fresh specimen sat in pristine packaging. The automaker had completed its 2-hour production cycle while they'd been training, right on schedule. Automated production never disappoints. I told you before. I've got some more coming. So I will naturally have another one. Noah replied with satisfaction at her amazement. Lola turned toward him with desperate eagerness. I want it. How much do you want for this one? She's practically vibrating with anticipation. Permanent attribute enhancement does that to people. Noah shook his head with gentle firmness. This one isn't for sale. But come back tomorrow, I'll give you one then. Noah decided to keep the one on the shelf for his father. Increasing his father's strength would improve his body condition. Even if it wasn't necessarily vitality, it would still be a good boost. Really? Her voice climbed several octaves with excitement. Yes, really. But you'll have to pay me 500 golden coins. I won't ask much from you. You are my first customer after all. 500 instead of the 1,000+ auction price. Friends discount. It's done. Absolutely done. Lola nodded with enthusiasm that made her hair bounce. Before Noah could respond, Lola lunged forward from her chair with supernatural speed. What is she? Noah's eyes widened as the succubus launched herself at him. Her movements were so fast that his reflexes couldn't react in time. Suddenly, she was in his embrace, arms wrapped around him in a hug that felt both grateful and possessive. Thank you, Lola whispered directly into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. This is different. This isn't her usual teasing. Heat flooded Noah's cheeks as genuine emotion replaced her typical seduction. He'd built immunity against her casual flirtation. But this level of sincere gratitude hit completely different emotional targets. She means it. She's actually grateful. The Ed brothers politely averted their gazes while continuing to eat their magical bread, clearly recognizing a moment that transcended simple business relationships. Inside his house, Noah carefully retrieved a protein bar alongside 2 loaves of healing bread from his storage ring, placing them into a simple plastic bag. These are for Dad. The sky was darkening as the sun began setting. He'd spent most of his time in the Demon Kingdom, but visiting hours still allowed enough time for meaningful conversation. The GTR's engine purred to life as Noah settled into the driver's seat. The hospital was only 20 minutes away. But anticipation made every moment stretch longer. Dad's going to feel better than he has in months. The familiar corridors of the medical facility welcomed him. Evening shift nurses moved around, helping to manage the chaos that defined hospital care. Room 412. Time to deliver some miracles disguised as bakery goods. Noah knocked gently before entering, finding his father propped against pillows with a book resting forgotten on his lap. Alan's face brightened with joy at the sight of his son. Noah, 2 visits and the week just started. I'm really spoiled. Brought you more of those specialty items? The kind that help with recovery, Noah replied, settling into the visitor's chair while placing the plastic bag on the bedside table. Plus, something that'll permanently improve his strength. Can't wait to see his reaction. Alan's eyes lit up with recognition as Noah began unpacking the contents. The healing bread's warmth. But also something new, a wrapped bar. Where did you get this from? I've never seen such a protein bar before, his father observed, studying the protein bar's unusual packaging. It's a special one. One of my close business friends gave it to me, and it's made from many beneficial herbs. It's supposed to provide significant strength enhancement, permanent improvement to overall physical condition. Although I'm not sure if they are exaggerating or not, Noah explained carefully. Alan accepted the explanation with the trust that came from seeing previous results. The last healing bread had provided noticeable improvement that no traditional medicine had matched. You've been taking good care of yourself, his father said, noting Noah's improved posture and obvious confidence. You look stronger, more capable. Business has been good for my health. Having money reduces stress, improves everything else, Noah replied. They shared the healing bread together. Father and son connected through simple food that carried extraordinary properties. Alan's color improved with each bite, vitality returning to features that had been worn down by illness. This feels like a celebration, Alan said, his voice carrying strength that had been missing for months. Thanks for the amazing stuff, son. I will eat this protein bar another time, he said, placing the protein bar back in the plastic bag. Noah's face dropped. He had wanted his dad to eat the protein bar first, but his dad clearly enjoyed the loaf. Before he could finish, the nurse came in and interrupted him. Visiting time is over. Please start heading out of the ward, the nurse said, glancing at him before continuing her job. Noah sighed and nodded. Dad, make sure you eat this. You can't give this thing to anyone else. Understood. This is more important than the loaf of bread. It's many times more important. Okay. Son, don't worry. I won't give it to anyone else. Chapter 118. Strength Boost. The next day, Alan woke up from his sleep feeling remarkably refreshed. The healing bread from yesterday had worked its magic throughout the night, leaving him with energy levels he hadn't experienced in months. Noah wasn't exaggerating about these specialty foods. He sat up in bed with ease that surprised him, his usual morning stiffness notably absent. The protein bar sat on his bedside shelf where he'd carefully placed it the evening before. He said this was more important than the bread. Let's see what makes it so special. Alan unwrapped the protein bar with careful attention, noting its unusual packaging. The hospital's morning coffee sat cooling beside him. Here goes nothing. The first bite sent shockwaves through his system that had nothing to do with caffeine. Power flooded through his muscles like liquid lightning, making every fiber feel supercharged with potential energy. What in the world? Alan gripped the bedrail with his free hand, watching in amazement as his knuckles whitened from pressure that should have been impossible. The metal frame groaned under the force his weakened body shouldn't have been able to generate. I feel like I could lift a car. The transformation was immediate and overwhelming. Muscles that had been wasted by months of illness suddenly felt dense with strength that defied medical explanation. His grip strength had multiplied beyond anything he'd experienced even in his athletic youth. This isn't normal nutrition. This is something else entirely. He flexed his arm experimentally. The functional strength he was experiencing made his entire body feel like an instrument designed for power. Noah, just what in the world did you give me? The protein bar's effects continued building with each bite. Alan felt energy coursing through his frame that transcended mere physical enhancement. This was fundamental improvement to his body's capabilities. I could probably arm wrestle men half my age and win. When he attempted to stand, the movement carried none of his usual careful positioning to avoid strain. His legs supported his weight with confidence that made walking feel effortless. This is incredible. I feel 20 years younger. A passing nurse noticed his improved posture immediately. Mr. Carter, you look different this morning. Stronger. Feeling much better, Alan replied. The protein bar's wrapper lay empty beside his coffee cup, but the effects continued building throughout his enhanced musculature. Alan felt like he could take on the world. Half an hour passed and the temporary increase had left. Alan still felt that he was much stronger than before, but he had gotten weaker since the time he ate the protein bar. Daily income stream has been rewarded. Ban. Windorb Tier 5, Demonica Moonberg. Inside his store, Noah surveyed the multiple protein bars on his shelf alongside the full stock of bread and tea. His automakers had worked through the night, ensuring complete inventory despite yesterday's sales. Perfect timing. Everything's restocked for today's business. But before opening for customers, Noah approached the protein bar display with anticipation that had been building since he'd first discovered the product's effects. Time to claim that permanent enhancement for myself. He grabbed one of the bars with care. Despite its insane effects, Noah felt no mana or anything to indicate that my strength will fly through the roof. Unlike others who would only consume such a treasure near the end of their potential, Noah had no such thoughts. The shop was only level 2, and he would continuously get new items. So he didn't even bother worrying about bottlenecks like others did. Noah peeled the wrapper slowly, savoring the moment before taking his first bite. The taste was incredible rich, complex flavors that made him smile in contentment. The effects began immediately. Power flooded through his muscles like molten steel, making every fiber feel supercharged. Oh, this is intense. His enhanced strength multiplied dramatically. Noah clenched his fist, and the sound it made almost terrified him. He felt like the wind was being compressed by him. The transformation continued building with each swallow. This changes everything about combat effectiveness. When the last bite finished, Noah immediately accessed his status screen to confirm the reality of his improvement. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 135,000. Current assets: $315, $240, 21. Shop points: 1010. Attributes: Strength: 30 plus 15. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 20. Skills: Swordsmanship level 6. Mana control level 5. Aura level 1. Wind manipulation level 4. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 1. My strength is currently at 30. I've gained 10 points from the protein bar, and the 15 in brackets should be from the temporary 50% enhancement. After eating the protein bar, Noah decided to start his day as a shopkeeper. Noah opened his shop door, flipping the sign to indicate business hours had begun. The succubus didn't give him a chance to settle in, as if she'd been waiting for the exact second he opened to barge through the entrance. Where is it? Lola looked like a hungry wolf as her ruby eyes immediately landed on the shelf. There are so many. Where are you getting so many from? She spotted all 11 protein bars. Noah smiled mysteriously. Secret: 500 golden coins, she said, immediately producing payment without negotiation. Unlike Noah had expected, she didn't unwrap the bar immediately. Instead, she carefully stored it in her personal space. She's saving it for when the 50% temporary boost will matter most. She is definitely planning something. Lola sat down and spoke with him for a while before purchasing 2 pieces of bread and some iced tea. After that, she left. Noah stared at her departing figure. There was a day left before his stay at the demonic kingdom came to an end. And with that, he would no longer see the succubus that always tested him, at least until he came back the next time. Of course, Noah planned to let her and everyone in the kingdom know about his departure, but he planned to leave it until the day of the departure. His next destination was the first one he had been to, the human kingdom. He had decided to sort out the issue between the 2 kingdoms, because it was sad to see so many people die because of the extremists. Chapter 119, Mysterious Egg. Time passed in steady shop activity. Customer after customer entered his shop, each displaying identical reactions when they spotted the legendary protein bars displayed in abundance. Noah had established pricing tiers based on magical rank rather than uniform costs. The system he created encouraged broader access while acknowledging different economic capabilities. Novices paid 100 golden coins. Apprentices faced 300 coin prices. Adept-level practitioners and above were charged 600 coins. Of course, they were all required to have in-store consumption to prevent resale across all ranks. Rank-based pricing plus consumption requirements. Covers security concerns while maximizing accessibility. Additional restrictions limited novice and apprentice purchases to 1 per day each. Preserving inventory for higher-paying adept customers. This meant that once a novice dropped by and bought it, another novice would have to wait for the next day before they could buy it. Of course, this rule would be implemented by him when he wanted. If the end of his shift arrived and he still had stock left, he would sell it to a novice despite the previous rule. Rules were sometimes meant to be broken. With 12 bars of daily production, minus his personal consumption and Lola's purchase, 10 units remained currently for sale. The morning continued with steady sales that validated his pricing strategy. The familiar sound of theatrical cape billowing announced Viscount Vex's arrival before he became visible. His entrance carried the same dramatic energy that made him Noah's most entertaining regular customer. Precious perched behind his ear with obvious excitement, her needle-sharp teeth clicking in anticipation of their usual shopping routine, right on schedule. But his usual confidence evaporated the moment his eyes landed on the protein bar display. 5 identical units sat in elegant presentation, representing the legendary enhancement that had dominated yesterday's auction. Impossible. I thought it was unique. A singular treasure that I will never see again, he breathed, his voice carrying genuine shock. Vex approached the display with reverent steps, his expression cycling through disbelief, wonder, and growing excitement. Precious leaned forward with obvious interest, apparently sharing her master's amazement. "We thought it was finished," he murmured to his carnivorous companion, "that we'd missed our only opportunity." They assumed the auction represented singular availability. Natural conclusion given the bidding intensity. "Are these for sale?" Vex asked with hope plastered all over his face. Noah nodded. 600 golden coins or equivalent trade value. Vex's face fell as financial reality intruded on his enthusiasm. His shoulders sagged with the weight of someone whose resources couldn't match their desires. "I don't have 600 coins with me personally right now," he admitted with obvious disappointment, "and I fear returning home might mean missing this opportunity entirely." Noah watched as Vex calculated his options. He really wants permanent strength improvement, not just social bragging rights. Most people would buy such things to brag about them. After all, having an expensive item that anyone could buy gave them status and airs that others couldn't have. "Let me check my storage ring," Vex said with desperate hope. "Perhaps I have something of equivalent value. Trade goods instead of currency. Always interesting to see what people carry." Vex began examining his dimensional storage, muttering assessments as various items appeared and disappeared. Precious offered commentary through tooth-clicking that seemed genuinely helpful to Vex's decisions. His plant provides advice on most things. Their partnership is remarkably thorough. "Oh, this one. I almost forgot about it." His excitement peaked as he withdrew something that made both man and plant vibrate with anticipation. The object that emerged was clearly valuable beyond mere monetary consideration. Mystery item. This should be interesting. What Vex produced was an egg roughly the size of a basketball, its surface covered in golden scales. The shell seemed to glow with internal energy that suggested its extraordinary contents. "That's not a normal chicken egg. This is an egg I found during an exploration expedition with Precious. While I don't know its exact value, several experts I consulted estimated at least 500 golden coins," Vex explained with obvious pride. 500 minimum, close to the required price range. Precious clicked her teeth with what sounded like confirmatory agreement, apparently having participated in the original discovery. "What do you think?" Vex asked with hopeful anticipation. Noah did not give Vex an immediate response. Noah focused his inspection ability on the mysterious egg, lion egg. Description: an egg containing a juvenile golden mane lion, a magical creature renowned for incredible strength, fierce loyalty, and protective instincts. When hatched, the creature will bond permanently with the first being it encounters. Golden mane lions mature into formidable companions, capable of matching adept-level magical practitioners in combat effectiveness. Nan. Estimated price: 700 golden coins. 700 coins. That's good. But the egg, I will have a beast companion. A lion at that. 2, Noah thought, a huge smile breaking out on his face. The description revealed something extraordinary. Not just valuable trade goods, but a potential permanent companion with combat capabilities, a magical lion that bonds with its first contact. That must be incredibly rare. It can also reach an adept level. Deal, Noah said without hesitation. Vex's face transformed with relief and gratitude that transcended simple commercial satisfaction. His hands trembled slightly as he placed the precious egg on Noah's counter. "Thank you," he said with genuine emotion. "This means more than you realize. Permanent enhancement versus future companion. Different types of power improvement." Precious extended tiny vine tendrils toward the protein bar with obvious approval, apparently recognizing the wisdom of trading future potential for immediate advancement. Even his plant agrees with the exchange. The transaction completed smoothly, leaving Vex with his coveted enhancement and Noah with a mysterious egg that promised interesting developments ahead. As Vex departed with his protein bar, carefully wrapped for strategic consumption, Noah contemplated the golden egg now resting on his table. System: how do I make it hatch? Host: the lion egg you have is in its final phases of development. You can accelerate the process by feeding it iced tea. The magical enhancement will absorb into the developing creature, strengthening its natural abilities and creating a more powerful bond with its first contact. Ma'am. Chapter 120. Lion Companion. Iced tea works on unborn magical creatures too. The applications keep expanding. The golden mane lion will emerge within hours of receiving mana enhancement. Be prepared for immediate bonding. The creature will imprint on the first being it sees upon hatching. This bond becomes permanent and unbreakable. Ma'am. Permanent bonding. That's both reassuring and terrifying. Additionally, the lion's loyalty will be absolute. It will defend you with its life and grow stronger alongside your own development. Adult golden mane lions can match adept-level practitioners in combat effectiveness. None. Adept-level combat companion. That's like having a permanent bodyguard who actually wants to protect me. Noah retrieved a bottle of iced tea from his shelf, noting how the egg seemed to pulse with anticipation as the magical liquid approached. Even unhatched, it can sense mana enhancement. He poured the peach-colored tea over the golden shell, watching as the liquid was absorbed instantly. The egg's internal glow intensified dramatically, and hairline cracks began spreading across its surface. It's working. The hatching process is accelerating. The shell continued fracturing as whatever was inside pushed against its confines with growing strength. Noah positioned himself directly in front of the egg, ensuring he would be the first thing the creature saw. First contact determines permanent loyalty. Can't mess this up. Golden light began seeping through the expanding cracks, and the sound of something moving within grew steadily louder. Here we go. Crack. The first fracture split the shell completely, releasing a burst of magical energy that made the air shimmer with golden particles. Crack. Crack. More pieces fell away as tiny paws pushed against the confines of what had been home for months. Noah positioned himself carefully, ready to ensure proper first contact bonding. Crack. The final section of shell crumbled away, revealing the creature within. But instead of facing Noah as expected, the newly hatched lion turned toward his display shelves with obvious curiosity. No. Wrong direction. Noah immediately sprinted around his counter, nearly tripping over his own feet in desperation to position himself correctly. The bonding moment was crucial. Permanent loyalty depended on proper first visual contact. Please don't bond with my iced tea. He slid into position just as tiny blue eyes opened for the first time, blinking in the shop's gentle lighting. What looked back at him was the most adorable creature Noah had ever encountered. Oh my God, it's incredibly cute. The lion was roughly the size of a house cat, covered in fluffy golden fur that seemed to glow with inner light. Its mane was barely visible, tiny tufts of slightly darker gold that would eventually grow into the magnificent crown that gave the species its name. It looks like a living stuffed animal. Enormous blue eyes blinked up at Noah with innocent wonder, taking in their first sight of the world. The little creature's proportions were endearingly kitten-like. The little one had oversized paws, a round face, and ears that seemed too big for its head. This is the combat companion that matches adept-level practitioners. It looks like it belongs in a children's toy store. The lion opened its tiny mouth and spoke its first word with crystal clarity that somehow bypassed language barriers entirely. Mama. It can talk, and it thinks I'm its mother. No, not Mama. I'm your Papa, Noah replied quickly, his voice climbing several octaves with panic. Papa. That works better than master or owner. Less weird since it's treating me like a parent anyway. The little lion tilted its head with curiosity, processing this correction with obvious intelligence. Its tail, barely more than a golden tuft, wiggled with excitement. Papa. It repeated with enthusiasm that made Noah's heart melt completely. The lion attempted its first steps on unsteady legs, wobbling like a newborn kitten discovering gravity. Each movement was accompanied by tiny chirping sounds that somehow conveyed both determination and confusion. It's learning to walk, like watching a baby take its first steps. Papa, what is this place? The lion asked, its voice carrying childlike wonder as it surveyed the shop. It can form a comprehensive phrase already. Golden mane lions are clearly more intelligent than I gave them credit for. This is my shop, Noah explained, settling onto the floor to meet the creature at eye level. I sell magical food to customers. Food. The lion's ears perked up with immediate interest. I'm hungry. Papa. Of course it's hungry. Just hatched from an egg after absorbing magical tea. Noah retrieved a small piece of healing bread, breaking it into manageable portions. The lion sniffed the offering with obvious appreciation before taking delicate bites. It tastes like sunshine, the creature declared with innocent joy. Like sunshine. That's actually a perfect description. As the lion ate, its movements became more coordinated. The magical bread was clearly providing nutrition that accelerated its development beyond normal biological processes. Papa, what am I called? The lion asked between bites, its blue eyes fixed on Noah with complete trust. Names. I need to give it a name. Noah considered various options while watching the adorable creature demolish breadcrumbs with kitten-like behavior. Traditional names felt too formal. Human names seemed inappropriate, but something meaningful would create better bonding. Golden fur. Magical nature. Loyal companion. How about Leo? Noah suggested. It means brave and strong. The lion's entire body wiggled with excitement. Leo. I like Leo. Papa named me Leo. Leo finished eating and immediately began exploring his new environment with typical feline curiosity. He sniffed everything within reach, his tiny nose twitching as magical scents provided information about his surroundings. Papa. This place smells like magic and happiness, Leo observed with innocent wisdom. The bond between them was already strengthening, creating connection that transcended normal pet relationships. Leo wasn't just a creature, he was family, complete with personality and opinions. Permanent magical companion who thinks I'm his parent. Some responsibilities arrive unexpectedly. Leo discovered his reflection in the display case glass and immediately pounced, tiny paws scrabbling against smooth surface in confusion about why the other lion wouldn't play. Chapter 121. Leo, still very much a kitten despite his terrifying potential. Papa, why won't the other Leo play with me? He asked with adorable frustration. That's your reflection. Like seeing yourself in water, Noah explained gently. Leo studied his reflection with newfound understanding, then deliberately made faces to watch the image copy his expressions. Smart enough to understand mirrors immediately. Definitely more intelligent than regular cats. Looking at his new companion, Noah thought of inspecting him. Maybe he also has a status just like me. Pet No. 1 Leo. Growth Cub. Rank Novice. Potential Adept. Skills. Size Manipulation Locked. Leo has the latent ability to shift his physical size, ranging from a small kitten to a full-grown lion with a majestic mane. This skill remains locked. Leo must reach adolescent growth. Claw Sweep. Leo unleashes a powerful sweeping strike with his claws, dealing heavy damage to anything in his path. Size Manipulation. Noah had been worrying about the cub's size. Once he grows up, it would be difficult to keep him in the roleplay as a domestic cat, which meant Leo would be unable to stay on Earth with him, except in the house. However, with the size manipulation skill, the issue had been resolved. Noah's eyes widened with interest as he processed Leo's incredible potential. The cub stage was clearly just the beginning. His companion would eventually possess abilities that could rival Valeria. Adept-level potential with size-changing abilities. That's incredible. The locked skill suggested Leo's development would unlock increasingly powerful capabilities as he matured. Even his current ability, Claw Sweep, indicated combat effectiveness that belied his adorable appearance. He's going to become formidable. He's already as strong as I, and he was just born. System. How does Leo grow and develop his abilities? Golden mane lions develop through feeding and hunting experiences. As natural predators, they must engage in combat to unlock their full potential. Magical enhancement also accelerates this process significantly. Hunting and feeding. He needs actual combat experience to grow stronger. Noah nodded with understanding. Leo wasn't just a pet. He was a warrior in training who required proper nutrition and combat experience to reach his potential. Time to give him the best possible start. Staring at his cute companion, who was now attempting to catch his own tail with typical kitten enthusiasm, Noah made a decision that felt both generous and practical. I'm not going to be selfish. He deserves the best enhancement I can provide. Noah retrieved one of his remaining protein bars, unwrapping it with the same care he'd used for his own consumption. Leo's nose immediately twitched with interest as magical scents filled the air. Leo, try this, Noah offered, breaking the bar into manageable pieces. If it can permanently enhance humans, imagine what it might do for a magical creature. Leo approached the protein bar with cautious curiosity, sniffing each piece before taking delicate bites. His reaction was immediate and intense, purring like a contented house cat while his eyes closed in obvious pleasure. Papa, this tastes like... So good, Leo declared between satisfied purrs. He can taste the magical enhancement. Fascinating. The purring continued as Leo consumed every piece, his tiny body vibrating with contentment. But as the final bite disappeared, something unexpected began happening. Wait, something's changing about him. Leo's golden fur started glowing brighter, and his body began expanding with visible growth that defied normal growth means. Within minutes, the kitten-sized creature had grown to puppy proportions. He's getting bigger, much bigger. Papa, I feel stronger. And bigger. Leo's voice carried excitement rather than alarm. The protein bar somehow triggered accelerated growth. He's advanced to the next development stage. Confused by the rapid transformation, Noah immediately consulted the system for an explanation. System. What just happened to Leo? The protein bar contained sufficient concentrated energy to advance Leo from cub to juvenile growth stage. Golden mane lions can absorb enhancement more efficiently than other species due to their magical nature. Juvenile stage already. That protein bar was incredibly effective. Noah focused his inspection ability on Leo again, curious about his enhanced status. Pet No. 1 Leo. Growth Juvenile. Rank Apprentice. Potential Adept. Skills. Size Manipulation Locked. Leo has the latent ability to shift his physical size, ranging from a small kitten to a full-grown lion with a majestic mane. This skill remains locked. Leo must reach adolescent growth. Claw Sweep. Leo unleashes a powerful sweeping strike with his claws, dealing heavy damage to anything in his path. Roar. Leo can produce an intimidating roar that may cause fear or hesitation in weaker opponents. Apprentice rank and a new skill. The growth acceleration is incredible. Leo's transformation was remarkable. His golden fur had developed richer color, and his movements were clearly more coordinated. The consumption of the protein bar made his growth look like a time skip. He went from newborn kitten to juvenile lion in minutes. That's development on an unprecedented scale. Papa, I feel so much stronger, Leo announced, demonstrating his enhanced agility by leaping onto Noah's counter with perfect agility. His physical capabilities multiplied dramatically. That protein bar investment paid incredible dividends. The new roar ability suggested Leo was developing the intimidation factors that would make him effective in actual combat situations. Even his claw sweep would carry more force at his increased size. Combat-ready companion in record time. Some investments exceed all expectations. Leo explored his expanded body with obvious delight, testing his enhanced strength by playfully swatting at empty air with movements that generated visible force. Still playful like a kitten, but now with actual combat potential. Papa, can we go hunting? I want to try my new powers. Please, please, Leo asked with eager anticipation. The lion was clearly sound in the way he was acting, spoken like a true lion. Leo, we shall go hunting together. Noah smiled at the little lion, stroking his soft, golden fur. Leo rubbed his head against Noah's hand in happiness. He's ready for real combat experience. Time to see what juvenile golden mane lions can accomplish. Chapter 122. Going on a hunt. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 135,000. Current assets, 549 to 240. 21. Shop points, 19 to. Attributes, strength, 30. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 6. Mana control level 5. Aura level 5. Wind manipulation level 4. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Auto iced tea maker. Level 3. Production rate, 2 iced teas every hour. Max stock, 48. Progress, 1,200. Auto baker. Level 3. Production rate, 4 loaves every hour. Max stock, 48. Progress, 1,200. Auto protein bar. Level 1. Production rate, 1 bar every 2 hours. Max stock, 12. Progress, 4,100. Checking his status, Noah's current assets had broken through $500,000. Seeing his substantial wealth that would keep increasing day by day, Noah smiled. He had sold his stocks for the day. Although the protein bar was more difficult to sell due to the restrictions he had placed, Noah had managed to sell 4. One had been sold to Lola, the other to Vex, and the last 2 were for an apprentice rank individual and a novice rank individual. From the sales, Noah was able to amass Leo's egg and a whopping 900 golden coins. Whilst I want to save up for the idle room, I think getting the energy drink would help me in the long term. I can amass money from the energy drink to help me gain it faster for the idle room. With his choice made, Noah decided to buy it. Item 2, energy drink. Price, $300,000. Effect, increases agility. Attribute by 50% for 20 minutes. Permanently increases agility attribute by 10 upon first consumption. Although it hurt him to part with his money so quickly, it had to be done. You have successfully purchased the item energy drink. The energy drink appeared on the shelf in the drinks section alongside the iced tea. With the energy drink bought, Noah checked his new balance before heading out on a hunt with the eager Leo. Current assets, 249, 240, 21. That's not too bad. 200 grand is still some decent money, Noah consoled himself. He knew that it was an investment. Buying another item was an investment, and he had to get used to that feeling. After all, he was bound to keep repeating it. Noah and Leo stepped out of the store into Sin City's afternoon bustle. The Ed brothers stood at the door like professional bodyguards, immediately standing at attention when they spotted Noah. They looked dedicated to their job. Clearly, the oath had done its magic. Noah smiled and continued toward the city gates with Leo bounding beside him. The juvenile lion's excitement was infectious, his golden fur catching sunlight as he moved, making him look more majestic. Time to test Leo's combat capabilities properly. The Crimson Mountains welcomed them with a familiar red-tinged landscape and the presence of monsters that would help Leo's body development. I will make him start with the basics, then work up to real threats, even if he was an apprentice rank monster. Papa, where are we going? Leo asked, his blue eyes bright with anticipation. Hunting grounds. Time to test your new strength. Blop, blop, blop. The first slimes appeared near the entrance, their innocent bouncing providing perfect introductory targets for Leo's combat debut. These are slimes, Noah explained. Good practice for beginners. Leo studied the blue creatures with predatory focus that transformed his cute appearance into something approaching dangerous. He's analyzing them like a natural hunter. They look weak. Papa, without warning. Leo pounced. His claw sweep carved through the first slime with devastating efficiency, cutting the core cleanly in half. Blop splat. The creature dissolved instantly. Too easy, Leo declared with obvious disappointment. I want stronger opponents. Already bored with Tier 0 creatures. Well, that was to be expected. He is current at Tier 2 after all. They progressed to the beetle territory, where chitinous shapes moved with more aggressive intent. Bzzz, bzzz. These look better, Leo observed, his tail lashing with excitement. The first beetle attempted a pincer attack, but Leo's enhanced reflexes made the creature seem sluggish. Another claw sweep removed its head completely. 1 strike, 1 kill. Apprentice rank power in action. Still too weak. Papa, I want real challenges. He's outgrown beginner monsters despite being just born. I wanted to test his instincts, but it seems that he's really better than I thought. Time for Tier 1 opponents. The Firefly territory stretched ahead with thermal vents promising more formidable opposition. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. 3 fireflies rose with coordinated aggression, their wings creating that familiar maddening buzz. Now we're talking. Leo's excitement peaked as he faced genuinely dangerous opponents, but instead of engaging physically, Leo drew himself up to his full juvenile height and released his new ability. Roar. The sound that emerged wasn't cute kitten noise, it was primal predator dominance that echoed off the air. Bzzz. The fireflies' wings faltered as fear overwhelmed their combat instincts. All 3 creatures dropped from the air, trembling on the ground like leaves in a hurricane. His roar ability is incredibly effective. Fear-based crowd control. Papa, they're scared of me, Leo said with obvious pride. Noah's mouth twitched as he processed what had just occurred. The roar hadn't been directed at him, but even as a bystander, the sound had made his reflexes jump with instinctive alarm. Luckily, the roar wasn't directed at me, otherwise I probably would have dropped too. That roar was genuinely terrifying. Noah turned toward his bodyguards to check their reactions, finding all 3 Ed brothers visibly shivering despite their normal composure. Their hands trembled on their weapon hilts, and their eyes carried the wide-eyed look of people who'd just confronted something far beyond their comfort zone. They're apprentice-rank practitioners, same as Leo's current classification. But clearly, Leo isn't a normal apprentice-rank beast. Ed's scarred face had gone pale. While Ed clutched his staff with white knuckles, even Eddie, who specialized in stealth, looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Boss? Ed managed through chattering teeth. Your companion is quite powerful. Quite powerful. Huh. Chapter 123. Kitten. He's just getting started, Noah replied, watching Leo prance around the paralyzed fireflies with kitten-like satisfaction. And he's only juvenile stage. What happens when he reaches adolescent growth? Leo approached the trembling fireflies with curiosity. His head tilted as he studied their fear response. Papa, why are they shaking so much? Your roar is very impressive. Leo, maybe use it more carefully around friends. Need to establish rules before he accidentally terrorizes allies. Leo nodded with earnest understanding. I'll be gentle with Papa's friends. The Ed brothers began recovering their composure, though they maintained noticeably more distance from Leo than before. Professional bodyguards or not. Instinctive fear was hard to override. One of the paralyzed fireflies attempted to crawl away, its wings still too unsteady for flight. Leo watched with interest but didn't pursue. Should I catch them? Papa, if you want to. Go ahead, Noah smiled, curious to see his companion's hunting instincts in action. Time to see what juvenile golden mane lions do to finish opponents. Leo's demeanor shifted immediately from playful kitten to focused predator. His movements became fluid and purposeful as he stalked the trembling fireflies with natural hunting grace. Bzzz, bzzz. The weakened sounds of their wings made pathetic attempts at escape, but Leo's enhanced speed made evasion impossible. His claw sweep finished each creature with no effort, targeting vital points with instinctive knowledge. 3 dead fireflies in under 10 seconds. With the hunt completed, Leo bounded back toward Noah with obvious satisfaction. The juvenile lion launched himself through the air with perfect confidence that his papa would catch him. Here he comes. Noah's arms caught Leo, feeling the warm weight of magical creature settling into his arms. The lion's purring vibrated through his chest as he stroked the impossibly soft golden fur. Still acts like a kitten despite being a lethal predator. Did you enjoy yourself? Leo, Noah asked, scratching behind ears that flicked with contentment. Yes, thank you, Papa. Leo's blue eyes sparkled with happiness. That was fun. The flying bugs were scared of my voice. Flying bugs. His innocent description of Tier 1 magical creatures. Noah set Leo gently back on the ground, watching his companion immediately begin exploring the thermal vents with curiosity. All right, it's time for me to show you my skills, Noah announced, drawing the zealous quickblade with fluid motion. My turn to demonstrate. Leo's ears perked up with immediate attention. Show me. Papa, show me your hunting. 3 fresh fireflies emerged from deeper thermal vents, their buzzing announcing their hostile intent as they spotted the intruders in their territory. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. Watch carefully. Leo, this is how humans fight. Time to combine all my skills into coordinated combat. Noah activated his aura immediately, feeling mana flow through his enhanced musculature like liquid fire. He could feel his mana spread through his body, amplifying his strength and various attributes, increasing his combat effectiveness. Wind began swirling around his blade as elemental manipulation joined the enhancement matrix. The zealous quick blade hummed with contained atmospheric force that made the air itself seem more responsive. The first firefly dove with a pincer attack aimed at his head, but Noah's combined enhancements made its assault seem sluggish. He sidestepped while launching a wind blade that carved deep gashes across chitinous armor. Papa is fast, Leo called from his observation position. The second firefly attempted flame breath while its companion attacked from the flank. Noah's eyes tracked both threats simultaneously. His consciousness expanded to encompass multiple danger sources. They are performing a coordinated assault. This is the perfect opportunity to practice my new techniques. He rolled beneath the flame stream while channeling wind magic into a defensive barrier that dispersed the magical fire harmlessly. His counterattack came in the form of an aura-enhanced leap that carried him within striking range. His blade, empowered by both aura and wind manipulation, carved through the firefly's wing structure with no resistance. The creature crashed to the ground, its flight capabilities permanently disabled. With one opponent grounded, Noah gained an advantage against the fireflies. Papa fights like the wind. Leo's commentary carried genuine admiration. The final firefly attempted a desperate charge, its pincers spread wide for a crushing assault. But Noah's reflexes and speed made perfect timing possible. Your mana control skill has leveled up to level 6. Man. The notification blazed across his vision as his magical integration reached new heights. The sensation was immediate, and he felt his mana purity increase alongside his control over its effects. Level 6 mana control. Another threshold crossed, but the advancement wasn't finished. As Noah's wind manipulation reached peak coordination with his other abilities, another breakthrough occurred. Your wind manipulation skill has leveled up to level 5. Then, level 5, major milestone for elemental magic. The moment the skill advanced, Noah felt new knowledge flooding his consciousness, not just improved control over existing techniques, but entirely new applications that had been locked behind the level barrier, inherent skill unlocked, something new to work with. Following instinctive understanding, Noah extended his hand toward the charging firefly and released a concentrated burst of wind that he somehow knew how to create. Gust. That's what this technique is called. The wind burst struck the firefly with perfect timing, interrupting its charge and sending it tumbling through the air. The creature's momentum was completely negated, leaving it vulnerable to Noah's finishing strike. Short-range wind burst that knocks back enemies and interrupts attacks, incredibly useful for combat control. His aura-enhanced blade completed the encounter, carving through the disoriented creature with devastating effectiveness. Victory. 3 fireflies defeated through coordinated skill application. Papa is amazing. Leo bounded around the battlefield with obvious excitement. You move like the wind and strike like thunder. Wind and thunder. He's developing quite the poetic vocabulary. Noah sheathed his weapon with satisfaction that transcended mere victory. The combat had demonstrated how his various skills were beginning to work in harmony rather than as separate abilities. Aura, wind magic, and swordsmanship integrating into a unified combat style. The Ed brothers approached with respect for their employer's personal capabilities. The Gust technique, Noah murmured, testing the name while feeling its potential applications. Perfect for controlling enemy positioning. Chapter 124. An unexpected guest. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 135,000. Current assets, 249, 240. 21. Shop points, 19. Attributes, strength, 30. Vitality, 4. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 20. Skills, swordsmanship level 6. Mana control level 6. Aura level 5. Wind manipulation level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Alright, Leo, let's go back. Noah stroked the little lion's golden fur and began their journey back to the shop. Successful training session. Leo's combat capabilities are insane. 2 of my skills have advanced, and everything is proceeding perfectly. On their way back, Noah glanced toward the familiar grass spot where Lola had been lounging earlier. Part of him hoped to find the succubus there again. He needed her help organizing another auction for the energy drink. No sign of her. She must be dealing with whatever mysterious business keeps master-level demons busy. Not dwelling on Lola's absence, Noah continued toward Sin City with Leo bounding beside him and the Ed brothers maintaining their professional formation. Back to business. I will work for 2 or so hours before returning to Earth. But as they approached the shop's location, Noah's vision caught sight of something that made his eyes widen. A familiar figure stood before his entrance with an entourage. Oh no. Noah's eyes widened as recognition hit him like a physical blow. Prince Malphus waited outside his shop with several royal guards positioned in formation. They were clearly there for his shop. The prince is here. Outside my shop. With his guards. This can't be good. The Ed brothers immediately straightened, their faces draining of color as they processed the implications. Royal displeasure could end their lives regardless of the magical oath protection. For the prince to wait outside the shop either meant that he was dissatisfied or satisfied with something. Otherwise, he would simply send one of his guards to deal with it. What if the prince wants to fight our employer? We would be dead either way from the prince or from oath violation of not protecting our employer. The Ed brothers began praying silently that whatever brought Prince Malphus here could be resolved without violence. Please don't let this escalate. Please don't let this escalate. Leo sensed the tension immediately, his playful demeanor shifting to something approaching protective alertness. The juvenile lion's instincts recognized a potential threat to his papa. Noah approached with careful steps, his mind racing through possible reasons for royal attention. Had the protein bar not met his expectations? Was there some violation of demon commercial law he wasn't aware of? Stay calm. Professional courtesy. Don't give him any reason to escalate whatever this is about. I also need to lead whatever this is inside my store. Inside I'm invincible. He won't be able to do anything to me, no matter what his issue is. Prince Malphus. It's a pleasure to meet you outside my store, Noah said with a respectful nod. Prince Malphus turned toward him with a smile on his face. His expression seemed friendly enough, but something underneath suggested there were some hidden complications. Likewise, Mr. Noah, although I must admit, I'm slightly upset. The prince replied with royal bearing that made every word feel significant. A demon prince being upset with a human? That's never a good thing. Why? Your Highness, Noah asked. Although he had a hunch, the prince's expression shifted to something approaching disappointment mixed with calculation. I paid a wind orb worth 1,300 golden coins for a product I believed to be extinct. Imagine my surprise when I discovered the same item available in abundance at your shop. I was right. He thinks I scammed him at the auction. The royal guard's hands drifted toward their weapons with subtle movements that suggested readiness for immediate violence. The Ed brothers noticed this shift and began positioning themselves defensively, although they were crying inwardly. We're dead. Furthermore, the pricing structure you've established makes the auction price almost seem artificially inflated, Prince Malphus continued, his voice surprisingly gentle. He's not wrong, but I can't admit it. Noah nodded with understanding rather than defensiveness. I see the misunderstanding. Your Highness. Noah immediately acknowledged the prince's concerns without admitting any wrongdoing. He was finding a middle ground. The auction price wasn't predetermined, Noah explained, carefully walking towards his store to open it. The final cost resulted from competitive bidding between you and Lady Lola. I never anticipated prices reaching those levels. The auction exceeded everyone's expectations. Even I didn't think it would reach such numbers, and I was the one who told Lola to artificially raise the price. Prince Malphus studied Noah's expression with the calculating gaze of someone accustomed to detecting deception in political contexts. Yet you had multiple units available immediately afterwards. Fair point. From his perspective, it looks like deliberate scarcity manipulation. The auction price included exclusivity and first purchase rights. Noah continued with a diplomatic response. You received the first protein bar available through public sale, along with the prestige of winning a competitive auction. Your Highness, it's known that auctions are mostly used to raise prestige. Not that you need a prestige boost, but that's one of the main reasons for auctions. Alongside rare items, I've never claimed that the item was a one-off. Frame it as a premium service rather than price gouging. The prince's expression suggested he was processing this explanation with consideration rather than immediate dismissal. But his next words carried warning that made the royal guards tense. While that explanation has merit, the perception remains problematic. Royal dignity was involved in that auction. Royal dignity, the most dangerous currency in any monarchy. Leo moved closer to Noah's leg. His juvenile instincts recognizing escalating threat levels, the little lion's presence was comforting, but also concerning. Protecting him might require combat against opponents far beyond Leo's current capabilities. If this turns violent, Leo could get hurt trying to defend me, and he isn't immortal. Your Highness, Noah said with genuine respect, I understand your concerns completely. Since you feel this way, I want to ensure you're satisfied with our business relationship. Chapter 125. Solution. The prince's eyebrows rose with interest rather than suspicion. How do you propose to address this situation? He's willing to negotiate rather than simply demanding satisfaction. Good sign. Allow me to demonstrate my commitment to customer satisfaction, Noah replied, gesturing toward his shop entrance. If you would honor me with your presence inside, move the conversation into my territory. Whether he is satisfied or not, he will have to follow my rules then. Prince Malphus considered this invitation while his guards maintained ready positions. The Ed brothers watched every movement with alertness, prepared for violence but hoping for a peaceful resolution. Very well, the prince decided. Let's see what you propose. Inside the shop, Noah gestured toward his transformed establishment with professional pride. The elegant display cases and spacious layout created an atmosphere that spoke to serious magical commerce rather than simple street vendor operations. Time to demonstrate the full scope of my business. Show him this isn't some fly-by-night operation, although it low-key is. Your Highness, allow me to properly introduce my product line, Noah began, moving toward the bread display with showmanship. Prince Malphus followed with interest that seemed genuine rather than merely polite. His royal guards positioned themselves strategically while maintaining respectful distance from the commercial presentation. He's actually curious about my inventory. Good sign. This is our healing bread, Noah explained, indicating the golden loaves that seemed to glow with internal warmth. Accelerates natural recovery by 30% while providing superior taste. Start with the foundation products. Build appreciation before revealing the premium items. Although he probably knows them, the prince studied the bread with interest. The enhancement rate remains constant regardless of consumer rank. Completely consistent across all magical levels. Lasts for 10 minutes. no diminishing returns. Always a selling point that impresses practitioners. Noah moved to the iced tea display, where the drink inside the glass bottles caught the shop's lighting with prismatic beauty. Mana enhancement beverages. 30% increase to reserves and regeneration rate for 10 minutes. Impressive consistency with your other products, Prince Malphus observed. He's recognizing the pattern. Uniform effectiveness across all items. The protein bar you're familiar with, Noah continued, gesturing toward the display case where several units remained from the day's production. The prince's expression tightened slightly at the reminder of auction complications, but his attention remained focused on the presentation. Still sensitive about the pricing. Need to address that through superior customer service. And finally, Noah paused dramatically, something exclusive that hasn't appeared at any auction. He approached the energy drink display with ceremony befitting legendary reveals. The container pulsed with contained power that made the air shimmer with potential. This is my bargaining chip. Time to see if agility enhancement creates the same excitement as strength improvement. The energy drink, Noah announced with satisfaction. Increases agility, attribute by 50% for 20 minutes, plus permanent enhancement of 10 attribute points upon first consumption. Same effect profile as the protein bar. Different attribute focus. Perfect complement for combat effectiveness. Prince Malphus's eyes widened with genuine shock as the implications registered. His royal composure cracked slightly as excitement overrode diplomatic restraint. Got his attention. Agility enhancement is just as valuable as strength improvement. Is this the only one? The prince asked with barely contained eagerness. Currently, yes. My stocks are always on display, Noah replied with calculated honesty. It's the truth. What he can see is what's available right now. The prince studied the energy drink with the intensity of someone evaluating his advantages. Enhanced agility would complement his protein bar's strength improvement perfectly. I want it. How much do you want for it? Shopkeeper Noah. Noah paused, allowing anticipation to build while his mind calculated optimal pricing strategies. This is the moment. I need to price it right and resolve the auction complications permanently. Prince Malphus. Unlike the protein bar, this will not be sold easily. Noah began with careful emphasis, creating scarcity perception through future availability rather than current supply. The prince's expression sharpened with understanding. Exclusive access to permanent enhancement carried value beyond simple monetary consideration. He recognizes the implications. First, access to new products before they reach market. The next time this appears in the market could be weeks, months, or years. Noah continued, watching royal interest intensify with each word, building value through uncertainty. Classic sales psychology. The price will be similar to the protein bar's auction value. What do you think? Same price range as his previous purchase. Consistency and premium pricing. That's fair. Prince Malphus agreed with satisfaction that suggested the pricing met royal expectations. But Noah caught subtle signs that complete satisfaction hadn't been achieved. The prince's posture remained slightly tense, suggesting unresolved concerns about their business relationship. Almost there. Need one more gesture to cement customer loyalty. Don't worry, Prince. The price will be 30% off for the earlier misunderstanding, Noah added with generous magnanimity. Customer service recovery, through meaningful discount. Turn complaint into loyalty. This will cost 1,000 golden coins or something equivalent. 1,000 coins instead of 1,300. Significant savings that demonstrate good faith. The prince's expression transformed completely, tension evaporating as satisfaction replaced concern. His smile carried genuine warmth rather than politeness. Excellent, Prince Malphus declared with obvious pleasure. This arrangement addresses my concerns perfectly. The royal guards relaxed visibly as their leader's mood shifted from potential confrontation to successful negotiation. The Ed brothers released breath they hadn't realized they'd been holding. Leo emerged from behind Noah's leg, his juvenile instincts recognizing that the threat level had decreased significantly. The little lion's tail wagged with relief. Shall we complete the transaction? Noah asked with courtesy. The prince nodded with a smile that carried genuine satisfaction rather than diplomatic courtesy. Crisis resolved. Royal customer converted to satisfied buyer. He motioned to one of his guards, a stern-faced demon whose armor gleamed with enchantments. The guard stepped forward, producing a leather pouch that clinked with the unmistakable sound of serious wealth. 1,000 golden coins. $100,000. Chapter 126. The Black Visage. The pouch landed on Noah's counter with satisfying weight, its contents representing both successful crisis resolution and substantial profit margin. Payment in full. No haggling. No complications. Just royal resources backing royal decisions. Noah retrieved the energy drink with ceremonial care, handling the container like the legendary artifact it essentially was. The liquid inside pulsed with contained power that made the air itself seem more responsive. Prince Malphus accepted the energy drink with obvious appreciation, immediately transferring it to his personal storage ring rather than consuming it immediately. The magical container vanished into dimensional space. The moment the transaction completed, Noah's system responded with immediate recognition of another major business milestone. Level 1 auto energy drink is now in effect. New daily income stream. 235,000 or equivalent. $235,000 daily. My passive income just doubled. The notification blazed across Noah's consciousness with numbers that redefined his understanding of wealth accumulation. Between the protein bar and energy drink production, his daily passive income was approaching $500,000. A pleasure doing business with you, Mr. Noah, Prince Malphus declared with royal satisfaction. This arrangement resolves all previous concerns. Likewise, Your Highness, thank you for your understanding. The prince's entourage prepared to depart with the coordinated movements of people accustomed to royal schedules. As the royal entourage left his door, Noah checked on his new automaker capabilities, just like the protein bar. The automaker had a production rate of 1 energy drink every 2 hours, with a maximum of 12 per day. Not bad. This is pretty good, Noah muttered with satisfaction. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted outside his shop. The sound so powerful it felt like it would puncture his eardrums. The entire building shook from the magical impact. What the hell is going on? Noah whispered to himself. Leo's golden fur stood completely upright, his juvenile instincts screaming danger warnings. The little lion's blue eyes darted toward the door with obvious alarm. Even Leo knows something's seriously wrong. Noah immediately rushed to his window, peering through the glass to identify the source of magical violence erupting in his peaceful plaza. The scene that greeted him defied comprehension. A figure draped in oversized black cloth engaged Prince Malphus and his 4 royal guards in furious combat. The mysterious attacker's identity was completely concealed, but something about their mask made Noah's blood run cold. This mask. Prince Malphus's voice cut through the chaos with royal authority tinged by genuine concern. Black Visage. You have been quite active recently. I must say, Black Visage. That's not a random street criminal. The cloaked figure laughed with a hoarse voice that carried disturbing amusement. Have I? Your Highness, I just missed your company. Clang. Clang. Steel met steel as the figure engaged all 4 guards simultaneously. Each royal bodyguard was a pseudo-master-level warrior whose combined strength should have overwhelmed any single opponent. Yet Black Visage moved between them like deadly smoke. Whoosh! Fire erupted from the figure's free hand, while a short dagger danced through the guards' defensive formations. The combination of magical and physical assault created chaos that even those royal guards struggled to contain. 4 pseudo-masters versus 1 opponent. And they're losing. Clang. Sizzle. The dagger parried sword strikes while flames forced constant repositioning. Black Visage's combat style was brutally efficient. Every movement served multiple purposes. Lola, what are you doing? Prince Malphus watched his bodyguards falter with royal frustration that overcame tactical wisdom. His pride demanded action despite obvious personal risk. Your Highness, escape while we hold them, one guard shouted through gritted teeth. Crash. Another fire explosion sent 2 guards stumbling backwards, their formations completely disrupted. Black Visage pressed the advantage with relentless aggression. The prince's guards are outmatched. But instead of retreating, Prince Malphus reached for his storage ring with determination. Royal dignity was at stake. He couldn't flee forever. His royal family had been constantly targeted by this Black Visage. He's going for the energy drink. He's actually going to consume it mid-combat. The container materialized in his hands, and without hesitation, the prince drained its contents in a single gulp. The transformation was immediate and dramatic. His agility increased rapidly as the content of the energy drink flooded through his physique like liquid lightning, multiplying his speed and reflexes beyond his normal capabilities. The 50% boost stacked atop his already formidable base attributes. Black Visage's eyes widened with obvious surprise as they sensed the prince's dramatic power increase. For the first time since combat began, the mysterious attacker seemed genuinely shocked. Lola clearly didn't expect the agility enhancement. The prince just gained a significant advantage. Those hidden eyes swept toward Noah's shop with unmistakable recognition before snapping back to the enhanced prince. Damn it. Lola, I didn't know you were going to attack him. Right after he buys my energy drink. Interesting development. Black Visage murmured with that disturbing hoarse voice. Whoosh! Clang. The prince joined combat with supernatural speed. Enhanced agility allowed him to match Black Visage's previously overwhelming tempo alongside his guards. Noah pressed against his window. Torn between fascination and terror, the battle raged directly outside his shop, with magical forces that could easily destroy his entire establishment. Should I help her? But how? How am I meant to help this succubus? Leo whimpered beside him, clearly sensing his papa's distress while struggling with his own protective instincts. Sizzle. Clang. Boom! The battle intensified as enhanced royal forces pressed their temporary advantage. But Black Visage adapted quickly, their tactics shifting to account for improved opposition. Noah watched in growing horror as the battle escalated beyond anything his current abilities could handle. This was completely above his pay grade. Even if he wanted to help Lola, it would be suicide. He'd basically be asking to get himself killed. 4 pseudo-masters plus an enhanced prince versus 1 opponent. I'd last about a millisecond in that chaos. People began fleeing the plaza in panic, their screams adding to the cacophony of magical combat. In the distance, more guards could be seen approaching at a run, their armor glinting as reinforcements rushed toward the battle. Chapter 127. Lola against the prince. She's going to be overwhelmed. Even Lola can't handle those odds indefinitely. Noah gritted his teeth and made a decision that defied every survival instinct he possessed. His hand moved to the shop door. This is the only way I could help her. Don't be stupid. Lola, come in, he shouted in his mind. If she gets inside, I can close the door. No one can enter my shop regardless of their rank. I'm invincible in here. But even as he opened the door, Noah knew the complications this would create. Helping Lola meant directly opposing Prince Malphus, the royal customer he'd just successfully appeased. Royal customer versus friend in mortal danger. Some choices have no good options. Clang. Whoosh! Lola's dagger intercepted another strike while flames erupted from her free hand, forcing the nearest guard backwards. Her enhanced senses caught Noah's intention of opening the door despite the chaos around her. Her mouth curved upward under the mask, and she was smiling. This foolish human, he wants to protect me, even if that means his involvement with rebellion against the royal family of Sin City. Still playing with fire. Black visage. Prince Malphus taunted, his enhanced speed allowing him to appear at her flank in the blink of an eye as the guards took on Lola from the front. Sizzle. Lola twisted away from his thrust, her robe smoking where his blade had passed. Your Highness seems energetic today. Indeed. I am. I've just been taking care of my food intake lately, the prince replied, pressing his attack with renewed vigor. Perhaps you should invest in better nutrition. Clang, clang, clang. Steel rang against steel as Lola parried a flurry of strikes that would have overwhelmed her without the protein bar's temporary strength enhancement. It's good that I've taken the protein bar, initiating the fight. Although Noah's new item wasn't part of the plan, but even enhanced muscles were beginning to fatigue against sustained assault. 5 opponents. Enhanced prince. Limited mana reserves. This wasn't the plan. Growing tired already, Prince Malphus observed as another guard's sword found its mark, opening a gash across her arms. Crimson bloomed through black fabric. Just getting started. Lola gasped, launching a fireball that scattered the converging formation. Lies. She's dying by inches, Noah thought with growing worry. The mysterious black visage who Noah knew was Lola in disguise was accumulating damage at an alarming rate. Her black robes showed multiple tears from near-miss attacks, and crimson stains were beginning to seep through the fabric. She's bleeding quite a bit. The disguise is hiding serious injuries. Whoosh! Crash. Another coordinated attack drove her backwards, magical barriers straining against the cumulative assault of the prince and his guards. Prince Malphus's agility had completely disrupted whatever plan she'd originally conceived. You made one critical error, the prince declared, his blade moving at speeds too fast for normal eyes to follow. What error? Planning this at all. Enlighten me, Lola snarled, her dagger catching his thrust by millimeters. You attacked me right after I gained some valuable treasure. His smile carried satisfaction. Poor timing. Wouldn't you say? Sizzle. Clang. Fire met steel as Lola's magic clashed with the prince's sword attacks. Each exchange cost her more than she could afford, while the prince seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. But in reality, she was just growing weaker. The protein bar gave me enhanced strength, but he's matching it with enhanced speed and his guards. The combination is devastating. Last chance to surrender. Prince Malphus offered with false magnanimity. My mercy has its limits. How generous. I'll pass. Lola's voice dripped sarcasm despite her deteriorating position. Never surrender. Never give them the satisfaction. Clang. Slash. Another guard's blade found its mark, opening a deep cut across her sword arm. Lola's dagger work became noticeably less precise as blood loss began affecting her coordination. Losing too much blood, function degrading rapidly. Fire erupted from her hands in waves, forcing a temporary space between herself and the converging royal forces. But each spell depleted her mana reserves while her opponents seemed to have unlimited stamina. 5 against 1. Even master-level power has limits. Your flames are growing weaker. Black visage. One of the guards observed with a mocking tone. Still hot enough to burn you to ashes, Lola retorted. Though her flames did indeed seem less intense, I can't maintain this much longer. Clang. Thud. Her dagger parried another assault, but the impact sent jarring pain through her injured sword arm. The disguise concealed the wound, but functionality was compromised rapidly. Coordination failing. Reaction time slowing. Prince Malphus pressed his advantage with fury that transcended. You won't be leaving this place today. Black visage. The last time you got lucky. Not anymore. Lucky. Lola laughed bitterly. I call it incompetence from your side. Then demonstrate this skill. The prince challenged, his enhanced speed creating afterimages as he attacked from multiple angles simultaneously. Impossible speed. The energy drink's effects are incredible. Clang. Clang. Slash. Another coordinated assault forced Lola backwards toward Noah's shop. Her defensive perimeter was shrinking as enhanced opposition overwhelmed her tactical options. Surrounded on all sides, the shop is my only refuge. Retreating already. Prince Malphus taunted. How disappointing. Based on your earlier words, I would have thought you would stay for a little longer. You talk a lot for a nonchalant prince, Lola smirked, though her voice carried exhaustion that belied her defiant words. Whoosh! Crash. Another spell barrage forced her to dive aside. Her landing awkward as injured muscles protested violent movement. Blood seeped through multiple tears in her disguise. She had no options but Noah's shop. But entering the shop meant dragging Noah into a conflict with royal authority. Her mind gave her multiple warning signals as magical attacks intensified around her diminishing defensive space. If I enter, Noah becomes an enemy of the crown. If I don't, I die here. Nowhere left to run. Prince Malphus declared with satisfaction. Who said anything about running? Lola snarled, though her stance betrayed her desperation. Blood seeped through multiple tears in her disguise as accumulated damage reached critical levels. Her robes hung in tatters that barely concealed the extent of her injuries. The approaching reinforcements would arrive within seconds, sealing her fate permanently. Prince Malphus and his guards left no room for escape through conventional means. Chapter 128. Lola's End. Another sword strike opened a gash across her shoulder, spinning her toward Noah's doorway with desperate momentum. She gave a quick side glance at Noah, who stood there, his face etched with concern and terror. Their eyes met for a fraction of a second. I can't. I won't destroy his life for mine. Lola shook her head with firm determination, even as blood dripped steadily from her wounds. The gesture was subtle but unmistakable. She was refusing his sanctuary. He doesn't deserve to become a target because of my choices. Even if he is the one in the prophecy, he is still too weak. I should be able to survive and meet him in the future. When he is strong enough, you are dead. Black visage. The declaration was like a royal decree that made the surrounding air seem heavier. Prince Malphus raised his blade, preparing to deliver a killing blow to the wounded figure before him. This ends now. Lola's legs trembled as exhaustion and blood loss took their toll. Her dagger wavered in her weak fingers, while magical energy flickered like dying flames around her injured body. I have no more strength. No more options. The royal guards closed their distance, creating an impenetrable circle that eliminated any possibility of escape. Their weapons shone with anticipation of victory. Lola was surrounded, bleeding out and ultimately defeated. Any last words? Prince Malphus inquired with courtesy that made the mockery even more cutting. Lola straightened as much as her injuries allowed, mustering what dignity remained to someone facing execution. Go to hell. The prince's enhanced speed made his final attack a blur of motion that human eyes couldn't track. His blade descended with supernatural force aimed directly at her heart. This is it. This is how it ends. Time seemed to slow as Lola watched death approach with crystal clarity. The sword's edge caught afternoon light, reflecting her own face. Damn it. Maybe I should have listened to that idiot. I guess this is how it ends. Sorry, mother, father. But just as the blade reached its target, strong hands seized her injured body with desperate strength. What? Noah's attributes allowed him to move faster than normal human reflexes should have permitted. His arms wrapped around Lola's robe, pulling her backward with force that sent both of them tumbling through his shop's entrance. Luckily, Lola was barely a meter close to his shop door. Boom! The floor that Lola was on cracked, as the strike landed on stone rather than Lola's body. He saved me. This fool actually saved me. Slam! The shop door crashed shut behind them without delay. The moment it closed, an invisible barrier activated that made the air itself seem more solid. Safe. We're actually safe. Seeing Noah pulling his worst enemy inside, the prince was outraged. His calm demeanor was no longer present. Without waiting, his blade struck the door with enough power to shatter large boulders. But the mystical protection held without even a scratch appearing on its surface. What sorcery is this? The prince demanded, his enhanced strength failing to budge the entrance even slightly. The shop's protection. No one can enter without permission, Noah thought. Outside, the royal guards tested every possible angle of attack. Swords, spells, and enhanced strength all proved equally useless against whatever force protected Noah's establishment. Inside, Noah cradled Lola's injured body while removing her cloaks to check her injuries. Black fabric faded to reveal familiar midnight hair and ruby eyes clouded with pain. She's hurt worse than I thought. Blood seeped through multiple wounds while her breathing came in shallow gasps. The protein bar's enhancement had kept her fighting far longer than should have been possible. But even magical strength had limits. She has critical injuries. She needs healing immediately. You idiot! Lola whispered weakly. You've made yourself an enemy of the crown. She's worried about me even while dying. What a silly succubus. Shut up and let me help you, Noah replied, already reaching for healing bread with urgency. The bread should be able to help her, Leo whimpered from his corner. The juvenile lion's instincts recognizing that his papa's friend was badly hurt. Outside, Prince Malphus's voice carried royal fury that penetrated even the shop's mystical barriers. This isn't over. Black visage. You cannot hide forever. Shopkeeper Noah. You are committing treason by helping the crown enemy survive. Return me Black Viziger, and I will overlook your act. The royal guards began establishing a perimeter around the shop, their formation suggesting a siege rather than a simple arrest attempt. They're not leaving. We're trapped. Well, who cares? It's not like I need food from the outside or anything. Lola's eyes fluttered as consciousness wavered from blood loss and magical exhaustion. Her grip on Noah's hand weakened with each passing moment. She's fading. Time is running out. Stay with me, Noah urged, breaking the healing bread into manageable pieces. You're going to be fine. It's too late. The healing bread won't be enough. I've lost too much blood. You idiot! You shouldn't have gotten involved. Lola smiled weakly before coughing up more crimson that stained her lips. Her face was growing paler by the second, and so was Noah's as panic set in. She's dying. Actually dying in my arm. Shut up! I will save you, he declared with a grim look on his face, his mind racing through every possible option. Current items won't work. Healing bread is not for critical injuries like the one she is suffering from. Iced tea enhances mana, not life force. Protein bar and energy drink are useless here. His mind processed the crisis with crystalline clarity. Only one avenue remained: the shop slot system that had provided his premium products. The next item. Please let it be something that can save her. Noah's consciousness dove into the system interface with desperate urgency. Item 3. Beef jerky. Description. Increases vitality attribute by 50% for 20 minutes. Permanently increases vitality attribute by 10 upon first consumption. None. Price. $300. Chapter 129. A bond. Beef jerky. Vitality enhancement. That's exactly what she needs. Noah's eyes widened with relief so intense it felt like a cold shower in the middle of summer. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated the purchase. You have successfully purchased the item beef jerky. The package materialized on his shelf instantly. Noah lunged for it with speed, tearing open the wrapper with his hands. But as he turned back to Lola, another crisis became apparent. Her consciousness was flickering in and out like a dying flame. Her jaw had gone slack, and swallowing reflexes were failing. She can't chew. She's too weak to process solid food. Lola's breathing grew shallower with each passing second. Blood continued seeping from her wounds despite the healing bread's efforts. With no time for alternatives, Noah made a decision that broke the barriers between him and the succubus. He bit off a piece of the beef jerky and began chewing with determination, just like the protein bar. The effects would only take place once the item was swallowed, unlike the iced tea and energy drink, which were instantly absorbed. I'm about to feed a succubus mouth to mouth. The jerky softened under his persistent chewing until it reached a consistency that could be swallowed safely. Noah positioned himself over Lola's barely conscious body. Here goes everything. He pressed his lips against hers, transferring the processed beef jerky, along with whatever enhancement it contained. The contact was intimate despite its real urgency. He knew that it was only for saving her, but the contact was intimate. Regardless, please work. Please save her. Lola's eyes fluttered open as the vitality enhancement hit her system like lightning. Color began returning to her pale features as the beef jerky restored her health. But Noah felt the transfer's cost immediately. Energy drained from his body as Lola's succubus nature responded to intimate contact with instinctive feeding. She's pulling life force. Can't help her nature during physical contact. The irony wasn't lost on him. Saving her life was literally costing him his own vitality. But watching color return to her cheeks made the sacrifice feel worthwhile. Noah immediately withdrew from the exchange. Had he not done so, the succubus might have sucked his life force to death. Lola's breathing stabilized as the beef jerky's permanent and temporary effects took hold. Her wounds began closing at accelerated rates, while enhanced vitality restored what blood loss had taken. 20 minutes of enhancement plus 10 permanent vitality points. She's going to survive. Noah, Lola whispered, her voice carrying strength that hadn't been there moments before. Don't talk. Just focus on healing, Noah replied softly. Noah knew that he had lost the automaker for the item. He had not sold the item and made Lola use it without paying. This meant that he would need to purchase the item a second time to have the opportunity of getting the automaker, but seeing her get better was worth it. Money could come and go, but Lola's life couldn't. As much as he hated to admit, he had a soft spot for the succubus. Just like Alyssa, Kip and the others in Esta. She's alive. That's all that matters. Outside, Prince Malthus continued his furious assault on the shop's mystical barriers, but Noah barely noticed the noise. 5 minutes passed before Lola stirred back to consciousness, her ruby eyes snapping open with startled disbelief. The wounds that should have killed her were merely fading scars now, and strength flowed through her body where weakness had dominated moments before. I'm alive. How am I alive? Her enhanced senses immediately detected something that made her breath catch. Noah bore the unmistakable mark that only succubi could perceive, the subtle energy signature left behind when her kind drained life force through intimate contact. The mark. I can see it on his lips. You kissed me. Lola's voice carried shock that transcended her usual playful confidence. Noah's face flushed crimson for a split second before he fought to regain his composure. It's not the way you think it is. I had to feed you something that was chewy and you were unconscious. So I had to transfer the food, more directly. He saved my life through mouth-to-mouth feeding, and I accidentally drained his energy in return. Lola stared at him with growing understanding, her own cheeks coloring as the implications settled. The mark wasn't just evidence of energy transfer. It represented something far more significant in succubus culture. You have to take responsibility for me now, she whispered in a tone so shy it seemed to belong to a different person entirely. First energy drain creates a bond. He doesn't understand what that means. Noah paused, his enhanced intelligence processing her words with growing alarm. Lola, it's not the time for your teasing. The prince is trying to break in outside. He thinks this is another one of my games. But Lola's playful demeanor evaporated as reality reasserted itself. Her gaze shifted toward the window, where the situation had escalated far beyond their initial confrontation. Prince Malphus no longer stood with just his 4 royal guards. Dozens of armored figures surrounded the shop in formation that spoke to serious siege tactics rather than simple arrest attempts. This shop of yours is a treasure. Even the prince and all his guards can't break in. It's good enough, but there is still a problem. You can't leave this place. They're surrounding it completely, Noah responded. Lola nodded with acceptance that carried no trace of her usual restlessness. It's okay. As long as I've got you as my company, I'm fine. Noah rolled his eyes, thinking that she was still teasing him. Outside, Prince Malphus's voice carried royal authority that penetrated even the shop's mystical barriers. This siege will continue until Black Visage surrenders. No one enters or leaves. Leo walked closer to them, the juvenile lion's instincts recognizing that immediate danger had passed. His golden fur remained slightly bristled, but curiosity was overcoming his caution. Papa, is the scary lady safe now? Leo asked with innocent concern. She's safe, Noah confirmed, watching Lola's expression soften as she noticed Leo's obvious worry. Chapter 130. A contract. She's safe, Noah confirmed, watching Lola's expression soften as she noticed Leo's obvious worry. Where did you get this golden mane? They're nearly extinct. Lola's expert gaze assessed Leo with appreciation. He's already at apprentice rank too. Based on my knowledge, he should reach adept rank with enough nutrition and hunting. She recognizes Leo's species and potential. Makes sense for someone with her experience. From Vex, Noah explained simply. Lola nodded with understanding. That explains it. That Viscount has many rare things. How did you save me? Lola asked, her mind processing the impossibility of her survival. The healing bread wasn't enough for that level of blood loss. Beef jerky, Noah replied, gesturing toward the empty wrapper. Vitality enhancement instead of healing acceleration. Different approaches to the same problem. Enhance the body's life force rather than just repair damage. Lola scanned her restored body, testing responses and energy levels. Her eyes widened with recognition as the enhancement's effects became clear. The effects, they're identical to the protein bar's pattern. Her voice carried growing amazement. This must have been expensive. How much do you want for it? She's calculating debt. Noah stopped looking at her, his attention shifting to the window where royal guards maintained their siege positions. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I've used it to save your life. I wasn't expecting anything. Her life was worth more than money. Simple equation. But Lola shook her head with stubborn determination. I refuse to accept charity, especially not something that valuable. Succubus pride. She won't accept gifts without reciprocation. Noah thought about it before sighing. Just give me whatever you want. If it makes her feel better about being saved, fine. Lola checked her dimensional storage with careful consideration. You're a swordsman, aren't you? I've seen you fighting those fireflies. I have a swordsmanship manual. After comprehending the full techniques, you should be able to become an adept swordsman. Price should be around 600 golden coins. Adept-level swordsmanship knowledge. That could accelerate my development significantly. Sure, Noah agreed. Lola materialized a tome bound in midnight leather, its pages emanating subtle power. The moment she handed it over, Noah's system responded immediately. Congratulations on your first sale of beef jerky. What? That counts. I thought my chance of receiving the automaker was gone alongside the daily income. That's pretty good. Level 1 auto beef jerky is now in effect. Beef jerky income. Tier 4 swordsmanship manual. The daily income is a swordsmanship manual. That's not particularly useful. System. Change it to dollars. I don't want a swordsmanship manual every day. Done. Ma'am. Beef jerky daily income. $60. Oh, much better. I need more money. I still have to save for my next items, including that idle room. System. Can you give me each item's income separately? Bread and iced tea, daily income. Demonica Moonberg 5. Alvin. Protein bar daily income. Tier 5 wind orb, 130. Alvin. Energy drink daily income. $100. Alvin. Beef jerky daily income. $60. Alvin. Noah studied the breakdown with a growing understanding of his wealth accumulation. The Demonica plants were multiplying beyond usefulness. He already had 5 specimens providing enhancement. Too many plants had diminishing returns on cultivation benefits. System. Change the Demonica income to dollars. With that done, I have 3 items that give me money daily. Energy drink daily income. $100 Allen. Bread and iced tea daily income. 5 Allen. Beef jerky daily income. $60 Allen. Perfect. Now I'm earning $165 plus a wind orb daily. The second wind orb from today's income waited in his dimensional storage, unused due to the crisis that had consumed his afternoon. 2 Tier 5 orbs representing accelerated magical development. 2 orbs, enough to push wind manipulation towards higher levels. Leo padded closer to Lola, his juvenile curiosity overcoming wariness. He's adorable, Lola observed, offering her hand for Leo's inspection. He's adorable, Lola observed, offering her hand for Leo's careful inspection. Isn't he? Named him Leo. Leo, that's a nice name. Noah's expression grew serious as he studied the siege formations outside his window. So what's your plan with those people? Lola's usual confidence wavered as she considered her options. I don't know. To be honest, I don't think I can leave. Prince Malphus's voice suddenly boomed through the mystical barriers, cutting through their conversation with a tone that made the shop's walls seem thinner. Shopkeeper Noah, return Black Visage to the royal family immediately. Otherwise, we will bring a Grandmaster to destroy this place. We promise not to hold this act against you, and we'll provide magical items as a reward for helping with the capture. Grandmaster. That's an escalation beyond anything I expected. Lola turned toward Noah with a smile that carried dangerous amusement despite their circumstances. They're planning to bring a Grandmaster here. That means the current king himself. He really isn't playing around. Her ruby eyes sparkled with mischief that seemed inappropriate given the gravity of their situation. What's your plan? Are you going to sell me? Noah rolled his eyes with exasperation. Don't be stupid. I wouldn't have brought you here and saved you if I had the thought of betraying you. Noah approached the window and shouted toward the royal entourage with a volume that carried across the plaza. Shut up. I don't want to hear your voice. It's irritating me. You keep barking like a dog. What kind of prince are you? Bring whatever fart you want. I'm not returning anyone. Lola's eyes widened with genuine shock as the implications hit her like a physical blow. What you just said. There's no return from this. He just declared war on the royal family. For me, Lola thought with growing shock. Noah shrugged with indifference that belied the magnitude of his decision. So be it. I'm leaving this place. Time to reveal my exit strategy. Look, do you want to come with me? I'm not staying in this kingdom. Lola's confusion was immediate and obvious. How are you planning to leave? I've got my way. Do you want to come? But if you do, you have to sign a contract with me. Chapter 131. Lola's past. I need you to become an employee. You'll work in this store with me. You'll have your own bedroom upstairs. You'll also be given a daily salary as products from the store. I'm broke, so I can't give you golden coins. Employee offer to a master-level succubus. This is insane. Lola's eyes widened with a shock that transcended her usual composure. The offer wasn't just employment, it was a partnership, sanctuary, and something approaching permanent alliance. He's offering me everything, Noah continued. Once you sign the contract, you'll stay with me inside the shop and help sell items at certain times based on the agreement. We can keep it part-time. You can pick flexible hours that work for you. I don't want you to stay inside the shop and have no life. Of course, you will have time to do whatever master-level mages do. Part-time employment with a master-level succubus. Some job descriptions defy conventional categories. Noah's mind reached toward his system interface with growing excitement. System. Create an employee contract with part-time conditions. Flexible hours. What's the reasonable payment? You are hiring a master-level mage. Appropriate compensation from your shop inventory would be 1 unit of each product daily, including future introductions. In return, the employee must work the hours and follow commands within professional boundaries. 1 of each product daily. That's generous, but it makes sense. All right, create it. The contract materialized in Noah's hands, its pages glowing with binding magic that spoke to serious supernatural enforcement. He extended the document toward Lola with ceremony befitting life-changing decisions. Read it carefully. This isn't just a job, it's a partnership. An employment contract that could reshape her entire existence. Lola accepted the pages with hands that trembled slightly, her enhanced senses immediately detecting the magical binding woven through every clause. Her ruby eyes scanned each line with growing amazement. Daily payment. 1 healing bread. 1 iced tea. 1 protein bar. 1 energy drink. 1 beef jerky. Plus any future products introduced to inventory. This is, she breathed, her voice barely a whisper. Insane. This payment package is absolutely insane. The numbers blazed through her consciousness with staggering implications. Daily access to permanent enhancement items, healing provisions, and mana restoration. This compensation was something that nobody could give her. Only Noah. He's offering me wealth beyond every demon's dreams. As daily salary. Her eyes continued down the contract, discovering terms that made her breath catch. No fixed duration. Termination requiring only 1 day's notice. Work hours completely flexible based on mutual agreement. He's not trying to trap me. He's offering a genuine partnership. The contract doesn't bind you permanently, Noah explained, watching her process the generous terms. It just requires fair notice before leaving. I'm not trying to control your life. Professional courtesy rather than supernatural slavery. Lola's hands shook as the full scope of his offer crystallized. This wasn't desperate recruitment. It was someone genuinely trying to help her without expectation of excessive return. He saved my life, and now he's offering me safety. Without strings attached. Noah. This payment structure. She looked up from the contract with eyes that glistened with unshed tears. This is more than generous. This is life-changing. 1 protein bar alone costs hundreds of coins. Daily access to all products represents thousands in value. You're worth it, Noah replied simply. Master-level magical expertise doesn't come cheap. He values my abilities rather than just seeing me as a charity case. Lola studied his face, searching for hidden motives or ulterior plans that would explain such extraordinary generosity. She found only genuine concern mixed with practical business sense. He actually means it. Every word. The shop. The contract says it doesn't stay in one place, she said with growing understanding. Noah nodded with confirmation that carried weight beyond simple acknowledgement. The location changes every 10 days. Unless I lock the place, where would it go exactly? Lola pressed, her mind demanding specifics for such a momentous decision. Noah shrugged with honest uncertainty. I'm not sure myself. Depends on business opportunities and safety considerations. Truth. The system determines locations based on factors I don't fully understand. Lola's ruby eyes flickered with something approaching vulnerability, an emotion rarely seen from someone of her usual confidence. Can we ever return to the Demon Kingdom? I have. Things unsettled here. Things unsettled. That phrase carries more than just casual unfinished business. Noah studied her face for several seconds, noting the subtle tension that suggested personal stakes beyond simple preference. Whatever kept her tied to this realm ran deeper than normal obligations. We can return later. But that comes with a price to pay, he replied carefully. If it's really urgent, we can come back. Dimensional travel isn't free. I need to spend 2,000 shop points to return. Lola's expression crumbled slightly as the weight of his offer registered fully. The casual tone couldn't disguise the expense such accommodation would represent. He's willing to pay interdimensional travel costs for my personal business. That level of commitment deserves honesty. You deserve to know why I'm asking for this, she said quietly, her usual playful demeanor replaced by something approaching solemnity. Here it comes. The truth behind her mysterious conflicts with royalty. My name isn't just Lola, she began, her voice carrying the cadence of someone revealing long-held secrets. I'm Princess Loliana Lilin, rightful heir to the demon throne. She is a princess, actual royalty. That explains her conflicts with Prince Malphus. Noah's mind processed this revelation with growing understanding of the political complexities that had shaped their relationship. Hundreds of years ago, my family ruled this kingdom with wisdom and justice, Lola continued, her eyes distant with memory. The Lilin dynasty had maintained peace for centuries. Peaceful rule was overthrown, a political tragedy. But one of the heads of the strongest noble families, King Malthion Malphus's father, orchestrated a coup through betrayal and assassination. Her voice hardened with controlled fury. He murdered my parents during a supposed peace negotiation with the elves. I was 12 years old, hidden in the palace's secret passages when the slaughter began, Lola whispered, her usual confidence replaced by haunting vulnerability. Chapter 132. Contract signed. 12 years old. A child witnessing her family's destruction. The loyal guards smuggled me out while the palace burned, she continued, crimson tears gathering in her eyes. I've spent years in exile, building strength to reclaim what was stolen. Years of preparation. That explains her master-level abilities and knowledge. Every attack on the current royal family is an attempt to weaken their hold on my family's throne, Lola explained, her voice carrying the weight of generational conflict. But I'm not strong enough yet to face King Malthion directly. She's been conducting a one-woman war against superior forces. Incredible dedication. When I first approached you, it was because of a prophecy that the bearer would help restore the rightful heir. That's why I've tested you initially, she admitted with growing emotion. I hoped you might be the one foretold to help me reclaim my birthright. There is a prophecy. But seeing your weak power and kindness, Lola's voice broke slightly. I realized I didn't want to use you for my vendetta. You deserve better than being dragged into a war that isn't yours. Noah's mouth twitched. Weakness? That's rude. But true. The weight of her revelation settled between them like a bridge toward understanding. Noah finally comprehended the true scope of what he'd stumbled into. Not just random criminal activity, but the last princess of a fallen dynasty fighting to reclaim her heritage. Royal exile seeking restoration. Her attacks on Prince Malphus weren't terrorism. They were legitimate attempts to weaken a usurper's hold on stolen power. I accept, Lola whispered, her voice carrying emotion that transcended mere employment agreement. Without hesitation, she bit her finger and allowed crimson drops to fall onto the contract's signature line. Her mana flowed into the parchment as a magical binding activated with golden light that filled the shop with warm radiance. Blood and mana sealing. This becomes a permanent magical law. Congratulations. First employee has been signed. Lola. Man. The second floor has been adjusted for enhanced privacy for employee accommodation. Daily payment will be automatically distributed upon completion of work hours. Manual payment management is unnecessary. None. The contract dissolved into particles of light that settled into both their consciousness, creating a permanent connection that transcended simple business arrangements. Bonded. Permanently bonded through magical employment law. Outside, Prince Malphus's voice carried renewed fury that penetrated their sanctuary with threats of escalating the response. But inside the shop, Princess Loliana Lilin had chosen a new path that led away from endless war towards something approaching hope. After finalizing the contract with Lola, Noah gestured toward the staircase leading to the shop's second level. Come on, let me show you the upstairs. It's going to be your residence after all. They climbed the stairs together, Leo bounding ahead with excitement at exploring new territory. The second floor had transformed dramatically since Noah's last visit, evolving beyond simple living quarters into something approaching luxurious accommodation. The system really did make it privacy-friendly. Loliana's designated room featured its own private bathroom, complete with amenities that seemed impossibly advanced for a medieval magical society. The design aesthetic blended comfort with functionality in ways that defied conventional architecture. Modern conveniences in a demon kingdom. The rest of the floor had been configured as a comfortable lounge area, with the idle room positioned strategically to one side. The design allowed privacy to Lola, while allowing access to the idle room without disturbing her. Everything felt spacious, despite the building's modest external dimensions. Dimensional expansion at work. Bigger inside than outside. Loliana examined her new quarters with obvious surprise, her ruby eyes taking in details that seemed to fascinate rather than merely impress her. This design, I've never seen anything like it, she murmured, running her fingers along surfaces that were smoother than anything medieval craftsmanship typically produced. The succubus approached her bed with curious appreciation, settling onto the mattress to test its comfort. Her expression transformed as premium materials provided support that exceeded royal accommodations. This is incredibly comfortable, she declared with obvious satisfaction. Then her ruby eyes fixed on Noah with familiar mischief returning to her expression. Want to join me and test it properly? There's the teasing. Back to normal. Lola's behavior. Noah coughed awkwardly before retreating toward the staircase. I'll leave you to get settled. Loliana's chuckle followed him down the stairs, carrying amusement at his predictable reaction to her flirtation. Some things never change, crisis or not. She can't resist teasing. Back on the main floor, Noah began preparations for departure. Although one day remained before the system's forced relocation, current circumstances demanded immediate action. Royal siege plus a grandmaster on the way equals time to leave. But as he arrived down at the first floor, movement outside the window caught his attention. Familiar faces had joined the crowd of spectators surrounding the royal cordon. Vex, and several other regular customers. Viscount Vex stood among the gathered demons, his expression carrying genuine concern rather than mere curiosity. Precious perched behind his ear, her needle-sharp teeth clicking with obvious agitation. They're worried about me. Actual concern from customers who've become something approaching friends. Other familiar faces dotted the crowd demons who'd purchased his products regularly, building relationships that transcended simple commercial transactions. Time for farewells, but careful ones that don't implicate them in my escape. Noah opened his shop window just enough to project his voice toward the gathered crowd. Thank you all for your patronage, he called out, deliberately avoiding specific names. Business circumstances require immediate relocation, but your support has been appreciated. Generic farewell that doesn't associate anyone with helping me escape. Vex's expression showed understanding rather than confusion. The Viscount recognized diplomatic language when he heard it. He knows I'm protecting them from royal retribution. Other customers nodded with similar comprehension, their faces carrying disappointment mixed with relief that their shopkeeper had found escape routes. They understand. Good customers who won't face consequences for my actions. But as Noah prepared to activate the system's relocation function, new commotion erupted outside. The royal guard snapped to attention, suggesting someone of ultimate authority had arrived. Chapter 133. Grandmaster's Arrival. A figure emerged from the dispersing crowd with a presence that dominated the whole crowd. Power radiated from his body like heat from a furnace, and every demon in the vicinity lowered their heads in respect immediately. The only demon grandmaster? King of the demon realm. The ruler of the entire demon kingdom had arrived personally, his expression carrying fury that transcended mere royal displeasure. This was an existential threat to his authority. No negotiations, no diplomatic solutions. He's here to end this permanently. Without a preamble or royal pronouncement, the Grandmaster raised his hand. Magical energy began coalescing around his fingers with density that made the air itself groan under pressure. He's not talking. He's attacking immediately. System. Noah shouted with desperate urgency. Transport us to Esta. Now. Although he had faith in the system's power and his safety, he knew that the surrounding area would be affected. Noah didn't want that to happen. 2,000 shop points. Get us out of here. Emergency relocation activated. Destination. Esta Kingdom. Cost. 2,000 shop points. Initiating transport. None. The world dissolved into swirling energy as dimensional barriers collapsed around them. Noah felt the familiar sensation of portal travel, but amplified beyond anything he'd experienced before. Lola walked beside him as the transport effect encompassed the shop's entire interior. Leo bounded between them with excited confusion at the sudden spatial displacement. Everyone accounted for. We're actually escaping. The king's eyes spotted the change. He immediately deactivated his attack, making it disappear. The shop building remained physically present, but its magical essence had departed entirely. What was left appeared to be ordinary architecture rather than Noah's shop. Empty shell. The real shop traveled with us. The Grandmaster frowned. To teleport with so many things, this required either a legendary treasure never seen before, or power that he didn't dare imagine. Malphas, tell me everything about this shop. I want no details left. The king looked at his son with a frown that made Malphas gulp. Yes, your highness. Malphas nodded before relaying everything. Transport complete. Welcome to Esta Kingdom. Shop relocation successful. Inside Esta, Noah found himself in the same abandoned alleyway where he'd first established his shop, the exact location where he'd met Valeria 9 days ago. Same buildings, same architectural style. But something's completely different. Surprisingly, the area was no longer abandoned. The narrow alleyway that had once been a forgotten corner of the city now bustled with commercial activity that transformed the entire atmosphere. In the 9 days I was gone, this place became a thriving marketplace. Shops lined both sides of what had been empty space, their signs and busy entrances creating a vibrant commercial district. The distinctive architectural style of the original buildings remained unchanged, but their lower floors had been completely renovated into various retail establishments. The upper floors maintained their original appearance, weathered stone and traditional Esta craftsmanship that spoke to centuries of history. But ground level had been transformed into bakeries, weapon shops, food vendors, and general merchants that catered to the city's growing population. Someone invested serious money in developing this area. I wonder why they chose this specific location. Lola looked around with obvious curiosity, her ruby eyes taking in the human kingdom's architectural differences compared to Sin City's demonic aesthetics. You've taken me to the human kingdom. Huh, she asked with interest rather than concern. Is this where you come from? Noah shook his head while continuing to survey the transformed alleyway. This is the city of Esta, capital of the kingdom of Durenhold. Not my original home, but the first place my shop landed in. No, it's not where I come from, but you are indeed right. This is the human kingdom. Noah responded. Lola nodded with understanding. Her attention shifting between human merchants and customers, the cultural differences were immediately apparent to her, whether it was their clothing or the way they interacted. It was different. System, Noah thought with growing confusion. Are we really in the same location? This looks completely different. Yes, host. The exact coordinates match your previous shop location. Development occurred during your absence. Hence your confusion. Then, 9 days. They transformed an abandoned alleyway into a commercial district in 9 days. That's incredible construction speed, although it makes sense considering that magic is a thing in this world. Plus, they didn't fully renovate the place. They just adjusted what was already there. Noah approached his shop's entrance with growing anticipation. The familiar door stood ready to welcome customers, but the surrounding environment had changed beyond his recognition. Time to see how Esta reacts to my return. He opened the door, and immediately dozens of eyes turned toward him with expressions that cycled through recognition, shock, and growing excitement. They know me. That's unexpected. I don't remember serving any of them. That's the mysterious shopkeeper. One merchant called out with obvious enthusiasm. The one who freed the genius mage Kip and his sister. The legendary swordsman Alyssa. I freed them. How do they know that I freed Kip and Alyssa from slavery? The news spread through the crowd like wildfire. Several people immediately broke away from their shopping activities, running toward a section of the city with urgent purpose. It's really him, another voice confirmed. The magical bread seller. Magical bread seller. That's my reputation in human territory. I wonder what they will call me with all of the different items in store now, Noah thought with a wry smile. Noah stood frozen with confusion as recognition washed over the assembled crowd. His brief interaction with Kip and Alyssa had apparently become a legendary story during his absence. What exactly happened after I left? But the crowd's reaction shifted quickly from amazement to commercial opportunity. Human merchants and customers began approaching with eager expressions. Do you have the healing bread? One adventurer asked with desperate hope. What about the mana enhancement drinks? A mage added, his robes indicating guild affiliation. They know about my old products. Word spread far beyond my original customers. It seems like business is going to thrive in Esta. Chapter 134. Giving Back. A woman with obvious injuries on her body emerged from the crowd. Please, sir, my husband needs healing that normal potions can't provide. Our household has been affected by the growing attacks of demons. Please. Noah's mind raced through the implications as more people gathered around his shop entrance. His reputation had apparently grown during his absence, creating a customer base he hadn't expected. Lola watched the human crowd with fascination. Her expression suggested amusement at the cultural differences in shopping enthusiasm. I do have healing bread and iced tea available, Noah announced, his voice carrying over the growing crowd. Noah walked back into his shop and emerged with a loaf of bread. The woman's face brightened in happiness. She knew that the bread was by no means cheap. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will never forget this favor of yours. Noah nodded. Do you have anything you can give me for this bread? He asked, although he wasn't sure if she did. The woman's hands stopped moving towards the bread. She had thought it was an act of kindness from his side. But after asking for golden coins, she realized it wasn't. Her shoulders drooped visibly. I don't have any golden coins. Sir. Noah shook his head at her response. I never asked for golden coins. I'm asking for anything. Anything you can give, even if it's a pebble on the street. I want to gain shop points whilst also helping her. A transaction is considered a transaction, no matter the price. The woman nodded excessively, rummaging through her pockets with trembling hands. After a few seconds, she found a small button she had found on the floor the other day. Does this work? She asked, extending her hands with the button on her palm. Yes, that works. Noah smiled, taking the button from her hand and exchanging it with the loaf. Thank you, sir. I will never forget your kindness. She smiled before leaving the place and heading to her injured husband. Others began approaching with desperate steps, hope written across their faces. Word had spread through the human settlements about a shopkeeper whose products could heal injuries that conventional medicine couldn't touch, and with him finally back, they rushed towards him like flies when they see food out in the open. An elderly man hobbled forward on a wooden stick that he used as a crutch, his leg bearing obvious signs of poorly healed wounds. Sir, please. The demon attacks left me unable to work. My family is starving because I can't provide for them. Noah studied the man's condition with perception that revealed malnutrition alongside his injuries. The bread would help both problems simultaneously. He needs healing and nutrition. 2 problems. 1 solution. What can you offer? Noah asked gently. The old man's face fell with embarrassment. I have this. He produced a worn leather cord from his pocket, the kind used to tie simple bundles. It's not much, but it's all I have. That works perfectly. Noah smiled, accepting the cord and handing over a golden loaf. Thank you for your business. Noah had no issue doing so. He gained shop points whilst providing help to those in need. In his eyes, it was a win-win transaction. The man's eyes filled with tears as he clutched the healing bread like sacred treasure. Bless you, sir. Truly bless you. A young mother approached next, carrying a child whose arm hung at an unnatural angle. Please. My daughter fell during the evacuation. The bone won't set properly. A broken bone that healed incorrectly. The bread should be able to correct that. What do you have to trade? Noah asked, already knowing he'd accept whatever she offered. The woman reached into her bag and produced a handful of wildflowers her daughter had picked before the injury. She wanted to give these to someone kind. Will they work? Flowers from an injured child. How could I refuse? Absolutely. Noah accepted the small bouquet with a ceremony befitting their emotional value. He took a small sniff of the makeshift bouquet before smiling. These are beautiful. They smell really good. The pattern continued as more desperate families approached. Noah established prices based on each person's circumstances rather than arbitrary monetary values. A farmer's handful of seeds bought healing for infected wounds. A seamstress's spare thread purchased recovery from demon-inflicted burns. I've made incredible money in the demon kingdom. The daily income of hundreds of thousands. I can afford generosity. Each transaction generated shop points while providing genuine aid to people who'd been caught in conflicts beyond their control. The shop points gained satisfied his business instincts while the humanitarian results fed his conscience. It's not like I'm going to do this forever, and I don't have much stock anyway. Noah glanced at his remaining inventory, roughly 10 loaves left after his generosity spree, enough to help the most desperate cases without depleting his entire production. Limited supply means careful selection. Help those who need it most. Inside the shop, Lola watched the proceedings with fascination that transcended her usual amusement at human behavior. Her expression was that of genuine respect for Noah's approach to business ethics. The succubus had concealed herself with subtle magic that made human eyes slide past her presence without conscious recognition, against ordinary humans with no magical sensitivity. The illusion was flawless. Lola knew that humans and demons had complicated relationships due to the extremists' attacks. In her eyes, it was better to avoid unnecessary conflicts for Noah. Her ruby eyes tracked each transaction with interest, noting how Noah evaluated each customer's needs and resources before establishing fair exchange rates. He's not just giving things away randomly. There's a method to his generosity, she thought with a smile on her face. A blacksmith approached, his arms covered in blistered burns, red, cracked skin marred by the signature scorch of fire. The damage was fresh, the kind of injury that lingered and ruined the coordination. For a blacksmith, that meant losing their job. Chapter 135. Alyssa and Kip. Sir, the man said quietly, these wounds, they're not healing right. They're affecting my ability to work. Noah studied him without expression. What can you trade? The blacksmith reached into a small pouch and pulled out a single iron nail. It was rough, simple, but well forged. It's just practice work, he said, offering it with both hands, but it's made with honest skill. Noah's brows lowered, his voice turned sharp. You're telling me you're a blacksmith and you're offering a nail? Unless you have a very good reason for why that's the best you can provide. I won't just reject your offer. I'll make sure you never buy from me again. He folded his arms, his frown deepening. I help those who need it, not those who try to take advantage. A previously working blacksmith should have more than this. You've likely crafted dozens of weapons. Where are they? The blacksmith's eyes widened in alarm. Sir, please, let me explain. This is a misunderstanding. He bowed his head respectfully, voice low but steady. I'm just an apprentice. I've never made anything beyond Tier 1 weapons, and those I sell the moment they're finished. My earnings go straight to rent, tools, and food. I don't keep a stockpile. I barely keep anything at all. This nail was the only piece I had left. It was the first thing I've ever made. Whilst its monetary value is low, its value to me is high. A few nearby people who had overheard nodded and stepped forward. He's telling the truth, one of them said. We've seen him work. He's not a fraud. He sells everything he makes, added another. Never seen him with more than scraps in his pockets. Noah's expression shifted. The hard edge in his eyes softened. He gave a slight nod, exhaling slowly. I see. I thought you were trying to scam me. I'm sorry for the accusation. The blacksmith shook his head at once, clearly taken aback. No need to apologize. Sir, you have every right to be cautious. I'm indebted to your generosity, not entitled to it. Noah nodded once more, this time with a hint of respect in his gaze. In that case, I'll give you what you need. We've got to take care of those wounds. There's no point in reforging blades if your own hands are breaking. Noah provided the blacksmith with his loaf and moved on to the next customer. But as Noah prepared to help the next customer, two familiar figures emerged from the crowd in the distance. His hand stopped midway to providing another loaf as recognition hit him like a physical blow. Alyssa, Kip. The cat girl and cat boy looked exactly as he remembered, but much more powerful. Alyssa's silver ears twitched with alertness, while her lean frame carried the confident bearing of someone whose swordsmanship had reached high levels. Kip walked beside her with mana swimming around his body, power that hadn't been there during their last meeting. They've grown stronger, much stronger. Their expressions shifted from casual observation to complete shock as their enhanced senses identified the familiar human distributing magical healing. Noah. Alyssa's voice carried disbelief mixed with joy that made her entire face light up. Is that really you? Kip added, his young voice climbing several octaves with excitement. The crowd around Noah noticed the reunion developing, stepping back to provide space for what was clearly a significant personal moment. Alyssa. Kip. Noah's professional demeanor cracked completely as genuine emotion emerged. Alyssa bounded forward with feline grace, her enhanced agility carrying her through the crowd faster than human eyes could track. But she stopped just short of actual contact, uncertainty flickering across her features. She wants to hug me but doesn't know if it's appropriate. Still the same thoughtful girl. We placed some people here, just in case you came back, to inform us about your return. We gave them details on what you look like, your shop and what you sell, she explained. That's touching and terrifying. Noah will give the last loaf before ending the charity giveaway. The remaining crowd watched with anticipation as Noah reached for his final healing loaf. A young woman with a bandaged leg stepped forward, her hopeful expression mixed with the resignation of someone accustomed to disappointment. Last one, Noah announced, handing her the golden bread with the same care he'd shown every previous recipient. Make sure to eat it all. End of charity supplies. Time to focus on the reunion with my old friends. The woman accepted the loaf with gratitude that transcended mere words, clutching the magical healing like the treasure it essentially was. Around them, the crowd began dispersing with satisfied murmurs about witnessing genuine generosity. That's all for today. Noah called to the remaining hopefuls. I'll be back tomorrow with more supplies. Noah gestured toward his shop entrance, noting how Alyssa and Kip's enhanced senses were already scanning the building because of its new changes. Come inside. We have a lot to catch up on. Alyssa and Kip followed him through the entrance. Their movements, those of experienced adventurers who'd learned to watch each other's backs. The transformation from worried children to capable warriors was remarkable. What's more shocking to Noah was that it had happened in 9 days. In those 9 days that he was gone, Alyssa and Kip had grown even more terrifying than him. They've grown into proper fighters, It seems like Valera's training alongside the academy has paid off. But the moment the door closed behind them, both cat siblings froze with battle-ready tension. Their senses had detected something that triggered immediate combat instincts. Alyssa's hand moved to her sword hilt with fluid grace, while mana began crackling around Kip's fingers. Both had achieved adept rank capabilities that made them genuinely formidable opponents. In the corner of the shop, Lola remained seated with that familiar predatory smile that suggested she found their reaction entertaining rather than threatening. "Demon," Alyssa hissed. Her silver ears flattened against her skull in aggressive display. Chapter 136. Catching up with the twins. Master-level aura, Kip added, his young voice carrying deadly serious analysis. Very dangerous. Both siblings shifted into combat stances with synchronized precision that spoke to countless hours of joint training. Alyssa's blade emerged from its sheath while Kip's magic intensified into visible energy patterns. Wait. Noah stepped between them immediately, his speed allowing him to intercept their assault preparations. Stop? She's with me. Alyssa's eyes widened with confusion rather than compliance. Noah, that's a demon. A powerful one. Master-level succubus, Kip corrected, despite knowing her power. That didn't reduce his readiness. She is extremely dangerous to humans. I know what she is, Noah replied with calm authority. Her name is Lola, and she's... It's complicated. Lola's smile widened with obvious amusement at the description. Complicated. I like that. Lola, you are not helping defuse the situation. Stop! Noah rolled his eyes at her remarks. Noah, Alyssa said carefully, her sword remaining drawn but not actively threatening. What do you mean she's with you? How do I explain succubus politics, royal conflicts, and the extremists? It's a long story. Noah began diplomatically. Kip's magical aura flickered with uncertainty. After explaining everything, such as his visit to the Demon Kingdom, Lola's help with his shop and his growing power, the twins sort of understood. Long story short, Noah continued. The important thing is that Lola isn't a threat. She's been protective, actually. Lola's expression softened slightly at the description, though her predatory smile remained firmly in place. You trust her? Alyssa asked with the directness that had always characterized her approach to complicated situations. Noah glanced toward Lola, remembering her refusal to enter his shop until forced by mortal injury and his action of bringing her inside, her concern about involving him in royal politics, and her willingness to die rather than compromise his safety. Do I trust her? That's actually a good question. Yes, he said simply. I trust her. I can't believe this. The demons are not our enemies. There are extremists among them and they attack both of our kingdoms. Also, I can't believe that there are people with power inside Esta who are benefiting from this despicable people. Alyssa's voice carried genuine anger that went beyond her usual composed demeanor. The revelation that their kingdom's war was built on manipulation rather than genuine demon aggression had shaken her worldview completely. Noah nodded in agreement. The problem is that I still don't know who is behind them. All I know is that they must be people of power. Political corruption at the highest levels. There are always people who benefit from perpetual war between kingdoms. Kip's young face twisted with disgust, using innocent deaths for profit. That's evil beyond anything. I've tried to gather more information, but it was difficult, Noah promised. For now, we need to focus on what we can control here. Lola had remained unusually quiet during the political discussion, her ruby eyes tracking the conversation with interest rather than her typical amusement. She's evaluating them, probably deciding whether they're trustworthy allies. Enough politics for now, Noah decided, shifting to lighter topics. Tell me about your training. How have you both progressed? Alyssa's expression brightened with pride mixed with determination. I've reached the adept level in swordsmanship and been accepted as a core member in Valeria's guild. Adept rank. She's advanced significantly since I left. And I've achieved adept rank in elemental magic, Kip added with obvious satisfaction. My fire magic can now create sustained flame constructs, both siblings advancing rapidly. Their potential was always extraordinary. That's incredible progress, Noah said with genuine admiration. You're both becoming formidable. A golden blur suddenly emerged from behind Noah's legs, drawing startled gasps from both siblings. Leo bounded forward with typical enthusiasm, his small size making him appear harmless despite his nature. Papa, who are these people? Leo asked with innocent curiosity. Leo, meet Alyssa and Kip, Noah explained. They're dear friends of mine. Both siblings stared at the talking lion with expressions that cycled through shock, amazement, and growing delight. He's adorable, Alyssa exclaimed, her warrior composure cracking completely. I've seen one of his species in the academy before. That's golden mane lion cub, Kip breathed with excitement. I've read about them but never seen one in person. They are extremely good at hunting. Whilst having an immense potential of reaching the adept or master rank under good conditions, they recognize his species. Impressive education at the magical academy. Leo preened under their attention, his tail wiggling with pleasure. I like them. Papa, can I pet him? Alyssa asked with the enthusiasm of someone encountering legendary cuteness. Leo decides that, Noah replied diplomatically. The juvenile lion bounded toward Alyssa with obvious approval, allowing her to scratch behind his ears while purring like an oversized house cat. His magical aura is incredible, Kip observed with analytical fascination. He's only juvenile stage but already carries apprentice-level power. Leo's special, Noah agreed. Watching his companion bask in the attention, Alyssa and Kip nodded in agreement. Alyssa looked around the transformed space with obvious amazement, her eyes tracking the elegant display cases, expanded floor area, and professional lighting that made Noah's shop feel like a legitimate magical establishment. "This place looks incredible," she exclaimed. "It's completely different from when we last visited. You must have expanded a lot." "Business growth required improvements," Noah replied with satisfaction at her reaction. He moved toward his premium product displays, retrieving 2 protein bars. "Here, take these. They're nutritional supplements that will help with your training. You guys are still young and growing. You need all the good stuff you can take." Noah offered 1 bar to each sibling with a smile on his face. Lola's ruby eyes widened with genuine shock as she watched him distribute legendary tier enhancement items like casual snacks. Her expression carried disbelief that someone would give away items worth Tier 5 treasure status for free. He's giving them protein bars worth Tier 5 artifacts like they're cabbage. This man's generosity defies all logic. Insane. Chapter 137. Protein bar. "Thank you," Alyssa said politely. Unwrapping her bar, Kip followed suit, examining the unusual texture and subtle glow before taking his first bite. The effects hit both siblings as they simultaneously gulped down the bites. Their eyes widened in shock as power flooded through their systems like liquid lightning. The strength stored inside the bar multiplied their existing strength. Their attributes increased, adjusting to accommodate the improvement. The protein bars are working exactly as intended. "What? What is this?" Alyssa gasped, staring at her hands as if they belonged to someone else. "I feel incredible," Kip breathed, his young voice carrying awe. Lola stepped forward with a soft, satisfied smile on her face, clearly enjoying their shocked expressions. "Those are protein bars that provide permanent strength enhancement plus temporary 50% improvement. Each one is worth approximately 1,000 golden coins. Here comes the price reveal. This should be entertaining," Lola thought, a soft smile on her face. Both siblings froze as the astronomical figure registered. Kip's face went pale while Alyssa's mouth fell open with horror. 1,000 golden coins. Kip shrieked, immediately sticking his finger down his throat. "I need to vomit this up. There's a fortune in my stomach." Noah stepped forward with gentle laughter, stopping Kip's desperate attempts at regurgitation. "It's fine. Don't worry about the cost. I have more coming. Besides, if you vomit it out, it will only mess up the store floor. It's not like I will be able to sell it after that." "Ha ha!" Both siblings stared at him with expressions that cycled through gratitude and amazement. "Noah," Alyssa whispered, her usual confidence replaced by shy appreciation. We can't accept gifts this valuable. Everything they've achieved could be attributed to Noah's help." Kip nodded frantically. "You saved our lives, introduced us to Princess Alara and Valeria, gave us opportunities we never could have earned alone. And now this, recognition of compound generosity. Some friendships involve serious investment. You've changed our entire lives," Alyssa continued, her voice carrying emotion that made her composure crack completely. "We owe you everything. Thank you," she said shyly, the words carrying weight that transcended simple gratitude. Noah nodded with a soft smile before walking to the twins and rubbing their heads with each hand. "You guys deserve that much. You've suffered a lot." Alyssa and Kip lowered their heads, fighting back tears. Noah was right. They had suffered a lot since they were young. Some investments pay dividends in human development rather than monetary returns. Lola observed this exchange with a growing understanding of Noah's character. His generosity toward allies revealed principles that transcended simple profit maximization. Suddenly, the shop door opened with familiar energy that made Noah's face brighten with genuine joy. Valeria and Princess Alara entered together, their expressions carrying urgency mixed with relief. "Noah, you're back." Alara's voice carried the excitement of someone who'd missed a valued friend. Noah smiled warmly at their arrival. "Good to see you both again. My first friends in this world. It feels good to have them here." But their expressions shifted immediately as they noticed Lola's presence. The succubus sat casually beside Noah, her ruby eyes sparkling with amusement at the human's obvious discomfort. "Here we go again." Valeria's hand drifted toward her sword hilt with wariness. "Noah, who is—" "It's complicated," Noah interrupted gently. Lola sighed at the predictable encounter, her usual confidence dimmed by recognition of the problems her presence created. "I'm causing you a lot of trouble, aren't I?" She glanced toward Noah. "Maybe I should have stayed on the second floor." Noah shook his head firmly. "It's fine. This is a misunderstanding that needs clearing up anyway. Time to explain everything. Hope they can handle the truth. This is Lola," Noah began carefully. "She's a master-level succubus who's been helping me in the Demon Kingdom. She taught many things about magic, combat, and the conflict between our kingdoms. It isn't what we think it is. Elara kept her expression neutral despite obvious shock. What do you mean? Can you explain? The demons aren't our true enemies, Noah continued, watching their faces carefully. How can they not be our enemies? They are literally attacking our kingdom as we speak. Elara frowned. Noah nodded. I haven't finished explaining. What I wanted to say is, there is a radical faction called extremists attacking both sides to maintain permanent warfare. Someone's profiting from the conflict while both kingdoms suffer. Princess Elara's composure cracked as the implications hit her. As heir to the throne, she'd witnessed her father's frustrated peace attempts and growing desperation to end the bloodshed. Extremists manipulating both sides, Elara repeated slowly. That would explain why every peace initiative fails. But how do you know this? I've encountered them personally. They attacked me and Lola during a trip outside the city. They're powerful, organized, and completely hostile to both humans and demons that do not follow their ideals. They think that humans are a lesser species and that they should be enslaved or killed. Fortunately, the demons didn't agree with their ideologies. This led to their banishment from the demon kingdom. And ever since then, they've been attacking both sides. Valeria's mind immediately grasped the truth behind Noah's words. If this is accurate, it means some of our noble families might be benefiting from continued warfare. Precisely what I'm thinking, Noah confirmed. Someone's making money while people die needlessly. Elara nodded in understanding, although she was still curious about something. How come she speaks the human tongue? Demons were known to be unable to learn our language. Good question. Language barriers were supposed to be absolute. She's a master-level mage, Noah explained with a casual shrug. She learned from listening to me speak, something about mana signatures making language comprehension possible. Elara nodded with acceptance. Master-level practitioners operated beyond normal limitations in most areas, but her attention shifted as she spotted the abundant iced tea display. Her expression brightened with obvious recognition and anticipation. Her favorite product. Some things never change. Chapter 138. Back to business. I want to buy those. All of them. Elara smiled with royal decisiveness. Before Noah could respond, Valeria interrupted with competitive urgency. Sorry, Princess, but I need to buy some too. My guild needs those enhancement effects too. We've been venturing out lately. Calm down, both of you. Noah intervened with diplomatic authority. Each of you can have 24 pieces. You can have bread as well. But this can't be hoarded. These resources must go toward protecting people. Of course. Both women replied simultaneously, their competitive tension dissolving into a shared purpose. They settled into comfortable conversation as the shop's atmosphere relaxed into familiar patterns. But Elara's enhanced magical perception immediately detected the unusual energy emanating from Noah's corner displays. These are incredible, she breathed, studying moon and star with obvious fascination. I've never seen anything like these plants. The mana ambient they're producing is extraordinary. Noah's memory sparked with sudden recollection. His storage ring contained gifts he'd been saving for exactly this reunion. Perfect timing. I kept some Demonica Moonbergs specifically for them. I got you both something, Noah announced, reaching into his dimensional storage with anticipation. He withdrew 2 perfectly cultivated Demonica Moonbergs, their silvery leaves shimmering with contained mana that made both women's magical senses tingle with recognition. He had kept the Demonicas as his daily income stream instead of the fire for this moment. He knew that they were going to like the gift. These are for you, Noah said, presenting 1 plant to each woman. They'll enhance your magical development slightly. You guys are already at the adept rank, so they will barely help you. Elara accepted her gift with a large smile on her face. Thank you for the gift. Valeria studied her plant with personal gratitude. This will be an amazing addition to the guild's headquarters. Thanks again. After handing the girls their 2 gifts, Noah turned back to the twin cats. Here you go. Take this. It will help you, Noah said casually, withdrawing the wind orb from his storage ring as if he were offering candy rather than legendary treasure. The orb itself was modest in size, no larger than a child's fist, but the energy contained within made the air itself seem more alive. Even after Noah's extensive use for training, the concentration of wind essence remained staggering. The amount of wind concentration in that orb was astounding. Kip's young face went completely pale as he recognized the item that Noah was handing him. His hands trembled as they accepted the small orb, his magical senses screaming warnings about the sheer power he now held. A Tier 5 orb. They only have 2 at the academy. Elara's royal composure cracked entirely, her mouth falling open in undisguised shock, as someone with access to the kingdom's greatest treasures. She understood exactly what Noah had just casually given away. Noah, that's a Tier 5 elemental orb, she whispered, her voice carrying the tone of someone witnessing the impossible. Her shock was reasonable. The item that Noah was casually giving away was a treasure that the Academy of Esta treated like precious pearls that appeared once every millennium. Valeria's instincts recognized legendary equipment when she saw it, her experienced eyes tracking the wind swirling within the sphere. Her guild had attempted to acquire such artifacts for years without success. Those are worth their amount in blood, she breathed, her usual confident demeanor replaced by genuine awe. Alyssa's reaction was the most dramatic. The young swordswoman lunged forward with a desperate, urgent look on her face, her hands reaching for the orb as panic overwhelmed her rational thought. Master and Noah, this is too much, she fumbled, trying to take the artifact from Kip's trembling grasp. You can't just give away something this valuable. But Noah shook his head with gentle firmness, his expression carrying the patience of someone who'd grown accustomed to such reactions. This is his belonging now. I gave it to him, Noah stated with a tone that brooked no argument. He told me he's an elemental mage with wind affinity. He'll need this more than anyone else here. Kip's young voice cracked with emotion as he struggled to process the magnitude of the gift. But Master Noah, at the academy, only the top students get to use these for 5 minutes. Just 5 minutes. And that's considered the highest honor that very few have gotten in the past century. Lola observed the scene from her position near the counter, her ruby eyes sparkling with amusement at everyone's reactions. Having witnessed Noah's casual use of legendary artifacts for basic training, she found their shock both understandable and entertaining. If those two girls knew about the protein bar that he had fed the twin cats earlier, they'd probably faint. The Academy of Sina hoards their 2 orbs like religious relics, Alara added, her royal education providing context for the artifact's true rarity. Students compete for years just to touch one briefly. Valeria nodded with grim understanding. My guild's been trying to acquire even a damaged orb that's a tier 3 for 20 years. The waiting lists span decades. 20 years of effort just to buy one lower tier orb. Noah's response sent another shockwave through the assembled group. It's really fine. I have another one for myself too. Without ceremony, he withdrew a second wind orb from his storage ring, its energy signature higher than the first. The casual revelation that he possessed multiple tier 5 artifacts made the room fall into stunned silence. 2 tier 5 orbs. He has 2 of them. Don't worry about it. Noah continued with the same nonchalant tone he might use to discuss the weather. Use it well. When you need another one, come and ask me. I'll give you one. He's offering unlimited access to artifacts that kingdoms fight wars over. He patted Kip's head with gentle affection. The gesture so normal it created surreal contrast with the legendary treasure the boy still clutched. Alara stood there shocked, unable to utter a word. The training she had gotten as a royal had prepared her for many diplomatic situations, but the casual distribution of priceless artifacts wasn't covered. Her magical senses confirmed these weren't replicas or inferior copies. They were genuine Tier 5 elemental orbs of the highest quality. Chapter 139. Power. Alyssa continued staring at the orb in her brother's hands with an expression that mixed joy for his opportunity with terror about the responsibility. Kip himself remained frozen, his young mind struggling to process the magnitude of what had just occurred. The artifact in his hands represented advancement opportunities that could reshape his entire development. Use them for training, Noah added casually. The essence will help you understand wind magic at the deepest levels. Seeing Noah's gifting power and the way he was casually handing out legendary artifacts, Valeria looked at him with renewed curiosity. How has your sword training been? She asked, her green eyes studying him. Her gaze recognized the significant changes in Noah. Just a few days ago, he was unable to use magic, unable to hold a sword, and only had bread in his store. Now, he was someone else entirely. Noah smiled with satisfaction that transcended mere confidence. It's been all right. Why don't we test it? Valeria suggested, her expression carrying the enthusiasm of a master eager to evaluate her student's progress. Sure, Noah nodded without hesitation. Help from an adept swordsman is always appreciated. Time to see how far I've actually come. Before they could leave for training, Noah's gaze shifted toward Lola, who stood quietly observing their preparations. The succubus's presence created obvious complications for visiting the human kingdom. What about her? Noah asked, gesturing toward Lola while addressing Valeria and Alara. How can we hide her identity as a demon? Horns and a tail make the demon identification pretty obvious. Lola simply smiled with her usual confidence. Don't worry about me. You can go enjoy yourself and catch up with your friends. I'll stay upstairs. Noah shook his head with immediate rejection of that plan. No, you should come with us. Check out the human kingdom. You might like it. Lola felt something shift in her chest as his words registered. The human standing before her didn't want her to be lonely. He'd brought her to another place, akin to another world, and was ensuring she felt included rather than abandoned. Furthermore, that kiss, the memory of their intimate contact, even born from medical necessity, carried a meaning that transcended simple saving. The bond between them made her senses tingle. He's treating me like someone who matters rather than a convenient ally, Lola thought. She had never felt this way in her long years of living. As a master-level mage who had breathtaking beauty, she knew that had she been acting the way she had with anyone other than Noah, they would have already made a move against her. But Noah didn't. Valeria and Alara exchanged glances before nodding with understanding. We can provide a cloak, Valeria offered, producing a hooded garment from her storage space. This should cover the horns and tail. Elara added. Keep the hood up and avoid drawing attention. A simple solution for obvious problems. The cloak settled over Lola's distinctive features with concealing effectiveness. Her horns disappeared beneath the fabric, while her tail remained hidden under the garment's length. Perfect disguise, Noah declared with satisfaction. They departed for Valeria's guild with Leo bounding alongside Noah's group. The juvenile lion's excitement infectious as he explored new territory. The Silver Wolf Guild's headquarters appeared ahead. Time to test my actual combat development. The guild's training area featured spacious sparring grounds equipped with various practice weapons and enchantments. Other guild members paused their activities to watch as Valeria led Noah toward the central dueling circle. Standard rules, Valeria announced, drawing her blade with fluid precision. First to land 3 decisive strikes or force surrender wins. Noah drew the zealous quickblade, feeling its familiar weight enhanced by his improved attributes and magical development. The Tier 2 weapon was no longer the wooden weapon. Valeria had rejected his choice of wooden swords, saying that they were now past that point. They both knew when a strike was lethal or not. Time to see how far I've actually progressed. The initial exchanges revealed immediate changes in Noah's combat effectiveness. His footwork carried the confidence that hadn't existed during their previous training sessions, while his blade work demonstrated accuracy that surprised even Valeria. Clang, clang. Steel met steel with percussion as they tested each other's capabilities. But within minutes, Valeria's experienced eye detected advancement that defied normal progression timelines. His form has improved dramatically. And that's not just technique. You've progressed beyond novice rank. Valeria observed between strikes, her tone carrying genuine amazement. Your power output suggests near apprentice-level capability. I've been practicing, Noah replied while parrying another assault. Understatement. Magical enhancement changes everything. But what truly shocked Valeria was the subtle energy flowing through Noah's movements. His strikes carried power that exceeded purely physical enhancement. He was channeling aura with competency that typically required months of dedicated training. He's using aura manipulation. How did he learn that so quickly? Furthermore, Valeria continued, her attacks intensifying as she probed his defensive capabilities. You're channeling aura effectively. That's an advanced technique for someone at your experience level. After several more exchanges, Valeria stepped back with an expression that mixed respect and curiosity. Use all of your power. I want to see your complete combat potential. All my power. Does she mean... Noah paused, his enhanced intelligence processing the implications. My magic. You mean... Valeria nodded with obvious anticipation. Everything. Magic. Aura. Techniques. Show me what you're really capable of. All right. He nodded. Noah's stance changed as he activated wind manipulation alongside his aura enhancement. The air around his blade began moving with visible currents, while his entire combat presence transformed. Clang. Whoosh! The difference was immediate. Noah's attacks carried elemental force that made Valeria's eyes widen with genuine shock. His speed increased through wind-enhanced movement, while his strikes generated atmospheric pressure. This is apprentice-rank combat effectiveness. From someone who is only at the novice rank. Incredible. You're competing at apprentice level while being a novice. Valeria breathed as she defended against Noah's sword work and elemental magic. Chapter 140. Lola's Exploring the Human Kingdom. The sparring match concluded with mutual respect, rather than a decisive victory. Your progress is remarkable, Valeria declared with professional admiration. Most practitioners require years to develop what you've achieved in weeks. Noah was crossing ranks. He was fighting at a level above his own. Even Alyssa and Kip weren't able to do that at the novice stage. Despite their incredibly fast progress and domination of those at their level, they were unable to cross-rank fight as exaggeratedly as Noah. Lola watched from the sidelines, her ruby eyes tracking every movement with obvious approval. The human who'd saved her life was proving himself capable of surviving the dangers their partnership might bring. After the training ended, Noah showed Lola around the human kingdom with the enthusiasm of someone sharing his homeland with a valued guest. The group moved through Durnhold's streets like an unlikely diplomatic mission. A succubus master mage, a princess, a guild captain, 2 cat siblings, and an interdimensional merchant exploring human culture together. This is probably the strangest tour group this kingdom has ever seen. Try this, Noah encouraged, offering Lola a pastry from a local bakery whose reputation had survived generations of taste tests. Lola bit into the human delicacy with careful curiosity, her ruby eyes widening as unexpected flavors registered. This is remarkably good. Human cuisine tastes really good, although it's not as good as your loaf of bread. Elara and Valeria had initially maintained a careful distance from the succubus, their instincts warning against casual interaction with master-level demons. But Lola's genuine interest in human culture, combined with her obvious care for Noah's interests and recommendations, had gradually worn down their suspicions. The spices are fascinating, Lola continued, examining the pastry with appreciation. Humans combine flavors in ways that demons rarely consider. They progressed through the kingdom's highlights. Beautiful fountains where clear water danced in patterns that delighted children and adults alike. entertainment districts where bards performed stories that had echoed through generations, markets where vendors hawked everything from practical goods to exotic trinkets, water manipulation for purely aesthetic purposes. Lola observed as they paused beside an elaborate fountain. Demons use magic for power or survival. This is beautiful without being functional. Different perspectives on magical application. Demons focus on utility, and humans create art. Valeria found herself genuinely enjoying the succubus's company, despite every warrior instinct screaming caution. You're not what I expected from a master-level demon. What did you expect? Lola asked with genuine curiosity. More arrogance, Valeria replied honestly. Someone who viewed humans as insects. Lola's laugh carried surprising warmth. Power without purpose is just destruction. Elara studied their demon guest with royal fascination that transcended diplomatic protocol. Your magical control is remarkable. I can sense the power that could level districts, yet you move through crowds without affecting anyone. Control is the difference between a master and a disaster, Lola replied with obvious pride. Most can unleash destruction. Few can contain it perfectly. She's demonstrating restraint as a form of showing off. Classic master-level behavior. As they walked through the market district, Lola suddenly nudged Noah with a subtle touch that immediately caught his attention. Huh. He turned to see what she wanted. Something wrong? His voice dropped to a whisper as he noticed the tension in her posture. She nodded discreetly. That man over there, he has demonic energy around him. He's been near demons before. Demonic energy. That's concerning on multiple levels. Noah followed her gaze toward a well-dressed noble examining silk fabrics. Immediately, he recognized the man in front of him, Baron Richard, the man who enslaved Kip and Alyssa. Noah's mind immediately began calculating implications while fighting the urge to jump to immediate conclusions. What if he's been fighting against them? He could use that excuse, and we'd never be able to prove otherwise. He'll become more cautious if he knows we're suspicious. Need evidence, not assumptions. Accusations against nobility require proof. Lola shook her head with certainty that suggested deeper knowledge than simple energy detection. I'm not talking about fighting demons. The energy signature is different. Let's just say he's been having intimate relations with some demons. Noah's eyes widened. Intimate contact with demons suggested collaboration rather than conflict, especially given the Baron's history with slavery and exploitation. That almost confirms his connection to the extremists. But I still can't accuse a noble without solid evidence. Someone needs to keep an eye on him, Noah murmured, his mind already formulating surveillance strategies. I can't accuse a noble family without concrete proof, and I certainly can't use you as a valid source of information. He smiled wryly. A succubus's testimony against human nobility. That would create more problems than solutions. His smile carried wry acknowledgement of political realities that complicated even obvious conclusions. Rather than attempting direct confrontation that could alert their target, Noah turned toward the one person present with both authority and resources to handle noble investigations properly. Time to let royalty handle what requires royal power. Elara. After explaining the situation to Elara, she frowned with the expression of someone whose worst suspicions were being confirmed. It was true. Somebody had indeed been working with the extremists. She didn't doubt Noah's words. Why would he lie, after all? Furthermore, he was telling her to investigate. He wasn't outright telling her to kill him, which ruled out the reason of revenge for enslaving the twin cats from her mind. Besides, she knew Noah wouldn't resort to that. He could simply wipe out the Baron with his own power, with a master-level demon next to him. There were very few that could stop him, and they wouldn't be there to... Her royal training had prepared her to recognize threats to the kingdom, and collaboration between nobility and demon extremists represented exactly the kind of internal corruption that could destroy them from within. I'll definitely investigate this matter, she declared. Her eyes tracked Baron Richard's movements with scrutiny, cataloging every gesture and interaction for future analysis. The casual way he moved through the market, his expensive clothing, his obvious comfort with public visibility, all of it would be noted and investigated. We'll need to be subtle, Elara continued, her voice dropping to ensure their conversation remained private. If he's truly working with extremists, alerting him could compromise ongoing operations. Noah nodded with appreciation for her measured response. Exactly my concern. Better to gather evidence quietly than force him underground. Chapter 141. Finalizing Contract. After their day together, the sun began to set over Durenholde's peaceful skyline, painting the kingdom in warm colors that signaled the end of their cultural exchange. The group prepared to part ways with the contentment that came from time well spent among friends. Noah bid farewell to everyone, including Kip and Alice, who now had their own house, a modest dwelling that represented their freedom from Baron Richard's cruelty and their growing independence. Take care of yourselves, Noah told the cat siblings with genuine affection, and practice with those gifts. We will, Master Noah, Kip replied with youthful enthusiasm, still clutching the wind orb like a precious treasure. Alyssa nodded with her characteristic seriousness. Thank you again for everything. As the others departed to their respective homes, Lola fell into step beside Noah for their return journey. Her cloaked form moved with graceful silence until curiosity prompted conversation. "You really like those people?" "Huh," she asked, her voice carrying genuine interest rather than teasing. Noah nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, they're cool people. Don't you think?" Lola's smile remained hidden beneath her hood, but warmth colored her response. "Indeed, they are." The acknowledgement carried weight beyond simple agreement. For a master-level demon to express approval of humans suggested their group had impressed her with qualities that transcended normal boundaries. Back at the shop, they settled into discussing practical arrangements for Lola's employment. The human kingdom presented unique challenges for a succubus seeking legitimate work. "Since you can't show yourself publicly here, and to align with my schedule, I think night shifts would work best," Noah suggested. "Random customers might visit, but it wouldn't be crowded." Lola considered this proposal with a quick assessment. "Let's change the part-time clause to full-time. The salary doesn't have to change. I don't have much else occupying my time anyway. I'll take the full night shift every day." "Are you sure?" "That's a significant commitment." "I'm sure," she replied with a soft nod. Noah communicated the arrangement to the system, which promptly updated their employment contract to reflect the new terms. Both parties had agreed to the modification, making the change official and binding. With employment details settled, Noah retrieved his wind orb from storage and settled into his meditation position. He'd taken most of the day off for socializing, but training couldn't be neglected entirely. The orb's contained essence responded to his touch with familiar warmth, ready to enhance his magical development through concentrated practice. Two skills demanded attention: mana control and wind manipulation. Both required advancement to keep pace with his rapidly increasing swordsmanship talent. Noah closed his eyes and began the breathing exercises that had become second nature. His consciousness expanded to encompass the orb's swirling energies, while his mana channels opened to receive enhanced instruction. The training session progressed with satisfying intensity. Each technique felt more natural, each application of power more controlled. The orb's concentrated wisdom flowed through his magical pathways like liquid knowledge, accelerating development beyond what conventional practice could achieve. Wind manipulation responded to his will with increasing comprehension. What had once required conscious effort now occurred through instinctive understanding. Breezes obeyed his intentions while air currents formed according to his desires. Mana control evolved alongside elemental mastery. The raw magical energy that powered all his abilities became more responsive, more efficient. Spells that had previously strained his reserves now felt easier to maintain. Time passed unnoticed, as Noah lost himself in the rhythm of advancement. The orb's essence gradually dimmed as its stored power transferred to his developing abilities, each absorbed fragment bringing him closer to genuine mastery. 2 hours later, Noah opened his eyes with satisfaction, radiating through his enhanced consciousness. The training had yielded excellent results. Both targeted skills had advanced significantly. Your mana control skill has leveled up to level 7. No. Your wind manipulation skill has leveled up to level 6. No. Mana control had reached level 7, bringing finer control over mana. Wind manipulation had achieved level 6, unlocking new techniques and improving existing applications. Noah's eyebrows raised in surprise. His mana control skill has leveled up faster than usual. "Lola, why did my mana control increase rapidly?" "It usually takes longer." Lola smiled before explaining his concerns. "This is because you are doing twice the work. You are practicing control over your mana normally, but you are also practicing your wind manipulation, which is also related to having control over your mana. Essentially, you are working on your control twice as much as before, hence the faster improvement." The advancement represented substantial progress toward his long-term goals. Each level brought him closer to the kind of power necessary for protecting himself and building his shop. Noah didn't want to simply remain powerful inside the shop. He wanted to go out, explore all kinds of places in the different worlds that he would visit. He didn't want to just make money, whilst that had been his initial aim. After experiencing the culture of both kingdoms, he wanted to have enough power to protect himself. Lola observed his training completion with obvious approval. "Your development rate continues to impress. Most practitioners would require months to achieve what you accomplished in one evening." "The orbs make all the difference," Noah replied honestly. "Concentrated elemental essence accelerates everything." "True, but you still need the talent to absorb and apply that knowledge effectively. Not everyone could progress at your rate. Even with legendary artifacts," Leo roared cutely in agreement. He agreed with Lola's words. Noah laughed and stroked the young lion's fur. The compliment carried genuine respect rather than mere flattery. Coming from a master-level practitioner, such acknowledgement held its considerable weight. Noah stored the slightly depleted orb and prepared for evening routines. Tomorrow would bring new challenges and opportunities. But tonight brought the satisfaction of measurable advancement. His magical capabilities continued expanding at rates that defied conventional wisdom. Supported by artifacts, most practitioners could only dream of accessing. The combination of talent, resources, and determination was reshaping him into something beyond normal human limitations. The iced teas had been sold to Valeria and Lola at a price of 5 golden coins per bottle. He knew that, unlike the Demon Kingdom, the humans weren't as rich and taking so many golden coins from them wasn't a good idea. His plan for the Human Kingdom was simple. Gather decent profit whilst focusing on getting the most shop points he could. Naturally, that plan only fell for the bread and iced tea. As for the other items, there would be a price that needs to be paid. Chapter 142. Progression. Curing illness. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shop level. 2. Daily revenue. 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets. 73,640. 21. Shop points. 710. Attributes. Strength. 30. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 20. Agility. 20. Skills. Swordsmanship level 7. Mana control level 6. Aura level 5. Wind manipulation level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Inside his house, Noah sat on his sofa, having already wished Lola good night before returning to Earth. Everything has been going well so far. My progression is advancing. My daily revenue has increased exponentially in just a few days. Having more product lines is definitely worth the investment. 295,000 daily income, although one problem still remains, he continued, his frown deepening as he considered his status screen. My vitality is still pathetically low, and that's not good. I need to figure out how to improve it. I can't just have power and speed while getting killed in one hit against something equally powerful. 4 vitality points. Everyone else has been progressing while this stays stagnant. After worrying for a few more seconds, Noah forced himself to let go of the issue. He couldn't do anything about it currently, and obsessing over uncontrollable factors wasn't productive. Focus on what I can influence. Check the automaker progress. Auto iced tea maker. Level 3. Production rate. 2 iced teas every hour. Max stock. 48. Progress. 148200. Auto baker. Level 3. Production rate. 4 loaves every hour. Max stock. 48. Progress. 2200. Auto protein bar. Level 1. Production rate. 1 bar every 2 hours. Max stock. 12. Progress. 4100. Auto energy drink. Level 1. Production rate. 1 energy drink every 2 hours. Max stock. 12. Progress. 100. Auto beef jerky. Level 1. Production rate. 1 beef jerky every 2 hours. Max stock. 12. Progress. 100. The iced tea and bread makers were approaching level 4 steadily, their progress reflecting consistent sales over time. But the newer products presented a different challenge entirely. The protein bars, energy drinks, and beef jerky remained at minimal progress levels because their astronomical prices limited the customer base to royalty and master-level practitioners. Most simply couldn't afford permanent attribute enhancement, regardless of its value. After checking his status and confirming his daily progression, Noah closed the interface with satisfaction. He withdrew the beef jerky from his storage ring, examining the package that held his father's future well-being. With this, Dad's health problems should finally be resolved permanently. Unfortunately, the hospital had long since closed for visiting hours. The medical facility operated on strict schedules that didn't accommodate for his own convenient timing. First thing tomorrow morning. I can't wait any longer than that. Just in case things go wrong. You will get better. Dad, tomorrow will be the day when you are finally free, Noah whispered to the empty room, his voice quivering softly. The next morning arrived with clarity that made Noah's mission feel inevitable. He stood outside the hospital's familiar entrance. Today changes everything for him. Taking a deep breath to steady his nerves, Noah entered the medical facility. Room 412 waited ahead, containing the most important conversation. His father was already awake, sitting upright in bed with energy that had been missing for months. The protein bar's effects were clearly still providing enhanced strength that transformed his entire demeanor. Noah. Alan's voice carried vigor that made his son's heart sing. You won't believe what happened with that protein bar you brought me. He's excited. That's wonderful to see. Tell me, Noah encouraged, settling into the visitor's chair with anticipation. I've been arm wrestling the younger staff, Alan said with obvious pride. Men half my age, and I'm beating them easily. The nurses are calling it miraculous power, but I know it's whatever you gave me. The permanent strength enhancement is working perfectly. Noah laughed with genuine joy at his father's enthusiasm. That's amazing. Dad, but wait until you try this. He produced the beef jerky with ceremonial care, its packaging emanating subtle warmth that spoke to contained magical properties. This is going to make the protein bar seem like a warm-up. Noah promised. Vitality enhancement on top of strength improvement. He's going to feel 20 years younger. Heck, even younger. His vitality will become double mine. Alan accepted the package without hesitation. His recent experiences having accustomed him to his son's miraculous nutrition supplements. The wrapper opened easily, revealing jerky that seemed to glow with internal energy. He trusts me completely now. No questions. Just faith in the results. Here goes nothing. Alan said, taking his first bite. The transformation was immediate and overwhelming. Color flooded his features as vitality enhancement coursed through his system like liquid revival. The chronic headache that had plagued him for weeks simply vanished. Bone-deep weakness evaporated as enhanced constitution restored what illness had taken. His entire body is responding. This is more incredible to witness when a normal human is the one who experiences it, Noah thought, a smile on his face. My vision, Alan gasped, blinking with obvious amazement. It's completely clear. The blurriness is gone. Even his eyesight is improving. Vitality enhancement affects everything. His posture straightened as enhanced constitution eliminated the subtle aches that had become his constant companions. Years seemed to melt away as magical restoration worked through every system. I feel incredible, Alan breathed, flexing his hands with wonder, like my body remembered how to function properly. Perfect response. The beef jerky is working exactly as intended. Noah's satisfaction transcended mere filial duty as he watched his father's transformation. This wasn't just healing. It was restoration to a vitality level that exceeded his pre-illness baseline. Time to make this official. Dad, I need to get the nurses, Noah announced, standing up from his seat. You should be scanned for everything. If you're feeling this much better, the medical staff needs to document it. Alan nodded before frowning and grabbing Noah's hand midway. Son, these things, they might get you in trouble. Don't tell any of the doctors about it. Neither will I. Noah turned to look back at his dad before laughing. All right, Dad. Chapter 143. Alan is healed. Medical confirmation will validate what we both know happened. It will also make sure that the beef jerky had fully healed his dad from his illnesses. Noah approached the nurse's station calmly. He didn't show the confidence he felt about his father's health. The shift supervisor was Nurse Martinez. Nurse Martinez, my father in room 412 is feeling significantly better. I think he should be examined comprehensively. Nurse Martinez's eyebrows rose with interest. Patients always came up to the nurses in charge to let them know about the improvement of their health. They always had the hope of cure, when in reality it was merely a placebo effect. Better how? What kind of improvements are we talking about? It was the standard medical skepticism. They've seen too many false hopes after all. His headaches are gone. Vision has cleared completely, and his energy levels have increased dramatically. Noah explained. He feels like a different person. The nurse's expression shifted from polite attention to genuine concern. Those are significant changes. When did this improvement begin? Within the last few days. He has just kept it to himself for verification, Noah replied. Had he said the improvement began minutes ago, the nurse would just casually dismiss him. After all, such illnesses don't clear overnight, or at all. Nurse Martinez stood, her medical training overriding skepticism when faced with reported symptom changes. I'll get Doc Thompson immediately. Rapid improvement can sometimes indicate. She paused, clearly reluctant to voice concerning possibilities. The nurse didn't have the thought of cure in her mind. In fact, she was worried about false improvement before crash. We'll want to run a full battery of tests, she continued, already moving toward his father's room. Blood work, neurological assessment, cardiovascular function, everything. Of course, Noah agreed. Whatever's needed to confirm his improvement. Doc Thompson arrived within minutes, his expression carrying the focused attention of someone responding to unusual patient developments. The examinations that followed was thorough, methodical, and increasingly amazed, they were discovering that everything has actually improved. Some healing happened gradually through medicine and therapy. Other restoration arrived through magical enhancement that defied every medical expectation. Today had definitely delivered the latter. The doctors completed their examinations with expressions that cycled through amazement, confusion, and professional bewilderment. Doc Thompson reviewed the test results multiple times, as if expecting the numbers to change when he wasn't looking. Everything looks remarkably good, he announced with shock. Better than good. Actually, your test results are showing improvements across every major health indicator. However, Doc Thompson continued with appropriate caution. Given the rapid nature of these changes, I'd recommend keeping you here for another day or two. We want to run additional tests to ensure this improvement is stable. It was standard medical protocol. They need to verify that there was no issues such as equipment failure or simply human error. Alan nodded silently at Noah, his expression conveying complete understanding of the medical team's concerns. The improvements felt permanent to him. But professional confirmation would benefit everyone involved. Of course. Doctor, Alan replied with cooperation. Whatever you think is necessary. Noah spent another hour with his father, discussing everything except the true source of his miraculous recovery. Their conversation covered family matters, future plans, and the simple joy of seeing genuine health restored after such a long period of decline. Finally, Noah departed. He still had many things to do. He left the hospital with relief flooding through his body like warm sunlight after endless storm clouds. Back home, Noah's excitement about his father's recovery had suppressed his appetite all morning. But with crisis resolved and adrenaline fading, hunger finally reasserted itself with growing insistence. Time for actual breakfast. My body needs fuel after all. He prepared a simple meal, while his mind processed the morning's success. Eggs, toast, coffee, normal food that provided ordinary nutrition, rather than magical enhancement. As he ate, Noah retrieved the items he'd saved from yesterday's shop inventory. The beef jerky and energy drink sat on his kitchen table like concentrated potential, waiting to be unlocked. Time to claim some enhancement for myself. Without hesitation, he opened the energy drink and consumed its contents in steady swallows. The effect was immediate and exhilarating. Agility enhancement flooding through his system like lightning through copper wire. 45 agility points total. This is incredible. His reflexes felt supernatural. Reaction time approaching inhuman levels that made every movement feel effortless. The temporary 50% boost stacked atop his permanent improvement made such a number possible. 20 minutes of peak enhancement. I should test this properly. Noah stood and moved through his kitchen with fluid grace that would have impressed Master Tanaka. Every gesture carried perfect timing. Every step landed with optimal positioning. This is what 45 agility feels like. It's incredible. But he knew the effect would fade to 30 points within 20 minutes, leaving only the permanent improvement from his first energy drink consumption. Still incredible. 30 permanent agility is superhuman by any measure. The beef jerky remained on the table, its wrapper emanating subtle warmth that promised vitality enhancement. But Noah's strategic thinking overrode immediate gratification usage. Keep it for later. I want to increase my base vitality to 20 before consuming permanent enhancement. His current vitality of 4 represented a glaring weakness in his otherwise high attribute spread. Bringing it to 20 through other means before claiming the beef jerky's 10-point bonus would maximize his long-term development. Noah carefully stored the beef jerky in his dimensional ring, saving it for when the enhancement would provide maximum benefit rather than partial improvement. That would keep his vitality behind. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 238,640. 21. Shop points: 710. Attributes: Strength: 30. Vitality: 4. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 30 plus 15. Skills: Swordsmanship level 7. Mana control level 7. Wind manipulation level 6. Aura level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Chapter 144. Dojo. After eating breakfast and drinking the energy drink, Noah headed to the dojo, Musashi's dojo, where Master Tanaka was still teaching him swordsmanship. Arriving there in his GTR after a 30-minute drive, Noah got off and walked in. He spotted Master Tanaka sitting there in a cultivating position, clearly relaxing whilst the other students were practicing. Spotting him, the other students all gave him a nod before continuing their practice. Naturally, Noah was now considered the second highest position in the dojo despite his short tenure. He'd only been there for a few days, but he was still the second best after Master Tanaka. Noah was now considered the golden disciple. Tanaka opened his eyes and stood up with a smile to continue their session. "Ready for today's lesson?" the master asked, his dark eyes studying Noah's posture with assessment. "Always," Noah replied as he prepared to do his physical warm-up. As they began their warm-up exchanges, Tanaka's eyebrows rose with growing amazement. Noah's swordsmanship had indeed improved slightly, but his physical prowess was something that approached his own. Whoosh! Noah's first strike cut through the air with a velocity that made several students pause their own training. The wooden blade moved faster than most eyes could track, creating a sharp whistle as it displaced the atmosphere. Crack! Tanaka's counterstrike met Noah's attack with precision, but the master's expression betrayed surprise at the sheer force behind the blow. The impact reverberated through both practice swords, sending vibrations up their arms. "Your speed," Tanaka murmured, adjusting his grip as they circled each other. "It's increased dramatically since yesterday." Swish! Clang! Their blades met in a rapid exchange. Noah's enhanced agility, allowing him to press attacks that would have been impossible just days before. Each strike flowed seamlessly into the next, creating a blur of motion that captivated everyone watching. "Look at him move," whispered one of the intermediate students, his own wooden sword forgotten in his hands. "It's like he's dancing. Dancing with death," corrected a senior practitioner, her eyes wide with admiration. "Master Tanaka's actually having to try now." Whoosh! Thwack! The master's counterattack came with decades of refined technique, but Noah's supernatural reflexes allowed him to not only block, but transition into an aggressive combination that pushed Tanaka backwards. "Incredible," breathed another student. "He's making the master retreat." Clang! Swish! Crack! The wooden swords collided in rapid succession, each impact producing sharp reports that echoed through the dojo. Noah's enhanced strength made every strike carry weight that forced Tanaka to adjust his defensive positioning. "Your power output," the master observed between strikes, his voice carrying genuine amazement. "It rivals my own in my prime. How is this possible?" "You've just started your journey," I already knew that you had terrifying physical prowess since we met, but your growth is meant to stagnate. You are just getting even better without any sign of stopping. Whoosh! Noah's diagonal cut sliced through the air with such force that the displaced air created a visible disturbance. Tanaka barely managed to intercept the strike, the impact making his grip strain against the wooden handle. Crack. Clang. He's keeping up with Master Tanaka, exclaimed a young woman near the weapons rack. I've been training here for years, and I've never seen anyone match the Master's casual speed, let alone his maximum speed. The sparring intensified as both fighters found their rhythm. Noah's supernatural capabilities allowed him to keep pace with decades of refined skill, while Tanaka's experience provided lessons that challenged every aspect of Noah's developing technique. Swish. Whoosh. Thwack. Their blades met in a complex sequence that had the watching students holding their breath. Noah's enhanced agility let him flow between offensive and defensive positions with fluid grace, each movement perfectly timed to complement the last. Look at his footwork. Every step is perfectly placed. No wasted motion, observed a senior student with fascination. Clang. Swish. Tanaka's approval was evident in his smile as Noah executed a perfect riposte that nearly broke through the Master's guard. Excellent. Noah, you're integrating power with technique beautifully. You are not just using your sheer power to break through my defenses, but you are enhancing your technique. Whoosh! Crack. The pace accelerated dramatically as both fighters pushed their capabilities. Noah's wooden sword moved with a velocity that created sharp whistles, while Tanaka's decades of experience allowed him to predict and counter attacks that should have been impossible to see coming. They're moving so fast I can barely follow, whispered one student, his voice filled with awe at the sight before him. This is what real mastery looks like. Something that many of us will probably never achieve in our lives, added another, watching the display with rapt attention. Swish. Clang. Thwack. Noah's combination attack came in 3 flowing strikes, high, middle, and low strikes, each transition seamless and perfectly timed. The enhanced agility from his energy drink consumption made movements that typically required years to master feel natural and effortless. His agility not only increased his speed, but also his reflexes, his flexibility, his dexterity, everything that required years of training and honing. Crack. Tanaka's defensive sequence met each strike of Noah's with a strike of his own. Despite keeping up with Noah, the Master's expression showed genuine strain for the first time in years. Noah's powerful physical prowess and skill were forcing him to access skills he hadn't needed since his competitive prime. Master Tanaka's actually being challenged, gasped a student who'd been training at the dojo for over a decade. I haven't seen him move like this ever. Noah is really pushing him to his limits. Whoosh! Swish. Their wooden blades created a rhythm of collision and separation, each exchange flowing into the next. Noah's reflexes allowed him to respond to Tanaka's legendary technique, while his improved strength let him match the Master's legendary power. Clang. Crack. Your development defies explanation, Tanaka admitted between rapid strikes, his breathing showing the first signs of exertion. Thwack! Whoosh! Noah's response came in the form of a spinning attack that utilized his full agility enhancement, the wooden sword creating a complete circle that forced Tanaka to step back and reassess his defensive strategy. Chapter 145, Golden Disciple. Chapter 146, Overnight. Solving the low vitality. Noah used the portal and arrived back at the shop when Lola's shift was nearly meant to end. He spotted her behind the counter wearing what seemed like an apron, a crisp white garment that gave the shop a distinctly more professional appearance. Noah chuckled before saying, "Where did you get this from?" She looked incredibly cute in the uniform. Furthermore, she was no longer hiding herself under a cloak. She'd decided to wear a headscarf that simply covered her horns, while her tail remained concealed beneath her carefully arranged clothing. "Why are you laughing at me?" Lola's ruby eyes flashed with indignation mixed with embarrassment. "I personally left to commission this apron from one of those human craftsmen, to make your shop more professional. I saw many ladies wearing these at their stalls yesterday, so I decided to wear one. I shall remove it since you don't want." She pouted as she attempted to untie the apron strings, her expression carrying wounded pride at his apparent disapproval. No, it looks really good on you. Keep it. Thanks for taking care of the shop." Noah raised his hands to stop her from removing it. She nodded with a smile that brightened her entire face, clearly pleased by his approval. "Your shop is really magical," Lola began after tying her apron back. "The items just randomly appear on the shelves. I can't even track where they come from. They just materialize out of thin air. Also, I've sold 20 loaves of bread and 20 bottles of iced tea throughout the night." She launched into a detailed account of her evening's work, describing each customer interaction with obvious enthusiasm. A guild member seeking healing supplies, a late-night mage needing mana restoration, several guards purchasing provisions for extended patrols, and various other nocturnal customers who'd discovered the shop's unusual operating hours. The healing bread was particularly popular, she continued, her voice carrying satisfaction. Word seems to be spreading about its effectiveness. 3 different customers mentioned hearing about it from friends or neighbors. Noah smiled through her report, not wanting to interrupt despite already knowing the sales figures from his system interface. Her genuine excitement about contributing to the business was endearing, and her insights about customer behavior proved valuable for understanding market dynamics. She's really taking this job seriously, more than just going through the motions. She is cute. His shelves were at full stock for everything bread, iced tea, protein bars, energy drinks, and beef jerky, all displayed in neat arrangements. Clearly, the sales hadn't come all at once, but at intervals that allowed the automakers to restock continuously throughout the night. Perfect timing. The production systems kept pace with demand exactly as intended. And the energy drinks? Noah asked, though he already knew the answer. Lola's expression dimmed slightly. No sales on those, or the beef jerky and protein bars. The prices are simply beyond what those night customers can afford. But several people asked about them with obvious interest. They just lacked the necessary funds. As expected, premium items require premium customers. Noah then told her that her shift was over and she could do whatever she liked for the rest of the day. She nodded with understanding, then surprised him by settling into one of the customer chairs rather than heading upstairs or leaving the shop entirely. Noah raised an eyebrow. Don't you want to go out or do something? Explore the human kingdom. Maybe visit those craftsmen again? Do what? Lola's smile carried familiar mischief as she leaned forward in her chair. I would rather be next to you. She winked with the charm of a beauty who knew exactly how her flirtation affected people. Noah rolled his eyes with exaggerated exasperation. This succubus never stops teasing. Despite his mock annoyance, Noah couldn't deny that having Lola's company had become surprisingly comfortable. Her presence added warmth to the shop that went beyond a simple business partnership. At least she's taking this seriously. And the apron really does make her look adorable. Whatever pleases you. You are free to leave whenever you want. But if you're staying, I need your help with something. Lola's grin widened with obvious satisfaction at achieving her goal of remaining close to him. Of course. Boss? Whatever you need. Noah's heart sped up for a moment before he forced himself to calm down. The way Lola said boss with that particular tone made his pulse quicken in sinful ways. I need your help regarding my vitality. It's extremely low compared to my other aspects, such as my mana, strength, or speed. How can I improve it? He said, immediately trying to cloud those thoughts with his current problem. Lola's expression shifted from playful to genuinely interested as she processed his request. Her ruby eyes studied him with the gaze of someone assessing a serious problem rather than engaging in casual flirtation. I see. This is quite a common issue among people who focus heavily on offensive capabilities. She nodded with understanding. The fix is pretty simple. You just need to temper your body. Body tempering. That sounds intense. What exactly does that involve? Noah asked. Settling into the chair across from her, Lola leaned forward, explaining, body tempering is the process of conditioning your physical form to withstand greater stress and recover more efficiently. It's different from simply building strength or speed. She gestured toward his torso with her slender fingers. Your current vitality means your body lacks the resilience to handle sustained damage or recover from serious injuries, even with your impressive strength and agility. A well-placed strike could still prove fatal. Exactly what I was afraid of. The glass cannon syndrome. The tempering process involves exposing your body to controlled stress, not enough to cause permanent damage, but sufficient to trigger adaptive responses. Lola continued. Think of it like building calluses, but for your entire constitution. Noah nodded in understanding. The theory of constantly putting your body under stress in order to evolve made sense in his mind. What kind of controlled stress are we talking about? Follow current novels on Free Web Novel. Come, Chapter 147, Body Tempering. What kind of controlled stress are we talking about? Several methods exist, Lola replied, counting on her fingers. Extreme temperature exposure, sustained physical exertion beyond normal limits, controlled magical energy circulation through your meridians, and certain activities that naturally stress the cardiovascular system. I'm not going to ask about that last one. The magical energy circulation sounds most appealing, Noah said quickly. How does that work? Lola's laugh carried genuine amusement rather than her usual seductive undertones. Practical choice. Magical tempering involves channeling your mana through pathways that normally wouldn't handle such energy flow. It's safer than the physical methods but requires precise control. She stood and moved closer, her presence radiating the confident authority of someone explaining their area of expertise. With your current mana control level, you should be able to attempt basic tempering exercises without risking serious injury. Level 7 mana control should provide sufficient precision for safe practice. The process is simple in concept but requires discipline in execution. Lola continued. You circulate mana through places that mana doesn't usually flow through your body, but at intensity levels that stress your constitution without overwhelming it. Noah nodded with growing interest. How long does it typically take to see results? That depends on your natural resilience, how consistently you practice, and your talent, she replied. However, given your talent in everything, you will probably learn it within a few hours and see results within a few days. However, improper technique can cause internal damage that's difficult to heal. You'll need guidance until you develop proper instincts. Lola's tone carried an appropriate warning. Noah's eyes brightened with realization of what she was offering. You're volunteering to supervise my training. Consider it part of my employee duties, she replied with a smile. Besides, I have years of experience with magical body tempering. I'd rather keep my boss alive and healthy. When can we start? Noah asked, his eagerness to address his vitality weakness overriding any concerns. Lola's ruby eyes sparkled with approval at his immediate commitment to improvement. Right now, if you're ready. The first lesson involves understanding your current energy pathways. She gestured toward the shop's back area, where they could practice without interruption from potential customers. We need to close the shop for a while. Otherwise, if you were interpreted randomly, it might give you a backlash. It's not worth the risk. Noah nodded in understanding, immediately heading to the door. Before turning the open sign to closed, he decided to delay selling for an hour. Based on his knowledge of his talent, it wouldn't take him more than an hour to learn the skill, maybe even less. We'll start with basic circulation exercises. Nothing dangerous. Just mapping your natural mana flow patterns. Noah stood, following her toward the designated training space. What should I expect to feel during the process? Initially, just warmth as mana moves through unfamiliar channels, Lola explained, settling into a meditation pose. As we increase intensity, you'll experience something like internal stretching. Not painful, but definitely noticeable. Internal stretching. That doesn't sound too intimidating. The key is maintaining steady circulation without forcing the process, she continued. Think of it like learning to swim. You work with natural currents rather than fighting against them. Noah settled into his own meditation position, focusing on the familiar sensation of mana responding to his will. Ready when you are. Lola's voice took on the authoritative tone of an experienced instructor. Close your eyes and begin normal mana circulation. I'll guide you through the modifications that will start tempering your constitution. Noah settled into his meditation position, legs crossed and spine straight, following Lola's instructions. The feeling of mana cultivation felt surprisingly comfortable. He sensed that it would be different from his usual practice sessions. Begin with your standard mana circulation, Lola instructed, her voice soothing to his ears to avoid disturbing him. Feel the energy flowing through your established pathways, the routes you've used for wind manipulation and spellcasting. Noah closed his eyes and reached inward, sensing the gentle current of magical energy that had become second nature. His mana moved in its predestined pathway through his body, following the channels he'd developed to use through countless hours of training. The circulation of mana through those pathways felt warm, controlled and steady to Noah. Good, Lola observed, her senses allowing her to perceive his energy flow with X-ray-like clarity. Now I want you to imagine expanding those pathways, not forcing new channels, but gently widening the existing ones. Expand the pathways. Like opening a valve slightly wider, Noah focused on the sensation of mana movement, visualizing his internal energy channels as rivers that could accommodate greater flow. The adjustment required delicate control. Too little change would produce no effect, while too much could cause dangerous internal pressure and might rupture those channels, injuring him severely. Whilst he wasn't worried since he had the beef jerky and the bread, he still didn't want to experience such an injury, because he knew not only would it hurt his body, but also his potential, as he might need to use the beef jerky too early on. Do you feel that resistance? Lola asked as Noah encountered the first obstacle that made him frown. Noah gave a soft, almost imperceptible nod. You don't have to respond to me. It's more of a rhetorical question. Just focus on what you are doing. She immediately reprimanded him. Back to what I was saying. The resistance is your body's natural protection against energy overload. We're going to work with that resistance, not against it. This is one of the rules that are almost universal. Always work with your body, never against it. Once you go against your body, you are going against your nature. You will progress much slower, or any progress at all. The moment Noah began expanding his mana circulation, a subtle tingling sensation spread through his torso. It felt like gentle electricity dancing beneath his skin, neither painful nor pleasant, just distinctly noticeable to him. Chapter 148. Body Tempering Skill. The tingling feeling was definitely a first for Noah. Normal meditation never gave such side effects, but that made him somewhat happy. Such a feeling meant that he was definitely doing something right. Noah wasn't worried that he was doing something wrong, because Lola would have already told him to stop by now. She was watching over him after all. At this point, you will be feeling some kind of tingling sensation. This sensation indicates your constitution is currently responding to the increased energy flow, Lola explained, monitoring his progress. Your body is adapting to handle greater magical stress. This is exactly what we want. The sensation intensified gradually as Noah maintained the expanded circulation. What had started as gentle tingling evolved into something more pronounced, like carbonated water flowing through his veins instead of blood. It's spreading. Arms, legs, even my fingertips are starting to tingle. Excellent progress, Lola encouraged, Now increase the flow slightly. Imagine turning up the intensity just one notch higher. Noah complied. Adjusting his mana circulation with the precision his level 7 control allowed, the expanded pathways began carrying energy at volumes that stressed his untrained constitution, pushing his body beyond its comfort zone without crossing into dangerous territory. The tingling sensation transformed into something more intense. Heat began building throughout his body as his magical channels worked to accommodate the increased flow. It wasn't the comfortable warmth of normal mana circulation anymore. This was deeper. I can feel the internal heat. It's like my blood is getting warmer from the inside out. Perfect. Keep up the good work. Your constitution is responding beautifully. The heat indicates your body is beginning to adapt and strengthen itself. Even your blood is strengthening, Lola said with obvious satisfaction. The warmth continued building as Noah maintained the challenging circulation pattern. His skin began feeling flushed despite the shop's comfortable, cool temperature. Noah's internal heat started radiating outward, and even Lola was able to feel it. Noah had become something akin to a heater, as his magical pathways stressed his physical body in ways he didn't imagine possible. It's getting quite warm, almost like having a mild fever, but without the weakness that comes with it. Maintain steady breathing, Lola instructed, noting the subtle changes in his posture that came from the uncomfortable sensation. Don't let the new sensations distract you from proper mana control. Consistency is more important than intensity. Noah focused on his breathing rhythm while managing the increasingly demanding energy circulation. The heat continued building up, making his clothing feel uncomfortably warm. Definitely heating up. I can feel sweat starting to form all over my body, Noah thought internally, whilst keeping his focus on the temperament of his body. Increase the flow one more level, Lola commanded with the confidence that suggested Noah would be able to do it. This is where real tempering begins. The previous steps were all to prepare your body for the new conditions that it will need to get used to. The adjustment pushed Noah's circulation beyond anything he'd previously experienced. The internal heat intensified dramatically as his magical pathways worked at capacity to handle the enhanced energy flow. His constitution strained against the magical pressure, forcing adaptive responses throughout his system. Now it's getting serious. This feels like intense exercise from the inside. Sweat began beading on Noah's forehead as his body responded to the magical stress. The perspiration wasn't from external temperature, but from the internal work his constitution was performing to adapt to increased energy demands. Definitely sweating now. This is harder than it looked. Don't wipe the sweat, Lola advised, observing his unconscious movement toward his face. Physical manifestations are signs of successful tempering. Your body is working exactly as intended. The sweat increased as Noah maintained the challenging circulation. Droplets formed along his hairline and trickled down his temples, evidence of the intensive internal work being performed by his expanding magical pathways. Feel that burning sensation in your muscles, Lola asked as new sensations joined the heat and tingling. That's your constitution strengthening itself in real time. You're literally becoming more resilient with each moment of sustained circulation. Noah could indeed feel a deep burn throughout his body. Not the surface burn of exhausted muscles, but something else. His very constitution was straining to accommodate the magical stress, forcing growth in areas that had never been challenged before. Internal burning. Like my entire body is doing strength training from the inside out. This is the critical phase, Lola explained, her voice carrying appropriate gravity. Maintain this circulation for another 10 minutes, and your body will lock in permanent improvements. Push through the discomfort. It's temporary, but the benefits last forever. The next 10 minutes tested Noah's discipline more than any previous training. The sweat increased to the point where droplets fell from his chin onto his crossed legs. The internal heat made him feel like he was sitting in an overcrowded sauna, while the burning sensation in his muscles demanded constant mental effort to ignore. This is definitely not easy. No wonder most people avoid this method of body tempering, even if it's the most efficient. 5 more minutes, Lola encouraged, noting his obvious struggle. Your circulation is perfect. Don't let discomfort break your concentration now. Noah gritted his teeth and maintained the demanding energy flow despite his body's protests. Sweat soaked through his shirt as the stress pushed his constitution to its limits, forcing adaptations that would serve him well in the future. Just hold on. Permanent improvement is worth temporary discomfort. It's time. Slowly reduce the circulation back to normal levels. Don't stop abruptly. That could cause energy backlash, Lola announced exactly 30 minutes after they'd begun. Noah gradually decreased his mana flow, allowing his stressed pathways to return to comfortable levels. The relief was immediate and overwhelming as the internal heat and burning sensations faded to manageable levels. You have learnt the level 1 body tempering skill. Done. The system notification appeared as Noah opened his eyes, confirming that his first tempering session had successfully established the foundation for ongoing constitutional improvement. Congratulations, Lola smiled with genuine pride. You've just taken the first step toward making your vitality match your other capabilities. This chapter is updated by free web novel. Come, Chapter 149, Stock Sold. Lola then explained to him that after the foundation was now created, He didn't need any more direct guidance and could simply practice the same technique until reaching apprentice rank in body tempering. The circulation pattern you've learned is sufficient for novice-level development. Practice the same intensity daily. Your body will gradually adapt and strengthen. As for duration, you can decide based on how fast you want your progress to be, she said, settling back into her chair with obvious satisfaction at his successful first session. But you must know that your body needs time to rest. That's also a part of the training. If you keep beating your body up without letting it rest, then you will not help. But in fact, you will ruin your body. She continued before giving him a solution to the earlier problem. If you really want to progress really fast, you can use the bread to increase your natural healing, which will help you practice more without having a negative side effect. Noah nodded in understanding. Her words made sense. You said that I can do this till apprentice rank. I would need to do a different approach after reaching it, Noah asked, wiping the remaining sweat from his forehead with a towel. Yes, but it's still too early to worry about that since you haven't even reached novice rank yet, Lola replied with a dismissive wave. Apprentice-level tempering involves more advanced techniques that you have no business knowing now. It's far too complex for your current foundation. Noah nodded, thanking her for the comprehensive introduction to body tempering. I appreciate the guidance. This skill could make all the difference in dangerous situations. She smiled and winked with her otherworldly charm. Anything from my boss? Even in this world, Lola still managed to be one of the most beautiful beings he had ever encountered. She was simply too gorgeous for anybody to come close to her. But after thinking about it, it made sense. Lola was a succubus. And what kind of succubus didn't have the charm that destroyed all others? Especially if the succubus in question was a princess. The familiar flutter in Noah's chest returned at her tone, but he forced himself to focus on business rather than the succubus's charm. Noah immediately stood up and opened the door to the shop, officially resuming business operations after their training session. Back to work. Time to see what the day brings. The familiar bell above the entrance chimed as the first customers arrived shortly after opening. Two men entered together, their bearing and equipment immediately identifying them as representatives from different organizations. One glance and Noah knew that they weren't ordinary people. The first wore the blue and gold livery of the Royal Guard, his armor polished to mirror brightness and bearing the crown insignia that marked him as serving the royal family directly. His companion displayed the silver wolf emblem of Valeria's guild. Both men approached the counter with a respectful tone, clearly aware of Noah's reputation and important connections within the kingdom. Master Noah, the Royal Guard said with a formal bow, I've been sent to purchase supplies for our frontline division. We require 24 healing loaves and 24 mana restoration teas. The guild representative stepped forward with similar courtesy. Guildmaster Valeria has requested the same quantities for our active expedition teams. Noah smiled at the orders. He knew that those orders were coming today. After all, he had already agreed with Valeria and Alara the day before. Absolutely. I have exactly what you need. He moved through his shop, gathering the requested items. 48 golden loaves disappeared from his bread display while 48 crystal bottles of iced tea followed suit, completely depleting his current inventory. Unlike the regulated rationing system he'd maintained in the Demon Kingdom, where no individual was permitted more than a single item per visit to ensure fair distribution, here in Esta, he allowed bulk purchases. But that privilege came with an unspoken clause. It wasn't available to everyone. Only 2 people had earned that trust, Valeria and Alara. If anyone else attempted to place such a request, he would deny them without a second thought, because trust wasn't given lightly, not when it came to items that could boost mana, suppress exhaustion, and aid in recovery, not when such goods could be easily hoarded or resold at extortionate prices on the black market. But Valeria and Alara weren't driven by greed. He knew that. They weren't merchants looking for mere personal profit. The financial transaction proceeded smoothly, both representatives paying without hesitation at 5 golden coins per item. Before they left, the Royal Guard paused at the door with additional information. Her Highness wishes me to inform you that she will visit shortly. She's currently occupied with urgent kingdom matters, but expressed a strong desire to visit you soon. Alara wants to visit. That could be about the Baron Richard investigation. The guild representative nodded in agreement. Guildmaster Valeria conveyed similar intentions. She'll arrive once her current expedition planning concludes. Noah acknowledged both messages with courtesy. Tell them they're welcome whenever they choose to visit. Both men departed with satisfied expressions. Their organization's immediate supply needs met through Noah's convenient service. The shop fell quiet once again, leaving Noah alone with Lola and completely empty shelves. 48 loaves and 48 iced teas sold. That represents serious progress toward my automaker upgrades. Noah approached his system interface with growing excitement, eager to check whether the substantial sales had triggered the advancement he'd been anticipating. After selling his entire stock of both items, Noah felt confident that significant progress had been made toward his production system upgrades. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 306, 640, 21. Shop points. 27. Attributes. Strength. 30. Vitality. 4. Intelligence. 20. Agility. 30. Skills. Swordsmanship level 8. Mana control level 7. Wind manipulation level 6. Aura level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Body tempering level 1. Chapter 150. Level 4 Automaker. His money had increased, although not by as much as sales in the Demon Kingdom would have generated. He had sold each loaf and each iced tea for 5 golden coins, a reasonable price that balanced accessibility with profitability in the Human Kingdom's economy. 480 golden coins total from today's bulk sale. That's $48,000, which isn't nearly as much as Demon Kingdom prices. But I don't mind. The reduced profit margins served multiple purposes beyond simple revenue generation. He was helping improve the Human Kingdom's defense capabilities against extremist attacks while earning a decent profit and building crucial political relationships. With a strategic investment in the kingdom's defense, the royal family and guilds were becoming his loyal customers, who would always be there to buy his items, no matter how many there were. His shop points had increased by a whopping 960 points, bringing his total to 270, a significant advancement toward the 10,000 points required for a level 3 shop, nearly a quarter way into the next shop level. These bulk sales are exactly what I needed. Time to see the automakers, he thought, a smile forming on his face as he anticipated the improvements his sales volume should have triggered. Autobaker. Level 3. Production rate. 4 loaves every hour. Max stock. 48. Progress. 190200. Auto iced tea maker. Level 4. Production rate. 4 iced teas every hour. Max stock. 96. Progress. 16400. The iced tea automaker reached level 4. Perfect. The upgrade had doubled both his maximum stock capacity and production rate for iced tea. Instead of producing 2 bottles per hour with a 48-bottle limit, the enhanced maker could now generate 4 bottles hourly while storing up to 96 bottles total. A doubled production rate means a doubled potential sales volume. This is exactly the scaling I needed. His autobaker remained at level 3 but had advanced to 190200 progress, just 10 more sales away from its own upgrade to level 4. Given the consistent demand he was experiencing, that threshold should be reached within hours rather than days. 10 more bread sales for the level 4 baker. I should easily achieve that today. The systematic progression excited Noah more than individual sales could. Each automaker upgrade represented an exponential improvement in everything. Whether it was his wealth or shop upgrades, level 4 automaker could start producing enough inventory to supply both royal orders and individual customers simultaneously. Seeing the obvious satisfaction on his face, Lola raised an eyebrow before looking at him with a deliberately shy expression that contrasted sharply with her usual bold confidence. "Why are you grinning so much whilst looking at me?" she said, her voice taking on an unexpectedly vulnerable tone. "Do you perhaps want to—" Her ruby eyes carried a suggestion that made Noah's pulse quicken, despite his attempts at having pure thoughts. "No." Noah immediately interrupted her attempted seduction, his voice climbing several octaves in his haste to redirect the conversation. "I was just thinking about the body tempering skill." Naturally. That was a white lie. Noah was checking system status, while she happened to be in his line of sight. The excuse sounded weak even to his own ears, but Lola's knowing smile suggested she understood exactly what had actually captured his attention. Her expression changed from seduction to amused understanding. "Of course you were," she replied with obvious skepticism mixed with entertainment. "The body tempering skill is certainly stimulating." The awkward moment dissolved as Noah forced himself to focus on business concerns rather than Lola's deliberate charm offensive or his own embarrassing social missteps. Luckily, Noah was saved by a customer walking in. "Welcome." His words died midway as he realized who had entered. The person who entered the shop made Noah frown. The reason Noah frowned was because he knew the person in front of him, and he didn't like him, to say the least. It was Baron Richard, his substantial belly entering the store a full minute before he did. The man's corpulent frame filling the doorway with unpleasant arrogance. The Baron's expensive silk clothing strained against his considerable belly girth, while gold rings adorned fingers that had never known honest labor. He walked with the same air of arrogance that Noah remembered from their previous encounter. The same entitled swagger of someone accustomed to taking whatever he wanted without consequence. Behind him stood 2 large bodyguards, their faces expressionless masks. The man who entered his shop had enslaved Kip and Alyssa, the one Lola detected with demonic energy signatures, which was proof that he was working with the extremists. Had it been someone else? Noah might have thought that the person was simply in love with the demon girl, but the man in front of him was known to be a bad person, and it wasn't out of the question for him to do such things. Baron Richard's small, piggy eyes swept the shop's interior with obvious calculation before settling on Noah before widening in recognition. His expression moved from interest to satisfaction as memory supplied the context of their previous meeting. Well, well, if it isn't the generous young man who paid double price for a pair of worthless beastkin slaves. The Baron started off, and he didn't even give Noah any sort of respect. Noah's jaw tightened as he recalled that transaction. His attempt to free Kip and Alyssa from slavery, hampered by his own inexperience with negotiation and the Baron's ruthless exploitation of that weakness. Baron, Noah replied with a carefully neutral tone, fighting to keep his voice level despite the anger building in his chest. Behind the counter, Lola's demeanor shifted subtly as she sensed the tension in the air. Her ruby eyes studied the newcomer with intensity, her senses immediately detecting the demonic energy signature she'd identified from a distance yesterday. "So you're the mysterious shopkeeper everyone's talking about," Baron Richard continued, his smile widening, selling magical bread and potions to the royal family itself. Quite the rise in fortune since our last encounter. Chapter 151. Baron Richard, I've heard fascinating stories about your products, the Baron continued, his small eyes scanning the shop's displays with obvious shock. He had never seen this style of shop before. It was the first time he had seen such a thing. One of his bodyguards stepped forward slightly, the movement carrying a threat despite its apparent casualness. The man's hand rested near his sword hilt, as if threatening Noah indirectly. "What can I help you with today?" Noah asked. Whilst he could have simply kicked the Baron out, he didn't want to. He wanted to know what this man was looking for specifically. Besides, based on the Baron's answers, Noah might be able to discern his plans. Baron Richard's laugh was an unpleasant sound that filled the small shop. "Oh, I think you know exactly what I want, my dear shopkeeper." The Baron approached the counter slowly. "You see, I've been thinking about our previous business relationship, how generous you were with your payment, how accommodating you proved to be." The Baron's words were clear. He was going to extort Noah once again, whether he liked it or not. Or that's what the Baron thought. "At least, I find myself in need of certain supplies," the Baron continued, his tone becoming more openly threatening. "Healing items, enhancement potions. You know, whatever you have here in your shop." Lola's position behind the counter allowed her to observe the Baron's bodyguards while her demon features remained concealed. "And I believe," Baron Richard said, his voice dropping to an oily whisper, "that a generous businessman like yourself would be happy to provide those supplies at a substantial discount. Considering our previous successful negotiation, Noah's experience in the world and combat training had fundamentally changed him since their last encounter. But the Baron remained unaware of those developments. To Richard's eyes, Noah was still the same soft target who could be manipulated through aggression and intimidation. The threat was barely veiled now. The Baron clearly believed he could intimidate Noah into providing magical supplies at whatever price he demanded, using the same psychological pressure that had worked during the slave transaction. "What kind of discount did you have in mind?" Noah asked, a smile on his face. The Baron's smile widened with predatory satisfaction. "Oh, I think we can work out very reasonable terms. Perhaps we should discuss this privately." His eyes flicked toward Lola with obvious dismissal. "Send your serving girl away. This is business between men of substance." Serving girl. He has no idea what he's dealing with. Lola's expression didn't change. But Noah caught the subtle shift in her posture that suggested the succubus was prepared for violence. "Excuse me, Baron. Please mind your words. This isn't a serving girl. This is my wife," he said, a frown on his face. Noah had wanted to say that Lola was his sister, but they looked nothing alike. There was no resemblance at all, not even a single %. Hence, he was left with nothing but saying she was his wife. Lola's expression remained the same despite the inward feeling of shock. For a reason only she knew, she found her heart beating even faster than when she was fighting for her life. Her hands clenched softly, and her tail threatened to whip around in happiness. The Baron raised his eyebrow, before nodding. "I see. We can do it out in the open." Seeing Noah's frown, the Baron knew when to retreat. The conversation has been going great, and he would be foolish if he crossed the boundary of honor. He knew that men valued their honor, and if somebody crossed certain boundaries, they would not back down. "Now then," the Baron continued, returning to his original agenda. The Baron began walking around the shop with the casual arrogance of someone conducting an inspection, rather than shopping. His small eyes surveyed every display case and shelf with assessment, clearly searching for more products. His gaze swept past the bread and iced tea displays without particular interest. Those products aligned with the stories he'd heard about Noah's supposed healing capabilities, but as he moved deeper into the shop, his attention was caught by items that made his expression shift dramatically. The protein bars sat in their elegant display case, their subtle golden glow and professional packaging immediately standing out as something extraordinary. The Baron's eyes widened with shock as he read the descriptive placard that accompanied the display. "Permanent strength enhancement plus temporary amplification." This can't be real. His shock deepened as he spotted the energy drinks in their containers, each bottle seeming to contain liquid lightning that sparkled with contained power. The beef jerky display completed his circuit of discovery, its rich aroma and obvious magical properties defying everything he thought he knew about Noah's modest operation. These items, If they actually worked as advertised, they'd be worth fortunes, literally priceless to the right buyers. But instead of awe or desire, the Baron's expression changed into something far more calculating. A slow smirk spread across his features as pieces of what he believed to be an elaborate puzzle fell into place in his mind. He's running a scam. Has to be. How could a small-time shopkeeper in an abandoned alleyway possibly have access to such legendary enhancement items? The Baron's reasoning followed a logical path based on his own criminal experience. Clearly, Noah was advertising impossible products to lure in desperate customers, then taking their money for items that provided no actual benefits. It was exactly the kind of confidence scheme that Richard himself might have devised. Fake magical items sold to gullible adventurers and desperate soldiers. Brilliant, if unoriginal. The proof, in the Baron's mind, lay in the obvious fact that nobody was buying these miraculous products. If permanent strength enhancement or magical energy drinks actually existed and worked as advertised, every warrior and mage in the kingdom would be beating down Noah's door with bags of gold. The fact that he still has stock proves they're worthless fakes. Real enhancement items would sell instantly at any price. Chapter 152. A scam. What the Baron failed to consider was the simple economic reality that most people in Esta couldn't afford items priced in the hundreds of golden coins. His own wealth, accumulated through decades of illegal activities including slavery, extortion, and collaboration with extremists, had distorted his perception of normal purchasing power. Even the residents inside the Demon Academy are unable to purchase such items despite their abundance of golden coins. So, residents in Esta can never afford an item that costs 1,000 coins, but Richard's criminal mind had latched onto what he saw as a perfect opportunity for additional leverage. Catching Noah in an obvious scam provided exactly the kind of ammunition he needed to ensure complete compliance with his demands. I've got him now. Fraud accusations against nobility would mean prison or worse, Richard thought, a smirk on his face. Noah watched the Baron's expressions change with careful attention, noting the shift from shock to calculation to satisfaction. He could practically see the criminal's thought process playing out across his features. He thinks I'm running a scam. Perfect. Let him believe whatever keeps him talking. Noah chose not to explain or defend his premium products. The Baron's assumptions revealed more about his intentions than any direct questioning could accomplish. Besides, since he believed that these items were a scam, he wouldn't resort to buy them. Noah was never going to give such an item to the Baron, no matter what plans he was thinking of. The only items he would give to the Baron in order to reveal his hidden plans were the bread and iced tea. As for the other items, those were simply too precious to waste on such a small-time Baron that was bound to be caught. Talking with the Baron, Noah naturally knew that he wasn't merely buying for himself. He could tell that the Baron was purchasing a bulk supply to resell. As for which customers, it was obvious. He would most likely sell to the extremists who, after raiding so many places and killing so many innocents, would have a large wealth to splurge. The conclusion was inevitable once Noah considered the broader context. If the Baron was indeed collaborating with extremist factions, he would need impressive products to trade for their continued support. Magical enhancement items would be perfect currency for buying extremist loyalty and gaining immense profit. Well, the Baron said as he returned to the counter. I think we need to discuss your business practices more thoroughly. Noah simply stared at the Baron, his expression hinting at nothing. He knew that the Baron was going to start his role-playing of a powerful villain, when he was nothing but a third-rate villain. His smirk widened as he gestured toward the premium displays. Those are quite impressive claims you're making about permanent enhancement and magical amplification. I'm sure the Royal Investigative Authority would be very interested in examining such extraordinary products. The Baron immediately started with the fraud accusations. Threatening to report Noah to royalty was something so foolish, especially considering his link to the princess. But Noah didn't say anything. He wanted to see this to the end. I'm a reasonable man, Richard continued, his tone becoming openly threatening. I'm willing to overlook certain irregularities in exchange for fair prices on your legitimate inventory. The Baron's next words confirmed Noah's worst suspicions about his intentions. I'll pay you 10 silver coins total for all your bread and iced tea. You should consider yourself lucky that I'm paying anything at all. 10 silver coins for my stock. That's morally illegal even by criminal standards, Noah thought with amusement. Noah contorted his face, clearly showing that he was very upset about the price that the Baron was giving, when in reality, he didn't care. Noah knew that once the Baron was caught, he was not only going to gain back all the money from the items, but he was also going to gain a certain percentage of the Baron's wealth. After all, he had also contributed heavily to the investigation. The princess had already promised him that the reward for his contribution, if the accusation was indeed correct, would be immense. After all, I am a Baron, and I could report your obvious scam operation to the royal authorities at any time. Prison sentences for fraud against nobility tend to be quite permanent. Richard spoke proudly as he pointed at himself in arrogance. Noah forced himself to appear conflicted, as if wrestling with the decision between compliance and resistance. A legitimate shopkeeper faced with such accusations would naturally try to negotiate for better terms before capitulating to superior authority. 10 silver coins, Noah said, his voice carrying exactly the right note of desperate protest. Baron, please. That's barely enough to cover my costs. Could we perhaps discuss 15 silver? 20 at most. Despite negotiating with the Baron, Noah didn't go overboard to break character. He had to act the role of a scared shopkeeper. The Baron's laugh was harsh and dismissive. 10 silver coins. Final offer. Be grateful I'm not simply confiscating everything as evidence of fraudulent business practices. Noah let his shoulders slump with apparent defeat, sighing heavily as if accepting inevitable doom. Very well, Baron. 10 silver coins. But I'll need time to prepare your order properly. Excellent decision, Richard replied with obvious satisfaction. When will the stock be ready? I assume you don't keep such large quantities on hand. He's asking about restocking times. Definitely planning bulk purchases for external buyers. Within 2 hours, I should have good stock available, Noah answered, maintaining his defeated shopkeeper persona. The Baron turned toward his bodyguards with a confident smile. In his eyes, his plans had gone smooth like butter. After all, he had found a criminal undercover. Marcus, you stay here for the next 2 hours. Wait outside the shop and monitor the situation. The chosen bodyguard nodded with professional understanding, his hand automatically checking his weapon positions in preparation for an extended surveillance mission. Chapter 153, Noah's Plan, and Richard's Demise. Once the 2 hours are completed, bring me the items. I'll be at the Gilded Swan Tavern conducting other business, Richard continued. But then the Baron's expression shifted to something far more threatening as he addressed both his guard and Noah simultaneously. If the stock is not ready as promised, his voice dropped to a menacing whisper. You know what to do? The Baron was now giving direct threats. He was no longer trying to hide it. The implicit message was crystal clear. Noah's failure to comply would result in consequences far more severe than the financial loss. The Baron was prepared to use violence to enforce his extortion demands. To Noah, the reason why he had left the guard was clear. The Baron feared that he would escape the area with his items, hence leaving a guard outside the store safeguarded that issue. It was also more efficient in terms of transporting the items. Richard departed with his second bodyguard, their footsteps echoing down the alley as they headed toward whatever other business required their attention. The remaining guard took up position outside the shop, his presence serving as both surveillance and intimidation. Noah watched through his window as the guard settled into a waiting position that provided clear sight lines to both the shop entrance and the alley approaches. With the Baron departed and the door closed, Lola looked at Noah with genuine surprise etched across her features. Her ruby eyes carried the confusion of someone who had witnessed what appeared to be unnecessary restraint in the face of obvious provocation. You know that you could have killed him easily. No, I could have done it for you. I would have turned him into ashes before his so-called bodyguards could blink. Why are you entertaining him? She said, her voice surprisingly calm despite what she was uttering. Noah smiled as he observed her expression, recognizing the look of someone who wanted nothing more than to deflate the Baron's pompous arrogance like a punctured balloon. Her tail twitched beneath her clothing with obvious agitation at having been forced to endure Richard's condescending behavior. Lola, Noah began carefully, settling into the chair across from her with the patient demeanor of someone explaining something complex. In this kingdom, nobles, no matter their rank, whether they were baron, viscounts, or higher, they all have protection from the crown. While the crown can definitely deal with problematic nobility when they do something wrong, they need evidence. Otherwise, when the other nobles find out about summary executions or mysterious disappearances, they'll create a political crisis. Those who want the crown's position will use any excuse to challenge royal authority. Political stability requires following established procedures. Lola's frown deepened as she processed this information, her centuries of combat experience providing little preparation for the intricacies of human political systems. How would the other nobles know that it was the crown that dealt with him if we kill that man on the sly? They would never know. I will simply remove all traces of his existence. They could never figure out who did it. They probably won't know for certain, Noah admitted with a slight shrug. But even uncertainty serves their purposes. Ambitious nobles will use that very uncertainty as an excuse to demand more resources and protections from the crown. He leaned forward slightly, warming to his explanation of the political dynamics that constrained even royal authority. Noah's understanding of the political dynamic had come from his study at university. One of his close friends back then had chosen history as their major. Talks about royalty, history, wars for power. All of it was spoken about. His old friend used to really enjoy such medieval cultures. Thinking about that friend, Noah paused for a second. He then shook his head as if trying to remove her picture from his head before explaining to Lola, they'll argue that if the crown isn't protecting nobles from mysterious threats, then obviously they need larger personal guards, more castle fortifications, and increased tax exemptions to fund their security measures. Every crisis becomes an opportunity for the ambitious to extract concessions. The crown ends up spending more resources managing noble paranoia than they would have gained by eliminating one corrupt baron. Noah concluded, it's a losing proposition politically. Short-term solutions, creating long-term problems. Lola nodded slowly as the explanation penetrated her warrior's mindset, though her expression suggested someone grappling with concepts that felt fundamentally foreign to her nature. While she had been a princess, her understanding of political subtleties was severely limited by circumstances beyond her control. She was a princess for such a short period of time that it made sense why she had no understanding of such social dynamics. After all, even in the Demon Kingdom, there were royalty and nobles. Her royal status had lasted only until her 12th birthday, when her parents' assassination had transformed her from sheltered princess into desperate exile. The intervening years had been spent focused on survival, combat mastery, and planning revenge rather than studying the delicate art of politics. I'm only good at things related to fighting, magic, and killing, Lola admitted. Deep politics was never something I had time to entertain. Noah nodded in understanding. The confession revealed aspects of her character that her usual playful demeanor kept hidden. Beneath the master-level succubus who could eliminate threats with a casual swipe of her hand, lay someone who had been denied the comprehensive education that should have prepared her for eventual rule. Your situation was completely different, Noah said gently, recognizing the implied regret in her admission. You were forced to focus on immediate survival rather than long-term governance. Anyone in your position would have made the same choices. Besides, politics is easier to get into. You won't have to worry. After all, power rules. The royal family isn't the governing family for no reason. It's because they are the strongest. So when met with overwhelming power, politics becomes nothing but a children's game. Noah was trying to validate her choice. He wasn't trying to criticize her. He was reassuring her that her priorities back then were correct. Chapter 154, Following Richard's Guard. But that's exactly why Baron Richard needs to be handled through proper channels, he continued, returning to the practical implications of their current situation. If we eliminate him through direct action, we create more problems than we solve. Lola's expression showed growing understanding of the constraints that governed Noah's approach to the Baron's criminal behavior. Her warrior instincts still favored immediate solutions, but her intelligence recognized the wisdom in his approaches. So we gather evidence of his extremist connections, she said, her voice carrying new comprehension of their strategic objectives. Provide the crown with justification for legitimate action against him. Exactly. Work within the system to achieve justice rather than creating chaos through unauthorized violence. Precisely. Noah confirmed with obvious satisfaction at her quick grasp of the political dynamics. Let him reveal his connections to the extremists. Document his criminal activities. Then present everything to the royals. The crown gets to demonstrate that they protect the kingdom from internal threats. Other nobles see that proper procedures were followed, and justice is served without creating political instability, he explained. Lola's tail had stopped its agitated twitching as she absorbed the lesson. I understand now, she said finally. Alara was sitting across from her father in his private study, the seriousness of recent discoveries heavy in the air between them. The king's expression grew increasingly grave as she relayed everything Noah had told her about Baron Richard's suspicious behavior and potential extremist connections. This mysterious shopkeeper, the king said, his brow furrowing with concern. He wouldn't go directly to Baron Richard and interrogate him. Would he? Direct confrontation could be disastrous if Richard is truly connected to extremists. The king looked at his daughter with worry that their first lead might vanish before they caught it. The extremists aren't so stupid as to let their collaborators roam around freely in the kingdom without safeguards. They would naturally place a death leech in his heart or force him to sign a life and death contract. Life and death contracts were known in this world. They weren't exactly rare, and extremists wouldn't hesitate to use it. The death leech seems more probable, he continued. They wouldn't want any possibility of information leaking, since even life and death contracts allow for a frame of time where secrets could be revealed before enforcement occurs. In the king's mind, immediate death versus delayed punishment. The extremists would choose the former for certainty. The death leech represented one of the most insidious magical parasites known to exist, a creature that bonded with its host's heart and could detect specific thoughts or intentions. The moment Baron Richard attempted to reveal extremist secrets or betray their operations, the leech would stop his heart instantly. No opportunity for last-minute confessions or deathbed revelations. The person would die instantaneously, making sure that their secret was buried alongside them. Alara nodded with understanding that carried both relief and disappointment. I told him, Dad, Noah understood the risks involved in direct confrontation. Good, the king replied, his expression showing approval of his daughter's handling of the situation. The crisis required careful maneuvering rather than bold action, and Alara had demonstrated appropriate caution. But then the king's demeanor changed as different considerations entered his mind. Take me to meet this mysterious man personally. I need to assess him myself, as a wind mage. I've always wanted to examine such an orb. Perhaps I can offer him something valuable in return for access to it. You said that he had a few with him, so it shouldn't be a problem to get one if given the right prize, he continued, still somewhat shocked that the mysterious shopkeeper had access to things that even he didn't. The more he had heard from Alara, the more he wanted to meet the man. More importantly, the king continued, his tone becoming more serious. I want to know what kind of person he truly is. Anyone with access to such artifacts and information deserves direct royal evaluation. Alara nodded happily, clearly pleased by her father's decision to meet Noah personally rather than delegating the interaction to subordinates. All right, let me get ready. But Dad, from my experience with Noah, he doesn't like the spotlight. Don't put him on the spot and offer him to work under you. He won't. It will also be slightly awkward, and he might get a negative impression. The king smiled, before raising his eyebrow. You are teaching me how to act now? No. Alara stammered, shaking her hands in the air. Ha ha! I'm just joking. Don't worry. I won't take him from you. He laughed before patting his daughter's head. Alara blushed at his words before storming out to get ready. 2 hours later, the guard outside Noah's shop walked in like a robot following explicit orders. His expression remained neutral as he placed 10 silver coins on the counter without saying a word. 10 silver coins for 48 items? Highway robbery. But it's okay. I will make sure to get the Baron's whole wealth in return. I pay back grievances in multiples. Noah retrieved the items, 10 loaves of bread and 10 bottles of iced tea, and placed them carefully in a sturdy carrying bag. The transaction proceeded without conversation, both parties understanding their respective roles. The guard accepted the bag with a curt nod and departed immediately. His mission complete according to Baron Richard's specific instructions. As soon as the door closed behind the departing guard, Noah turned to Lola with an expression that carried both urgency and confidence in her capabilities. Follow him silently, Noah said. You can do it, right? Master-level succubus versus human guard. It wasn't even a contest in terms of stealth capability. Lola's smirk carried a predator's smile at being given a mission that utilized her abilities. Of course I can, as she prepared to depart, moving toward the door. Noah called after her. Thank you. Noah was grateful that she was going beyond their employment requirements. This wasn't part of her official job after all. She paused at the threshold, turning back with an expression that mixed amusement with something warmer. Her chuckle carried genuine affection as she departed to begin her mission. Chapter 155. King Aldrich. Inside the shop, Noah waited exactly 1 minute before closing up and preparing for his own departure. The brief delay ensured Lola had sufficient time to establish surveillance on the guard without risk of compromising her mission through premature exposure. He secured the shop's entrance and turned the sign to closed. The building would remain safe while he attended to other business requirements. Time to find Valeria and coordinate the next phase of this investigation. On his way to locate the guildmaster, Noah spotted 2 familiar figures approaching from the direction of the royal quarter. Princess Alara walked alongside a man who appeared remarkably ordinary, despite the subtle aura of power that clung to him like expensive cologne. The man accompanying Alara stared at Noah with interest. His clothing was well made but not ostentatious, his bearing powerful without being intimidating. As they drew closer, Noah thought of something. He had never seen Alara going with a man before, and the man next to her seemed to be close enough to her. It was clear to Noah that the person in front of him was the king, without having seen him ever before. The realization carried both opportunity and risk. Royal interest could provide powerful backing for their investigation into Baron Richard's criminal activities, but it also meant Noah's growing influence had attracted attention at the highest levels of government. Alara's expression brightened with obvious pleasure as she spotted Noah, her wave carrying the enthusiasm of someone introducing valued friends to family members. The king's eyes were still focused on Noah, his gaze filled with genuine curiosity about the mysterious shopkeeper who had attracted his daughter's respect. The convergence of surveillance operations, royal visits, and criminal investigations promised to transform what had begun as a simple day of business into something far more complex and potentially consequential. It was just another normal day in the life of an interdimensional merchant. At least it's never boring. Seeing the princess approaching, the people in the alleyway immediately offered respectful greetings from their various stalls and shops. Merchants paused their haggling, craftsmen looked up from their work, and customers stepped aside to create a clear path for royalty. Your Highness, called out a baker from across the street, bowing deeply while flour still dusted his apron. Princess Alara, added a jewelry vendor, her voice carrying genuine warmth mixed with appropriate deference. But despite their obvious pleasure at seeing the beloved princess, the merchants and customers maintained careful distance from the royal pair. Their eyes kept darting nervously toward the man walking beside Alara, clearly sensing something that made them deeply uncomfortable. The stranger's aura was visible even to those without magical training. The air around him that spoke of immense, contained force. The effect was like looking at someone through heat shimmer, except the temperature remained perfectly normal. The common people weren't sure exactly what they were sensing, but their instincts warned them to avoid drawing attention. Royal bodyguards were known to react aggressively to perceived threats, and approaching too closely might be interpreted as an assassination attempt. Alara waved back at the gathered merchants with a genuine smile, her smile carrying the warmth of someone who truly cared about her people's well-being. She had always maintained closer relationships with common citizens than most nobility considered appropriate. As they arrived in front of Noah's shop, he quickly reassessed his departure plans. With Princess Alara coming to visit, potentially accompanied by the king himself, there was no longer any need to seek out Valeria for coordination. The meeting is coming to me instead. Much more convenient. Noah reopened his shop door, stepping aside to allow the royal visitor's entry. Your Highness, please come in. You're always welcome here. He gestured for both Alara and her mysterious companion to enter. Once both visitors had crossed the threshold, Noah immediately turned the shop sign to closed and secured the door behind them. Having royalty inside his establishment meant normal business operations would have to wait. It was mainly for privacy, for the high-level discussion he was about to participate in. He can't have random customers wandering in during such conversations. The shop's interior felt different with such powerful individuals present. Noah turned to face his visitors. Your Highness, Noah said, addressing Alara while maintaining awareness of her companion. Would you please introduce your friend? I'd like to welcome him properly to my shop. Alara's expression brightened with obvious pleasure at the opportunity to make formal introductions between two people she valued highly. Her smile carried the excitement of someone bringing together respected friends. Of course, she replied with enthusiasm that seemed to fill the small shop with warmth. As she spoke the next words, her companion's face began changing dramatically. The subtle magical concealment that had hidden his true features dissolved completely, revealing the authoritative countenance that appeared on official portraits throughout the kingdom. Noah, Alara said with obvious pride. Meet my father, King Aldrich of Durenhold. I was right. The actual king, standing in my shop. King Aldrich's transformation from unremarkable stranger to unmistakable sovereign was complete. His features now carried the distinctive combination of wisdom, authority, and magical power that had made him one of the most respected rulers in recent history. The king's eyes immediately focused on Noah with intensity, his assessment shifting from casual curiosity to formal evaluation of someone who had attracted significant royal attention. Your Majesty, Noah said, offering a respectful nod that balanced courtesy with his position as an independent merchant. It's an honor to have you visit my humble establishment. The king smiled at Noah's greeting before saying, Shopkeeper Noah, it's an honor for me to visit your shop. It's anything but a humble establishment. I dare say that this place not only has the best products in terms of quality and looks, but it also has extremely attractive decor. This place, the shelves, the glass, everything about it is special. I've never seen anything like it in my life. And I've traveled a lot. Chapter 156. Shock of the King. Noah simply smiled and accepted the compliments with gracious humility, understanding that excessive modesty might actually offend someone offering genuine praise. Thank you, Your Majesty. I appreciate your kind words, Noah replied before moving to the shelves to offer the king some hospitality. Please, have some iced tea. It's been pretty hot outside recently. This should help you cool off. As a salesman, Noah naturally knew that he had to be hospitable to the king. Besides, he was no longer the cheapskate who worried about every iced tea. Things have changed now. And not only was he rich, he was also producing nearly 100 of those. He retrieved 2 crystal bottles from his display, their contents shimmering with the magical properties that made them far more than simple refreshments. Alara accepted her drink with obvious happiness, her face lighting up with the genuine pleasure of someone receiving her favorite treat. Thank you. This is exactly what I was hoping for. The king accepted his bottle without false politeness, his expression showing someone who had already experienced the iced tea's remarkable properties. I appreciate this more than you might realize. I've tried this beverage before, and to say it's anything short of miraculous would be a lie. He's had it before. Must have sampled Alara's previous purchases. King Aldrich took a thoughtful sip, his taste palette allowing him to appreciate the drink's complexity on multiple levels, whether taste, appearance, refreshing qualities, or magical effects. Everything is absolutely amazing. As they enjoyed their drinks, both royals began surveying the shop's full inventory with their eyes, as if discovering new possibilities. The king's eyes fell upon displays he had just noticed. King Aldrich's expression changed dramatically as he spotted the protein bars, energy drinks, and beef jerky arranged in their elegant cases. His eyes widened with genuine shock as he read the descriptive placards that accompanied each display. These items, he breathed, his voice carrying the awe of someone confronting the impossible. The effects they promise are nothing short of miraculous. Alara followed her father's gaze, her own eyes widening as she spotted the premium products for the first time. During her previous visits, the shop had been out of stock for these particular items. Permanent attribute enhancement, she whispered, her voice carrying disbelief at the things in front of her. These things were theoretically impossible, regardless of existing rank or capability. The king stepped closer to examine the displays more carefully, but his senses didn't allow him to detect whether the properties were elaborate fakes or not. This shocked him even more. As an archmage, He should be able to check, but the inability to check made it even more amazing. The energy drink promises permanent agility improvement plus temporary amplification, he murmured, reading each description with growing amazement. The protein bar offers permanent strength enhancement. The beef jerky provides permanent vitality increase. Each effect states it works regardless of the consumer's current rank or magical development. King Aldrich continued, his voice rising as if grasping revolutionary items. That's completely unprecedented in magical theory. Elara moved to stand beside her father, both royals staring at the premium products with expressions that mixed desire, disbelief, and growing understanding of their strategic value. If these items truly work as advertised, they would represent the most significant advancement in magical enhancement since the discovery of mana crystals, the king said slowly. With growing shock, Noah watched their reactions with satisfaction, noting how quickly both royals had grasped the true significance of his premium inventory. They understand quality when they see it. This could lead to very profitable long-term arrangements. The king studied the premium displays with careful attention, clearly recognizing unprecedented value. His expression carried both admiration and growing concern as he processed the implications of such powerful items existing in a relatively unprotected shop. Noah, he said slowly, his voice taking on a concerned tone. As the king, he was accustomed to managing kingdom-level security concerns. These items, they aren't simple merchandise. Based on what my daughter told me about you, and seeing you in person, I know you aren't a person to lie, therefore, I totally believe in your authenticity. The king's expression grew more serious as he continued. But what if somebody tries to steal these items from your store? Do you need me to send royal bodyguards for protection? The king was worried that if those items were stolen by the extremists or people who have ill intentions, they might gain immense power. Noah smiled with confidence, his demeanor suggesting that he had already thought of and resolved such practical concerns. You don't have to worry. Your Majesty, I have a few measures set in place for such contingencies. The king raised an eyebrow at Noah's casual dismissal of what should have been overwhelming security challenges, but he nodded with acceptance. If Noah claimed to have adequate protection, then he probably possessed capabilities that weren't immediately visible. King Aldrich turned his full attention back to the displays, his composure barely containing obvious desire for items that could enhance his already considerable magical abilities. How much are these? He asked. It depends. Your Majesty, Noah replied diplomatically. Those at adept rank or above need to pay an equivalent. If you can provide an item of equal value, we can arrange an exchange rather than a monetary payment. For example, Noah continued, reaching into his storage ring. Somebody once gave me this in exchange for a protein bar. The wind orb emerged from dimensional storage, its concentrated essence immediately visible to the king. King Aldrich's eyes widened dramatically as he recognized the legendary artifact that had drawn him to Noah's shop in the first place. The Tier 5 wind orb represented exactly the kind of treasure he had hoped to get. Yet now it served merely as an example of standard pricing. He had come for the orb, but after seeing the other things, he was simply shocked beyond belief. Elara watched her father's face change with a smile on her face. That's called the Noah effect. Chapter 157. Generous. Chapter 158. A gift. It's a gift, Noah replied simply, as if gifting items that could be stored as kingdom treasures was normal. The king stared at Noah for several long moments, even as a royal himself. He had a bit of trouble comprehending that he was receiving a gift worth 600 golden coins. Then King Aldrich laughed. A genuine laugh of delight filled the shop with warmth. You are a very interesting person. Naturally. The king couldn't reject such a valuable and thoughtfully given gift. The gesture clearly demonstrated Noah's desire to boost the king's personal capabilities by providing all 3 types of enhancement, rather than just the 2 he'd purchased. Then I shall thank you graciously. King Aldrich replied with dignity appropriate to receiving such significant generosity. If you ever need anything, the crown will assist you. Don't hesitate to ask. Noah nodded. I won't. Elara looked at Noah with obvious happiness on her face. After the transaction was completed, King Aldrich's demeanor shifted abruptly from satisfied customer to alert sovereign. His magical senses had detected something that immediately grabbed his attention, causing him to turn his gaze toward the shop door with a sharp glare. There is a master-level demon outside. Is that your friend? The king stated calmly, his voice carrying no alarm but unmistakable awareness. The king's question suggested Elara had already briefed him about Noah's unusual associations, which explained his measured tone rather than an immediate defensive response. Still, his posture indicated someone prepared for potential threats while hoping for a peaceful resolution. Good preparation from Elara. This could have gone badly, Noah thought, giving her a mental thumbs up. Noah immediately nodded with confirming certainty. Yes, it's my friend. Her name is Lola, and I've sent her on something important that I would also like you to know about. Noah moved toward the shop door. He had locked it to avoid any disturbance. Lola's timing is perfect. She must have gotten enough information. Opening the door, Noah gestured for his returning employee to enter. Lola stepped through the threshold. her eyes immediately landing on the new figure. Her ruby eyes locked onto King Aldrich with instant recognition of his power level. The aura that had made common merchants nervous was more visible to her perception. This was no mere human noble, but an archmage. Lola's expression changed to wary as she assessed the potential threat level represented by an unknown archmage in Noah's shop. Her posture indicated someone prepared for immediate combat if the situation demanded it. Sensing the tension building between two supremely powerful individuals, Noah quickly provided introductory context to diffuse any misunderstanding. Lola, this is King Aldrich of the Human Kingdom, Elara's father. Your Majesty, this is Lola, my trusted friend and colleague in this shop. Lola glanced at Noah. He had not only introduced her as a trusted friend but as a colleague instead of an employee. King Aldrich nodded in greeting with royal courtesy that acknowledged Lola's obvious power while maintaining appropriate dignity. His gesture carried respect rather than suspicion, suggesting Elara's briefing had prepared him well for this encounter. Lola returned the gesture with corresponding politeness, her initial wariness fading as she recognized the lack of hostile intent from the Archmage King. With introductions complete and crisis averted, Noah immediately shifted focus to the critical intelligence Lola had gathered during her surveillance mission. "What did you discover about the guard?" he asked, his voice carrying urgency that indicated significant stakes involved in her reconnaissance. Lola's expression grew serious as she prepared to deliver information that would likely have a significant effect on those present. "Our guess was right. The guard is definitely working with the extremists," she stated. Certain, as someone who had witnessed events firsthand, the guard working with the extremist confirmed that Richard was definitely working with them too. And that was direct evidence. Richard's death for treason was basically set in stone. Her ruby eyes flicked between Noah and the royal family as she continued with details that made the implications clear. "I followed him to a meeting point outside the city walls. Several demons were waiting. They are most definitely extremists. They were hiding and trying to keep their presence unnoticed," Lola explained. "I also heard the demons tell the guard to bring Richard," she added. Her hearing having captured conversations from a considerable distance, they were discussing something that sounded like coordination for a larger operation. The intelligence painted a clear picture of an organized conspiracy involving both human nobles and demon extremists. Exactly the kind of internal threat that could destabilize the entire kingdom. Noah nodded with grim satisfaction at having his suspicions confirmed through direct observation rather than speculation. "Your Majesty," he said, turning to address King Aldrich with appropriate formality. "This confirms what Princess Elara and I discussed regarding Baron Richard's suspicious activities." Noah began to brief the king on the full scope of what had happened before his appearance. Noah's explanation was comprehensive and carefully structured to provide maximum clarity for the king to make a decision. "Baron Richard has been extorting citizens and collaborating with demon extremists," he began. "The evidence suggests he's been trading human kingdom resources, possibly including military intelligence, in exchange for extremist support for his illegal activities. The extremists aren't representative of the demon kingdom's government," Noah continued, drawing crucial distinctions that could prevent a broader diplomatic crisis. "They're rogue elements that both kingdoms should consider mutual enemies." Lola's surveillance of one of the close guards that was working under Baron Richard's commands has provided direct evidence of coordination between Baron Richard's agents and extremist operatives, he concluded. "This represents clear treason against the crown that demands immediate intervention. I've sacrificed tens of my products to bring him to light and gain the evidence." Based on Lola's words, the Baron should have a meeting with the extremists shortly. "We can use this information to catch him in the act, immediately." King Aldrich's expression grew increasingly grave as the full scope of the conspiracy became clear. As the king of a kingdom, he knew how to recognize threats to kingdom stability. And this represented exactly the kind of internal corruption that could destroy legitimate government from within. Chapter 159. Confrontation. After hearing the report from Noah, King Aldrich's expression hardened with the decisive authority of someone confronting a clear threat to his kingdom's security. The evidence of treason demanded immediate action rather than delays. He turned toward Lola with the respectful tone of someone addressing a capable ally rather than a subordinate. "Would you mind leading us to where they will conduct their meeting?" The king's tone was appropriate in weight. His willingness to personally investigate rather than delegating to subordinates demonstrated the seriousness with which he viewed the threat. Lola glanced toward Noah, seeking confirmation before committing to assist in what could become a dangerous confrontation. Her loyalty lay with her employer rather than the crown, making Noah's approval essential for her participation. The king spotted the exchange and his eyes flickered softly. The fact that a master-level demon was this loyal to Noah was baffling. But after seeing the items in his hands, it made sense. The man in front of him wasn't simple at all. Noah signaled his approval with a slight nod, understanding that this represented exactly the kind of evidence-gathering opportunity they'd been hoping to achieve. "Let's all go together," Noah announced with obvious satisfaction, his smile reflecting confidence in their ability to handle whatever they might encounter. With a master-level demon, adept-level princess, and an archmage, Noah doubted that the so-called extremists would be able to do anything. The prospect of personally witnessing extremist noble collaboration while backed by royal authority represented the ideal scenario for exposing Baron Richard's criminal network and taking his assets. Noah moved toward the counter where Leo had been quietly observing the adult conversations. The young lion's senses had undoubtedly detected the tension in the room, but his trust in Noah kept him calm, despite the obvious preparation for potentially dangerous activity. "Come on, Leo," Noah said gently, scooping up the golden-maned cub with affection. "Time for a field trip." Leo purred with contentment at being included in the group's activities, his enthusiasm undiminished by any understanding of the serious nature of their mission. Correct content is on NovelFire. King Aldrich observed the interaction with obvious interest. He knew that specific species of golden mane lions, and that specific species were powerful and very loyal. Princess Alara's expression reflected growing anticipation, mixed with appropriate concern about personally investigating treasonous activities. Lola took point position as they prepared to depart. "The meeting location is approximately 5 minutes from here. We'll need to maintain concealment once we approach the area. They have 2 adept-level mages on watch duty," she informed the group. As they left the kingdom through the gate whilst concealed by a spell that King Aldrich had conjured, their party had moved through the kingdom quietly and efficiently. The royal concealment magic wrapped around them like invisible silk, rendering them completely undetectable to even the powerful mages inside the kingdom, except for a few mages whom they passed by. Once they realized it was the king, simply ignored it and didn't ask. Lola gestured ahead with her slender fingers. "It's about 2 minutes away. Over there," she said, pointing toward a seemingly ordinary section of countryside that appeared unremarkable to casual observation. 2 minutes of careful movement brought them to their destination. The location was actually hidden yet visible, a perfect example of concealment through misdirection rather than just magical invisibility. These demons were incredibly courageous, picking a place in plain sight. Noah observed with grudging admiration for their boldness. Lola pointed toward what appeared to be an abandoned water well, its stone construction weathered by time. "Over there," she said simply. The king nodded and extended his senses to scan the area thoroughly. His magical perception confirmed Lola's assessment. The demons had established a complete operational base beneath the well structure. The location was brilliant in its simplicity, hidden in plain sight, where nobody would think to conduct revealing spells. The well provided perfect cover for clandestine operations. King Aldrich's magical senses also detected sophisticated protective measures layered throughout the underground facility. The defensive enchantments were subtle but powerful, designed to deflect casual magical investigation while maintaining the appearance of an ordinary well. Only master-level mages or above could detect these protections, which means at least one of the demons inside that place has master-level capabilities. He murmured with a frown on his face from the magical expertise involved. The implications were clear. This wasn't a simple meeting between Baron Richard's guard and low-level extremist operatives. The presence of master-level demons suggested a significant conspiracy with resources and expertise that posed genuine threats to the kingdom's security. "We're dealing with powerful enemies. They might have a master-level threat or perhaps higher. Be careful. But still, they shouldn't have more than one. Otherwise, the measures against finding them would have been stronger and harder to find," King Aldrich concluded. The hidden base represented exactly the kind of sophisticated enemy installation that could coordinate complex operations against both human and legitimate demon territories. The king's magical perception continued scanning the well structure, revealing additional layers of security that confirmed the sophistication of the extremist operation. "There are 2 adept-rank extremists positioned as lookouts, just like your friend had said," King Aldrich whispered, his voice barely audible. "They're actually hidden within the well itself, but unlike the others who are deep underground, these 2 are stationed near the actual water level." His magical senses allowed him to analyze the defensive positioning of the enemies as if he were able to see them with his naked eyes. The placement of guards at different depths created overlapping security zones that would detect threats approaching from multiple angles. NovelFire. Noah raised an eyebrow. "Smart positioning. The water naturally muffles sound while offering a clear line of sight to the surface. Anyone approaching the well would be detected instantly through their magical senses. It's a built-in early warning system. If anything feels off, they can alert those deeper inside before an ambush even begins. Normal awakeners wouldn't stand a chance sneaking in. It would take at least a master-level mage to pull that off. Luckily, we don't only have 1 but 2. Chapter 160. Set in stone. The king's expression hardened with decisiveness as he processed the situation. "Let's go and deal with them," he declared, his voice carrying the confidence of someone accustomed to resolving the threat before him. They moved forward while still concealed within the spell that King Aldrich had conjured earlier, their party approaching the well unseen. Once they were positioned directly above the opening, the king raised his hand and cast another magical spell, Aerial Grace. The king muttered silently. As the spell activated, Noah felt the familiar sensation of wind magic as they all began floating in the air, hovering above the floor as if they were truly capable of flight. Noah looked with amazement at the effortless display of such an advanced wind manipulation technique. He could sense the precise control required to levitate multiple people simultaneously while maintaining their concealment spell. His smile reflected both admiration and anticipation. Someday, he would achieve similar mastery of wind magic. He wanted to ask at what rank such techniques became possible, but he restrained himself from speaking. They were in enemy territory where even whispered conversations could compromise their mission. They descended slowly into the well, the king's wind magic, allowing perfect control of their movement speed. The stone walls passed by silently as they approached the water level where the extremist guards were stationed. As they drew closer, Noah began hearing voices echoing from below. The two guards were engaged in casual conversation, their relaxed tone suggesting they felt completely secure in their hidden position. "That bread is really good," one guard was saying with obvious satisfaction. "Richard really brought some good stuff. He's one of the few somewhat likable humans." The demons were naturally speaking in their demon tongue, but Noah was able to understand it through the system's translation. Noah's eyes widened with shock as he realized the extremists were discussing his magical bread. The items Baron Richard had extorted from his shop were being distributed among demon extremists as part of their operational supplies. The king turned towards Lola and asked softly, "Do you understand what they are saying?" Rewebnaval, come. Before Lola could respond, Noah was the one to answer his question. "They are saying that the bread the Baron had gotten them is really good, and that he is one of the few humans that are somewhat likable." The king raised an eyebrow but nodded with understanding. The fact that Noah could speak the demon tongue was another mystery surrounding the young merchant, but it made logical sense given his circumstances. Novel fire, after all. Having a master-level demon mage as a companion while being unable to communicate in her native language would be impractical. How else could they coordinate their business operations and develop their obvious partnership? Arriving at the water level, Noah and the others could finally see the extremist guards positioned within the well's depths. Unlike the low-level extremists who usually attacked the kingdom's walls with barely any intelligence or coordination, the ones in front of him were actually developed mentally and physically. These were powerful demons rather than mindless raiders. The first guard stood roughly 6 feet tall with well-maintained armor. His horns were filed to sharp points, and his red eyes were alert despite the calm hour. He was clearly someone trained in surveillance techniques. The scars running across his arms suggested that he had extensive combat experience. The second guard appeared equally competent, his equipment clean and functional rather than crude or improvised. Both demons carried themselves with confidence. Noah recognized that their equipment was a blend of human and demonic craftsmanship. As he had visited both kingdoms, he had seen how each kingdom had their own touches to equipment, and the equipment that Noah spotted on both demons meant that Richard wasn't only cooperating with them on the low. No, he was also arming them with items from inside Esta, which was even more cruel. Using human equipment to kill humans, Richard was truly a cruel man. "They are at the adept rank for a reason," Noah whispered. Noting the obvious intelligence in their positioning, the guards continued their casual conversation, completely unaware of the concealed observers floating above them. Their relaxed but vigilant bodies confirmed they felt secure in their hidden position. "Richard's connections have been useful," the first guard was saying as he bit into another piece of Noah's magical bread. "The healing properties are genuine, not like the fake potions most humans try to trade. Those barely give us any benefits." "Agreed. Though I still don't trust humans in general. Richard gets respect because he delivers what he promises," replied his companion. King Aldrich's expression hardened as he listened to Noah's translation of the casual discussion of treason and collaboration. These demons were treating Baron Richard as a reliable business partner rather than a reluctant victim of extremist pressure. With that coming out, the king had already issued a verdict internally. Richard's execution for treason was set in stone, and no amount of begging could get him out of that. Without warning, the king raised his hand and cast another spell. The water around the two guards suddenly formed into a massive bubble of air that completely enclosed their position. The magical barrier materialized instantly, trapping both extremists within a sphere of breathable atmosphere while cutting them off from the outside world before they could realize they were ambushed. The water pressed against the bubble's surface like a transparent wall, creating a perfect prison. Both guards immediately realized something was catastrophically wrong. Their relaxed conversation died as they found themselves trapped within an impossible magical bubble of wind and water that had appeared without warning. "What in the first guard began, his hand immediately moving toward a communication crystal attached to his belt. "Alert spell," shouted the second guard, also reaching for his emergency signaling crystal. Both demons activated their crystals simultaneously, expecting to send warning signals to their commander deeper in the underground facility. The crystals flared with energy as they attempted to transmit emergency alerts, but to their horror, nothing happened. Chapter 161. First Attack. The magical barrier that imprisoned them also blocked all forms of communication, creating complete isolation from their allies. Their warning signals simply dissipated against the king's spellwork without reaching any external recipients. "The signals aren't getting through," the first guard said with growing panic, shaking his crystal desperately. "We're completely cut off," confirmed his companion, his professional composure cracking as the reality of them being imprisoned from the outside world became clear. Both guards drew their weapons, but their blades felt useless against the magical imprisonment that offered no physical target to attack. They were trapped within an air pocket, surrounded by water and magical barriers that defied their resistance. "This is at least a master-level spellwork," the first guard assessed grimly, his experience allowing him to recognize the sophistication of their prison. "Whoever's doing this can easily kill us. We are in trouble." "More than serious," replied the second guard, testing the bubble's boundaries with cautious sword strikes that accomplished nothing. "This is archmage-level magic. We're dealing with someone far beyond our ability to handle." Their panic intensified as they realized the hopelessness of their situation. Professional extremist operatives were accustomed to having escape plans and backup options, but this magical imprisonment offered no solutions. "Show yourselves," the first guard shouted toward the water above them, hoping to negotiate with their captors. "We demand to know who dares interfere with our operations." "Demand," came King Aldrich's voice as the concealment spell finally dissolved, revealing the floating party of investigators. The extremist guard's eyes widened with shock as they beheld their captors. A human king whose aura marked him as incredibly powerful, a princess whose royal bearing was unmistakable, a master-level succubus whose presence made both guards instinctively step backwards, and a normal-looking human at the novice rank. The human next to the three powerful individuals was like a small lamp next to the stars. They completely ignored him, unnoticed to them. The seemingly ordinary young man in front of them was the main reason that they would all be dead tonight. The reason why one of the most powerful demon bases near the human kingdom would perish, and alongside it would perish the traitors to the human kingdom. "The human king," the first guard breathed. Recognizing the royal insignia and overwhelming presence, the second guard's weapon clattered to the ground as the full scope of their situation became clear. They hadn't been captured by normal human adventurers or opportunistic bounty hunters. They were facing the legitimate ruler of the human kingdom, backed by forces that completely outclassed their defensive capabilities. "You will answer our questions," King Aldrich stated with cold eyes that sent shivers down the spine of the demons in front of him. The trapped extremists found themselves facing interrogation by the most powerful man in the human kingdom, with no escape route and no hope of rescue from their underground allies. "How many demons are there inside, and what's their strength?" the king demanded, his voice carrying the authority of absolute power. The demons stared at him with obvious confusion, their expressions revealing they didn't understand his words. After all, they didn't speak the human tongue fluently enough to comprehend complex interrogation questions. Seeing their confusion, Noah stepped forward to translate. The first demon responded with forced bravado, despite his trapped position. "There are a few of us, with the strongest being near the master class but still within adept shackles." Upon hearing Noah's translation, the king frowned deeply. His enhanced senses had already detected multiple master-level magical signatures deeper in the underground facility, marking the demon's response an obvious lie. Without warning, King Aldrich gestured sharply and conjured a razor-thin wind blade that cut through the first demon's arm without any resistance. The limbs separated cleanly, blood spattering against the magical barrier as the extremist screamed in agony. "You're lying," the king stated with terrifying calm. "For every lie you spout out of that filthy mouth, you will lose a limb." The second demon, witnessing his companion's mutilation, attempted another deception. "We're just scouts. The base is mostly empty." Another wind blade flashed through the air, severing the lying demon's leg at the knee. His agonized howl echoed within the magical bubble as he collapsed to the bottom of their prison. Correct content is on Novel Fire. Both extremists realized the futility of their situation. They couldn't inform or help their team inside. They couldn't escape. And their interrogator possessed both the power and ruthlessness to dismember them until they broke. Rather than face continued torture and eventual betrayal of their cause, both demons made a final choice that demonstrated their fanatical dedication. They glanced at each other for a second before subtly nodding. The first demon's eyes blazed with resolve. "For the true demon kingdom," he shouted, his hands moving to his chest where his monocore pulsed with contained energy. The second demon echoed his companion's declaration. "Death before dishonor to humans." Both extremists began expanding rapidly as they deliberately destabilized their own monocores. Their bodies swelled like balloons as energy built toward a catastrophic level. Boom! They burst simultaneously inside the bubble, filling it with gore and blood. The barrier contained the explosion completely, preventing any damage to the surrounding area while trapping the extremists' remains within their prison. Lola observed the aftermath with detachment, her centuries of combat experience having shown her similar fanatical behavior before. To Noah, however, this was something entirely different. Witnessing beings willing to self-destruct for a cause, seeing it firsthand was unprecedented. He stood frozen, staring at the aftermath in stunned silence. As much as he despised the demons, he couldn't help but feel some respect for their unwavering loyalty. They destroyed their monochores, she muttered with a mixture of disgust and respect. These extremists are loyal to their cause. They are truly delusional. It's sad. The self-destruction demonstrated the depth of extremist indoctrination. These demons preferred suicide over the possibility of revealing information that might compromise their operations or ideology. Chapter 162. Treason. King Aldrich dispelled the bloody bubble with a wave of his hand, allowing the contaminated water to flow away and clear the area. His expression showed no satisfaction at the interrogation's violent conclusion. Fanatics, he said grimly. This confirms we're dealing with true believers rather than mercenaries or opportunists. The extremists' willingness to die rather than risk betraying their cause meant the conspiracy ran deeper than simple criminal collaboration. These were ideologically committed enemies who would sacrifice everything for their twisted vision of demon supremacy. The master-level demons deeper in the facility will be even more dangerous, Noah observed, understanding that their opponents' fanatical dedication made them unpredictable and extremely hazardous. They moved through the underground tunnel system with their concealment spells still active, their footsteps completely silent against the rough stone flooring. The passageway stretched deeper into the earth, branching into multiple directions that suggested a complex network of chambers and rooms. As they progressed, they encountered several doorways leading to various chambers. King Aldrich paused at each entrance, extending his enhanced magical senses to scan for occupants. Empty bedrooms, he murmured after checking the third consecutive vacant room. The demons are either in a meeting or gathered somewhere else entirely. The abandoned chambers showed signs of recent habitation, unmade beds, personal belongings scattered about, and the lingering scent of occupancy. But every room they passed stood empty, as if the entire underground facility had been evacuated except for essential personnel. They're all gathered in one location, Noah observed, noting the pattern of abandonment. Something important must be happening. Their progress through the tunnel system eventually brought them to a much larger chamber, its massive wooden doors suggesting significant importance within the facility's hierarchy. Unlike the modest entrances to sleeping quarters, this portal was reinforced with metal bands and magical wards that spoke to high-level security measures. King Aldrich paused before the imposing entrance, his expression growing more serious as his magical perception detected the energy signatures beyond. Zephyra's eye, he muttered with articulation, his hands weaving complex gestures that called upon archmage-level magic. Suddenly, a translucent orb appeared behind him, floating with gentle rotation as it absorbed ambient magical energy. The sphere pulsed with contained wind essence, its surface shimmering with recorded moments that seemed to dance within its structure. Noah glanced at the floating artifact with obvious fascination, unable to contain his curiosity about such advanced magical techniques. What's this? This is a skill I've learned recently, Aldrich explained patiently. It's only available at the archmage level, a technique that allows me to do the seemingly impossible. He gestured toward the floating orb with obvious appreciation for its sophisticated magical construction. It allows me to capture moments and store them using concentrated wind and mana manipulation. With this artifact, I can review whatever was recorded, like viewing events from the past. Noah's eyes widened with genuine amazement. An archmage spell that functioned like a camera represented the kind of advanced technique he could only dream of mastering at his current skill level. That's incredibly impressive, he breathed, his mind already imagining the strategic applications of such capability, recording evidence that can't be disputed or altered. The implications were staggering. With Zephyra's eye, they could document whatever conspiracy lay beyond the chamber doors and present irrefutable proof to any authority that demanded evidence of treason. King Aldrich nodded with satisfaction at Noah's appreciation for the spell's sophistication. Evidence gathering at the highest level. Whatever we discover here will be preserved for royal justice. With the recording spell activated and ready to document their findings, the king's expression changed to serious. The time for stealth and scouting had ended. Now they needed direct confrontation with whatever conspiracy awaited beyond the reinforced doors. There's no need to hide anymore, he declared with the authority of someone prepared for open conflict. We have the evidence we need, and now we simply gather the traitors and enemies for punishment. Before opening the door, the king positioned their group for optimal safety and advantage. Noah, Elara, behind us. Lady Lola and I will take point position. Novel fire. The arrangement placed the two most magically powerful individuals at the front, where they could respond immediately to threats, while keeping the less combat-experienced members in protected positions where they could observe and document without becoming primary targets. Noah moved behind the king as instructed, understanding that his swordsmanship skills, while advancing rapidly, weren't yet sufficient for master-level magical combat. Princess Elara took position beside him, her own magical capabilities formidable but not quite matching her father's archmage-level power. Lola flowed into combat position beside King Aldrich. Her master-level magical abilities combined with the king's archmage power created a front line that could handle virtually any threat they might encounter. With positions established and recording magic active, King Aldrich placed his hand on the reinforced door and pushed it open with force. The chamber beyond revealed itself as a vast underground meeting hall, its ceiling supported by carved stone pillars. Magical torches provided flickering illumination, which made the place visible but mysterious at the same time. What they saw inside made Noah raise an eyebrow in interest. Approximately 50 demons filled the chamber, their ranks clearly organized by magical power and status. Most appeared to be apprentice-level demons, the backbone of any extremist organization, while several adept-rank individuals occupied positions of obvious authority near the front of the gathering. But dominating the entire assembly was a single master-level demon whose magical aura filled the chamber with menace. His presence got the king's and Lola's immediate attention, marking him as the clear leader of this underground conspiracy. However, the demons weren't the most shocking discovery within the treasonous gathering. Baron Richard stood near the front of the assembly, his large alcohol belly unmistakable even in the flickering torchlight. But he wasn't alone among the human collaborators. Several other nobles of equivalent rank had joined his betrayal of the crown. Most disturbing of all was the presence of a viscount, whose higher noble rank suggested the conspiracy reached deeper into the kingdom's aristocratic hierarchy than anyone had suspected. Chapter 163. Burning Life Force. The mixed gathering of demons and human nobles represented exactly the kind of cross-species collaboration that could not only destabilize, but perhaps destroy the human kingdom if left unchecked. This wasn't simple criminal activity. It was organized treason on a scale that threatened the very foundations of legitimate government. The moment the door opened, every head in the chamber turned toward the unexpected intrusion. 50 pairs of eyes, demonic and human alike, focused on the small group of investigators who had just shattered their secret meeting. The silence that followed lasted only seconds before recognition dawned across multiple faces simultaneously. King Aldrich. Baron Richard's voice cracked with terror as he recognized the royal figure standing in the doorway. Correct content is on Novelfire. The human king, shouted one of the adept-rank demons, his mind immediately assessing the threat level represented by an archmage-level opponent. We're compromised, screamed the Viscount. His instincts recognizing that royal discovery of their conspiracy meant death sentences for everyone involved. Panic erupted throughout the chamber as extremists and nobles alike realized their secret alliance had been exposed by the most powerful authority in the human kingdom. Shouts of alarm mixed with the sound of weapons being drawn and magical energy being summoned for combat. The master-level demon leader's eyes blazed with fury as he processed the human king's presence. His aura intensified dramatically, filling the chamber with oppressive energy that made the air itself feel thick and hostile. "Kill them!" he roared with the authority of someone accustomed to commanding absolute obedience. "None of them can leave here alive." The chamber exploded into chaos as 50 extremists and their noble collaborators prepared for desperate battle against opponents they knew possessed superior magical capabilities. But before the first spell could be cast or blade drawn, King Aldrich's voice cut through the pandemonium with the overwhelming authority of archmage-level power. Silence. The command froze every person under the adept rank in the chamber as royal authority backed by devastating magical power dominated the underground space. Even the master-level demon found himself momentarily stunned by the sheer force of the king's presence. Zafira's eye continued recording every detail of the treasonous gathering, preserving evidence that would ensure justice for every conspirator present. The master-level demon's aura intensified dramatically as he focused every ounce of his considerable power on breaking King Aldrich's magical command. His muscles strained visibly as raw magical force battled against royal authority, the underground chamber filling with conflicting energies that made the very air crackle with tension. Despite his obvious effort and the tremendous mana expenditure required, the demon leader managed to shatter the king's spell through sheer determination and power. However, the victory came at a slight cost. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead from exertion. The master-level demon looked genuinely worried as he assessed their situation. He had used an enormous amount of mana to break the king's monopolizing spell, and things definitely weren't looking good for his forces. An archmage-level opponent backed by a master-level succubus represented overwhelming opposition that his mixed group of extremists and corrupt nobles couldn't hope to match in direct combat. Immediately recognizing the desperate nature of their circumstances, the demon leader decided to play a defensive role that might give his forces a chance at survival. His hands moved as he conjured magical energy, focusing his remaining power into a massive protective barrier. The shield materialized as a large red dome that encompassed the entire gathering, its surface rippling with contained energy. "Everyone," he shouted with a hurried tone, "prepare for a joint attack. Gather all your energy and focus it into one coordinated strike. I will protect you while you charge your spells." Novelfire. The combined magical assault of 50 demons ranging from apprentice to adept rank wasn't something to dismiss lightly. King Aldrich's expression grew serious as he calculated the potential threat such concentrated firepower might represent. If properly coordinated and given sufficient time to charge, their combined attack might perhaps reach Archmage-level power in terms of raw magical output. Naturally, that didn't mean they could actually fight an Archmage in sustained combat. Factors like casting time, experience, and individual capability would prevent such coordination under normal circumstances. Besides, it wasn't like an Archmage would let such a large group continue their casting. He would simply kill them as they charged their attacks. But the Master-level demon's protective barrier was giving them exactly the time and security they needed to attempt such a desperate gambit. King Aldrich refused to allow the extremists to execute their plan unchallenged. He immediately began attacking the Master-level demon's barrier with concentrated wind magic, his Archmage-level spells striking the red dome with tremendous force. However, the demon leader was pouring all of his remaining mana into maintaining the protective shield, making it incredibly difficult to penetrate. The barrier absorbed each attack and redistributed the energy across its entire surface, creating a nearly impenetrable defense. Time was passing, and the combined magical energy within the protective dome was growing larger and more dangerous with each passing moment. The apprentice and adept rank demons chanted in unison, their individual magical capabilities merging into something far more threatening than the sum of their parts. Seeing that things weren't looking good, Noah reached into his storage ring and withdrew 2 bottles of iced tea. He recognized the crisis developing before them, whilst the king and Lola were attacking. Their attacks weren't to the max of their abilities. After all, they still needed to keep some mana to protect themselves in case things went wrong. Besides, the Master-level demon seemed to be burning through his life force as he increased his power tremendously for a short period of time. Here, he called, offering the magical beverages to Lola and King Aldrich, who were focusing their attacks on the barrier. This will help. Both powerful mages accepted the bottles without hesitation. Understanding that any advantage in a battle of this magnitude could prove decisive, they drank the iced tea quickly, feeling the immediate effects as their mana reserves expanded and their magical regeneration accelerated. Chapter 164. The Death of the Demons. The iced tea increased mana reserves, regeneration, and magical power by 30%, making King Aldrich much less worried about his energy expenditure during the prolonged assault on the demon's barrier. Immediately after consuming the magical enhancement, both attackers' spells became significantly more powerful. The barrier, which had been holding steady under their previous assault, began showing visible cracks as the enhanced magical attacks overwhelmed its defensive capabilities. Novel fire. The red dome shattered with a sound like breaking crystal, its protective energy dissipating as the Master-level demon's mana finally proved insufficient to maintain the shield against Archmage-level and Master-level succubus assault, despite burning through his life force. At that moment, Baron Richard's eyes fell upon Noah for the first time since the chamber doors had opened. His face contorted with rage and betrayal as realization crashed over him like a physical blow. "You," he screamed, pointing an accusatory finger at the young merchant. "You set me up. You knew the king personally. Otherwise, how could you bring him directly to our secret meeting? You followed me. You damn rat." The Baron's political mind finally grasped the scope of Noah's deception. The mysterious shopkeeper hadn't been a helpless victim to extort. He had been a deliberate agent working to expose their conspiracy from the very beginning. "You played me like a fool. Everything was a trap," Richard continued raging, his voice breaking with fury and madness. But his angry revelation came too late to change their hopeless situation. With their protective barrier destroyed and their coordinated attack interrupted, the extremists found themselves facing Archmage-level opposition without adequate preparation. The battle that followed was swift and brutal. King Aldrich's wind magic tore through the apprentice and adept rank demons with devastating efficiency, while Lola's master-level spells eliminated multiple targets simultaneously. The corrupt nobles, lacking any significant magical power, could only watch in terror as their extremist allies fell around them like wheat before a scythe. Within minutes, every adept rank demon lay dead or dying, their blood pooling on the stone floor of the underground chamber. The few surviving apprentice rank operatives cowered in corners, too terrified to continue fighting against such overwhelming opposition, seeing the complete destruction of his forces. The master-level demon leader made the same choice his guards had made earlier. His eyes blazed with fanatical determination as he refused to accept capture or interrogation by human authorities. For the true demon kingdom, he roared, placing his hands over his monocore with desperate resolve, death before submission to inferior humans. The demon began expanding rapidly as he deliberately destabilized his own magical core, his body swelling grotesquely as contained energy built toward catastrophic release. But unlike the smaller explosions from the adept rank guards earlier, a master-level demon's self-destruction represented exponentially greater destructive potential. The explosion, when it came, was 100 times more powerful than the adept rank demons. The underground chamber was filled with blinding light and devastating force as the demon's monocore detonated with the energy of a small magical bomb. King Aldrich and Lola immediately recognized the mortal danger such an explosion represented to their less protected companions. Working together with urgency, They combined their magical abilities to create a defensive barrier around Noah, Princess Alara, and the surviving corrupt nobles. The protective shield absorbed the worst of the blast, though the chamber walls cracked and debris rained down from the ceiling as the magical explosion tested the structural integrity of the entire underground facility. When the light faded and the dust settled, they found themselves alive but shaken within their magical protection. The master-level demon had been completely obliterated by his own desperate gambit, leaving nothing but a crater where he had made his final stand. The surviving corrupt nobles, Baron Richard, the Viscount, and several others, cowered within the protective barrier, their faces pale with terror as they realized their extremist allies were all dead while they remained at the mercy of royal justice. "Don't get any weird ideas. We protected you only to ensure proper execution later," King Aldrich informed the trembling traitors with cold authority. "You will all be executed publicly in the main streets, as befits those who commit treason against the kingdom." The underground conspiracy had been shattered, its leaders dead, and its human collaborators captured for public justice. But the fanatical dedication shown by the extremist demons served as a sobering reminder of the ideological threat that still faced both kingdoms. The evidence recorded by Zephyra's eye would ensure that justice was swift and public, while the destruction of this particular cell would send a clear message to any other nobles contemplating collaboration with enemies of the human kingdom. On their way back to the human kingdom, Noah glanced at the captured human nobles with undisguised disgust. The sight of Baron Richard and his fellow conspirators filled him with revulsion that transcended mere disappointment. To sell your own people for mere profits was truly disgusting. These men had betrayed their oaths, their kingdom, and their fellow citizens for nothing more than personal gain and extremist gold. Baron Richard and the other traitors all bore looks of complete despair on their faces. The reality of their situation had finally penetrated their shock. They were bound for public execution as convicted traitors, with no hope of escape or leniency. Magic cuffs forged by the king himself ensured their compliance during the journey back to face royal justice. The enchanted restraints carried a deadly warning. If any prisoner dared to move outside the bounds of their magical prison, they would immediately lose a limb to precisely controlled wind magic. The threat wasn't idle intimidation. King Aldrich's reputation for following through on such promises meant every captured noble understood exactly what would happen if they attempted escape or resistance. Their faces reflected the hopelessness of men who had gambled everything on a conspiracy that had been thoroughly exposed and decisively crushed. As they approached the kingdom's main gate, the scene that greeted the guards was so shocking that it left them momentarily speechless. Their beloved king was returning with a group of high-ranking nobles bound in magical restraints like common criminals. Chapter 165. Public Trial. The sight was so unprecedented and stunning that the gate guards didn't even notice Noah walking among the royal party. Their attention remained completely focused on the impossible vision of captured aristocrats being marched toward the capital for what could only be treason charges. "Your Majesty." "What? What has happened?" called the captain of the gate guard, who was at the adept rank, his voice carrying both relief at the king's safe return and confusion about the prisoners. "Treason. These nobles have been caught collaborating with demon extremists against the kingdom. They have sold their kind for mere profit. They will face public trial and execution," King Aldrich replied in a cold tone. The announcement sent shockwaves through the assembled guards, whose training had never prepared them for witnessing the arrest of multiple noble families simultaneously by the king himself. Meanwhile, Lola remained concealed through a subtle spell, her demonic features hidden from casual observation. The king had suggested it would be better to keep her presence secret until he could properly clarify the complex political issues surrounding demon allies and extremist enemies. Noah had readily agreed with the proposal, understanding that introducing a master-level succubus to the general population required careful preparation and official royal backing. The public trial followed with unprecedented swiftness, demonstrating King Aldrich's determination to address treason with immediate and decisive action. He refused to allow time for political maneuvering or behind-the-scenes negotiations that might compromise the integrity of justice. The king summoned one of his master-level royal guards, a formidable warrior whose loyalty to the crown had been proven through decades of faithful service. "Gather every noble family in the kingdom. Send official summons that brooks no refusal or delay. This is a matter of kingdom security that demands their immediate presence," King Aldrich commanded. The royal guard bowed deeply, understanding the gravity of such a comprehensive summoning. "It shall be done." "Your Majesty, when do you require their attendance?" "In an hour," the king replied firmly, "and issue a public announcement throughout the capital. I want every citizen who can possibly attend to witness what transpires. This trial will serve as both justice and warning." The master-level guard departed immediately to execute his sovereign's commands, knowing that such urgent royal orders indicated events of extraordinary significance. Within minutes, royal messengers had spread throughout the kingdom carrying official summons to every noble house, regardless of rank or current political standing. The messages carried the unmistakable seal of royal authority that made attendance mandatory rather than optional. Simultaneously, town criers filled the streets with announcements that drew crowds of curious citizens eager to understand what momentous event would require such unprecedented public gathering. Hear ye, hear ye, the criers called from every major intersection, by royal decree. All citizens are invited to witness a trial of utmost importance to the kingdom. In an hour, in the Grand Plaza. The announcement created a buzz of speculation throughout the capital as people wondered what crime could possibly warrant such public attention and comprehensive noble attendance. An hour passed. The sky was clear and bright, as if the weather itself recognized the significance of the proceedings about to unfold. The Grand Plaza had filled with an enormous crowd that represented every level of society, whether poor or rich, powerful or weak. Everyone is gathered. Noble families occupied designated seating areas, their expressions ranging from curiosity to growing unease as they noticed several familiar faces missing from their usual social circles. The absence of Baron Richard and his associates had been noted, but no one could have predicted the true reason for their disappearance. Common citizens filled every available space, their voices creating a low murmur of anticipation that reflected the kingdom's collective desire to understand what had prompted such an extraordinary gathering. King Aldrich appeared on the raised platform that had been constructed for the trial, his royal regalia gleaming. His presence got immediate silence from the assembled thousands, his absolute authority settling over the plaza like a force of nature. Citizens of Durenhold, you have been summoned to witness justice being served against those who would betray everything we hold sacred. His voice rang out with mana amplification that carried his words to every corner of the vast gathering. A collective intake of breath rippled through the crowd. Betrayal suggested treason, the most serious crime possible against the crown and the kingdom. Before you stand those who have sold their oaths, their honor, and their fellow citizens for mere gold. The king continued, gesturing toward the platform where Baron Richard and his fellow conspirators had been brought in magical restraints. Novel fire. Gasps of shock echoed throughout the plaza as noble families recognized members of their own social circle among the accused traitors. The sight of high-ranking aristocrats bound like common criminals sent waves of disbelief through the assembled nobility. You will witness the evidence of their crimes through magical means that cannot be falsified or disputed, King Aldrich declared, raising his hand to summon the floating orb that had recorded their underground meeting. Zephyra's eye, reveal truth, he commanded. The magical recording began playing above the platform, projecting images and sound with crystal clarity that left no room for denial or interpretation. The crowd watched in stunned silence as the conspiracy unfolded before their eyes. The underground meeting chamber appeared in the air above them, showing the gathering of demon extremists and human nobles in treasonous collaboration. Voices carried clearly across the plaza as the recorded conversations revealed the depth of their betrayal. The crowd erupted in angry murmurs as they witnessed Baron Richard distributing kingdom resources to enemies who openly despised their people. The recording continued, showing the planning sessions where extremist attacks were coordinated with noble assistance, the exchange of military intelligence for personal profit, and the discussion of treating human citizens as expendable resources. When the magical projection finally ended, the silence in the Grand Plaza was deafening. Thousands of citizens stared at the accused nobles with expressions of betrayal, rage, and disgust that needed no verbal expression. Chapter 166. Receiving a title. King Aldrich allowed the evidence to settle in the people's minds before pronouncing judgment with an iron fist. The evidence is undeniable. These men have committed high treason against the crown, collaborated with enemies of the kingdom, and sold the lives of their fellow citizens for personal gain, he declared, his voice carrying across the plaza. He raised his hand, and executioner's blocks appeared on the platform, their appearance sending a clear message about the fate awaiting the convicted traitors. By the authority vested in me as sovereign of this realm, I pronounce sentence of death upon all who participated in this conspiracy. They shall be beheaded immediately, as befits those who have severed their loyalty to the kingdom they swore to protect, the king announced. The crowd roared its approval as justice was pronounced. They were incredibly satisfied with the way the king went about the issue. He didn't grant them any excuses just because of their noble heritage. This made those in the crowd satisfied that traitors would face appropriate consequences for their crimes. But King Aldrich wasn't finished with his pronouncements. All businesses, properties, and assets belonging to these traitors now belong to the kingdom, he continued. Their wealth, gained through betrayal and corruption, will be redistributed to serve the people they wronged. This announcement drew even louder approval from the assembled citizens, many of whom had suffered under the corrupt practices of these same nobles. The king raised his hand for silence before making his final offer. Any citizen who has been wronged by these convicted traitors may present evidence of their grievances to royal magistrates, he declared. Provide proof of theft, extortion, or other crimes, and you will be compensated from their seized assets. The promise of restitution sent waves of excitement through the crowd. particularly among those who had suffered under Baron Richard's notorious practices. The executions proceeded swiftly, the headsman's blade falling upon each convicted traitor. The crowd watched with satisfaction as justice was served publicly and thoroughly. As the last head fell, King Aldrich addressed his people one final time. Let this serve as a warning to any who would consider betraying their oaths for foreign gold. Reason against the kingdom will be met with swift and final justice, regardless of rank or station, he proclaimed. The king's words were clear. This wasn't just for show. He had sent a message to every single person in the kingdom, especially those at the top of the chain. If you dare to betray the kingdom, you will be publicly executed and will lose everything. Some of the nobles watched with a grim look, whilst others watched without any expression. As the first part of the public trial was done, the king called for silence once again. As the first part of the public trial concluded with the final execution, King Aldrich raised his hand to command silence from the still buzzing crowd. The plaza, which had been filled with satisfied murmurs about justice served, fell quiet once again as their sovereign prepared to make another announcement. Now that justice has been delivered, it is time to address matters of recognition and reward for those who serve the kingdom with honor. The crowd's attention increased with curiosity after witnessing the punishment of traitors. They were eager to see virtue acknowledged and celebrated. It is time to assign a new viscount, King Aldrich declared, his words carrying across the vast gathering. Someone whose help to the kingdom has been invaluable, and whose character stands in clear contrast to those we have just executed. Excited whispers rippled through the assembled citizens as they speculated about who might receive such a significant honor. The rank of viscount carried a powerful political authority and social standing within the kingdom's hierarchy. Many of you may know him for his generosity in helping the poor. The king continued, building anticipation with each word. He was also the one who discovered and freed two remarkable talents who have since become treasures of our kingdom, Alyssa and Kip. The crowd began looking around, trying to identify who among them had performed such notable service. Some had already recognized who that was, but some didn't. In the designated seating area, both Alyssa and Kip sat forward with surprise. They naturally knew whom the king was talking about. Shopkeeper Noah, please step forward to receive your title. Noah stood frozen in shock, his mind struggling to process what he had just heard. He had never been told of this development, and certainly hadn't expected to become a viscount. The honor came completely without warning, leaving him momentarily speechless. A viscount. Me. When did the king decide this? The crowd's eyes searched for the named individual, many craning their necks to catch sight of the mysterious Noah Carter, who had apparently earned such royal favor. Noah, go. You've earned this, Princess Ilara whispered from beside him, her smile indicating she had been aware of her father's intentions. Still stunned, Noah made his way through the crowd toward the platform where King Aldrich waited with obvious satisfaction. Each step felt surreal as thousands of eyes tracked his movement toward what would be a life-changing moment. As he climbed the steps to the royal platform, the crowd began recognizing him, the mysterious shopkeeper with powerful items that healed the sick, and more. King Aldrich smiled warmly as Noah approached, his expression carrying genuine pleasure at being able to reward someone whose service had proved invaluable to the kingdom's security. But instead of commanding Noah to kneel as tradition demanded for anyone receiving a noble title, the king did something that sent shockwaves through the entire crowd. Whether noble or not, King Aldrich stood up from his throne and extended his hand toward Noah in greeting. The gesture struck the crowd like a physical blow. A collective gasp rose from thousands of throats as they witnessed something that made them gasp. It was a known tradition in the kingdom. When the king offered his hand as an equal, rather than demanding submission, it meant he saw the person before him not as someone inferior, but as someone he genuinely respected and saw as an equal. Chapter 167. Noah the Viscount. Shock rippled through the noble families like waves across a disturbed pond. Aristocratic houses whose bloodlines stretched back centuries stared in disbelief at the unprecedented honor being bestowed upon a merchant. Impossible. I've served the crown for 40 years and never received such recognition, whispered the Duchess of Westmarch, her voice barely audible in murmurs of the crowd. Count Alderton's face had gone pale as he witnessed honor that exceeded anything granted to his family's generations of loyal service. No one receives the king's hand. No one. But there it was, happening before the eyes of the entire kingdom. Their sovereign treating a shopkeeper with the respect typically reserved for foreign royalty or legendary heroes. Noah, still processing the magnitude of the moment, reached out and clasped the king's offered hand. The simple gesture established a relationship of mutual respect that elevated him far beyond his new noble rank. Viscount Noah, King Aldrich announced to the stunned assembly, his voice carrying pride as he maintained their handshake. A man whose service to the kingdom has earned not just our gratitude, but our respect. The crowd erupted in thunderous applause, their voices reflecting awe at witnessing history being made. This wasn't just the creation of a new viscount. It was the establishment of a relationship between the king and a person whose help wouldn't only save the kingdom, but elevate it to places that they never dreamed of before. In the designated seating area, other noble families struggled to process what they had witnessed. The handshake between the king and the new Viscount continued for several long moments, each second emphasizing the extraordinary nature of the honor being bestowed. When they finally released their grip, the message had been delivered clearly to every witness present. Viscount Noah Carter stood not as a subject who had been elevated, but as an ally who had been acknowledged, and standing in his path was like going against the crown. After that handshake, even the dukes or duchesses didn't dare to try and disrespect or treat him like a subordinate. After the ceremony ended, King Aldrich approached Noah with the practical details that would follow his elevation to nobility. "I'll finalize the bestowment by tomorrow. You'll receive the previous Viscount's estate. It's a large property with good farmland and a respectable manor house," the king informed him. Noah nodded, still processing that he was going to suddenly own some noble lands and property. The property and noble land were by no means cheap. It was definitely worth its price in the thousands of golden coins. "You'll also receive a portion of Baron Richard's net worth," the king continued. "After most people have claimed their rightful compensation for his crimes, there should still be a considerable sum remaining." Noah acknowledged the king's words with appropriate gratitude before the crowd began dispersing. The momentous day was ending, but its significance would reshape his future in ways he was only beginning to understand. As he made his way back through the city streets, Lola walked beside him, her invisibility spell still active. Her ruby eyes carried an expression of interest as they walked together. "Are you okay with it?" she asked, her voice carrying genuine curiosity about his feelings regarding such a dramatic change in circumstances. "Okay with what?" Noah responded, though his tone suggested he understood exactly what she meant. They continued walking toward his shop, the familiar route providing comfort after such an overwhelming day. "You know what I mean?" Lola replied with a knowing smile. "Why are you acting oblivious? The king has clearly tied you down to this kingdom. This means that when danger comes, you will also have to act. You have responsibilities here now." Her observation was accurate. Noble titles came with obligations that extended far beyond mere social status. As a viscount, he would be expected to serve the kingdom during times of crisis. Noah nodded thoughtfully. "You're correct that when danger comes, I will act. But that's not because I'm tied down to this kingdom by the title. To be honest, I couldn't care less about noble obligations. The title is useful, but not binding in the way she thinks. The reason I would act is because this kingdom has become somewhat dear to me. It has people I've met here and become friends with. That personal connection matters more than the so-called Viscount duty." Lola listened with growing understanding as he explained his perspective on the unexpected honor. "Also, the Viscount title is beneficial to me in practical ways," Noah added with obvious satisfaction. "It will save me from noble problems. They won't create difficulties for me after the king's clear display of respect. Furthermore, I have more credibility now, so my shop will definitely increase in reputation," he concluded with a slight smile. "This will boost my sales in the long term when I develop more products." Lola nodded, a soft smile gracing her beautiful face as she understood Noah's perspective on his sudden promotion to nobility. Noah smiled before adding with obvious satisfaction, "Besides, how can I be tied down when I have a shop that can change places?" The observation struck Lola as particularly astute. His shop provided freedom that no earthbound noble could ever possess, making traditional concepts of territorial obligation largely irrelevant. Lola chuckled at his words, amused by his unique circumstances and approach to his new life. "That's true. Not many viscounts can relocate their entire domain to another world when politics become inconvenient." Inside the store, Noah decided to focus on practical development rather than dwelling on political changes. The day's events had reminded him how important personal power remained, regardless of social status. "Time to practice," he announced, settling into his familiar training position. "I want to work on wind manipulation, mana control, and especially body tempering. I need to raise that skill to level 5 as soon as possible. Body tempering remains my biggest weakness. My vitality remains at 4 for now." Chapter 168, Body Tempering Level 5. Your body tempering skill has reached level 2. Your body tempering skill has reached level 3. Seeing the rapid improvement, Noah's determination intensified. He refused to stop until he reached his target level, pushing through the increasingly demanding training to reach his goal of improving his constitution and breaking his limits. The body tempering process had become more challenging for his body as his skill advanced, requiring greater mana expenditure and more focus to achieve meaningful progress. But Noah pressed forward with relentless focus. He paused briefly to eat a loaf of bread when his body began showing signs of exhaustion, the magical healing properties restoring his energy and allowing him to continue the intensive training session. Hours passed in dedicated practice, his mana flowing through increasingly refined pathways as his constitution adapted to handle greater magical stress. Finally, the notification he'd been waiting for appeared. Your body tempering skill has reached level 5. Dad. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets. 306, 640, 21. Shop points. 27. Attributes. Strength. 30. Vitality. 20. Intelligence. 20. Agility. 30. Skills. Swordsmanship level 8. Mana control level 7. Wind manipulation level 6. Aura level 5. Body tempering level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Checking his status, Noah smiled with obvious delight at the dramatic improvement in his capabilities. His vitality had finally increased to 20 points, and he could feel the immense difference his body had undergone during the intensive training session. The constitutional enhancement had transformed him on a fundamental level. His joints felt much more resilient, capable of handling stress that would have injured him previously. His muscle density had increased significantly, providing strength that complemented his existing attributes perfectly. Most importantly, he could sense that his bones had become more durable, creating resilience that would allow him to survive serious combat without suffering crippling injuries. Everything about his physical constitution had received massive improvement, which balanced his previously lopsided attribute distribution. Congratulations! Multiple voices erupted beside him simultaneously. Noah raised an eyebrow in surprise and turned to discover that Lola wasn't the only one present. Kip and Alyssa were there too, apparently having entered while he was completely absorbed in his training. "Why didn't you inform me?" he asked. Looking at Lola, she had a huge smile plastered on her face. She was satisfied with his achievement. Lola maintained her delighted expression before explaining with amusement, "You were too engrossed in your training, and they didn't want to interrupt you either, so we simply waited for you to finish." "How long have I been training?" "I lost track of time," Noah said, running his fingers through his hair as he processed the gap in his awareness. "It's been about 2 hours since you started. I must say, that's the fastest I've ever seen someone reach novice rank in body tempering." Noah nodded with understanding. "I think it's due to the bread. I ate it when I felt my body was starting to give up during the more intense circulation exercises." Lola nodded in agreement. She naturally understood that part. She was the only one who told him about the shortcut after all. Turning toward Alyssa and Kip, Noah moved his attention to his young friends. "Are you guys done for the day? Don't you have any training or academy responsibilities?" Both cat siblings shook their heads in unison. "No, Master Noah," they replied with obvious respect. Noah sighed with mild exasperation. "Stop calling me Master Noah." Before he could finish his protest, Lola chuckled mischievously. "He's now a Viscount. You should call him Noble Viscount Noah." Her teasing tone carried obvious amusement at Noah's discomfort with formal titles and excessive respect. Noah immediately glared at Lola. "No, stop giving them ideas. Lola, they might actually do it." Hearing her giggle, Noah rolled his eyes. "Just call me Noah." "Okay, we're friends, not lord and servants," he said, addressing the cat siblings gently but firmly. The cat siblings nodded, but he could tell from the look in their eyes that his request was a difficult one. Grumble. Suddenly, a stomach's grumbling filled the small shop with unmistakable demand for food. Noah glanced down at his own stomach before a wry smile appeared on his face. The training really took its toll. "I'm hungry. Do you guys want to eat?" The intensive body tempering session had consumed significant energy, leaving him with an appetite that reflected the strain his constitution had endured during advancement. Lola nodded with obvious interest. "Why not? I can eat some of the human food. It might be interesting to try more of your kingdom's cuisine." Alyssa looked at Noah shyly before offering with genuine eagerness, "Manoah, I will go get us some meat. Do you want me to cook for you again?" Her hesitation over his name showed she was still adjusting to his request for informal address. While her cooking offer carried the enthusiasm she felt by wanting to contribute meaningfully, Noah looked at Alyssa with a gentle eyebrow raise. "Are you sure? You don't have to. I was just thinking about eating some bread and drinking some iced tea. Nothing too excessive. Simple meal after training. Don't want to impose on her generosity." Alyssa nodded her head eagerly, her silver ears perking up with obvious determination. "Yes, I'm sure. I want to cook for you." She turned toward her brother with the authority of an older sister, making plans. "Kip, let's go get some ingredients to cook something good." Kip nodded, standing up to accompany his sister on their shopping journey. Both cat siblings moved towards the door. In a few seconds, they were out of the shop, leaving Noah alone with Lola and the subtle tension that always seemed to accompany their private conversations. After they left, Lola turned to face Noah with a mischievous look brewing in her ruby eyes. "Alyssa is really cute, isn't she?" she said in a deceptively normal tone. Chapter 169, Aura Level 7. Noah nodded in agreement without considering the meaning behind her words. The cat girl really did have an adorable personality that made her a genuinely endearing company. She's sweet and thoughtful, obviously cute in a friendly way. Lola's smirk widened as she realized he'd walked directly into the trap she'd carefully set. "Master Noah, do you perhaps like the cute Alyssa? I didn't know you had a thing for cat girls." "Huh? What?" Noah suddenly realized the trap the succubus had set for him. understanding exactly what she was implying. He immediately responded, "I didn't mean cute that way." He glared at her with indignation. "Don't say that in front of her. Things would become awkward." Lola nodded with a mischievous smile, then stood up and walked toward him slowly. "It seems like Master Noah is interested in something other than catgirls." She whispered seductively into his ear, her breath warm against his skin. "I wonder who the lucky girl is." Noah gulped involuntarily, her proximity and tone making his pulse quicken despite his attempts to maintain composure. "I need to practice my aura skill," he said immediately, trying to distract himself from the succubus's deliberate charm offensive. His aura skill was directly linked to his mana control, and it remained 2 levels behind his other magical abilities. He knew that leveling it up would be relatively easy. He simply needed to circulate the energy a few times with proper focus. Lola chuckled with obvious amusement at his transparent attempt to escape her teasing, then returned to her seat with a satisfied smile. As she watched him settle into practice position, trying to focus on aura circulation rather than her previous comments, she couldn't help but mutter softly with genuine affection, "Cute." Noah pretended not to hear her comment while beginning his aura exercises. "Your skill aura has reached level 6. None. Your skill aura has reached level 7. None." The skill advancement came swiftly, catching up to his mana control level before ceasing to advance further. It took him only about 10 minutes to increase the skill's levels. All he had to do was simply adapt to his improved mana control by learning to cover his body more effectively and manipulate the energy with greater control. The aura skill's rapid advancement made sense given its direct connection to mana control. With his current mana control, channeling mana around his body had become significantly easier and more intuitive. 2 skill levels in 5 minutes. Sometimes, having a solid foundation makes everything else fall into place. He glanced at the shelf to check his current inventory levels, noting that his stock had increased to decent quantities during the day's various activities. Nearly 6 hours had passed since the morning's events, and the automated production had steadily refilled his supplies. The bread and iced tea quantities had reached 36 units each, while the premium items, beef jerky, energy drinks, and protein bars, had also reached their maximum capacity of 6 units since restocking after the king's purchases. Noah stood up with a sudden realization that he'd neglected an important responsibility. He hadn't fed Leo today besides a single loaf of bread, and the young golden mane lion deserved proper nutrition after patiently waiting through all the day's excitement. Poor Leo. He's been so patient while I dealt with third-rate villains. The golden mane followed Noah eagerly toward the shelf, his tail swishing with obvious anticipation. Leo clearly expected his usual treats of bread and iced tea, which had become a comfortable routine between them. But his expectations were completely shattered as he spotted his master retrieving different items from the premium displays. Noah had decided to go all out for his faithful companion, taking beef jerky, an energy drink, and a protein bar from his most valuable inventory. The items were worth at least 800 golden coins for just one meal. Leo was eating better than the king himself. Lola watched the extravagant feeding session without surprise anymore. Noah had demonstrated such generous treatment of his friends for the past 2 days, making this latest display of affection entirely predictable. Despite not being surprised by his actions, she still couldn't believe how easily he distributed legendary tier enhancement items like casual snacks. Most people would guard a single protein bar with their lives, even against their own family. He's feeding them to a juvenile lion. Leo's reaction to the premium feast was a sight to behold. His golden eyes widened with shock as the first bite of beef jerky flooded his system with vitality enhancement that made his entire body tingle with energy. The young lion let out a small roar of pure pleasure, his tail whipping back and forth with uncontrollable excitement as permanent constitution improvement coursed through his developing frame. Purr, roar, purr. The energy drink followed, its properties sending the agility boost through Leo's nervous system like liquid lightning. His movements would become more graceful, his reflexes sharper, as the permanent improvement would integrate with his body. Finally, the protein bar completed the transformation. The strength boost that came flooded through Leo's muscles, making him feel more powerful than he'd ever experienced in his short but happy life. Roar! The young golden mane attempted a mighty roar of triumph, though his vocal cords produced something closer to an adorable roar that made both Noah and Lola smile with affection. But the overwhelming surge of enhancement proved too much for Leo's small body to process. The combination of permanent attribute improvements and simple overeating created an irresistible urge to sleep. Leo's eyelids grew heavy as his body demanded rest to properly integrate the extraordinary improvements he'd just received. His legs wobbled slightly before he simply lay down on the shop floor, curling into a comfortable ball. Within moments, soft purring filled the shop as Leo fell into the deep, restorative sleep that would allow his body to fully absorb the legendary enhancements his master had so casually provided. Noah wasn't worried after Lola had told him the young lion was going something called growth sleep. His body simply needed time to adapt to all those permanent improvements before he woke up much more powerful than before. Noah smiled with satisfaction as he watched his companion's peaceful slumber. knowing that Leo would awaken significantly stronger, faster, and more resilient than before. After he finished ensuring Leo was comfortable, the shop door opened with its familiar chime. Alyssa and Kip had returned from their ingredient-gathering expedition. Surprisingly, the cat siblings hadn't just purchased raw materials. Alyssa seemed to have already prepared a complete meal. The delicious aroma that preceded their entrance made Noah's mouth water immediately. "I bought the ingredients and went to our house to cook," Alyssa explained, seeing his surprised expression. "It's nearby." So it didn't take long to prepare everything properly. The meal she'd prepared featured Tier 1 magical beast meat, its quality immediately visible from both appearance and scent. The cooking had been expertly done, bringing out flavors that normal meat could never achieve. Noah was excited to eat the food prepared by Alyssa. After all, he had tried her food once before alongside the young goblin, and it was simply amazing. The way the food looked, the way it tasted and smelt. Everything was simply too good. Tier 1 beast meat prepared by Alyssa is going to be special. After finishing the excellent meal, Noah looked at Alyssa with gratitude. "Thank you for the food." "Alyssa, that was amazing. Much better than anything I could have prepared myself." Her silver ears twitched with pleasure at the compliment, a soft smile brightening her entire expression as she basked in acknowledgement of her cooking skills. Chapter 170, Yamamoto Kenji. Inside his house, Noah glanced at the time on his phone and felt his stomach drop. "Shit, I'm going to miss the dojo session. Master Tanaka is going to kill me," he muttered in a hurry. Frantically packing his gym bag with training clothes and some necessities, Noah had returned home as Lola's shift began. Feeling somewhat tired from everything that had happened, the underground conspiracy, public trial, noble investiture, and body-tempering training had made for an exhausting day. But missing his scheduled session with Master Tanaka wasn't an option. The old swordmaster valued punctuality almost as much as technique, and Noah had no desire to face disappointed lectures about commitment and discipline. Noah grabbed his keys and sprinted to his GTR, the engine roaring to life as he reversed out of his driveway with perhaps more speed than necessary. He zoomed through the highway, weaving between slower traffic with the enhanced reflexes his agility allowed for. The sports car's performance capabilities matched his urgency perfectly as he raced against time. Of course, his actions were completely safe. He didn't put anyone's life at risk. To his immense relief, he arrived at Musashi's dojo with minutes to spare, sliding into the parking lot just as other students were beginning their evening routines. Warm-up and preparation. Noah entered the familiar wooden building, taking his shoes off respectfully before moving to the equipment area to retrieve his practice sword. He began with basic warm-ups that had become second nature over the weeks of his training. Quick strikes cut through the air, and each movement was designed to activate muscle memory and prepare his body for the upcoming intensive work. Swish, swish, swish. The practice blade traced the air as Noah worked through the fundamental sequences. Soft flowing strikes that focused on control over power, low sweeping cuts that engaged his core muscles, and high overhead strikes that stretched his shoulders and back. His high attributes made the warm-up exercises feel almost effortless, but Noah maintained proper form rather than rushing through the preparation. Master Tanaka had drilled into him that foundation work remained essential regardless of his power. Whoosh! Snap! The final warm-up sequences focused on cardiovascular preparation. Quick combination strikes that elevated his heart rate and circulated blood through muscles that would soon face some serious testing. Around the dojo, other students paused their own preparation to observe Noah's warm-up routine. His movements had evolved significantly since his first appearance around a week ago. His strikes were now much more deadly, much more precise. It was as if he had been training with the sword since he was in his mother's womb. As he finished his training, Master Tanaka approached with his slow strides, the practice sword already in hand. "Ready?" the master asked simply, settling into his opening stance. Noah nodded, drawing his own blade and assuming the defensive position that had become his preferred starting point for their sparring sessions. It had become routine that once Noah and Master Tanaka began sparring, every other student in the dojo stopped their individual training to watch. The matches had become legendary among the student body. It was an opportunity to witness techniques that they would never witness during normal training. Clang. Their blades met in the opening exchange. Master Tanaka testing Noah's defensive capabilities with accurate strikes that asked for his immediate response. The impact sent vibrations through both weapons as they clashed. Swish. Whoosh! Noah flowed into a counterattack sequence, his blade cutting through the air with speed that made several watching students gasp with amazement. No matter how many times they've seen him move, they were shocked every single time. Despite the attack's insane speed, Master Tanaka's experience and own agility allowed him to read the incoming strikes, his defensive positioning negating Noah's strike. Naturally, the negation came at a cost. Noah's strike sent vibrations that made his arm numb for a second before he regained control. Crack. Clang. Your footwork is getting better. You are no longer relying on your speed alone, Tanaka called between exchanges, his blade work never slowing as he provided instruction through demonstration. Whoosh! Swish. The pace accelerated as both fighters found their own rhythm. Noah's agility allowed him to match movements that should have been beyond his experience level, while Tanaka's mastery provided lessons that made every strike purposeful. Clang, swish, crack. Their wooden swords created a rhythm that filled the dojo, each impact demonstrating the evolution of Noah's capabilities since their training began. What had started as a new swordsman wanting to learn from the master had become much more than that. Whoosh! Master Tanaka's combination attack came in 3 flowing strikes. Low, middle, then high, completely contradicting his previous strike patterns during other spars. Noah was momentarily caught off guard. He didn't expect it. But he quickly regained his stance and defended it successfully at the last second. Master Tanaka smiled and nodded his head approvingly. Good job. Each transition of attacks was seamless and perfectly timed. Noah's reflexes allowed him to intercept each blow. His defensive work drawing impressed murmurs from the watching students. Crack, clang, swish. Excellent defense, Tanaka approved, immediately pressing into another assault that tested different aspects of Noah's developing skill. Now counterattack. Whoosh! Snap. Noah's response came as a spinning technique that utilized his full agility enhancement, the blade creating a complete circle that forced Tanaka to step back. Otherwise, he would certainly be injured by the power and speed of the strike. Whish! The attack barely grazed him, causing some blood to drop down from his cheek. Continue, he said, ignoring the little blood flowing from his cheek. Noah nodded, respecting his master's wish. Swish, clang. That technique. Where did you learn it? Tanaka asked with obvious interest, his blade intercepting Noah's follow-up strikes while his analytical mind cataloged the unusual movement. Instinct, Noah replied honestly. His level 8 swordsmanship skill, allowing for combinations that felt natural, despite limited formal training. Crack. Whoosh! The final exchange showcased both fighters at their peak capabilities. Master Tanaka's experience met Noah's supernatural enhancement in a display of swordwork that left every watching student mesmerized by the sheer skill on display. Clang! Both blades stopped simultaneously, their tips mere inches from each other's vital points in a perfect mutual finish that demonstrated respect rather than victory. Good job. That was much better than before, Master Tanaka complimented earnestly. Thank you, Master. Noah nodded, a smile on his face, accepting the compliment. As they lowered their weapons, Master Tanaka gestured toward a figure Noah hadn't noticed before, an elderly Japanese man who had been sitting quietly in the corner, observing their sparring session with obvious interest. Noah, I'd like you to meet Master Yamamoto Kenji. I've told him about your talent, progress, and that very soon I would be unable to keep teaching you. He didn't believe me when I said that your talent is even better than my old bones. So, I've brought him here to watch, and from his expression alone, you can tell what he thinks. Master Yamamoto rose from his position gracefully. Despite his old age, Noah could tell that he had the same power, if not more. Then Tanka. Chapter 171. Tournament. Student Noah, your talent is truly impressive, Yamamoto said simply, pausing for a second to evaluate Noah before continuing. Your student shows remarkable development. Tanaka-san, he's exceeded my every expectation. Which brings us to why you're here today. Tanaka replied with obvious pride. Master Yamamoto studied Noah with a calculating gaze. Tell me, young man, how do you feel about testing your abilities against opponents beyond this dojo's walls? Noah raised an eyebrow, sensing something significant approaching. What kind of testing? A tournament. But not the public competitions you might expect, Tanaka explained. Master Yamamoto stepped forward, his expression growing more serious. We're talking about a private tournament, invitation only. The kind of event where extraordinary talent meets extraordinary people. Noah paused for a second, evaluating the man in front of him carefully. The master's bearing suggested someone connected to martial arts circles far beyond anything he'd previously encountered. A private tournament with extraordinary people. It seems like Earth isn't as normal as I thought it was. It might have some hidden masters, although I doubt it's anything above the apprentice rank at best. Then he nodded after making his decision. He wanted to see what this tournament was about, and it would undoubtedly be beneficial for advancing his swordsmanship skills further. All right, I accept, Noah declared without hesitation. Whatever this tournament involves, it represents an opportunity to test my abilities against serious opponents. Master Yamamoto nodded with obvious satisfaction, his expression suggesting he'd expected exactly that response. Anyone with a true passion for swordsmanship would accept such an offer. Your enthusiasm confirms our assessment of your character. You don't have to worry about preparation details for now. When the tournament begins in about a few days, I will personally come to the dojo to find you. Then we will travel together to the area, Yamamoto explained. Noah nodded casually, not thinking too deeply about the implications of such personalized attention from someone who was clearly a significant figure in martial arts circles. A week from now. Perfect timing. In his mind, Noah calculated his likely progression over the next 7 days. With his current advancement rate and training schedule, his swordsmanship would most likely reach apprentice rank by tournament time. Level 10. Swordsmanship means apprentice rank. That should provide a solid foundation for whatever competition awaits. After they concluded their discussion, Noah took advantage of the dojo's facilities to clean up properly. The shower washed away the sweat from intensive sparring while giving him time to simply relax. He changed into fresh clothes from his gym bag, feeling refreshed and ready for the evening's remaining obligations. As he prepared to leave the dojo, Noah remembered his dinner commitment. Aunt May had invited him for a family meal, and after the day's excitement, spending time with relatives sounded like exactly the kind of normalcy he needed. Family dinner, a chance to decompress and act like a regular person for a few hours. He made his way to his GTR, the sports car providing comfortable transportation as he drove through the city toward his aunt's house. After enjoying some time with his aunt, Ethan, and Uncle Smith, Noah headed home feeling refreshed from normal family interaction. Tomorrow, he would be picking up his dad from the hospital, a moment he'd been anticipating since witnessing the miraculous effects of the bread in his shop, finally bringing Dad home healthy. That alone makes everything worthwhile. The next day, Noah woke up to the familiar chime of his system's daily notifications. Daily income rewarded. Man, 165,000 in Tier 5 wind orb. The wind orb materialized in his storage ring, bringing his total collection to 4 of the legendary artifacts, 4 Tier 5 wind orbs. I think it's overkill at this point. I might have to switch back to dollars. I really want to get the idle room already. Noah checked his status, curious to see how Lola's night shift had performed, and was amazed by what he discovered. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets, 577. 6421. Shop points, 4. 190. Attributes, strength, 30. Vitality, 20. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 30. Skills, swordsmanship level 8. Mana control level 7. Aura level 7. Wind manipulation level 6. Body tempering level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 2. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. His shop points had increased by a whopping 400 points during the time he slept. Furthermore, his monetary assets had increased by 285,000, which included his daily income of $165,000 plus additional sales revenue. Lola really worked hard during the night. These numbers are incredible. Auto iced tea maker. Level 3. Production rate, 4 iced teas every hour. Max stock, 96. Progress, 8 for 400. Auto baker. Level 4. Production rate, 8 loaves every hour. Max stock, 96. Progress, 40 for 400. Checking his automakers revealed the scope of Lola's successful night shift. She had nearly sold the entire iced tea inventory, 68 bottles completely depleted during her shift. Even more impressively, she had sold 144 loaves of bread, representing an extraordinary sales volume that exceeded anything he'd achieved during daytime operations. 144 bread sales in one night. That's incredible productivity. The massive sales numbers made perfect sense when Noah considered recent developments. His new fame as a Viscount, combined with the public trial's revelation of his role in exposing the conspiracy, had generated enormous public interest in his mysterious shop. Furthermore, the increased production rate also played a massive role. Word was spreading throughout the kingdom about the modest store that sold powerful magical enhancement items, and day by day, more people were learning about his nighttime operating hours. Feeling excellent about how the day was beginning, Noah got up from his bed and made his way to the shower. The warm water helped him fully wake up while he planned his schedule around the important hospital visit. After cleaning up, he decided to share a quick breakfast with Lola before picking up his father. A meal of bread and iced tea would provide both sustenance and an opportunity to thank her for the exceptional work she'd done overnight. He arrived at the shop to find Lola looking satisfied during her productive shift. Her ruby eyes brightened as she spotted him appearing. "Good morning," she greeted with obvious pleasure at seeing him. "I hope you don't mind, but I got a bit aggressive with sales last night." Noah laughed as he retrieved breakfast items from his restocked inventory. Aggressive is an understatement. You sold almost everything we had in stock. They shared the magical breakfast for about 10 minutes, the enhanced bread and iced tea providing perfect nutrition while they discussed the night's remarkable success. The customers kept coming, Lola explained between bites. "Word has definitely spread about your shop. Many people specifically asked about the Viscount's magical store." Noah nodded, listening to her relaying the things that had happened during the day. He glanced at the stock and realized there was enough for the representative of Alara and Valeria when they arrive soon. Make sure there is enough for them when they arrive. Like before, 24 of each for both of them. Also, tell them that the stock has increased for the bread. They can double their purchasing power for the bread only. The iced tea remains the same. He allowed them to purchase more bread because it had a higher production rate, meaning he would still have some to sell to citizens. As for the iced tea, it had a slower production rate. Hence, he decided to keep half the stock for the citizens, since there was more traffic now. After eating, he excused himself and returned back to Earth, ready to take his father out of the hospital. Chapter 172. Alan is out of the hospital. Inside the hospital, Noah entered the ward with excitement building in his chest. The white corridors that had become routine over recent weeks would soon be just a memory, rather than a regular destination. He found his dad sitting in the bedside chair, a calm, serene look on his face as he sipped coffee and read the morning news. The transformation was remarkable. He was no longer the weakened man who had struggled with his daily basic activities. Rather, in his place sat someone who looked like he was in complete tranquility, radiating the health and vitality that the magical beef jerky had restored. He looks 20 years younger. The beef jerky worked even better than I hoped. Noah smiled at the peaceful scene, feeling deep satisfaction at witnessing his father's complete recovery from illnesses that had seemed insurmountable just days ago. Good morning. Dad, are you ready to go home? Alan Carter looked up from his newspaper, his face brightening with a smile that carried energy Noah hadn't seen in months. He stood up with ease, no longer requiring the slow movements of someone managing chronic pain and weakness. More than ready. I've been looking forward to this, Alan replied with obvious enthusiasm. Noah and Alan made their way to the discharge department, walking through the hospital's corridors. As they walked, Alan provided updates on the final medical evaluations that had sealed his release. The tests were all conducted yesterday after you left. This morning, early, the doctors came to tell me about the miraculous healing I'd undergone. Doc Thompson actually used the word unprecedented, Alan continued with amusement. He kept asking what kind of treatment I'd been receiving, but I stuck to our agreement about keeping your supplements private. Everything checked out perfectly, Alan concluded as they approached the discharge desk. Blood work normal. Neurological function excellent. Cardiovascular health much better than men half my age. I can leave after completing the checkout procedures. Complete constitutional recovery. The beef jerky's permanent vitality enhancement worked exactly as intended. The discharge process proceeded smoothly, with medical staff expressing amazement at Alan's remarkable recovery while processing the paperwork that would officially end his extended hospital stay. Within 30 minutes, father and son walked out of the medical facility together, both satisfied. The discharge department informed Noah that the remaining medical billing would arrive at his address within the next week or so. Despite his payments covering the past 2 weeks of treatment, the earlier months of on and off payments had accumulated charges that weren't covered by him. The balance should arrive by mail, the administrative clerk explained, but Noah couldn't care less about the financial burden. He estimated that the bill wouldn't exceed $50,000 total. By the time the week rolled around and the invoice arrived, he wouldn't be worrying about such meager amounts at all. The daily income of nearly $300,000 from being idle alone makes hospital bills feel like pocket change. After completing the discharge procedures, father and son naturally felt the need to celebrate this momentous recovery. But first, Alan expressed a desire to shower and change into his own clothes after weeks of hospital gowns and institutional routines. I want to feel human again. Real clothes. Calm shower. You know, real life. Simple pleasures that hospital stays make you appreciate differently. The living situation had become complicated during Alan's extended hospitalization. After losing his job due to extended absence, Alan had also lost their family house when medical bills consumed their savings and rent payments became impossible. During that crisis period, Noah had salvaged whatever he could from their family home. His father's clothes, personal belongings, and sentimental items, and stored everything in his small apartment. When Noah had recently moved to his new house, he had carefully transferred those rescued possessions, ensuring his father would have familiar belongings when he finally came home healthy. At least he'll have his own things. Some continuity despite everything that's changed. Inside his new house, Noah prepared a quick but nutritious meal for his father's first home-cooked food in weeks. The dish naturally incorporated healing bread from his storage ring, providing both flavor and continued magical enhancement to support his father's recovery. One more dose of healing properties can't hurt. Might as well ensure his improvement continues. In the living room, Alan discovered that his son had prepared an amazing meal that filled the house with appetizing aromas. The bread was prominently featured alongside other carefully chosen ingredients. Alan noticed the magical bread but didn't ask questions about its unusual properties or obvious expense. Everyone had their own secrets, and if his son wanted to share details about his mysterious food sources, he would do so voluntarily. He's still the same person. That's what matters, Alan thought. Alan had learned not to pry into matters that didn't affect their fundamental relationship. His son remained the caring young man he'd raised, and that consistency mattered more than unexplained luxuries or unusual things. After they finished the welcome home meal, Noah suggested they needed to celebrate the successful recovery properly. This calls for a real celebration, Noah declared with a smile on his face. Alan nodded enthusiastically. Indeed. You know what? I loved cooking back in the old days. Why don't we prepare a meal together? And we should invite your aunt and her family over for dinner. His face brightened with energy as he continued planning. This way we can celebrate here, as a family, rather than going somewhere impersonal. Noah nodded immediately, accepting his dad's proposal. That's a perfect idea. Dad, family dinner at home. Much better than a restaurant celebration. And with my items, it would be healthier. The suggestion offered multiple benefits. Quality bonding time with his father in the kitchen, an opportunity to increase his cooking skill to level 3, and a chance to create new positive memories after months of medical crisis. Time together doing something we both enjoy. Exactly what we need. The duo headed out to a large supermarket to gather ingredients for their celebratory family feast. They moved through the aisles with enthusiasm, selecting ingredients without the budget constraints that had previously limited their choices, shopping without worrying about every dollar. It feels good. Their cart was filled with high-quality beef, fresh chicken, seasonal vegetables, ripe fruits, beverages, and an array of spices. The total price came to about $300, but the quantity and quality would provide meals for approximately a week, while ensuring their celebration dinner would be truly impressive. As they loaded their purchases into Noah's car, both father and son felt satisfied about planning something positive together after so long. Arriving back home, the duo called up Aunt May. Aunt May, who didn't know about the changes that had occurred for the past 2 days, immediately rejoiced at the news of Alan healing up. When she heard that they were also inviting them for dinner, she rejected, saying that she should be inviting them over and that Alan should relax. After some bickering, Aunt May surrendered to Alan's plan and told them that she would be there for lunch. Uncle Smith and Ethan were off since it was a holiday, which made it a perfect time. With that concluded, the son and father began cooking their meal. Chapter 173. Lunchtime. Level 3 cooking skill. Time passed by slowly, and lunchtime arrived with perfect timing. Noah had already sent Ethan the address of his new house, and his aunt's family was making their way over for the celebratory meal. Ring ring. The doorbell chimed at exactly the right moment. Noah and Alan had just finished preparing their elaborate feast, the kitchen filled with aromatic evidence of their collaborative cooking efforts. On his way to the door, Noah smiled at the notification that appeared before him a minute ago. Your cooking skill has reached level 3. Damn. It seemed like his cooking for his dad earlier, and cooking with him had paid its dues not only in filial piety, but also in evolving his skill. Noah opened the door to find Aunt May's family waiting with warm smiles and obvious curiosity about his new living situation. Noah, Aunt May exclaimed, immediately stepping inside whilst checking the house with obvious approval. This place is beautiful. Congratulations on your business success. Her eyes took in the spacious interior, quality furnishings, and general atmosphere of prosperity that marked such a dramatic change from his previous cramped apartment. She felt incredibly proud of her nephew and wished him even more success. He deserved it. Thank you, Auntie, Noah replied with appreciation for her enthusiasm. And thank you again for treating Ethan so well, she continued, her gratitude filled with mother-like warmth. That computer setup and everything else you bought him, it's made such a difference in his life. Small investments in family happiness. Always worth it. Noah accepted her thanks graciously before leading them inside toward the dining area where the feast awaited. He exchanged a fist bump with his cousin and a hug with his uncle. Noah immediately noticed how much better Ethan looked compared to their meeting a week or so ago. The young man's posture radiated confidence rather than the dejected slump that had been his post-breakup depression. You look great, man, Noah observed with genuine approval. Much better than last time. Ethan grinned with obvious pride. I've been focusing on my studies and my goal of becoming a pro esports player. Adversity transformed into achievement. He's got the potential to be something. Good kid. Noah felt happy for his cousin. He just needed a little push to stabilize himself. And check this out. One of the professional teams is actually thinking of recruiting me. They've been watching my gameplay and think I have potential. Ethan had a huge smile on his face as he spoke. Noah's eyebrows rose with impressed surprise. That's incredible. Professional gaming recruitment. Yeah, and I've also started streaming regularly. My skills have caught attention online, and I'm averaging about 200 daily viewers on the streaming platform. 200 daily viewers. That's actually impressive for a new streamer. The income isn't available yet, but I should start earning after signing a contract with them, which they promised would arrive tomorrow. Ethan added with obvious satisfaction at his growing independence. Uncle Smith and the rest of the family settled around the dining table as Noah and Alan presented their culinary masterpiece. The main dishes featured perfectly prepared beef and chicken, seasoned with perfection. Whilst cooking with his father, Noah noticed that Alan really had some good cooking experience. He reckoned that if his father had a system, it would evaluate him at level 3 in cooking, which Noah had just reached recently. The beef and chicken might have appeared to be the main components of the meal, but in truth, they were not. The real star was the bread. Noah had sneakily incorporated bread, allowing his family members to earn an attribute point in vitality and a short-term increase in their regeneration. Family members are about to receive permanent attribute improvements without realizing it. Uncle Smith bit into the magical bread, and his eyes widened immediately. This bread, it's extraordinary. The texture, The flavor. It's like nothing from any bakery I know. As the meal progressed, subtle changes became apparent in his family members' demeanor and energy levels. Aunt May's usual afternoon fatigue disappeared entirely, making her more energetic than she was normally. Uncle Smith's chronic back pain, which typically made him shift uncomfortably during extended sitting, seemed to vanish. He sat straighter and moved more freely. The bread's vitality enhancement is working exactly as intended. I feel amazing, Aunt May declared as they finished the main course. Like I could run a marathon or clean the entire house without getting tired. Same here, Uncle Smith agreed, rolling his shoulders experimentally. My back hasn't felt this good in decades. Whatever you two did in that kitchen, it worked miracles. Thank you for the amazing meal. It's been great. Alan observed his family's remarkable energy with knowing satisfaction, understanding exactly what his son had done without needing explanations. His own experience with magical enhancement made the effects obvious despite their subtle presentation. This has been the best family dinner we've had in years, Aunt May declared with obvious emotion. Everyone feels so alive. The celebration had achieved every goal Noah had hoped for his father's successful homecoming, family bonding through shared cooking, and improving his close relatives' health without them knowing. After lunch finished, the family began making their gracious departures. Each member took time to express their heartfelt wishes to Alan for his continued health and recovery. Take care of yourself. Alan, you look wonderful, but don't overdo anything too soon, Aunt May said warmly. Uncle Smith nodded in agreement. Rest is important, even when you're feeling great. Hospital recovery takes time. Ethan added his own wishes. Get plenty of rest. Uncle Alan, thanks for the amazing meal. They wanted to give Alan space to relax and adjust to being home again. Even though he felt remarkably well, they understood that transitioning from hospital life back to normal routine required time and patience. They were a thoughtful family. They knew when to give someone space to recover properly. With warm farewells and promises to visit again soon, Aunt May's family departed, leaving father and son alone in their quiet house. Noah turned toward his father with consideration. I'll clean the dishes later. Dad, don't worry about them. I have some work to do in my room. I'll probably be busy for a while. Do you need anything from me? Give him time to rest while I handle my shop matters. Lola's shift has already ended a few minutes ago. His dad shook his head with a contented smile. The food enhancement still providing energy that made him feel decades younger. No, son, you can go do your thing. I'm perfectly fine. Noah nodded with satisfaction and headed toward his room, ready to check on his shop operations and continue his training routine. As Noah disappeared into his room, Alan looked around the kitchen with energy coursing through his body. Despite his son's thoughtful offer to handle cleanup later, Alan felt too energetic to simply sit idle. I feel better than I have in years. Might as well put this energy to good use. He sneakily entered the kitchen and began washing the dishes. The simple domestic task felt satisfying after being bedridden in the hospital for so long. Good to be useful again. Good to be home. Chapter 174. Level 8. Arriving at the shop, Noah immediately apologized to Lola for his lateness. He had been about 10 minutes behind schedule, and instead of finding her relaxing after her shift ended, he discovered her still dutifully seated behind the counter. I'm sorry for being late, Noah said with genuine regret. Some things ran longer than expected. She's been working extra time because of my poor scheduling. He looked at her with sincere appreciation before adding, if something like this happens again, just close the store and don't worry about it. Your shift time should be respected. Lola shook her head with a dismissive smile, her ruby eyes carrying amusement at his concern. Don't worry about it. It was merely a few minutes. Not a big deal at all. Noah smiled in thanks and turned his attention to checking the current inventory levels, curious about sales performance during his absence. Lola provided a comprehensive report on the day's business activities. The representatives from both the Royal Guard and Valeria's Guild came for their daily orders. They took their usual 24 iced teas and 24 bread loaves each. Noah nodded, expecting that much. I also told them about the increased bread production capacity, like you've told me. They were both quite happy to hear about the expanded availability. She continued, so starting with their next payment, they'll be purchasing 24 iced teas and 48 bread loaves each, Lola concluded. Noah nodded with approval. The increased order sizes would provide substantial revenue growth while maintaining the stable relationships he'd built with major customers. Doubled bread orders from 2 major clients. Coupled with the regular customers, I can easily sell more than 96 bread daily. The stock had been completely depleted during Lola's shift. Both bread and iced tea inventories showed 0 remaining units, with nothing available for immediate sale. Noah's options were limited to practicing his skills or waiting for wealthy customers interested in premium items. Empty shelves mean successful sales, but they also mean there is nothing to do until production catches up. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 6 and 25, 6 4, 21. Shop points: 5. 30. Attributes: Strength: 30. Vitality: 20. Intelligence: 20. Agility. 30. Skills. Swordsmanship level 8. Mana control level 7. Aura level 7. Wind manipulation level 6. Body tempering level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. Finance level 2. Checking his progress. Noah noted he had reached the halfway point toward the 10,000 shop points required for upgrading to shop level 3. Getting the remaining points would be easy given his current sales momentum, so he wasn't worried about meeting that milestone. 5. 30 out of 10,000 shop points. Halfway there already. His monetary assets had skyrocketed to 625, 640, a figure that was surely climbing towards the 1 million mark he'd been waiting for. With no immediate business tasks demanding attention, Noah walked toward the premium item shelf and retrieved a package of beef jerky. It was time to consume his enhancement item and bring his vitality up to match his other attributes at the 30-point mark. Time to balance my stats properly. Without further hesitation, he unwrapped the magical jerky and consumed it. Feeling the warmth of permanent vitality enhancement flooding through his entire body, Leo remained surprisingly asleep near the counter, but the young golden mane looked completely relaxed and peaceful. Noah wasn't worried about the extended nap. Such magical enhancement often required recovery sleep for proper integration. With his constitution now properly enhanced, Noah decided to maximize his available time through magical training. With multiple Tier 5 wind orbs in his possession, it would be wasteful not to utilize them for skill advancement. 4 wind orbs. Time to make serious progress. An hour of focused practice with the concentrated wind essence yielded excellent results. The magical energy flowed through his enhanced pathways as his understanding of wind manipulation deepened. Your wind manipulation skill has reached level 7. None. The advancement brought him closer to the next milestone, each improvement making his magical combat effectiveness more formidable. After he improved his wind manipulation to level 7, Noah found himself hesitant about what skill to focus on next. He was stuck between working on his swordsmanship and continuing to advance his wind manipulation abilities. Both skills offered valuable benefits for his upcoming challenges. Swordsmanship would provide direct combat effectiveness for the mysterious tournament, while wind manipulation offered versatile magical capabilities that could complement his physical abilities. Lola, who had been relaxing by watching him practice with obvious interest, decided to offer her perspective on his training dilemma. You should keep practicing your wind manipulation. It will be most useful for you in the long run, she advised as someone whose decades of experience provided valuable insight. While you'll be safe with me around, you want to build your own independent strength. Elemental manipulation of the wind attribute will help tremendously because it's incredibly versatile. She continued with a slight smile. She gestured toward the shop's ceiling as if indicating the broader kingdom beyond. Look at the king of the human kingdom. You've seen what he was able to do with advanced wind magic. King Aldrich's capabilities were impressive. Levitation, barriers, powerful attacks all through wind manipulation. Noah nodded with understanding. Her reasoning made perfect sense. Wind manipulation offered defensive capabilities, mobility options, utility applications, and offensive potential that could adapt to virtually any situation he might encounter. You're absolutely right, he acknowledged gratefully. Thank you for the guidance. Noah settled back into his meditation position, retrieving a wind orb to continue his elemental training with focus and purpose. Another hour and around 10 minutes of concentrated practice yielded excellent results. The magical energy felt increasingly natural as it flowed through his pathways, responding to his will. Your wind manipulation skill has reached level 8. Then, the difference between level 6 and level 8 was worth the hard work. Noah had learned a useful basic spell that expanded his magical repertoire significantly. He had mastered a particularly practical technique called Featherfall. The spell slowed descent by channeling wind currents underneath his feet. The ability used minimal mana, while providing enormous utility for both combat and everyday situations. Featherfall, perfect for avoiding fall damage. The spell would be incredibly useful even in normal Earth life, offering safety during any situation involving heights or unexpected drops. After reaching level 8 with his wind manipulation skill, Noah decided to increase his mana control. His mana control skill was at level 7, and increasing it to level 10 would increase his intelligence attribute by a significant amount that he did not know of yet. 2 hours passed, during which Noah kept the shop closed for a specific reason. He was waiting for his automakers to produce a sufficient stock before opening for sales. It was far more efficient to sell in bulk rather than reopen every hour just to move a few items. Closing, practicing his skills, then reopening repeatedly simply didn't make sense. In those 2 hours, he had leveled up his mana control to level 8. Now, his 3 powerful skills had reached level 8. Wind manipulation, mana control and swordsmanship. Chapter 175, Hunting with Alyssa and Kip. Your aura skill has reached level 8. Then, Noah spent around 5 minutes allowing his aura skill to catch up with his mana control level. The energy flowed more smoothly around his body now, creating a protective layer that felt as natural as breathing. With his daily magical practice nearly complete, Noah considered working on his swordsmanship but decided against it. Checking his inventory revealed that production had accumulated quite nicely during his extended training session. He had been practicing for about 4 hours, and during that time his premium enhancement items had returned to their official maximum of 12 units each. Meanwhile, his bread had accumulated 32 loaves, and his iced tea had reached 16 bottles. 48 items from normal stock plus potentially some premium sales. Good opportunity to open the shop. With sufficient inventory to serve customers, Noah decided to open his store to the public once again. The poor people he had helped previously had been healed by his magical bread, but others in similar desperate circumstances had arrived to replace them. Noah decided to continue his charitable efforts, though he wouldn't jeopardize his shop's progress or his own advancement. Noah decided to help people without compromising his business sustainability. He established a daily policy of giving away 5 loaves of bread to those who needed healing most desperately. His judgment criteria came from asking the community within the alleyway marketplace, after being under siege from demon attacks for so long. The poor people had developed remarkable solidarity. Even those who desperately needed healing would often insist that others receive help first if their conditions were more severe. They represented true community spirit. They look out for each other despite their own needs. Hence, Noah distributed 5 loaves of bread as a small charity. In the larger scope of his operations, it represented only 5% of his daily production, too insignificant to impact his business or self-improvement, while providing meaningful help to those who needed it most. The recipients proved remarkably understanding and grateful. They thanked him sincerely without demanding more or attempting to exploit his generosity. Once the 5 charitable loaves were distributed, they all departed quietly to continue their daily struggles as they always had. They had dignified gratitude. They appreciate help without becoming dependent. After completing his charitable distribution, Noah began serving paying customers who had arrived seeking his product's remarkable effects. He established a strict policy against bulk purchases for new customers. Common sense told him that allowing large quantities could lead to resale at inflated prices, undermining both his pricing structure and customer access. Prevent price gouging while maintaining fair access for everyone. The customers naturally couldn't argue with a Viscount's business policies. Even before his noble elevation, few had dared challenge his shop rules, and his new royal recognition made resistance completely unthinkable. They purchased their single loaves of bread and departed without complaint. If someone chose to resell their individual purchase at higher prices, that became the buyer's responsibility rather than Noah's concern. Market forces are beyond my control. I provide fair access. What happens after that isn't my problem. Clearly, his shop operated nearly 20 hours daily with consistent pricing. Anyone willing to pay inflated resale prices could simply visit his store directly and purchase at standard rates. It wasn't like he had no supply. The supply was definitely there. Availability and fairness eliminate most justification for price manipulation. Shortly after the regular customers departed, familiar faces appeared at his shop entrance. Kip and Alyssa arrived together, accompanied by Valeria. The cat siblings plus the guildmaster entered his shop and greeted him. "Noah," Alyssa called with obvious enthusiasm. "You are here. We were hoping to find you." Kip nodded eagerly beside his sister. Both siblings had grown significantly stronger, and Noah was still getting used to the fact that the little cat boy who was weak and frail was now stronger than him. Valeria stepped forward. "We're planning a hunting expedition to keep our combat skills sharp. The demon attacks have decreased lately, but that means we need alternative training opportunities. Practical training through real combat, much more effective than simple practice. Would you like to join us?" Alyssa asked hopefully. "It would be a good experience for your swordsmanship development, and we could just hang out." Then, as if realizing something, she immediately stammered, "Oh, of course, if you are busy. You won't have to worry about it. We can maybe hang out another time if you would like." Noah considered the invitation carefully. He had sold most of his current stock, and real combat experience would complement his formal training perfectly. The upcoming tournament made practical fighting experience even more valuable. It would be a good opportunity to go out and explore the human realm monsters. After thinking it through, Noah realized he had sold enough inventory to justify closing early, and the hunting expedition offered exactly the kind of experience his development needed. "I'll come," he decided with a soft nod. He turned toward Lola, who had been observing the conversation with obvious interest. "Do you want to come with us?" Lola's smile carried familiar mischief as she leaned closer, her voice dropping to a whisper that somehow reached only his ears, despite Valeria standing mere feet away. "Of course I want to stay close to my boss," she murmured with amusement. "I couldn't possibly let you venture out alone with 2 such beautiful and capable women. What if one of them decided to steal you away from me?" Her whispered words were most definitely carried with magic, so that even Valeria's enhanced senses couldn't detect the conversation, creating an intimate moment within the group setting. Noah felt his cheeks warm slightly at her deliberately provocative statement. Though he tried to maintain professional composure in front of their guests, she never misses an opportunity to tease. At least she's consistent. "Great," he managed, keeping his voice steady despite Lola's proximity. Let's go hunting. The expedition promised combat experience, skill development, and a chance to hang out with friends. Chapter 176, Fighting Tier 1 Monster. As they walked towards the city gate, Noah noticed how peaceful the streets had become. The attacks on the human kingdom had almost completely ceased, a stark contrast to the constant threat that had defined daily life just weeks ago. Clearly, the devastating raid that King Aldrich had led against the underground base had dealt a massive blow to the extremist organization. They had lost nearly 50 operatives of various ranks, plus a master-level demon commander. They were casualties that represented a significant portion of their operational capability. 50 extremists plus a master-level leader. That's probably half their local forces eliminated in one strike. The king hadn't been content with simply disrupting their immediate operations. After such a successful attack against the demon extremists, he had reinforced the city's defenses with unprecedented thoroughness. Masters now stood guard at the east, west, south, and north directions of the city walls. The deployment of 4 master-level defenders represented an enormous commitment of the kingdom's most valuable military assets. With 4 masters guarding the walls, the king was taking no chances with the demon's retaliation. The guards at the gate greeted Valeria and her group with respect. When they spotted Noah among the party, their demeanor changed to the courtesy appropriate for addressing nobility. "Good afternoon, Viscount Noah. Safe travels on your expedition," the gate captain said with a respectful bow. Noah returned the greeting politely before their group continued toward the hunting grounds outside the city's protective walls. Unlike the Demon Kingdom, where hunting areas were carefully guarded and regulated, the Human Kingdom couldn't afford such extensive security measures. Once you ventured beyond the walls into monster territory, you were entirely responsible for your own safety. They arrived at a region where Tier 1 monsters typically spawned, the landscape shifting from human-cultivated farmland to wild forest that harbored creatures drawn by concentrated mana. The monsters in this area turned out to be wolves, though they differed significantly from ordinary animals. These were called dark wolves, named for their distinctive black fur, Tier 1 magical beasts, perfect for warm-up exercises. Valeria surveyed the area, noting several wolf shapes moving through the wild forest ahead. "Warm up with these. They should get you in the mood for real combat. Then we'll move up to the Tier 2 monsters further ahead," she instructed her companions. Noah nodded, drawing his sword from his scabbard. The dark wolves emerged from the forest shadows, having detected the approaching humans. "Awoo!" 3 wolves separated from the pack, each selecting a different target as if they had coordinated their attack beforehand. Noah and the 2 cat siblings didn't complain. That was better suited for their warm-ups. Anyway, Alyssa moved first with her incredibly graceful footwork and stance that had earned her recognition as a prodigy from Valeria. Her sword emerged from its sheath in a single flowing motion. The dark wolf lunging toward her never had a chance to complete its attack. Alyssa's swordsmanship had reached levels that made Tier 1 opponents seem almost comically slow in comparison. Swish! One slice was all it took to separate the wolf's head from its body without any resistance. The magical beast collapsed instantly, its dark blood staining the forest floor as Alyssa smoothly returned her blade to its sheath. Slowly. Clack! "Well done. That's what I expect," Valeria observed with obvious approval. "Your foundational stance is simply perfection." Adept-level swordsmanship against Tier 1 monsters was a complete mismatch. Kip's approach demonstrated why he had earned his status as an exceptional magical talent despite his young age. Instead of drawing a conventional weapon, he channeled wind magic through his hand, shaping concentrated air currents into a blade-like extension of his arm. The technique required precise mana control and elemental mastery that most couldn't achieve, but Kip executed it casually. Whoosh! His wind-enhanced hand cut through the attacking wolf's body like a sword through silk, the blade slicing cleanly through muscle and bone. The dark wolf collapsed into 2 pieces, its magical core disrupted by the elemental attack. "Impressive spell work," Noah called, genuinely amazed by the young catboy's creative application of wind magic. "I might have to steal that technique from you." Kip. "Wind magic shaped into cutting weapons. I should learn that approach. It would be helpful in case my sword was broken or lost." The wolf in front of Noah, realizing that he was alone, was about to escape, but he found himself stuck as Kip and Alyssa surrounded him. He was no longer able to escape. Seeing the strength of the cat siblings, the wolf decided to go after the human in front of him. It was his only chance to survive this encounter. Noah's own opponent provided an opportunity to test his skills at their current limit without worrying about injuring anyone. As the dark wolf leapt toward him with its snapping jaws and extended claws, Noah channeled wind magic through his blade while executing a diagonal cutting strike. Swish! Crack! The attack carried far more force than pure swordsmanship could provide. Wind-augmented steel cut through the wolf's powerful hide and bone structure with devastating power, the creature's momentum carrying it past Noah even as its life ended. "You have killed the Tier 1 beast, Dark Wolf. Excellent use of your skills," Lola observed with obvious pleasure at his development. "You're learning to find more ways to combine your abilities rather than treating them as separate skills." Valeria nodded with satisfaction as she checked the 3 dead wolves. Well done, all of you. Noah, your power is increasing rapidly as usual. Your wind manipulation, mana control, and your swordsmanship are approaching apprentice rank. Well done. Noah accepted the compliments without being humble or shy. The warm-up combat had served its purpose, confirming that each team member could handle basic threats while demonstrating how their various skills complemented each other in actual battle situations. Ready for Tier 2 opponents? Valeria asked, gesturing toward the deeper forest where more dangerous creatures waited. Noah checked his weapon and magical energy levels, feeling confident that his abilities would prove adequate for whatever challenges lay ahead. Continuing ahead to their next destination, they encountered several more dark wolves that attempted to intercept their progress. The pack predators proved no more challenging than their initial opponents. Each wolf fell quickly to quick strikes from the group. Soon, they arrived at the territory where Tier 2 beasts made their home. The forest grew denser here, with older trees and thicker underbrush that provided better concealment for more dangerous predators. Valeria surveyed the area with a soft nod before turning to address the members of their hunting party. It's still warm up for both of you, she said, gesturing toward Alyssa and Kip with obvious confidence in their abilities. Her attention shifted to Noah with curiosity. You've never fought a Tier 2 beast before, have you? Noah shook his head honestly. No, I haven't. My combat experience is limited to sparring and Tier 1 opponents. Valeria nodded with understanding before outlining her training strategy. Alyssa and Kip will fight first. After observing their techniques against this level of opponent, Noah will take his own turn. I believe you have sufficient power to handle a Tier 2 beast, but understanding how a monster will fight beforehand is always better. We don't want you to get injured from the first beast, even if you have healing bread with you. Noah nodded. All right, let's see what this monster is. Chapter 177. Crimson Horn Bear. The beast in question was a massive bear that immediately made Noah raise his eyebrow due to its sheer physical presence. Its muscular frame stood nearly 8 feet tall, with claws that could shred steel and teeth designed for crushing bone. Most distinctive was the crimson horn protruding from its forehead, giving the creature its name. Crimson Horn Bear. The horn served as both weapon and tool, used for impaling prey and gouging through defensive barriers that might stop its normal attacks. That horn looks like it could punch through steel plate. Definitely not a Tier 1 opponent. The bear's magical aura radiated power that made the dark wolves seem like ordinary animals by comparison, confirming that Tier 2 beasts represented a significant escalation in danger and capability. Valeria surveyed the massive crimson horn bear before making her decision about the training sequence. Kip, you can take this one, she announced, her voice carrying the authority of someone whose judgment had been proven through countless battles. Kip nodded with a confident smirk spreading across his face as he stepped forward toward the bear. His aura flared slightly as he prepared for combat, alerting the massive beast to his presence. The crimson horn bear turned its attention toward the approaching catboy, its eyes recognizing the threat despite Kip's relatively small stature. The beast rose onto its hind legs, displaying its full 8-foot height while releasing a roar that ran through the forest. Kip didn't immediately launch into lethal spells, understanding that his role was demonstrating proper technique for Noah's benefit. The young mage needed to show how Tier 2 beasts moved, attacked, and defended so Noah could prepare for his own encounter. Watch carefully. Kip will show you how these bears utilize their horn and claws in their own combo attacks, Valeria murmured to Noah. The crimson horn bear charged forward with surprising speed for its massive size, leading with its distinctive horn while positioning its claws for follow-up strikes. But Kip was ready. Whoosh! The young mage channeled wind magic around his body, his agility allowing him to sidestep the bear's initial assault while maintaining perfect positioning for a counterattack. Swish! Wind blades formed around Kip's hands as he demonstrated his mastery of elemental magic. The cutting air struck the bear's thick hide, drawing blood but not inflicting heavy damage. The bear pivoted before swiping his massive claws toward where Kip had been standing, but the young mage was already gone, his wind magic providing mobility that kept him ahead of the beast's attacks. Splash! Water magic followed his wind assault, Kip conjuring streams of liquid that struck the bear's eyes and nose. The attack disrupted the creature's senses while demonstrating the advantage of using multiple elements in sequence. The bear shook its head violently, clearing its vision just in time to see Kip's earth magic taking effect. Stone spikes erupted from the ground beneath the creature's feet, forcing it to leap backwards. Wind, water, earth, Noah thought as he watched the ongoing fight with focus. See how he uses terrain control, Valeria pointed out to Noah. Earth magic shapes the battlefield, while wind provides mobility and water offers damage and nuisance. Swish, crack. Kip's finishing combination utilized all 3 elements simultaneously. He used his earth skill to close off the bear's escape route before using water to slow it down and disrupt its senses. After his setup was ready, Kip used his wind blade to strike the bear's vulnerable knees. Thud! The bear dropped to its knees, and Kip took advantage, finishing it off with a strike to the head that made it collapse. Excellent fight, Valeria approved. Kip then opened the bear's cavity and took a small crystal. Noah raised an eyebrow. "What's that?" he asked. "Curious. This is a beast core. It has concentrated mana that mages could use to refine their own mana core. This is like a supplement to mages that help them progress faster. Beast cores only exist in the bodies of beasts that are apprentice rank or above," Lola explained, a small smile on her face. A second crimson horn bear emerged from deeper forest territory, drawn by the sounds of combat and the scent of blood from its fallen packmate. "Alyssa, this one's yours," Valeria announced. Alyssa stepped forward with slow steps, her sword by her side, ready to decimate her enemies. Aura surrounded her body as she prepared to fight the bear. Mages used their mana to cast out spells, whilst warriors like Alyssa used it to enhance their natural talent in swordsmanship or any other combat. The catgirl's stance embodied perfect balance between offense and defense, her blade positioned to respond instantly to threats while maintaining various striking angles. As the bear charged, Alyssa flowed into her deadly dance. The way she moved with the sword was nothing short of elegant and artistic. It was as if she were dancing with her sword like a partner. Swish! Her first strike came as a graceful diagonal cut that opened a wound along the bear's shoulder. Roar! The bear roared in pain as he tried to counterattack, but failed as Alyssa immediately sidestepped away. The attack demonstrated perfect timing and distance management, inflicting damage while avoiding the creature's retaliatory swipes. Alyssa's footwork carried her around the bear's bulk with ease. Each step positioned her for maximum advantage while keeping vital areas protected from the creature's dangerous horn and claws. Crack! Swish! Her blade work created a rhythm of strikes that built upon each other, shallow cuts that weakened the bear's defenses, followed by deeper wounds that targeted vital areas. The sequence of strikes demonstrated Alyssa's understanding of combat and patience, rather than mere aggression. She was a natural hunter. Through and through, the crimson horn bear attempted to use its distinctive horn in a devastating impaling attack, but Alyssa's reflexes allowed her to pivot away while her blade found the creature's neck. Swish! The final strike came with an artistic finish, her sword finding the exact angle needed to sever the main arteries. The bear collapsed without struggling, its life ending as blood splashed across the forest floor. Chapter 178. Fighting the Crimson Horn Bear. Beautiful technique. That was like watching a master artist at work, Noah observed with admiration. The way that Alyssa fought that bear made it look effortless, as if she were merely playing with it. Valeria nodded with obvious pride in her student's development. Alyssa has achieved what we call the flow. Few practitioners reach that level of artistic combat. After both demonstrations concluded, a third crimson horn bear appeared from the forest depths, as if the creatures were responding to the challenges from the hunting party. Valeria turned toward Noah with an expectant gaze. "It's your turn." Noah nodded with a grim expression, feeling the pressure of fighting something significantly above his current power level. The bears had demonstrated power and cunning that made them genuinely dangerous opponents rather than simple training exercises. Unlike Alyssa and Kip, who were adepts fighting an apprentice rank beast, he was a novice fighting an apprentice rank beast, which made all the difference in the world. But before he could take his first step toward combat, a familiar voice whispered directly into his ear with a teasing tone. "I will give you a very good present if you win. You will like it." Lola's seductive whisper sent his heart rate climbing several beats per minute, despite his attempts to ignore it. Her tone made his mind wander into places that were forbidden. She never misses an opportunity to make things complicated. Noah shook off the distraction, though the promise lingered in his mind as additional motivation beyond simple survival and training advancement. "All right, let's do this," he declared with determination. Walking forward with his sword at his side, Noah approached the crimson horn bear with his sword drawn, feeling some pressure from his watching companions. The massive creature stood its ground with confidence, no underestimating this opponent. "Time to use everything I've got." Without hesitation, Noah activated every enhancement at his disposal. His aura flared to life around his body, creating a protective outline of mana that made his silhouette shimmer with a blue hue. "Good job," Valeria called from the sidelines. "Use all your abilities from the start. You can't underestimate this thing." Wind magic flowed through his mana channels and around his blade, enhancing both his mobility and striking power. Nia was preparing to use everything at once. He had no intention holding back. Only a fool would hold back against someone much stronger than him. The crimson horn bear charged with devastating speed, its massive body moving faster than something that size had any right to travel. The creature led with its crimson horn, while positioning its claws for a follow-up attack in case it was needed. Crash! Noah barely managed to deflect the initial horn thrust with his aura-enhanced blade, the impact sending vibrations through his arms that would have shattered normal human bones. "Ugh! That's powerful." Dodge and counter. "Don't try to match its strength directly." Alyssa shouted encouragement. Noah nodded as he prepared for the bear's next strike. The bear's claws swept toward Noah's position, forcing him to leap backward while his wind magic provided additional mobility. But the creature anticipated his movement, positioning itself for a devastating follow-up attack. "It's learning my patterns already. This thing is dangerous." Swipe. Crash. Another exchange of claw against aura-enhanced sword sent Noah skidding across the forest floor, his vitality absorbing impacts that would have killed him just a few days ago. Noah's adapting. He is not only blocking the attack, but he is also using a lot of the bear's momentum to help him deflect it. Kip called with obvious excitement at Noah's great strategy. Clang. Whoosh! Noah began finding his rhythm as his combat instincts slowly adapted to the bear's attacks. His wind manipulation allowed him to stay ahead of the creature's devastating strikes by increasing his agility. But the real breakthrough came when inspiration struck during a particularly dangerous exchange. The inspiration came from his newly obtained skill, Featherfall. As the Crimson Horn Bear prepared for another charging assault, Noah channeled wind magic through his legs and launched himself high into the air, soaring 15 feet above the creature's reach. Seeing Noah high in the air, Lola raised an eyebrow before smiling brightly. Oh, that's quite creative. The bear, having observed Noah's previous ground-based movements, predicted he would fall straight down and positioned its horn for a devastating impaling strike. Despite seeing the bear's horn directly under him, Noah did not panic. Instead, he smiled softly. I got you. As he approached the horn, Noah activated Featherfall at the perfect moment. Wind currents flowed beneath his feet, dramatically slowing his descent while allowing him to hover in midair for crucial extra moments. Whoosh! He's using wind to stop his descent. Kip shouted with admiration at the creativity of the attack setup. The Crimson Horn Bear's upward thrust met only empty air as Noah remained suspended above its reach, wind magic providing the split-second advantage he needed. Now, Noah angled his descent to strike from an unexpected direction, his aura-enhanced blade channeling wind magic for maximum cutting power. Noah channeled nearly all of his mana into one crucial attack. The bear, committed to its upward attack, couldn't adjust its positioning fast enough. Swish. Crack. His wind-enhanced sword struck the creature's exposed neck with devastating power. The combination of gravity, enhancement, and perfect timing created a strike that penetrated the bear's natural armor. That's a critical hit. Alyssa cheered with obvious excitement. The Crimson Horn Bear roared in pain and surprise, dark blood flowing from the wound as it staggered backwards. Excellent attack. You turned its intelligence against itself, Valeria called out. Throughout the fight, the bear had been predicting where Noah would land on multiple occasions. This time, Noah used that ability of the bear to land a critical hit. The bear circled warily now, no longer treating Noah as simple prey but recognizing him as a threat to its life. Finish it. Kip shouted encouragement. You've got the advantage now. Chapter 179. Alyssa versus Minotaur. Noah maintained his stance, aura flickering around his body while wind magic prepared for whatever combination attack the situation demanded. His confidence had grown with the successful attack, but it wasn't to the point that he lowered his guard. Use your reach advantage. Keep it at sword's distance, Lola called out to him softly. The wounded bear attempted a desperate charging attack, but Noah was ready this time. His experience with the bear, combined with his wind-assisted mobility, allowed him to sidestep while delivering a series of cuts that opened multiple wounds. Swish, crack, slash, perfect combination. This is what makes you unique. Swordsmanship and magic working together. Valeria shouted. The Crimson Horn Bear's movements grew sluggish as blood loss weakened it. But the creature's final attack came so suddenly, so desperately, that it nearly caught Noah off guard. Crash. Only his agility and wind talent saved him from the bear's last-ditch claw swipe, which would have injured him. Swish. Noah's finishing strike combined everything he'd learned. His blade found the creature's heart. The Crimson Horn Bear collapsed with a final roar, its eyes losing their glint as life left its body. Well done, multiple voices shouted simultaneously. Noah stood over his defeated opponent, breathing heavily but satisfied at having successfully faced his first Tier 2 challenge. Incredible fight, Valeria declared with obvious pride. That aerial move was cool, Alyssa added with admiration. You outthought a creature known for tactical intelligence, Kip contributed with excitement. Lola approached him, her ruby eyes sparkling. She moved her mouth without uttering anything, yet Noah heard it loud and clear. You definitely earned that present I mentioned. Your swordsmanship skill has reached level 9, man. The notification brought immediate satisfaction to Noah. His combat against the Crimson Horn Bear had pushed his swordsmanship to the very edge of novice rank. One more level would officially elevate him towards apprentice status. Level 9 swordsmanship, almost at apprentice rank. Just in time for the tournament, after celebrating his victory, Noah didn't miss the opportunity to harvest valuable materials from his defeated opponent. Beast cores from Tier 2 creatures seemed to be important. Despite his wealth, Noah wouldn't miss out on the free money that was earned from his fight. He carefully extracted the core from the creature's chest, feeling the concentrated mana inside it. The core went straight into his storage ring, alongside his growing collection of valuable items. Always harvest what you can. Beast cores might be worth some serious money. Noah turned toward his companions with curiosity about their next plans. What are you guys planning to do now? Continue deeper. Valeria nodded. This was just the beginning. Alyssa and Kip will now head deeper into more dangerous territory to fight adept rank beasts. Adept rank beasts. That's a whole different level of danger. Her eyes studied Noah's expression as she continued. Would you like to come with us? The experience of observing high-level combat could be valuable for your development. Noah thought carefully about the invitation. He had just leveled up his swordsmanship, which represented excellent progress toward his goals. Spending time understanding more powerful creatures while witnessing adept-level combat techniques would provide insights that training couldn't match. I'll come, he decided. His reasoning was simple. Watching adept-rank combat should teach him things he couldn't learn anywhere else. Plus, Lola's here for protection if something goes catastrophically wrong. They continued deeper into the forest, leaving behind the relatively safe territory where Tier 2 creatures represented the primary threats. The atmosphere grew heavier as they approached regions where genuinely dangerous predators made their homes. Trees towered overhead, and the place was silent. It was unknown whether the place was simply void of life or whether something dangerous was lurking around. The aura they eventually encountered proved to be exponentially more powerful than the crimson horn bear he had struggled to defeat. The difference wasn't small at all. In fact, it was extremely large. That thing would kill me without breaking stride. Noah frowned as he stared at the monstrosity blocking their path ahead. The beast was a minotaur, but not the relatively civilized version from classical mythology. This creature embodied savagery. It stood nearly 12 feet tall, its humanoid torso covered in coarse fur and muscle. The bull's head had jagged teeth that dripped saliva continuously. While its red eyes tracked Alyssa's approach, it clutched a weapon in its massive hands, a makeshift club constructed from entire tree trunks bound together with sinew and metal. The basic but effective bludgeon could crush apprentice knights like insects. That club weighs more than I do. One hit would paste me completely. Alyssa, this one's yours, Valeria announced with confidence in her disciple's capabilities. She's going to fight that thing alone. Noah, stay well back. You might be caught in stray attacks that could seriously injure you. We also don't want to block Alyssa's movement or distract her. Noah and the others retreated to what was considered a safe distance roughly 100 yards from where the confrontation would occur. Even at that range, the Minotaur's aura made the air feel oppressive. Alyssa approached the massive creature with a calm expression, confident in her swordsmanship despite the size difference. She looked so small compared to that thing. But she's not afraid at all. The Minotaur roared a challenge that echoed through the forest, raising its tree trunk club with the intent to crush the small cat girl who dared to approach its territory. Crash. Boom. The battle began immediately. The Minotaur's first strike created a crater where Alyssa had been standing, but she was already gone, her agility keeping her ahead of attacks that would break boulders. Swish. Clang. Alyssa's bladework targeted the Minotaur's joints and weak points, each strike calculated to exploit the creature's size disadvantages while avoiding its devastating counterattacks. The combat continued for several intense minutes, with Alyssa demonstrating that she was an adept swordsman who could hold her own against such a powerful monster. Her techniques flowed seamlessly between offense and defense. Alyssa used the Minotaur's brute force approach to create opportunities. Crack. Slash. Chapter 180. Pricing is an issue. The finishing sequence came when Alyssa's enhanced reflexes allowed her to slip inside the Minotaur's guard, her blade finding vital arteries. Blood immediately erupted like a fountain, spraying the forest floor with deep, dark blood. The massive creature collapsed with a final roar, its magical aura dissipating as life faded. She made it look almost easy. But the battle hadn't been completely one-sided. A large scratch marred Alyssa's left arm where the Minotaur's claws had found their mark during one exchange. She's hurt. Not seriously, but she needs healing. Noah immediately reached into his storage ring, withdrawing a loaf of magical bread. Here, this will help with the wound. Alyssa accepted the offering with obvious gratitude, understanding exactly what Noah was providing. Thank you. After watching Alyssa and Kip fighting additional Minotaurs in the area, Noah had gained valuable combat experience. Observing what practitioners at higher ranks could accomplish provided insights that no amount of theoretical training could match. The demonstrations had shown him techniques, timing, and approaches that would take time to discover through personal trial and error. Each battle revealed new combinations that expanded his understanding of what was truly possible. It had been about 2 hours since he'd left his shop, and Noah decided it was time to return. When he announced his intention to head back, surprisingly, Valeria and the others were also ready to conclude their hunting expedition. The timing worked perfectly for a group return to the city. Good timing. We are heading back too, Valeria said as they began their journey back. I wanted to visit your shop anyway. Princess Alara mentioned you have some new items in stock. Noah raised an eyebrow with curiosity about what exactly Alara had told the guildmaster. She didn't provide specifics, but if the princess says something is good, it must be exceptional, Valeria continued. Noah smiled before replying. You're welcome to take a look. The return journey passed quickly. Valeria proved to be an excellent instructor, providing commentary that helped Noah understand the finer points of what he'd witnessed. Arriving at the store, Noah unlocked the entrance and gestured for his companions to enter first. Valeria stepped inside and immediately froze. Her expression moved from interest to complete shock as she read the descriptive placards. These items, permanent enhancement regardless of rank. That's impossible, she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes moved from one display to another. Protein bars promising permanent strength increases, energy drinks offering permanent agility enhancement, and beef jerky providing permanent vitality improvement. Noah, why didn't you tell me about these? She demanded, her voice climbing several octaves. She was unable to contain her excitement. The items in front of her simply blew her mind. Noah shrugged. There wasn't really an occasion to mention them. Occasion. Valeria's voice rose with disbelief. What occasion? These are legendary artifacts. If I had missed the opportunity to acquire such items, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Valeria had been so focused on the impossible item descriptions that she hadn't yet noticed the pricing information. When her eyes finally found the cost details, her expression changed from excitement to devastation. Her eyes began watering as if she was about to cry. The emotional whiplash of discovering perfect items, only to realize they were completely beyond her financial reach. 1,000 golden coins, she whispered with the tone of someone reading her own death sentence. For a single protein bar. The guildmaster's shoulders slumped as the harsh reality crushed her dreams of advancing to master rank. Even as the leader of a successful mercenary organization, she didn't possess the kind of wealth required for permanent attribute improvement. Well, she did have enough to purchase one item, but she was saving that money for her younger brother's improvement. He had the potential to reach the adept rank by the next year, and she needed to have enough to fuel his development. Furthermore, as the guildmaster, she treated those in the guild like her family. Even Alyssa. Her advancement had been paid by Valeria herself. She had treated Alyssa like her younger sister, advancing her to the adept rank in such a short time. Most of her savings had been depleted to fuel Alyssa's development. And still, even after seeing this item before her, she didn't regret fueling Alyssa's development. Even if she had the chance to return in time, she would still do it again without hesitating. The cat girl had become something akin to her younger sister. I don't have enough. Not even close, she admitted quietly. Noah watched her emotional journey with sympathy but without surprise. Premium enhancement items commanded prices that reflected their true value, making them accessible only to royalty, master-level practitioners, or extraordinarily wealthy merchants. The pricing reflects their permanent effects, he explained gently. Items that provide lasting improvement naturally cost more than temporary benefits. Despite his word, Noah was starting to rethink his strategy of selling these items. Initially, he had decided to implement the same pricing approach he had used in the Demon Kingdom inside the Human Kingdom. As time passed, Noah was beginning to realize that the strategy was fundamentally flawed. Different kingdoms had different economic realities, different income distributions, and different capabilities. The humans in this kingdom had suffered for a very long time under the siege of extremist demons, their economy weakened by constant warfare and resource diversion toward defense. Even buying his bread and iced tea represented a significant expense for most citizens. Only very few could afford his premium items, and the evidence was becoming undeniable. Staring at the progress statistics for his premium automakers, Noah frowned with growing concern about his business approach. Auto protein bar. Level 1. Production rate. 1 bar every 2 hours. Max stock. 12. Progress. 4100. The protein bar had been sold to the king and a few other wealthy customers, yet even then, progress remained minimal at only 4100. The slow advancement demonstrated that his target market was extremely limited. Chapter 181. Pricing change. Keeping all those premium items on the shelf was proving wasteful when he could be selling them at lower prices to improve the capabilities of powerful individuals within the kingdom. Powerful practitioners would make the kingdom stronger overall. Once the kingdom regained its strength and stability, it would naturally restore trading relationships with neighboring kingdoms. Economic recovery would follow military security, creating wealth that could support higher pricing in the future. By then, when he next returned to the human kingdom, he would have valid reasons to sell at the prices these items truly deserved. But for now, the kingdom needed strength more than he needed maximum profit per unit. The thought of lowering prices hadn't just occurred to Noah today. In fact, he had been considering this strategy adjustment for several days as evidence mounted about the economic limitations facing his customer base. Seeing Valeria's genuine distress at being unable to afford items that could transform her capabilities had cemented his decision. The guildmaster represented exactly the kind of person who would use permanent enhancement responsibly while contributing to kingdom defense. Noah looked at Valeria with determination about implementing price adjustments that would serve both his long-term business interests and the kingdom's immediate security needs. The time had come to adapt his pricing strategy to match the economic reality of his current market, rather than maintaining artificial scarcity that served no productive purpose. As Valeria was about to leave, Noah made a decision that would reshape his business approach in the human kingdom. Valeria. Wait, he called, causing the guildmaster to pause at the door. He smiled before asking, How much do you think would be a fair price that would help adept rank practitioners without burdening them so heavily that they can't afford enhancement? Valeria's eyes lit up with sudden hope, her expression transforming from resigned disappointment to excitement. Are you planning to reduce the price? She asked, her voice trembling. Noah nodded with certainty. I think it's time the human kingdom regains its earlier prosperity. Strong practitioners make for a strong kingdom. The strategic reasoning was sound. Investing in the kingdom's defensive capabilities now would pay dividends in future stability and economic growth that would support higher pricing later. Valeria immediately became excited. An item like this, she began thoughtfully, her mind already calculating. I think 100 golden coins would be accessible for most practitioners at adept rank or higher. Most have at least that much saved from successful missions. Her enthusiasm built as she continued. Even 200 golden coins would work for serious practitioners. You're not just doing us an incredible favor that we'll never forget. You're doing the entire kingdom a service that could change our defensive capabilities. Noah considered her pricing suggestions carefully. Apprentice rank practitioners wouldn't have immediate need for such powerful enhancement, making adept and master level individuals his primary target market. 150 golden coins. Right in the middle of her range. Fair for both parties. Let's make it 150 golden coins, Noah decided. That should be accessible to serious practitioners while still reflecting the item's value. Valeria's face broke into a smile of pure joy. Without hesitation, she reached for her coin pouch with hands that shook slightly from excitement. I'll take an energy drink immediately, she declared, counting out the payment. I believe that with this item, I might truly hit the pseudo-master rank. The transaction completed smoothly, with Valeria handling the bottle like precious treasure. I'll bring some of my guild members to purchase items as well, she promised with obvious gratitude. Word will spread quickly among serious practitioners. Noah nodded before checking his remaining stock levels. There are only 11 energy drinks left, along with full stocks of the other premium items. He turned toward Alyssa and Kip, noting their obvious interest in the enhancement items, despite their careful silence during the pricing discussion. Do you two have enough saved to purchase anything? He asked gently. Both cat siblings looked down with obvious embarrassment at their financial limitations. We have around 100 golden coins each, Alyssa admitted quietly. Not quite enough for the new pricing. They're still building their savings from academy stipends and core sales. Makes sense. Noah nodded with understanding before reaching for the premium display, retrieving 2 energy drinks without hesitation. Here, he said simply, offering 1 bottle to each sibling. Both Alyssa and Kip stared at the gifts in shock, their senses confirming the genuine magical properties contained within each crystal bottle. Master Noah. We can't accept, Alyssa began. It's fine. Just give me 25 golden coins each. I won't spoil you too much, just a little. He smiled. The pair immediately retrieved the money before giving him a quarter of their wealth. In Noah's mind, this was an investment in friends who've proven their loyalty and capability. He would have given it for free, but he wanted to teach the younglings that their hard work had been paying off and they were starting to become independent, even if it meant that they were only paying a little. Kip's eyes filled with tears of gratitude as he accepted the energy drink with care. Thank you, Master Noah. This means more than you could know. You've already given us so much, whether it was the protein bar or the wind orb. Thank you. Alyssa nodded with similar emotion, her usual composed demeanor cracking as she processed the magnitude of his generosity. Noah smiled before ruffling both of their heads. It's okay. You will repay me once you reach the master rank and become powerhouses of this nation. They both nodded. Valeria stared at the scene with a soft smile. Noah was like the older brother that the cat siblings never had. With those transactions completed, Noah mentally cataloged his remaining premium inventory. 9 energy drinks remained available for sale, along with 12 beef jerky and 12 protein bars that would soon receive similar price adjustments. The pricing strategy represented a calculated investment in the kingdom's future rather than simple profit maximization. Enhanced practitioners would contribute to national defense, economic recovery, and political stability that would benefit everyone long-term. Lola observed the price adjustment with knowing approval. Smart decision, she commented quietly. As Valeria prepared to depart with her purchases, her expression carried gratitude. She understood that Noah's pricing adjustment represented genuine support for the kingdom's recovery, rather than a mere commercial transaction. Thank you, she said with quiet dignity, for everything. The kingdom won't forget this generosity. I will make sure to share this news with the powerful people who deserve strength in this kingdom. Chapter 182. Huge profits. The next few hours passed with shocking speed, and the results were completely unlike what Noah had expected when he'd made his pricing decision. After Valeria left with her energy drink, she had clearly wasted no time spreading word about the price reduction throughout Esta's powerful practitioner community. Within an hour, she returned with everyone powerful in her guild adept rank swordsmen, adept-level mages, and accomplished people who had saved substantial coin from successful missions. But Valeria hadn't stopped with her own organization. She had brought back representatives from other major guilds, independent practitioners, and many others. Most surprisingly, Princess Alara herself had arrived with a small retinue of royal guards and court mages, her presence lending official legitimacy to the occasion. Noah. The princess greeted him with excitement. Valeria told me about your pricing adjustment. This could revolutionize our kingdom's defensive capabilities. Every person who entered thanked Noah personally as they made their purchases, their gratitude reflecting genuine appreciation for making legendary enhancement accessible to serious practitioners rather than only the extraordinarily wealthy. The atmosphere in his shop had transformed from routine commerce into something approaching a celebration of national strengthening. Practitioners who had never dreamed of affording or spotting such permanent enhancement were suddenly able to improve their power. Before Noah fully comprehended what was happening, every single premium item in his inventory had been sold. All of it. Gone. 9 energy drinks, 12 beef jerky packages, and 12 protein bars had found eager customers who understood exactly what permanent attribute enhancement could mean for their capabilities and survival. The income from premium sales alone was staggering. 950 golden coins from items that would have gathered dust at his original pricing structure. Noah gulped as he processed the astronomical figure. He had clearly been foolish to maintain Demon Kingdom pricing in a completely different economic environment. The massive sales volume at reduced prices had generated far more revenue than slow trickle sales at maximum cost. But premium items weren't his only success story during the unexpected rush. Those same customers had also purchased substantial quantities of his regular inventory. 32 additional loaves of bread and 16 bottles of iced tea had found buyers among practitioners who wanted comprehensive enhancement rather than single-item improvement. His total golden coin income for the day had reached 590 coins, an amount that represented more wealth than most nobles accumulated in years of careful resource management. Noah stared at his updated status screen with amazement at how dramatically his financial situation had improved through strategic pricing adjustments. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 295,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 118. 64. Shop points: 6. 360. Attributes: strength: 30. Vitality: 30. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 30. Skills: swordsmanship level 9. Mana control level 8. Wind manipulation level 8. Aura level 8. Body tempering level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. His finance skill had leveled up to level 3 after his decision. It was as if the system was rewarding him for the step he had taken. His current assets had skyrocketed to over $1 million, while his shop points had increased to 6. 360, more than halfway toward the 10,000 required for shop level 3 advancement. The automaker's progress showed improvement across all categories. Auto iced tea maker, level 4. Production rate: 4 iced teas every hour. Max stock: 96 progress, 116,400. Auto baker level 4. Production rate: 8 loaves every hour. Max stock: 96 progress, 256,400. Auto protein bar level 1. Production rate: 1 bar every 2 hours. Max stock: 12 progress, 16,100. Auto energy drink level 1. Production rate: 1 energy drink every 2 hours. Max stock: 12 progress, 13,100. Auto beef jerky level 1. Production rate: 1 beef jerky every 2 hours. Max stock: 12 progress, 13,100. The bread and iced tea makers showed substantial advancement toward their next levels, while even their premium automakers had gained meaningful progress from the day's unprecedented sales volume. Princess Alara approached as the crowd began dispersing, her expression carrying satisfaction that transcended personal enhancement. "You've done something remarkable today," she said with genuine appreciation. "The practitioners who bought your items represent the kingdom's defensive backbone. Their enhancement will strengthen our entire kingdom." Noah nodded, naturally understanding the strategic implications beyond simple profit generation. The success had validated Noah's instinct that strategic pricing could generate better results than rigid profit maximization. Volume sales at accessible prices had created more revenue, stronger customer relationships, and a genuine contribution to kingdom security. Most importantly, the enhanced practitioners would spread word about what had transpired today throughout the realm's magical community, creating a customer base that would support sustainable business growth as the kingdom's economy recovered. The day's events had transformed Noah from a shopkeeper with interesting products into a genuine contributor to national defense, while simultaneously advancing his personal financial goals through adaptation to market conditions. As he surveyed his empty displays, Noah smiled with satisfaction at having discovered the optimal balance between profit and purpose that would serve his interests in the human kingdom. After everyone had left and the shop had returned to relative quiet, Princess Alara lingered behind while the others departed with their precious items. They were all busy individuals, and they still needed to consume the item and perhaps try to gain more benefit from it than just eating it now. Some decided to head to fight creatures that had been too difficult for them before, whilst others had a different purpose. She reached into her pocket and withdrew a storage ring, extending it toward Noah. "What's this?" Noah asked. Accepting the elegant ring with curiosity about its contents, Alara smiled with a pleased expression. "You forgot already. This is your reward from Baron Richard's investigation." He had amassed an incredible amount of wealth from ripping off both the extremists and his fellow humans. The confiscated assets from the conspiracy, right? Even after paying back all those he had wronged, she continued. Satisfied that justice had been served, she paused for a second before continuing. There were still around 1,000 golden coins remaining, and as father had promised. "These are yours." Chapter 183. Noah's new estate. 1,000 golden coins represented substantial wealth even by his current standards, equivalent to roughly $100,000 in Earth currency. Baron Richard's criminal profits turned into legitimate profits just like he had planned. Poetic justice. Furthermore, Alara added with building excitement, "My father also told me to let you know that the Viscount's estate has been completely cleared and prepared for your use. You can move in whenever you want." Noble estate. Her amber eyes sparkled with curious anticipation as she made her next suggestion. "In fact, would you like to check it out now? I could show you around the grounds personally." Noah considered the invitation carefully. His shop was completely sold out of inventory. The opportunity to inspect his new noble property with the princess didn't seem too bad. Perfect timing. Nothing left to sell. And I should probably see what I actually own. Perhaps I could sell it later. "That sounds like an excellent idea," he replied with growing interest. "I should probably familiarize myself with the property before making any decisions about actually living there." Princess Alara's smile widened with obvious pleasure at his acceptance. "Wonderful. It's only about 10 minutes from here. The estate is quite impressive. The Viscount spared no expense when he built it with his ill-got gains." Noah turned toward Lola, who had been observing their conversation with amused interest from behind the counter. "You can close the shop whilst I'm gone. There is no need for you to work. It's not your shift time," he said. "All right. I will be in my room when you are done. Also, take your time exploring your new domain, Lord Viscount," she said before winking. "She's never going to let me forget about the noble title." Noah secured the shop and joined Princess Alara outside, where a royal carriage waited with discreet guards positioned for security without ostentation. As they settled into the comfortable interior, Alara provided additional details about his new estate. The estate includes the main manor house, extensive gardens, productive farmland, and several outbuildings that could serve various purposes, she explained. The farmland alone generates enough revenue to maintain the grounds and provide comfortable living expenses. You won't need to rely entirely on your shop income for basic needs. The carriage rolled through Estes streets toward the outskirts, where noble estates provided space for the kind of expansive properties that demonstrated wealth and status. Arriving at the estate, Noah raised an eyebrow in genuine surprise at the impressive sight before him. The main manor house looked like a castle straight from those medieval shows he'd watched on Earth. Elegant stone architecture with graceful towers, arched windows, and detailed stonework. The building was incredibly spacious, with dozens of rooms spread across multiple floors. This is what noble wealth looks like. That Viscount definitely lived well on his criminal profits. Princess Alara led him inside the manor house, and the interior only increased his amazement at the property's quality and attention to detail. The furniture maintained perfect consistency with medieval aesthetics, while clearly representing the finest available craftsmanship. Everything had been maintained in spotless condition. It was clear that the king had made sure that it was ready for new ownership. They really prepared this place thoroughly. No expense spared in making it ready for occupancy. Everything looked perfect for someone wanting to live like authentic medieval nobility. But Noah's modern sensibilities immediately identified several troublesome aspects that would require attention. The toilets weren't great, naturally. In a medieval setting, they lacked the modern conveniences that made personal hygiene comfortable and sanitary. Medieval plumbing, definitely not up to standards. However, Noah wasn't particularly worried about such practical challenges. If he decided to make the manor house his holiday residence in this place, he would naturally upgrade the facilities himself using knowledge from Earth. All he needed was to develop skills in plumbing, electrical work, and various other real-world engineering disciplines before implementing improvements or teaching local craftsmen how to install modern conveniences. Learning Earth skills to upgrade the magical world infrastructure. That's actually an interesting project, but I will have to delay it for now. I don't have the time or need for it currently. In fact, improving the estate had been part of his long-term vision for quite some time. He planned to acquire crucial technical skills from modern Earth and introduce them to this magical world, believing that the combination of magic and technology could create something truly extraordinary. Magical enhancement of modern engineering. The possibilities are endless. The gardens, productive farmlands, and various outbuildings spanned across 10 acres of well-maintained property, a significant estate by any reasonable standard. The agricultural land alone could generate substantial income. While the gardens provided both beauty and potential agricultural opportunities, perhaps Noah could plant his own fruits to harvest. After completing their tour of the extensive grounds, Alara presented him with the keys and all relevant documentation before offering to transport him back to his shop. Before she departed, Noah made an important announcement about his business plans. The pricing event that occurred today will continue for a few more days. You can bring whoever you think would truly benefit the kingdom's security and prosperity. He paused to emphasize the security considerations that came with such powerful items. Make sure that they are trustworthy and loyal. We don't want to accidentally strengthen potential enemies or people who might misuse permanent enhancement. Princess Alara's face brightened with obvious happiness at the news, understanding that continued access to legendary enhancement items could transform the kingdom's capabilities. I will discuss this with my father once I return immediately. Thank you once again for your contributions to our kingdom. Noah. Royal gratitude and continued partnership. Excellent foundation for future business relationships. Noah nodded with satisfaction at their collaboration before stepping out of the carriage and returning to his shop. Back inside his familiar business environment, he faced a pressing decision about how to invest his dramatically improved financial resources. Two attractive options demanded consideration, each offering different advantages. Chapter 184. Rice Cakes. Option 1 involved purchasing the fourth item from his shop upgrade slot, which would introduce intelligence-enhancing consumables that complemented his existing product line perfectly. If he bought this item immediately, it would initially remain on display until purchased. Lola could buy the first unit, triggering the automaker system that would produce 12 items by tomorrow. Each item would sell for 150 golden coins based on his new pricing strategy. 12 items at 150 coins each equals 800 golden coins gross revenue, after accounting for 1 unit for personal consumption and another for Lola's daily salary compensation. 10 units would generate 500 golden coins in sales revenue, recovering half the 3,000 golden coin investment cost in a single day. Return on investment within 48 hours, plus ongoing daily income of 150 golden coins. Option 2 involved purchasing the idle room upgrade for $1 million, which would provide automated optimization of his business operations, but wouldn't generate immediate revenue or expand his product offerings. Instead, it would allow him to speed his skill levels, albeit he didn't know by how much. Skill upgrade versus product diversification. Both have merit. After considering both options carefully, Noah decided that immediate product expansion offered better strategic value than operational automation. When tomorrow's sales began generating revenue from the new product line, he could then afford the idle room upgrade while also benefiting from expanded inventory options. Sequential investment. New product first, then operational upgrades. The decision also came down to the fact that he really had no need to increase his power rapidly at this time. He had a master-level succubus with him, and he was practically immortal inside the shop. As for Earth, unless he was shot by heavy machinery, or there were hidden practitioners like him, he doubted that there would be a need for such a thing. With his decision made, Noah accessed his shop upgrade interface and selected the fourth item for purchase. Item 4. Rice Cakes. Effects. Increases intelligence attribute by 50% for 20 minutes. Permanently increases intelligence attribute by 10 upon first consumption. Price. $300,000. After buying the rice cake, the item materialized on his shelf once again. Just like all his system-generated products, Noah grabbed the rice cake and made his way to the second floor, remembering that Lola had mentioned she would be upstairs once he returned from the estate tour. The second floor maintained the privacy arrangements the system had created for employee accommodation. Noah approached Lola's room with the new product sample in his storage ring, intending to offer her first purchase rights as usual. He knocked on her door softly with courtesy, just in case she was asleep. Lola, are you asleep? The door opened to reveal Lola wearing an expression that immediately made Noah's pulse quicken. Her ruby eyes carried a mischievous look, while a knowing smirk played across her lips, creating an atmosphere that made Noah's body tense. The tension radiating from her presence made him pause uncertainly at the doorstep. I'll come back another time, Noah said, already beginning to turn away from whatever game she was clearly planning. But before he could retreat to safer territory, Lola's hand shot out and grasped his wrist with gentle but firm pressure. She guided him inside her room. Clink! The door closed, and Noah was stuck with her inside the room. Where are you going? Don't you want to see the present I promised you? She asked, her voice dropping to the seductive whisper that always made his concentration waver. The way she emphasized present carried thoughts that sent Noah's heart rate climbing several beats per minute, despite his attempts to maintain composure. I'll look at it another time, he muttered, his calm voice not betraying the nervousness he was feeling. Seeing his reaction to her deliberate provocation, Lola couldn't contain herself any longer. She burst into genuine laughter that filled the room with musical sound. her carefully constructed seductive atmosphere dissolving into pure amusement at his expense. She's been playing with me this entire time. Again, the realization that he'd fallen for another of her teasing schemes triggered something in Noah that had been building through a week of similar incidents. Instead of retreating in embarrassment as usual, he felt a surge of determination to turn the tables for once. Without warning, Noah stepped forward and grasped both her shoulders, using his strength to gently but firmly push her backwards until she was pressed against the wall. The sudden role reversal caught Lola completely off guard. Her ruby eyes widened with shock as she processed this unprecedented show of boldness from someone who typically retreated from her advances. What are you?" she began, her usual confident persona cracking as the tables turned unexpectedly. Noah leaned in closer, bringing his face near hers intimately. His movements were slow and tense. Lola's breathing quickened as she interpreted his advance, her eyes fluttering closed as she leaned forward slightly, clearly expecting the kiss that seemed inevitable given their position. But the kiss never came. When she opened her eyes after several moments of anticipation, she found Noah wearing a triumphant smirk that mirrored her own typical expression after successful teasing. "That's what you get for constantly teasing me," he declared with satisfaction at finally managing to turn one of her games against her. "Hey, that's mean," Lola pouted with indignation, though the smile breaking through her outrage revealed genuine appreciation for his unexpected boldness. "This young boss is really getting bolder," she thought with pleased surprise. He is no longer the shy merchant who used to blush at every comment. The successful counter-tease had changed their growing relationship in subtle but meaningful ways, demonstrating that Noah was developing confidence that matched his growth. After enjoying his moment of triumph, Noah stepped back and retrieved the rice cake from his inventory, returning their interaction to business matters with a smooth transition, as if the earlier tension between them had never occurred. Chapter 185. "Grandmaster, I actually came here to show you this," he explained, presenting the new product. "It's called rice cake. Increases intelligence by 10 permanently. Same enhancement as the other items. Would you like to buy it? New product launch with my most reliable customer and employee." Lola examined the rice cake with obvious interest, her enhanced senses detecting the concentrated magical properties contained within what appeared to be simple food. "How much?" she asked, though her tone suggested she was already committed to making the purchase regardless of price. "However much you want to pay," Noah replied with the generosity he typically showed toward his most valued ally and employee. Lola considered the offer thoughtfully, her expression suggesting careful calculation of fair value rather than an attempt to exploit his generosity. "Well, I have a decent amount of golden coins saved up," she mused aloud. "I don't have much use for them in normal circumstances. So, 600 again." Noah smiled at the fact that she was still willing to pay a premium price despite the flexibility of his offer. It showed how genuine she was as a person. Her daily salary was astonishingly high, yet she never took it for granted. Noah had saved her from certain death, given her shelter, and offered her a job. Humble in title but priceless in value. Something even emperors envy. "Deal," he agreed. The transaction completed their interaction on a positive note, with both parties satisfied by the exchange. Noah, with his successful product launch and revenge for countless teasing incidents, and Lola, with her new item and appreciation for his developing confidence. Lola's expression suddenly turned serious as she held the rice cake, her ruby eyes glinting slightly. "I will be in seclusion for the next few hours. I want to break through to the Grandmaster rank. I believe I can achieve it after consuming this enhancement, along with the other items I've saved from my daily salary." Grandmaster rank. That's an enormous advancement. But it makes sense. She isn't a normal master-level mage. Noah raised an eyebrow with genuine surprise at the ambitious nature of her goal. Breakthrough attempts between major ranks carried substantial risks, especially when attempting to reach the legendary Grandmaster level that few practitioners ever achieved. Take your time with the process. Don't rush anything for the sake of work obligations. The shop can wait. Your well-being is more important, Noah said immediately, feeling concerned for her safety during such a dangerous endeavor. She's risking everything for advancement. I need to make sure she has every possible safety measure. His protective instincts kicked in as he considered the complications that could arise during forced breakthrough attempts. You can reopen for business once you're completely finished and feeling stable. If you feel fatigued afterwards, or if anything goes wrong during the process, use any items from the shop that might help, he continued, emphasizing that her personal condition had more priority over the shop's night shift. You can use the items in the shop as emergency healing, beefy jerky, anything that can help. Enhancement could be crucial if the breakthrough strains your constitution beyond normal limits. Better safe than sorry. The genuine worry in his voice and actions sent unexpected warmth flooding through Lola's chest. In her years of existence, few people had ever expressed such sincere concern for her personal safety. He's worried about me, not because I'm useful to his business, but because he actually cares about my well-being. Most relationships in her experience had been transactional allies who valued her power, enemies who feared her, or admirers who desired her supernatural beauty. But Noah's concern transcended such superficial considerations. He sees me as someone worth protecting rather than just a powerful tool to be utilized. The realization that someone cared about her survival for purely personal reasons rather than value created emotional responses she hadn't experienced in decades. The master-level succubus found herself momentarily speechless at the depth of consideration he was showing. When was the last time anyone worried about my safety? Has anyone ever cared this much? Thank you. Your concern means more than you might realize, she whispered softly, her voice carrying emotion that went far beyond gratitude. The moment stretched between them. Noah's protective instincts had revealed the depth of genuine care that was developing between them. I'll be extremely careful, she promised with sincerity that reflected her appreciation for his worry. Why does he treat me so kindly? He's making me fall for him more and more. Noah nodded with obvious relief at her commitment to safety before stepping toward the door to give her the privacy such intensive work required. Good luck with the advancement. I know you'll achieve Grandmaster rank. You have the skill and determination to succeed, he said with a captivating smile that stole her breath and a thumbs up. After leaving Lola to her breakthrough preparations, Noah found himself with several hours of unexpected free time while his employee focused on magical advancement. Looking at the time, he decided this represented an excellent opportunity to work on his own development. Time to focus on swordsmanship advancement while Lola handles her breakthrough. Noah made his way to his estate, which had a clear, open area where he could practice intensive sword work without disturbing others or damaging property. The manual Lola had given him days ago remained in his storage ring, containing techniques that would allow him to reach the pinnacle of adept rank swordsmanship more efficiently than standard training methods. Advanced techniques should accelerate my progression toward apprentice rank significantly. He wanted to reach level 10 swordsmanship if possible, officially advancing from novice to apprentice rank before the mysterious tournament that Master Yamamoto had invited him to join. The training session would serve multiple purposes: personal advancement, productive use of available time, and preparation for challenges that would test every aspect of his developing capabilities. Drawing his practice sword in the open field, Noah opened the advanced manual and began studying techniques that would push his swordsmanship beyond its current limitations. Chapter 186. Level 10. Swordsmanship Skill. Noah opened the advanced manual that Lola had provided, its pages filled with detailed illustrations and descriptions of sword stances. The manual was organized into 3 distinct sections corresponding to major skill ranks. Time to see what separates novices from apprentice swordsmen. He began by skimming through the novice section. His experience and knowledge allowed him to skim through the techniques and principles that had once seemed impossibly complex. To his surprise, most of the foundational material felt familiar rather than challenging. I've already mastered these basics through weeks of intensive training with Master Tanaka, coupled with the hunting sessions with Valeria and Lola. Footwork patterns, basic striking sequences, defensive positioning. All the fundamental elements that formed novice-rank swordsmanship had become second nature through dedicated practice and physical power. The realization that he had progressed beyond basic instruction filled Noah with confidence as he turned to the apprentice-level section, where real learning would begin. This is where the manual's true value reveals itself. The apprentice techniques immediately proved far more demanding than anything he had previously attempted. Complex combination attacks that required precise timing, advanced defensive maneuvers, integrated with footwork, blade positioning, and reflexes that demanded split-second decision-making. Whoosh! His first attempt at the threading needle technique, a precise thrust designed to exploit gaps in enemy defenses, resulted in completely missing his intended target. The coordination required between enhanced attributes and refined techniques proved more challenging than expected. This is going to take serious work. For the next hour, Noah struggled with movements that seemed simple in illustration, but demanded extraordinary accuracy in execution. The flowing river combination required seamless transitions between 7 different strikes, each building momentum for the next while maintaining perfect balance. Crash! His sword struck the ground as he overcompensated during a spinning transition. But gradually, through persistent repetition and careful attention to the manual's detailed instructions, Noah began finding the rhythm that allowed his body to work with, rather than against the sword technique. Swish! Crack! The mountain cleaver downward strike finally achieved the devastating force the manual promised. His strength was fully channeled through perfect form to create attacks that would shatter large boulders. The wind step evasion technique took even longer to master, requiring him to have more control over his footwork. Whoosh! When he finally executed the technique correctly, Noah found himself moving faster than he had imagined possible at his level. His agility was utilized properly through the footwork technique that strengthened him even more. Noah began to understand what being an apprentice meant. It didn't just mean having a more powerful body, whether it was faster, stronger, or healthier. It was also about learning how to effectively utilize your current power and bring out its utmost potential. The second hour of training brought breakthrough moments as his muscle memory began incorporating the advanced techniques into instinctive responses. The previously complex combinations now flowed more naturally, while defensive positioning became more instinctive rather than a conscious effort. Swish. Crack. Whoosh! All right, let's try this out, Noah muttered before closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. After exhaling, his eyes snapped open, and he began a complete apprentice-level sequence. Attack, counter, evasion, and follow-up strike was executed perfectly, marking his true advancement beyond novice limitations. Your swordsmanship skill has reached level 10. Then, the transformation his body had undergone became immediately visible to Noah. After all, the feeling was overwhelming and impossible to ignore. Power surged through Noah's body like lightning as his body adapted to handle capabilities that transcended normal humans. His muscles felt denser, more responsive, while his nervous system processed movement commands with supernatural speed that made the world seem to slow around him. Host, Noah Carter. Age, 28. Shop level, 2. Daily revenue, 355,000 or equivalent. Current assets, 860.018. 640. Shop points, 637. Attributes, strength, 60. Vitality, 30. Intelligence, 20. Agility, 60. Skills, swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 8. Wind manipulation level 8. Aura level 8. Body tempering level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Programming level 2. Gaming level 2. 60 points in both strength and agility. It feels amazing, Noah thought as he inspected his new body. Noah felt power rampaging through his body, every muscle fiber rebuilt to handle forces that would have destroyed his previous constitution. The sensation was intoxicating, like wearing a suit of power that responded to his slightest intention. Time to test my new power. He raised his practice sword and executed a simple horizontal swing, channeling his doubled strength through his now refined technique. Whoosh! The air parted with a sound far more audible than anything he had produced before. The displaced atmosphere created visible disturbance, while the sword's passage generated pressure waves. That's not just double strength. The enhancement multiplied my combat power aggressively. His speed proved even more remarkable than raw power. When Noah attempted basic footwork, his new agility carried him across distances that should have required multiple steps. His movement was no longer the same. I need to get used to this gradually. Despite the dramatic enhancement, Noah understood that reaching apprentice rank in swordsmanship alone didn't grant complete apprentice-level power. True rank advancement requires comprehensive development across all related skills. Although I could definitely kill that Crimson Horn Bear much more easily now, this still isn't my full potential at the apprentice rank. He needed to advance his aura skill to level 10 to achieve genuine apprentice rank capabilities that integrated all aspects of his combat development. Only then would he truly possess the power that the rank represented. Aura advancement next. Then I'll have the power of an apprentice-level swordsman. Still, the current enhancement was nothing to dismiss lightly. With the base power, speed, and skill set of an apprentice swordsman, Noah felt incredibly satisfied with his advancement toward tournament readiness. A few more days until the tournament. The training session had achieved everything he'd hoped for while revealing new goals that would push his development even further. Chapter 187. Ethan's team. After his remarkable advancement to apprentice rank, Noah decided it was time to return to the shop, check on Lola's breakthrough progress, and then head home for some well-deserved rest after such an intensive day. The walk back felt different with his new attributes. Each step carried him further than expected, while his heightened awareness made him notice details in the environment that had previously escaped his attention. Moving with 60 points in agility takes adjustment. Everything feels effortless but almost too responsive, Noah thought, a smile on his face. He wasn't complaining about the boost. Not at all. Arriving at his shop, Noah found the space empty and quiet. Lola wasn't behind the counter, and the closed sign remained in place, indicating that her advancement attempt was still ongoing. She's been at this for around 2 hours. Grandmaster Breakthrough must be incredibly demanding. He made his way upstairs slowly, taking care not to create any noise that might disturb her concentration during such a critical process. Rank advancement required complete focus, and interruptions could prove dangerous or even fatal. Outside her room, Noah found the door slightly ajar, allowing him to check on her condition without intrusion. Through the gap, he could see Lola maintaining perfect meditative posture, her body radiating so much energy that it made Noah's eyes widen. If he had to put it into words, she was like a small sun radiating energy all over the room. Still in deep meditation, the beef jerky remains untouched beside her, which suggests everything is proceeding normally. The beef jerky's presence by her side provided reassurance that she had emergency healing available if complications arose during the breakthrough attempt. Her steady breathing and stable posture indicated that the process was demanding, but proceeding safely. Noah smiled with relief at her apparent stability and decided not to worry about the extended duration. Grandmaster advancement naturally required substantial time investment, often lasting many hours for particularly challenging transitions. She's handling it well. Better to let her finish without interference. Returning downstairs to the main shop area, Noah found himself staring thoughtfully at his inventory displays. The day's events had reminded him of family members who could benefit from his products, particularly his cousin Ethan. Ethan's type 1 diabetes. I've been meaning to address that. His cousin had been managing the chronic autoimmune condition for some time now, requiring constant monitoring and insulin management that significantly impacted his quality of life. While modern medicine could control the symptoms, it couldn't cure the underlying immune system dysfunction. Type 1 diabetes is an autoimmune disease. Maybe the bread's healing could help restore proper immune function. Noah considered his options between beef jerky and healing bread. The bread's 30% healing acceleration might help his cousin's immune system recover proper function, while the beef jerky's permanent vitality enhancement could strengthen his overall constitution and cure him. Start with bread first. If it doesn't work, then I will use the beef jerky. There is no need to jump to the beef jerky just yet. He decided to begin with the healing bread, reasoning that the temporary enhancement would provide insight into whether magical healing could address autoimmune conditions without the permanent commitment that beef jerky represented. Having nothing to lose and a sick cousin to potentially heal, it's worth trying. Noah carefully selected one of his loaves and stored it in his dimensional ring, planning to visit Ethan tomorrow after school, or perhaps drop by their family home during his free time. Tomorrow I'll test whether magical healing can help with his conditions. With his family stuff planned, Noah secured the shop and made his way home to his comfortable house. The day had been extraordinarily productive. Whether it was the estate tour, the massive sales success, or the swordsmanship advancement, time to process everything that happened today. I've advanced far beyond what I thought possible. At home, Noah headed straight for the shower to wash away the dirt and sweat accumulated during his intensive sword training. The hot water felt amazing against his body. After cleaning up thoroughly, he changed into fresh, comfortable clothes. The evening routine felt luxurious compared to his previous struggles with poverty and uncertainty. Having a real home, financial security, and with his dad healthy by his side, everything felt complete in ways Noah had never imagined possible. Real stability. Not just surviving, but actually thriving. Noah settled at his desk, wanting to relax and decompress after such an intensive day. He powered up his gaming setup, looking forward to an hour of simple entertainment before heading to sleep. Just because he could practice magic and operate a shop in another world didn't mean he would discard the enjoyable aspects of his previous life. Gaming, family time, and normal Earth activities remained important for maintaining balance and connection to his roots. Logging into the game, Noah immediately noticed that Ethan was online and currently in a group with several other players. He's probably training with that esports team that offered him the contract. He mentioned they had practice sessions scheduled. During their family dinner, Ethan had enthusiastically explained how the professional team required extensive coordination practice to prepare for upcoming tournaments. The opportunity represented exactly the kind of career breakthrough his cousin had been working toward. Better not disturb his professional training. Solo queue for me tonight. Noah queued up for a solo match, settling back in his chair as the familiar interface searched for opponents of appropriate skill level. Meanwhile, across the city in his family's modest apartment, Ethan sat focused at his computer with intense concentration that had become his trademark during play. Whenever his viewers on the stream saw that look, they called him Locked-In Larry. All right, team, remember our strategy for this map? Called the team captain through voice chat. Ethan, you'll be handling the aggressive flanking routes we practiced yesterday. Got it, Captain, Ethan replied. His positioning and timing have been improving consistently under the training he had been undergoing. Chapter 188. Ethan vs. Noah. The other professional players chimed in with confirmations, their coordination showing the difference that separated amateur enthusiasts from tournament-level competitors. World Championship qualification is only 3 weeks away. Their captain reminded them, every practice session matters for fine-tuning our team synergy. World Championship. The biggest tournament in their game's competitive scene. Ethan felt his heartbeat quicken with anticipation at the stakes involved. Qualifying for World Championship would transform his gaming hobby into a legitimate career opportunity while providing financial security for himself. Naturally, Ethan, who was in his teenage years, wanted to have the freedom to buy the things he wanted without worrying about burdening his family. Whilst they were well off, they weren't in a position to get him what he wanted, like the new sneakers that dropped, or various other things that people at his age wanted. Furthermore, seeing his cousin's success drove Ethan to become a better version of himself, to reach the heights that his cousin did, to become rich and bless his family, and perhaps one day pay back Noah for what he had done for him. Let's show them what we can do, Ethan said with determination. Too engrossed in team preparation, the matchmaking algorithm worked its magic, balancing skill levels and connection quality to create fair, competitive matches for hundreds of thousands of simultaneous players. Match found. Entering in 3, 2, 1. Both Noah and Ethan's professional teams received the same notification simultaneously, neither realizing that family members were about to compete against each other in what would become an unexpectedly personal gaming session. The loading screen displayed team compositions while players prepared for battle. "Remember, stay grouped and communicate everything," the captain instructed as the match environment loaded around both teams. They were currently in a 5v5 tactical shooter mode, where coordination and precise aim determined victory. The high-stakes competitive format demanded both individual skill and team strategy to succeed against organized opponents. The round began with the familiar tension that characterized serious competitive play. Ethan's team had been assigned to the attacking side for the first half, requiring them to coordinate pushes against defensive positions while managing limited resources. Ethan, still completely engrossed with his team's tactical discussions, hadn't bothered checking the opposing roster. Even if he had examined individual player names, Noah's streamer mode would have hidden his actual username behind generic placeholder text. Basic weapons first round. Called their in-game leader as the team purchased standard weapons and utility items. Save economy for better equipment in round 2. Ethan's professional team moved together toward their designated attack routes, their training evident in smooth positioning and timing that amateur teams rarely achieved. Meanwhile, on the defending side, Noah coordinated with his randomly matched teammates about defensive positioning. "I'll handle the common choke point," Noah announced, selecting a defensive position that would utilize his agent's special abilities effectively. "My kit works well for slowing pushes through that corridor." His enhanced reflexes and agility translated remarkably well to competitive gaming, providing reaction times that were much higher compared to normal human capabilities. The attack began with Ethan's team executing a coordinated multi-site assault designed to overwhelm defensive positions through simultaneous pressure. But while they focused their main push on one side of the map, a flanking player attempted to breach Noah's defensive position. Pop! Noah's enhanced reaction time allowed him to eliminate the flanking attacker with precision that would have impressed professional players. His aim adjustment appeared at speeds that seemed almost fake in their perfection. "Nice pick," called one of his teammates. "That stops their split push completely." But the celebration proved premature as reports came in from across the map. "4 people," called another defender. They broke through the main site. Noah found himself alone against Ethan's remaining 4 teammates, who had successfully eliminated his allies and planted the explosive device that would secure round victory unless he could achieve an improbable comeback. Noah made his way towards the site where the plant was bombed. As he made his way, one of the team members encountered Noah, and they immediately started shooting. Pop! Headshot. The first elimination came as Noah's aim allowed him to get the pick quickly. Unfortunately, the kill didn't come for free. The other player had hit a body shot, which made his health lower. Pop! Pop! Another down. His supernatural aim. Consistency continued as hand-eye coordination made shots that should have been difficult feel like aimbot. "What the hell?" came a voice from the attacking team's voice chat. "This guy's aim is insane." But professional teams earned their reputation through tactical superiority rather than individual skill alone. As Noah moved for his 3rd elimination, the remaining attackers established a crossfire position that made an approach impossible without exposing himself to multiple angles simultaneously. Pop! Noah managed to eliminate the 3rd opponent, but found himself caught in the prepared crossfire setup, with his low health too. His reflexes were insufficient to overcome the positioning and tactical advantage. "Good round," Ethan called to his team as they secured the victory. "That defender had incredible aim, but our coordination pulled us through." The game continued through multiple rounds, with Noah's aim creating spectacular individual performances that kept his team competitive despite facing a professional team. His reflexes allowed him to win impossible clutch situations 5 rounds, where he eliminated entire enemy teams single-handedly when his teammates fell early. But while Noah's enhanced agility provided incredible aim and reaction time, his positioning, game sense, and tactical knowledge remained at amateur levels that professional teams could exploit through superior strategy. After 12 rounds, the scoreboard showed 7-5 in favor of Ethan's professional team. The agility stat had kept Noah competitive, but coordinated teamwork and professional-level game knowledge provided advantages that individual skill couldn't overcome with mere reflexes. "They're better as a team. My agility boost could only go so far against such high-level execution and knowledge of the map," Noah thought, sighing at the inevitable loss situation he was thrust into. The problem was that 2 members of his team were actually drunk. Chapter 189. Ethan vs. Noah 2. As teams swapped sides for the second half, Noah checked the scoreboard with mixed feelings about his performance. His individual statistics were impressive, but the team score reflected the reality of competing against organized professionals with 2 drunkards. Fortunately, something positive emerged from those challenging 12 rounds of competition. Your gaming skill has reached level 3. Then, throughout those same 12 rounds, Noah had gradually learnt some good positioning and tactical things from the other team. During those rounds, he had also checked the usernames of those against him. They weren't weak at all, and he was shocked. He was up against his own cousin's professional team. The discovery added personal stakes to what had been simple evening entertainment. though Noah's streamer mode continued hiding his identity from the opposing team. Meanwhile, in Ethan's team chat, animated discussion centered on their mysterious opponent's capabilities. That defender's aim is absolutely insane, the captain observed with professional appreciation, mixed with suspicion. I'm starting to wonder if he's using assistance software. His crosshair placement is perfect, added another teammate. Every shot lands exactly where he aimed, like he's got some kind of aimbot running. Ethan nodded in agreement, having witnessed several impossible shots that defied normal human reaction time. What's weird is that his game sense doesn't match his aim. His positioning and decision-making are maybe semi-professional level at best. That's what's throwing them off. Enhanced reflexes without corresponding game knowledge. Semi-pros don't have aim like that, the coach interjected from his observer position. Something doesn't add up about this player. Should we report for investigation? Asked their support player. Let's finish the match first, the captain decided. If he's cheating, the anti-cheat system will catch it. If he's legitimate, we're witnessing something incredible. The professional team had been forced to completely adjust their strategy, focusing multiple players on neutralizing Noah's position specifically, rather than executing the tactical setups they had practiced. The attacking portion began with a completely transformed dynamic, Noah's team. Having witnessed his incredible individual performances during 5 impossible clutch situations, now regarded him with the respect typically reserved for those at the top. All right, what's the plan? Asked his team's entry fragger, his tone carrying deference that hadn't existed at the match's beginning. Yeah, you've been carrying us hard, added another teammate. We'll follow your calls. He had complete trust from random teammates. That's what clutching 5 1v5 situations earned him. Before reaching level 3 gaming skill, Noah's knowledge had been insufficient to create comprehensive strategies against professional opposition. His reflexes could win him duels, but coordinated team play required understanding that went beyond raw mechanical skill. But now, with his upgraded gaming abilities, Noah found himself analyzing the professional team's previous tactics with understanding that hadn't existed during the defensive half. I can now understand their rotational timings, their utility usage patterns, and their preferred angles. Level 3 gaming skill has shown me the strategic layer behind their previous steps. Listen up, Noah announced, confident in his next play. I've been watching their defensive setups for 12 rounds. Here's what we're going to do. His plan emerged with strategic sophistication that surprised even himself. They're over-rotating to counter my individual plays, which creates predictable gaps in their defensive coverage. Use their adaptation against them. Professional teams are creatures of habit once they establish patterns. I need 2 of you to execute a loud, obvious push on the main site, Noah continued, his tactical thinking operating at levels his previous gaming skill couldn't have achieved. Draw their rotational response. Then immediately fall back. Although this is a very basic tactic that is known by everyone, they will not expect it. We have not used it once since the game began. His teammates listened with growing respect as Noah outlined a complex bait-and-switch strategy that would exploit the professional team's disciplined rotational habits. That's going to get us killed, observed their support player with understandable concern. That's the point. Your deaths create the opening that wins us the round. Are you willing to sacrifice for team victory? Sacrificial tactics. Using teammates as strategic resources rather than trying to keep everyone alive. The team exchanged a few words before accepting the plan. If you think it'll work, we're in. Good. I'll be flanking through their weak rotation while they're focused on your distraction. Trust the plan. The round began with Noah's teammates executing their sacrificial assault with convincing aggression. Their attack looked genuine enough that Ethan's professional team responded exactly as predicted. Rotate. Rotate, called Ethan's captain as defenders moved to reinforce against the apparent main push. Standard defensive adjustment. In more advanced games, they would have never done such a thing. It would definitely lead to a loss. But the people against them really didn't have such a skill level. They were just unlucky to face them in quick play. The reason they wanted to rotate immediately was because they didn't want Noah to pick them off one by one. It would be tragic. But as the professional team shifted their positioning, Noah moved through the gaps their rotation had created. Pop, pop, headshot. Noah's aim eliminated 2 defenders before they realized their rotational response had been manipulated into creating exactly the vulnerability he needed. What the hell? Came Ethan's voice through his team's chat. He was lurking. Pop, pop, pop. The remaining defenders fell to Noah's reaction time and insane aim as he cleared the site with speed that was simply outrageous. Round 1, Noah announced to his celebrating teammates, same strategy next round. Different site. They won't expect us to do it twice. Also, we have the advantage. Someone buy me. I need a powerful gun. Immediately. Someone used all his credits and bought Noah the most powerful rifle. He was left with no utility or guns for himself. But who cared? Noah himself was like a whole team, and arming him meant arming a whole team. No, in fact, it was better. Meanwhile, in Ethan's team chat, confused voices tried to process what had just occurred. Chapter 190. It was Noah. That wasn't the same player. the captain said with obvious bewilderment. His positioning was completely different. Professional level. The way he hid and waited for both of us to appear before killing us both. 2. His composure. Everything had changed. His game sense just jumped from amateur to expert mid-match. Ethan added with growing concern. That's not normal improvement. Maybe he just got lucky in this round. Let's wait and see in the next rounds. Their coach's voice carried skepticism. Players don't develop tactical understanding that quickly. Something changed. The next round proceeded with Noah's team executing another variation of the sacrificial strategy. This time, Noah directed a 3-person distraction while he and one teammate attacked from an unexpected angle. Pop, 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 pop. 4 quick eliminations followed as Noah's agility combined with level 3 tactical knowledge to dismantle the professional defense with relative ease. This guy is definitely a top player, Ethan declared with frustrated certainty. No amateur plays like this. I think he is part of the top-tier bracket. He is simply insane. Professional players weren't all at the same skill level. Not at all. They were split into brackets. The team that Ethan was currently debuting for was part of the lowest bracket. His mechanical skill was always insane, the captain agreed. But now his positioning and timing are perfect. I think he was just playing normally initially. And now he has decided to finally play seriously, round after round. Noah's tactical innovations, coupled with his aim, continued to overwhelm Ethan's team. Pop, pop, pop. Another flawless round execution as Noah eliminated 3 defenders while his teammates secured the objective. We're getting destroyed. I really can't wait for the match to end. Check his account after the match, the coach instructed. This might be a known professional player testing strategies on a secondary account. Pop, pop. Noah's supernatural aim continued producing highlight reel eliminations that would have impressed tournament audiences, each shot landing with consistency that seemed almost fake in its perfection. The score rapidly shifted from 7-5 to 7-11 as Noah's leadership transformed his random teammates into a coordinated unit capable of outplaying professional opposition. New strategy. Forget everything we practiced. This guy is reading our standard plays like a book. The captain announced during their brief period of defense preparation, another ace. 5 eliminations in a single round. As Noah's performance reached levels that were the pinnacle of competitive gaming. This is insane, Ethan said with admiration. The man in front of him was simply insane. As the final round approached, Ethan's professional team demonstrated exactly why they had earned contracts with a competitive organization. Despite facing overwhelming individual skill that had dismantled their strategies, they refused to surrender or lose focus. This is the best learning opportunity we could possibly ask for. Win or lose. We're absorbing everything this player is teaching us. Their captain declared, exactly. Ethan agreed, his frustration transforming into focus. Watch his positioning, his timing, his utility usage. This is top-level gameplay. Their coach's voice carried approval through the team chat. This mindset is why you're professionals. Turn every challenge into education. We can't win everything. We win some and we lose some. The team had approached this match expecting normal practice and warm-up exercises before their upcoming tournament preparations. Instead, they'd encountered gameplay that would become a highlight in their personal development, a match they would remember and reference for years. This single game probably advanced their tactical understanding more than weeks of standard practice against normal opponents. Throughout the final round, they continued experimenting with counter-strategies while carefully observing Noah's responses. Every adaptation he made, every tactical innovation he employed, every mechanical display of supernatural aim, all of it was being absorbed and analyzed for future application. We've already recorded everything. This footage will be studied extensively during tomorrow's review session, the coach confirmed. Professional players didn't just play and create tactics. They learned from their mistakes by reviewing the matches they won and lost. They are always trying to find something to improve on. The match concluded with Noah's team achieving a decisive 13-7 victory that showcased their complete domination during the second half. What had begun as a 7-5 deficit had transformed into an overwhelming win through Noah's leadership and skill. As the final elimination registered and victory screens appeared, both teams prepared for the traditional post-match analysis that competitive players use to evaluate performance. The moment the match officially ended, leaderboard information became available to all participants. Ethan's team immediately began checking detailed statistics and player identification, their curiosity eager to find who had just beaten them. Let's see who this mystery player actually is, the captain announced as he accessed the detailed match report. The familiar name that appeared on Ethan's screen made him do a double take before staring in complete disbelief. The name definitely looked familiar, but he couldn't believe it. He had to double-check the tag. 2. Immediately, Ethan opened his friends list, cross-referencing the revealed username and tag against his cousins. That username? It can't be. Noah, Ethan muttered, his voice barely audible as he finally realized who had just beaten them so effortlessly. He checked and rechecked the information, comparing the match participant data against his friends list to confirm what seemed impossible. The evidence was undeniable. His cousin had just destroyed a professional esports team with a gameplay that made them think he had been hacking. When did he get this good? How? He is incredible. What did you say? Asked the team captain, having caught Ethan's confused whisper. Noah, Ethan repeated, louder this time, but still carrying shocked disbelief. The player who just dominated us? His name is Noah. You know him. His teammate asked with obvious curiosity about their mysterious opponent's identity. Ethan's throat felt dry after what he had just discovered. He's my cousin. Silence filled the team chat as his professional teammates absorbed this unexpected connection. Their new teammate was related to someone at the level of the top professional players. Chapter 191. Daily Income. Your cousin is a professional player, the captain asked with obvious assumptions about Noah's background and training. What games does he compete in? Added another teammate. His mechanical skill shows he has years of high-level experience. Ethan shook his head slowly, still struggling to reconcile the Noah he knew with the gaming phenomenon they'd just encountered. No, he's not a professional player in any game, Ethan said with growing amazement. He just started playing this game a few days ago. Before that, he played other games casually. Nothing competitive. The team chat fell completely silent as Ethan's words sank into their brain. A casual player with minimal experience had just outplayed an entire professional team using knowledge and mechanical skill that should have required years to develop. A few days, the captain repeated with obvious disbelief. That's impossible. Nobody develops game sense like that in a few days. His aim was already inhuman, but his strategic understanding was tournament level. That doesn't happen overnight. Unless he has wall hacks on, and he isn't really using any strategy. Ethan found himself defending his cousin's legitimacy while simultaneously trying to understand how Noah had achieved such an impossible improvement in such a short time frame. I know how it sounds, Ethan replied with helpless honesty, but I'm telling you the truth. A few days ago, he was asking me basic questions about game mechanics. Tonight, he just gave us the most brutal defeat we've ever experienced. The professional team struggled to process information that challenged everything they understood about skill development and competitive gaming progression. We need to watch this recording frame by frame, the captain decided with obvious fascination. If your cousin really developed these capabilities in days, we need to understand how. Don't be offended, Ethan, but I really feel like your cousin is cheating. Nobody can have such aim and mechanical skill in a few days. As the team began planning their intensive review session, Ethan found himself typing a private message to his cousin through the game's chat system, his fingers hesitating over the keyboard as he struggled to process what had just occurred. How do I even start this conversation? Hey cousin, you just destroyed my professional team. Finally, he sent a simple message. Noah, was that really you? My team thinks you're hacking. They can't believe someone could play like that. Noah's response came immediately, a simple smiling emoji that somehow carried smugness despite being just a yellow face on screen. Ethan typed back almost immediately. Seriously, my team is convinced you're using aimbot and wall hacks. They're going to review every frame of that match looking for evidence. Noah's reply was confident. Let them review it. They'll see. He's not worried at all, Ethan thought. Before Ethan could send another message, Noah's status shifted to offline, leaving his cousin staring at an empty chat window with dozens of unanswered questions swirling through his mind. He just logged off like nothing happened. Absolute cinema. That one game had been extraordinary, the kind of match that would be discussed and analyzed for days within their professional circle if Noah turned out to be legit. The next morning, Noah woke up feeling refreshed after a night of excellent sleep, his constitution requiring less rest while providing more restorative benefits than his previous normal human physiology. My high vitality is something else. My recovery rates are through the roof. I haven't gotten such good sleep ever. He made his way downstairs, checking his daily system notification. You have received your daily income. Ma'am. 355,000 has been rewarded. Ma'am. Noah had already changed the wind orb into money. He had around 5 of those orbs, and there was no need for more. When he needed more, he could simply get them himself. For now, money was more important since he had an idle room to open. His daily income had also increased because of the rice cake that Lola had bought. $355,000. Just a few weeks ago, I was struggling to afford ramen and dodging debt collectors. Noah smiled at the astronomical figure that represented more money than most people earned in an entire year. The transformation from poverty to wealth had been so rapid that he sometimes needed reminders of how dramatically his circumstances had changed. From a daily income of $300 to $355,000. That's more than a 1,000-fold increase. Downstairs, Noah discovered his father had already awakened and prepared breakfast for both of them. The sight of Alan moving around the kitchen with energy and a smile on his face made Noah feel happy for his father. The beef jerky was really a life-changer. He looks 20 years younger. The permanent vitality enhancement transformed everything about his health and energy. After checking on his father the previous evening, Noah had found him sleeping peacefully, no longer the restless, pain-interrupted sleep that had become a part of his condition during the illness. Noah, You're awake." Alan called with obvious pleasure at seeing his son. "Come join me. I made breakfast for both of us." Alan sounded genuinely happy. Not just healthy, but enthusiastic about life again. "Dad, you didn't have to do this," Noah replied with a gentle smile on his face, feeling some concern over his father's effort. "You should be relaxing. I could have made breakfast or ordered delivery." Alan waved away his son's concerns with a confident expression. "Don't worry, son. These old bones are much healthier now," he said with obvious satisfaction at his new body. "Come on, let's eat." Alan's smile carried contentment of someone who had rediscovered simple pleasures in life that illness had made difficult, such as cooking for family, moving without pain, and planning activities rather than merely enduring them. Noah smiled wryly at his father's obvious pleasure in resuming normal parental activities and joined him at the table for their shared meal. The breakfast was excellent. His dad's cooking did not disappoint. Noah could tell that his father was enjoying it. He knew that his father had probably thought of himself as a burden to his only son. Chapter 192. Surpassing Master Tanaka. So, when cooking for his son and doing these small acts of kindness, his father felt rejuvenated, as if he was providing for his son. Not necessarily using money, but providing what he could. After they finished eating, Noah reached into his wallet and withdrew a substantial amount of cash, placing it on the table in front of his father. "Dad, here's $1,000, just in case you need anything during the day. I'll be heading to the dojo for training. Do you need anything from me on the way?" Alan looked at the cash with obvious surprise, his hand moving to push the money back toward his son. "I'm fine, and there's really no need for so much money," he protested. Noah gently stopped his father's hand before it could return the cash. He insisted patiently. "It's fine, Dad. Keep it," he said with warm firmness that gave no room for argument. Alan sighed with acceptance, recognizing the futility of arguing with his son's obvious determination. "All right," he conceded with a mixture of gratitude and concern. "Get there safely. And don't speed. Speeding kills." "Yes, boss." Noah laughed before heading toward the garage where his GTR waited for another trip to the dojo. Noah arrived at the dojo with anticipation building in his chest. His advancement to apprentice rank had transformed his capabilities beyond anything he'd previously experienced, and he was eager to test how his new skills would translate to real combat against his respected instructor. The familiar wooden building welcomed him. Inside, the other students were already engaged in their morning routines. They were all improving steadily from consistent practice under Master Tanaka's guidance. The dojo didn't earn its good reputation for no reason after all. Noah began his warm-up with the same exercises. Basic strikes glowed with more eloquence, more grace than before, and it shocked him. Swish. Whoosh! The students and Tanaka looked at Noah's strikes with growing apprehension. Despite his amazing technique before, their dojo's champions seemed to have made it even better. "I need to be careful. With my current strength, I could easily injure Master Tanaka." Several students paused their own training to observe Noah's warm-up routine. "He feels different today." One of the older students whispered to his training partner. "Yeah, I can feel it too. If aura existed, it's definitely radiating from him." The partner agreed. "Like he's operating on a completely different level. He's giving me a vibe that makes me feel like he's better than Master Tanaka himself." Master Tanaka approached Noah. His experienced eyes immediately noticed the transformation in Noah's bearing and movement quality. Something has changed with him. His posture, his balance, his energy flow, everything is... "Ready for today's session?" Tanaka asked, though his tone carried curiosity. "Ready, Master," Noah replied with confidence. They moved to the center sparring area, drawing the attention of every student in the dojo. Master Tanaka settled into his opening stance with decades of muscle memory guiding his stance. But as Noah mirrored the preparation, Tanaka's eyes detected a new stance from Noah. "This isn't the same student I trained yesterday. It's like he became a different person." The initial exchange began with Tanaka's customary testing strikes, attacks designed to evaluate Noah's current skills while providing instruction through demonstration. Clang. But instead of the expected defensive struggle, Noah's response came effortlessly. He no longer only intercepted Tanaka's attack, but transitioned immediately into a counter sequence that forced the master to step back. Tanaka's eyes widened with genuine surprise as he realized Noah was pushing him back already. The apprentice rank advancement had elevated capabilities to the point where their sparring represented genuine competition in skill rather than instruction. "This requires my full attention." For the first time in their training relationship, Master Tanaka stopped providing running commentary and focused entirely on the immediate combat situation. Noah's new skills demanded complete concentration to avoid being overwhelmed. Clang, swish, crack. Their wooden swords created rapid impacts as both fighters operated at levels that made other students step back to safer distances. But Noah was carefully moderating his strength and speed to avoid accidentally injuring his respected instructor. "I could move faster, strike harder, but that would be disrespectful and dangerous." The consideration that Noah showed wasn't lost on Tanaka, and it touched him deeply. Despite possessing skills and power that clearly exceeded his instructors, the young man maintained appropriate respect and control rather than allowing power to corrupt his character. He's holding back to protect me. Crack. Clang. Swish. The sparring continued with increasing intensity as both fighters pushed each other within safe limits. Whoosh! Clang. The session concluded when both fighters simultaneously achieved perfect striking positions, their wooden swords stopping mere inches from vital targets in mutual recognition of the other's skill. A draw. But not really. Tanaka lowered his weapon with an expression that mixed pride, amazement, and contentment. He understood perfectly that Noah had been respectful rather than competitive, choosing to demonstrate capability while ensuring his instructor's safety. Power didn't corrupt him. That's the mark of true character. You are a monster in the way of the sword. You were born for this, Tanaka said with obvious admiration for what Noah had accomplished. The word monster carried no negative connotation in martial arts circles. It represented the highest praise for someone whose talent and skill were far above normal humans. Thank you, Master. Noah replied with genuine gratitude for the recognition and continued guidance that had brought him to this point. Despite his system's help, Lola's, and Valeria's help, Noah did not forget the help that Master Tanaka had bestowed upon him. No matter how small or big, help was help. The man had offered to train him completely free of charge. Naturally, Noah wasn't going to let that happen. He had decided that before he left for the tournament, he would pay the master $1,000. It wasn't a lot, but it was around 10 times the monthly subscription. He knew that if he gave more, the master would not accept it. This young man might actually win that tournament, but I won't spoil the surprise for either him or Yamamoto, Tanaka thought, with a growing smile. Chapter 193, Lola's Breakthrough. By the way, the tournament is happening in 2 days. Yamamoto told me he'll come here in 2 days to pick you up. Just giving you advance notice, Tanaka said, relaying Yamamoto's words. 2 days. Not too bad. Noah nodded with appreciation for the information. Thank you for letting me know. I'll be ready. Around the dojo, the quiet sound of conversations had started. Students stood clustered in pairs or small groups, whispering to one another as they stole glances at Noah. His performance during this last sparring session had left an impression, one they were still processing. His speed, control, composure, and finally skill were far beyond what they had seen from him just a day before. It was clear to everyone that something extraordinary had taken place during this day of training. They didn't attribute it to a system or anything supernatural. Instead, they attributed it to a potential enlightenment and his monstrous talent. This time, Noah didn't need to take a shower. His body was so fit that he didn't even sweat despite the practice he had done with Tanaka. After today's sparring, he realized that the old master could no longer teach him, which was fine. Tanaka had also told him that there was no need for him to come for training anymore. He could simply wait until the tournament and prepare. Noah didn't act polite either, accepting the idea. Respectful honesty rather than false modesty. Tanaka appreciated directness. He would simply have to practice more in the other world under the guidance of Valeria. Lola and the swordsmanship manual. Tanaka had already expressed his appreciation for Noah's remarkable skill advancement and wished him luck in the upcoming tournament. Noah accepted graciously, thanking the experienced master for his weeks of invaluable guidance. This time, Noah didn't need to take a shower after their intensive sparring session. His constitution was so efficient that he hadn't even sweated despite the training that would have exhausted his previous self. Thank you for everything, Master Tanaka, Noah said as they walked toward the dojo entrance. It's been a pleasure to train here. I'll come by again in 2 days when Master Yamamoto is here. And to everyone here, he said, raising his voice slightly so the surrounding students could hear. Keep training hard. This place made me better. Let it do the same for you. Master Tanaka smiled at the obvious marketing that Noah was giving him. To the students inside the dojo, Noah had become an idol. So, hearing him praise dojo would make them more loyal to the dojo and towards their training, hoping they could reach Noah's heights someday in their life. Future sword training would fall under practicing in the magical world under Valeria's guidance, Lola's insights, and continued study of the Tier 4 swordsmanship manual that contained techniques beyond earthly martial arts. On his way back home, Noah decided to adjust his schedule to include a visit to Ethan's school. The location wasn't far from his new house. His car provided convenient transportation, and he didn't want to delay testing whether magical healing could address his cousin's chronic condition. Time to see if magical healing can help with type 1 diabetes. While the entire family had shared healing bread during their recent dinner, the single loaf had been distributed among multiple people, diluting the magical effects considerably. Ethan needed concentrated healing focused specifically on his autoimmune condition for the full duration of the bread. If one dedicated loaf works but shows a slow effect, I'll increase the dose. Otherwise, I'll escalate to beef jerky for permanent vitality enhancement. At home, Noah discovered his father had departed for some unknown activity. The house stood empty, but Noah felt no concern about Alan's absence. His health and strength are excellent now. He can handle whatever he's doing. The permanent vitality enhancement had restored capabilities that made independence natural rather than worrisome. Alan could finally live normally, rather than requiring constant monitoring. He can be active, and I don't need to worry constantly. Heading to his room, Noah decided to check on Lola's breakthrough attempt in current shop operations. He hadn't been worried about her safety. His shop points had increased substantially, indicating that she was working and making successful sales during his absence. She's clearly succeeded and returned to work. Time to offer congratulations. Appearing in the shop through his portal, Noah found Lola behind the counter professionally serving a customer with a smile on her face. "Thank you for your patronage," she said with genuine courtesy as the transaction concluded. The customer nodded appreciatively before turning to leave, only to find Noah standing behind him where empty space had existed moments before. The man was startled by Noah's sudden appearance and almost fell. "Viscount Noah," the man exclaimed with obvious surprise, recovering quickly to offer appropriate noble greetings. "Good morning, my lord." Noah smiled warmly and returned the greeting with appropriate courtesy before the customer departed with obvious satisfaction about his purchases. Noble recognition is still surreal, but useful for business credibility. After the customer left, Noah turned toward Lola with pleasure at seeing her successful and obviously enhanced by the rank advancement she had achieved. "Congratulations on your breakthrough to Grandmaster rank," he said with a warm smile of appreciation for her accomplishment. Lola's ruby eyes sparkled with amusement. "How do you know I succeeded? I might have failed entirely." "No, I knew you had it in you," Noah replied with confidence. "Good job. You are now more powerful than before. Grandmaster-level succubus working as my sales assistant." She chuckled lightly, her expression carrying warmth. "Well, thank you for believing in me. Your support earlier meant more than you might realize." Noah stood there for a second, not responding as he could feel the emotions behind her gratitude. After a moment, he responded with a small smile. "You are welcome. I will be here whenever you need me." Lola blushed slightly before immediately changing the topic. "Now for the practical matters. Sales went exactly as you instructed. 48 iced teas were sold to general customers, with the remainder reserved for Royal Guards and Valeria's Guild. As for bread, all 96 units were sold throughout the shift." She continued with obvious satisfaction at the robust demand. "The premium items remained untouched as you requested. Waiting for your authorization to resume special pricing." Noah nodded with appreciation. "Thank you for the excellent work. Having someone I can trust completely makes everything so much easier." Staring at his updated status that reflected the night's operations, Noah felt good. Chapter 194. Idle Room. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 355,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 1. 287. 64. Shop points: 7810. Attributes: Strength: 60. Vitality: 30. Intelligence: 20. Agility: 60. Skills: Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 8. Wind manipulation level 8. Aura level 8. Body tempering level 5. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. Nearly 8,000 shop points, closing in on the 10,000 needed for shop level 3. The steady progression towards the next shop level filled Noah with anticipation for expanded shop and power opportunities. Checking the time, he noticed there were about 10 minutes remaining before Lola's shift officially ended. Her dedication to maintaining the schedule despite achieving such a monumental advancement demonstrated the professionalism he valued. Noah turned toward Lola with consideration for her need to adapt to her new power. "By the way, you can familiarize yourself with your new power," he said with an understanding tone. "You've just advanced to Grandmaster rank. I'm sure you still need time to stabilize at that level. I'll take things from here." As someone who advanced often, he understood that the bigger the jump, the more time and effort you needed to put in to get used to the change. Lola looked at him with genuine gratitude for his thoughtful recognition of her needs. "Thank you. I will work extra hard when I come back," she said with a wink. Despite her teasing, her expression showed appreciation that went beyond words. After expressing her thanks, Lola didn't head upstairs to her room as usual. Instead, she departed the shop entirely, clearly intending to test her Grandmaster capabilities somewhere with adequate space and privacy. Alone in the store, Noah's eyes landed on Leo, who remained in deep sleep beside the counter. The young golden mane lion had undergone remarkable physical development during his magical enhancement recovery. His body has tripled in size. Those premium enhancement items really accelerated his growth. The juvenile lion now displayed the proportions of an adolescent predator rather than a small cub, his frame containing strength and agility that would soon match his adept potential. He's going to be formidable when he reaches full development. Noah settled beside his sleeping companion and focused on his personal advancement. His swordsmanship had reached apprentice rank, but his other skills needed similar development to achieve balance. He wanted to level up his mana control skill to level 10, then the aura skill. After doing that, he would be a near-complete apprentice rank warrior. Drawing upon his enhanced concentration, Noah began the systematic exercises that would push his mana manipulation toward mastery. The familiar sensation of magical energy responding to his will felt more refined with each practice session. 20 minutes of focused training should yield some progress. The meditation proceeded smoothly. After about 20 minutes of productive training, familiar voices outside the shop announced the arrival of his regular institutional customers. Representatives from both Valeria's guild and the royal family entered with courtesy, their greetings carrying appropriate respect for his noble status, combined with genuine appreciation for his products. "Good afternoon, Viscount Carter," called the royal representative. "Here for our regular order." "Same for the Silver Wolf Guild," added Valeria's messenger with obvious satisfaction at the established routine. The transaction proceeded efficiently. 48 iced teas and 96 bread loaves were distributed between the two organizations according to their established agreements. Daily institutional sales are complete. Now the automakers can reset for a new production cycle. The sale generated 440 shop points and $72,000 in revenue, adding meaningful progress toward his various advancement goals while providing steady income that supported his overall business operations. Nearly 9,000 shop points total. Shop level 3 upgrade approaching rapidly. Noah didn't worry about the relatively modest income compared to his premium sales events. His departure from the human kingdom was approaching in a few days, and he found himself curious about what destination the system would select next. Where will the shop relocate? The uncertainty created anticipation rather than anxiety. Each new location brought fresh opportunities for business expansion, cultural exchange, and personal development that had transformed his life from where it was. Noah glanced at the stock. Then at the time, the powerful practitioners of the kingdom would arrive in about 4 hours to buy his premium items. With abundant free time and his financial assets crossing the $1 million threshold, Noah decided to finally investigate the idle room that had been tempting him for weeks. He walked to the mysterious door on the second floor, its plain appearance belying the advanced magical technology contained within. The system prompt for purchase appeared as he approached. Taking a deep breath, he activated the purchase. Idle room purchased for $1,000. The substantial cost barely registered given his current wealth and the effect of the room. And immediately, the room's door opened. The interior was empty, except for one thing that stood out. It immediately caught Noah's attention. It was a large screen mounted on the wall, its surface displaying information that made him step closer with growing excitement. All of my skills are listed there. Every single one. The screen showed a comprehensive interface displaying his complete skill set. Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 8. After examining the room and experimenting with the screen interface, Noah gradually understood the idle room's function and limits. It had a daily time restriction of 4 hours. He could only train a skill for 4 hours inside the room. He could split the 4 hours into 4 different skills with an hour each. 2. The second limitation was one that was related to the level of skills. The idle room only works on skills below level 20, but the limit would rise alongside his shop level. When his shop reaches level 3, the limit will increase too. The third limit, which was the one that hurt Noah the most, was money. Chapter 195, Leo's Evolution. He had to pay money in order to train his skills, and the price of the training differed based on the skill level. The effectiveness also dropped as the level increased. Levels 1,000 per hour, 3x speed multiplier compared to personal training. Levels 610, $50,000 per hour, 2x multiplier compared to personal training. Levels 1120, $100,000 per hour, 5x multiplier compared to personal training. It was expensive, but most definitely efficient. The cost scales with the value of advancement. While Noah felt satisfaction at finally accessing this advanced training system, the pricing structure meant each session would consume his money. The higher-level training costs were particularly steep. System. Can others use the idle room? Or is it just me? Noah asked, feeling his heart beating faster at the thought. No, host. At the current level, this is not a viable function. However, it will be later on. Ma'am. Noah nodded. I see. Noah's attention went back to the current features. Based on his estimation, for around $2,000 to $3,000, he could evolve a single skill to level 5. As for the skills above level 5, he wasn't sure, but he would find out by using it. Using this will definitely impact my finances, but the time savings could be worth it. He checked his remaining liquid assets after the room purchase, and approximately $359,000 remained available for immediate use, enough for several high-level training sessions. Let's start with something important. After consideration, Noah decided to advance his mana control skill to level 10, bringing it in line with his swordsmanship and creating a foundation for the apprentice rank. Mana control from level 8 to level 10, 2 levels at the 610 tier pricing. He pressed the mana control skill on the interface, accessing detailed training options and duration settings. 2 hours should be sufficient for testing the system while achieving meaningful advancement. Since the effectiveness of the idle training is comparable to 4 hours of my normal training, setting the training duration to 2 hours. Noah confirmed the session parameters. $100,000 immediately deducted from account. The screen immediately displayed a small avatar representing Noah engaged in intensive mana control exercises. That's actually pretty cool. Watching my advancement in real time. The visualization showed his training avatar cycling through mana manipulation exercises, each repetition building upon previous improvements with efficiency that surpassed normal learning curves. This is what $100,000 of training looks like. Let's see if the results justify the cost. 2 hours passed and Noah had to say he was impressed. His skill had leveled up to level 9. Excited at the gain, he decided to add it once more. Another 2 hours passed by, and level 10 had arrived before him. He had reached level 10 mana control by spending $200,000 in 4 hours. During that time, Noah wasn't idle. He had been training simultaneously outside the idle room. He had leveled up his body tempering to level 6 through physical exercises while waiting. Before reaching level 10, he had also eaten his rice cake to increase his intelligence to 30, so that when his mana control reached level 10, it would double to 60, and it did. Noah pulled up his updated status with satisfaction. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: $355,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 159. 640. Shop points: 925. Attributes: Strength: 60. Vitality: 30. Intelligence: 60. Agility: 60. Skills: Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 10. Wind manipulation level 8. Aura level 8. Body tempering level 6. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. There is some balance across my primary attributes: 60 points in strength, intelligence, and agility, with 30 in vitality. The next skill I will focus on will be body tempering to level 10. Then I will decide whether to improve my important skills or level up my lower skills to level 5. With his idle room daily limit exhausted, Noah headed downstairs. It was almost time for his premium customers to arrive, the powerful practitioners who could afford his higher-tier products. As he descended the stair, Leo stirred from his extended nap. The young lion's enhanced senses detecting Noah's approach. Noah raised an eyebrow. The young cub had finally woken up from his extended sleep. "Hey there, buddy," Noah said, scratching behind Leo's ears. "How are you feeling?" "You've slept for 2 days now." Leo purred contentedly at the petting before shocking Noah. "I'm feeling good." "Father, the food you gave me last time was really good and filled with benefits. My body couldn't help but take a break to absorb everything. I feel much stronger and more powerful," Leo spoke, making Noah's eyes widen in shock. Noah immediately assessed his status, and that shocked him. The young lion was no longer a juvenile, but in his adolescent stage. As for his skills, they've evolved. Even Leo's potential grew from adept to master. His size manipulation was also available for use now. Pet No. 1 Leo. Growth adolescent. Rank adept. Potential master. Skills: Size manipulation. Leo has the latent ability to shift his physical size, ranging from a small kitten to a full-grown lion with a majestic mane. Savage Rift Claw. An evolved form of claw sweep. Leo channels raw energy into his claws, unleashing a rending strike that tears through multiple enemies and leaves a lingering energy scar that deals damage over time. King's Dominion. The evolved roar. Leo releases a thunderous, kingdom-shaking roar that asserts his dominance across the battlefield. Enemies suffer debuffs such as fear, stun, or weaken, while allies within range gain morale, minor healing, and temporary attack buffs. Noah stared at Leo's status screen, his mind still processing the dramatic transformation his companion had undergone. "Leo, can you show me your size manipulation?" Noah asked curiously. Leo's golden eyes sparkled with obvious pride. "Of course. Father, watch this." Noah felt somewhat weird hearing that coming from his companion's voice directly. When he told the young lion to call him Papa, Leo was young, but now that he is somewhat older, it feels... The adolescent lion began to shrink before Noah's eyes, his form compacting until he resembled the small kitten Noah had first encountered. Then, just as smoothly, Leo expanded back to his current size, roughly that of a large dog, before continuing to grow until he matched a full-grown lion complete with a developing mane. Chapter 196. Biggest sale. $500,000 in sales. That's actually terrifying. He could go from house pet to a lion's size in seconds. Incredible. Noah breathed, watching Leo return to his preferred adolescent size. "Your growth has been remarkable. The food you provided contained power beyond anything I've experienced," Leo explained, his mental voice carrying gratitude and appreciation. "My body needed time to fully absorb and integrate such concentrated energy." The conversation was interrupted by familiar voices outside the shop. Noah's enhanced hearing detected Princess Ilara's distinctive laughter mixed with Valeria's voice, accompanied by several other voices he didn't immediately recognize. Right on schedule. Noah moved toward the door, peering outside to see an impressive assembly gathering near his shop entrance. Princess Alara and Valeria led the group, but behind them stood figures whose very presence radiated an aura of power. They were the kingdom's strongest warriors. This is going to be my biggest sale yet. The shop door opened with the familiar chime, and Princess Alara entered first. She was startled by Noah's appearance at the door, but then relaxed and greeted him. Noah returned the greeting to everyone before moving inside and letting them in. The shop was large enough to accommodate them all. Entering inside, Alara's amber eyes landed on Leo, who was too big not to notice. "Oh my," she exclaimed with genuine delight, her royal bearing momentarily forgotten as she spotted Noah's companion. Leo woke up, and look how much he's grown. Valeria followed close behind. He's already reached adept rank. She observed with obvious amazement. That level of advancement in just 2 days? It's incredible. Noah nodded with pride in his companion's achievement. His potential has also increased. His potential is master level now. Wow, Alara breathed in a cold breath. Master level pets were by no means easy to find. The strongest pet the royal family had was an adept rank wolf at the end of his potential. That's incredibly rare. Master potential magical beasts are considered national treasures in most kingdoms. "Hello, Princess," Leo greeted. He saw her as his father's friend, and greeting was an obligation. "He's so cute." "Hi, Leo." The other members of their group began filing into the shop, their expressions equally impressed as they sensed Leo's aura and noticed the abundant premium products displayed throughout the space. Noah recognized several faces from the day before, but others were completely new, figures whose reputations preceded them into any room they entered. "Welcome to the idol store," Noah announced with courtesy, gesturing toward his premium product displays. "I have fresh stock of all enhancement items available. A new item has also been added." The assembled warriors moved through the shop with obvious appreciation for the quality and variety of options available. "Those are the rare treasures. Protein bars, beef jerky, energy drinks," one of the newer customers muttered aloud. "All permanent enhancement items of the highest quality." But Princess Alara's attention had focused on the new item that Noah had just spoken about, the one that hadn't been present during her previous visits. "Rice cakes?" she asked with obvious curiosity, approaching the display with growing interest. "This is the new product." Noah nodded. "Just introduced today. They provide permanent intelligence enhancement along with the standard temporary boost." The reaction from the assembled group was quite dramatic, to say the least. Intelligence enhancement items were rare even among permanent attribute boosters, their rarity making them more valuable than the other items. Permanent intelligence enhancement. Incredible, breathed a court mage whose robes marked him as one of the Academy's senior instructors. "How much?" Alara asked immediately, mirroring everyone's internal question. "Same price as the other premium items," Noah replied smoothly. 150 golden coins. Without hesitation, Alara produced her coin pouch and counted out the payment with obvious eagerness to test the new product. "I'll take one immediately," she declared, accepting the rice cake with careful hands. The assembled warriors watched with fascination as Princess Alara unwrapped the enhancement item and took her first bite. As the princess, she had privileges that others didn't, so none of them complained about her buying the first product. They also knew her relationship with the Viscount wasn't simple. Alara's expression immediately transformed, eyes widening with surprise at both the flavor and the effect. "It's incredible," she murmured, her senses allowing her to feel the intelligence boost taking effect in real time. "The taste is unlike anything I've experienced. I'll take a protein bar, please," announced a master-level berserker whose reputation for strength was known throughout the kingdom. "An energy drink, please," added a guild captain whose agility-based combat style would benefit enormously from the enhancement. "One of the rice cakes and one beef jerky, please," declared a court mage who wanted to not only improve his power as a mage, but also his weakness, his vitality. The transactions proceeded with enthusiasm as Noah distributed his premium stock among customers who understood exactly what they were purchasing. Each warrior approached their selections with careful consideration. They were investing in their future power after all. Within 10 minutes, Noah's entire premium inventory had been completely depleted. 11 protein bars, 11 packages of beef jerky, 11 energy drinks, and 10 rice cakes all sold to the kingdom's most elite practitioners. Each item commanded its standard price of 150 golden coins, generating a total revenue that made Noah's head spin with satisfaction. 43 items multiplied by 150 coins equals 6,450 golden coins. The calculation translated to 645,000 in his currency conversion system, immediately restoring more than half of what he'd invested in idle room training just hours earlier. But beyond the monetary value, each sale had generated 10 shop points, bringing his total to nearly 10,000, tantalizingly close to finishing one of the requirements for the shop level 3 upgrade that would allow him to gain new products and new features like the idle room. As the last customer completed their purchase and departed with obvious satisfaction, Noah found himself alone with Princess Alara, Valeria, and Leo. Chapter 197. Growth and Departing. "Your products continue to amaze," Elara said with genuine appreciation for what she'd witnessed. The kingdom's strongest warriors have all been strengthened thanks to your items and generosity. To lower the price of such valuable treasures, no matter how many times we thank you, it won't be enough to repay you. Thank you, Noah. You are one of the best people to ever step foot into this kingdom. Valeria nodded in agreement. More than half of the kingdom's adept and master-level practitioners just became significantly more powerful thanks to your inventory. That's going to shift the balance of our war with the extremists. Before Valeria and Elara left, Noah informed them that he would be moving once again in 2 days. When he would return was unknown, but he hoped that everything would go well for them during his absence. The duo tried to persuade him to stay, their expressions carrying genuine disappointment at losing their reliable friend before being their supplier. You've become integral to our kingdom's defense. Elara argued with concern for the safety of the people and her own personal reasoning. Your products have strengthened our forces beyond what we thought possible. Valeria nodded in agreement. Despite their persuasion, Noah still shook his head with gentle firmness, his decision already made despite their arguments. I really can't, Noah said with an apologetic smile on his face. Staying in the human kingdom, while it would be nice to be next to friends, it would limit my progress significantly. I need to explore the world, discover new opportunities, and continue growing. The realization had crystallized during his time in the demon kingdom. Each new location brought unique challenges, customers, and experiences that expanded his capabilities in ways that remaining stationary never could. Comfort is the enemy of growth. Back when he first became the shopkeeper of the idol store, he was nothing but a scared man, afraid of even stepping outside for fear of experiencing the pain of death 3 times over. But now, he had grown, not only in strength, but in confidence. He no longer feared every shadow, afraid that his death was drawing near. Both women sighed with resignation, recognizing the determination in his voice that indicated no amount of persuasion would change his mind. At least you're giving us proper notice this time, Valeria said with wry humor, remembering his sudden disappearance during the last time he had left. We'll be here before you leave, Elara promised, her composure cracking as she tried to mask the personal sadness at another farewell. Thank you for not giving us short notice like last time. He had given them 2 days to prepare mentally and practically for his departure. They departed reluctantly, leaving Noah alone with Leo in the shop that had become their temporary sanctuary. Leo nestled next to his father, the young lion's high intelligence allowing him to sense the mixed emotions surrounding their impending relocation. Father, are you sad about leaving them? Leo asked with curiosity about human emotional complexity. Leo no longer called Noah Papa. His growth had also started affecting his personality and the way he spoke. Not just his strength and potential. A little, Noah admitted, stroking Leo's mane gently with affection. But growth requires change. Staying comfortable would mean staying weak. I understand. New places mean new adventures and new food. His perspective is refreshingly simple. Adventure for more food. Noah smiled at his companion's optimistic outlook before checking his updated status to assess their current position. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 355,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 828. 64. Shop points: 10. 160. Attributes: Strength: 60. Vitality: 30. Intelligence: 60. Agility: 60. Skills: Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 10. Wind manipulation level 8. Aura level 8. Body tempering level 6. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. The numbers reflected more than just the premium sales. During his 4 hours of idle room training, the automakers had continued their steady production, generating 32 loaves of bread and 16 iced teas that had sold to the same customers who had bought the premium items. His assets had nearly reached the $1 million threshold once again, providing financial freedom. Most importantly, his shop points had crossed the crucial 10,000 mark, fulfilling one of the 2 conditions required for the shop level 3 upgrade that would unlock new features and opportunities. Half the requirements complete. Progress toward the next tier. The second condition, however, presented a significantly greater challenge that would require sustained effort and patience. Auto iced tea maker. Level 4. Production rate: 4 iced teas every hour. Max stock: 96 progress. 180400. Auto baker level 4. Production rate: 8 loaves every hour. Max stock: 96 progress. 288400. Auto protein bar level 1. Production rate: 1 bar every 2 hours. Max stock: 12 progress. 2700. Auto energy drink level 1. Production rate: 1 energy drink every 2 hours. Max stock: 12 progress. 2400. Auto beef jerky level 1. Production rate: 1 beef jerky every 2 hours. Max stock: 12 progress. 2400. Auto rice cake level 1. Production rate: 1 rice cake every 2 hours. Max stock. 12. Progress. 10-100. The premium automakers are making the same normal progress. It will take me about 9 days to level all of them up to level 2. From there, it should pick up speed. Hopefully. My next destination is well off. The bread and iced tea makers were approaching level 5 with steady advancement, their progress reflecting consistent sales to customers who could afford their reasonable pricing. But the premium enhancement items remained stuck at level 1, their astronomical costs having previously limited the customer base to royalty and master-level practitioners. He had solved the issue 2 days ago, which started helping. At this rate, it would take a few weeks or perhaps a month to achieve level 4 across all categories. The reality was sobering. Each premium automaker needed to complete 4 level upgrades, requiring hundreds of total sales per category. If he stayed in the human kingdom, reaching shop level 3 through automaker advancement alone would take at least half a year's worth of operation. Check author's notes. Important. Chapter 198. 6th item. Powerful. So, moving away is a must. Hopefully, I can be relocated to an area with wealthier customer bases or significantly increased demand somehow. Despite the extended timeline, Noah found himself surprisingly unbothered. His shop was already exceeding his wildest expectations, providing daily income that supported a comfortable living while funding personal development through systems like the Idle Room. Noah was patient. He was in no rush to level up his shop. Sustainability mattered more than speed. Better to finish the race strong than to sprint at the start and burn out halfway. Besides, he knew that numerous shop items remained locked behind purchase requirements, suggesting that unlocking the complete product would take time, and each item would add more to his daily revenue, making him even richer. Each new product type could accelerate my revenue through multiple income streams. Most importantly, his upcoming relocation might solve the premium customer shortage by transporting his shop to locations with different economic structures, new worlds, new economies, new opportunities. Noah leaned back against Leo's warm fur, his companion's steady breathing providing comfort as he contemplated their uncertain but exciting future. "Father, where do you think we'll go next?" Leo asked with curious anticipation rather than anxiety about the unknown. "I have no idea," Noah replied honestly. "But that's what makes it interesting." The system had consistently chosen locations that challenged him in different ways. The medieval human kingdom with its political complexities, the demon realm with its cultural misunderstandings and extremist threats. Each destination had forced him to adapt while providing unique opportunities to grow. 2 days remained to prepare for departure, finalize any remaining business in the human kingdom, and ensure his friends understood that his absence didn't represent abandonment, but rather necessary evolution. Change was never easy, even when it led toward better outcomes. But growth required leaving comfort zones behind. Noah decided to check up on his next item to purchase before going out on a hunt with Leo. Lola had been clear. Leo was never meant to be a pet kept in a small room. For him to grow properly, Noah had to take him out on hunts where the young lion could develop his combat instincts and natural abilities. Opening the shop slot interface, Noah's eyes moved toward the next available purchase. The 5th item in the progression sequence, positioned after the rice cakes he'd just introduced to his inventory. What appeared on the screen made Noah's breath catch in his throat. Item 5. Instant coffee. Effects. Dramatically accelerates all recovery rates by 100% for 30 minutes. Grants enhanced focus, stronger immunity to mental attacks, and doubled comprehension speed for the 30-minute duration. Permanently increases intelligence by 30 upon first consumption. Done. Price. 1,000. Noah stared at the display for several long seconds, his mind struggling to process the sheer magnitude of what he was reading. The effects listed weren't just improvements. They represented a complete transformation. This was exactly what he had been looking for since he saw Alyssa's talent. 30 permanent intelligence points. The number hit him like a physical blow. His current intelligence sat at 60 points. His attributes were approximately 5x normal apprentice rank practitioners, and he was about to increase that even more. The 30 additional points would bring him to 90 total, a 5x increase to his current intelligence, which would have a noticeable effect on his magic power. But the permanent enhancement was only the beginning of the coffee's incredible effects. The temporary benefits read like a wish list of every advantage a practitioner could desire. Enhanced focus and stronger immunity to mental attacks. Noah's mind immediately grasped the benefits. Mental attacks were among the most feared abilities in magical combat, capable of incapacitating even powerful warriors through confusion, fear, or direct mind control. Stronger immunity would make him untouchable against entire categories of enemy techniques. This doubled comprehension speed effect alone would revolutionize his development, learning new skills, mastering complex techniques, understanding magical theory. Everything would occur at twice the normal rate. The thought of doing the same work for twice the result sent excitement coursing through his body. His friends, Kip and Alyssa, had the advantage of natural talent, but the new doubled comprehension speed could close the gaps between them. especially with his idle room. 2. 100% recovery rate acceleration for 30 minutes. Whether it was physical recovery, mental fatigue, or any form of exhaustion, every form of restoration would double in efficiency. Training sessions that normally required hours of rest could be repeated immediately. After consuming the instant coffee, the person would have 30 minutes of peak efficiency. Noah found himself standing up from his comfortable position on Leo's warm fur. This wasn't just another enhancement item. It was a complete shift that would elevate him beyond anything he'd thought possible. But the price, $1 million. He was still around $178,000 short of the price of the item. Despite his inability to currently buy it, Noah felt that the item was worth every penny. Even after Lola sells the night batch of bread and iced tea, I would still be unable to purchase it today. It seems like I would have to wait till tomorrow, Noah thought with a wry smile. He had hoped that he could buy it today, so when tomorrow rolls over, he would have a couple of them on the shelf. Leo watched his father's agitation with curious concern, the young lion's senses detecting the excitement and amazement radiating from Noah's emotional state. "Father, you seem very excited about something. What did you discover?" "Something incredible," Noah replied, his voice carrying awe that made Leo's ears perk up with interest. "Something that could make me significantly more powerful than I am now, and something that you would like to drink." "Really? What is it? What is it?" Leo jumped up from his resting spot with an excited expression. If his father had said that it's a drink that he would like to try, then he definitely would. "It's called instant coffee." "Leo, I can't give you it now because I still don't have it. I will make you try it in a few days." "Okay." Leo's expression did not falter. Despite his inability to try the mysterious drink, "Yes, Father." Chapter 109, Hunting with Leo. Before heading out on a hunt with Leo, Noah decided to quickly level up his aura skill to level 10. With his mana control at level 10, creating a strong foundation for aura manipulation would be straightforward. The two skills complemented each other naturally. Noah immediately calmed his beating heart from the excitement over the instant coffee and sat down in a meditation position. His high intelligence made the connection between mana control and aura development crystal clear, allowing him to approach the training with a focused mind. Level 8 to level 10. This shouldn't take long with my current foundation. Drawing upon his mana control, Noah began channeling his internal energy outward, extending his personal aura beyond his body. The technique flowed as naturally as breathing. His aura expanded steadily, growing stronger and more refined with each repetition. The invisible energy field that surrounded his body became denser, more responsive to his will. The outline of mana around his body grew stronger, more condensed as time passed by. 10 minutes later, the familiar system notification appeared in his vision. "Your aura skill has reached level 10. Damn." Noah stood up from his meditation spot with a satisfied smile. The progression felt natural, a step toward the balanced development he was pursuing. 3 skills at level 10 now: swordsmanship, mana control, and aura. A solid apprentice rank foundation. It would be perfect if I could level up my wind manipulation skill. 2, but one step at a time. "Are you ready to go on a hunt, Leo?" Noah asked, turning toward his companion with anticipation for their first joint combat experience. Leo's ears immediately perked up, his tail whipping back and forth with obvious excitement. The young lion had been waiting for this opportunity since awakening with his evolved abilities. "Let's go, Father. I want to test my new skills against real opponents." Noah could hear the enthusiasm that Leo was feeling. He could tell that his companion was eager to prove himself in actual combat. Noah led Leo through Estes streets toward the same location where Valeria had originally taken him for monster hunting alongside Alyssa and Kip. As they approached the hunting grounds, Noah made a strategic decision about their training approach. "We're not practicing against novice-rank monsters," he announced to Leo with confidence in their new abilities. "It would be a waste of time for both of us." Leo nodded his head in agreement. Novice-rank beasts were too weak for even a warm-up. As an adept, he could slap a novice-rank beast to death. "I'm much stronger than a normal apprentice-rank practitioner now. Leo's combat potential exceeds normal adept rank as well. We'll warm up against apprentice-rank beasts, then head toward the Minotaur area where the adept-rank creatures roam." Leo's eyes gleamed with satisfaction at the challenging prospect. "Perfect. I want to fight something that can actually make me try." His combat instincts are flaring. Good. The hunting ground opened before them. The same rocky terrain where Noah had fought against his first apprentice-rank beast under Valeria's guidance. But now he approached as a capable warrior, rather than a man in training. 2 apprentice-rank crimson horn bears emerged from behind the rocks, their massive frames rippling with malevolent energy that made normal humans flee in terror. Each beast stood incredibly tall, their distinctive red-tinted horns gleaming with magical power that could pierce through steel armor. These creatures had once represented serious threats that required him to create a careful strategy and flawless execution to defeat them safely. Now, they were nothing but a warm-up. The crimson horn bears were significantly more dangerous than other apprentice-rank beasts, their combination of raw physical power and magical horn attacks making them feared throughout the territory in which they lived. Their thick hides could deflect most weapons, while their charging attacks had been known to kill many apprentice-rank warriors, one each, Noah declared. Drawing his blade with fluid motion from its scabbard, Leo roared before the young lion's body began expanding through his size manipulation ability. Growing to something approaching a large lion's size, time to hunt. His body settled at thrice his earlier dog size, muscles rippling beneath his golden fur that gleamed with mana, creating an ethereal scene to anyone who saw it. The transformation revealed the true majesty that his species was known for. Leo was an apex predator designed for domination. He looks magnificent. It's hard to believe that he is the same lion that was the size of a cat a few days ago. The crimson horn bears sensed the sudden change before them. His opponent seemed to change his size at will. Their confidence was wavering as they felt the immense power radiating from the lion before them. They were facing enemies who radiated genuine danger rather than vulnerable prey. The larger bear's horn began glowing with concentrated magical energy, preparing for its signature piercing attack. Before the bear could finish preparing to attack, Noah moved with incredible speed, his natural agility attribute, already 50% greater than that of apprentice-rank practitioners, was further enhanced by his wind manipulation skill and the aura that accelerated his movement and empowered every strike. The first bear charged with earth-shaking force, its horn aimed directly at Noah's chest with killing intent. The attack that would have been fatal to his previous self now seemed manageable. Swish. Clang. Noah sidestepped the charge with the grace of a master at work, his agility making the bear's assault appear sluggish. His blade found its spot on the crimson bear's hide, slicing through the flesh without any struggle. This feels easy. Too easy. The bear roared in pain and fury, spinning to face Noah with aggression. But its movements were predictable, its techniques crude compared to the refined combat he'd experienced against human opponents, brute force without sophistication. Meanwhile, Leo engaged his opponent with fury that showcased his evolved combat abilities. His first attack was a demonstration of raw power that left no doubt about his advancement. Savage Riftclaw. Chapter 200. Hunting with Leo 2. Leo's evolved claw skill erupted with energy as he unleashed his technique. The attack didn't just slash, it tore through the wind barrier itself. Whoosh! The crimson horn bear's pained bellow echoed across the rocky terrain as Leo's attack proved far too powerful for his defenses. Deep gouges appeared across the beast's hide, glowing with lingering energy that continued dealing damage. This is too easy, Leo said as he pressed his advantage. The bear attempted to gore Leo with its horn, but the lion's reflexes made evasion effortless. Leo flowed around the attack like the wind, positioning himself for another devastating assault. King's Dominion. A thunderous roar erupted from Leo's throat, the sound carrying magical force that made the very air tremble. The crimson horn bear stumbled backwards, its eyes glazing with fear as debilitating effects took hold. On the other side, another battle was taking place between Noah and the second crimson horn bear. Noah quickly finished his opponent with a combination of strikes, each blow finding the bear's weak points. His aura made every attack devastatingly more effective against the bear's natural defenses. Thud. The creature collapsed with a final groan, its massive body no longer moving. Apprentice-rank opponents are no longer challenging, Noah thought, using the bear's fur to clean his blade from its blood. Leo's battle concluded moments later as his combination of evolved techniques overwhelmed his opponent entirely. The second bear fell with deep claw marks that continued glowing with residual energy. Well done, Noah called to Leo, who was standing proudly over his defeated opponent, his size returning to normal adolescent proportions, ready for something more challenging. Leo's response was quick and enthusiastic. Lead the way to the Minotaurs. These bears were barely a warm-up. They moved deeper into the hunting grounds. Approaching the territory where adept-rank creatures made their lairs, Leo is an adept-rank golden mane lion now. As a superior magical beast species, he should be significantly stronger than typical adept-rank opponents. The rocky terrain in the Minotaur's territory appeared ahead. Leo and Noah walked into the Minotaur area, their footsteps echoing softly against the rocky terrain that marked the transition from apprentice-rank hunting grounds to more dangerous territory. Stone boulders jutted from the ground like sentinels, creating a difficult terrain to fight in. This is where real hunting begins. As they navigated between large rock pillars, they encountered their first target. A minotaur stood in a small clearing ahead, its massive humanoid body topped by a bull's head that surveyed the area with intelligence. The creature stood 8 feet tall, its muscled torso covered in brown fur, while powerful hands gripped a crude but effective stone club. This was exactly the kind of opponent Noah had been hoping to find, an adept-rank beast worthy of Leo's power. Noah turned toward Leo with confidence in his companion's abilities. "He's all yours, big boy," he announced, gesturing toward the Minotaur with obvious trust in Leo's combat prowess. Leo roared in excitement, the sound carrying anticipation for genuine combat, rather than the easy victories they'd just experienced. His voice practically vibrated with eagerness. Finally, a good challenge. The young lion prepared to lunge forward and engage the Minotaur in the kind of battle that would truly test his evolved abilities against appropriate opposition. But as Leo began his advance, Noah frowned, his eyes spotting something that didn't align with his expectations. The Minotaur looks weak. Something was fundamentally wrong with the creature's posture and movement. Instead of the confident bearing typical of healthy adept rank beasts, this Minotaur moved with obvious difficulty, as if answering Noah's question. The Minotaur turned for a second as he looked around the terrain frantically. The truth became apparent and deeply concerning. The Minotaur's body was bloodied, dark stains matting its fur. It had clearly been subjected to recent violence. A large wound gaped across its torso, the injury severe enough that the creature was barely standing upright. These are some fresh wounds, Noah thought, with a growing frown appearing on his face. Immediately, Noah felt alarm bells ringing in his mind. Minotaurs were apex predators in their territory, feared by most creatures and capable of holding their own against other apprentice-rank opponents in the area without issue. What could injure an adept-rank Minotaur this severely? Leo, drop back, Noah commanded urgently. Without hesitation, Leo obeyed immediately. He recognized the concern in his father's voice. The young lion retreated to Noah's side, his excitement replaced by alertness. I sense it too. Father, something dangerous is nearby. Good instincts. His predator senses are detecting the threat that I can't. I only knew something was wrong because of the injuries to the Minotaur. Noah's hearing suddenly picked up a sound coming from the dense jungle vegetation adjacent to where the wounded Minotaur stood. The noise was guttural, malevolent, carrying a tone that made his survival instincts scream warnings. That's not a normal creature sound. What's that sound? Noah muttered, his hand instinctively moving to his sword hilt as every sense focused on identifying the source of the disturbing noise. Before long, the sight that emerged from the jungle told him exactly what they were facing, and the revelation sent ice through his veins. A larger, stronger, and definitely more fearsome Minotaur stepped into view. This creature dwarfed its injured counterpart, standing nearly 12 feet tall with muscles that rippled beneath pristine fur unmarked by any wounds. The aura radiating from the newcomer was overwhelming, a pressure that made the air itself scream. Power rolled off the creature in waves. Noah could practically feel the pressure despite the distance between them. This was no adept-rank Minotaur. The wounded Minotaur that had seemed like appropriate prey now revealed itself as the survivor of an encounter with this predator. The Minotaur they first spotted was an adept-rank creature that had barely escaped with its life. Before Noah could react or formulate an escape plan, the larger Minotaur let out a loud shout, his voice shaking the weak branches on the trees. And then the large Minotaur charged forward. Chapter 201. Fighting a pseudo-elite Minotaur. The powerful beast charged. Noah's first thought was relief, assuming the Minotaur was targeting its wounded counterpart to finish what it had started. Territorial disputes between creatures of different ranks were common, and fleeing predators often led pursuers toward whatever had disturbed them. It's going after the injured one. But to his horror, the charging Minotaur completely ignored the wounded creature that represented unfinished business. Instead, its trajectory aimed directly toward Noah and Leo with unmistakable hostile intent. It's coming for us. Why is it targeting us instead of the prey that it had damaged? Leo responded to the immediate threat with courage that made Noah's chest swell with pride despite their circumstances. The young lion's body expanded through size manipulation, growing to his maximum combat form, King's Dominion. Leo released a thunderous roar that carried all the authority of his bloodline. The sound designed to establish dominance and intimidate opponents into submission. The magical effect struck the charging Minotaur like a powerful blow, causing the massive creature to stumble momentarily as debuffing effects took hold. It worked. Leo's intimidation affected even a pseudo-master opponent. For a brief moment, hope flared in Noah's chest. If Leo's abilities could influence a near-master rank creature, they had a chance of fighting their way out of this encounter. But the hope died quickly as the Minotaur shook off the stunning effect and resumed its charge with fury. The brief hesitation had cost it perhaps 2 seconds. Nowhere near enough time for escape. King's Dominion only slowed it down. It seems like I need to use them. The thundering footsteps of the approaching Minotaur grew louder, each impact sending tremors through the rocky ground that spoke to the creature's incredible mass and power. The thundering footsteps of the approaching Minotaur grew louder, each impact sending tremors through the rocky ground that spoke to the creature's incredible mass and power. Noah turned towards Leo with urgent determination. Leo, do you think we can take it on together? Leo roared in frustration. Despite his pride as a golden mane and his new power, he didn't put on a bravado and gave his honest assessment. Not yet. Father, it's quite powerful. I've barely just entered the adept rank, and I don't think we can beat it alone. If I were given some time to consolidate my advancement, I would have torn it to shreds. But right now, the young lion's admission confirmed what Noah had suspected. Despite Leo's abilities and superior bloodline, the gap between a fresh adept and a creature operating at pseudo-master levels was significant. Noah nodded with understanding before reaching into his storage ring. Time was running out. but he had resources that could alter the balance in their favor. He withdrew 2 loaves of healing bread and 2 bottles of iced tea, the magical items glinting. These items represented their best chance of survival. "Leo, catch," Noah called out, immediately throwing 1 set toward Leo. The young lion caught the iced tea bottle in his mouth with ease, biting through the glass and consuming the magical liquid in one fluid motion. Then he caught the bread as it hit the ground, devouring it in a single gulp. The broken glass did not hurt him. In fact, it didn't even bother him. With the Minotaur only seconds away, Noah didn't have time to savor the drink's peachy flavor. He quickly starts pouring the iced tea down his throat as quickly as possible. The healing bread followed immediately, its healing properties flooding through his body as the final seconds before impact ticked away. The enhancement effects kicked in simultaneously for both fighters. Their mana reserves expanded while regeneration rates accelerated dramatically. Their health recovery increased by 30%, providing sustained combat capability that would last for 10 crucial minutes. The Minotaur arrived just as they finished their emergency preparation, its massive pressure bearing down on them with a club raised for a devastating overhead strike aimed directly at Leo. Leo didn't back down from the confrontation, meeting the Minotaur's aggression with aggression. His temporary enhancements gave him the confidence to engage directly. Savage Rift Claw. Leo's technique erupted with power as the mana enhancements amplified his natural abilities. His claws tore through the air as they intercepted the Minotaur's club strike. The collision between Leo's claws and the club created a shockwave that sent both combatants sliding backwards across the rocky terrain. Noah, who had been closing the distance, seized the opening created by Leo's bold counterattack, his high agility carrying him around the Minotaur's flank while its attention focused on the young lion. Wind manipulation accelerated his movement while aura enhancement strengthened his blade strikes. The zealous quick blade erupted with power as Noah targeted the creature's exposed side. Slash. Noah's sword found its mark on the Minotaur's torso, drawing dark blood that confirmed the Minotaur's vulnerability to his attacks. "I have enough power to deal damage." "That's good to know." Noah had spent a good portion of his mana on enhancing that attack. It was by no means an ordinary apprentice attack. The pseudo-master rank creature roared in pain and fury, spinning to face this new threat that sneaked up on it. Noah's eyes met the Minotaur's gaze, and he could see the fury and anger that was palpating from the Minotaur before him. Without waiting for the Minotaur's retaliatory attack, Noah created distance between them once more. Leo spotted the chance. The Minotaur had given him his back, and it was a terrible mistake that the Minotaur would soon regret. Leo went all out. As he quickly closed the distance between them, he let out another thunderous roar, stunning the Minotaur at the perfect time. Leo wanted a perfect strike with the Minotaur vulnerable. He didn't want the Minotaur to defend it at the last second. King's Dominion. The battle became a complex dance of positioning and timing. Noah used his speed and intelligence to exploit openings, while Leo's raw power and evolved techniques created those opportunities through direct confrontation. Chapter 202. Mutated Crimson Hornbear. The Minotaur's club strikes carried enough force to shatter stone, but the coordination between Noah and Leo allowed them to avoid the most dangerous attacks while landing their own strikes consistently. Minutes passed in intense combat that pushed all 3 fighters to their limits. The mana and health enhancements prevented fatigue while accelerating recovery from minor injuries, allowing Noah and Leo to maintain peak performance throughout the extended engagement. Noah's wind manipulation created air currents that disrupted the Minotaur's balance at crucial moments. The strikes accumulated damage despite the creature's high defenses. Leo's combination of size manipulation and skills allowed him to nearly match the Minotaur's physical capabilities with the enhancements Noah provided. The turning point came when Noah managed to land a perfect strike against the Minotaur's weapon arm, his blade severing tendons that controlled the creature's grip strength. The massive club tumbled and fell to the floor from the Minotaur's weakened fingers, transforming the Minotaur from an armed opponent to a creature relying solely on natural weapons. Leo seized the advantage immediately. His savage Rift Claw technique, finding the Minotaur's throat in a strike that would have been impossible while dodging the club's devastating reach. Energy scars spread across the creature's neck as Leo's skill dealt continuous damage that prevented natural healing and caused more damage. The Minotaur's struggles grew weaker as blood loss and accumulated injuries finally overwhelmed it. With a final, defiant bellow that echoed across the hunting grounds, the massive creature collapsed onto the rocky terrain. Thud! The powerful Minotaur had fallen. With both Noah and Leo standing above its corpse, with some heavy breaths, Noah sighed in relief. The fight had been anything but easy, pushing them over their limits. Thank God I've always kept some emergency supplies with me. This could have gone terribly wrong. That Minotaur was truly something else. The system notification appeared in Noah's vision. "You have killed the Adept rank beast, Mutated Crimson Horn Minotaur." Despite the classification showing Adept rank, Noah knew from the creature's power and the intensity of their battle that it wasn't just a standard Adept rank opponent. The system had probably classified it as Adept because it hadn't achieved true Master rank. Pseudomaster was a combat assessment rather than an official rank classification after all. That was intense, Noah said, checking Leo for injuries. Noah noticed a few scratches and bruises on the young lion, but it was healing at a visible rate due to the bread's lasting effects. Noah concluded that they would both need an extra loaf to heal back to good condition. So, he took 2 loaves out and ate alongside his companion. This time, the duo didn't hasten. They wanted to relax and enjoy a small meal after such a tiresome battle. That was much more challenging than those bears. But we make a good team. Father, Noah laughed before ruffling Leo's golden mane. Damn right. We do. After relaxing for about 5 minutes, Noah stood up and walked towards the Minotaur. He wanted to store the large beast in his storage ring. He wanted to ask Lola or anyone with knowledge about the issue. With a thought. The large Minotaur body was stored inside his storage ring. Noah glanced back toward where he had first spotted the injured Minotaur that had originally attracted their attention, but the creature was nowhere to be seen among the scattered boulders. That lucky Minotaur managed to escape during the chaos when this mutated one decided to switch targets and pick a fight with us instead. The wounded creature had used the mutant's distraction to flee deeper into the cave system, seeking safety, while the more aggressive mutant engaged the intruders who had disturbed its territory. Well, I'd say our first adept rank hunting expedition was a complete success, Noah muttered. Leo nodded eagerly. Yes, Father, that was an intense fight, but your food really helped. It was an amazing experience. I can't wait to do it again. Looking at Leo's tail that swayed eagerly, Noah's mouth couldn't help but twitch. They had almost died had they not used the items. Yet Leo was saying he wanted to try it again. It was a good experience, though. The adrenaline, my heart beats. Noah and Leo returned to the city and entered the shop, their successful hunting expedition leaving both feeling accomplished and energized despite the challenging battle they'd just survived. It had been about 2 hours since Noah had left for their Minotaur encounter, giving the automakers sufficient time to replenish his inventory partially. His shelves weren't completely empty anymore. Several loaves of bread, bottles of iced tea, and other premium items had accumulated during their absence, creating modest stock levels that would satisfy a few customers but weren't anywhere near maximum capacity. Noah didn't bother opening the shop for immediate sales. The money gained from a few random transactions wouldn't significantly change any of his current plans, and it seemed more efficient to wait until Lola's night shift, when she could handle the customer service. There are no waste concerns either. By the time Lola's shift begins in a few hours, the stocks won't be at full capacity, so no production will be wasted. With that practical consideration settled, Noah decided to focus on addressing a growing imbalance in his attribute development that had started bothering him again. He had just fixed it a few days ago, but after reaching the apprentice rank, it had once again started. Body tempering. My vitality is lagging behind again. His current vitality of 30 points represented exactly half of his strength, intelligence, and agility scores. It wasn't catastrophically unbalanced. But the disparity created a vulnerability that could prove fatal against opponents who specialized in sustained damage. I need to bring vitality closer to my other attributes before the gap widens again. Based on his previous training experience, advancing skills from level 6 to level 10 would require approximately 4 hours per level under normal circumstances. However, using his healing bread strategically for recovery between intensive sessions could reduce that time frame to roughly 3 hours per advancement for the body tempering skill. Chapter 203. Body Tempering. Noah had already formulated an efficient training schedule that would maximize his development while utilizing both natural training and the idle room's effectiveness. 3 hours of personal training today should get me to level 7. He also planned to utilize the idle room's 4-hour daily limit tomorrow, which would translate to 8 hours of training normally. Combined with additional personal practice that would total 6 hours, the schedule would bring his body tempering to level 10 within 2 days. It was perfect timing. By the time he relocated, his attributes would be more balanced. Noah settled into the demanding body tempering training. Unlike his magical skills that required meditation and energy manipulation, body tempering demanded intense physical exertion designed to strengthen every aspect of his constitution. He had to overfill his body with mana, using it as a way to stress his body. Each component stressed different aspects of his physical development, while the skill enhanced his body's overall sturdiness and durability. 3 hours later, sweat pouring down his face and his muscles screaming in protest, Noah finally allowed himself to rest as the familiar system notification appeared. Your skill body tempering has reached level 7. Then, Noah stood up slowly, his body aching from the intensive training session. This was enough physical punishment for one day. Pushing further wouldn't be an efficient use of his time. Level 7. Good progress. Tomorrow's idle room session will push this to level 9. Then I can finish level 10 with another session like this. He was sweating profusely, his clothes soaked through from the demanding physical regimen. The items on his shelves had restocked once again during his training, but he still didn't bother opening the shop for business. Lola can handle the evening customers. I have other priorities right now. With his training complete and his immediate goals in Esta accomplished, Noah decided to end his time in the magical world for now. He needed a shower to wash away the sweat and grime from both the Minotaur hunt and his intensive body tempering session. More importantly, he had promised himself to visit Ethan's school and test whether his magical healing bread could address his cousin's type 1 diabetes. The experiment represented both a potential cure for family and valuable data about his product's effectiveness against chronic conditions. Noah grabbed 2 loaves of bread from his restocked shelves, one for testing with Ethan, and one as backup in case the one proved insufficient for addressing such a complex medical condition. With his supplies secured and his immediate goals in Esta complete, Noah stepped through the portal and appeared in his Earth home. Inside his house, Noah headed straight to the shower, his body still aching from the intensive body tempering session and carrying the lingering sense of combat from their Minotaur encounter. The hot water felt incredible against his tired muscles, washing away sweat, dirt, and the physical evidence of his magical world adventures. Steam filled the bathroom as he took his time, allowing the heat to soothe his body. This is one of the things I miss most when I'm in the other world. Modern plumbing and unlimited hot water. Dressed and dried up, Noah made his way downstairs to check on his father. Following the enticing aromas that were already filling the house, his father was in the kitchen cooking their lunch. Moving around the kitchen with confidence, the kitchen wasn't just a place for his father, it was like his second body. Noah didn't reprimand him for the effort. Despite his protective instincts wanting to insist that his father shouldn't be doing the cooking and should rest at his old age. But this was Alan's way of showing his love and contributing to their household, and Noah had learned to appreciate these gestures rather than worry about them. Cooking for family gives him happiness. Taking that away would be cruel, not protective. He didn't ask where his father had been during his absence either, recognizing that Alan deserved privacy and independence after months of medical supervision and constant monitoring. He's earned the right to have his own life again. Who knew? Maybe his father was exploring the possibility of bringing him a stepmother, bringing a special someone into their lives. The thought didn't disturb Noah as much as it might have years earlier. To be honest, I'd prefer that outcome. His father had genuinely struggled with the passing of Noah's mother, carrying grief and loneliness that had undoubtedly contributed to his declining health. The man needed to move forward, to experience life and relationships again, rather than remaining trapped in memories of loss. Mom would have wanted him to find happiness again. She wouldn't want him spending the rest of his life alone. The beef jerky's vitality enhancement had restored more than just physical health. It had given Alan back the energy and confidence to consider a future that extended beyond mere survival. That future might include romance, companionship, or simply expanded social connections that had been impossible during his illness. He deserves love. He deserves to live, not just exist. My father has worked really hard for our family. He has spent sweat, blood, and tears, working tirelessly to provide for our little family. He deserves to rest now and enjoy his life more. Smells incredible in here. Dad, Noah called out as he entered the kitchen, his voice carrying genuine appreciation for both the meal and the man preparing it. Alan turned with a smile that reached his eyes, the kind of expression that had never left his face, even during the darkest periods of his condition. Just some simple pasta with that sauce you like. He replied with obvious pleasure at having to cook again. Figured we should both eat a good meal. You are also busy with your work, so I prepared it. Noah settled at their small dining table, content to let his father fuss over dinner preparations while he planned his afternoon visit to Ethan's school. Chapter 204. A face-a-slap. Noah decided to arrive at Ethan's school before dismissal time, wanting to surprise his cousin without any advance warning. The element of surprise would make the gesture more meaningful, and honestly, Noah was curious to see how his cousin was adjusting to his new confidence after their mall encounter. Let's see how the young master is doing at school. He made his way to the garage where his GTR waited, the sleek Japanese machine gleaming under the overhead lights. The Nissan GTR represented the perfect balance of performance and presence on the roads, a car that warranted respect without being ostentatious. Time to make an impression. The drive to Ethan's school took 20 minutes through moderate traffic. Giving Noah time to consider his approach, he'd park somewhere visible, wait for dismissal, and see how the students reacted to his cousin being picked up in a demi-supercar. He wasn't doing it out of arrogance. Certainly not. He just wanted to play around with Ethan, because he knew the young man would be flustered from the other kid's reaction. Secondly, he also wanted to help Ethan gain some fame points in school. Noah knew very well how important these things are. Ethan's high school appeared. It was an average school in the district. Nothing stood out at all. Just a decently large building and space for students to study. Noah pulled into the visitor parking area, standing directly in front of the main exit where students would flood out in 5 minutes. The GTR's distinctive silhouette immediately drew attention from passing people and early release students. He cut the engine and stepped out, the car's presence already creating ripples of interest among the small groups of teenagers waiting for their friends to finish. Whispered conversations and pointed stares followed his movement as he leaned casually against the driver's door. "Who does that car belong to?" Is that someone's dad? I've never seen it before. But that student sure is rich. The questions were written clearly on dozens of teenage faces as word began spreading through the school's social networks at digital speed. Within minutes, students were finding excuses to walk past the visitor parking area, phones discreetly capturing photos and videos of the mysterious GTR. The dismissal bell rang with perfect timing, releasing hundreds of students into the afternoon sun. The exodus began as a typical teenage flood, but quickly transformed into something more focused as students spotted the gleaming supercar waiting in their school's parking area. Here we go. Groups began clustering around the GTR at respectful distances, their conversations growing louder with excitement and speculation. Noah maintained his casual pose against the driver's door, scanning the crowd for Ethan's face. His eyebrows rose as a familiar group emerged from the main building. Amy walked at the center of her usual entourage, flanked by girlfriends whose hierarchy had probably changed since the mall incident. The group was heading directly toward the parking area where Noah waited, their path guaranteeing they would pass within perfect viewing distance of both him and his car. Amy's eyes were focused on her phone, probably texting someone, while Jason walked alongside his own group, separate from Amy's. It was clear that after the incident at the mall, their relationship had become strained. Then Ethan appeared, walking alongside another student. Noah could see that they were friends from the way they were talking to each other. Ethan's backpack hung casually over one shoulder, and his pace was normal. Time for the show. Noah straightened up from his casual lean and pulled out his phone, dialing Ethan's number while maintaining visual contact with his cousin. He watched as Ethan slowly retrieved his phone and answered. "Look at the parking lot," Noah said with a smile, watching as Ethan slowly raised his head from his conversation. "Huh. Oh." Ethan's eyes widened in shock as he spotted Noah leaning against the GTR, the phone pressed to his ear with an unmistakable grin. "Noah, what are you—" "How did you?" Ethan stammered into the phone, his voice carrying across the parking area. "I've come to pick you up," Noah replied, ending the call and pushing off from the car. The effect on the surrounding students was immediate and dramatic. "Wait, isn't this the streamer? I never knew he was rich," a girl whispered loudly enough for half the parking lot to hear. "The guy with the GTR knows Ethan," another student questioned with obvious disbelief. Amy's group had frozen in place, their chatter dying as they processed what they were witnessing. Amy's phone lowered slowly from her face, her expression changing from typical teenage disinterest to stunned recognition. "Isn't that Ethan's butler or something?" One of Amy's friends confirmed, her voice carrying uncertainty. Jason's group had stopped walking entirely, their attention focused on the unfolding scene with obvious envy. "GTR," Jason muttered. Ethan began walking toward Noah, his friend following with wide eyes and obvious curiosity about this unexpected development. "Dude, who's this?" "My cousin," Ethan responded, his eyes fixed on Noah. "You didn't tell me your cousin was loaded," Ethan's friend whispered, loud enough for nearby students to overhear. The crowd began gravitating toward the GTR as word spread that the mysterious supercar belonged to someone connected to their schoolmate. Students who had never acknowledged Ethan's existence were suddenly paying close attention to his movements. "Is that really a GTR? Those cost like 6 figures," someone called out from the growing crowd. "My dad says those are faster than most Porsches," another student added with obvious reverence. Amy's expression had changed to something approaching sadness. After what had happened in the mall, Amy tried very hard for days to try and fix the tension in their friendship. She had succeeded in the end, but she still lost Jason's attention. Ethan reached Noah with a mixture of excitement and embarrassment, coloring his face. "You could have warned me," Ethan said, though his grin betrayed his genuine pleasure at the surprise. "Where's the fun in that?" Noah replied, opening the passenger door. "Your chariot awaits, young master." As Ethan settled into the GTR's leather interior, Noah caught Amy's eye across the parking lot. "She regrets it. A lot." Chapter 205. Back to the basics. Inside the car, Ethan glared at his cousin with a mixture of embarrassment and exasperation. "There was no need for that," he said, though his voice carried more amusement than genuine anger. Noah laughed softly. "Come on, admit it. You enjoyed watching their faces when you got in." "Maybe a little," Ethan conceded, his glare softening into a grin. "But you could have given me a heads up. Half the school probably thinks I'm some secret millionaire now." "Is that such a bad thing?" Noah asked, smoothly navigating through the school traffic while the GTR's engine purred with restrained power. "I mean, you are going to be one soon. From your streaming hustle," Noah teased. Ethan rolled his eyes at but couldn't help but hope that his cousin's words would become true. As they drove toward Ethan's house, his cousin's curiosity about the earlier day's events finally overcame his embarrassment about the school spectacle. "By the way," Ethan said, his tone shifting to genuine interest, "my team has been going crazy trying to figure out how you got so good at the game so quickly." Noah raised an eyebrow while keeping his eyes on the road. "Oh, we checked the replays frame by frame, looking for any signs of cheating or assistance software." Ethan continued with obvious fascination. "Everything came back clean. You're completely legitimate." but your improvement rate is absolutely insane. Level 3. Gaming skill in action. Can't exactly explain that. Just natural talent finally clicking. I guess, Noah replied with deliberate vagueness. Natural talent doesn't explain going from asking basic questions to outplaying professional players in a few days. Ethan pressed, his competitive gamer instincts demanding logical explanations for impossible progressions. Noah smiled mysteriously but didn't elaborate, leaving his cousin to speculate about training methods or hidden gaming backgrounds that didn't actually exist. Some secrets are better kept. They arrived at Ethan's house within 15 minutes, the familiar suburban neighborhood providing a stark contrast to the high-performance vehicle that had just delivered one of its residents home. "Want to come in and have some food?" Ethan offered as they pulled into the driveway. "Mom's probably making dinner, and she'd love to see you again." Noah considered the invitation briefly before shaking his head. "I appreciate it, but I have a few things to take care of this evening." He reached for a bag that was lying on the side, which contained the healing loaves he'd taken from his shop. The golden bread wrapped. "Actually, I want you to try this bread," Noah said, extending the bag toward his cousin. Ethan raised an eyebrow with obvious confusion. Bread, although it was just bread, even wrapped up. It looked incredibly appetizing. The aroma that escaped the cloth wrapping was unlike anything from a normal bakery. "Try this bread out. I want you to let me know how it tastes," Noah explained, his tone carrying importance that made Ethan accept the package with growing curiosity. Ethan looked confused by the request but nodded slowly. "Okay, sure. Is this from some special bakery or something?" "Something like that," Noah replied evasively. "But listen, this is important. I need you to eat all of it. Don't save any for later. Don't share it with anyone else. The whole loaf, tonight. Then take another one tomorrow." Ethan's confusion deepened at the specific instructions, but he recognized the seriousness in his cousin's voice. "All of it. That's a pretty big loaf. Noah, you will finish the whole thing. Trust me on this," Noah insisted. His expression made Ethan nod without further questions. If the bread works on his diabetes, even partially, it could change everything for him. If it doesn't, well, at least he'll have eaten some really good bread. "All right," Ethan agreed, clutching the bag in his hands. After dropping his cousin off, Noah decided to stroll around the city for a while, seeking the simple pleasure of normalcy that his lifestyle rarely provided. Walking through the mall, he experienced the life of ordinary humans. His previous self, he wanted to simply wander, buy himself a cup of coffee, and experience how life would have been if he'd remained a normal person with a regular job. Noah ordered himself a coffee latte and walked through the mall, checking out new clothes, miscellaneous gadgets, and the kind of consumer goods that had once seemed impossibly expensive but now fit comfortably within his budget. The transformation from poverty to wealth still felt surreal during moments like these, when he could browse without calculating every purchase against his remaining funds. After the leisurely stroll, several items caught his attention, a few clothes that caught his eye, a few technological accessories that seemed interesting, and some impulse purchases that served no purpose beyond satisfying his curiosity. The freedom to buy things simply because he wanted them felt good. At the checkout counter, the total reflected his casual approach to spending. "That will be $2.59, sir," the cashier announced with courtesy. Noah nodded, taking out his credit card and placing it on the POS terminal without the slightest concern about whether the payment would be approved or not. Ding. The payment went through smoothly, generating a receipt for purchases that would have been impossible to buy before. He walked out of the store carrying several dozen bags of expensive clothing and items. As he walked through the mall's main corridor, Noah noticed several girls glancing in his direction. The attention wasn't entirely unwelcome, though it reminded him of complications he preferred to avoid. Surprisingly, one of them proved brave enough to approach directly, rather than simply staring from a distance. "Hey, where did you get that from?" she asked with a bright smile. Noah returned the greeting politely before responding with genuine confusion. "Get what?" "That beautiful smile on your face," she replied with a playful smirk that revealed her flirtation strategy. He raised an eyebrow at her boldness before laughing softly at the creativity of her approach. "Good one. I got it from my parents. Do you need something?" Chapter 206. Training. She nodded with determination that suggested she wasn't easily discouraged by the way he responded. "I need you in my life." She countered his passive stance with an offensive flirt. She is quite the direct one. "Huh." Noah laughed again before shaking his head gently. "You're too young." With that polite dismissal, he continued walking, hoping to avoid the complications that dating represented in his current circumstances. The girl was certainly beautiful. He could tell she was probably only a year or two younger than him at most, which wouldn't normally present an issue. The real problem was his own emotional barriers. Noah has been in a few relationships, and none of them have worked out with him. After those romantic failures, he'd developed some psychological walls between himself and potential partners, defenses that protected him from another failure. "I plan to work on that eventually. Staying with Lola has actually been helping with it." The girl followed Noah with the same playful smirk, clearly unwilling to accept his dismissal without further effort. "Wait, My name is Amelia. What's yours? She raised her voice, the same beautiful smile on her face. Noah. He replied automatically as he continued walking, hoping that his dismissal would discourage her persistence. Hearing his name, she repeated it silently to herself as if testing how it sounded, before walking quickly to block his path again with determination. I want your number. Her directness was genuinely refreshing, in a world where most social interactions involved layers of pretense and indirect communication. Noah felt somewhat curious about someone confident enough to pursue what she wanted so openly. She's got nerve. I'll give her that. No. Sorry, he said firmly but politely. But she didn't leave him alone, maintaining her cheerful persistence through his continued walking until he finally realized she wouldn't accept defeat easily. This girl is relentless. After several more attempts to politely discourage her, Noah finally agreed, rather than continue the public negotiation that was drawing attention from other mall patrons. Fine, he said, pulling out his phone and sharing his contact information with resignation, mixed with amusement. After successfully obtaining his number, Amelia smiled with genuine beauty that transformed her entire face from merely pretty to genuinely striking. You won't regret it, she promised with confidence that suggested she was accustomed to getting what she wanted. With that declaration, she turned and left with obvious satisfaction, leaving Noah standing among his shopping bags with mixed feelings about the encounter. We'll see about that. Noah returned home and ate dinner with his dad. The sun had already set during his various activities, painting the house in the warm glow of evening light. Without much left to accomplish for the day, Noah retreated to his bedroom and lay on the bed, allowing his body to finally relax. He wasn't tired physically, but he just wanted to lie down and exist. He spent some time scrolling through his phone, catching up on messages and social media updates that reminded him of the ordinary world that most people inhabited without knowledge of magical realms. Normal life seemed so mundane when viewed from the outside. After relaxing for a while and letting his mind wander through the day's events, Noah decided he wasn't quite ready for sleep. His wind manipulation skill still needed attention. He hadn't trained it at all today. Focusing instead on body tempering and hunting with Leo might as well make productive use of the evening hours. Entering his shop through the familiar portal, Noah immediately noticed Lola behind the counter, serving a customer with the courtesy and expertise that made her an invaluable employee. Not wanting to startle another patron like he had during previous unexpected appearances, Noah made his presence known through a deliberate, soft cough that announced his arrival without causing alarm. The customer completed their transaction and departed with satisfaction, leaving Lola free to acknowledge Noah's unusual timing. After serving the customer, Lola raised an eyebrow with curious interest. How come you are here? You don't usually appear during my shift time. Noah nodded in acknowledgement of the observation. He typically avoided the shop during Lola's working hours, preferring to let her manage things on her own while he attended to his own affairs in the real world. Things like shopping, spending time with his family, and paying bills. Yeah, I was free tonight. I decided to work on my wind manipulation. I haven't trained it today with everything else going on. He explained with honest directness about his training priorities. I'll be upstairs in the main area practicing. You can continue with your work down here. I can't train on this floor with the shop open for business. She's been doing excellent work independently. Lola nodded with understanding, her expression softening into a warm smile that carried genuine care for his development. Enjoy your training time, she said with the supportive tone of someone who understood the importance of consistent skill advancement. Noah headed upstairs to the shop's expanded second floor, where the open area provided adequate space for magical practice without interfering with Lola's customer service responsibilities on the main level. Noah retrieved the Tier 5 wind orb from his storage. The wind orb felt comfortable in his hands as he settled into training position, ready to push his wind manipulation skill closer to the level 10 threshold that would balance his magical development. I should be able to achieve level 9 soon, as long as I stay focused. My effort and the orb will help me. Below, he could hear the occasional chime of the shop door and Lola's professional interactions with late evening customers who sought his products during the quieter hours when the shop offered more privacy for their purchases. For 2 hours, Noah remained on the second floor, honing his wind manipulation talent while drawing insights from the wind orb. It didn't disappoint. The essence within the first orb he had received from the prince was steadily depleting, but that was expected. Noah estimated it would run dry right around the time he reached level 10. He wasn't concerned. He still had 4 more wind orbs stored in his ring, and if those ran out, he'd simply switch his daily earnings back from dollars to wind orbs again. Chapter 207. Level 9. Wind Manipulation Skill. Mutant Beasts. Your skill wind manipulation has reached level 9. Now, Noah took a deep breath before standing up, his body feeling the satisfying fatigue that came from productive magical training. He had just finished about an hour and a half of intensive practice, his wind manipulation advancing significantly through his effort and the orb's concentrated essence, 1 level closer to the apprentice rank balance I'm pursuing. He believed he could reach level 10 if he continued for another hour and a half, but decided to stop there for the evening. It was enough training for one day, even at his current level of strength. Extended magical practice remained mentally straining. I don't want to become a workaholic. I'm already working hard enough as it is. The balance between advancement and burnout required careful management, especially when juggling training across multiple skills and worlds simultaneously. Noah went downstairs to the main floor and found Lola organizing inventory behind the counter. No customers were present at the moment, giving him the perfect opportunity to ask about something that had been weighing on his mind since his hunting expedition with Leo. "Hey, you finished already?" Lola asked. Noting his earlier-than-expected return from training, Noah nodded with satisfaction at his progress. "Yeah, I've trained enough for tonight. By the way, I was meaning to ask you something. What do you know about mutated beasts?" Lola's eyebrow rose with immediate interest. "You encountered one." Her reaction suggests they're as significant as I thought. "Yes, I was hunting with Leo when we encountered a mutated minotaur at the adept rank," Noah explained, remembering the intensity of their desperate battle. "Without using my enhancement items, we would have been in serious trouble." Lola nodded with a surprised expression that carried newfound respect for their survival against such an opponent. "The mutated minotaur you encountered is what I call 1 in a million," she said with obvious gravity. "So the adept rank minotaur you fought had probably touched upon master rank power. Essentially a pseudo-master." Noah nodded. He already knew that. As for why they appear, it's completely random. At least that's what current knowledge suggests. Lola continued, clearly having some knowledge in the subject. They're incredibly powerful and possess incredible value to those who can defeat them. Her expression shifted to curiosity as she asked the crucial question. "You didn't leave the body behind, did you?" Noah shook his head with satisfaction at his foresight. "I have it stored with me." "Good," Lola replied with obvious approval. "Some of their body parts can be used to forge weapons or create powerful healing potions. The materials from mutated beasts often carry properties that normal specimens lack entirely, but mutated beasts are most sought after for their cores. Using a mutated core in specific rituals could potentially allow you to learn a skill from that minotaur. The chance is relatively low, but it exists. And skills are incredibly valuable, especially unique abilities that can't be learned through normal training methods. Learning skills from defeated enemies. That sounds incredibly useful, even with low success rates." Noah's interest peaked as he considered what he had just learned. Skills represented permanent advancement that couldn't be purchased or replicated, making even a small chance at acquiring new abilities worth pursuing. "How would someone go about extracting the core and attempting this skill learning process?" he asked with obvious fascination. "It's actually quite simple. The same way you use the wind orb to gain insights on the wind element, you do the same with a beast core. Instead of wind manipulation, you get insights on the skills of the minotaur," Lola explained with a patient tone. "But to be honest, you should sell it instead of using it to learn a skill. Not only is the probability of learning the skill low, but the skills aren't really useful for someone in your position. These cores are primarily valuable for people who are lacking in specific departments." Lola gestured as she explained the typical use cases. For example, swordsmen might use it to try comprehending a defensive skill, or a tank would use it to learn an offensive ability since they don't have natural talent for that type of technique. "This doesn't really apply to you. You are quite versatile, which is a talent in of itself." She's right. "I already have balanced offensive and defensive capabilities." Noah nodded in agreement with her analysis. He possessed skills for both defense and attack across multiple disciplines: swordsmanship, magic, and aura manipulation. Adding a minotaur's brutal charging techniques wouldn't significantly enhance his already diverse skill set. "That's true. How much would it be worth if I sold it?" he asked. His merchant instincts focusing on the practical value of their hard-won prize. "I wouldn't recommend selling it in the human kingdom," Lola warned before explaining. "You'd lose out on a lot of potential profit here. However, if you sell it in the right place, you could earn yourself some decent profit. Around 300 to 400 golden coins, $30,000 to $40,000 for one mutated core. That's a good return on investment for a hunting expedition." Noah nodded with satisfaction at the figure. Not bad at all. The amount represented some decent income. Much better than trying to learn skills I don't actually need. Noah sat down, speaking to Lola for a while and playing around with Leo as customers filed in. Got what they wanted before leaving. After spending about 10 minutes with them, Noah stood up. "All right, I'm going to go to sleep now. Enjoy your shift." Lola's expression suddenly died down as if she were incredibly upset. "Awa, you are going to sleep without me. All right, see you," Noah said, before leaving the store and heading back to Earth. Seeing him disappear, Lola chuckled. "He is so cute. I wonder when he will open up to me," she whispered to herself before a customer opened the door and entered. "Good evening. Can I get my usual order of bread and iced tea?" the man asked politely, having been a regular customer for some time. "Of course," Lola responded. "Thank you." Chapter 208. Level 8 Body Tempering. Daily income available. Done. You have received 355 Waking up to a message telling him he had been given $350,000 without doing anything certainly felt good, making him feel refreshed for the day ahead. This will never get old. Noah ate breakfast, spent quality time with his father discussing their respective plans for the day, and then entered the magical world when his schedule aligned with optimal timing. "Good morning, boss. You look as handsome as ever." Lola's melodious voice greeted him the moment he appeared in the shop, her playful tone and smile carrying warmth that had become part of their daily routine. Noah shook his head wryly at her consistent flirtation. "Good morning, Lola. You look as beautiful as ever." "Too." He returned the teasing with equal measure. She blushed charmingly before waving her hand dismissively. "Stop it! You're making me blush." Noah immediately steers the conversation towards safer professional territory. "So, how was everything during your shift?" Lola chuckled at his predictable reaction before returning to serious work mode. She smiled before cheerfully relaying what had happened during her shift. "Everything went perfectly. Sold our daily allocation for bread and iced tea. 96 loaves went to public customers. 48 iced teas as well. The same quantities were sold to the institutional representatives who came by just a few minutes ago. Consistent sales. The regular customers have established reliable purchasing habits." Noah nodded with satisfaction as he accessed his updated status information. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: $355,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 1. 303, 640. Shop points: 12, 560. Attributes: strength: 60. Vitality: 30. Intelligence: 60. Agility: 60. Skills: swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 10. Aura level 10. Wind manipulation level 9. Body tempering level 6. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. Nearly $1 million in assets again. Shop points are climbing steadily toward the next milestone. Then he checked his automaker progress to assess production efficiency and upgrade timelines. Auto iced tea maker. Level 4. Production rate: 4 har. Max stock: 96 progress. 206400. Auto baker level 5. Production rate: 16 har. Max stock: 192 progress. 481,000. Baker reached level 5. Excellent progress on the core products that drive most of our shop points up. As for the premium items that came with his level 2 shop, protein bars, beef jerky, rice cakes, and energy drinks. Their automakers remained at level 1 with no progress during the night shift. He would sell the accumulated stock later to the kingdom's powerful practitioners who could afford such expensive enhancement items. Premium sales events generate massive revenue, which I need to buy my next premium items. Noah knew that he was unable to use the idle room now. The cooldown had yet to end. So, he chose to practice body tempering while waiting for premium stock to accumulate sufficiently for another major sales event. "You can close the shop now. Your shift is ending in a few minutes," Noah instructed Lola. "I won't open the shop early today. I need to advance my body tempering skills while waiting for stock to refill." "There is no point in opening the shop with no stock." Lola nodded with understanding. "That makes sense. It's better to use that time to train. Training time should never be wasted." Noah headed to the second floor's open training area and settled into the demanding exercises that characterized body tempering advancement. The routine was grueling but necessary for balancing his development. 3 hours later, he opened his eyes after completing an intensive session that left his muscles aching. But his vitality was now closer to level 10. "Your skill body tempering has reached level 8. Down." But instead of finding himself alone in the second floor area, Noah discovered Lola sitting cross-legged in front of him, simply staring with her wide, beautiful ruby eyes that glinted with obvious appreciation. "How long has she been sitting there?" Noah rolled his eyes before standing up, his voice carrying mock indignation. "What are you doing, you creep?" Staring at a man practicing. "When did you even get here?" "So sneaky." She chuckled with amusement. "Mind you, it's not any man. I'm only staring at you, seeing you all focused and intense while training. It makes a girl feel things." "What kind of things?" Noah said, surprising himself with confidence. He couldn't let her gain the upper hand all the time. He had to tease back. Lola's ruby eyes sparkled with delighted surprise at his boldness, her smirk widening into something that made Noah gulp internally. "Do you want to find out?" She leaned forward slowly, closing the distance between them until she was an inch away from his face. Her sweet breath warmed his skin, making his pulse quicken involuntarily. Up close, Lola looked even more impossibly beautiful than usual. One could see her skin, which was flawless without the slightest imperfection, appearing softer than silk even without touching. Her ruby eyes held depths that seemed to pull him in, while her lips curved in a smile that promised secrets he'd never imagined. "Well," she whispered, her voice barely audible but carrying enough heat to make the air between them feel electric. "Are you going to answer, or are you going to keep staring at my lips?" Was I staring at her lips? Damn it. I was. Noah found his voice, though it came out slightly rougher than intended. Maybe I'm trying to figure out if you're all talk or if there's substance behind all that teasing. Lola's laugh was soft and genuinely amused. Oh, there's definitely substance. The question is whether you can handle it. Her hand moved to rest lightly on his chest, her fingers tracing small patterns that made his heart rate spike noticeably. The touch was innocent enough, but the intent behind it was anything but. You know, she continued, as if they weren't in an incredibly intimate position. For someone who claims to be unaffected by my charms, your heartbeat tells a very different story. Chapter 209. Not ready. Maybe you should check yours before mine. I could practically hear it from here. Noah smirked. The challenge in his voice made Lola's eyes widen fractionally before narrowing with interest. Is that so? That's so. They stayed frozen like that for several heartbeats, neither willing to retreat first. The tension between them thick enough to cut with a blade. Lola's ruby eyes searched his face with an intensity that suggested she was reevaluating everything she thought she knew about him. Noah did not back down from the stare-down. He watched her sigh before giving up. Lola pulled back slightly, though her hand remained on his chest. Well played, Noah. Noah smiled as he watched her retreat, feeling a surge of satisfaction at holding his ground. Despite the small victory, he knew that she could have certainly maintained the stare-down if she'd wanted to. As for the reason she pulled away, he wasn't entirely sure. Lola stared at him with her ruby eyes, her expression carrying something softer than her usual playful mischief. He's not ready yet. I don't want to rush him into anything. He can take the win. It will help boost his confidence, she thought, warmth spreading through her chest as she watched his pleased expression. She truly believed in Noah's potential. The transformation she had witnessed in him over the past days she had known him for was remarkable. Whether it was his personality, the way he treats those around him, or the way he spoke with her. Each interaction revealed new layers of capability and confidence. He's always getting better at everything he does. For the first time in her long life, Lola found herself experiencing something she'd never expected. She was falling in love. Not the superficial attraction of interest, but genuine emotional connection that transcended physical desire. Maybe that kiss was fate, even if it was born from necessity, she thought, her mind drifting to the moment Noah had fed her healing bread mouth to mouth when she'd been dying in his shop. Unlike Noah, she understood exactly how significant that first kiss was for succubi. It wasn't just physical contact. It was the beginning of a bond that her species rarely experienced with someone from another race. He probably thinks it was just emergency medical care. If only he knew. Noah stood up from his meditation spot, brushing off his clothes with a casual gesture. I'm going to open the shop now. The customers should be arriving soon. Lola nodded with understanding, though her eyes lingered on him with barely concealed affection. I'll stay in my room. I need to meditate and consolidate my new rank. Let me know if you need me. She winked with a faint smile that carried layers of meaning he was still learning to interpret. Noah shook his head with fond exasperation before heading downstairs to prepare for the evening's business. She's impossible. But I'm starting to like that about her. An hour had passed since he opened the shop, and once again he had sold his premium items to Esta's elite practitioners. This time he had sold a total of 10 of each enhancement item, deliberately keeping one of every type for himself, just in case I need them for emergencies. As the shopkeeper, how can I not have any of my own items with me? After fighting that mutated minotaur, Noah had realized that the temporary increase in strength could genuinely save his life, and those with him in critical situations. Even if the permanent enhancement didn't work for him anymore, the temporary boosts remained incredibly valuable for survival. Those extra attribute points could mean the difference between survival and death in a real fight. Princess Alara and Valeria were notably absent today, which surprised him since they usually arrived promptly for premium sales events. He assumed they were probably dealing with pressing kingdom business or guild responsibilities that prevented their usual shopping routine. Hopefully, everything is all right on their end. Alyssa and Kip had arrived during his sales period, and unlike his other customers, they hadn't left. The cat siblings lingered near the counter with expressions that made Noah's heart ache slightly. They looked genuinely sad. Their ears are drooping. They had obviously heard about his impending departure from either Alara or Valeria, and the news had affected them more deeply than Noah had anticipated. After talking with them for several minutes, he managed to help them feel somewhat better about the temporary separation. Noah had convinced them that he would return soon, just like he did this time. He had also explained patiently that he wasn't sure exactly when that will be. The uncertainty in his presence was hard for them. They've become somewhat attached. Get stronger while I'm gone. He had told them with encouraging firmness, when I come back, I want to see your progress. Maybe then I can take you with me on adventures. The siblings had nodded eagerly at this prospect, their ears perking up with renewed hope and determination. Giving them the goal had helped more than Noah thought. It gave them something to work toward rather than just waiting. Alyssa had tried to negotiate staying with him to work at the shop, offering her services with the earnest look of someone who didn't want to be separated from a valued person. But Noah had shaken his head with gentle finality. There's only room for one assistant available. And I can't just dismiss Lola, he explained with honest regret. It wouldn't be fair to her. It's fate that brought Lola to me when she was dying. I can't abandon that relationship for convenience. Besides, I can tell she wants to repay me for everything. She should focus on herself more. After the emotional farewells and promises of eventual reunion, Noah checked his updated status with satisfaction about his financial progress. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 355,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 1,903. 640. Shop points: 12,960. Attributes: Strength: 60. Vitality: 30. Intelligence: 60. Agility: 60. Skills: Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 10. Aura level 10. Wind manipulation level 9. Body tempering level 8. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. Chapter 210. Purchasing instant coffee. Over 1.5 million in assets. The premium sales continue to generate incredible revenue. His shop points had climbed past the 12,900 mark, increasing beyond the mere shop upgrade feature. Progress on all fronts: financial, skill development, and business expansion. His premium automakers remained stubbornly at level 1, none having accumulated enough sales to reach level 2 despite the consistent demand from Esta's most powerful practitioners recently. That's fine. If the sales stay at 10 plus a day, I would be able to reach it in 7 days. There was one crucial task remaining that would address the glaring imbalance in his attribute development. His vitality of 30 points represented exactly half of his other primary attributes, creating a vulnerability that could prove fatal against powerful opponents. Time to finally put an end to that weakness using the idle room. Noah headed upstairs to the second floor, where the idle room waited with its expensive but incredibly efficient training model. With over 1.5 million in assets, he could afford to invest heavily in rapid skill advancement that would bring his body tempering to level 10, 2 levels from 8 to 10. That's going to be expensive but necessary. Opening the idle room's interface, Noah was reminded of the pricing structure that made each session a significant financial investment. Level 610. $50 per hour, 2x speed multiplier compared to personal training. 4 hours in the idle room equals 8 hours of normal training. That should advance body tempering from level 8 to level 10. The total cost would be $200, a substantial amount, but one that his recent premium sales could easily cover without compromising his overall financial stability. $200 for balanced attributes. Worth every penny if it prevents me from dying due to low vitality. Noah confirmed the 4-hour training session, watching as his account balance decreased by the targeted amount. The idle room's screen immediately displayed his avatar beginning intensive body tempering exercises that would strengthen every aspect of his constitution. The visualization showed his training avatar cycling through the training steps. Unlike normal training, the idle room's training did not make him feel any fatigue during the process. He was able to do whatever he wanted whilst feeling no side effects that came from training, which made it even more valuable than it is. As the session progressed, Noah couldn't help but feel anticipation. His body was going to become more resilient, more capable of withstanding damage and recovering from injuries. Would I be able to resist bullets once I reached the apprentice rank? It was an interesting thought. Even with his superhuman physical strength, Noah still didn't believe he could withstand a bullet with his current physical power. He could survive one, sure, but he couldn't reduce its damage by a lot. It would still injure him. The 4-hour session would transform his physical capabilities while he remained conscious and aware, doing as he pleased. Soon, my vitality will match my other attributes. Then I'll be ready for whatever challenges the next world brings. With his avatar diligently training his body tempering skill in the idle room, Noah decided to finally purchase the next store item that had been tempting him since the day before. Item 5. Instant coffee. Effects. Dramatically accelerates all recovery rates by 100% for 30 minutes. Grants enhanced focus, stronger immunity to mental attacks, and doubled comprehension speed for the 30-minute duration. Permanently increases intelligence by 30 upon first consumption. Then, price. 1,000. Noah checked his current balance after having paid $200 to the idle room for his intensive body tempering session. Current assets. 1,703. 640. Still well over the $1 million threshold even after the training investment. Not bad. I'll still have over $700 once I buy it, Noah muttered before pressing the purchase button and acquiring the next item on his progression list. The permanent intelligence boost alone makes this worth the investment. The fact that there were 5 more items left beyond the instant coffee made Noah smile with anticipation. Just how many products would his shop eventually carry? What would his daily idle income look like once he had purchased and established income streams for every available item? Just at level 2, not to mention the daily sales revenue. The income potential is staggering. You have purchased the item. Instant coffee. The coffee materialized on his shelf the same way as every previous product introduction. Despite his eager desire to consume it immediately and claim the massive intelligence enhancement, he held back from using it right away. He had to sell the item to get the auto coffee, and the only person who could give him something worth the product would be Lola. He didn't disturb Lola since she was still consolidating her Grandmaster advancement in her room upstairs. The process required deep meditation that shouldn't be interrupted for non-emergency matters. She needs the privacy to complete her breakthrough properly. The instant coffee wasn't the only development that made him happy. The sheer quantity of bread that had accumulated during the past 4 hours was equally impressive. With an hourly production rate of 16 loaves, he had accumulated 64 fresh pieces during that time period. Noah calculated the potential and realized that if he could sell his items efficiently during the hours, he could achieve total sales of 384 loaves of bread in a single day. That wouldn't just generate 840 shop points, but also provide 920 golden coins equivalent to $192 in a single day from loaves alone. And once I moved to a different place, I could sell it for even more. The prospect made Noah grin with satisfaction. He hadn't sold a single regular loaf yet today, focusing entirely on the premium enhancement items that granted much higher prices. He was deploying a smart timing strategy. He would let the inventory build up, then execute one massive sales event once his bread stock maxes out. He had already spread word about his shop opening approximately 8 hours from now, timing the announcement to maximize customer turnout. Chapter 211. Perfect Apprentice. 5 skills at level 10. This approach would allow him to sell everything at once instead of being stuck behind the counter for extended periods throughout the day. Efficiency over constant availability. Use time more productively rather than playing shopkeeper all day, talking to the same people. This way, he could use his time for training, hunting, and personal development while still maximizing revenue through concentrated sales periods. The kingdom's stronger practitioners had already heard about his impending departure, creating urgency that guaranteed high demand for his products. Everyone wants to stock up before I leave. Perfect market conditions. Naturally, with his dramatically increased production rates, supply shortages were no longer a concern. Everything was progressing smoothly according to his expanded business model. After purchasing the instant coffee and securing it on his shelf for future use, Noah decided it was time for their daily adventure. He called Leo, who bounded over with the enthusiasm of a predator eager for action. Time for some combat training. Noah fed Leo a loaf of bread and a bottle of iced tea before departing, ensuring his companion would operate at peak performance during their hunting expedition. It was also his daily feed. An hour later, Noah and Leo made their way back to the shop, both feeling satisfied with their productive expedition. They had warmed up against some smaller creatures before encountering 2 normal minotaurs, this time not mutated specimens, but still formidable adept rank opponents. Standard minotaurs are much more manageable than that mutated monster we fought yesterday. They had engaged both creatures in coordinated combat, honing their teamwork while testing their individual capabilities against known opponents. The battles served as excellent skill practice without the life-threatening aspect of their previous encounter. "Thank you, Father. It was fun hunting with you," Leo said with genuine affection, his voice carrying a grateful tone. Noah ruffled his companion's golden fur as they made their way back toward the shop. "Same here, buddy. We're getting better at working together. Our coordination is improving. It's cool." After returning to the shop, Noah made his way to his estate. He wanted to practice his swordsmanship productively using the Tier 4 manual that contained techniques beyond normal human martial arts. Advanced techniques require space and concentration. Can't practice these indoors. As he worked through the complex forms detailed in the manual, Leo simply sat nearby and watched with obvious admiration for his father's dedication to improvement. Another hour passed as Noah lost himself in the flowing movements that combined physical power with magical energy, manipulation. The advanced techniques demanded integration of his swordsmanship, aura control skills simultaneously. This was no longer just about swordsmanship. It was about controlling his mana to become a better swordsman, to do things that the normal human body cannot do without help from mana. This is what true martial artistry looks like. Not just sword technique, but complete magical integration. Noah wiped sweat from his face as he concluded the training session, feeling the satisfying burn of muscles pushed to their limits through demanding practice. Your skill body tempering has reached level 9. Man, the idle room avatar is making excellent progress. One more level to go. Despite an hour of intensive swordsmanship training with the advanced manual, Noah didn't feel like he had gained significant advancement in that particular skill. The techniques were clearly much more challenging at higher levels, requiring extended practice to achieve meaningful progress. Adept-level techniques demand patience. Can't rush this kind of development. Noah decided to stop training swordsmanship for now and focus on his wind manipulation skill, which was tantalizingly close to reaching level 10. He retrieved his wind orb and settled into a meditation position. One more skill to balance before we relocate tomorrow. 2 hours later, Noah's eyes opened as he felt dual notifications appearing in his consciousness. He stared at the wind orb, which no longer contained the concentrated essence that had powered his training. The The Tier 5 magical orb had given everything it had to offer. It served its purpose perfectly. Time to retire this one. Your skill body tempering has reached level 10. Then. Your skill wind manipulation has reached level 10. Then. Noah stood up with power coursing through his body. The dual advancement represented the completion of his apprentice rank foundation across all primary skills. His combat power has once again jumped by another notch, making him more confident in tackling adept rank monsters at just the apprentice rank. He was fighting over his rank of power. His wind manipulation had reached the same level as his swordsmanship, mana control, aura skills, and body tempering skill, creating perfect harmony across his magical and martial capabilities. 5 skills at level 10. That's a perfect apprentice rank practitioner. I'm rounded across all attributes, and my attributes are better than other practitioners. Considering that I'm using my items to improve my body from the foundational stages, the body tempering advancement would boost his vitality to 60 points, finally eliminating the vulnerability that had concerned him during recent combat encounters. 4 hours later, the time for his grand opening had finally arrived. Noah peered through the shop window and felt his eyebrows rise at the sight before him. An immense crowd had gathered outside his shop, their numbers far exceeding his expectations. He counted carefully and estimated around 100 or so people, though there could easily be more scattered throughout the nearby streets. The assembled crowd represented a cross-section of Esta's population: adventurers in worn leather armor, mages in flowing robes, common citizens clutching coin purses, and even several figures whose expensive clothing marked them as minor nobility. Noah officially opened the store door, but despite their obvious eagerness, nobody immediately flooded inside. The crowd maintained respectful order, understanding that they couldn't afford to upset the Viscount who controlled their access to these miraculous products. In this place, his word was absolute law. Those who violated his rules could only curse themselves for years to come. Knowing they'd lost access to items that could transform their lives. Chapter 212. Major Sales. Good evening, everyone, Noah called out, his voice carrying across the assembled crowd. Before we begin, I need an accurate count of customers to ensure fair distribution. He moved through the crowd, counting each person quickly. The process took a few minutes with his current capabilities, and the crowd's neat queue. The process would establish an order that would prevent chaos during the actual sales. After completing his survey, Noah discovered there were actually 110 people present, a more manageable number that aligned better with his available inventory. His current stock consisted of 192 loaves of bread and 48 bottles of iced tea, accumulated through hours of continuous automaker production. The mathematics was straightforward but required some basic planning. With 192 loaves and 110 customers, he could allow some people to purchase 2 loaves while limiting others to 1, ensuring everyone present received at least one of his magical loaves. Listen carefully. Noah announced to the crowd, I have enough bread for everyone, but distribution will be managed to ensure fairness. Some of you may purchase 2 loaves. Others will be limited to 1, based on your queue number. Those who came earlier have an advantage. Murmurs of appreciation rippled through the crowd. They had expected potential shortages or people mass buying, not guaranteed access for every person present. As for the iced tea, supplies are more limited, so it will be first come, first served. The iced tea garnered less demand than the bread anyway, being primarily useful for mages and magical practitioners rather than the general population. Noah returned inside his shop and began serving customers in an orderly fashion, processing purchases quickly and efficiently. The first several transactions proceeded smoothly. Adventurers purchasing bread for upcoming expeditions, families buying healing supplies for elderly relatives, and young mages investing in iced tea to enhance their magical development. But the harmony was disrupted when a figure attempted to push through the established queue with obvious disregard for the waiting customers. A man in expensive clothing bearing the insignia of baronial rank shouldered past several common citizens. A smirk played on his face as he skipped through the queue with entitlement that came from his minor nobility status. Many in the crowd noticed the disruption but remained silent, afraid to challenge someone of noble rank despite their obvious displeasure at his behavior. Noah spotted the commotion immediately and felt his expression harden with disapproval. He served the customer on hand, before walking directly toward the Baron with an expression that made the entire crowd fall silent. What do you think you're doing? Noah asked with a frown that carried unmistakable harshness. The Baron's confident demeanor crumbled instantly as he found himself face to face with someone whose status transcended simple noble rankings. I was just... My position requires... The Baron stammered, his voice losing strength with each word. He had planned to push through the queue and hide before the Viscount saw him, but it seemed like he had failed miserably. Noah wasn't just the shopkeeper or a random Viscount. His status was arguably greater than most dukes, especially considering the widespread rumors about his relationships with Princess Alara, Valeria, the guild leader, and other powerful figures throughout the kingdom. Position requires what? Disrespecting my customers. Ignoring the order I established, Noah's voice remained calm but carried steel that made the Baron's face pale visibly. No, my lord. I didn't mean to. You're banned from purchasing anything today, Noah announced with a tone that gave no room for argument. Leave, Noah gestured with his hand. The Baron's mouth opened as if to protest, then closed as he recognized the futility of challenging someone whose influence could destroy his family's standing with a few words to the right people. The man didn't dare argue further. He departed quickly, thanking God that his punishment had ended with merely being denied shopping privileges rather than facing more serious consequences. The crowd erupted in cheers and applause as the Baron's retreating figure disappeared around a corner. Fair treatment for everyone, someone called out with obvious approval. The rumors were true. The Viscount really is just in kind, added another voice from the crowd. A noble who treats common folk with respect has a noble character, declared a middle-aged woman whose gratitude was written clearly across her face. The incident had transformed Noah's reputation once again. In the people's eyes, Noah had proven himself willing to stand up for ordinary citizens against noble privilege. Word of the confrontation would spread throughout Esta within hours, cementing his position as the favorite noble alongside the royal family itself. Unlike other aristocrats who demanded deference based on bloodline, Noah had earned respect through consistent fairness and genuine care for his customers' well-being. Now then, Noah announced with a smile that restored the cheerful atmosphere. Let's continue with our business. Everyone will be served fairly and in order. I don't want this to happen again. If anyone pushes in the lines, they will not be served and will be banned from the shop for a day. Repeated offenses will result in a long-term or permanent ban. The sales resumed with enthusiasm, customers treating their purchases not just as commercial transactions, but as interactions with someone who had proven himself worthy of their loyalty and respect. The incident with the Baron became an impromptu demonstration of the values that guided Noah's business: fairness, respect for all customers regardless of social status, and unwillingness to tolerate behavior that undermined the community he was building around his shop. As the evening progressed and his inventory gradually diminished through countless satisfied customers, Noah reflected on how far his influence had grown beyond simple commerce. He wasn't just selling magical items anymore. He was shaping the social dynamics of an entire kingdom through the principles he chose to uphold. The crowd's reaction proved that people were hungry for leadership that prioritized justice over privilege, fairness over favoritism. By maintaining those standards consistently, Noah had built genuine respect from those whose lives his products touched. Chapter 213. Naughty. After his sales ended, Noah felt genuinely satisfied with his new strategy. He had managed to sell everything while keeping every customer happy, except for a few who had needed iced tea but arrived too late to secure any. Those disappointed customers promised to return tomorrow for another chance. The streamlined approach had proven far more efficient than his previous method of keeping the shop open continuously throughout the day. Concentrated sales periods allowed him to maximize revenue while freeing up time for training and personal development. Despite its efficiency, he didn't plan on doing this every day, especially in new territories where he wanted to build more trust and loyalty with his customers. Noah checked his updated status with satisfaction at the improvements across multiple metrics. He had sold all 192 bread loaves and 48 bottles of iced tea during the evening rush, generating substantial revenue and shop points. The iced tea inventory was now completely depleted, except for the institutional reserves needed for tomorrow's representatives. Princess Alara's court mages and Valeria's guild members had established daily purchasing agreements. This meant Lola's overnight shift would focus entirely on selling the second batch of 192 bread loaves that would accumulate through continued automaker production. Host: Noah Carter. Age: 28. Shop level: 2. Daily revenue: 355,000 or equivalent. Current assets: 1. 823. 640. Shop points: 14. 960. Attributes: Strength: 60. Vitality: 60. Intelligence: 60. Agility: 60. Skills: Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 10. Aura level 10. Wind manipulation level 10. Body tempering level 10. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. Noah smiled with deep satisfaction, examining his iced tea automaker progress. Noah noted it wasn't far from reaching level 5. The advancement would require today's night shift sales plus another full day of transactions, meaning the upgrade wouldn't occur while they remained in the human kingdom. The timing meant the level up would happen after they relocated to their next destination, wherever the system chose to transport them. Noah didn't worry about the delayed progression. His items were guaranteed to sell regardless of location. The quality was exceptional, and the quantity was adequate to meet most market demands. Even if circumstances placed them in the most challenging environment imaginable, he could always reduce prices drastically to focus purely on advancing his automakers and accumulating shop points. As long as there were people in the location, everything was good. Money had transitioned from being a desperate need to merely a pleasant want. With nearly $2 million in assets and daily income exceeding most people's annual salaries, finance was no longer a concern. His balanced attributes and mastered skills represented weeks of dedicated effort that had transformed him into someone capable of influencing entire kingdoms through the items of his shop. Tomorrow would bring their departure from Esta and entry into whatever world the system selected next. But tonight, Noah could rest with the satisfaction of having achieved every goal he'd set for their time in the human kingdom. After the sales finished, Noah found himself in an unusual state of contentment mixed with restlessness. He had reached all his goals for the day. His attributes were perfectly balanced, and his skills had advanced significantly. Yet he wasn't feeling motivated to practice more. He had already trained extensively throughout the day. Maybe I'm finally learning the importance of rest between intensive sessions. His contemplative thoughts were interrupted by the melodious voice of Lola as she descended the stairs, her ruby eyes sparkling with curiosity about his pensive expression. "What are you thinking about, handsome man?" She asked with her playful smile that somehow managed to brighten his mood. Turning to face her, Noah felt his earlier conflicted feelings settle into something approaching anticipation. "I was thinking about my new item." "New item?" Lola's eyebrows rose with immediate interest, her attention focusing entirely on him. "Already? You just introduced rice cakes recently." Noah nodded, a smile on his face as he was about to reveal an impressive surprise. "I got another one today. Want to see what it is?" Lola didn't wait for his formal invitation. She was already moving toward the shelves with her curiosity thoroughly piqued. Her eyes scanned the familiar products before landing on the newcomer, and Noah watched with amusement as her expression shifted from interest to shock. She read the description once, blinked, then read it again more carefully to ensure she hadn't misunderstood the incredible effects listed. "This," she breathed, her voice carrying genuine awe. "Doubled comprehension speed, massive intelligence enhancement, improved immunity to mental attacks. This is undoubtedly the most powerful item available on your shelves. Indeed, this coffee is in a completely different league. This is absolutely insane," she continued, turning toward him with expressions that cycled between amazement and desire. "How many do you have of this? Is it like the rest you'll have 12 daily?" Noah smiled before nodding in confirmation. "Yes, they will be produced at the same rate as other premium items." "This..." Lola's hands actually trembled slightly as she asked, "Do I have the same privilege as always? You know, buying it first." Her voice carried expectation mixed with vulnerability from asking for something she desperately wanted but wasn't certain she deserved. "She really wants this." Noah adopted a thoughtful expression, tapping his chin as if seriously considering alternative options. That's a good question. I was thinking of selling it to the king first. With everything going on in the kingdom, he could use the extra boost to improve further." Lola's eyes widened with horror before she walked toward him with the most pitiful expression he'd ever seen. Grace her beautiful features. Whilst she could wait for the next one to appear, she wanted the first one. Just like how a kid always wanted the new console when it dropped, she had the same feeling. Consolidating her realm was proving difficult, and the faster someone consolidated their strength in a new realm, the better their foundation was. "Please," she said, pleading with an earnest but teasing expression. "I need this one. You know how I'm trying to consolidate my Grandmaster rank? And this would help me immensely." The mighty succubus is practically begging. This is adorable. Noah felt highly amused watching her, but maintained his serious expression while internally enjoying every moment of her performance. "Well," he said slowly, drawing out the suspense deliberately, "I suppose I could make an exception for you." Hope flared in her ruby eyes like flames catching dry kindling. "But," Noah continued with a smirk that revealed his true intentions, "there are conditions." "Anything," Lola replied immediately, her desperation overriding her usual caution about making open-ended promises. In her mind, Noah wouldn't ask for anything too excessive. He never did. He wasn't brave enough to do it. He was always shy around her, except a few times when she pushed him towards it. Hook, line, and sinker. "Sure, as long as you say I'm a naughty succubus, then you can buy it," Noah declared with obvious amusement at his own creativity. Lola blinked several times, her long eyelashes fluttering, her expression blank as her mind processed the totally unexpected requirement. First parameter, level. Second parameter, production rate. Third parameter, stock. Fourth parameter, progress. Each sale gives 1 XP. Chapter 214. Naughty succubus. New daily income. "That's it?" she asked with obvious confusion about such a simple condition. "Oh, and by the way," Noah added with growing mischief, "none of those games of playing with words, like saying Noah instead of I, because I used the letter I in the sentence. I want to hear you specifically say those exact words. Can't let her wiggle out through clever interpretation. I know how her mind works." Lola's mouth fell open as she realized he'd anticipated and preemptively blocked her most obvious escape route. Her usual arsenal of verbal trickery had been neutralized before she could even deploy it. "You," she sputtered, pointing an accusatory finger at him. "That's too much." "Is it?" Noah replied with innocent eyes that fooled absolutely nobody. Lola crossed her arms and glared at him with indignation. She'd been outmaneuvered by an amateur at her own game. This is emotional blackmail, she declared with wounded dignity. This is business, Noah countered smoothly. Supply and demand. You demand the coffee. I supply the conditions. She's actually considering it. She really wants the coffee. Huh. Lola paced back and forth in front of him, muttering under her breath in what might have been frustrated commentary on his negotiating tactics. Fine, she finally exploded, throwing her hands up in surrender. But I'm only doing this because the coffee is essential for my advancement. Of course, Noah agreed solemnly. Though his twitching lips betrayed his amusement, Lola took a deep breath, straightened her posture with as much dignity as she could muster, and looked him directly in the eyes. She began, then stopped and glared at him again. This is ridiculous. The coffee awaits, Noah reminded her helpfully. Another pause, another glare. You're enjoying this way too much. Guilty as charged. Continue. Lola closed her eyes, took another deep breath, and spoke in a rush. I'm a naughty successibus. The words were all said together at once, making it hard to understand. I'm sorry. Could you repeat that more clearly? Noah asked with exaggerated concern. I didn't quite catch it. You heard me perfectly well, Lola protested, her cheeks actually turning pink with embarrassment. Humor me. I'm not accepting your earlier response, Noah requested with a grin that could power the entire kingdom. Lola gave him a look that promised future revenge before speaking with exaggerated clarity. I am, naughty. Succubus. There we go. Noah clapped his hands together with obvious delight. 1 instant coffee? Coming right up. Noah walked to the shelf, carefully retrieved the instant coffee, and placed it on the counter. So, this item is 1,000 golden coins. Naughty succubus, he said with obvious satisfaction, unable to resist adding the playful reminder of her earlier embarrassment. Lola's eye twitched slightly at the repeated phrase, but she maintained her composure with admirable restraint. 1,000 golden coins. It's worth more than that. You're really giving me a significant discount. She deliberately ignored Noah's taunting as if she hadn't heard it, though he could tell from the subtle tension in her shoulders that his words were definitely having an effect. Of course I'm giving you a discount, Noah replied with genuine warmth beneath his teasing exterior. Employee benefits and all that. Lola nodded appreciatively before a large leather pouch materialized from her dimensional storage ring, the bag clinking heavily with the metallic sound of accumulated wealth. She began counting out the golden coins, and in a few seconds, she was done. I'm starting to run out of golden coins, she admitted with a slight frown as she organized the payment. It seems like I need to work hard in the next territory to earn some income. Maybe then I can keep up with your increasingly expensive new items. She's been spending her personal wealth on my products consistently. It makes sense. Despite the fact that she could earn these items as daily payments simply for working at his shop, Lola clearly wanted Noah to benefit financially from their relationship, rather than taking advantage of the generous employment arrangement. The gesture revealed a consideration for his business interests that went beyond mere professional obligation. She could easily claim the coffee as part of her daily compensation package, but instead chose to purchase it with her own money to ensure he received proper payment, helping him with his shop. You know, Noah said, his teasing tone softening into something more sincere. You don't actually have to buy this. When I get some later, it could count as part of your daily payment package. Lola paused in her coin counting, looking up at him with ruby eyes that carried genuine surprise at his offer. That's generous. But no, she replied firmly, resuming her payment preparation. Business is business, and personal is personal. You've built something incredible here, and I want to support it properly. Besides, I'm not only paying for one item, I'm paying for a daily payment of it. You are being incredibly generous. If I had more, I would have paid more. Unfortunately, I don't. The interaction revealed yet another layer to Lola's personality. Beneath the playful flirtation and grandmaster-level power lay someone who was kind and grateful for things being gift to them. She never took things for granted and always appreciated the kindness shown to her. Her willingness to spend her personal wealth rather than exploit their employment relationship spoke to principles that Noah found increasingly attractive beyond her obvious physical beauty. She could easily take advantage of the situation, but chooses not to. She really is kind-hearted. Transaction complete. None. Ding. First instant coffee sale complete. None. Reward. Auto instant coffee level 1. New idle income stream. 1,000 gold coins. $100,000 established. None. With his new idle income stream available, Noah was now earning $455,000 daily without doing anything. Nearly $500,000 a day. And that number could reach up to $1 million by the time his next items were bought and sold for their correct prices in the next territory. Chapter 215. Mystical Herbal Tea. Host. Noah Carter. Age. 28. Shop level. 2. Daily revenue. $455,000 or equivalent. Current assets. 1. 923. 640. Shop points. 14. 970. Attributes. Strength. 60. Vitality. 60. Intelligence. 60. Agility. 60. Skills. Swordsmanship level 10. Mana control level 10. Aura level 10. Wind manipulation level 10. Body tempering level 10. Surviving on ramen level 3. Cooking level 3. Finance level 3. Gaming level 3. Programming level 2. Staring at his updated status, Noah felt an incredible surge of happiness and excitement coursing through his body. His liquid assets were rapidly approaching the $2 million milestone. Before his favorite customer could leave to practice with her newly acquired instant coffee, Noah called out to her with barely contained anticipation. "Lola, do you want to buy another item?" Lola's ruby eyes widened in shock once again, her expression cycling through disbelief and growing excitement. "Another one? Already? Where is it? I don't see it on the shelf." Her gaze swept across the familiar product displays, searching for whatever new miracle Noah had made. "Because I haven't placed it there yet," Noah responded with mysterious satisfaction. He accessed the shop interface with trembling fingers, eager to examine what the system had unlocked next in his progression sequence. Item 6. Mystical Herbal Tea. Effects. Purifies the body of all toxins. Grants the skill Spiritual Sight for 1 hour. Permanently increases vitality by 30 upon first consumption. The level of the skill Spiritual Sight depends on the rank of the user. Nan. Price. 1,500. Staring at the new item's description, Noah's mouth almost dropped open in shock. Only his awareness of Lola watching him closely allowed him to maintain his composure despite the incredible implications of what he was reading. Granting a skill at the level of the user. So, for me, I would gain a level 10 Spiritual Sight skill. This is absolutely insane. That means Lola at Grandmaster rank would receive at least level 25 or higher. What kind of overpowered item is this? The concept of instantly learning skills, rather than spending months or years developing them through traditional training, represented a complete paradigm shift in magical advancement possibilities. Even if it was only for an hour. Without hesitation, Noah confirmed the purchase despite the staggering price tag. 1,500 deducted. Item 6 gained. Mystical Herbal Tea. The mystical tea materialized on his shelf, its elegant container immediately drawing attention through its distinctive appearance. Lola spotted the new arrival instantly, her senses detecting the item as it appeared on the shelf. She breathed, moving closer to examine the product with obvious fascination. Reading through the item's effects, Lola's expression transformed from curiosity to complete astonishment. Her hands actually trembled slightly as she processed the unprecedented capabilities described in the product information. She struggled to find adequate words for what she was witnessing. "Noah, this item doesn't just enhance existing abilities, it grants entirely new skills. At the user's current rank." Her voice carried the awe of someone who understood exactly how revolutionary such an item would be in any magical society. "Spiritual Sight is one of the rarest abilities in the world," she continued with growing excitement. "Most practitioners spend decades trying to develop even basic levels of this skill, and this tea grants it instantly." Scaled to the user's rank, the implications were staggering. For Noah, it would mean immediate access to a level 10 Spiritual Sight capability. For Lola, with her Grandmaster rank, the skill would manifest at master-level proficiency from the moment of consumption. The toxin purification alone would be worth the price, Lola added, her mind cataloging every benefit. But combined with permanent vitality enhancement and instant skill acquisition, she looked at Noah with an expression that mixed admiration, desire, and something approaching desperation. "How much?" she asked, though her tone suggested she already feared the answer. 1,500 golden coins, Noah replied, watching her face carefully for her reaction to the astronomical price. Lola's eyes widened even further as she processed the cost, 50% more expensive than instant coffee, representing wealth that most kings couldn't easily accumulate. Her voice trailed off as she calculated her remaining resources against the item's incredible value. "I don't have that much," Lola admitted shyly, her usual confidence cracking as she faced the reality of her now limited resources. Her voice carried genuine disappointment mixed with embarrassment at being unable to afford something she wanted, the mighty Grandmaster Succubus, reduced to admitting financial limitations like any ordinary customer. But then her expression shifted to hopeful determination as she reached into her dimensional storage and withdrew an item Noah recognized immediately. Eye of Apollo. Description: a powerful artifact capable of detecting truth, piercing illusions, and revealing the fundamental nature of any target, provides absolute truth detection within its area of influence. No deception can withstand its scrutiny. Tier 5. Estimated price: 100 golden coin. Noah stared at the familiar artifact, the same legendary item Lola had used during the auction to manipulate Prince Malphus into overpaying for her decoy purchase. The orb pulsed with inner light. "This is the best thing I have. Can we trade?" Lola said with pleading eyes that carried vulnerable hope beneath their ruby depths. She was offering one of her most prized possessions, a Tier 5 artifact worth a small fortune, just to afford the mystical herbal tea that could advance her magical development. Noah looked into those beautiful, desperate eyes and felt his heart soften. He had been joking when he said 1,500 golden coins. He knew she probably didn't have that much. She had nearly bought all of his premium items. The Eye of Apollo was indeed valuable enough to cover the remaining cost. But more importantly, her willingness to part with such a treasured item revealed how much this opportunity meant to her. "All right, I'll take it," Noah said with a warm smile spreading across his face. "Yay!" Lola exclaimed with unrestrained, untainted, pure, childlike joy. Her next move made Noah's eyes widen. Chapter 216, Eye of Apollo. In that moment of unbridled happiness, she forgot every consideration of propriety and personal boundaries. She launched herself forward from her spot, wrapping her arms around Noah in an enthusiastic hug that caught him completely off guard. The embrace was warm and filled with gratitude. Her soft body pressed against his as she held him tightly, her relief and excitement pouring out through the physical contact. Noah smiled at her infectious enthusiasm and returned the hug without hesitation, his arms encircling her slender frame with gentle care. For Lola, the moment held deeper significance than Noah realized. Behind his back, her ruby eyes widened in shock as she processed what was happening. He's actually hugging me back, really hugging me, not just tolerating it. This wasn't the casual, polite contact they'd shared during their mouth-to-mouth healing moment. This was Noah choosing to embrace her, holding her close because he wanted to, not because circumstances demanded it. A brilliant smile broke across her face like sunrise after an endless night. Her heart raced with emotions she'd never expected to feel. Not just affection or attraction, but something deeper and more precious. He's not pulling away. He's not uncomfortable. The hug lasted only seconds, but for Lola, it represented a breakthrough that meant more than any magical artifact or enhancement item ever could. When they finally separated, her cheeks carried a faint blush that made her look genuinely adorable despite her incredible power and supernatural beauty. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice carrying layers of meaning that went far beyond gratitude for a business transaction. Transaction complete. None. Ding. First mystical herbal tea sale complete. No. Reward. Auto herb tea level 1. New idle income stream. Eye of Apollo 110. Present established. None. Noah's eyes widened at the system notification. The Eye of Apollo had become a daily income stream worth 110,000, adding substantially to his already impressive passive earnings. However, Noah made a deliberate decision not to convert this particular income stream to dollars. He preferred to keep receiving the actual Eye of Apollo artifacts rather than their monetary equivalent. Money can be earned through sales, but magical artifacts like the Eye of Apollo can't be easily replaced. These items might be incredibly useful for future situations, or someone might desperately need them for trade. While dollars were useful on Earth, magical artifacts held value across multiple worlds and could serve purposes that simple currency couldn't fulfill. His daily income had increased once again, and he had gained another valuable item to sell. With so many different products available now, I'm genuinely excited for our adventures in whatever new territory the system selects. With the transaction completed and nothing immediately pressing to accomplish, Noah decided to give Lola privacy for her practice session before her upcoming night shift. She's going to need some alone time to experiment with that instant coffee and consolidate her Grandmaster advancement. Lola departed for her room upstairs while Noah remained in the main shop area for a few more minutes. He spent 5 minutes playing with Leo, enjoying some simple bonding time with his companion. "Ready for our next adventure tomorrow, buddy?" Noah asked while scratching behind Leo's ears. "Always ready, father. New places mean new challenges and new prey to hunt." Leo responded with enthusiasm that matched Noah's own anticipation. After their brief playtime, Noah stepped through the portal and returned to Earth, leaving the magical world behind for the evening. Back in his house, Noah immediately checked his phone for any messages or notifications he might have missed during his extended absence. Several messages waited for him, but one in particular caught his attention. Ethan had sent a text asking if he wanted to play some games later that evening. Noah considered his remaining schedule and realized he didn't have any pressing obligations for the rest of the night. His training was complete. His business affairs were handled, and tomorrow would bring their departure to a new world and the time for his tournament. Why not? I can also work on leveling up my gaming skills while enjoying myself. The gaming skill advancement would be a fun way to utilize his leisure time. Noah typed back a quick response. "Sure, sounds good. What time?" Within moments, Ethan replied with obvious excitement about their upcoming gaming session, suggesting they start in about an hour. In that hour, Noah spent quality time with his father, sharing a late lunch while discussing various topics. The conversation flowed naturally, both men enjoying the simple pleasure of family time. Once the hour concluded, Noah excused himself and headed back to his room, settling into his gaming setup with anticipation for the evening's entertainment. He loaded up the game and joined Ethan's party, immediately hearing his cousin's excited voice through the headset. "Noah, let's fight against each other for a warm-up. I've been practicing with my team, and we learned some new strategies from watching your gameplay. I might get myself a few kills on you, to save the embarrassment. Ethan declared with the confidence of someone who'd been training with professional players. We'll see about that. Noah replied with amusement, as he bought one of the rifles and headed to the main combat area in the private deathmatch mode. The match began, and within the first round, Ethan's confident predictions of getting a few kills crumbled entirely. Pop, pop, headshot. Noah's crosshair placement and reaction time produced elimination after elimination, with accuracy that left his cousin speechless. What the hell? Noah. Ethan's voice carried genuine shock. I feel like your aim is even better than last time. How is that possible? Pop, pop, pop. 3 more perfect shots landed exactly where Noah intended, his agility translating into superhuman hand-eye coordination that made every shot feel effortless. I've just been practicing. Noah replied casually while clutching another impossible round. Practicing what? Heart surgery. Because your precision is absolutely surgical. Ethan exclaimed with obvious amazement. My team captain is going to flip when I tell him about this. Chapter 217. Teaching Ethan the ropes. As they continued playing, Noah decided to satisfy his curiosity about yesterday's magical experiment. By the way, how are you feeling today? How was that bread I gave you? Oh man, that bread was incredible. Ethan responded enthusiastically between rounds. I've never tasted anything like it. Where did you get it? It was like, perfect. I couldn't stop eating it once I started. Really? That's good. How's your health been? Noah asked casually. Ethan's voice carried confusion at the seemingly random question. My health? That's kind of a weird thing to ask. But I feel really good, actually. Better than usual, if I'm being honest. Here comes the important part. My glucose levels have been much more stable than normal. Ethan continued, his tone growing more thoughtful. It's actually kind of shocking. I ate that bread last night and completely forgot to take my insulin for the carbohydrates. A smile formed on Noah's face, hearing what his cousin was revealing. Usually that would send my blood sugar through the roof, Ethan explained, his voice carrying genuine puzzlement. But the bread didn't affect my glucose levels at all. It's like my body processed it completely differently than normal food. The magical healing is actually addressing his diabetes. This is incredible. That's great to hear, Noah replied, fighting to keep his voice neutral despite his excitement. Make sure you eat that second loaf I gave you. Of course. I was planning to eat it later today. Ethan laughed. Honestly, I might ask you where you got it so I can buy more. It was that good. As their gaming session continued, Ethan asked Noah if he could teach him some of his mechanics. He acknowledged the fact that Noah was better than him. So, Ethan wanted to learn from him as his first cousin. Noah accepted Ethan's request and began teaching Ethan advanced mechanics and strategies that even professional players rarely mastered. Try pre-aiming that corner at head level, Noah began, his tone calm but focused. Then use sound cues like footsteps, utility usage, or reloads to time your peak perfectly. Now, you might be thinking, everyone at the pro level already does this, so what makes this peak any different? Noah smiled as he noticed Ethan's muttering along, clearly engaged. The difference, Noah continued, is in how you're going to peak. Your movement will be a smooth, controlled tracking motion with no flicking involved. Flicking introduces inconsistencies. Humans are prone to error when sudden. Jerky corrections are required. Muscle memory falters when too many variables are at play. He paused to let that sink in before elaborating further. To counter that, we'll train a precise process. First, you'll start by practicing on the most common peak spots. These are the choke points, the high traffic angles where opposing teams most often encounter each other. Your initial focus will be simple. Track the edge of the wall as you slice the pie. Keep your crosshair at head level and move it smoothly, without skipping or jerking. Ethan leaned in slightly towards his monitor in his room, his expression focused. Once your tracking is consistent, Noah went on, we'll move to the second phase, which is memorization. You'll study the environment pixel placements, shadows, edges until every corner becomes familiar, like recognizing a face. You'll know when something looks out of place. Then comes the most critical part, training your reaction. Your body needs to fire instinctively the moment something in that frame changes. When you're slicing the pie and you see even a single pixel that's off, you won't think, you won't hesitate. You'll shoot, and based on the positioning we trained earlier, he added, that shot will land as a guaranteed headshot. Wait, what? Ethan blinked, a mix of curiosity and disbelief on his face. Is that even possible? Watch this, Noah said, moving Ethan to spectate mode before starting to initiate his own previous advice with confidence. He moved smoothly into position and executed the technique as if he had done it 1,000 times before. His crosshair flowed with effortless control, tracing along the wall at perfect head level as he peaked the angle. His movement and aim were completely in sync. There was no hesitation, no correction. It felt like he already knew exactly where the enemy would appear. Ethan froze, his mouth slightly open. Noah, this is ridiculous, he said under his breath. He stared at the screen in disbelief, like he was witnessing something unnatural. My team captain has been trying to teach us a flicking technique for weeks. We've been grinding it every day with replays and drills, and you just pulled off another technique that barely anyone pays attention to, with ease. I can definitely see this working against most pros. They wouldn't expect such a peak, and they wouldn't have the reaction time for it. Noah didn't respond immediately. His expression stayed calm and focused, as though he had done something ordinary. His level 3 gaming skill, combined with enhanced intelligence and sharpened reflexes, pushed him far beyond what any average player could achieve. Noah wasn't too flattered by his cousin's praise. It was just one of the many techniques that he had learnt from the level 3 skill. Now try combining that with crosshair placement and movement prediction, Noah said in the same even tone. Don't just aim where they are. Understand where they're going to be. Use their footsteps, their timing, their habits. People follow patterns even when they think they don't. Ethan tried to copy the motion. His aim wavered. His peak felt forced and unstable. Every step looked like a lesser version of what Noah had just done. The gap between them was wider than skill. It felt like 2 different levels of playing. And it was, "This is insane," Ethan muttered, struggling to merely copy Noah's moments. "You're teaching me things I've never seen before. Not in tournaments. Not in coaching sessions. Not even in pro-level breakdowns. This is beyond anything I thought was possible. I had always thought that those in the top leagues simply had better aim and positioning, but it seems like they do this technique themselves." Check author notes. Important. Chapter 218. Tournament Day. Daily income available. Nan. You have received. Eye of Apollo Tier 5. You have received 465. The appointed day had finally arrived, and Master Tanaka had instructed Noah to arrive early. The tournament was set in a mountain range, requiring significant travel time to reach the location. This wasn't a major issue for Noah, who had developed the habit of waking up early every day since he had gotten his shop. After his morning routine and a quick breakfast with his father, Noah drove to the dojo through the quiet streets of the early morning city. The familiar drive gave him time to mentally prepare for whatever challenges the tournament might present. Outside the dojo, Noah parked his car in the designated bay before entering the building he'd come to know so well over the past weeks. At this early hour, no students were present. The training floor stood empty and peaceful, wooden swords resting in their racks while practice mats waited for the day's activities. Master Tanaka raised his eyes from his seated position upon hearing approaching footsteps. Spotting Noah, his weathered face broke into an approving smile. "Are you ready?" the master asked with a calm tone. Noah smiled back as he felt the hidden excitement in his master's voice. He could tell that Tanaka was really excited about his participation in the tournament, and that made him feel some warmth in his heart. The old man was really kind-hearted, despite his calm, nonchalant appearance, of course. Although Noah's swordsmanship skill level hadn't increased recently, his overall physical capabilities had improved dramatically. His enhanced vitality, refined aura control, and wind manipulation had all strengthened his body in complementary ways, making him significantly more powerful than during their initial training sessions. He had also gained genuine combat experience against adept-rank magical beasts, testing his skills against opponents that could actually kill him, rather than mere sparring or training exercises. To claim he wasn't confident in the tournament would be dishonest. While he wouldn't use his aura control or wind manipulation against human opponents, as that would kill most, he genuinely doubted anyone possessed greater raw physical strength than he did. Even in Esta, those at the same rank did not have the attributes he had. However, his confidence didn't breed arrogance. Noah understood that hidden practitioners existed everywhere, individuals who had trained for decades with natural talent that might rival or exceed his current abilities. The world was vast, containing masters whose skills had been honed through pure dedication, talent, and natural treasures. "Sit down while we wait for Yamamoto," Tanaka instructed, gesturing toward the meditation area where they had spent countless hours refining Noah's technique. He should arrive soon. Noah settled into the familiar position, his body automatically adopting the posture that had become second nature through weeks of disciplined practice. Time passed quietly in the dojo's peaceful atmosphere. The morning sun filtered through high windows, basking the area where Noah had first struggled with basic stances in a warm, golden glow. The sound of an approaching vehicle broke the tranquil silence, followed by footsteps on the dojo's front steps. Yamamoto entered with the confident bearing Noah remembered from their first meeting, a man whose presence immediately attracted attention and respect without requiring vocal assertion. "Punctual as always," Yamamoto observed with approval, his sharp eyes taking in both Noah's posture and calm aura. "He's different. He looks much stronger." He wore practical clothing suitable for travel, but Noah could sense the coiled power beneath his normal, casual appearance. This was someone whose reputation had been earned through decades of martial arts. "The journey to the mountain venue will take approximately 2 hours, Yamamoto explained, checking his watch. "We'll have time to discuss what you can expect from today's competition during the drive." Master Tanaka rose from his position. "Prepare yourself for matches that you won't forget," Tanaka told Yamamoto with obvious pride in Noah's development. "His progress has been remarkable." Yamamoto's keen gaze assessed Noah with the thoroughness of someone accustomed to evaluating combat potential. After several seconds of silent scrutiny, he nodded in agreement, although he didn't take Tanaka's words too seriously. He had simply thought that the old master was trying to motivate the young swordsman of his dojo. Good. Let's see what he can accomplish against other talents. Noah then left with Yamamoto and approached what turned out to be a large bus waiting outside the dojo. Inside the spacious vehicle, Noah was surprised to find it wasn't empty. Several people were already seated throughout the bus, their postures and alert expressions suggesting they shared a common purpose. They'll also be participating in the tournament, Yamamoto explained as they boarded. Practitioners from various dojos and training schools across the region. Noah nodded with understanding, his senses automatically cataloging the other passengers. Most appeared to be serious martial artists, their physical conditioning and confident bearing marking them as dedicated practitioners rather than mere casuals. He made his way toward the back of the bus, instinctively choosing a seat that provided optimal visibility of the entire passenger area. The position allowed him to observe everyone while maintaining privacy. Noah had always preferred sitting near the back in any vehicle or classroom setting. The advantage of seeing everything while remaining relatively unnoticed appealed to him. After settling into his chosen seat, Noah retrieved his Air Max headphones and placed them securely in his ears. The journey was going to be long, according to Yamamoto's estimate, so he decided to make the most of the travel time. As the bus pulled away from the dojo and began navigating through the city streets toward the mountain venue, Noah selected a playlist and relaxed into his seat. The urban landscape gradually gave way to suburban neighborhoods, then rural countryside as they headed toward the tournament location. Rolling hills and forests passed by the windows, providing peaceful scenery that contrasted with the competitive tension building among the passengers. Passengers boarded from different locations every now and then. Noah allowed himself to enjoy the transitional journey, using the time to mentally prepare while observing the changing landscape that would soon host his first real martial arts competition. Chapter 219. Ichigo. As Noah enjoyed the picturesque view rolling past the bus windows, he became aware of someone approaching his seating area. The footsteps were light but deliberate, suggesting another passenger moving through the vehicle. Noah didn't pay particular attention to the movement, keeping his focus on the beautiful scenery transitioning from suburban development to rural farmland. His headphones provided a perfect soundtrack to the changing landscape. Then he felt AJK's presence settle into the seat directly beside him. The bus had plenty of empty seats available, making the choice to sit next to him somewhat unusual. But Noah continued concentrating on the forests and rolling hills visible through the window. That peaceful focus lasted until he felt a gentle but persistent nudge against his arm. Noah turned from the window to find a person with an impossibly wide smile staring directly at him while waving enthusiastically, as if they were long-lost friends meeting after years of separation. The young man appeared to be roughly Noah's age, with short blonde hair and bright green eyes that sparkled with genuine warmth and excitement. His mixed heritage was evident in his features. He was a mix that suggested both Asian and American ancestry. Noah pulled his AirPods from his ears, curious about what this energetic stranger wanted to discuss. "Hey man, I'm Ichigo. Nice to meet you. May I know your name?" His laugh was genuine and contagious, immediately breaking down the formal barriers that typically existed between strangers on public transportation. "I couldn't help but notice you seemed pretty relaxed back here." Ichigo continued with his hand gestures as he spoke. "Are you heading to the tournament too?" "Of course you are. Why else would you be on this bus? Right?" "Haha." Noah found himself smiling despite his initial preference for solitude. "Yeah, I'm participating. I'm Noah." "Noah. Great name." Ichigo's enthusiasm didn't diminish even slightly. "This is my absolute first tournament ever, and I'm so pumped I can barely sit still. I've been training since young, but competing against real opponents from different schools in such a large tournament, that's completely new territory for me." His excitement was genuinely infectious, transforming what Noah had expected to be a brief introduction into an engaging conversation. "My sensei says tournaments teach you things about yourself that regular training never can," Ichigo continued, his hands moving expressively as he spoke. "Something about the pressure, the adrenaline, facing opponents whose techniques you've never seen before." "Your sensei sounds wise," Noah replied, finding himself drawn into the young man's positive energy. "Oh, he is. Master Kobayashi has been doing this for like 40 years. He says I talk too much during training. But hey, talking helps me process my nervousness. You know," Ichigo grinned sheepishly. For the next 30 minutes, Ichigo regaled Noah with stories from his training, questions about different martial arts philosophies, and genuine curiosity about Noah's background and preparation methods. "What style do you practice?" Ichigo asked with obvious interest. "I do traditional kendo with some modern adaptations. My American side wants to innovate while my Japanese side respects the classical forms. It's like having an internal debate every time I pick up a sword." Noah found himself somewhat enjoying the conversation, despite his usual preference for silence during travels. Ichiro's enthusiasm was refreshing compared to the intense, serious atmosphere that surrounded most martial arts discussions. "I hope we both do really well today," Ichigo said as their conversation began winding down. "And if we end up facing each other, Let's give everyone a match worth remembering. May the best swordsman win. But let's have fun doing it. His competitive spirit was tempered by genuine good nature. Someone who understood that tournaments were about personal growth as much as victory. Likewise, Noah replied warmly. Good luck out there. Thanks. You seem really cool. Noah, I'm glad we got to chat. Ichigo beamed before returning to his original seat. Just a few seats away, Noah put his AirPods back in his ears, but not before using the excuse of wanting to rest before the competition. I think I'm going to try to get some sleep before we arrive, he told Ichigo with a polite smile. Smart thinking. Rest up, warrior. Ichigo gave an enthusiastic thumbs up before settling back into his own seat. Noah closed his eyes. Soon they arrived at their destination, and Noah found himself genuinely surprised by what he saw through the bus windows. The location was a mountainous range featuring what appeared to be a private resort tucked away from civilization. Noah had never expected such a place to exist in America. The facility seemed like something transported directly from Japan. The centerpiece was a magnificent traditional Japanese-style building that dominated the landscape. The structure rose 6 stories into the mountain air, its distinctive red exterior creating a striking contrast against the natural greens and browns of the surrounding forest. Curved rooflines and traditional architectural elements gave the building an authentic appearance that suggested serious investment in creating an appropriate atmosphere for martial arts competitions. The setting felt almost mystical, with morning mist clinging to the mountain peaks and ancient-looking pine trees framing the approach to the resort. Noah could understand why this location had been chosen for a tournament. It provided the kind of isolated, reverent environment that honored the traditions behind their martial arts. Yamamoto stood up from his front seat and addressed the bus passengers with authoritative clarity. We've arrived, he announced, his voice carrying easily through the vehicle. Everyone disembark and prepare for registration. The announcement prompted immediate activity as passengers began gathering their belongings and moving toward the bus exit. The atmosphere shifted from travel relaxation to focused preparation as the reality of the upcoming competition settled over everyone. Noah joined the exodus, following the other practitioners as they filed off the bus onto the mountain resort grounds. The crisp mountain air filled his lungs, carrying scents of pine and something distinctly clean that urban environments never provided. Beside him, Ichigo wore a genuine smile of excitement as he took in their surroundings. This place is incredible, Ichigo commented with obvious enthusiasm. Noah nodded in agreement, sharing the sentiment as he adjusted his bag and prepared to enter what promised to be a new experience.